Chapter 1 was fired. Dragon Kingdom, Shanghai City, top floor of Qianlong Group. Shen Mo, 36 years old, a 10-year veteran, senior specialist. Shen Mo, you're fired. Shen Mo gripped the notice of termination of employment contract tightly, his eyes fixed on Sun Chang, the HR director opposite him. President Sun, why me? My performance last quarter was an A. For 7 years, my performance has almost always been A or B. Every task I've completed has been done by working overtime like crazy. Shen Mo questioned, his voice filled with anger. Old Shen, the company is undergoing strategic adjustments, and the entire department is being optimized and restructured. The list was decided by the board of directors, and I'm just carrying it out. Please understand, Sun Chang replied coldly, his expression tinged with pity. Understand? How am I supposed to understand? I'm 36. I'm burdened with a 30-year mortgage. To scrape together that damn dowry, I even emptied my parents' savings for their funerals. Now I haven't even moved into the house, and I don't even know where my wife is, and you're telling me I've been laid off? Shen Mo suddenly stood up, his emotions running high. Old Shen, calm down. It's no use coming to me about this. Don't you know who has the final say? Sun Chang frowned and lowered his voice. Yao Manli, the company's elegant and assertive female chairman. Some people mature early and become chairpersons before they are 40. And Shen Mo? He's still immature and a high-class servant. For 10 years, there were countless meetings, hints in the office and in the elevator, ambiguous glances, and promises of follow me and I won't treat you badly. He refused. Once, twice, countless times. He just wanted to earn his living through his own abilities, to climb the ranks honestly. And the result? 10 years, stagnant. Senior specialist? To put it nicely, a junior manager essentially, a seasoned drudge. And today, this blow finally came crashing down mercilessly. Is she in her office? Shen Mo asked. Sun Chang nodded to Shen Mo, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Shen Mo stood in front of the door with the chairman's plaque hanging on it, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Please come in. Yao Manli sat in a chair, wearing a beige suit skirt. She held a cup of coffee in her hand, her gaze calmly fixed on Shen Mo's face. Chairman Yao, Shen Mo said. What is it? Yao Manli blew on her coffee lightly after speaking, then raised her eyelids to look at him, a half-smile curving her lips. Chairwoman Yao, I want to know, why me? My performance, my abilities. Shen Mo said, taking 2 steps forward and pushing the notice towards her. The company needs all-around capabilities, Shen Mo, Yao Manli interrupted him, leaning forward slightly. And absolute loyalty. Don't you know how much your loyalty has been compromised with me? Yao Manli's eyes were scrutinizing, and there was also a hint of anger and mockery from being rejected for so long. Shen Mo's face flushed crimson instantly, then quickly turned deathly pale. He understood. Strategic adjustments, departmental optimization, it was all bullshit. The root of the problem lay here, in his 10 years of ungrateful rejections. This was a long-planned revenge, a belated reckoning. Mortgage. Dowry. Parents' size. Society's cold stares. Countless nights of overtime work, all of it weighed down on this dismissal notice, making it hard for Shen Mo to breathe. Seeing his speechless expression, Yao Manli's smile deepened. She put down her coffee cup and tapped her fingertips lightly on the table. Shen Mo, considering how many years you've served the company, I'll give you a chance, Yao Manli said slowly. Shen Mo suddenly looked up. Come with me to Haicheng on a business trip the day after tomorrow. We'll sign that new energy contract. You'll be responsible for the technical explanations and client liaison throughout the process, Yao Manli said softly, her red lips parting slightly. If you perform well, I'll keep your position for you. There might even be better opportunities. She paused, leaning back in her chair, her gaze becoming playful. What that better possibility is self-evident. What if I don't perform well? Shen Mo said, feeling resentful. He felt like a fish on the chopping block. Then get out of here as soon as possible and don't waste everyone's time, Yao Manli said seriously, her smile fading. Go back and prepare. You only have one chance, Shen Mo, so make the most of it. Yao Manli gave him the order to leave. The nights in Haicheng are a scene of extravagance and debauchery. In the luxurious private rooms of top-tier hotels, glasses clink and the atmosphere is lively. Engineer Shun, you're young and promising. Chairman Yao has a wealth of talented people under his command. General Manager Zhao from the other company, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and an oily face, staggered up to Shin Mo with a full glass of baijiu in his hand, the smell of alcohol wafting over him. "Mr. Zhao, you flatter me." Shin Mo quickly picked up his almost untouched glass of wine. "Hey! What a compliment! Your technical explanation is truly thorough. We in the manufacturing industry love people like Engineer Shin who are knowledgeable and down to earth." General Manager Zhao patted Shin Mo on the shoulder with great enthusiasm. "Come on. Just for your honesty, I'll toast you. Cheers. Xiao Shun, this is a toast from President Zhao. This glass must be full. Mr. Zhao, I really can't go on anymore. How many drinks have I had already? If I drink any more, I really won't be able to submit the contract proposal to you on time tomorrow." Shin Mo forced a smile, his voice hoarse. "Hey! Engineer Shin, that's not right of you. We're talking about cooperation and friendship. You're bringing up work with me? What a turn off. So turn off. Your Chairman Yao is still here watching." General Manager Zhao waved his hand, his smile fading, his gaze drifting meaningfully toward the head of the table. At the head of the table sat Yao Manli, the company's chairwoman, in her early 40s, well-maintained, wearing a well-tailored burgundy velvet cheongsam that accentuated her fair skin and revealed her voluptuous figure. She fiddled with the crystal wine glass in front of her, and upon hearing this, her eyes flickered, a half-smile settling on Shen Mo's face, flushed with alcohol and embarrassment. "Xiao Shen," Yao Manli said, her voice low, but the noisy private room instantly fell silent. "Mr. Zhao is our most important partner. His reputation is our company's reputation. It's just a glass of wine. Drinking it is considered a contribution to the company, Yao Manli's red lips parted slightly, her tone languid, yet carrying a hint of authority. Several senior executives nearby immediately echoed in agreement, understanding the unspoken message. "That's right. Xiao Shen, don't spoil the fun. Chairman Yao has spoken, hurry up. Young man, how can you handle this much alcohol? You need to practice. Drink. You have to drink. The contract is in the wine." Countless hands reached out, some patting his shoulder, some pushing his back, and some simply grabbing the wineglass in front of him. "Drink up." Yao Manli was also looking at him, her eyes filled with a hint of mockery, and her red lips curved into a smile as if she were speaking silently. "Screw it. I'll drink it." Shin Mo suddenly closed his eyes, snatched the wineglass from President Zhao's hand, tilted his head back, and gulped down the spicy, throat-irritating liquid. The burning sensation rushed to his head, choking him and causing him to cough violently, tears streaming down his face. "Great!" Mr. Zhao shouted, and applause erupted in the private room. "That's more like it. Engineer Shin, another drink. To celebrate our successful collaboration." General Manager Zhao happily urged again. Shin Mo downed another cup. "Great. That's satisfying. Engineer Shin is a straightforward guy." General Manager Zhao laughed heartily, filling his cup again with satisfaction. "Another one. Good things come in pairs. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, white, red, yellow," the calls to drink rose and fell. "Engineer Shin, the contract details, hiccup, need to be refined a bit more. Come on, let's do one more." General Manager Zhao was already slurring his words, but he still wouldn't let it go. "Engineer Shin, we Haicheng people value relationships the most. Deep feelings, down it in one gulp. Shallow feelings, just a sip. Are you looking down on us?" Another vice president also came over with a cup in hand. "Chairman Yao, your top lieutenant, needs to work on his drinking capacity," someone teased Yao Manli. Yao Manli finally put down her wineglass, tapped the table lightly with her fingertips, and said in a soft but clear voice that cut through the noise, "Shin Mo, President Zhao is right. Doing marketing is about building relationships. This glass is for President Zhao on behalf of the company. For the company, for his job, for that damn mortgage. Mr. Zhao, I really can't go on." Shen Mo felt everything in his vision spinning and doubled. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the restroom. "How can a man say no?" Yao Manli's voice suddenly rang out from very close by, carrying a faint fragrance. Chapter 2 Perform Well. Chairman Yao Shen Mo began with difficulty, his voice hoarse. "Shu? Can't hold on anymore? It's okay, I'll help you back to your room to rest. Yao Manli leaned closer, her voice extremely low, so that only the two of them could hear her. The hand slid down Shen Mo's neck, resting intimately on his waist, and helped him into the elevator. Ding, the elevator stopped on the 18th floor. Yao Manli helped Shen Mo into suite 1808, and the door clicked shut behind them. Yao Manli was understanding, but Shen Mo, who was lying on the bed, stopped her from doing so. Ha! Shen Mo, just to hold on to your pathetic, worthless pride? Are you prepared to endure another 10 years? Yao Manli chuckled. Is it worth it? Others climb up by stepping on your achievements, taking 1/10 of your effort for 10 times your salary, and you, Shen Mo, what have you gotten? A mortgage hole that can never be filled? A blind date who can't even be bothered to look at you? Or a senior specialist title that can never be reached? Yao Manli said casually, but every word was like a knife to the heart. Enough! Shen Mo suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Yao Manli. Enough? Little Shen, you're still so naive. Yao Manli sneered. In this world, it's always the winner who takes all. Rules? Those are made by people like me. Yao Manli reached out and grabbed Shen Mo's chin, forcing him to look up and meet her eyes. Now, I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Be a good girl and serve me well tonight, and tomorrow you'll be Vice President Shen of the company. Annual salary, shares, real power, everything you want will be within your grasp. Yao Manli's words were full of blatant hints. Or, you can continue clinging to your ridiculous insistence and get out of here. Then, next week, no, tomorrow. You'll receive a termination notice from HR. Shen Mo, you're a smart man, do I need to teach you how to choose? Yao Manli leaned closer, her red lips almost touching his ear, her warm breath carrying the scent of alcohol. Mortgage, parents, dismissal notice, all of these overwhelming despair crashed down on Shen Mo's last shred of perseverance. To hell with dignity. To hell with bottom line. In this world that eats people alive, I've held on for 10 years, and I'm not even worth a damn. Shen Mo thought to himself. Fine. Vice President? Yao Manli. Who do you think you are? Shen Mo roared. Oh? Then tell me, what do you want? You've got quite an appetite. Yao Manli crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows, and curled her red lips into a playful smile. General Manager. Do you dare to give it to me? Ha! Shen Mo, you've had too much to drink, and your courage has grown too? General Manager? You've got quite an appetite. Yao Manli laughed. All right, it's good to have ambition. Then let's see how you perform tonight. Yao Manli said, looking Shen Mo up and down. Once Yao Manli's red lips parted slightly. Ha! Shen Mo's mind was buzzing, and he didn't react. I'm telling you, tonight, if you perform well once, tomorrow you'll be the vice president. Perform well multiple times, and the general manager position will be yours. Can you do it, my dear President Shen? Yao Manli said, drawing out her words, her tone full of blatant sarcasm and provocation. Multiple times? Shen Mo murmured. Was he dismissed for this absurd reason? The utter humiliation and anger brought him to his senses. What? Scared? Yao Manli sneered, her eyes filled with contempt. Weren't you so capable just now? Didn't you want to be the general manager? If you don't even have this much strength, how can you manage the company? I've given you your chance. Shen Mo, choose between becoming a superior person or being kicked out tomorrow and starving. Yao Manli pressed on relentlessly. Get out of here, starve. Disappointed faces on my parents' faces. Debt collection calls. There's no way out. Not even a sliver left. Shen Mo suddenly ripped off his tie and threw it hard onto the bed. Fine. Yao Manli. You fucking remember this. The general manager is mine. Shen Mo roared hoarsely. Ah. Yao Manli hadn't expected Shen Mo to be so crazy. Yes, that's it, my little wolfhound, let me see your strength. Yao Manli let out a silly laugh. 10 years of pent-up frustration, anger, and all the unfulfilled ambitions were completely burned away in this frenzied outburst. Useless, you can't even last 3 times? Yao Manli said sarcastically through the blurry vision. Shut up. Shen Mo roared angrily. Good, very good, continue. My general manager, Yao Manli said, both surprised and satisfied. Shinmo's body was completely numb, leaving only instinctive, mechanical repetitive movements. His soul seemed to have detached, floating on the ceiling. Was it worth it for a position? Not bad, that's ruthless. Tomorrow you'll be President Shun. Get some rest, and we'll give you some special services tomorrow morning, Yamanli said with satisfaction. Then came an endless, cold, and deathly darkness. Young master, wake up. Why, don't scare Xiao Tao. Chapter 3, I've already transmigrated? Xiao Tao. That name sounds familiar? Did Chairman Yao say something last night? Oh right. She said if you do well, she'll prepare special hotel services for you tomorrow morning so you can enjoy yourself. Shinemo slowly opened his heavy eyelids. What came into view was an antique-style bed curtain, and the air was filled with a faint smell of mildew, herbs, and a subtle, almost imperceptible fragrance of a young girl. Special services? The immersive experience is so strong? Even the environmental smells and props are so realistic? Shinemo thought to himself, Yao Dong really went all out this time. Before me stood a young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, with her hair styled in simple double buns. Her face was so thin it was barely the size of a palm, with a pointed chin and a sallow complexion. Her large, round, red, swollen eyes, like peaches, were filled with tears that streamed down her face like broken beads. She wore a faded, patched, coarse blue cloth dress. Young master? You're really awake? The little girl was so surprised to see him open his eyes that she forgot to cry. Her little hands were icy cold as she tightly gripped his. Shinmo's mind was still a little fuzzy, but the weakness in his body and the hangover-like headache felt incredibly real. The service was excellent, and the role-playing was quite convincing. Where's the waterbed? Why did you switch to a wooden bed? Your hotel is quite creative, Shinemo said with a smile. A waterbed? The little girl was completely dumbfounded, her big eyes filled with confusion and fear. Young master, what nonsense are you talking about? What hotel? This is our home. The little girl said, her voice trembling with worry, tears welling up in her eyes again. A few days ago, when you went to the county to choose a wife, you bumped into the princess's carriage and were whipped. You almost died. You've been unconscious for 3 days. I was so scared, the maid explained. Princess? Carriage? Whip? Choosing a wife? Home? This wretched place? Shinemo tried to sit up abruptly, but a violent dizziness and a backache that felt like it was falling apart made him fall back onto the hard bed. Hiss. Shinemo gasped, feeling a real, deep pain in his back. This is not a sex toy. This is real pain. Just then, a massive, chaotic torrent of memories, filled with resentment and unwillingness, surged into Shinmo's mind. In the Great Zhou dynasty, in Liushi village on the frontier, Shinemo, 18 years old, is an orphan with no parents. He has the title of Shotsai, a scholar who passed the lowest level of the imperial examinations and earns only a peck of coarse rice a month. Due to war and banditry, the male population is dwindling. Addicted to gambling, he suffered the humiliation of being kicked out of the gambling den like a dead dog after losing all his money, and he would drink and gamble at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion in town after winning money. Iron law of the imperial court, all males who have reached the age of 18 must choose 3 wives. This number may be reduced if there is a conscription in the family. Those who do not marry will be made eunuchs. Marrying a wife is exempt from taxation. If a man has no children for 3 years, his wife will be made a prostitute and the male will also be punished. My father was an old scholar who never passed the imperial examinations and died in despair, leaving behind a few acres of meager land and a small courtyard. He passed the examinations at the age of 15 and was once the hope of my mother and the entire village. However, after my father's death, he was lured into gambling dens and brothels by some playboys in town. In just 3 years, he sold off all the family's land, and even secretly gambled away my mother's few decent pieces of jewelry, and even the money meant for her medical treatment. My mother fell seriously ill last winter, and without money for treatment, she passed away in despair and heartbreak. When my parents were fleeing famine in their early years, they took in an orphan girl named Xiao Tao and signed a death contract with her. Xiao Tao was loyal and served them and their son. But this original owner of the body would take out her anger on Xiao Tao whenever she lost money, got drunk, or was simply in a bad mood. Her memories are filled with slaps, kicks, hair pulling, and being starved. Xiao Tao's sallow face was covered in terrified tears and her body was covered in bruises. I hate it so much, Princess Yu Wang, she ruined my choice of wife. I'm sorry, father, mother, I'm unfilial for not being able to leave any descendants for the Shin family. I regret it so much. Ah. Countless fragmented images, sounds, and emotions frantically assaulted Shinmo's consciousness. A severe headache caused Shin-mo to let out a painful roar, his body curled up, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his thin inner clothes. So it wasn't a special service after all, it really was time travel? Damn it, I got ripped off. Shin-mo felt bitter. An indescribable sense of desolation and absurdity welled up in his heart. One second he was working hard for the general manager, and the next he was a penniless, destitute, and dying ancient pauper. Young master! Young master, please don't hit me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything. Please don't hit me. I'll go find you some money right now. Please don't gamble. Xiao Tao was terrified. She rushed over to help Shin-mo but didn't dare to touch him. Instinctively, she shrank her neck, covered her head and face with her hands, and screamed with a sob. Xiao Tao, don't be afraid, I won't hit you. Shin-mo looked at Xiao Tao's terrified and bewildered expression, and was suddenly shocked, feeling a pang of heartache. Xiao Tao froze, her hands covering her head and face lowering slightly, her large eyes filled with disbelief, confusion, and even deeper fear. The young master said he wouldn't hit her? How could that be? Every time he woke up in such agony, it was followed by a torrential downpour. Young master, do you want to go again? Xiao Tao's voice trembled violently, and she couldn't bring herself to say the word gamble. Is there any money left at home? Shin-mo asked Xiao Tao, panting heavily. His headache had eased slightly. He needed to know the current situation. Young master, please. There's really nothing left. There are only those 2 copper coins under your pillow, which were saved for your medicine. You haven't gone to the county school to collect your scholars' rations for this month. Xiao Tao trembled all over, her face instantly turning ashen, tears streaming down her face. She knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly, her forehead hitting the cold, hard ground with a dull thud. Young master! Please don't gamble. Those 2 copper coins are our last bit of money to survive. Please, young master. Wah! Xiao Tao cried her heart out, utterly desperate. Shin-mo looked at Xiao Tao kneeling on the ground, her forehead red from kowtowing. Damn it! This former self was a complete scumbag. To treat such a loyal little girl like this. Shin-mo felt a lingering resentment in his mind, and he understood. The remnant soul of the original owner of this body had not yet dissipated. A wave of shared sorrow and a sense of being cruelly tormented by fate surged from the depths of my heart. Damn it! I was driven to my death by my female boss in my past life, and now I'm being beaten to death by some worthless princess, and I still have to clean up the mess for a gambling scumbag? Why? Huff, huff. Shin-mo caught his breath, his eyes turning cold and resolute. Facing the lingering resentment within this body, Shin-mo seemed to be making a vow to himself, each word spoken with unwavering resolve. Brother! Go in peace. I'll avenge you. I'll remember that princess. One day, I'll find her, marry her, make her bear my children, and let her taste the pain of being beaten. I'll avenge you. As for Xiao Tao and your family, I'll take care of them. At least you still have some conscience and know how to regret it. Go in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold, piercing, and persistent resentment in his mind completely dissipated like the receding tide. Shin-mo felt a sense of lightness throughout his body, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. He felt that the resentment had finally completely left. Young master? Xiao Tao stopped kowtowing, raised her head, and looked at him with teary eyes. The young master had just been talking to thin air again, his eyes fierce, which made her inexplicably sense something different. Young master, please say something. Xiao Tao was so frightened by Shinmo's vacant eyes and pale face that her voice changed, and her small hands, cold as ice, gripped his fingers tightly. Shin-mo slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Xiao Tao's worried, innocent face. This girl was the original owner's only property. In the original owner's memories, this little girl was clumsy but loyal when he was unconscious. It was Xiao Tao who brought him water and medicine, keeping him alive. Shin-mo took another look at his surroundings. The rough wooden beams were draped with a few strands of spiderwebs. Thick thatch covered the beams, with some sections collapsed, letting in a grayish-white light. The walls were mottled and pitted, a dull yellow color, covered with old, yellowed paper. There was a simple wooden window, and below the window, a wooden cabinet with peeling paint. Beneath me was a hard bed with a thin, rough mattress that ached from the pressure. Covered by a patched, coarse cotton quilt. Antique and charming? This is fucking bare. Penniless. Hotel features? Features my ass. Shinemo cursed, trying to sit up abruptly, but a violent wave of dizziness made him fall back down. Pour me a glass of water, Shinemo said, his throat parched. Oh. Water. I'll go right now. Xiao Tao said hurriedly, turned around and poured out most of a bowl of cold water, carefully carrying it to the bedside. Young master, the water is here. Please drink slowly. Young master, don't move. Xiao Tao exclaimed when she saw Shinemo trying to sit up again, and quickly came over to help him up. With Xiao Tao's help, Shinemo sat up, took the bowl, and gulped it down in one go. Bang! 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 A knocking sound came from the door. Chapter 4 Wife Selection Ceremony. Bang! 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 A series of loud bangings came from outside the courtyard gate, followed by an impatient shout from a hoarse voice. Scholar Shun! Open the door! These are officials on official business. If you don't open the door, I'll kick it in. Are you dead or not? If you're not, give us a shout. The wife selection competition is almost over. Are you still going to claim your spot? If not, you'll be considered to have forfeited your place. Choosing a wife? A government official? Young master is Zhang, the head of the yamen, and he's here again to urge us. Young master, what should we do? Xiao Tao trembled with fright, her face turning deathly pale. Go open the door. Shen Mo instructed Xiao Tao. Squeak. Xiao Tao tremblingly pulled open a crack in the dilapidated courtyard gate. The village head sent me to deliver a message. Today is the last day of the county's wife selection meeting. If you don't go to participate now, the deadline will pass, and the county officials will come to your door to arrest you. You'll either be sent to the border to dig for stones, or you'll be sent directly to the castration ward. Think it over. The official outside the door spat after saying this and left without looking back. A wife selection contest. 5 wives. A 3-year baby birth KPI. Shinmo's vision went black, and he almost fainted again. In his previous life, the mortgage KPI had just crushed him, and now, after transmigrating, he was directly replaced by an even more hardcore KPI of having children, plus a hellish starting point? System, daddy. Shinemo called out in his mind several times. He was in despair. There was no system. System, Shinemo finally said directly. Young master, we have wooden buckets, rice buckets, and manure buckets at home, but we don't have a Western bucket. What is that? Xiao Tao blinked and asked curiously. A truly valuable item. Obtaining this bucket will bring immense wealth, Shen Mo explained simply. Ha! Xiao Tao was stunned. Xiao Tao, help me up. Shen Mo took a deep breath and instructed the little girl. Xiao Tao quickly stepped forward and carefully helped him up. The whip marks on his back were aggravated, causing Shen Mo to gasp in pain. We only have those 2 copper coins left at home? Shen Mo asked through gritted teeth, confirming again. Yes, Xiao Tao nodded with tears in her eyes, her voice barely audible. She dared not say anything more, for fear of upsetting the young master. Let's go. To the county. To collect grain and select people. Shen Mo said solemnly. He had to go. It was the only way to survive. As for money? Things would work themselves out. He refused to believe that he, a modern chemistry master and fishing expert, couldn't survive in this chaotic world. To this dynasty, he was practically a bug in the system. The dirt road leading to the county town was dusty. Supported by Xiaolian, Shen Mo walked with great difficulty. Every step aggravated the wound on his back, causing it to burn with pain. The villagers he encountered all looked at Shen Mo with undisguised contempt, disgust, and schadenfreude. Look! Isn't that Shen Mo, the gambling-addicted scholar from Xinjia village? He's still alive? He's got a tough life. After being whipped like that by the princess, he still managed to get up and go to choose a wife? Choosing a wife? Him? The mice in his house must have all gone hungry. How is he going to support a wife? I think he should go and see which one he can sell for a good price to pay off his gambling debts. Ha ha. Exactly. I heard he even stole the money meant for his mother's medical treatment to gamble with. That beast deserves to be beaten to death. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. So what if I heard that? He can't hit me, can he? He's half dead right now, can he? Alas, those poor girls he chose, what a tragedy. I think he'll just pick a few unwanted money-losing items, and he'll sell them off in a few days to raise money for gambling. Can you believe a gambler's words? Pigs can fly. The harsh whispers reached Shen Mo and Xiao Tao's ears without any attempt to hide them. Xiao Tao lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes, and her hand supporting Shen Mo trembled. Just how hated was the original owner? Shen Mo thought to himself, speechless, as he listened to the surrounding whispers. The county town's walls were low and dilapidated. The scene inside the town was not much better than outside. The county school was located in the west of the town. Relying on his memory, Shen Mo showed his worn-out wooden plaque, a symbol of his status as a scholar, and endured the undisguised contemptuous look and deliberate delays from the clerk in charge. Finally, he received his monthly scholar's ration, a peck of coarse rice mixed with a lot of sand and weeds, and half a pound of grayish-brown, bitter coarse salt. Carrying this heavy, yet pitifully small amount of life-saving food, Shen Mo's heart sank to the bottom. This little bit of food wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. The abandoned training ground where the wife selection ceremony was held was filled with noise, but the atmosphere of despair was even stronger. Shen Mo's arrival was like cold water being poured into boiling oil, instantly causing an uproar. Hey! The gambling addict, Scholar Shen, is here. Everyone, come and see. TSK, what a lucky guy. He's still alive? He still has the nerve to come here to choose a wife? Isn't he afraid of losing his wife at the gambling table? Look at his eyes, they're so shifty, he's definitely figuring out which one he can sell for the best price. Stay away from him. He's bad luck. Official media representative. This kind of scum doesn't deserve to choose a wife. Don't ruin other girls' lives. That's right. Kick him out. A torrent of mockery, insults, and calls to drive him away surged forth. Even the official media on stage frowned, their eyes filled with disgust as they looked at Shen Mo. Silence. A stern voice rang out, and the entire hall fell silent instantly. Let's begin, the voice continued. The scene before him deeply shocked and horrified Shen Mo, a modern soul. Choosing a wife, which should be a major life event, was here treated like a livestock transaction. Surrounded by official media and human traffickers, the men were selecting their goods. And the selection criteria were so simple and brutal as to be outrageous. She looks like she'll have a lot of children. Big hips, she can give birth to sons. Price is negotiable. A middle-aged man pointed at a woman in the audience who was stout, dark-skinned, and had particularly white hips, and said to the broker, "As long as she can work in the fields and give birth, that's enough. What good is a pretty face? It can't fill your stomach." Another thin old farmer muttered, choosing a widow who looked to be in her 30s, with a weathered face but large, strong hands and feet, and who seemed very capable. Even a lame man, on the recommendation of a human trafficker, chose a girl who, although her face was pockmarked, had a sturdy build and a blank stare. Good at bearing children, capable of working, sturdy, and big-hipped were the main themes at the wife selection event. The chosen women, regardless of their beauty or ugliness, showed little joy on their faces, only a numb resignation. Those with delicate features but slender figures were left neglected in corners, ignored by everyone. Shen Mo's gaze precisely avoided these popular candidates, locking onto a few outliers at the very edge of the crowd, in the most inconspicuous corner. The first thing that caught his eye was a female hunter carrying a small hunting bow. Her hair was simply tied back with a wooden hairpin. She was tall and slender with a well-proportioned frame. Her wheat-colored skin exuded a wild vitality, and her features were three-dimensional and deep, with a pair of large and bright eyes. Holy crap! If this girl were alive today, she'd be a total outdoor sports goddess. Tawny skin, tall and well-proportioned, with captivating eyes. Rich second-generation guys would line up to date her at the gym. And now, just because she doesn't look sturdy enough, nobody wants her? This is a steal, why not take advantage of it? Shen Mo thought to himself. I want her. Shen Mo pointed to the hunter woman without hesitation. Chapter 5 Picking Up 5 Wives. A commotion erupted in the crowd. Hey! Gambling addict Shin Xiaocai has opened for business. And his first target is someone with a sharp tongue? That wild girl from the hunter's family. She's fierce. With your small frame, Scholar Shin, you might get stabbed before you even enter the bridal chamber. Bullshit. I think he's just after her looks. He wants to play around with her for a few days and then sell her off. The human trafficker, old son, sneered. Scholar Shin has a good eye. This wild girl is fierce. After we're done with her, we can sell her to a bachelor in the mountains for a few bucks. She'll still be worth a bit of money. Ha ha. The matchmaker on the stage curled her lip and put a check mark next to the hunter's name. The hunter woman gripped her hunting knife tightly and looked at Shin Mo with curiosity. Shin Mo's gaze continued to sweep across the room, finally settling on the woman with a slender figure and a cool, aloof demeanor. Her worn-out clothes couldn't conceal her exquisitely beautiful face. Her drooping neck possessed a graceful curve, and her skin was pale. This temperament, this appearance, she's definitely the epitome of a classical, pristine beauty. A cold and aloof school beauty. In modern times, those who pursue her are either top students or CEOs, and someone like me wouldn't even qualify to be a simp. Now, the daughter of a convicted official? A fallen heiress? Given away for free? This incredible wealth just fell right into my lap? Shin Mo suddenly felt that time travel was pretty good. Shin Mo raised his hand again, and her too. Wow. The second one. Scholar Shin has quite the appetite. The daughter of the Registrar Lu family? Once a precious princess. Now, a fallen phoenix. She can't lift a finger. How can Shin Mo afford to raise her? Keep her as a pet. She probably just wants to experience what it's like to be a daughter of an official. She'll just sell her off when she's done playing with her. TSK, this Shin Mo, he only picks good-looking money-losing girls. A leopard can't change its spots. Let's see how he pays his taxes every year. Shin boy, listen to your uncle's advice, don't just look at faces. In this world, can looks put food on the table? Look at the two you've chosen, one thinner than the other more delicate than the other. Don't you know what your family's situation is? Can you afford to support them? Listen to your uncle, choose that one, the one in the blue cloth shirt, big butt, you can tell she can have children and do housework. That's the kind of woman you should live with. The old man pointed to a robust woman below the stage and advised in a low voice. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I have my own plans. Shin Mo shook his head. He'd probably be universally condemned for not choosing the better-looking option when he had such a good opportunity. Shin Mo's gaze continued its search, quickly locking onto the twins who were nestled tightly together. They were slender and graceful, with two identical delicate faces, pointed chins, and an endearing appearance. Their features were exquisitely refined, with beautifully drawn eyebrows and eyes, delicate noses and cherry lips. Their large eyes were filled with terror, and their long eyelashes trembled involuntarily. Twins? And such exceptional ones? In modern times, what level of internet celebrities would they be? At least a millionaire, right? Wouldn't the rich guys chasing after them be willing to smash their yachts? Now, skinny and unable to have children? Nobody wants them? This is practically a buy one get one free deal. Double the happiness for free? Although they look a bit weak now, they'll definitely be fine with some raising. And the two of them. I want them both. Shin Mo took a deep breath and said with a hint of excitement in his voice. He's gone mad. Scholar Shin has completely lost his mind. 4? He wants 4 at once? And all of them are these kinds of pretty but useless junk? He's gambling mad. Absolutely gambling mad. He's trying to turn the tables with 4 times the initial capital. It's over, these 4 girls have fallen into a fire pit. Official matchmaker. We can't let him do this. He can't afford to support them. He's going to ruin these girls. The matchmaker was also taken aback by Shin Mo's generous spending, her eyebrows twitching as she shrieked, Shin Mo. Do you think this is buying groceries? Can you afford to feed them? Can you afford the annual poll tax? Don't let people starve to death and then the county magistrate comes after you. Whether I can afford to raise them or not is my business. The laws of the Great Zhou dynasty require that enough people must be selected, so I will choose the 4 of them. Shin Mo said firmly. You? The matchmaker's chest heaved with anger. She glared at Shin Mo and ticked the names of the twins. 1 more is needed. Hurry up, don't dawdle, the matchmaker snapped impatiently. Shin Mo's gaze quickly swept over the remaining women, some numb, some terrified, and some with robust physiques. Just as he was hesitating, a figure carrying a rich fragrance suddenly rushed out from the edge of the crowd like a swallow returning to its nest. To Shin Mo and Xiao Tao's astonishment, a woman rushed to Shin Mo's feet and knelt down with a thud. She looked to be in her early 20s, yet her figure was incredibly alluring and voluptuous. Even in her worn and patched coarse-cloth dress, her breathtaking curves couldn't be concealed. Her slender waist accentuated her proudly full breasts, which seemed about to burst from her clothes. Her skin wasn't fair, but rather a healthy honey hue. Her captivating eyes were now brimming with tears, shimmering and radiating a natural, bewitching charm. Her nose was straight, and her lips were full, trembling slightly with a heartbreaking despair. "Young master! Scholar! Please! Have mercy! By me! Please!" She stretched out her soft, boneless hands and grabbed Shin Mo's arm tightly. Her voice was tearful, soft and sweet, and extremely irritating. The astonishing sensation on his arm, squeezing against Shin Mo's arm, caused his mind to go blank and his heart to race uncontrollably, as he was already severely injured, weak, and had been feeling stifled all day. In his previous life, the body of a 36-year-old virgin who had only ever been in contact with the chairman of the board had never experienced this level of throwing himself into his arms. "My name is Yi San Yang. Today is the deadline." Yi San Yang looked up at her face, which was as beautiful as a pear blossom in the rain, with tears streaming down her face. "If no one chooses me again, the official matchmaker will send me to that shameful place." "Wah!" Yi San Yang cried out in despair, her shoulders shaking and her breathtaking figure trembling slightly, adding to her pitiful and tragic appearance. "Young master! Please have mercy. Take me in. I can do anything. Wash clothes, cook, sew, mend, serve people. I can do it all. I only ask for a place to stay." Yi San Yang's hands were tightly wrapped around Shin Mo's arm. A warm scent, a mixture of cosmetics and the fragrance of a mature woman, wafted into Shin Mo's nose. "I am willing to serve you like a slave, young master. I only beg you to grant me a way to live." This sudden turn of events plunged the entire training ground into silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Shin Mo felt his arms being tightly wrapped and squeezed by two incredibly soft mouths. The warm touch in Yi San Yang's pleading voice made his heart beat faster uncontrollably. Looking into her captivating, tear-filled eyes that seemed to speak volumes, and listening to her plaintive, pitiful pleas, he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. That figure, that aura, she'd be a top-tier beauty in modern times, with electrifying eyes and a killer physique. And now, she's ended up here? Might as well take advantage of this bargain. And she seems quite charming? Maybe I can win her over and meet my KPIs ahead of time? Okay, I choose you. The fifth one. It's you. Yi San Yang. Shin Mo's voice was hurried, and he felt his mouth was dry after speaking. Chapter 6: Big-Breasted Widow Yi. The moment the words left his mouth, an eerie silence fell over the entire training ground. Then, an uproar in terror erupted, stronger than ever before. Good heavens! He chose the widow Yi San Yang? Black Widow Yi San Yang? Shan Mo. Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. It's bad luck. So bad luck. Get away from her. Get away from Shin Mo too. Getting involved with these two will bring you 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Oh no. Shin Mo must be tired of living. Of all people to choose, he had to pick this vixen. Shun boy. No. Absolutely not. You can't take this. That's Yi San Yang from Yi family village. The infamous Black Widow and Vixen. She's a jinx. She's married 3 times. Old Zhang from the same village was terrified. He couldn't care less about being tactful before and grabbed Shin Mo's arm, his voice trembling. The old man held up 3 fingers, which were trembling violently. The first time, on the night of the wedding, the groom got drunk and fell into the latrine and drowned. The second time, right after the wedding ceremony, before the groom even entered the bridal chamber, a tile fell from the roof beam and hit him on the head, breaking his head. He didn't survive 3 days. The third time was even stranger. The groom was a strong butcher from the next county who didn't believe in superstitions. But on the way to the wedding, the horse suddenly spooked him, threw him off, and trampled his neck, killing him instantly. 3 husbands. None of them lived to see their wedding night. The longest one died after the wedding ceremony. Everyone says she's a fox spirit reincarnated from the deepest hell, who specializes in sucking man's essence and yang energy. Anyone who touches her dies. Shin boy, listen to your uncle, quickly find another one. Even if you choose an ugly one or an old one, it's fine. Don't touch this jinx. Look at her eyes, she's not a docile person. Old Zhang's voice was full of fear as he advised. The surrounding villagers echoed this sentiment, their eyes filled with extreme fear, disgust, and a desire to avoid Yi San Yang at all costs. Shan Mo. Did you hear me clearly? This Yi family is famous for being married 3 times and widowed 3 times. She's known as the Black Widow. Everyone says she's a fox spirit reincarnated, and she's a jinx to men. Are you sure you want to choose her? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you get involved with her, even the King of Hell will think you're too tough, the matchmaker on the stage said shrilly. Hearing these comments, Yi San Yang tightened her grip on Shin Mo's arm. Young master, scholar, no, it's not like that. It's just their bad luck, it has nothing to do with me, sob sob sob. Please don't listen to them, save me, I don't want to be sold into a brothel. Yi San Yang pleaded pitifully, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls from her peach blossom eyes, her full breasts heaving violently with her sobs, pressing even more tightly against Shin Mo's arm. As Shin Mo listened to these sensational deeds, he felt the amazing warmth and softness on his arm and heard the weeping and pleading. My heart skipped a beat. Holy crap? That's so weird. A jinx? And she's caused the deaths of 3 husbands? He was a staunch materialist in his past life, but with something like time travel happening, it's hard not to feel a little uneasy. But the intoxicating touch on his arm made him even more restless and unable to control himself. He looked at Yi San Yang's teary, alluring yet pleading peach blossom eyes. So alluring, a rare beauty. Shin Mo thought to himself. Shin Mo thought for a moment, I'm a transmigrator. I have the protagonist's halo. Besides, I've already died once, what am I afraid of? That figure? That bust, that waist-to-hip ratio in modern times, she'd be a top model or internet celebrity, earning millions a year. Now, just because of a few unlucky guys' accidents, she's being called a jinx and a vixen? This is too good to pass up. The bold get rich, the timid starve. A jinx? A drain on yang energy? I'll give it a try. Die under a peony flower? Bah! I'll get both the woman and the money. That's her. Yi San Yan. The 5th one. No changing it. You're bewitched. You're courting death. Old Zhang stomped his feet in anger, let go of her hand, and retreated repeatedly, as if afraid of being tainted by Shin Mo's bad luck. Good. Good. Scholar Shin is truly audacious. I admire you. The matchmaker finished speaking with a mocking smile. She picked up her pen and wrote the 3 characters Yi San Yang heavily on the register, then closed the register. Shin Mo, the scholar from Liuxi village. He has chosen 5 wives, Yu Yu Lu, the daughter of a hunter Lu Ruyan, the daughter of a convicted official Yan Rushuang, a woman from a refugee family Yan Rushue, another woman from a refugee family in Yi San Yang, a widow. Scholar Shun, with 5 wives of unparalleled beauty, you are truly blessed with good fortune, the official matchmaker mocked maliciously. Remember to enjoy yourself to the fullest. If you can't have a child within 3 years, or if you're not fortunate enough to enjoy it, you'd better report to the government in advance. Not a single penny of taxes will be missed. The matchmaker's words spread throughout the training ground. Boom! Whispers and laughter erupted from the surrounding area. Ha ha ha! 5. And there's the Black Widow vixen. Shin Mo, I think you're tired of living. A gambler paired with a money loser, plus a vengeful vixen. A perfect match. Absolutely a perfect match. I bet he won't survive his wedding night. No. He'll be drained dry tonight. Waiting to come collect Shin Mo's body tomorrow. And while we're at it, let's see how much his wives, especially that vixen, are worth. Upon hearing the matchmaker's announcement, Yi San Yang loosened her grip on Shin Mo's arm, collapsed to the ground, covered her face, and began to sob. Her shoulders heaved violently, and her frail, boneless, and pitiful appearance stirred the hearts of some men around her, only to be followed by a chill. A hellish start? No. This is like falling straight into a spider's web, embracing a fox spirit that can drain men dry. But Shin Mo is determined to subdue this fox spirit and carve out a way to survive in this spider's web. Let's go. Take them home. Shinemo took a deep breath, ignoring all the other voices, and glanced at his 5 celestial wives before speaking to Xiao Tao in a deep voice. Chapter 7. The leper comes to the door. At the hour of Wei 1, 3 p.m., Shinemo, along with his 5 new brides and Xiao Tao, returned to his dilapidated courtyard in Liushi village. Pushing open the courtyard gate, the yard was overgrown with weeds. What came into view were 3 dilapidated mud brick houses side by side, their structures still relatively intact. It was a small traditional courtyard house. This is home? Lu Ruyan asked in astonishment. The girls looked at her curiously. Yi San Yang's peach blossom eyes timidly observed, and she subconsciously moved closer to Shinemo, grabbing the hem of his clothes. The room on the left used to be my parents' room, but it's been empty ever since. The middle one is mine, and the room on the right is where Xiao Tao lives, Shinemo explained, pointing to the 3 rooms. Xiao Tao, thank you for your trouble. Take them to my parents' room and settle Ru Shuang in first. Shinemo paused, then looked at Xiao Tao and instructed her. Xiao Tao nodded quickly, helped Ru Shuang up, pushed open the door of the room on the left, settled the unconscious Ru Shuang, and then everyone returned to the small main room, where the atmosphere was oppressive. Gurgle. The mournful cry of hunger rang out. Young master, I'll go cook. Xiao Tao said and walked towards the stove outside. I'll help you, Yi San Yang said from the side. I'll assist, the hunter woman said. Just then. Bang! 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 Shan Mo. Scholar Shun. Are you dead yet? If you're not quite dead, get out here. Your master Zhao is here. I heard you had a stroke of luck today, snatching 5 beautiful women in one go. Hurry up and open the door so I can see what's new. The dilapidated courtyard gate was kicked violently. Zhao Lizi's sleazy, hoarse voice rang out from outside the door. The girls huddled together, trembling. Only Yulinglu stood to the side, coldly watching the doorway, her hand gripping the hunting knife at her waist. What kind of scoundrels do they know? This Zhao scoundrel is one of the playboys who got the original owner into gambling and going to brothels. Shinemo thought to himself that he had to be ruthless and completely sever ties with these people. Shinemo suddenly stood up, the movement aggravating his wound, causing him to groan in pain. But he grabbed the thick wooden stick that was propping up the door, strode to the door, and yanked open the courtyard gate. Outside the door stood Zhao Lizi, a man with a pointed face and reeking of alcohol, and a thug behind him. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Lizi's sly, triangular eyes eagerly peered into the room. When he saw Lu Ruyan, Yu Yinlu, Yan Rushue, Yan Rushuan, and Yi San Yang's alluring profile, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he almost drooled. Oh my goodness! Zhao Lizi exclaimed dramatically, slapping his thigh and spraying Shenmo's face with his breath reeking of alcohol. Brother Shen! You're really something. These girls are all stunning beauties. What kind of luck did you have? Hurry up! Let me go in and have a look. Pick one to have a couple of drinks with me? Zhao Lizi said with a lewd grin, and tried to squeeze in. Stop! Shinemo took a step to the side, blocking the doorway with his body, his wooden stick pointing diagonally at the ground. Get out! Shinemo said coldly. Shinemo, you've got some nerve now? Daring to talk to me like that? Forgot who used to take you to the gambling den for fun? Who introduced you to women? What? Now that you have some new goods, you don't recognize your old brothers anymore? You ingrate! Zhao Lizi was stunned, seemingly not expecting Shinemo, who had always been so subservient to him, to speak to him like that. He glared at Shinemo with his triangular eyes and pointed at his nose, cursing. If you know what's good for you, step aside. Let me go in and pick one to try. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy and exposing all the filth you've done in the past. Let's see if your new wives will still stay with you. Zhao Lizi took a step closer and whispered, his face filled with threat and lewd smile. A mess? Shinemo sneered, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Zhao Lizi. I, Shinemo, used to be a bastard. I gambled and whored with you. But that's all in the past. From today onwards, I'm quitting gambling and whoring. I've turned over a new leaf. You want to expose me? Go ahead and expose me. I'm willing to take responsibility for my actions. But if you try to lay a finger on my family, Shinemo slammed the wooden stick on the ground with a dull thud. I'll smash your dog head first. You don't believe me? Try me. Shinemo shouted fiercely, exuding a ruthless and fearless aura. Zhao Lizi and his thugs were stunned by Shen Mo's sudden display of ferocity. The Shen Mo of the past was a cowardly coward. How could he have become such a different person after being whipped? His eyes looked like he wanted to devour someone. Zhao Lizi was unaware that the original owner's body had been replaced by a different soul. Zhao Lizi stammered. Shen Mo, don't do anything reckless. With your small frame, you're no match for me, Zhao Lizi said, his tone fierce but his voice weak. Small build? Shen Mo scoffed, his eyes sweeping across the room. I'm not good at it. But my wife, Miss Yu, has seen blood with her knife. He had barely finished speaking when. He seems different from the rumors? He's not as bad as people say. Yu Lu thought to herself, her gaze towards Shen Mo filled with complex emotions. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, Yu Lu obediently drew his hunting knife completely from its sheath with a whoosh. The cold blade gleamed in the dim light. His wild eyes were fixed on Zhao Lizi, like a beast eyeing its prey. Zhao Lizi felt a chill run down his spine from the glint of the knife, and seeing the hostile gazes of the women in the room, he felt a little uneasy. He had only brought one thug with him today, and if a fight broke out, he might not come out on top. Fine. Fine. Shen Mo. You've got guts. Zhao Lizi threatened, pointing at Shen Mo. You wait. Let's see how long you can turn over a new leaf. Sooner or later you'll be begging me. Let's go. Zhao Lizi said fiercely, and walked away cursing with the thugs behind him. As Zhao Lizi and the other two disappeared from sight, Shen Mo's tense nerves relaxed slightly. However, the dizziness brought on by the sharp pain in his back instantly struck him. He swayed and had to use a wooden stick to support himself so that he wouldn't fall. Young master! Xiao Tao rushed over to support him. Are you all right? Your back is bleeding again. After saying that, Xiao Tao finally couldn't hold back her tears and they fell down. The women inside the room also gathered around, their eyes filled with complex emotions as they looked at Shen Mo's blood-stained back. This gambler seems to be really different? Especially since he admitted to his past, yet resolutely said he wanted to turn back. That determination is impossible to ignore, the women thought to themselves. He won't die. Shen Mo said, panting heavily, waving his hand. His gaze swept over the women's still shaken faces, finally landing on Xiao Tao's tear-streaked face, and a thought struck him. Xiao Tao, come here. Shen Mo struggled to stand up and waved to Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, take out that thing you've been hiding on your person. Shen Mo reached out his hand to Xiao Tao. Young master, Xiao Tao trembled, instinctively clutching her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief and immense fear. It was her slave contract. Take it out. Shen Mo's voice brooked no argument. Young master, please don't gamble anymore, please don't sell Xiao Tao, okay? Xiao Tao eats very little. Xiao Tao said, tears streaming down her face. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The women's slightly improved impression of them instantly worsened. A leopard can't change its spots. Several women looked gloomy, some even having reddened eyes, clearly very sad. Chapter 8: The Eternal Maid. Silly girl, how could I possibly sell you? Shen Mo felt a pang of heartache upon hearing Xiao Tao's words, and then hugged her. Young master hugged me. This is the first time he's ever hugged me. The maid, Xiao Tao, thought to herself, her heart pounding. Then why does the young master want Xiao Tao's indenture? Isn't he going to sell Xiao Tao to gamble? Xiao Tao whispered. No, take it out. I said I want to sell it, so you want to, Shen Mo said gently. After hearing this, Xiao Tao felt a little relieved. She took out the small cloth bag that she kept close to her body from her bosom, opened it with trembling hands, and revealed a yellowed and brittle piece of paper with the official red seal, her indenture. Shen Mo took the thin piece of paper without even glancing at the words on it. He walked to the table and picked up the dim oil lamp. Amidst everyone's shocked gaze, without hesitation, he held the contract of servitude up to the flame. Young master! No! Xiao Tao cried out in anguish and lunged forward to snatch it away. With a soft sizzle, the indenture that had imprisoned Xiao Tao for half her life, symbolizing her humility and suffering, quickly curled up and charred in the firelight, turning into a few embers that drifted and fell to the ground. Xiao Tao, from today onwards, you are free. Listen carefully, all of you. Xiao Tao is an orphan girl that my kind mother took in back then. Over the years, she has taken care of my mother and this family, never abandoning them, working hard without complaint, and even being beaten and scolded by me, this bastard. She is not a maid. She is my closest sister, Shen Mo. She is family, Shin Mo said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the women. Dead silence. The dilapidated house was deathly silent. The only sounds were the faint crackling of the oil lamp and Xiao Tao's suppressed sobs. After hearing Shin Mo's words, Yu Yunlu lowered her grip on the hunting knife. A huge wave of emotion surged in Lu Ruyan's usually cold eyes as she looked at Shin Mo in disbelief. The twins, Ru Xuet and Ru Shuang, covered their mouths, their eyes brimming with tears. Yisan Yang glanced at the ashes on the ground with her peach blossom eyes, then looked at Xiao Tao, whose face was streaked with tears. Her eyes were filled with extreme shock and a hint of indescribable longing and envy. Freedom, family. Wah! Xiao Tao finally couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Shin Mo's arms, bursting into tears. Young master, sob sob sob. Xiao Tao will always be your maid, always your person, I don't want to be your sister. Xiao Tao clung tightly to Shin Mo's clothes, crying sob 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 sob. Is this girl deeply in love with the original owner, but the original owner is oblivious to it? In my past life, if a girl like this loved me, I would have married her in a heartbeat. Ouch. Shin Mo thought to himself as he looked at the lowly Xiao Tao in front of him. Then what do you want to be? Will you marry me? Shin Mo had read a lot of Xiao Tao's memories with the original owner that day, and she was completely devoted to the original owner. Young master, you. The little maid Xiao Tao was speechless for a moment. Xiao Tao. Will you marry me? Shin Mo, having just transmigrated, spoke in a modern tone. But the women present were all from ancient times, and they had never heard of such a direct confession before. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Xiao Tao was completely stunned by Shin Mo's straightforward confession. Young master, as long as I can be with you, please don't send me away. I don't care about titles or status. I'm willing to be your maid for life. Xiao Tao looked at Shin Mo with tender eyes. The 5 women were deeply shocked by what they saw. The confession was so direct, and he was so kind to the maid. Was this really the legendary gambling addict who frequented brothels? Listen to me. I said you'd be my wife, so you're my wife. Don't mention the maid again. Shin Mo gently rubbed Xiao Tao's head and said. Young master, whatever you decide, I agree to it, Xiao Tao said shyly, her face flushed. You all saw that? I, Shin Mo, used to be a scumbag. But I keep my word. I admit what happened in the past. But from now on, I will quit gambling. I swear, I will never betray any of you. This family is a bit broken and poor now. But as long as I have a breath left, I will live on with you all. Put having a baby within the next 3 years aside for now. Let us find a way to survive. Survive tomorrow. Survive this winter. Shin Mo raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the women with their various expressions, and said solemnly. Now, stop standing around. Xiao Tao, take third sister to boil some hot water to clean my wounds and cook dinner. Miss Lu, you can read, right? Please take Ru Shuang and Ru Xue to take stock of everything we can use and make a list. Rags, ropes, rotten wood, anything will do. After arranging for the 4 women, Shin Mo turned to look at the hunter's daughter, Yu Yunlu. Yunlu. I know you're capable. Look around here and see if there's a place where you can set traps to catch some wild animals. Don't go too far, it's okay if you don't find any, just come back before dark, rabbits or pheasants will do. Shin Mo instructed. Yu Yunlu nodded and walked towards the door. With Xiao Tao's help, Shin Mo sat down on a stool. Xiao Tao carefully untied his blood-stained bandages and cleaned his wounds with gentle movements. Xiao Tao carefully changed Shin Mo's bandage with a relatively clean strip of cloth. Yu Yunlu has been out hunting for almost an hour, and there has been no news of him. Food. Food is the most important thing. Yu Yunlu went hunting. Can she manage on her own? It will be dark in 2 or 3 hours. If she encounters danger, Shin Mo is not sure what will happen. We can't just rely on hunting. We need to find a source of income before dark. Shin Mo quickly searched through the original owner's memories and finally found it. There was a big river behind the village. River fish. Excellent. Having spent his childhood fishing with his father, he was most skilled at it. Fishing. It was the lowest cost and most viable source of food. But there was no fishing net? No fishing rod? Nothing at all. Just then, a memory flashed through Shin Mo's mind. In the next courtyard, an old woman surnamed Zhan lived alone with her 7 or 8-year-old granddaughter. It seemed the men in her family were all dead. Xiao Tao had mentioned it briefly. The old woman's husband used to be a fisherman, and there were still some old fishing gear left in the house. Xiao Tao. Is there a tattered fishing net at Granny Zhang's house next door? Shinmo's mind flashed with the original owner's memories. There is a tattered net. You used to laugh at it, saying that the net was so broken you couldn't catch anything and it just took up space. Xiao Tao paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Help me over there. I'll go borrow it. Shinmo said with a smile, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Borrow internet access? Xiao Tao was stunned. Hurry up. There's no time to explain. Shinmo urged, insisting that it be done before dark. With Xiao Tao's help, Shinmo walked into the small courtyard next door. Grandma Zhang? Is Grandma Zhang home? Shinmo asked softly. A moment later, an elderly woman with gray hair and a hunched back appeared at the door, leading a 7 or 8-year-old girl who was pale and thin. The old woman's eyes were filled with wariness and fear. Clearly, the notorious gambling addict Shinmo had long been ingrained in people's minds. The little girl was so frightened that she hid behind the old woman, only her terrified eyes showing. Scholar Shun? Is something the matter? Granny Zhang's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with deep wariness. She subconsciously hid her granddaughter behind her back even more. Grandma, I'm sorry to bother you. My family is really starving. My wives just came in and they're all hungry. I heard you have an old fishing net. I wonder if I could borrow it. I'll go to the river and try my luck. I'll wash it clean and return it to you right away. Shinmo said with a slight bow and a smile. Grandma Zhang was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Borrowing internet? This notorious gambling-addicted scholar, who never even greeted her before, was actually borrowing something? And so politely? There is a net, but it's so tattered it's unused for years. I'm afraid you won't catch anything with it, Granny Zhang said slowly. It's all right. Even a little bit is fine. Grandma, please. There's really nothing left to eat at home, Shinmo pleaded. Granny Zhang's heart softened. Oh well, it's just a tattered net, it'll rot anyway. She sighed, turned shakily, and went back into the house. A moment later, she came out carrying a fishing net that reeked of fish. This will do, if you don't mind, Scholar Shin. Granny Zhang handed over the tattered net, her eyes filled with complex emotions. No problem. No problem. Thank you, Grandma. You were a lifesaver. Don't worry, I'll wash it clean and return it to you after I'm done. If I actually catch any fish, I'll bring you 2 over. Shinmo quickly accepted the fishing net and thanked him. Take it, no need to return it. Be careful, the riverbank is slippery. Grandma Zhang obviously didn't take his words seriously. After waving her hand, she hurriedly closed the door with her granddaughter. Shinmo, carrying the fishing net, returned to the dilapidated house with Xiao Tao's help. He had just put the tattered net down. The courtyard gate creaked open gently once again. Chapter 9: Borrowing a fishing net. Yu Yunlu is back. He's carrying something. 2 wild rabbits. Rabbit! Xiao Tao exclaimed in surprise. Miss Yu, you are amazing. Xiao Tao praised sincerely. Yunlu, you've worked hard, take a rest. Shinmo nodded at Yu Yunlu and said. I've struck gold, Shinmo thought to himself. Who knew that this seemingly frail girl was actually a skilled hunter? Xiao Tao, go and prepare the rabbits, we'll have them for an extra meal tonight, Shinmo instructed Xiao Tao. Yes, young master, the little girl replied happily. I'll do it, Yu Yunlu said. Alright, Xiao Tao, then you cooperate with Yunlu. Later, skin the rabbit as intact as possible, tan it might come in handy later, Shinmo instructed. Peeling, washing, and lighting a fire filled the house with the aroma of cooking. Watching Xiao Tao and Yu Yunlu leave, Shinmo's gaze fell on the tattered fishing net outside the courtyard. Ru Xuan, Ru Shui. Come here and help me down. Shinmo called to the 2 women. Beside the water vat in the courtyard, Shinmo endured the stench and, together with the twins, slowly unfurled the tattered net. The situation was worse than expected. The network cable was not only broken in multiple places, but also rotten in many places due to long-term mold growth, and could break easily with the slightest force. Husband, can this net still be used? Ru Shui, who was a little older, looked at the tattered net with holes in it and asked in despair. Yes. We'll try anything, no matter what. Shen Mo said through gritted teeth. Ru Shui, go and ask Miss Lu for some sturdy hemp thread, as well as some fine needles, or even sharp bone spurs or wooden splinters. Shen Mo instructed. Shen Mo then began to carefully examine the torn net. In his previous life, he had helped his father mend fishing nets many times during holidays, and he still remembered how they worked. Soon, Ru Shui found a sharpened animal bone and some hemp thread. Shen Mo picked up the animal bone needle, threaded it with twisted hemp thread, and began to repair it. The two women, Ru Shuang and Ru Shui, helped organize the network cables and handed over tools. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour had gone by. There were still about 1 or 2 hours left before sunset. It's done. Let's give it a try. Shen Mo said happily after repairing the biggest holes in the net. Shen Mo and the two women, Ru Shuang and Ru Shui, dragged their fishing nets toward the small river behind the village, which wasn't far from their home. The river wasn't very deep, and the current was gentle. Recalling his fishing skills from his previous life, Shen Mo chose a backwater bay with relatively calm currents and close to aquatic plants. You guys stand there. When I yell for you to pull, then pull. Shen Mo pointed to the shore. The two women did as instructed, pulling the net to the other side of the shore. Shen Mo waded into the waist-deep water, his back still injured, and couldn't go any further. He stretched the other end of the net as wide as possible to form a circle, and then struggled to drag the net toward the shore. Pull! Pull quickly! Shen Mo shouted from the water. The two women, as white as frost and as white as snow, pulled with all their might. After a tremendous effort, they finally managed to drag the net ashore. The three women, panting heavily, looked hopefully into the net. A few finger-sized fish hopped around in the muddy water, along with a few small shrimp, a few river mussels, and a large pile of water plants, rotten mud, and withered branches and leaves. The harvest was meager, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. As Ru Shuang and Ru Shui looked at the meager catch at the bottom of the net, their expectation instantly turned into disappointment. There are fish. Although they're small. This means there are fish in this river. Our method might be wrong. Shen Mo's eyes lit up again as he looked at the few small fish that were still jumping around. There is no major flaw, it's just that we don't have enough sinkers. Shen Mo squatted down, carefully inspected the fishing net, and found a few stones to tie onto it as he spoke. Put these fish aside, and we'll do another round of fishing before it gets dark. Shen Mo said to the two women. The net was quickly lowered again. Pull the net. Shen Mo shouted. So heavy, there must be quite a few this time, Shen Mo thought to himself. As the fishing nets were pulled ashore, several rather large fish came into view. Wow, so many fish, said the twin sister, Ru Shuang, happily. When the fishing net was pulled up, there were 7 or 8 fish that were quite large. Let's go, haul in the net, and go home to eat fish, Shen Mo said happily to the two women. The three of them dragged the fishing net and the fish home. As soon as they entered, the three of them smelled the aroma of meat. Young master, you're back. Come and eat, the porridge and rabbit meat are ready, Xiao Tao said with a smile. Choose a few of these fish to cook, and keep the rest in the water tank, Shen Mo said, pointing to the fish in the net behind him. The girls then looked at the fishing net, where several palm-sized crucian carp were struggling to survive, along with some smaller fish. Xiao Tao quickly picked out 2 palm-sized fish. Let's make another one, Shen Mo said from the side. I'll kill and cook the fish. Xiao Tao, you can store the rest of the fish. Yi San Yang said, taking the initiative to grab the fish from the fishing net. I'll go boil some water, Lu Ruyan said. Yi San Yang quickly prepared the 3 fish and put them in the pot. Shen Mo stood by and watched. When the fish is heated, it curls up slightly, and the fish soup quickly turns a cloudy white. Salt, Shen Mo said. At this moment, Yi San Yang pinched a small pinch of coarse salt from a broken earthenware bowl and sprinkled it into the pot. No oil, no ginger, or scallions to remove the fishy smell. Only water, fish, and salt. The dilapidated house was filled with a primal, fresh fish aroma. Gurgle, gurgle. Third sister, serve everyone the soup, let's eat. Young master, please have some hot water first. Yi San Yang ladled out a bowl and handed it to Shen Mo, who was sitting in a chair. Shen Mo did not refuse, he was too weak and desperately needed energy. It's so fresh. Shen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Shen Mo raised his eyes and glanced at the 5 women and Xiao Tao who were still standing. What are you all standing there for? Come and sit down and eat with us, Shen Mo said, gesturing to the women. The 6 women remained motionless. At this moment, Xiao Tao spoke up, "Young master, you eat first. We'll eat after you're done." Ancient education was harmful. In the Zhou dynasty, where men were superior to women, only wives could eat at the same table with their husbands. Concubines and maids could only eat after their masters had finished eating. Shen Mo looked through the original owner's memories and realized what had happened, so he had no choice but to get up. "Do you want me to beg you to come and sit down? Or do I have to drag you all over to sit down?" Shen Mo joked. Yu Yunlu was the first to walk over and sit down, and after someone led the other 5 women to sit down as well. "Eat." "Thank you, young master," Lu Ruyan said softly. "Thank you, my husband," Yi San Yang addressed him directly. Shen Mo almost choked when he heard Yi San Yang's words while drinking soup. After finishing the congee, rabbit meat, and fish soup, everyone was stuffed. "Husband, look how late it is, shall we go into the room and rest?" Yi San Yang said, looking at Shen Mo with tender affection in her peach blossom eyes. Chapter 10. My beloved wives begged me to be gentle. The moment the words left his mouth, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. "Are we going into the room already? Young master is still injured," Xiao Tao said worriedly, but didn't dare to speak. "Now that we're in the room, does that mean we need to establish rules next?" The twins, Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu, all had changing expressions, unconsciously thinking that this was an unwritten custom prevalent in this dynasty, especially in villages. "Ru Shuang, Ru Shui, Xiao Tao, you 2 sleep in the left-hand set," Shen Mo said, pointing to the twins and Xiao Tao. "Miss Yu, Miss Lu, and third sister, the 3 of you will sleep in the middle room," Shen Mo continued to arrange. "Luckily, we have 3 rooms in the house, otherwise it would be awkward now, with no room to sleep." "Alright, it's getting late, everyone should go back to their rooms and rest," Shen Mo said before entering his room. The oil lamp had gone out, leaving only the faint moonlight from outside the window. Shen Mo stared at the dark ceiling, lost in thought. "I've just transmigrated like this? And I've married 5 unique wives and a little lowly all at once. What should I do next? Fish and sell them? It's getting colder and colder, and some of the roofs in the rooms are cracked. It'll be a problem when it rains or snows. Right, when it's cold, I can sell honeycomb briquettes and smokeless coal. Later, when I have more money, I can sell refined wedding candy. I dare not sell salt." Shen Mo became more and more excited as he thought about it, and he couldn't sleep. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Xiao Tao found a red candle somewhere, lit it, and walked in. 5 newlywed wives followed behind. The 6 women squeezed into the small room, all dressed in their finest clothes. Yu Yunlu looked at Shen Mo, wanting to speak several times, but then held back. Lu Ruyan changed into an old light green ruchu in a type of traditional Chinese dress, which accentuated her slender figure. The twins, Yan Rushuang and Yan Rushua, were wearing the same old pale yellow dress. Yi San Yang was wearing an old red dress that looked very tight, revealing her impressive bust. "Why did you all come here?" Shen Mo asked, looking at the women. The silence in the room was almost palpable. The only sound was the occasional soft crackling of the burning red candles. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly stood up. Her movements were light and graceful, like lotus leaves fluttering in the air, as she walked to the bedside. All eyes instantly turned to her. She slowly pulled something from her wide sleeve. A 2-foot-long ebony ruler. In the village, on the first night after the bride enters the house, the husband will discipline her with a ruler or cane, hitting her palms, calves, and even whipping her back a few times. This is euphemistically called establishing rules and showing the husband's power. The harder the beating, the more capable the husband seems, and the more obedient the bride is. This is a long-standing and considered natural custom in this area. Shen Mo's mind went blank as fragments of the original owner's memories suddenly surged up. Lu Ruyan held the ebony ruler in both hands, bowed slightly, and respectfully presented it to Shen Mo. "Husband, according to our local customs, you should beat me." Lu Ruyan's voice was soft and gentle, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Shen Mo, her gaze filled with grievance and pleading. "Husband, be gentle, I'm afraid of pain." Lu Ruyan's faint fragrance of perfume wafted into Shen Mo's nose as she whispered. Afraid of pain, coupled with her pitiful expression, made Shen Mo's bones melt. Shen Mo raised the ruler high, and Lu Ruyan closed her eyes in fear. The twins were so frightened that they shrank back behind Yu Yunlu. They were so thin and small if that hit really hard. Yi San Yang watched the scene nervously, having been cursed to have 3 husbands, She had never experienced anything like it. Xiao Tao's face turned pale. She nervously glanced at Lu Ruyan, then at her young master. Shen Mo gripped the ruler tightly, his arm suddenly rising high. The movement was so fast that it created a whooshing sound. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The next moment. Smack! A crisp slapping sound rang out in the silent room. There was no scream of pain as I had imagined. A dark ebony ruler was used to strike the bed. The soft brocade quilt was instantly dented by the impact. The entire room was filled with astonishment. Lu Ruyan's face was blank and bewildered, her hand holding the ruler still frozen in mid-air. Clang! Shen Mo threw the ruler in his hand to the ground. It's over. From now on, there will be no such rule here with me, Shen Mo. Shen Mo said solemnly, word by word, his gaze sweeping over every stunned woman in the room. It was a resounding statement. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Shen Mo, her eyes welling up with tears. All right, my wives. Get some rest, I'm going to sleep now, Shen Mo said wearily. The women did not leave, but looked at Lu Ruyan, the down-on-her-luck daughter of an official. They had already discussed before they came that there was still one thing left to do. Lu Ruyan raised her eyes, her gaze calm as she looked at Shen Mo. Her voice was clear and pleasant, carrying an intellectual gentleness. My lord, the Book of Rites says that marriage is a great event that unites two families, serves the ancestral temple above, and continues the lineage below. Today, we 6 sisters have officially entered the Shen family. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Shen Mo. Now that we have entered the Shen family, we should perform the rites of husband and wife to continue our lineage, so as not to break our marriage vows and to uphold the great principles of human relations. Although my husband is unwell, the wedding night must not be neglected, and the social order must not be disrupted. Tonight is the day the ceremony is completed. According to the rites, customs, and the laws of the great Zhou dynasty, the responsibility of consummating the marriage cannot be shirked. I wonder which sister you, my husband, would like to serve in bed first? Lu Ruyan asked Shen Mo with a frank look in her eyes. Holy crap! It's here! This damned ancient etiquette, this official's daughter speaks so eloquently, it sounds so reasonable, I'm speechless. So, for her, the wedding night is just about completing her KPI? Paying taxes? After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Shen Mo felt bitter. Yi Sanyang smiled charmingly, leaning forward slightly, which accentuated her alluring curves. Her voice was soft and sweet. Oh, Miss Lu is right, etiquette is of utmost importance. Husband, she drew out the words, her eyes so alluring they could drip water. Look at your figure, you should carefully choose someone who will care for you and know how to serve you. As for me, your third sister, I am the most considerate. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, the full curve swaying in front of Shen Mo's eyes. Household laws? Local customs? The responsibility of consummating the marriage? Normally, that would be a happy trouble, but now, I'm too weak, and I still have an injury on my back. And then there's Yi Sanyang, could her hints be any more obvious? Throwing herself into my arms without even considering the timing? My back is still aching even with the slightest movement, and I'm supposed to serve her in bed? I'm afraid I'll have to perform a death scene right here and now. Shen Mo felt like he was choking on blood. Shen Mo took a deep breath and said gently, Miss Lu, and everyone else, look at me now. It's difficult for me to even turn over. As for the wedding ceremony, cough cough, could we postpone it for now? Chapter 11, The Women Forced to Consummate the Marriage. Miss Lu Shen, you are a reasonable person. Shouldn't etiquette also take into account the right time, place, and people? Right now, I'm really struggling to meet the right people. Shen Mo said, feeling extremely embarrassed. Help! I, a dignified transmigrator, am being forced to use my limited strength as a shield. This is outrageous. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, seemingly weighing the relative importance of being powerless and etiquette. The people of this dynasty valued etiquette and law above all else, especially the women. This is why all the women obediently followed Lu Ruyan's decision. She was educated, and although she had fallen on hard times, she was once the daughter of an official and knew a lot about etiquette and law. Ru Shuang and Ru Shui are too young and their bodies are weak. Focus on eating well and getting better. There's no rush for those things. We can talk about them when you're a bit older, Shen Mo quickly pressed on, turning his gaze to the twin sisters and speaking gently. Shen Mo then looked at Lu Ruyan, Yu Lu, Xiao Tao, and Yi Sanyang, his tone pleading. As for the four of you, could you allow me a few days to recover? Once my injury has healed and I can walk steadily again, we can proceed with the Jogon ceremony, shall we? Tonight, let me recuperate in peace and quiet, is that all right? Shin Mo's words were reasonable and logical. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, as if she wanted to say something about the importance of etiquette, but seeing Shin Mo's pale face and cold sweat on his forehead, she pursed her lips and said nothing more. Yu Yunlu hummed in agreement. Yes, young master. Xiao Tao looked at Shin Mo with a worried expression. Yi San Yang, however, refused. She pouted her red lips, looking utterly aggrieved, and said coquettishly, Husband, what are you saying? It's precisely because you're seriously injured that you need someone to take care of you so closely. San Yang promises, gently, very gently, I absolutely won't touch your wounds. As she spoke, she twisted her body, creating a visually striking, surging effect. Gently? You'd be a fool to believe that. If you just do it gently, I'm afraid I'll be done for. Shen Mo was panicking. I dare not speak for anything else, but when it comes to taking care of people, you are the most thoughtful and meticulous. I guarantee you will be very comfortable, Yi San Yang continued, the last few words tinged with a teasing tone. The provocative intent was obvious. Help! In my past life, I, a mere beast of burden, would never have dared to dream of such an attack. It's like a goddess throwing herself into my arms. But my back wound is still aching. This isn't serving me, it's sending me to my death. Shen Mo felt utterly helpless. Yan Rushuang timidly tugged at her sister's sleeve, her big eyes full of confusion, and asked softly, Sister, what does it mean when my husband says we should grow up a little more? She subconsciously looked down at her flat chest, then secretly glanced at Yi San Yang's impressive figure that seemed to burst out of her clothes, and then looked at the relatively reserved curves of Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu beside her. Her little face was full of innocent curiosity. Yan Rushua shook her head blankly, looked down at herself, then looked at Yi San Yang and whispered, Maybe I should be a little bigger like Sister Yi? She imitated Yi San Yang and clumsily made an exaggerated arc in front of her chest. Put! Xiao Tao couldn't help but almost burst out laughing, and quickly covered her mouth. Lu Ruyan's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Yi San Yang was taken aback at first, then her face instantly lit up with an incomparably smug and proud light. She puffed out her chest, which looked as beautiful as any other woman, and gave the twins a flirtatious wink. Little girls, you have good taste. But, my silly sisters, your husband is just being kind to you. But, you know. She deliberately dragged out her words. Men, you know, they say no, but what they're really thinking, it's hard to say. Look at the way my husband looks at me, cough cough. Anyway, listen to your sister, you won't regret it. My husband likes big ones. You guys, eat well and work on developing. Oof. Whether he can handle it or not is another matter, said Yu Yunlu, the hunter's daughter, with dissatisfaction. Shen Mo almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing this. Holy crap! What is all this nonsense? I meant growing up literally. Growing up healthily. Where did you guys get your imaginations? And what does Yu Yunlu mean by can withstand or not? Who does he think he is? Shen Mo cursed inwardly. Lu Ruyan shook her head helplessly, stood up and bowed to Shen Mo, My husband, please rest well. I will take my leave. She then pulled the twin sisters, who were still gesturing in confusion, and the other women away from the main hall. The 6 girls obediently returned to their rooms. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the left wing room, Sister Yan Rushuang called softly. Yan Rushua gently grasped her sister's cold fingers with her other hand. My husband made a really loud noise just now. He threw down the ruler and said he wouldn't hit people, Yan Rushuang said softly. I think my husband is a good man. Unlike what people in the village say today, that he is a gambler who loves to drink and womanize, he is so good to Xiao Tao. Yan Rushua replied. Then, does that mean we won't have to wander anymore? Yan Rushuang whispered, pressing her face against her sister's thin shoulder. Right? Yan Rushua comforted her. In the darkness, her gaze drifted to the window. Shen Mo had indeed left her with many unforgettable good impressions today. Young master said he wouldn't hit people. He said he wanted to marry me. Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao. Young master has finally seen how good you are to him. Xiao Tao lay on the bed thinking, and then she remembered the scene of Shen Mo holding her in his arms, and her face turned red. Young master is a good person. He's different from before. She must take good care of him. Tomorrow at dawn, she'll go to the back mountain to see if she can find some herbs to stop the bleeding. The little maid, Xiao Tao, secretly vowed in her heart. Shen Mo tossed and turned for a while, finally lying on his side with his back to the door. After an unknown amount of time, just as Shen Mo's consciousness began to blur due to exhaustion, the door was gently pushed open, almost without making a sound. A rustling sound came from beside Shen Mo, who was about to fall asleep, but he didn't notice the noise. A soft, smooth, and voluptuous body slipped into Shen Mo's bed, pressed against his back, and embraced him with both arms. Feeling the hot, soft body behind him, Shen Mo jolted awake, halfway through his sleep. A warm, moist breath gently brushed against his ear. "Husband, are you asleep?" Meanwhile, a restless hand was already moving. Holy crap! It's really happening. Reverse seduction? Is this even possible? But in this situation, this is practically murdering your husband. Chapter 12 was reversed. Hearing the familiar voice and seeing the moonlight through the window, Shen Mo gradually recognized the newcomer, the widow Yi San Yang. "It's late, I've come to help my husband rest." Yi San Yang's charming voice whispered in his ear. "Third sister, let go. Don't hug me so tightly, my wound is going to reopen." Shen Mo said, grimacing. "Husband, don't refuse." Yi San Yang not only did not back down, but instead became even more aggressive, wrapping one leg around him as well. She raised her head, her peach blossom eyes filled with a knowing smile. "The proper etiquette cannot be disregarded, my husband." Sister Lu said it herself, this is a matter of great importance concerning the continuation of the family line. Yi San Yang deliberately imitated Lu Ruyan's tone, speaking with a strong sense of teasing and allure. "Besides, my husband is a dignified scholar with official rank and is full of young energy. This little injury will not affect the important matter of carrying on the family line." But Shen Mo was both ashamed and anxious. "Oh no, oh no. In my past life, I was sexually harassed and ruined by my female boss. In this life, I'm going to be forced into bed by my own wife? What the hell is this?" Shen Mo cried out inwardly, truly afraid that he was doomed again. "Third sister, listen to me. Let's do it another day, my body really isn't feeling well," Shen Mo said with difficulty. "This is so frustrating. I can't even push a beautiful woman away from me. My dignity as a man is shattered." Shen Mo was really going crazy. "I don't want to." Yi San Yang thought Shen Mo was going to send her away, so she hugged him even tighter. "When did I say I was going to kick you out? I just told you not to hug me so tightly." Shen Mo felt a sharp pain in his back and thought to himself, "I feel wronged. Husband, you despise me. Is that it? Just because I brought death to 3 men? They all call me a jinx. A cursed star." Yi San Yang's voice suddenly became tearful, and tears welled up and dripped onto Shen Mo's neck. "But I'm not. I really am not. They died young. It's God's fault for being blind. Why should I take the blame? Why?" Yi San Yang cried out, her body trembling violently with agitation and despair. "I don't despise you. My injury is really serious. Calm down, let's talk about it again in a few days when I'm better." "No. Now. Tonight." Yi San Yang suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining frighteningly in the darkness, flashing with a mad light. "I've had enough. I've had enough of being talked about behind my back. I've had enough of being treated like a plague and avoided. You're a scholar. You have official rank. Only you can save me. Only if you take me can I hold my head high." Yi San Yang's fingers dug deeply into the flesh of Shen Mo's arm, her nails almost embedding themselves in it. "Husband, please, take me. I will prove to them that I am not a jinx, that I can bring you good fortune, that I can give you a son, please," Yi San Yang pleaded. The woman's weeping, pleas, desperate accusations, and recklessness assaulted Shen Mo's will. Yi San Yang's body was hot and smooth, possessing a unique allure characteristic of a mature woman. Damn! Who can withstand this? But even if you can't, you have to. The wound is going to burst. Shen Mo was torn between his inner demons and his own, feeling like a Tang monk being captured by a female demon, except this Tang monk was about to be crushed to death. As a healthy modern man, being teased like this by a hot, mature woman who was throwing herself into his arms, and who didn't even care about martial ethics. Her words, "Prove to them that I'm not a jinx," deeply stung Shen Mo's heart, reminding him of the frustration he felt in his past life as a beast of burden in the workplace, unappreciated and unrecognized. He recalled the frustrations of being treated like a beast of burden in the workplace in his previous life, the absurd drunkenness and death, and the time travel he had experienced. A sense of shared misery and absurdity, mixed with primal urges, completely overwhelmed him. You be gentle, don't press down on me, Shin-emo said weakly, his voice hoarse. Forget it, I'll just consider it dying under the peony blossoms, a life of romance, Shin-emo thought to himself. Yi San-yang's crying stopped abruptly. Her eyes shone with wild joy. My husband! I knew it! I knew you wouldn't despise me. She laughed through her tears, her voice trembling with extreme allure. My God! This skill and figure, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of it in my previous life, and now I'm the one being reversed? This time travel experience is too exciting. Shin-emo thought to himself. Oh no, I'm working while injured. I've never pushed myself this hard in my past life. Shin-emo could only passively endure it, letting out a muffled groan of pain in the darkness. In ancient times, Yu the Great entered his home 3 times without going in. Now, Shin-emo of the Great Zhou dynasty has entered his home several times, but his key is broken. How exactly did the original owner ruin her life? Shin-emo thought bitterly. Her body, hollowed out by wine and women, was so weak that calling her a good-for-nothing would be an understatement. When I was young, I didn't know what was precious. Now I'm shedding tears in vain. Yi San-yang married 3 times, and although she never consummated the marriage, she learned about the wedding night many times. Read 300 Tang poems by heart, and even if you can't compose poetry, you can still recite it. Just as the ancients said, Yi San-yang was quite knowledgeable in theoretical matters. Third sister, please help me. Shin-emo felt inexplicably embarrassed after saying this, as he still needed his wife to tutor him. Put. Yi San-yang couldn't help but laugh out loud at his embarrassed look, her face showing a hint of smugness and understanding. Don't be in such a hurry, my husband. Her voice became even more tender and charming, carrying a seductive tone of I'll teach you. This can't be done with brute force alone, we also need to, Yi San-yang said, her breath sweet as orchids as she whispered something in Shin-emo's ear. Shin-emo's face instantly turned red. You? Wow, this ancient young woman knows so much? This posture and technique would be at the level of a top instructor in my previous life. Shin-emo thought to himself, in a frenzy of complaints. Oh dear, my husband, propriety is important, Yi San-yang said with a charming smile. Besides, I'm doing this to fulfill the important duty of continuing the lineage, which is to help my husband, she teased as she helped. I'm just not in good shape today. I'll fight again another day. Oh? Not feeling well? Yi San-yang asked seductively. Then I'll put in even more effort and make sure my husband is in greater condition. Don't worry, my husband, my cooking skills are excellent. I guarantee you'll succeed in your wedding. Pain, shame, a strange and stimulating sensation, and Yi San-yang's endless assistance methods that broadened Shin-mo's horizons. He felt like a puppet, completely dominated by her. Husband, inhale. Yes, that's it. Oh dear, husband, don't be so tense, relax a bit. Yes, that's right, my husband is wonderful. Oh dear. Husband, be careful of your wound. Slow down, don't rush. It's done. My husband. It's done. The ceremony is complete. Shin-emo was drenched in sweat, his back wounds burned with pain, and he felt a wave of weakness and emptiness throughout his body. I was forced into a reverse relationship, and I only managed to complete it with someone's hands-on instruction. This time travel is so frustrating. Shin-emo felt a deep sense of desolation. Yi San-yang, on the other hand, was radiant, like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish. She lay lazily beside him, her voice hoarse with satisfaction. Husband, the proper etiquette has been fulfilled. Can I say that I have completed my task? Shin-emo glared at her weakly, his voice feeble. Madam, are you satisfied now? Satisfied? This is far from enough. Yi San-yang chuckled sweetly, leaning close to his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. The proper etiquette has been achieved, but this task of continuing the lineage can't be accomplished in one go, my husband. I told you, I'll definitely give you a big, healthy son to wash away my reputation as a jinx. It's not even dawn yet, how about we do it again? When Shin-emo heard one more time, his legs went weak. Did you think he was buying a drink? One more time? Why not one more bottle? The odds of winning a drink aren't 100% even if you're buying a beverage. Shin-emo was already somewhat exhausted at this point, and quickly waved his hand, saying, no, thank you. Next time, after I've recovered from my injuries, I'll definitely come back and make you satisfied. Or how about installments? How about we pay in installments? Installment? What does installment mean? Yi San Yang asked, puzzled. Tonight is the first time fulfilling the agreement. The remaining payments will be made in installments over time in the future? Shin Emo explained, his brain really not enough. The installment payments for his mortgage in his previous life were still deeply ingrained in his bones. Yi San Yang laughed heartily upon hearing this. Hee, my husband is so funny. All right. I'll listen to my husband and pay in installments. She stretched out her little finger and hooked it with Shin Mo's little finger. Pinky promise. My husband, you can't go back on your word. Once you've recovered, you must make it up to me. She emphasized the word make it up to me, her eyes brimming with seductive charm. Shin Emo reluctantly made a pinky promise with her, inwardly groaning, what a disaster. This isn't a wife, she's a debt collector. And a loan shark at exorbitant interest rates. Yi San Yang was completely satisfied. Like a kitten released from its lap, she curled up beside him, clinging to his arm. Her cheeks were flushed, and she said in a lazy, hoarse voice, Husband, now I am truly your wife in name and in fact. You must keep your word, take good care of yourself, and don't let me work so hard next time. After saying that, she fell into a deep sleep and soon began to breathe evenly. Shin Emo stared at the dark roof, feeling utterly desolate. What kind of situation is this? Not only did he get reverse pushed, but he also relied on the woman to carry him the whole time, and in the end, he was criticized for not trying hard enough. No, I must start exercising tomorrow. I must. Shen Mo's heart was filled with deep resentment towards this broken body. He kept thinking about it in a daze, and his consciousness gradually blurred. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Shen Mo was abruptly awakened by an extremely noisy commotion, like the opening of a vegetable market. Open the door. Chapter 13 The Widow of Wenkuxing Town. Scholar Shun. Open the door. Is she still alive? Is Widow Yi inside? Come out and say something. Oh my goodness. What time is it? There's not a sound from inside. Could it really be? Old Zhao, Granny Son, why don't you go knock on the door and see what's going on? Little Peach. Open the door quickly. Let everyone see how your young master looks. Outside the courtyard gate, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Knocking on the door, shouting, chattering, and even gloating laughter created a chaotic, jumbled mess, as if the entire village had crowded into Shin Mo's house. The commotion completely banished Shin Mo's sleepiness. He suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp soreness running through his body, reminding him of the fierce battle of etiquette that had taken place the previous night. Shin Mo thought to himself that next time he must regroup and fight fairly and squarely. This time, he was passive and even his right to be a bully at home was taken away. Shin Mo turned his head to look to the side, supporting his waist. Yi San Yang was also awakened by the loud noise. She sat up abruptly, the thin blanket slipped off, and her private parts were exposed. When she heard the deafening shouts outside, especially the words Widow Yi, is she still alive, and how does she look? Her alluring face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. The smugness of the previous night was instantly replaced by immense panic and shame. Husband, they. Yi San Yang's voice trembled. She subconsciously gripped the quilt tightly, wrapped herself up, and looked at Shin Mo in horror. Her lips trembled, and tears streamed down her face. Did you think you? Yi San Yang cried, her fingers unconsciously tightening, her nails almost digging into Shin Mo's flesh. Did you die from being cursed? Shin Mo replied irritably. With this kind of spectacle, anyone who didn't know better would think that Shin, had died young and the whole village was here for a feast. This Widow Ye's reputation is just too famous. Shin Mo thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. Listening to the increasingly outrageous discussions outside. Have you heard? There was quite a commotion last night. That Widow Yi was really something. TSK, with that small frame of Scholar Shin's, and with his injuries, it's going to be tough. Open the door quickly. Give me a straight answer, is he dead or alive? I bet a basket of eggs that Scholar Shin won't be able to get out of bed today. He still can't get out of bed. I think Scholar Shin has probably been cursed to death in bed by Widow Yi. Hearing the various discussions outside, Shin Mo felt a surge of anger rising to his head. He gritted his teeth, suddenly threw off the covers, and struggled to sit up, but his back ached, his limbs were weak, and he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. The images of last night's fierce battle uncontrollably flooded his mind. Yi San Yang unleashed her 18 kinds of martial arts in turn. How could he, a modern soul, have ever witnessed such a scene? No matter how rich his theoretical knowledge was, it couldn't keep up with the lack of hardware. Several times, the arrow was on the bowstring, but it just wouldn't fire. In the end, it was only thanks to Yi San Yang's astonishing professional skills and technical guidance that they barely managed to complete their first consummation of marriage. The process was as arduous as pulling all-nighters to finish a project PowerPoint presentation in my previous life. Husband. Are you alright? You look terrible. Yi San Yang saw him trying to get up and hurriedly helped him up, but she was afraid of hurting him. Her flustered appearance showed no trace of the fierceness of the female knight from last night. I won't die. Shinemo waved his hand weakly, resignedly lay back down, and sighed resignedly as he listened to the increasingly loud noise outside. Help me up. If you don't open the door, they might tear the house down. What kind of mess is this? On the first day of transmigrating, I was almost beaten to death by the princess. On the second day, I was almost drained dry by the widow, and on the third day, I have to be watched by the whole village? How outrageous must the script be to dare to write something like this? Yi San Yang quickly and carefully helped him up, and then hurriedly helped him put on his outer clothes. She quickly put on her clothes. Thankfully she had combed her hair again after consummating the marriage yesterday. Despite his aching back and waist, Shinemo walked towards the door. Yi San Yang followed closely behind, her face pale and her fingers tightly twisting the hem of her clothes. With a creak, the old wooden door was pulled open. The blinding morning light flooded in, making Shinemo squint. Outside the door, a dense crowd of people. The fence was almost entirely filled with the elderly and children of Liushi village. Everyone craned their necks, their faces displaying a variety of expressions. Some were watching the spectacle, some were gloating, and a very few were worried about him. When the crowd saw that Shinemo was still alive, despite his pale face and unsteady steps, they erupted in a huge uproar. Oh my God! Alive! Really alive! Scholar Shen! Well done, Scholar Shen! The god of literature has descended to earth. He really is the god of literature descended to earth. He was whipped by the princess and he was fine. He can even keep that evil widow Yi in check. Amazing, amazing. An old man with a white beard excitedly slapped his thigh. TSK, look at widow Yi's complexion. So rosy. And her hair is styled in a married woman's bun. This is really a consummation of the marriage? A plump and carrying a vegetable basket exclaimed with gleaming eyes, pointing at Yi San Yang. That's right. His eyes are different now, so watery. It seems that Scholar Shen is really lucky he really managed to suppress the Black Widow's evil aura. The curse has been broken on its own. Someone immediately chimed in. Hearing these comments, Yi San Yang's originally pale face instantly flushed red. She was both ashamed and embarrassed, and subconsciously shrank back behind Shinemo. But deep in her eyes, a glint of disbelief flashed. They were praising her good complexion? Saying she was stunned? Instead of calling her a jinx? Humph. Tough luck? Can you keep it up for a while, or for a lifetime? It's an undeniable fact that Widow Yi has caused the deaths of 3 husbands. Who knows when? A sharp and sarcastic voice rang out. It was Granny Wang, the village's notorious gossip. She curled her lip, her eyes full of malicious speculation. That's right. Shin Xiaotsai is a scholar with official rank. Getting involved with such a jinxed person could bring trouble to the whole village. Several people immediately echoed, their gazes towards Yi San Yang filled with undisguised rejection and disgust. The old village head also frowned. Although he didn't say it outright, his gaze towards Yi San Yang was distant and disapproving. The faint glimmer of light that had just appeared on Yi San Yang's face vanished instantly, her complexion turning ashen again, her body trembling slightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She lowered her head, daring not to look at anyone, overwhelmed once more by immense humiliation and despair. When did simply being alive become an honor? Shinemo muttered to himself, looking at the crowd of people around him who were treating him like a treasure. Just then, Shinemo, who had been silent until now, spoke up. His gaze swept over everyone, a mocking smile playing on his lips, and Wang, and a few other villagers. Shinemo spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. You're right, third sister has cursed 3 husbands to death. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Yi San Yang suddenly raised her head, looking at Shen Mo in disbelief, her eyes instantly filled with tears.
Does my husband think so too? Is he going to abandon me as well? Chapter 14 Ancient Female Driver.
Shen Mo then changed the subject, speaking slowly and deliberately, but I'd like to ask you all, her first husband drowned in the latrine because he was drunk and didn't look where he was going, right? Her second husband was killed when a piece of tile fell down and crushed him during the house's regular repairs, right? Her third husband was trampled to death when his horse got spooked. I was also spooked by a horse that day and was whipped twice by the princess, but I didn't die, and I even consummated my marriage with third sister.
You could say he was just unlucky, right?
Shen Mo paused after each question, his gaze sweeping over Granny Wang and the others. Those whose eyes met his felt a chill run down their spines, and they nodded subconsciously, yes, that's how it is, but... Since they were all accidents, or perhaps they brought it upon themselves, Shen Mo's voice suddenly rose an octave.
Then why should this husband-killing label be placed on a weak woman?
She married him wanting to live a good life.
What did she do wrong to deserve such a stigma? To be despised by everyone like a rat in the street?
Shen Mo pointed at Yi San Yang, whose face was pale and tears were streaming down her face, his voice filled with indignation. Uncle Village Head, you've been to school for a few years and you value reason.
Tell me, is the word husband killer written in the official laws or engraved in the writings of sages? If people can be convicted based on a few idle words, what justice is there in this world? Shen Mo looked sharply at the respected old village head and asked for his advice.
Old Li blushed at Shen Mo's question, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal.
Every word Shen Mo said made perfect sense.
Shen Mo surveyed the silent crowd and declared loudly, although I, Shen Mo, am not talented, I do know that the master did not speak of strange phenomena, physical prowess, disorder, or spirits.
My life was spared by heaven and by the mercy of the princess. It has absolutely nothing to do with any husband killing or evil aura.
Shen Mo paused for a moment, then continued. From this day forward, Yi San Yang is my lawfully wedded wife, Shen Mo.
Anyone who dares to gossip and slander my Shen family will face my wrath.
Shen Mo's tone was icy, his gaze sharp as knives, and he exuded an aura of authority.
The entire room fell silent.
Everyone was stunned by Shen Mo's resounding, reasonable, and extremely protective words. Especially the phrases "a lawfully wedded wife" and "a member of the Shen family" struck Yi San Yang's heart like a heavy hammer. She abruptly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. But this time, it wasn't humiliation and despair, but a warm current of unwavering support that she had never felt before. Looking at Shen Mo's not-so-tall, even somewhat weak, back, she felt that this man's figure had never been so towering and upright as it was at this moment. The other 5 women standing at the entrance of the main room also stared wide-eyed at Shen Mo's figure, their eyes filled with shock and a hint of admiration. This sickly scholar seemed quite different from what they had imagined, constantly redefining their perceptions.
Scholar Shen is right, the villagers are ignorant. Everyone, disperse. Don't crowd around their door.
The old village chief coughed awkwardly twice, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Shen Mo, and turned to leave first. Granny Wang and the others were rendered speechless by Shen Mo's retort, and then they saw that the village head had left. Scholars are all talk, just you wait and see, Granny Wang muttered, then dispersed sullenly. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only the Shen family members looking at each other in bewilderment. Yi San Yang could no longer hold back. She suddenly threw herself behind Shen Mo, hugged his waist tightly, buried her face in his back, and burst into tears. Shen Mo felt the violent trembling coming from his back, sighed helplessly, and gently patted the back of her hand.
Oh dear, what a mess. What a disaster. But the feeling on my back, cough, it's really amazing. No, I have to make money and get nutrition right away. Otherwise, I can't even handle 1 wife, let alone 5.
Shen Mo's inner monologue started to go off track again. The noise subsided, and the courtyard returned to tranquility, but the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. This humble servant is Lu Ruyan, greetings to my husband. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and gave Shen Mo a graceful bow, her posture dignified and elegant, her voice gentle as water, and her eyes clear.
What's going on here? Shen Mo was taken aback.
My lord, Lu Ruyan said, according to the Zhou dynasty's rights and laws and household and marriage laws, taking a concubine into the household requires the consent of the principal wife to be in accordance with the rights. Although Yi's actions last night were understandable, they were still against the rights and might cause gossip among the neighbors, making it easier for others to use against her. I urge you, my lord, to establish a principal wife to uphold the family's rules.
The Book of Rights? The Book of Marriage and Household Registration?
Shen Mo's mind was buzzing.
Sister, I almost couldn't even get into the entrance last night. What do I care about the books of rights and laws?
It's already a miracle that I managed to complete the consummation of the marriage KPI alive.
He was about to say something in his defense. Humph. Criticism? Weren't the things those people outside said awful enough?
They kept calling me a husband killer and a jinx, and even said that only a literary star like you could keep my husband in check.
I think they're just bored, said Yu Yunlu, the hunter's wife, with dissatisfaction. The twin sister, Yan Rushua, coughed lightly twice and said, "What you say is true, sister." But last night, Sister Yi ultimately helped her husband.
She was too shy to say exactly what she helped, but everyone understood the implication. It was simply fulfilling the proper etiquette.
Sister Yi, you're amazing. Did you use some secret technique last night?
I saw my husband's legs were shaking when he came out this morning.
The younger sister, Yan Rushuang, looked at Yi San Yang with a gossipy and admiring expression, pointing at Shen Mo's slightly trembling legs without any restraint. Put. Shen Mo almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little miss, you're so observant. That's exhaustion. It's weakness.
It's the after effect of having your dignity trampled in the dirt. Yi San Yang, however, didn't seem to care at all. Instead, she covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Shen Mo with a captivating charm. Rushuang, you really know how to talk. There's no secret method, it's just, well, guiding our literary star master, letting his literary talent put to practical use, and sharing some with me. After she finished speaking, she looked at Shen Mo with an ambiguous gaze.
Shen Mo. Help! This woman is too good at driving. Even I, a modern-day veteran driver, can't handle her. What happened to the reserved nature of ancient women?
Shen Mo felt a shiver run down his spine as he thought about last night, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Ruyan is right, etiquette must be observed.
Shen Mo blushed and quickly changed the subject, his voice still a little hesitant.
We can deal with choosing a wife later when we have time.
Now, can we have breakfast first? Shen Mo said.
His stomach then let out a loud rumbling sound.
Put. Even the most serious Yu Yunlu couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Oh dear. I was so busy talking that my husband must be starving. Xiao Tao slapped her forehead and immediately ran to the kitchen. I'll go heat up the porridge right away.
Yes, let's eat.
Shen Mo said, feeling like he had been granted a pardon. Food is as essential as iron. You'll get hungry if you skip a meal.
You need to be well fed to have the energy.
Shen Mo originally wanted to say get to work, but when he saw the ambiguous smile in Yi San Yang's eyes, he swallowed back what he was about to say and changed his words to have the strength to talk about etiquette.
Yes, talk about etiquette. The women. Breakfast ended in silence and the women's eye contact.
Shen Mo put down his bowl, looked at the dilapidated courtyard and the several pale, thin but still beautiful faces, and a strong sense of responsibility welled up in his heart.
No way. I have to make money. I have to improve my life. Otherwise, how can I meet my KPI of having 5 kids in 3 years?
Shen Mo's gaze swept over the fishing nets that had been drying outside the yard.
Xiao Tao. Bring that pile of fishing nets in from the yard. Rushuang, Rushue, Jinlu, you all come and help. We'll check the nets.
Third aunt, Ruyan, you two clear the dishes. Today, we're going to the river to catch some more meat.
Chapter 15. A golden carp is no ordinary fish in a pond. Young master, the net is dry. Xiao Tao came in carrying the net. Shen Mo took the net, unfolded it, and examined it carefully. Husband, can this net still be used? I'm afraid the little fish will escape.
Yan Rushue, the twin sister, asked softly, looking at the small holes with some worry.
What are you afraid of?
Yan Rushuan leaned closer and poked a hole in the hole with her finger.
The small fish got away, let's catch the big fish. Those crucian carp didn't escape yesterday, did they? It works.
The big holes are all plugged, the small holes are fine, Shen Mo said after checking the entire net.
That may be true, but if there are any flaws, it's best to fix them.
A skilled craftsman must first have the right tools. This morning is a good opportunity to check and fill in the gaps, Lu Ruyan said slowly.
Yes, my husband, we must have the right tools.
Yi San Yang had just finished cleaning up the dishes and was leaning lazily against the doorframe, playing with a strand of hair in her hand, and smiling at Shen Mo.
Shen Mo. Why does it smell like driving so early in the morning? Cough, Ruyan is right. Even small holes need to be patched. Do we have any rope at home? Shanemo asked Lu Ruyan. It's all gone, my husband.
You used it all up yesterday when you were mending the fishing nets, Lu Ruyan whispered.
It's hopeless, Shanemo sighed inwardly.
My lord, we can actually mend fishing nets using tree branches, grass stems, and vines, Yunlu suggested from the side.
All right, Yunlu, you lead the way.
Let's get some tree sap and some thin, resilient grass stems or vines.
Okay. Yunlu nodded.
The group went into the woods to find materials. Soon, all the materials were ready.
Look.
Dip this grass stem in some resin, then patch it up like you're sewing clothes.
Try it yourself, following my instructions. Shanemo taught the ladies beside him as he demonstrated. Sister, do you think my patching looks good?
Yen Rushuang held up a small hole she had patched, crooked and uneven, like an ugly patch.
Yen Rushue smiled and said, Schwanger, mending a net isn't like embroidery, it just needs to be sturdy and not let any fish through. Look at mine, cross it like this. Sister's patching is so neat.
Xiao Tao, bring some more tree sap over here, it's a bit loose here.
Okay, Sister Rushue. Let me try.
Yunlu watched for a while, then squatted down, picked up the grass stems and resin, and quickly patched up a hole.
Lu Ruyan was tidying up the repaired parts to make sure nothing was missed. My sisters are so skillful, don't you think, my husband?
Yi San Yang said with a smile as she watched this scene.
Yes. All are great.
Our Shin family women are capable in both the living room and the kitchen.
Let's go. Target, Xia Hewan, let's go.
Shinemo was inspecting a patch that Yu Yunlu had just repaired when he heard this and looked up, meeting Yi San Yang's gaze. He quickly waved, picked up the fishing net, and led the way out of the courtyard. Yunlu reinforced the left stake a little deeper.
Yes, just like that.
Shinemo said, pointing to the wooden stakes in the pocket formation.
All right.
Yu Yunlu replied, swinging the hammer a few times until the wooden stake was driven 3/10 of an inch into the ground, as stable as a rock.
All right.
Same place, new method. Shinemo clapped his hands, looking at the well-prepared trap with full confidence. Yesterday was too rushed, so I just scooped up the net and left. Today I have plenty of time, so I can catch a big one, Shinemo thought to himself.
Now, it's time to wait for the fish to get into the net. Everyone, find a place to rest for a while.
Several girls were sitting or standing under the shade of trees on the shore.
Xiao Tao and Yen Rushuan couldn't stay still.
They chased after the shadows of fish in the shallow water, and their silvery laughter startled several water birds.
Sister Xiao Tao, look. What a huge fish. Xiao Shuang, watch your step.
Lu Ruyan and Yen Rushue sat quietly on the rocks, watching the shimmering water. Yu Yunlu leaned against a tree, holding her bow, while Yi San Yang sat down next to Shinemo. On the opposite bank of the river, under a large tree, sat an elderly man with silver hair and beard, dressed in a long blue linen robe.
He possessed an imposing presence and profound gaze.
Beside him stood a lean, middle-aged attendant with a restrained demeanor. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in official robes, with a refined appearance and a worried expression, playing chess with the old man. On the chessboard, black and white pieces were intertwined, and a deadly intent lurked beneath the surface. Old Master Lin, on the other side, should I go over and make them quiet down? The middle-aged attendant asked in a low voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shinemo and his group. Old Lin didn't even lift his eyelids, gently waved his hand, and said in a calm voice, "It's all right."
The cicadas' chirping makes the forest even quieter, and the birds' singing makes the mountain even more secluded. The vitality here is wonderful, and watching this is a pleasure.
His gaze seemed to casually sweep across the opposite bank, lingering briefly on Shinemo, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. The countryside is noisy and bustling, which makes it lose some of its elegance, but the teacher's heart is as vast as the sea. The middle-aged man in official robes also looked up and glanced at the scene, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Old Master Lin neither agreed nor disagreed, but placed a piece on the board. "It's your turn." Just then, the pocket formation set up by Shinemo suddenly churned violently.
Water splashed everywhere. "Raise the net!"
Shinemo shouted, and together with Yu Yunlu, they struggled to drag the heavy fishing net ashore.
Oh my God! A cry of surprise erupted instantly.
At the bottom of the net, a rare golden carp, its scales shimmering and as long as a forearm, was clearly visible. It struggled fiercely in the net, each scale reflecting dazzling golden light in the morning sun, as if a divine being had descended to earth.
Golden carp. It's a golden carp. What an auspicious sign. Yan Rushuang jumped up excitedly. Golden light. God bless us. This is truly an auspicious sign.
Xiao Tao clasped her hands together, her voice trembling with excitement.
Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, exclaiming softly, "A golden carp leaping from the abyss is an auspicious sign of a bountiful year, or perhaps an omen of a hidden dragon?" Yu Yunlu couldn't help but exclaim, "What a majestic fish! Husband, your net is truly amazing."
Yi San Yang moved gracefully, her eyes sweeping over Shen Mo, and said with a smile. Yi San Yang approached gracefully, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the golden carp, then at Shen Mo. Suddenly, she said in a sweet voice, "Sisters, our husband is a scholar."
Now that the auspicious golden carp has emerged from the water, isn't this the will of heaven? Let's all beg our husband to compose a few lines of poetry for us to match the occasion, shall we?
After she finished speaking, she led the way in giving Shen Mo a graceful curtsy, her eyes filled with a mischievous smile.
Yes, yes. My husband is a scholar. A literary star. Quickly compose a poem. Yan Rushuang immediately responded, and also curtsied like Yi San Yang.
Yan Rushua smiled slightly and bowed gently, saying, "Husband."
Lu Xiaotao was even more excited, "Young master. Write a poem. Write a poem." Even Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Mo with a hint of expectant smile. Yu Yunlu, though not bowing, also looked over with great interest.
The women pleaded in unison, their voices like the warbling of orioles and the chirping of swallows.
Shen Mo was a little confused by this scene. Compose a poem? How could I possibly do that? Memorizing poems is fine, but sorry, I can only copy homework.
A golden carp is no ordinary fish. It will transform into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. Shen Mo's gaze swept over the golden carp and the river surface, and the famous line he had memorized in his previous life flashed through his mind like lightning, which he then blurted out. This sentence, once uttered, possesses a majestic and powerful momentum, like a dragon roaring through the heavens. It instantly captures the extraordinary aura of the golden carp. A sense of heroic grandeur, like a dragon rising from the abyss, washes over you. All the women were shocked.
Such vision and spirit, my husband.
Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes shining with admiration. On the opposite bank, old Lin's fingers, which were stroking his beard, suddenly stopped. The middle-aged official's chess piece fell thud onto the chessboard. Shen Mo gazed tenderly at the several stunningly beautiful women before him, each possessing a unique charm. Recalling an ancient poem from his past life, he naturally recited.
Clouds resemble her clothes, flowers resemble her face, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade, and the dew is heavy. If we don't meet atop Mount Chuingyu, we'll meet beneath the moon on the Jade Terrace. This poem, once written, exudes an ethereal, otherworldly charm and unparalleled elegance.
It compares the stunning beauty of the women before it to celestial maidens from a jade terrace, pure and refined, untouched by worldly dust. Yan Rushue and Yan Rushuang's pretty faces flushed, Lu Ruyan's heart fluttered, Yi San Yang smiled, and Yu Yunlu also glanced sideways. On the other side of the river, old Lin's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had found a priceless treasure. The middle-aged official was even more dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost. Just as the entire audience was awestruck and the lingering sound echoed in the air. "Shen Mo, who told you to cast your net in this river bend? Do you know this river bend is next to my Zhao family's ancestral graves? You've disturbed the spirits of my ancestors and ruined the feng shui of our Zhao family.
Hand over the golden carp right now.
And pay me 10 taels of silver to calm your nerves. Otherwise, I'll tear this lousy net to shreds today and whine and grope your women." A voice full of jealousy and malice rang out. Chapter 16 Shopping Group enters the city. Zhao Lizi, leading 3 thugs, rushed up menacingly.
Insulting one's ancestors? Who buries their ancestors in the water for no reason? Even if they did, does the whole river belong to you? Shen Mo asked coldly, instinctively clenching his fists.
On the opposite bank, a cold glint flashed in old Lin's cloudy old eyes.
Enough with the nonsense. I meant it. Give me the golden carp. Don't be stubborn.
Zhao Lizi said, reaching out to snatch the golden carp from the net.
You dare! Yu Yunlu shouted, instantly standing in front of the fishing net. Just as tensions were about to rise. Insolence!
A stern, cold shout suddenly rang out. The old man's attendant flashed like a ghost, and before everyone could see him, he had crossed the shallow water of the river bend and landed steadily between Shin Mo and Zhao Lizi. The attendant gave Zhao Lizi a cold glance. Zhao Lizi and his cronies, seeing the man flying directly towards them, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their legs trembling uncontrollably. My lord! Zhao Lizi's teeth chattered, and his face turned deathly pale. It's over, Zhao Lizi thought to himself, realizing the other party's identity. Young Master Shen, my master says that this golden carp is an auspicious omen of heaven and earth, and is no ordinary creature. Leaving it in the countryside may bring disaster. My master is willing to offer 100 taels of silver to you, young master, so that you may part with this auspicious creature and present it to the imperial court to demonstrate the virtue of the nation's blessings. The attendant completely ignored Zhao Lizi, turned to Shin Mo, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, and said in a loud voice. 100 taels? Zhao Lizi and his accomplice's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, their legs went weak, and they almost knelt down on the spot. 100 taels of silver. They couldn't earn that much money in several lifetimes. What are you all still doing here? Get out of here. At this moment, the voice of the middle-aged attendant rang out. We're leaving now. Zhao Lizi quickly called his accomplices to leave. Shin Mo's heart pounded in shock at the number. 100 taels. That's equivalent to 100,000 copper coins. Based on the prices he learned about yesterday, that's enough to buy 50,000 caddies of brown rice. Enough for his whole family to eat for decades. Lu Ruyan and the other women also gasped in shock, staring at the old man on the opposite bank. After the attendant finished speaking, he took out a brocade pouch from his pocket and poured out large silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels, which he then piled on the ground in front of Shin Mo. The silver light was dazzling. Young master, please. The attendant said succinctly. Wealth is a powerful motivator. This is incredibly generous. I've met a benefactor. Shin Mo swallowed hard. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, sir. It is truly a blessing that this fish has caught your eye and brought good fortune to the nation. I will present it to you now. After saying this, Shin Mo quickly gestured to Yu Lu to carefully place the golden carp into a specially made water bag brought by his attendant. The middle-aged attendant leaped again and flashed to the other side. Let's go. That's enough for today, the old man said, rising to his feet. Okay, teacher. The three of them then disappeared from everyone's sight. With 100 taels of silver in his pocket, Shin Mo felt like he was walking on air. My lower back doesn't ache anymore, and my back doesn't hurt anymore. Ladies, let's go. We're going into the city today, our destination the East Market of the inner city. Our goal buy. We'll take everything we need and want back home. Shin Mo said with a wave of his hand, full of pride. Long live my husband. Yan Rushuang cheered. Young master, shall we buy some meat? Xiao Tao suggested softly. We're almost out of rice, flour, oil, and salt, and our bedding is thin and worn out, Lu Ruyan said softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. My lord, I would like a few feet of new cloth to make a spring dress, would that be nice? It would be more pleasing to your eye, wouldn't it? Yi San Yang's eyes sparkled, her gaze alluring. The sisters all need to buy some new clothes, as well as cotton cloth for menstruation, Yan Rushua added softly. Buy everything. Let's go. Shin Mo blushed and quickly nodded. The group marched in a grand procession towards the eastern market of the county. 6 stunningly beautiful women, each with a unique charm, surrounded a handsome young man. This combination was sure to attract attention wherever they went. Lu Ruyan is dignified and intellectual, like a secluded orchid in a valley. Yu Lu is dashing and has a wild beauty. Yi San Yang was charming and alluring, with a natural talent for seduction. Yan Rushua was gentle and delicate, and I felt pity for her. Yan Rushuang is lively, charming, and adorable. Xiao Tao is well-behaved and obedient, a girl from a modest family. Add to that Shin Mo, who walks with a straight back and a confident stride. Wherever they go, they get a 200% head turning rate. My goodness! Whose young masters and ladies are these? So many beauties. TSK, look at that figure, that face is even more beautiful than the top courtesan at the Forget Worry Pavilion. That young man in the middle is so lucky. How many wives has he married? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Look at that woman with the bow on her back, her eyes are so fierce. That girl in the red dress, wow, one look and my soul would fly away. The vendors were incredibly enthusiastic.
Miss, look at these exquisite rouge and face powders. My lady, this is newly arrived Hangzhou silk.
Make me a dress for you, and I guarantee you'll look more beautiful than a celestial being.
Young master, this is a freshly slaughtered pig. Would you like some pork belly? I'll give you a discount. Shen Mo led the Madam Shopping Group on a shopping spree. Boss, I'll take the whole piece of this pork belly. And that piece of pork fat too, Shen Mo said, showing off his wealth.
The shopkeeper beamed, all right.
You're so generous, young master. Wrap it up for you.
He then turned to his waiter and shouted, quick!
Cut the best meat for this gentleman. Young master. So much meat. We can stew a huge pot of it.
Xiao Tao's mouth was practically watering as she looked at the white, fatty meat. Yan Rushuang, I also want to fry pork cracklings.
They'll be fragrant and crispy.
Keep the bones, we can make soup to nourish the body. After Yu Yunlu finished speaking, she glanced meaningfully at Shen Mo's waist.
Shan Mo. Thank you so much. Lady Yunlu.
Shen Mo felt that he had already been troublesome enough in his previous life, but he did not expect that the women of this Zhou dynasty had not forgotten their childbearing KPI for a moment. The group entered a fabric shop, where the shop owner's eyes lit up as he busily introduced the various fabrics. Lu Ruyan carefully selected thick, durable coarse cotton cloth to use as the lining of the quilt. This cloth is dense, durable, and reasonably priced. Yi San Yang went straight to the brightest peach-colored fine cotton cloth, her fingers twirling it lightly. Husband, look at this color, doesn't it make my skin look so white? After saying that, she winked at Shen Mo, her eyes almost dripping with tears. Yan Rushuang and Yan Rushua were fascinated by a piece of light blue fine cloth and whispered to each other about making matching outfits. Yu Yunlu looked around and pointed to a dark blue, thick canvas. This one is sturdy and dirt resistant, which suits me.
The shopkeeper grinned from ear to ear, excellent. Ladies, you have excellent taste. Young master, you are truly blessed.
As he measured the cloth, he secretly glanced at the women, calculating in his mind how much silver it would cost.
Shen Mo waved his hand and said, give me enough of each kind to make a whole outfit.
You can choose the colors yourselves. The group then went into the general store. Lu Ruyan was in charge of purchasing, manager, 50 caddies of top-quality japonica rice, 50 caddies of millet, 10 caddies of salt, 5 caddies of soybean oil, half a caddy each of Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon, pots, pans, and other utensils. The shopkeeper rattled off his abacus, Cheng Hui, that'll be 2 taels and 5 mace of silver in total. Shen Mo readily paid, give me another 20 caddies of the coarsest brown sugar.
Coarse brown sugar?
The shopkeeper was taken aback, and kindly reminded him, young master, that stuff is bitter and astringent, and contains many impurities. It's usually only used by poor families or to feed livestock.
I want that. The more the better. Shen Mo insisted. Lu Ruyan felt a pang of heartache over the money. Husband, this thing. Shen Mo smiled mysteriously, don't worry, I have a clever way of using it to turn trash into treasure.
The women all looked at him curiously, and Yi San Yang chuckled, my husband really knows a lot.
Boss. Give me 10 zhang of the finest white cotton gauze. The finest one. Shen Mo said. 10 zhang? The boss and the women were all taken aback, the amount used was far too large. And charcoal.
I need the kind that's thoroughly burned and makes a crisp sound when you tap it.
Give me 50 pounds. 50 caddies of charcoal?
The shopkeeper was even more bewildered. Young master, are you planning to open a charcoal kiln or?
Don't ask. Just do as I say.
Also, give me a few new winnowing baskets of different sizes, and some clean earthenware pots and jars.
Yu Yunlu frowned, buying so much charcoal and cloth?
Yi San Yang seemed to be deep in thought, husband, what are you making with all this sugar, charcoal, and cloth? You'll find out later, Shen Mo said mysteriously.
The ox cart was packed full, like a moving mountain.
Shen Mo looked at his spoils with satisfaction, meat, eggs, rice, flour, oil, salt, seasonings, new cloth and cotton, most importantly, 2 large bags of coarse sugar, 10 feet of gauze, 50 caddies of charcoal, winnowing baskets and earthenware jars. The startup capital cost nearly 20 taels, but it was worth it. On the way back to the village, they were still the center of attention. The villagers looked at the mountain of goods, especially the several bolts of bright cloth and the 2 large, conspicuous bags of coarse sugar, and chattered among themselves.
My goodness. Has Scholar Shen really struck it rich? He's buying so much stuff. Look at that fabric. The colors are so vibrant. If those angelic ladies wore it, wow. Why buy so much coarse sugar? Even dogs don't like that stuff. There's still so much charcoal and cloth? How strange. I heard that he caught a lucky golden carp by the river this morning and sold it for a high price to a big shot from the capital. Really? No wonder. In the crowd, Zhao Lizi and several thugs were staring intently at the ox cart with resentful and greedy eyes, especially at the contents of the cart. Zhao Lizi spat and lowered his voice, damn it. What a stroke of luck. This kid squandered 100 taels of silver like that, I should have robbed him sooner. All this stuff is mine, guys, tonight. Shen Mo was immersed in the satisfaction of being a shopaholic and the excitement of starting his sugar-making business when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake. He subconsciously turned around and met Zhao Lizi's eyes in the crowd. When Zhao Lizi saw him looking at him, he hurriedly lowered his head, but the fleeting fierce glint in his eyes set off alarm bells in Shen Mo's heart. That scoundrel, he's still up to no good. It seems tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful. Shen Mo clenched his fist, glanced at the things in the car and the 6 women, and his eyes sharpened. Chapter 17 Modern Delicacies. Shen Mo and his companions drove the ox cart, piled high like a small mountain, back to the dilapidated courtyard amidst the envious gazes of the villagers. Xiao Tao. Give me the fattest piece of pork belly. Ru Shuang, help me peel and wash the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Third sister, help me prepare that big grass carp. Yun Lu, Ru Yen, you. Shen Mo rolled up his sleeves and assigned tasks, adopting the air of a master chef. Husband. Lu Ruyan called out to stop him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she quickly stepped forward. What are you doing? A gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. This is the teaching of the sages. As a scholar with official rank, how can you handle such trivial matters? It is an insult to your culture. Lu Ruyan said sternly, and was about to snatch the kitchen knife that Shen Mo had just picked up. Yes, my husband. You are a scholar. Leave the kitchen work to us. You should go and rest. Xiao Tao chimed in. Well, here comes this evil feudal ethics. Shen Mo said, holding a kitchen knife, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ruyan, Xiao Tao, you're mistaken. The sage also said, one should not be too particular about the fineness of the food, nor too particular about the delicacy of the preparation. Self-reliance leads to abundance. Besides, I bought some really good stuff today. I'm going to show you my skills and cook 2 dishes that you've never tasted before. Shen Mo explained. My husband can cook? Yan Rushuang asked curiously, her big eyes blinking. Husband, let the sisters come instead. You can rest outside, Yan Rushua said softly. Our husband can compose poems and fish, what if he is also a great cook? Sisters, why don't we let him give it a try? It'll be an eye-opener for us all, won't it? Yi San Yang said with a light laugh. Third sister, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ruyan glared at Yi San Yang reproachfully. Husband, this is no child's play. The kitchen is a woman's job. Please don't insist, Lu Ruyan advised. Oh dear, madam, Shen Mo interrupted her, looking heartbroken. You're wrong. What do you mean by trivial matters? Food is the most important thing for people. How can something this important be called a trivial matter? Besides, look at Yun Lu, he can hunt, skin, and bleed without batting an eye. How is it uncivilized for me to cut meat and cook a dish? This is called, well, experiencing life. Sharing household chores. Shen Mo argued forcefully. The women were full of questions about Shen Mo's talk of sharing housework, since scholars in those days basically didn't cook. Yun Lu was deftly preparing the large grass carp when she heard this. She looked up and said, Husband, the fish is almost ready. Are you sure you can handle it? If not, I'll do it. Sure. Why not? Shen Mo replied. How can a man say no? If he couldn't yesterday, and he can't today, where does that leave the transmigrator's face? Shen Mo thought to himself. Just you wait and see. Today I'll show you what a truly capable husband is, one who can recite poetry in the living room and cook in the kitchen. Shen Mo said confidently. Shen Mo snatched the piece of fatty and lean pork belly from Xiao Tao's hand, placed it on the cutting board, and with a swift movement, chopped it down. The blade flashed. The thick, fatty pork belly was quickly cut into evenly sized pieces. The movements were clean and efficient, clearly those of a seasoned professional. All the women were stunned. Husband's knife skills are so proficient? Lu Ruyan forgot to stop him, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she murmured to herself. The girls all gaped open. Chen Mo commanded with composure. Xiao Tao, start a fire. Turn the fire up high and put the pot on the stove. Chop the scallions, ginger, and garlic into generous amounts, like frost and snow. Yun Lu, is the fish ready? Cut it into thick slices. Keep the bones for soup. Third sister, could you keep an eye on the heat for me? Don't let the pot get too dry. Ruyan, all you need to do is be beautiful and cheer us on. Lu Ruyan. Go for it? Cheer me on? Husband, isn't the oil right next to you? Besides, what does cheer me on even mean? Cheer up and cheer on us means to encourage us, Shen Mo explained. Put. Lu Ruyan laughed out loud. This husband of hers was quite amusing. Husband, I want to help too. Everyone is busy, how can I just stand by and do nothing? Lu Ruyan said and started helping out without waiting for a reply. Heat the pot, add a small spoonful of lard, and once the oil has melted, Shen Mo grabs a handful of coarse brown sugar and throws it in. The women exclaimed in surprise, Husband. Sugar. Why are you putting sugar in? Caramelize the sugar. Shen Mo stared intently at the pot until the sugar granules turned to beautiful juju bread. This is the finishing touch to braised pork. Look at it. Sizzle, sizzle. Once the sugar was caramelized, Shen Mo swiftly poured the chopped pork belly chunks into the pan. Instantly, the rich aroma of caramel mixed with the fragrance of meat exploded forth. He quickly stirred with a spatula, ensuring each piece of meat was evenly coated with the tempting reddish-brown sauce. Wow! It smells so good! Yan Rushuang exclaimed. This color is so beautiful. Yan Rushua couldn't help but exclaim. This tastes so tempting. How can my husband be so good at everything? Looking at the tempting, bright red meat chunks in the pot, and then at Shen Mo's focused and skilled profile, Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly. Add scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan peppercorns to saute until fragrant. Pour in a little Shaoxing wine to remove any fishy smell, then add an appropriate amount of soy sauce. After stir-frying evenly, Shen Mo adds enough hot water to cover the meat pieces. A flurry of actions as swift as a tiger. This left the women completely stunned. All done. Simmer for another hour. Shen Mo said, putting the lid on the pot and clapping his hands. Half done. Next up is boiled live fish. Shen Mo instructed Yu Yunlu to marinate the sliced fish with salt, rice wine, egg white, and a little flour. In a separate pot, heat oil and saute plenty of ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and dried chili peppers until fragrant. The pungent, spicy aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen, causing the women to cough repeatedly and their eyes to well up with tears. Husband. What's that smell? It's so pungent. Yan Rushua covered her nose. This is called spicy. It'll be more satisfying to eat later. Shen Mo chuckled, poured in the milky white fish soup made from fish bones, brought it to a boil, added bean sprouts and greens to blanch them, then removed them and placed them at the bottom of the bowl. Next, he slid the marinated fish slices one by one into the boiling oil, and the fish slices quickly turned white and curled up. Take it off the heat. Shen Mo poured the piping hot, spicy fish slices, along with the broth, into a large earthenware bowl lined with vegetables. Finally, he sprinkled a generous amount of minced garlic, chopped green onions, Sichuan peppercorn powder, and dried chili pepper pieces on top. In a separate small pot, he heated a large spoonful of scalding hot lard. Sizzle. Sizzling hot oil was poured over minced garlic, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns. Instantly, an indescribable complex aroma of freshness, fragrance, numbing spiciness, and chili filled the entire kitchen. It assaulted everyone's olfactory senses. My God! What a divine smell this is! Yi Sanyang sniffed hard. It smells so good. It's both numbing and spicy. My mouth is watering just smelling it. Yan Rushuan's eyes widened. Even the most reserved Lu Ruyan couldn't help but swallow. Yu Yunlu's eyes lit up as he looked at the pot of boiled fish. Husband, can I eat now? Xiao Tao asked, her mouth watering.
When the tempting, bright red braised pork belly, rich yet not greasy, and the pot of boiled live fish covered with chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, with an irresistible aroma, were served on the old wooden table, the women had already gathered around, staring longingly, completely forgetting about the saying, "A gentleman keeps away from the kitchen."
Shen Mo gave the order, "Start." The chopsticks fell like raindrops. "Husband, what are the names of these two dishes?" Xiao Tao asked after taking a few bites.
They were so delicious. "This fish dish is called boiled live fish, and the pork dish is called braised pork," Shen Mo explained.
The girls nodded upon hearing the name and continued eating.
This meat is fatty but not greasy, it melts in your mouth. The sweet and salty flavors are just right.
It's so delicious."
Yan Rushuan praised indistinctly, her mouth full of meat.
"These fish slices. So tender. So smooth. So numbing and spicy. So satisfying."
Yan Rushue's face turned red from the spiciness, and her eyes were filled with tears, but she couldn't stop eating.
"My husband's skills are so good that even the best chefs in the county would find it hard to match." Lu Ruyan exclaimed sincerely as she savored a piece of braised pork. "It's delicious. Perfect with rice." Yu Yunlu exclaimed. "My lord, you must be tired. I'll treat you to a good meal tonight."
Yi San Yang picked up a slice of fish, her red lips parted slightly, her eyes alluring.
"Now this is more like food,"
Shen Mo said with a satisfied look as he ate the porridge with braised pork and fish slices.
"Again?"
"Third sister, one should not speak while eating or sleeping.
Eat. Eat." Upon hearing this, Shen Mo almost choked on a piece of braised pork.
He quickly drank some cold water and said righteously. After everyone finished eating, the women didn't understand the hidden meaning in Yi San Yang's words.
But the clever Lu Ruyan understood and gave her a hint. "Ahem, what third sister says is absolutely right. My husband, the matter of having offspring is related to the 3-year agreement and cannot be neglected.
Since Lady Yi has already received your favor, according to etiquette and morality, you should bestow your favor equally upon her."
"In my opinion, today."
Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Mo and paused, her eyes sweeping around. The girls looked at each other, their faces flushed with embarrassment.
Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat.
There's no escaping it, a tangled mess, a bittersweet feeling.
Chapter 18. Whose turn is it tonight? Xiao Tao is the most suitable.
Lu Ruyan's gaze swept over Yan Rushuan, Yan Rushue, and Yu Yunlu, and finally landed on Xiao Tao, who was diligently clearing the dishes and whose little face was flushed.
"Ah!"
Xiao Tao's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the bowl.
Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, all the way to her ears.
It wasn't that she was unwilling, the young master was her everything, and she had long since decided on him. It was just that this sudden arrangement left her feeling both ashamed and flustered, completely at a loss.
"Sister Lu."
I'm clumsy, why don't you let Sister Rushue or Sister Rushuan go first?" Xiao Tao stammered, trying to pass the important task on, her eyes darting nervously between the Yan sisters.
"Xiao Tao, don't refuse.
Although you are not officially married into the family, you have been your husband's personal maid since childhood, and your status has been established long ago. According to local customs, it is normal for him to take you as his wife. Moreover, you and your husband have a deep affection for each other, and he made it clear yesterday that he wants to make you his wife and have you serve him in bed.
This is in accordance with the proper etiquette." Lu Ruyan coaxed her gently.
Yes.
"Sister Xiao Tao is the most suitable. My husband likes Xiao Tao the most."
Yan Rushuan, always eager for a good show, chimed in.
Yan Rushue also said softly, "Xiao Tao, don't be afraid, this is a good thing." Yu Yunlu remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement.
Yi San Yang covered her mouth and chuckled, "Little Tao, this is a great blessing.
Let me teach you a few tricks of serving people?" Xiao Tao stomped her feet in embarrassment. "Sister Yi, you must stop teasing me. What a joke. She's still a child."
In modern times, she'd still be in school, at least 2 years from now. Shen Mo looked at Xiao Tao's still childish, blushing face and was speechless.
"No. Absolutely not. Xiao Tao is too young." Shen Mo quickly waved his hand, his tone resolute.
Everyone was taken aback and looked at him. Xiao Tao is still young, her body hasn't fully developed yet.
This is too early. It's not good for her. Let us wait a year or two,
until she is older and stronger, before we talk about it," Shen Mo said earnestly, looking at Xiao Tao.
However, his words took on a completely different meaning when heard by the women, especially by Yi San Yang, the technical advisor. Put. Yi San Yang was the first to burst out laughing, her body shaking uncontrollably. She pointed at Shen Mo, laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. My good husband. So you think little Peach's body hasn't fully developed yet? Ah, then what kind do you like? Is someone like me developed enough? Yi San Yang deliberately puffed out her chest, her eyes so alluring they could drip water. Lu Ruyan was taken aback at first, then reacted. 2 red clouds instantly rose on her dignified face. She glared at Yi San Yang reproachfully, and couldn't help but suppress her laughter. Yu Yunlu's lips twitched slightly, and he turned his face away. Yan Rushuang and Yan Rushua had similar experiences before, their faces flushed, and they giggled to themselves. Husband, what are you saying? Xiao Tao will grow up. Xiao Tao covered her face in embarrassment, her voice trembling with tears. Shan Mo. That's not what I meant. You bunch of filthy demons. Shen Mo looked at the various expressions on the faces of the goddesses, all of which carried a mischievous smile, and knew that they had all misunderstood. He was speechless. Ahem. What I mean is, Xiao Tao is young. Naive. She needs time to adapt. It's not what you think. Shen Mo tried to explain, but the more he explained, the worse it got. Oh, so my husband is worried that Peach's sister is too naive and might not be able to adapt? Yi San Yang said, drawing out her words. So, does your husband prefer someone who isn't so naive? Like our little sister Ruyan? Well read and knowledgeable, she must know a lot more. Shan Mo. The speed of the car was unexpected. Seeing Shen Mo's embarrassed state and realizing that the fire was about to spread to her, Lu Ruyan suppressed a laugh and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, since my husband is so fond of Xiao Tao, let's discuss this matter later. However, this matter of serving the emperor concerns the 3-year plan for having offspring, so it needs a plan. In my opinion, how about we arrange it by age? Sister Yi is the oldest and has already received the emperor's favor, so let's start with the next oldest. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she straightened her back and sat demurely. Third sister is number 1. Surely Ru Shui and Yun Lu are older than me? Lu Ruyan quickly calculated in her mind. It shouldn't be my turn, right? Before she could finish calculating, Yan Rushuang had already shouted out. Sister Yi is the oldest. Then Sister Lu. Then Sister Yu. Then my sister and Sister Xiao Tao. And finally, me. Brush. All eyes instantly focused on Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. I'm second? Lu Ruyan felt a surge of heat rush to her head, and her composure in upholding justice vanished instantly. She could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor, and her pretty face flushed red like a ripe tomato, even her neck turning pink. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something in rebuttal, but found that her logic was completely flawed. The ages were indeed arranged that way. And it was her own suggestion to arrange them. She had dug herself into a deep hole. She had buried herself in it. Lu Ruyan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her eyes darting around in a panic, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Her usual eloquence, full of quotations and allusions, was completely useless at this moment, leaving only unbearable embarrassment. Sister Ruyan Yi San Yang smiled radiantly, leaning closer to her, her voice sweet and cloying. Looks like it's your turn tonight. I'm an experienced woman, how about I teach you a few well-mannered bedroom secrets? Yi San Yang said with a smile. Lu Ruyan was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She was both angry and anxious, her face flushed and her head lowered. Lu Ruyan said in a low voice, extremely shy. This works? So eager to learn? No wonder they come from a scholarly family. Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. Bang! 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 The gate was pounded on with a deafening roar. A rough, anxious voice, trembling with tears, boomed out like thunder. Brother M.O. Brother M.O. Open the door quickly. Chapter 19 Dark Night Crisis. It's me. Da Zhuang. Something's happened. That bastard Zhao Lizi is coming this way with his men, looking very aggressive. Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat. It was Wang Da Zhuang. His best buddy, whom he had grown up with since childhood.
The original Shen Mo used to be a scoundrel, a gambler and womanizer who squandered his family fortune and was avoided by relatives and friends.
But this honest and sturdy Wang Dezhuan always treated him like a brother.
Even though his own family was dirt poor, Wang Dezhuan would often secretly save half a cornbread or a coarse-grained pancake, tucking it into his clothes and bringing it to him, afraid he would starve. Several times, when the original owner of this body was drunk and passed out by the roadside, it was Wang Dezhuan who carried him back. This kindness was one of the few warm memories the original owner had, and it was something Shen Mo kept in his heart after transmigrating.
Shen Mo quickly ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Wang Dezhuan's towering figure practically crashed in. He was covered in sweat, panting heavily, his face filled with fear and anger, and his clothes were covered in mud and grime, clearly indicating that he had tripped and fallen on the way. Dezhuan. What happened? Tell me slowly. Shen Mo helped him up. Brother Mo. Hurry. That bastard Zhao Lizi.
He's gathered 4 thugs from the neighboring village. They're making a scene in the village, saying you stole his golden carp and sold it for 100 taels of silver, and they're going to get revenge. They said they'd burn down your house. They also said they want their money back. I just came back from the fields, and Guzi told me. They're coming this way. They're all carrying sticks and torches. They're really fierce.
You need to think of something quickly. Maybe we should hide for now?
Wang Dezhuan, panting heavily, his eyes red with anxiety, spoke urgently to Shen Mo. The warmth and beauty of the courtyard were instantly replaced by tension and fear.
Outrageous. This is lawless. Lu Ruyan's pretty face was frosty with anger. You're courting death.
Yu Yunlu's eyes flashed with cold light as he said in a chilling voice.
Husband. What should we do?
Yi San Yang also put away her seductive manner and asked anxiously.
That bastard. He harassed me yesterday, and now he dares to come again tonight? Is he trying to burn down my house and steal my money? Shen Mo was furious.
His brain was racing.
Close the gate. Use the door bolt. Shen Mo shouted.
Dezhuan and Yunlu immediately went over to close the gate, bolted it with a thick bolt, and then the group worked together to lift a thick log to hold it in place. Yunlu, you have the best archery.
Get on the roof. Take the high ground.
If you see anything near the courtyard wall, shoot its legs.
Don't shoot its vitals. Shen Mo quickly gave the order. All right.
Yu Yunlu didn't say a word. With nimble movements, he quickly climbed onto the low roof next to the kitchen, crouched down, and drew his bow.
Ruyan. Ru Xiue. Ru Shuang. Xiao Tao. You 4. Go to the kitchen immediately. Drain all the ashes from the stove. Put them in a basin. And some lime.
I remember there's still some left.
Find that too.
And find some rags and scraps of cloth.
Shen Mo said rapidly. What do you need these for?
Yen Ruxue asked, puzzled.
Don't ask. Go. Do as I say.
Shen Mo had no time to explain. Third sister.
Shen Mo looked at Yi San Yang.
My lord, I'm listening, Yi San Yang said sweetly. Your job is to demoralize the troops.
When they get close, you'll be on the wall.
Use your strengths.
Be as alluring as possible. Say the most provocative things you can say. Attract their attention. Create an opportunity for Yunlu. Shen Mo said after thinking for a moment.
Yi San Yang chuckled and gave her a flirtatious wink. Don't worry, my husband, this is my specialty. Soon, the sound of noisy footsteps and Zhao Lizi's cursing came from outside the courtyard.
Shen Mo. Get the hell out here. You took my golden carp during the day, sold it for 100 taels of silver, and now you want to play dead? No way.
Zhao Lizi's hoarse voice rang out.
Zhao Lizi. We caught the golden carp in the river, what does it have to do with you?
100 taels of silver, the golden carp was bought by that uncle as an auspicious creature.
Do you want to go to the county jail to demand it back? Shen Mo threatened from inside. Pa.
Zhao Lizi spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground.
Shen Mo, stop trying to intimidate me with your official position.
I saw with my own eyes that the gold was pulled up from my family's ancestral riverbend. You sickly bastard, if you hadn't stolen my luck, you would have been cursed to death by Widow Yi long ago. If you know what's good for you, hand over the silver obediently,
and let us brothers have some fun with those pretty young ladies inside. Fart. Zhao Lizi, you scoundrel, you're jealous of others living a good life, so you dare to throw mud and rob me? Whoever I bring down is my fate, it's none of your business. If you have the guts, come at me.
Yi Sanyang trembled with anger, her full breasts heaving violently as she cursed loudly.
Hey, Widow Yi, feeling sorry for your little husband? A thug leered. Wow, quite a commotion last night. Looks like she wasn't killed by the curse, but rather drained dry? Why don't we let the brothers have a taste too? Zhao Lizi, you claim the golden carp originated from your river bend? Do you have a land deed? Do you have official documents? Do you have witnesses from your neighbors? You're trying to extort 100 taels of silver with just empty words, and even set fire to the house? According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, what is the punishment for extorting a large sum of money and committing arson? Miss Liu, you are well versed in the law, why don't you explain this to Brother Zhao? Shen Mo didn't want to avoid conflict.
Right now, only Dazhuang and Yunlu had any fighting ability, while the other side had 5 people. Lu Ruyan said loudly, according to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, anyone who defrauds the government or private property of 10 taels of silver shall be punished with 100 strokes of the cane and exile 3,000 li. Anyone who commits arson without injuring anyone shall be sentenced to 3 years of penal servitude. If anyone is injured or if the property is destroyed by fire, the offender shall be hanged. With each word Lu Ruyan spoke, Zhao Lizi and the 4 thugs paled further. For these low-level thugs who only knew how to fight, the law was more intimidating than weapons.
Did you hear that?
Shen Mo's voice suddenly rose.
Get out. If you dare to make a sound here again, I will go to the county government tomorrow and beat the grievance drum. Let's see if your fists are stronger, Zhao Lizi's, or the laws of the Great Zhou. Shen Mo threatened. The law?
A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Lizi's eyes, but it was quickly overwhelmed by a deeper madness and greed.
100 taels of silver. Enough for him to squander for half his life. He was blinded by greed and had already gone all in. To hell with the law. I'm just a worthless man, what am I afraid of? Shen Mo, stop putting on airs. Today, either you hand over the money and the person, or I'll burn this shabby house down and we're all done with it. Get him. Let me tell you. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Break down the door for me.
If you steal the silver, I'll give each of you 10 taels, then burn this wrecked house down.
And each of those young wench will get one. Zhao Lizi roared. Wealth and beautiful women are irresistible.
Hearing these words, the 4 thugs behind Zhao Lizi's eyes turned red.
10 taels of silver and a beautiful woman.
They howled and raised their sticks, ramming against the door.
Ouch. My leg. Who the hell shot me?
Zhao Lizi's arrogant shouts came to an abrupt halt, turning into a shrill scream.
It was clearly Yu Yunlu who made the move. Brother Lizi. Someone on the roof is firing arrows. Grab your weapons. Smash the door.
The thugs outside panicked for a moment, then began to smash the door and walls even more frantically.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The heavy impact sent dust flying from the doorframe and mud wall.
The situation was critical. Make your move. Shen Mo shouted. Husband. The ash and lime are here. And strips of cloth too.
Lu Ruyan said, looking at the basins that the other 3 women were carrying.
Fine.
Shen Mo's eyes hardened.
I'll add some ingredients for you. Quick.
Wrap strips of cloth around wooden sticks, dip them in with ash and lime powder.
The more the better. Then throw them over the wall.
Throw them where there are a lot of them and where they have torches.
Throw them as hard as you can. Shen Mo pointed to the wall and said. Let me do it.
Shen Mo's friend Wang Dazhuang climbed onto the raised wooden stump, spotted a thug holding a torch outside the wall, and forcefully threw the cloth bag covered in ash powder out.
Thud. The cloth bag hit the man's head and exploded instantly. Ah! My eyes. Cough, cough, cough. What is that? What ash? And lime. Ouch. It hurts so much.
Suddenly, a cacophony of screams and howls erupted outside the wall.
The quicklime powder reacted with water to generate intense heat, burning the skin. The wood ash stung the eyes and caused a choking stench.
Several unlucky thugs were instantly caught in the blast, writhing on the ground, clutching their eyes, their screams heart-wrenching. At the same time, Yi San Yang climbed onto the wall and, addressing the chaotic hooligans below, spoke in a high-pitched, seductive voice.
Hey, whose stray dog is barking outside? It's keeping everyone awake. TSK, 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 look at the pathetic state you're in. Crying and screaming after getting a speck of ash? You want to rob and plunder like others? A toad lusting after a swan? Doesn't it even take a piss and look at its own reflection? It's not even worthy to carry my shoes.
She insults people without using any vulgar language, yet every word is piercing to the heart. Combined with her alluring demeanor and mocking tone, it is incredibly destructive.
You bitch. I'll kill you.
One of the thugs who hadn't been hit was furious and tried to climb up with a stick in hand.
Whoosh!
A sharp arrow pierced his trouser leg precisely, pinning him to the ground. Yu Yunlu's arrow was both fast and accurate.
Ah!
The screams, curses, and wails outside the wall mingled together.
If you're not human, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Wu, pour oil on it. Burn it. Set this house on fire. Burn them to death.
Zhao Lizi roared madly, ordering a thug whose eyes hadn't been splashed with lime. The thugs were about to start pouring oil.
You dare to splash me and see what happens?
A furious roar rang out, the sound waves rolling and making everyone's eardrums buzz.
Chapter 20. Is he feeling better? Two tall and imposing figures strode over from the village road. Father.
Eldest brother. Yu Yunlu's eyes reddened when he saw his relatives, and he called out loudly, finally relaxing his tense nerves.
The man at the forefront was Yu Yunlu's father, Yu Taizhan.
He was about 50 years old, with sharp eyes and strong arms. He wore a wolfskin vest and carried a machete in his hand, the blade of which gleamed coldly in the firelight. The young man following closely behind was Yu Yunlu's elder brother, Yu Meng. He was slightly shorter than his father, but equally astonishingly strong, with a buzz cut, a resolute face, and an iron bow slung over his shoulder. The 5 men, including Zhao Lizi, who had been screaming in agony, were so frightened that they stopped crying. Their faces drained of color, and they stared in terror at the 2 menacing figures.
Was it you who wanted to burn down my daughter and son-in-law's house? Yu Taizhan shouted with a gloomy face.
Yu Tieshan's gaze swept quickly across the courtyard gate.
Fine. 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 Yu Taizhan laughed angrily.
I was only a little late, and someone dared to come knocking on my door, trying to burn down my son-in-law's house, steal his money, and even try to harm my daughter?
Yu Taizhan said coldly.
Yu Taizhan took a sudden step forward, his heavy machete slamming into the ground with a clang, causing the ground to tremble.
Is this the kind of lowlife you are? Yu Taizhan glared fiercely at the group.
You. One of the thugs was so frightened that his tongue got tied, and he fell to his knees with a thud. He was about to continue speaking when Yu Taizhan glared at him, and he quickly began to recount the events of that evening.
It's none of our business. Zhao Lizi forced us to come.
He said that there's money and women here.
Yes, it's Zhao Lizi. It's all him. He said that if we robbed them, we should split the money equally, and he also said that we could play with those young girls as we pleased. Another thug quickly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Oh? Yu Tieshan's lips curled into a ferocious grin. Play whatever you want?
He looked at Zhao Lizi, who was still convulsing.
Zhao Lizi, have you got some nerve? You dare to plot against my family? You. Zhao Lizi was about to speak. Shut up, Yu Taizhan shouted. Spare me, spare me.
If I had known Miss Yu was your daughter, I would never have dared to do it, even if you beat me to death. I was wrong, I was blinded by greed, I will never do it again, I don't want the money. Zhao Lizi was terrified when he saw Yu Tieshan's furious face. He was even more terrified than when he saw the follower who knew Kung Fu during the day.
Now you know you were wrong?
Yu Taizhan stepped forward, his voice low and filled with suppressed anger, and slammed the axe in his hand down in front of Zhao Lizi. The axe was almost touching his nose, and the strong smell of blood made Zhao Lizi gag. Where did that energy go, that urge to set fire to houses and abduct other men's wives and daughters?
Spare me, you, spare me.
Zhao Lizi cried, tears streaming down his face, his words incoherent.
Spare me? Yu Taizhan sneered.
It's my in-law's rule that anyone who dares to mess with my family will have to leave something behind to teach them a lesson.
Mengzi. Here. Yu Meng responded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Break all 4 of their right hands. Yu Taizhan said decisively. Let them remember for the rest of their lives that not just anyone can kick down the door of my son-in-law, Yu Taizhan. Yes. Yu Meng grinned maliciously, cracking his thick neck and clenching his fists. His large hand grabbed the wrist of a thug on the ground. No, the thug screamed in despair. Father-in-law. Show mercy. At this moment, the door opened, and Shen Mo's voice rang out. Yu Meng stopped moving, and Yu Taizhan also looked at Shen Mo. Father-in-law, please calm down, Shen Mo said, bowing. Today's events were made possible thanks to my father-in-law and elder brother's timely arrival, which deterred the scoundrels. While Zhao Lizi and his gang's actions were indeed despicable, breaking their hands at the gate would have been difficult to explain to the authorities. Furthermore, although they intended to commit arson and extort money, they ultimately failed to cause a major disaster. I believe that a slight punishment, having them write a letter of repentance, affix their fingerprints, and guarantee never to repeat their offenses, followed by their removal, would suffice. If there is a next time, they will all be dealt with and handed over to the authorities. At that time, with witnesses and evidence, they will have no way to deny it. Shen Mo finished speaking, his gaze sweeping over the four trembling men on the ground. Finally, it landed on Zhao Lizi, his eyes turning icy. Perhaps fearing that his father-in-law and elder brother would be gone, Shen Mo felt he and Yunlu would have little chance of protecting the other wives. He even considered eliminating them completely. Zhao Lizi, are you going to write this letter of repentance or not? Right. I'll write. I'll put my fingerprint on it. Zhao Lizi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, enduring the excruciating pain. The other three thugs echoed his sentiments. Yu Taizhan stared at Shen Mo for a few moments, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This kid looks weak, but he shows some backbone and independent thinking when it matters. He's not the kind of bookish, pedantic scholar who only knows how to read books. But he's too soft, it's hard to teach him a lesson without being a little ruthless. If I really break these thugs' arms, then when Menger and I get back, we won't be able to do anything about it if something like this happens again. It's like trying to quench a thirsty thirst with a distant water. Forget it, let's do as my son-in-law says for now. After these people leave, we'll find a chance to teach them a lesson, at least enough to keep them from getting out of bed. Yu Taizhan had an idea in mind. Since my son-in-law is kind-hearted and pleaded for you, I'll spare your lives. Mengzi, go find some paper and pen. Let them write it down. Write it down clearly. If they dare to play any tricks again, I'll twist your heads off and use them as chamber pots. Yu Taizhan snorted. Soon, under Yu Meng's fierce supervision, Zhao Lizi wrote a letter of repentance, admitting that he had become envious of Shen Mo's unexpected wealth after losing at gambling, and thus gathered a group of people to extort money from him and intended to set fire to the place. The 5 people pressed their bloody handprints with trembling hands and were about to leave. Get lost. Yu Taizhan kicked Zhao Lizi in the buttocks. If I see you guys around here again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The 4 men, as if granted a pardon, stumbled and scrambled, supporting each other, and disappeared in a disheveled state at the end of the dark village road, not even bothering to pick up the sticks on the ground. The commotion seemed to have subsided. Dazhuang quickly closed the courtyard gate and bolted it shut. Yu Taizhan then turned around and looked at Shen Mo and the group of women. His expression softened, especially when he looked at Yu Yunlu. Honey, are you all right? Were you scared? Father, I'm fine. Yu Yunlu shook his head, put down his hunting knife, and walked to his father and brother's side. Why are you here? Humph, it's all because I'm worried about you, girl. Yu Taizhan said sternly, but his tone was full of heartache. Your mother was restless at home, saying that you were too stubborn, that you married a weak scholar, and that you had just been whipped. She was afraid that you would be wronged, and even more afraid that you would not be able to get used to this poor life. She forced your brother and me to hunt a few pheasants and rabbits, and even brought some dried meat strips and hides to take a look. We heard a commotion as soon as we entered the village, and we hurried over as fast as we could. Luckily, nothing serious happened. Yu Meng unloaded the game and heavy bundles he was carrying on his shoulders. Here, little sister, this is a small token of our family's appreciation, Yu Meng said, handing it to Yu Yunlu. Thank you, father. Thank you, brother. Yu Yunlu's eyes reddened again. Lu Ruyan, Yi San Yang, the twin sisters, and Xiao Tao all hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, Uncle Yu. Greetings, Brother Yu. Okay, you're all good kids. My dear son-in-law, how are you feeling? Yu Taizhan glanced at the women, finally fixing his gaze on Shen Mo, and asked with a smile. Yi San Yang couldn't help but laugh. She knew best whether it was good or not. Yu Tai-san? Yu Meng? Chapter 21 Shin Family's Secret Recipe for Grilled Skewers. Yu Tai-san and Yu Meng were both taken aback and looked at Yi San Yang.
My husband has disgraced his wife's family, Yu Yunlu thought to herself, a blush rising on her face as she lowered her head.
Uncle Yu, brother Yu, you don't know. My husband's whip wounds are almost healed, but his health.
Yi San Yang covered her mouth and laughed, drawing out her words. We just consummated our marriage last night, and you've already had this fright today.
You must be feeling weak.
Yi San Yang said, glancing at Shin Mo's waist, her meaning clear.
Cough, cough, cough. Shin Mo's face turned red, and he glared fiercely at Yi San Yang.
That vixen, she really knows how to rub salt in the wound.
Shin Mo was speechless. Yu Tai-san and Yu Meng suddenly realized.
Both of them were experienced and understood immediately when they saw Shin Mo's embarrassed appearance.
Ha ha ha. Brother-in-law. What's wrong with a man being a little weak?
Just take care of yourself. I'll hunt some more game for you to replenish your strength these next few days. Yu Meng smiled knowingly and patted Shin Mo on the shoulder.
Thank you for your concern, father-in-law and elder brother. I'm fine, I'm fine.
I'm so grateful for your timely help today, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shin Mo's face was burning, so he could only change the subject.
We're family, no need for formalities. Yu Tai-san said heartily, waving his hand.
These scoundrels deserve to be taught a lesson. If any of them dare to cause trouble again, just send a message to Yu Family Village. I'll bring my men to deal with them.
Yu Tai-san paused and said. All right, the goods have been delivered, and the person has been checked. It's good that Luya is all right. Mengzi, let's go. Let your brother-in-law get some rest.
Yu Tai-san said, glancing at the game and goods that had been laid out. Father, elder brother. I've heard that Zhao Lizi is vengeful. He suffered such a great loss today and was forced to write a letter of repentance. He will never let this go. I'm afraid he'll take advantage of the night. Yu Yunlu became anxious when he heard that they wanted to leave immediately and stepped forward to say.
He dares? Yu Tai-san blared and shouted. Breaking one of his legs would be too lenient.
Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to step into this yard again. Just stay put.
Yu Tai-san said decisively. Father-in-law, elder brother.
It's late at night, and the mountain road is difficult to travel.
Father-in-law and elder brother must have traveled a long way and haven't eaten yet.
Why don't you sit for a while and let me prepare some special food as a midnight snack to warm you up before you go back?
Shin Mo quickly stepped forward to persuade them to stay. Special food?
Yu Tai-san and Yu Meng both stopped in their tracks, their faces showing surprise.
Daughter, can your son-in-law cook? Yu Tai-san asked his daughter.
Yes.
Father. My husband's cooking is so delicious. It's the best I've ever eaten in my life.
It's completely different from the stewed meat and vegetables in the village. Yu Yunlu nodded vigorously as she recalled the fish and braised pork.
Oh? It smells even better than my mother's stewed wild boar trotters? Yu Meng asked, intrigued.
It smells much better. Yu Yunlu said decisively.
Yu Tieshan's stomach growled. He blushed and laughed, very well.
Since my son-in-law has such a kind intention, then I'll trouble you. This old man really hasn't had dinner yet. I've been rushing all the way here, and my stomach is empty.
That's great.
Father, elder brother, please sit down. Yu Yunlu smiled and invited his father and elder brother to sit down. Shin Mo had Xiao Tao bring out all the seasonings, and then asked Wang Dazhuang to cut a few evenly sized thin bamboo branches from the backyard and sharpen one end. Then Yu Yunlu prepared the rabbit and pheasant, cutting them into appropriately sized pieces. The women washed and chopped the vegetables. Soon, skewers of meat, chicken hearts, gizzards, and vegetable pieces, all skewered on bamboo sticks, were neatly piled on several large plates. In the center of the courtyard, a small stove was simply built up with a few stones, and charcoal was lit.
What are we doing?
Yu Meng looked at the pieces of meat skewered on bamboo sticks, scratched his head, and looked puzzled.
He had seen plenty of grilled meat, but skewering it and grilling it?
This was a first for him. Brother, please be patient, you'll find out soon enough, Shin Mo said with a mysterious smile, picking up a few skewers of meat and grilling them over the charcoal fire.
Shin Mo took out several small porcelain bottles and brushed the powder and sauce inside onto the meat skewers layer by layer. What is this? Why does it smell so good? Utaizhan sniffed and asked. This is called barbecue, also known as skewers, Shinemo explained with a smile. Father-in-law, elder brother, would you like to try some?
This skewer is spicy, this one is mildly spicy, this one is non-spicy with a savory sauce, and this one is brushed with honey, so it's sweet. After saying this, Shinemo handed several skewers of golden brown, crispy, and sizzling meat to Utaizhan and Yu Meng.
Utaizhan picked up a skewer of meat covered in red powder and took a bite. Ugh!
Hiss, so spicy.
It's intense. So satisfying.
Utaizhan gasped, sweat beading on his forehead, and finished a skewer in a few bites before picking up a mildly spicy one.
Delicious. It's fucking delicious. Brother-in-law, your cooking is amazing. This spiciness is so satisfying.
It's even more potent than drinking strong liquor. Yu Meng ate with his mouth full of oil, nodding repeatedly and praising indistinctly.
After a hearty meal and drinks. Brother Mo, your kebabs are amazing.
I'm going back to take care of my mother now. Call me if you need anything, Wang Dazhuang said, letting out a satisfied burp.
Okay, Dazhuang, thanks for today. I'll invite you to dinner another day, Shinemo said. We brothers don't stand on ceremony, Wang Dazhuang said before leaving. My dear son-in-law, this is the most satisfying late-night snack I've ever had in my life.
But now that you're full, there are some things I need to tell you, so you can be prepared, Utaizhan said, drinking water as he looked at Shinemo after he saw Wang Dazhuang off. Please speak, father-in-law, Shinemo said solemnly. The world is becoming increasingly turbulent. My purpose in coming down the mountain this time is not only to see the cloud deer, but also to check on the situation in the county town below.
Things are not peaceful in the south. Utaizhan looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice.
Utaizhan paused, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Those barbarians in the south are becoming increasingly aggressive and frequently harassing the border. I've heard that the Imperial Army has already set off there, and tensions are high on both sides.
A major battle may be imminent. Southern barbarians?
Shinmo's heart skipped a beat. This was a chaotic world.
Not just in the south.
Our great Zhou dynasty is also rife with undercurrents. The old emperor is getting on in years, and I hear his health is failing.
None of his sons and grandsons are content.
They're all desperately trying to build up their power base and recruit soldiers.
And that's not all.
In the north and west, many bandits who have established themselves as mountain kings are growing stronger and stronger, calling themselves King of Obeying Heaven and King of Pacifying the West, and they're simply lawless.
Utaizhan sighed, his voice low and somber. Yes, brother-in-law. The government? Humph. They either cower in the city and dare not come out, or they collude with those bandits to prey on the people.
Now there are more and more refugees on the road, and countless daughters are being sold.
Sigh. This life is truly inhuman.
Our Yu family village is located by the mountain, and we can barely make a living by hunting wild animals, but it's hard down below the mountain.
Yu Meng sighed.
Utaizhan looked at Shinemo and said earnestly, My dear son-in-law, you are a scholar, capable and quick-witted.
But in this chaotic world, ability alone is not enough.
You need to be shrewd and, more importantly, have the ability to protect yourself. Your fishing skills are enough to support your family, but if you encounter a large group of bandits or fierce brigands, you won't be able to protect your whole family.
Utaizhan pointed to the courtyard wall. Like tonight, if your elder brother and I hadn't arrived just in time, what would have happened?
Zhao Lizi is nothing but a scoundrel. What's truly deadly are those ruthless and unscrupulous bandits and outlaws. Remember, Yu family village will always be your and Yunlu's escape route. When it really comes down to life and death, don't hesitate, take your people and run to the mountains to the east immediately.
Take this.
After Utaizhan finished speaking, he took out a black animal bone token from his pocket, with the character Yu engraved on it, and handed it to Shinemo. When you reach the mountain pass near the village, show this, and the brothers patrolling the mountain will lead you in.
Thank you very much, father-in-law. I will remember this.
Shinemo said solemnly as he accepted the token with both hands.
Okay, that's good. Utaizhan nodded and looked up at the sky. It's getting late, and the mountain path is difficult to travel, so let's. Before the words were even finished. Splash. A very faint cracking sound was heard. Who? Chapter 22 Pursuit and Sudden Change. Utaizhan rushed to the back gate in a few strides. He pressed himself against the door frame and listened intently. The backyard was deathly silent.
Only the rustling of the night wind could be heard. At that moment, a pungent smell wafted over. Yu Tieshan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Light the fire? You bastard! Yu Taizhan flung open the small door and rushed out. At the base of the backyard wall, a small, thin figure was stuffing a lit tinderbox into the hay. The flames had already reached the edge of the haystack. You're asking for death! Yu Taizhan roared. The small, thin figure was so frightened that the tinder in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, and he turned around to try to escape by climbing over the wall. Yu Taizhan strode forward, grabbed the man's ankle with his large hand, and pulled him backward. Ah! A piercing scream. The man was dazed and confused, seeing stars. Before he could even react, a large foot had already stomped heavily on his chest. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. A blood-curdling scream, inhuman and spitting out blood, followed by an instant collapse. Father! Yu Yulu exclaimed in surprise, reacting quickly by grabbing a bucket full of water from the side. With a splash, the water was poured over the flames, extinguishing them instantly. Shen Mo looked at the thug groaning in pain on the ground, his face so dark it could drip water. He recognized him at a glance as one of the 4 thugs who had been scared off by Yu Taizhan that evening. Speak! Who sent you? If you don't speak, I'll crush all your bones right now and throw you into the mountains to feed the wolves. Yu Taizhan bent down and lifted the thug up like a chick, his voice icy cold. The thug, his sternum broken and writhing in excruciating pain, cried out with tears streaming down his face, "Spare me! Shifu, spare me!" It was Zhao Lizi. He gave me 5 taels of silver and told me to sneak over the wall at night, set a fire, and burn the entire Shen family to death as revenge. Zhao Lizi? Yu Tieshan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Where is he? They got away, the thug cried. He owes the Sihai gambling house 80 taels of silver. The interest keeps piling up, and he can't pay it back. The gambling house has threatened to kill him if he can't pay it back within 3 days. Today is the last day. He couldn't raise the money, so he ran away, saying he was going to Chang'an and would never come back. He told me to light a fire, and I'd get 5 taels of silver in return, the thug explained. Run away? Good. Very good. Yu Taizhan laughed angrily. My dear son-in-law, do you see this? This is what happens when you're too soft-hearted. A letter of repentance? That stuff isn't even good enough to wipe your ass. For a scoundrel like this who has no bottom line and is rotten to the core, letting him live is like digging up your own grave and the graves of everyone in this house. Yu Taizhan turned to look at Shen Mo. Shen Mo felt a chill instantly shoot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. In my past life, I was a bit of a fool, but I never risked my life. This life, I'm walking a tightrope every step of the way. A letter of repentance, what womanly compassion. Naive. Foolish. If it weren't for my father-in-law's help, I'd be done for again, Shen Mo thought to himself with self-mockery. I was so naive. I thought the law. Shen Mo murmured. A chaotic world. This is a chaotic world. Law? That's for living people. For beasts, only fists and knives matter. Mercy towards the enemy is the greatest cruelty towards our own people. Remember this lesson. Yu Taizhan said solemnly. Mengzi. Drag this lump of rotten flesh to the back mountain. Let him fend for himself. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. Yu Taizhan turned to Yu Meng and ordered, then winked, indicating that it wasn't just a matter of letting him roam free. Yes, father. Yu Meng responded, dragging the still wailing thug out like a dead dog. That mad dog Zhao Lizi must die. Keeping him around will only cause endless trouble. You all stay home and lock the doors and windows. Mengzi will come back to guard the place after he finishes dealing with that lump of rotten flesh. I'll be right back. Yu Taizhan said, his gaze sweeping over Shen Mo and the women. After saying that, he left the courtyard and disappeared into the village road. Father. Yu Yunlu chased after him to the door. Shen Mo clenched his fist. He needs power. Real power to deter villains and protect his family. Yu Tieshan's speed was astonishing. Having spent years traversing treacherous mountains and forests, his skill in tracking prey was ingrained in his very bones. The night wind howled, and faint footsteps could be heard ahead. Finally caught up. Yu Tieshan's lips curled into a cold smile as he pushed off with his feet, closing the distance.
Sure enough, not far ahead, a figure was running desperately along the path.
It was none other than Zhao Lizi. He was carrying a bag on his back, panting heavily, and occasionally glancing back in fear.
Zhao Lizi! Yu Taishan roared. Zhao Lizi froze as if struck by a spell.
He turned around in terror.
Yu Taishan?
Zhao Lizi was terrified. He screamed and, no longer caring about anything else, ran forward with all his might. He knew that if Yu Taishan caught up with him, he would surely die. He could still hide from the debts of the Sihai gambling house, but if he fell into the hands of this killing god, he wouldn't even have a chance to hide.
Humph. Run? Did I say you could run?
A cold glint flashed in Yu Tieshan's eyes, and he suddenly pushed off with his feet, his body shooting out.
The distance between them shrank rapidly.
50 steps, 30 steps, 10 steps.
Ah! Help!
Murder! Zhao Lizi screamed desperately, scrambling and crawling. Just as Yu Tieshan's large hand was about to grab the back of his neck, Zhao Lizi suddenly lunged downwards and rolled down.
His head slammed into something extremely hard. Ouch!
Zhao Lizi was so shocked by the impact that he saw stars and fell to the ground. When he looked up, he saw a knife pressed against his neck and was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Several ornately decorated carriages were moving along. Around the carriages stood a dozen or so guards dressed in uniform blue outfits and with long swords at their waists.
Zhao Lizi hit a wheel.
The convoy stopped.
Who goes there? How dare you ram into the carriage of such an important person? You're asking for death.
A high-pitched, effeminate voice came from the middle carriage. The carriage curtain was lifted by a fair hand.
Chapter 23 Why are the flowers so red?
A middle-aged man with a pale, clean-shaven face, wearing a dark purple brocade robe and a gold hat, leaned out. He looked to be in his 40s, with smooth, delicate skin, long, narrow eyebrows and eyes, and a habitually downturned mouth, exuding an air of arrogance and coldness typical of someone who had long held a high position. His hand was gently twirling a string of sandalwood prayer beads. His gaze slowly swept over Zhao Lizi, who was slumped on the ground in a disheveled state, and Yu Taishan, who was chasing after him with murderous intent.
Father-in-law! Father-in-law, save me! That scoundrel from the mountains behind me wants to kill me. Please, father-in-law, have mercy. Take me in. I'm willing to serve you in the palace. I'll do anything, even be your slave.
Zhao Lizi, as if grasping at a last straw, scrambled to the front of the carriage, kowtowing repeatedly until blood instantly streamed down his forehead, wailing in terror. He was so frightened he didn't even care about his clothes. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed eunuch narrowed his long, narrow eyes slightly. He sized up Zhao Lizi. Although he was in a sorry state at the moment, upon closer inspection, his features were quite regular, especially his eyes, which were particularly bright. His skin was also very delicate because he hadn't been on the ground. A playful and satisfied smile appeared on the purple-robed eunuch's lips.
Oh? You're quite a clever one. Raise your head and let me have a good look at you.
The purple-robed eunuch paused in his fingers as he twirled the prayer beads, his voice high-pitched and carrying an undeniable air of authority. As if hearing celestial music, Zhao Lizi immediately raised his head, forcing an extremely fawning smile onto his face, his eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful and charming. Not bad looking, and your figure is passable too. To meet us in this desolate wilderness is quite your good fortune. The purple-robed eunuch was even more satisfied, nodded, and said slowly.
Brave warrior, this man has rammed our carriage.
According to the law, he should be beaten to death. However, I see he has some intelligence and wish to take him back to the palace for training.
Whatever grudge you have with him, let it go. I'm taking him away.
The purple-robed eunuch turned his gaze to Yu Taishan, his tone suddenly turning cold, and spoke with a condescending command. This eunuch in front of me seems to live a life of luxury, but he has a hidden sharpness in his eyes and his breathing is long and deep. Especially his hands, he is definitely a hidden master of internal martial arts.
His strength is probably even above mine.
Moreover, the dozen or so guards around him all have slightly bulging temples, which means they are all trained fighters.
If they form a battle formation, I will definitely not be able to get the better of him. Yu Taishan quickly calculated in his mind.
A palace eunuch wearing purple robes, with such an imposing carriage and such elite guards, is no ordinary eunuch. He is likely a confidant of a powerful eunuch in the palace, or even the eunuch himself.
For the sake of Zhao Lizi, would I offend such a ruthless and cunning person in the palace? Yu Taizhan made a decision instantly after thinking it through. Yu Taizhan forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency is wise. This man is named Zhao Lizi, a rogue and scoundrel from this village. He owes a huge gambling debt and even attempted to commit arson and murder tonight, trying to kill my son-in-law's family. I have come here only to clean house and act on behalf of heaven. Since Your Excellency has taken a liking to this man and wishes to bring him back to the palace, it is his good fortune. I dare not stop him, and I leave everything to Your Excellency's discretion." He's a reasonable person.
The purple-robed eunuch responded calmly.
In that case, we'll take him away.
This scoundrel's crimes will be dealt with according to palace rules, and he certainly won't be let off easily. Someone, take this clever boy to the empty carriage in the back and keep a close watch on him, don't let him escape. The purple-robed eunuch waved his hand and ordered the guards.
Yes, Eunuch Lu.
2 guards stepped forward and lifted the ecstatic Zhao Lizi off the ground like a chick, shoving him into a carriage behind them despite his struggles. The purple-robed eunuch known as Eunuch Lu gave Yu Taizhan a meaningful look one last time before slowly lowering the carriage curtain.
"Let's go," the shrill voice commanded.
The magnificent carriage procession restarted and quickly disappeared on the official road, leaving only a faint scent of perfume.
Why would palace eunuchs appear in this remote, impoverished area late at night? Where were they going? Yu Taizhan turned around and walked towards Shenmo's courtyard.
In the inner city, at the top floor of the Forget Worry Tower, is the moon-gazing pavilion.
Incense wafted softly, and warm curtains hung low.
The interior furnishings were extremely luxurious, with a dressing table made of golden Nanmu wood and an incense burner made of mutton fat jade. On a large, soft chaise lounge, a woman with a graceful figure reclines. She wears a soft, smoky-colored silk dress that reaches her chest. Beneath the gossamer thin fabric, her full and proud curves are faintly visible. Her slender waist is so small that it could be encircled with one hand, outlining a breathtaking arc.
The hem of the dress is embroidered with blooming peonies.
At this moment, she had bare, snow-white, exquisite feet, her toenails painted a delicate red, which were gently swaying. A very thin gold chain, adorned with a few small pearls, was tied around her ankle. She was none other than Xiaoyuer, the top courtesan of the Forget Worry Pavilion, renowned throughout Dian City. At this moment, she was holding a crystal-clear grape with her slender fingers, her cherry lips slightly parted, and her pearly teeth gently biting it. Her beauty was unparalleled. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate it seemed to break at a touch. Her almond-shaped eyes were large and bright, with slightly upturned corners, possessing a natural, alluring charm, yet they were also clear as water, exuding innocence. Her nose was small and straight, and her lips were full and plump. This blend of innocence and allure created a fatal attraction for her. A young maid, dressed in a bright green vest and with her hair styled in double buns, was carefully kneeling beside the couch, massaging her legs.
Holy maiden.
The little maid hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Xiaoyuer responded lazily, without even lifting her eyelids, and continued eating grapes.
Ah. No. It's Miss.
The maid realized she had misspoke, her face turned pale with fright, and she quickly corrected herself, her voice trembling with tears.
This servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die.
Xiaoyuer finally lifted her eyelids, and her clear and charming eyes glanced at the little maid.
Instead of being angry, she burst out laughing, her eyebrows curving and revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth.
All right, Shuier, look how scared you are. Just remember next time, don't call me Holy Maiden or anything like that outside.
Just call me Miss.
Xiaoyuer's voice was clear and melodious.
Yes, Miss.
I'll remember. Shuier breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied.
Tell me, what's making you so flustered?
Xiaoyuer spat the grape skins into a jade dish, picked up another grape, and asked casually. Miss, do you remember that scholar Shin who rammed the princess's carriage on Changla Street a few days ago and was whipped several times by the princess, almost to death?
Shuier leaned closer and whispered.
Xiaoyuer paused slightly as she held the grape in her hand.
That unlucky guy? Wasn't it said that he was barely breathing when he was carried back? What, did he finally die?
Xiaoyuer asked casually.
He is not dead.
Not only is he not dead, but I saw him with my own eyes when I went to the West Market to buy rouge and face powder today.
He was lively and energetic.
Although his face was still a little pale, he was in good spirits. He even took his newlywed wives to buy fabric at the Jinxiufang shop, and he was quite generous. Shui'er said in detail, her tone full of disbelief. Clatter. A grape that Xiao Yu'er was holding between her fingers fell to the ground without warning.
Xiao Yu'er's smile froze instantly, her clear eyes widened in astonishment and a hint of unbelievable absurdity.
She sat up abruptly, her smoky-colored gauze skirt slipping down to reveal a section of her fair and delicate calves.
What did you say? Xiao Yu'er's voice suddenly rose. He's not dead? How is that possible? I clearly.
Her words trailed off, as if realizing her slip of the tongue, she bit her lower lip tightly. Her large eyes were filled with exasperation and intense resentment.
He's actually not dead? Xiao Yu'er's voice was extremely low.
She's really tough. She took a few lashes from the princess, huh?
He's lucky.
If I ever see him out drinking and carousing again, talking nonsense like whores are heartless and actors are unfaithful.
Humph.
I'll make sure he knows why the flowers are so red. Xiao Yu'er said angrily, grabbing his soft pillow embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water and smashing it hard on the ground. Shui'er was so frightened that she dared not breathe and buried her head even lower. Xiao Yu'er vented her frustration, her chest heaving slightly. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes.
You're still alive and kicking, strolling around town? Interesting, very interesting. It seems your life is much tougher than I thought. But this game isn't over yet.
Xiao Yu'er muttered to herself, a sly smile playing on her lips.
Chapter 24. Knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Miss, there's one more thing. Explain.
I overheard the shop assistants at Jinxiu Workshop chatting, and they said that Shen Mo accidentally caught a golden koi in the river outside the city a couple of days ago. It was bought by a retired official from the city for 100 taels of silver. Shui'er added cautiously, seeing that her mistress's anger had subsided.
100 taels?
A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Yu'er's beautiful eyes.
Ha!
Xiao Yu'er chuckled softly, her fingertips brushing against a strand of her long black hair.
100 taels, a golden scale. This fool's luck is so good it's infuriating. Xiao Yu'er tilted her head and looked at Shui'er, muttering to herself.
Shui'er, what do you say? Xiao Yu'er said with her back to Shui'er. He used to come to the building every few days, sit in the corner, and watch me play the zither with such longing eyes. His gaze, TSK, was rather foolishly sincere. Later, somehow, he managed to save up some money, ordered a pot of wine, and then.
Xiao Yu'er said, lost in her memories. After a few cups of wine, you've forgotten who you are.
How dare you point your finger at me and hurl such foul language? What's most outrageous is that he actually dared to touch my wrist with his filthy hands. And he gripped it so tightly. Xiao Yu'er paused, raised her snow-white wrist, and waved it in the moonlight, her tone suddenly turning cold.
Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me?
Xiao Yu'er snorted after saying that. Given his meager abilities, receiving such a windfall of 100 taels of silver is enough for him to live happily in this forget-worry tower for quite some time. Xiao Yu'er stood up and paced back and forth barefoot on the soft carpet, stroking her chin and muttering to herself.
He didn't immediately come to me with money to curry favor? Instead, he took his newlywed, rustic wives to buy fabric? Ha, interesting, very interesting.
Xiao Yu'er said, puzzled. It seems that this talented scholar Shen has lost his memory after being whipped a few times and escaping death?
Or has his brain been damaged?
Xiao Yu'er said with a smile.
Shui'er, go to Scholar Shen's house first thing tomorrow morning, Xiao Yu'er suddenly ordered. Ha? Go to his house? Shui'er was taken aback.
Xiao Yu'er gently inserted the jade hairpin back into her hair bun and looked at herself in the mirror from left to right.
Send him a note for me. Just say. Xiao Yu'er's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival.
Tomorrow evening, Wangula will host a poetry and moon appreciation gathering at Lanyue Pavilion. We have specially invited talented scholars and great Confucianists from the city to enjoy the moon, taste tea, listen to music, and compete in poetry, and to make friends through literature. I have heard that Scholar Shen survived a calamity and is blessed with literary talent, even managing to catch a golden carp, a symbol of good fortune.
His talent must be extraordinary.
Therefore, I would like to invite him to give me some guidance. Remember to tell him that the invitation was written by me, Xiao Yu'er, and that I personally ordered it to be delivered. Also, a great scholar will be coming, which will be very helpful for the upcoming imperial examinations. Furthermore, if he is willing to come, I will invite him into my boudoir for a chat, Xiao Yu'er said softly.
Question mark. Miss, isn't this inappropriate? What if young Master Shen suddenly becomes a beast again?
Last time I wasn't careful and let him touch my hand. If he dares to touch me again this time, I'll chop his hand off and feed it to the dogs, Xiao Yuer said in a chilling tone. And also, miss, the magistrate and several distinguished guests will be coming tomorrow.
What if young Master Shen causes a scene?
Shuier said with concern.
It's alright, just do as I say, I'll take care of the rest, Xiao Yuer said with a faint smile. Yes, miss. I will go first thing tomorrow morning and deliver the message.
Xiao Chui couldn't help but shiver and quickly lowered her head in response.
Shen Mo, do you think that just because you took a few lashes, escaped with your life, and made a small fortune, you can erase the fact that your hand touched me?
Ha, a moon viewing poetry gathering? I'd like to see what kind of poems you, a fool who's died once, can come up with. I don't take advantage of you so easily. The debt owed by that claw needs to be repaid with something. Xiao Yuer leaned back on the chaise lounge, lazily picking up a new grape, her eyes gazing out the window.
A game of cat and mouse was about to begin. Again. Thump. 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 It was late at night, but neither Shen Mo nor the other women were sleepy.
They waited anxiously in the courtyard, and Yu Meng had already returned. The oppressive silence was broken by a sudden knock on the door.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
Who?
Yu Yunlu asked.
Girl, it's me, your father. Yu Tieshan's rough voice came from outside the door.
Father.
Yu Yunlu's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He pulled off the latch and flung the door open.
Father, are you all right? What about Zhao Lizi? Yu Yunlu asked her father anxiously.
Yu Meng, Shen Mo, and the women also looked at Yu Taizhan with concern.
Father-in-law, you've worked hard. How is it going? Shen Mo stood up and went to greet him.
They said inside that they caught up with the man and almost caught that bastard. Yu Taizhan waved his hand, signaling everyone to come inside, and then he closed the courtyard gate behind him and said,
Where is he?
Yu Yunlu pressed.
He got away.
That bastard panicked and ran headfirst down a steep slope, right under the carriage wheels of a group of nobles.
Yu Taizhan sighed. A benefactor? Shen Mo asked doubtfully.
Yu Taizhan nodded, his expression solemn. It was very grand, heavily guarded, and the carriage was inlaid with gold and jade.
That Zhao Lizi was just unlucky to die. He was thrown around and was completely disoriented.
With a guard's knife to his neck, he cried and begged the nobleman in the carriage to take him in as a eunuch.
Eunuch?
Yan Rushuan couldn't help but exclaim softly, and Yan Rushua quickly squeezed her hand.
The person sitting in the carriage is a high-ranking eunuch surnamed Lu.
He doesn't look like a good person, Yu Taizhan continued, his brows furrowed. That eunuch Lu glanced at Zhao Lizi a few times, probably because he had fair skin and tender flesh, and actually nodded in agreement. He immediately ordered his men to drag him away, saying that he would take him to the palace to be castrated and serve people. Yu Taizhan finished speaking and quickly took a sip of water. The main room was deathly silent.
This ending was completely unexpected by everyone.
Stripped? Xiao Tao's voice trembled, and her face turned pale. In that case, although Zhao Lizi escaped his uncle's punishment, he has also cut off his own escape route. Once he enters the palace, his life and death will be out of his own hands, and he will probably be in a worse situation than if he fell into our hands, Lu Ruyan said calmly, her brows slightly furrowed.
That bastard got off easy.
Yu Yunlu stomped his foot angrily. Now that the man has been taken away by the palace, this matter is completely over. Those thugs who were with him are all cowards, scared out of their wits. They've long since disappeared and will never dare to come back and cause trouble again.
You can rest assured now.
Yu Taizhan looked around, his gaze lingering on Shen Mo's face before turning to his daughter. Many thanks to my father-in-law and elder brother for their tireless efforts in the dead of night to rescue me from this predicament.
I will remember this great kindness.
It is getting late and the mountain road is difficult to travel. Why don't you rest here for the night and return to Yuejia village tomorrow?
Shen Mo stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply.
Yes, Dad, it's already so dark. Yu Yunlu quickly tried to persuade him to stay.
No. Your mother is waiting at home.
She'll probably be too worried to sleep if we don't come back tonight. We can find our way back to Yuejia village with our eyes closed.
It's no problem. Yu Taizhan waved his hand firmly.
Mother will worry, Yu Meng said in a muffled voice. The father and son had made up their minds, so Shen Mo and Yu Yunlu could no longer force them to stay.
The group saw Yu Taizhan and Yu Meng out of the courtyard. My dear son-in-law, treat my daughter well. If anything happens, just show that token, and Yu family village will be your backup.
Yu Taizhan said, patting Shen Mo on the shoulder one last time.
Don't worry, father-in-law. Shen Mo solemnly replied. The imposing figures of Yu Taizhan and his son quickly disappeared into the deep night. It's all right, everyone go back to your rooms and get some sleep. Shen Mo said to the women. Oh dear, I'm exhausted. My husband, you must rest and recharge tonight, don't overexert yourself.
Yi San Yang glanced at Shen Mo with seductive eyes, then swayed her hips and went back to her room.
The girls blushed instantly and went back to their rooms.
Shen Mo returned to his simple main room. He had just taken off his outer robe and was about to blow out the lamp and rest when the door was gently pushed open. A slender figure walked in and quickly closed the door gently behind her. She wore a light blue nightgown that accentuated her curves. Her long, black hair was held back with a wooden hairpin. Her face was lightly powdered, and her cheeks were flushed with a captivating blush. Her eyes were lowered, and her hands were nervously clasped in front of her lower abdomen.
My husband.
Her voice trembled slightly.
Chapter 25 Technical Support for the Birth of the House. The person who arrived was none other than Lu Ruyan. Shen Mo was taken aback, then realized what was happening.
According to the rules that Lu Ruyan had set herself, it was her turn to serve the emperor tonight.
Madam, it's so late, is there something you need? Shen Mo asked knowingly.
Tonight, it is my turn to serve my husband in bed, Lu Ruyan said softly, her cheeks instantly turning red, the blush spreading all the way to her ears.
Come and sit down, don't stand, Shen Mo said gently, looking at the shy Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan walked slowly to the bedside and sat down, her body stiff and taut.
For a moment, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was awkward and delicate. You must be tired today?
Why don't you get some rest?
Shen Mo said, genuinely feeling a bit sleepy. Why do I still have to work overtime after time traveling?
Shen Mo recalled the countless nights he had worked overtime.
My lord. Propriety must not be neglected. It is my duty to serve you, how can I abandon it because of fatigue?
Lu Ruyan suddenly looked up, with a hint of grievance and confusion. Even when you're this nervous, you're still thinking about etiquette.
Shen Mo said, both amused and exasperated. Madam, I'm not talking about etiquette.
I mean, I have a back injury, and yesterday I consummated my marriage with third sister, so my energy was quite depleted. Could I rest for a couple of days?
Shen Mo said helplessly.
He is exhausted from all that rolling in his past life. Now he just wants to lie down.
He can't roll anymore.
You go ahead and do it, madam, Shen Mo thought to herself.
Does my husband mean that my body is not yet fully recovered and it is not advisable to have intercourse?
Lu Ruyan asked cautiously, her face flushed.
Yes. My wife is incredibly intelligent and quick to understand. Shen Mo nodded hurriedly, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon. That's exactly what I mean.
What my husband says is indeed reasonable, Lu Ruyan said, pausing for a moment. He continued, the Yellow Emperoress in her classic says, supplement what is deficient, and drain what is excessive.
My husband is currently deficient in both qi and blood, and his essence is depleted.
He should strengthen his foundation and nourish his essence, and should not take any further actions that deplete his essence.
Shen Mo nodded repeatedly, my wife is very insightful. She is well versed in the ways of health preservation.
Lu Ruyan suddenly changed the subject, her expression becoming extremely serious.
However,
the law is strict, and the time for marriage and childbirth cannot be delayed. As a scholar, my husband should set an example for the community.
How can he let personal matters interfere with public duty? Shen Mo. This is a bit too much.
Furthermore, Lu Ruyan took a step closer, lowering her voice even further. I heard that my husband and third sister spent quite a long time consummating their marriage last night, which didn't seem like a lie at all.
Could it be that my husband doesn't find my plain appearance appealing?
Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened as she finished speaking, and her voice sounded like she was about to cry.
Holy crap, were there a bunch of people eavesdropping outside yesterday? Seriously?
These Zhou dynasty women are too fierce, Shen Mo thought to himself.
No, it's just that you know what happened yesterday. I guess it's because of past reasons that we're not able to consummate our marriage. Shen Mo finished speaking awkwardly.
If it weren't for third sister's superb skills yesterday, we probably wouldn't have been able to consummate our marriage for the first time. It's not that I didn't want to, it's just that I was willing but unable, Shin Mo thought to himself, wailing. Although the inner rules of the Book of Rites details the rules of etiquette, it is vague on the practical details. I am good at theoretical discussions but have no practical experience, Lu Ruyan whispered. The new bride is discussing with her husband on their wedding night the lack of practical details in the Book of Rites? Shin Mo was at a loss for words. Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip, glanced at Shin Mo, and fell into deep thought for a long while. My lord, do not worry. I remember that you asked Sister San Yang for help last night. After she helped, I heard that you had completed the consummation of the marriage. Now, I think that since Sister San Yang is very experienced, why don't we ask her for some guidance? Lu Ruyan raised her head and said softly. Shin Mo froze instantly. Is this really the well-bred lady I know? The daughter of an official? Invite third sister to guide? This is unbelievable. Is this really the same Lu Ruyan who always spouts the Book of Rites? Shin Mo was shocked. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at Lu Ruyan, whose cheeks were flushed and who was making such a shocking suggestion. Guidance? Shin Mo's voice changed. Madam, are you serious? Was the external assistance service in the boudoir of ancient times really this open? Shin Mo felt like his brain CPU was about to burn out. Yes, third sister is experienced and skilled. Last night, my husband was able to consummate the marriage successfully thanks in no small part to third sister. Why not invite her to come and give us some guidance? This is a temporary measure, and it is also the way of concubines in ancient etiquette, not a licentious act. Lu Ruyan's cheeks were so red that they could bleed. She quickly glanced in the direction of Yi San Yang's room and said in a low voice. Boom! Shin Mo felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him precisely on the top of his head. Invite third sister to come and provide on-site guidance? And even offer her concubine's company? Shin Mo's breathing became labored. He had already agreed in his heart. Only a fool would disagree. In ancient times, there was also a system of concubines. When the mistress was unable to attend to her, a concubine could serve her. Although third sister is not a concubine, she is a sister and has experience. Asking her to give a demonstration or assist from the side is not without precedent. Seeing Shin Mo's dumbfounded look, Lu Ruyan thought he disliked this method as being uncivilized, so she quickly added. My lord. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. These are extraordinary times, and extraordinary measures must be taken. As long as we can ultimately consummate our marriage and fulfill the proper rites, the process can be flexible. Lu Ruyan continued. Okay, you're amazing, madam. Whatever you say is right. Shin Mo was already defeated by his academic wife's big picture perspective. Please wait a moment, husband and wife. I'll go and fetch third sister. Lu Ruyan said, and without waiting for Shin Mo's reply, she walked out the door to find outside help. A short while later, with a soft creak, the door was pushed open again. Lu Ruyan walked in, followed by the alluring Yi San Yang. She wore a light red gauze outer garment, through which her pale yellow bodice was faintly visible, and her voluptuous figure undulated breathtakingly in the dim candlelight. Her large, watery eyes looked at Shin Mo lying on the bed. She burst out laughing, her body trembling with mirth. Husband, look how you've made things difficult for our young lady. Why is she standing there like a wooden post? Oh, I know, you were like that yesterday too, you don't like to move. Lu Ruyan said sweetly, her eyes full of charm. Third sister, don't talk nonsense. Shin Mo blushed with embarrassment. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, my husband knows perfectly well, Yi San Yang said with a smile, covering her mouth. Sister Ruyan, wait a moment, I'll teach you a few secret techniques that will definitely work immediately. Yi San Yang turned to Lu Ruyan and said. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go upstairs together. I'll teach you everything you need to do tonight. Yi San Yang closed the door and led Lu Ruyan to the bed. Chapter 26. A good teacher produces outstanding students. As soon as Lu Ruyan got into bed, she buried her face in the blanket in embarrassment. Husband, I knew it. Your health needs my personal tutoring. Yi San Yang said, giving Shin Mo a flirtatious wink as she got into bed. Sister Ruyan, don't be afraid or embarrassed. This matter is both difficult and simple. Just reading those damn books won't help. You have to practice to learn. Come, let me teach you a few quick tricks that will surely make our husband Yi San Yang said, looking at Lu Ruyan who had peeked out. What followed was, for Shen Mo, an immersive and bizarre experience.
He felt like a lab rat.
The moonlight, like water, poured over the messy bed. Yi San Yang made her graceful exit with a satisfied yet mischievous smile, and thoughtfully closed the door behind her before leaving.
Only Shen Mo and Lu Ruyan remained in the room.
The intense heartbeat and panting gradually subsided.
My lord, it's not written in the Book of Rights that it would be this tiring, Lu Ruyan said softly.
Shen Mo.
The textbook is seriously inconsistent with reality, just like the difference between the buyer's show and the seller's show. Shen Mo thought of online shopping in his previous life. The book says this is the greatest joy in the world, the way of harmony between yin and yang, so why is it so tiring? My back feels like it's going to break, Lu Ruyan complained coquettishly, rubbing her waist. Well, what the ancient sages and wise men said is mostly a highly theoretical generalization. In practice, it will always be a little different.
Well, there are individual differences and deviations from the actual situation, Shen Mo explained after thinking for a moment.
Theory? Individual differences? What do you mean, my husband? Lu Ruyan asked with a curious expression.
Theory refers to what's in books, and the difference is that it's different when applied to real life. Also, everyone's physical condition is different, which is called individual difference, Shen Mo explained in detail.
Oh, I understand, my husband.
What you said is quite strange.
Lu Ruyan nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. My wife, you've worked hard. Get some rest. Shen Mo said sincerely, feeling extremely sleepy. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment. My lord, I am so happy. From today onwards, I am your true wife.
Lu Ruyan leaned closer and whispered in Shen Mo's ear. The warm breath made Shen Mo freeze.
Yes, madam, Shen Mo said, gently stroking her hair.
Today, I'll test the waters for my sisters, let them wade through these murky waters, so they're mentally prepared and won't be flustered and lose their composure later. Besides, from today onwards, I can start teaching my sisters, Lu Ruyan said.
Shen Mo. Is this still the same Lu Ruyan who always spouts etiquette and rules?
She's clearly a modern workplace elite who's well versed in project management, disguised as a lady from a prominent family.
Isn't this some kind of degeneration of intellectuals? Shen Mo opened his mouth, speechless, his mind buzzing.
Seeing Shen Mo's stunned and speechless expression, Lu Ruyan chuckled softly.
I am tired, my husband should rest early as well, Lu Ruyan said, pulling the blanket up a little higher.
Her voice was full of weariness. Shen Mo stared at the ceiling, speechless for a long time. The 3 days he had transmigrated had been more exciting than his 30-plus years of life. One moment his mind was filled with the allure of the female CEO's words, "Let's see how you perform," spoken at a dinner party in his past life, and the next moment with the shock of her earlier words, "Let's see how deep you are." Fate is truly a cycle, it always manages to precisely trap you, regardless of time or place. Shen Mo sighed silently to himself and closed his eyes. The exhaustion that had been squeezed dry finally surged in like a tide, and consciousness gradually sank into a deep sleep. When Shen Mo opened his eyes in the morning, his whole body felt like it was falling apart, and his back was still incredibly sore. Husband, we clearly agreed last night that it would be the last time. Lu Ruyan lay in Shen Mo's arms, her eyes slightly narrowed, and said coquettishly.
Why is it like this again?
Lu Ruyan said softly, poking Shen Mo's chest weakly with her finger. Well, it was just a matter of feeling, Shen Mo said guiltily, looking at the few red marks on Lu Ruyan's fair neck. Last night, my wife was so passionate. How could I possibly give up halfway and disappoint her? Shen Mo said sincerely and innocently. Husband, keep your waist low and your legs steady, and use your strength like this. At this moment, Yi San Yang's alluring face flashed uncontrollably in Shen Mo's mind, along with her mischievous smile and gentle persuasion whispered in his ear at night. His Shen Mo subconsciously rubbed his lower back. This ancient performance appraisal is much more exploitative than that female CEO in my previous life. At least that one in my previous life only cared about his energy input, but didn't demand any output, right? Shen Mo thought to himself. Stop talking nonsense. You're so unrestrained, don't you even care about your health? Lu Ruyan said, her cheeks flushed, glaring at Shen Mo. You're the one who asked me to hand in my homework, but I did my homework in advance, and you're complaining that I did too much homework, Shen Mo sighed inwardly. Ouch. Lu Ruyan tried to sit up, but it was obvious that she had aggravated a sore spot. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she fell back down. Shen Mo hurriedly reached out to help her, but he also hissed and his movements froze in mid-air.
But Lu Ruyan laughed out loud at Shen Mo's grinning face.
You rascal, Lu Ruyan said, burying her face in Shen Mo's shoulder.
Knock knock knock. My lord, my dear sister Ruyan, are you awake?
I've prepared some nourishing porridge to help you recover your strength, came Yi San Yang's charming voice.
The enchanting atmosphere inside the room was instantly shattered. Cough, you're awake, you're awake.
Put the porridge on the table by the door, we'll come out in a bit, Shen Mo said, clearing his throat. I'll bring it in myself, it won't taste good if it gets cold, said Yi San Yang. All right then, Shen Mo said, glancing at Lu Ruyan, who was only peeking out from the side. The door creaked open. Yi San Yang swayed in, carrying a steaming white porcelain bowl. Oh dear, Yi San Yang's voice was soft and charming, with a hint of amusement as she walked straight to the bedside. It seems our little sister Ruyan had a really tough time last night. Yi San Yang placed the bowl on the small table beside the bed. She leaned down, close to Shen Mo's ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Young master, were you able to exert yourself properly last night?
Would you like me to give you some pointers tonight?
Third sister.
Don't talk nonsense, Shen Mo said, her face turning red.
Yi San Yang giggled, her full breasts rising and falling with her laughter, making Shen Mo feel flustered and confused.
Husband, quickly drink this bowl of porridge.
I added goji berries, red dates, and deer antler velvet to nourish your body, Yi San Yang said hastily, her smile fading. This is really nourishing, a 3-piece set for health. I hope it won't give me a nosebleed.
Shen Mo muttered to himself before picking up the bowl and drinking.
After only a few sips, the urgent knocking on the door started again.
Young master! Young master! Something terrible has happened. Come out and see.
Xiao Tao's anxious voice rang out from outside the door.
Chapter 27: The Courtesan's Invitation.
The three people inside the room were all startled and exchanged glances.
What big thing could happen so early in the morning? Xiao Tao, come in and tell me what's wrong? Shen Mo asked loudly. Husband, please come out.
The people outside are specifically asking to see you by name, Xiao Tao said. All right, third sister, help me up, Shen Mo said to third sister beside him.
Yes, my husband. Yi San Yang helped Shen Mo quickly put on his clothes, acting every bit the virtuous wife. Shen Mo opened the courtyard gate with a creak and walked out.
Standing outside the door was a maidservant dressed in a light red jacket, a long skirt, and a light blue vest, with her hair styled in double buns. She was about the same age as Xiao Tao, but her eyebrows and eyes were finely drawn. She held a plain white invitation card with gold trim in her hand and stood there prettily, looking at Shen Mo.
This must be young master Shen Mo, right?
The little maid curtsied, her voice clear and sweet. I am Chui'er, a maidservant of Miss Xiaoyuer of Wanyu Tower. Our young lady specifically instructed that this invitation must be personally delivered to you, young master. After speaking, Chui'er handed over the gold-embossed invitation with both hands.
Forget Worry's tower? Xiaoyuer, what does she want from me? Shen Mo asked coldly, showing no intention of taking the invitation.
Seeing Shen Mo's cold attitude, and with the sharp, piercing gazes of the women in the hall, the maid in green felt a chill run down her spine.
Young Master Shen.
Our Miss Yuer said that this is a mid-autumn poetry gathering hosted by the county government.
It will be held at our Forget Worry Pavilion.
The county magistrate, as well as renowned scholars, talented men and beautiful women from the prefecture will all be present. My young lady, out of consideration for your many previous patronages, and having heard that you are a reincarnation of the god of literature, specially asked me to bring this to you. These invitations are now extremely rare, worth more than 10 gold pieces. The maid Xiao Chui paused here before continuing. My young lady also said that if Mr. Shen comes to the evening, she will invite you into her private quarters for a chat. The invitation was written by my young lady herself. After the maid Chui'er finished speaking, she handed the invitation forward again.
A mid-autumn poetry gathering?
Lu Ruyan repeated softly, a sudden light flashing in her eyes. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she stood up, walked quickly to the door, and, to everyone's astonishment, reached out and took the gold-embossed invitation.
Since you've accepted the invitation, then I'll take my leave. I'll be waiting for young Master Shen at the Lanyue Pavilion in Wanyu Tower tonight.
After saying this, Xiao Chui got up to leave.
Xiao Tao, where is this Forget Worry Pavilion you mentioned earlier? Yan Rushuang asked curiously. It's Dian City, the most famous brothel in the city.
Xiao Tao said softly, her face flushed.
A brothel?
Several women's voices rang out simultaneously, filled with shock.
Husband, an invitation from a brothel has already been delivered to our door today? What? You think we sisters aren't serving you well enough? You want to go to that fox den for some fun?
Yi San Yang's ample bosom heaved with anger as she questioned him fiercely.
I didn't. I'm innocent. Shen Mo quickly raised his hands in surrender, looking completely innocent and bewildered. I'm not familiar with her, Ruyan, where's the invitation? Let me see it. Shen Mo quickly said to Lu Ruyan. Shen Mo accepted the invitation from Lu Ruyan.
It feels warm and smooth to the touch, with the delicate texture unique to high-quality paper.
It has a pleasant fragrance. Upon opening it, I found a piece of handwriting that was exceptionally beautiful. We respectfully invite Mr. Shen Mo to attend in person.
The moon shines especially bright on Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for sharing with good friends. The county government, embracing refined tastes, has invited talented scholars and luminaries of the county to a mid-autumn poetry gathering at my humble abode on the 15th of the lunar month at dusk. We wish to admire the moon together, compose new poems, and celebrate this grand occasion. I have long admired your talent, sir, and aspire to join you. I have prepared simple wine and tea, and you, sir, have prepared a warm welcome. I hope you will spare some time for our conversation, to make the most of this auspicious time, and to share our innermost thoughts. Respectfully submitted by Xiao Yuer of Wang Yu Tower. At the end of the signature, there is also a small, vermilion moon character seal.
Miss Yuer? Xiao Where? Shen Mo held the fragrant invitation, his brows furrowed, frantically searching through his fragmented memories.
In the original owner's remaining memories, there did seem to be such a name. She was the top courtesan of the Forget Worry Pavilion.
He vaguely remembered the original owner being infatuated with this courtesan, even causing trouble while drunk. But the specific details were very blurry.
This invitation is made with exquisite materials, and the handwriting is elegant yet sharp, definitely not the work of an ordinary courtesan.
This Xiao Yuer is probably not simple.
She specifically invited you and promised to sweep the bed and wait for you.
Husband, what is your past with this woman?
Lu Ruyan had calmed down by now and asked with a slight frown.
We're really not that close.
I might have seen you a few times from afar at most, Shen Mo said with a wry smile, trying to distance himself from the situation.
Not familiar? If you're not familiar, why would the most beautiful courtesan send you an invitation so early in the morning? And awaiting you with her bed ready? Bah!
I think you're just lusting after her.
If you want to go, then go. Stop pretending here.
Yi San Yang persisted, snorting sourly. In my past life, I always complained about how expensive it was to find a woman, but now women are looking for me for free, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Times have changed. Yan Rushuang and Yan Rushua looked at Shen Mo with worried expressions, hesitant to speak.
Xiao Tao lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, her little face full of disappointment and unease.
My lord, this invitation might be an opportunity, Lu Ruyan said. All eyes turned to her. Opportunity?
Yi San Yang thought she had heard the biggest joke in the world.
What opportunity? The chance to be a sucker in that den of iniquity? Or the chance to have your marrow drained by that little vixen? Sister Lu, have you gone mad from reading too much?
Those kinds of places. That kind of place is exactly where my husband needs to go right now, Lu Ruyan interrupted her, her tone resolute.
Husband, have you seen clearly?
This poetry gathering is being held by the government at the Forget Worry Pavilion. At that time, renowned scholars and officials from this county and even the prefecture will surely gather.
What a rare opportunity to make a name for oneself. Lu Ruyan said to Shen Mo. My husband is a scholar with a degree, and the path of the imperial examination is the right one.
If he can stand out at the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry gathering, even if it's just a word or two of appreciation from a great scholar, it will greatly benefit him in passing the provincial examination this month. Such a reputation is more precious than 100 taels or 1,000 taels of silver. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and continued, her words striking a chord in everyone's hearts.
Fame and fortune.
These two words struck like a thunderbolt, landing heavily on everyone's heart. In this era where all other professions were considered inferior and only studying was noble, official rank and fame were the greatest talisman and the most powerful passport to changing one's destiny.
Shen Mo's heart jolted. Yes.
He had only thought about making money to survive, forgetting that in this world, power and status were fundamental. With official rank and fame, the oppressive military service, taxes, and even that damned birth quota might find a way to be circumvented. He had to brave this dangerous place, even if it meant venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. Yi San Yang was also stunned. She chuckled and said, "TSK, what Sister Ru Yan said makes sense, but..." Her eyes swept over the post. "Why did Xiao Yuer have to send it now that my husband has just made some money? Is it because she sees that my husband is better now and has some money, and wants to seduce him back?" Yi San Yang said, her eyes looking at Shen Mo with a meaningful gaze. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi San Yang, then her gaze swept over the women present, and she said with a slight upturn of her lips. "Miss Yuer," she drawled, looking at Shen Mo. "If my husband truly possesses such talent and charm, and can win the heart of a beauty, making her willingly redeem herself and become a virtuous woman, wouldn't that be a beautiful story? It would also save her from constantly thinking about him," Lu Ruyan said slowly. "Winning the heart of a beauty, crazy 6+1? Shen Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. "Put." Yen Rushuang held back her laughter, then quickly covered her mouth. Yen Rushua also pursed her lips, a faint smile in her eyes. "This journey is fraught with danger. Xiao Yuer is no benevolent person. I am willing to disguise myself as a page and serve my husband. Even if it means facing mountains of knives and seas of fire, I will shield my husband from them," Lu Ruyan said solemnly. Cough, cough, cough. Yi San Yang was just picking up her bowl to drink some porridge to calm her nerves when she choked and coughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. She patted her chest and pointed at Lu Ruyan, trying to say something, but coughed so hard she couldn't speak. This girl is truly a genius. Not only does she help her husband take a concubine, but she also disguises herself as a man to go to a brothel. Yi San Yang's alluring eyes were filled with shock and excitement. "All right then." Yi San Yang nodded in agreement with Lu Ruyan's idea. "I'll be your bodyguard. I'll deal with any lecherous scoundrel," Yu Yunlu chimed in from the side. The girls exchanged glances, none of them objecting. "All right, it's settled then. Ruyan, you're well read, so you can play the role of a handsome young master and be my page. Yunlu, you're skilled, so you can play the role of a cold-faced bodyguard. The three of us will dress up as men together. Let's go to a brothel." Chapter 28. Even with her clothes untied, she had no regrets. "Before we go, I'll teach you how to make fine sugar. Yulu, San Yang, Xiaodao, help me carry these 2 bags of brown sugar to the kitchen. Also, wash our 2 biggest pots. And get the fine gauze and charcoal we bought yesterday ready." Shen Mo instructed the women. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the unique aroma of boiling sugar, a sweet smell tinged with a burnt scent. Shen Mo rolled up his sleeves, staring intently at the bubbling syrup in the 2 large pots, carefully stirring with a long-handled wooden spoon. "This dark stuff, my husband, can it really turn into snow-white frosting?" Lu Ruyan asked, her brows furrowed as she looked at the syrup in the pot. "Yes, my husband, this candy doesn't tea look as good as the ones we buy," Yu Yunlu said bluntly. "Take it easy," Shen Mo said, wiping his sweat. "Yes, my husband, it looks just like the brown sugar we usually eat, except it's a bit runny," Yen Rushuang said, her face flushed from the steam as she leaned closer to the pot. "The best is yet to come. Yunlu, water," Shen Mo said to Yu Yunlu. With a splash, Yu Yunlu picked up a bucket of water and steadily poured it into a specially made large wooden bucket with small holes drilled in the bottom. The inner wall of the bucket had already been thickly lined with layers of washed straw, forming a filter layer. "Third sister, yellow mud," Shen Mo shouted again. "Here you are, my lord." Yi San Yang came over and handed a clay basin filled with yellow mud water to Shen Mo. Shen Mo carefully and evenly poured the well-stirred yellow mud slurry onto the straw layer laid out in the wooden bucket. "Xiao Tao, get ready to receive," Shen Mo called out in a low voice. "Yes, young master." Xiao Tao immediately placed a clean, large ceramic basin with a fine cotton cloth lining the bottom under the leak at the bottom of the wooden bucket. All eyes were intently focused on the bottom of the wooden barrel. Finally, 1 drop, 2 drops, clear water droplets began to drip from the small hole at the bottom of the wooden bucket, falling onto the cotton cloth in the ceramic basin below. Then, the flow of water gradually increased, turning into a small spring. "Wow! Water! Such clear water!" Yen Rushuang exclaimed first, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this really filtered from that brown sugar syrup? It's simply amazing." Lu Ruyan stared wide-eyed at the nearly transparent liquid that was flowing out, and murmured in disbelief.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Stop. Third sister, that's enough.
Yi San Yang immediately stopped pouring the muddy water.
Shen Mo picked up the earthenware basin filled with a pale amber liquid and poured it into the pot, mixing it with the boiling water. Husband, what are you doing? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask.
Make the purest sugar syrup, Shen Mo replied, continuing to stir.
It's turned white. Yan Rushui exclaimed. Really? It's so shiny. Like melted beeswax. It smells so good. Yan Rushuang exclaimed excitedly. When the liquid became viscous enough, Shen Mo decisively removed the heat.
He poured the syrup into a ceramic basin and placed it in a cool, well-ventilated place. Now, let it crystallize slowly.
Everyone, go take a nap. Shen Mo wiped his sweat.
He had finally recreated this traditional method of decolorizing and recrystallizing using yellow mud water. If you master math, physics, and chemistry, you'll be fearless anywhere, Shen Mo thought to himself, feeling grateful to his former teachers. After the women finished tidying up, they all returned to their rooms. Just as Shen Mo was about to take off his clothes and lie down, a sweet voice came from beside him. My lord, let me help you take a nap, Yi San Yang said, appearing behind Shen Mo without his noticing.
Oh dear, my good husband, look at all this sweat. It breaks my heart to see you like this.
Yi San Yang swayed her serpentine waist and moved closer to Shen Mo without anyone noticing. She held a plain white handkerchief in her hand and gently wiped the sweat from Shen Mo's forehead and neck. She was wearing a light pink blouse, the neckline revealing a small portion of her full, snow-white breasts. This is nothing, I can do it myself, Shen Mo said casually, then reached for a towel to wipe his sweat.
My lord, what are you saying?
A scholar's body is too precious.
Let me help you instead, Yi San Yang said in a soft and charming voice.
The sun is scorching, and the work is almost done.
Why don't you go back to your room and rest for a while?
Let me take good care of you and help you relax, Yi San Yang invited in a sweet voice.
Third sister is right, my husband should take a rest.
Yan Rushuan was young and simple-minded, and immediately nodded in agreement. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, her lips moved as if she wanted to remind someone of something, but seeing Yi San Yang's never give up until she achieves her goal attitude, she swallowed her words and turned her gaze away indifferently. The women quickly headed towards the room, ignoring Shen Mo and Yi San Yang.
Taking advantage of the moment, Yi San Yang took Shen Mo's arm.
The amazing softness and elasticity of her skin were palpable even through the thin fabric of her clothes, and her voice was so sweet it could drip honey. Husband, let's go.
Shen Mo's body stiffened as he felt the amazing elasticity and warmth from his arm.
When he met Yi San Yang's eyes, which were full of affection and charm, and had 2 pools of spring water, the thought of rejection in his heart was instantly swept away. Men may get dizzy from naked eye 3D, but they will never get dizzy from 36D. The self-control I had honed at the dinner table in my past life, the ability to remain unmoved by a woman's advances, was utterly useless in front of this vixen.
Well, let's take a break then. Shen Mo felt inexplicably uneasy and coughed lightly. My husband is so good.
Yi San Yang immediately beamed with joy, practically clinging to Shen Mo, half carrying and half supporting him as she led him into the house.
The door creaked shut behind me.
Yi San Yang gently inserted the bolt with her backhand, her movements skillful and natural, and she had already gone in and out 3 times. Third sister, I have important business to attend to tonight.
Why don't we just get some rest? Shen Mo quickly said.
If this continues, it'll really kill us.
Shen Mo felt a sense of panic.
My lord, just lie down.
Don't think about anything or move. Let me serve you.
It won't disturb your rest. Yi San Yang walked up to Shen Mo, stood on tiptoe, and breathed her warm breath on Shen Mo's chin as she whispered. Shen Mo finally agreed, thinking that since the girl had taken such a proactive approach, it wouldn't be right to refuse her. Shen Mo was helped to lie down on the bed by Yi San Yang. Yi San Yang knelt down beside him and gently untied his sweaty sash with her small hands. I have no regrets even if my clothes are untied, for I am wasting away for her sake.
For some reason, Shen Mo thought of this poem. Chapter 29 Lying down is tiring too.
As her clothes were removed, Yi San Yang's gaze fell on Shen Mo, her captivating eyes seeming to be confirming something. She leaned down, her soft lips gently probing. Shen Mo's body tensed up suddenly, like a fully drawn bow.
Wait. Shen Mo said. Waiting for what? Yi San Yang asked. Third sister, my back injury hasn't healed yet. You know that, right? Shenemo told Yi San Yang. I understand, how could I not understand?
Yi San Yang sensed Shenmo's nervousness, her smile deepened, and she whispered comforting words in his ear.
The amazing elasticity and full weight pressed down instantly, and Shenmo's mind went blank.
He subconsciously tried to sit up, but Yi San Yang pressed his shoulders down with both hands and pushed him back onto the pillow.
Don't be afraid, my husband, leave it to me. Your body is still weak. I was reckless last time. Now, my husband, just lie down.
Yi San Yang straightened up slightly, the collar of her peach-colored thin shirt falling down, revealing a dazzling and enchanting view of her snow-white skin. Shenmo's breath caught in his throat, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to that ample bosom. I'll take care of the heavy lifting, Yi San Yang whispered in Shenmo's ear.
Boom! Shenemo felt his breath catch in his throat.
A surge of heat rose up.
You. Shenemo had only managed to utter one word when his mouth was covered.
Husband, Yi San Yang said haltingly. I will serve you well, I only beg you not to despise me, and not to say things like those people say I am.
Mum.
Shenemo was so engrossed in her manipulations that his mind was spinning, and he could only respond instinctively. You have no idea how happy I've been these past few days. You haven't been cursed to death by me, and you're still protecting me.
As for this body, you can have whatever you want, Yi San Yang whispered in Shenmo's ear. This vixen, saying such sweet nothings at a time like this, isn't that just adding fuel to the fire? Shenmo's rationality was utterly destroyed by these words.
Shenemo felt as if he had been caught in a sweet tornado, and could only passively endure it, his soul seemingly being tossed to the clouds.
Husband, hold me tight.
Her fingernails slid unconsciously. As for her figure, she's a bit thin, but fortunately, she's well proportioned.
It's just that her constitution is quite ruined. She has excessive internal heat and deficient kidney essence.
Husband, you'll have to take good care of her in the future, said Yi San Yang. Husband, everyone in town says you're a god of literature who keeps this widow in check, but why don't I feel any strength from you today? Yi San Yang said, her red lips slightly swollen and moist, her breath coming in short gasps.
Provocation. Blatant provocation. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated.
If I lie down again and am provoked like this by a woman, especially my own wife, where will I put my face after 2 lifetimes? Shenemo thought to himself, a surge of anger mixed with shame and resentment suddenly rushed to his head, and his male pride began to take over.
Third sister, that's enough. Get down. Shenemo said angrily. Go down?
Yi San Yang chuckled softly. My silly husband, Yi San Yang did not back away, but instead leaned even lower, her full breasts almost pressing against Shenemo's chest. Her peach blossom eyes flashed with a cunning and dangerous light as she stared straight at Shenemo. Shenmo's scalp tingled, his reason collapsed, betrayed by his body, and he had no choice but to respond to that fatal temptation. Yi San Yang clearly sensed it too, and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, her smile deepening.
Look. This body is much more honest than your mouth.
Yi San Yang gave a light snort, with a hint of triumphant smugness. Just as Shenemo felt his consciousness was about to fade, Yi San Yang suddenly stopped moving. A storm was brewing, but in the blink of an eye, the rain stopped and the sky cleared.
That vixen, Shenemo cursed inwardly.
Ha! Yi San Yang chuckled softly, her laughter filled with the pleasure of a mischievous triumph.
My husband, how does it taste? Is it more interesting than last night?
Yi, third mother, you're asking for death.
Shenemo gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse.
Now Yi San Yang lowered her head, meeting Shenemo's burning eyes again, her red lips curving into a smile as she whispered breathlessly.
How does my husband intend to kill me? I'm waiting, Yi San Yang whispered. Rock-a-bye baby, rock-a-bye to Grandma's bridge.
If you rock anymore, you'll really have to go see Grandma.
Shenemo sighed inwardly. Women in this dynasty are truly fierce as tigers.
Shenemo felt all his fatigue and backache vanish, leaving only his most primal impulse roaring.
You asked for this.
Shenemo let out a low growl and grabbed Yi San Yang's voluptuous waist tightly with both hands. With a flip, he pulled her off his body and onto his in a dizzying spin, instantly reversing their positions. The wooden bed creaked violently under its own weight.
So tough?
Third sister, today I'll show you that I can not only subdue widows, but also female bodhisattvas. Shenemo looked down at the beautiful face beneath him, which flashed with surprise for a moment, then was covered by an even stronger seductive charm. His eyes were so hot they seemed to be spitting fire. Shin suddenly lowered his head, no longer passively enduring, but with a fierce and predatory aura, and kissed those alluring red lips fiercely. They conquered cities and fortresses, stirred up storms, and utterly devoured everything. It was no longer a one-sided guidance from Yi San Yang. A fierce and evenly matched contest was about to unfold. The creaking of the wooden bed grew louder and louder, like an out-of-tune, wild symphony.
Chapter 30, Woman Disguised as Man.
Very good, that's more like it.
My husband, let's do it again.
Instead of retreating, Yi San Yang advanced, wrapping her legs even tighter.
Time seemed to lose its meaning. How much time had passed was unknown. Was it a fleeting moment, or an eternity?
The world slowly fell silent. Only the sound of two hearts beating and the sticky mingling of their sweat-drenched bodies remained. Yi San Yang lay softly on Shinmo's body, her full breasts heaving violently with her rapid breathing. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyelashes drooped, and she looked languid and alluring.
Phew, my husband, are you well rested now? Isn't it nice to lie still?
Yi San Yang raised her head, her eyes sparkling, exuding charm and a hint of cunning.
You're in a position of power, so you call the shots. I'm just an employee, Shin thought to himself.
He didn't even have the strength to roll his eyes. He just grunted in response. All he wanted to do right now was pass out. Yi San Yang, however, had no intention of letting him go. She sat up, brought her red lips close to his ear, and whispered, "My dear husband, I really need to take good care of your health. Otherwise, when the 3-year period really comes, and we sisters take turns, my husband, with your small body, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it for long." Yi San Yang paused, then deliberately pressed her fingertips lightly on Shin-mo's waist, causing Shin-mo to twitch again with a soreness. "Also, I heard that the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering at Lanyue Pavilion tonight has invited quite a few famous courtesans. Each one of them is talented and beautiful, and has high standards?" Yi San Yang snorted softly, and lightly lifted Shin-mo's cheek with her finger.
"My lord, you must hold on. Those aloof flowers may look beautiful, but their thorns are sharp and hurtful. How can they compare to me in caring for you?"
Yi San Yang said softly, leaning against Shin-mo's chest.
"A courtesan? A poetry gathering?"
Shin-mo's mind was a complete mess, with only one thought remaining. Even if the sky falls, you have to get some sleep first. Outside the window, the afternoon sun remained lazy. The Shin family courtyard was peaceful and serene. Only the exhausted breathing of the two people could be heard from Shin-mo's room.
Young master! Young master! It's getting late, time to get up. Also, the sugar is ready."
Xiao Tao's clear yet anxious voice rang out from outside the door.
Shin-mo and Yi San Yang quickly got dressed and went out together.
Xiao Tao was the first to notice, so she quickly ran to inform Shin-mo. At this time, the other women also came over one after another after hearing the noise.
Shin-mo led the women to the basin. "It's done!" Shin-mo roared, barely containing his excitement.
The women then gathered around.
"Oh my god! It really looks like snow!
So beautiful!
It smells so good!" In the bowl, the thick, golden syrup had solidified. The surface was covered with a layer of snow-white, fine, sand-like white crystals.
The white was so pure and unblemished, like the first snow of winter, sparkling like diamonds in the morning light.
"Husband, may I try some?" Lu Ruyan asked Shin-mo.
"Give it a try, all of you should give it a shot," Shin-mo said to the women. Lu Ruyan was the first to extend her finger, carefully pick up a small pinch of snow-white icing, and put it in her mouth.
This is even better than the tribute,"
Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide open.
"Wow! So sweet! So sweet!
There's no strange taste at all. It's sweeter than honey, and 100 times better than brown sugar."
"Husband, you're amazing,"
Yan Rushuang said excitedly after finishing her meal.
"Pure as snow, sweet as honey.
This kind of refined sugar is worth more than 10 or 100 times more than brown sugar. Husband, your method is truly like turning stone into gold." Yan Rushue also picked up a bit to examine it closely and exclaimed in admiration.
Although Yu Yunlu didn't say anything, her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Shin-mo.
The other girls tried it and all nodded in approval.
"My lord, you are truly amazing.
If this were sold, the whole city would be fighting over it," Yi San Yang said in a sweet and seductive voice. After speaking, she stretched out her finger, lightly dipped it in the sugar frosting, and quickly licked it with the tip of her tongue, looking at Shin-mo with seductive eyes. "Sweet, so sweet it touches my heart.
Sugar-coated bullets, this beauty. Shen Mo swallowed hard, almost raising his chest piece in protest again. Husband. We're rich. Aren't we? We'll never go hungry again.
Xiao Tao said excitedly, her face flushed. Ru Shuang, Ru Shui, San Yang, Xiao Tao, you stay home and take good care of this treasure. When I come back, I'll bring you the best rouge and face powder from Zhangji.
Yun Lu, Ru Yan. Find 2 new men's outfits and come with me to the city. We'll go to Zen Bazhai and let Manager Qian open his eyes. Let's also make our family's little treasury bulge. Shen Mo instructed. Lu Ruyan nodded. Don't worry, husband, we'll go and prepare right away. Such pure white and precious icing, once it comes to the world, is it really just a blessing?
A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime.
Can one hold on to such immense wealth? Looking at Shen Mo's spirited profile, Lu Ruyan felt a trace of worry. As darkness fell, Shen Mo paced back and forth in the courtyard. Why isn't it done yet?
Women in ancient times and women in modern times are pretty much the same in this respect. Makeup takes a long time.
It's easy for a woman to disguise herself as a man in storybooks, but how easy is it to actually do it?
A woman's figure, voice, demeanor, and gait are all worlds apart.
Especially to change one's appearance in just 1 hour. Shen Mo wasn't sure if he could actually do it.
Shen Mo shook his head inwardly, thinking that if it didn't work, he would go by himself. He was even prepared to see 2 incongruous, laughable figures push open the door and come out.
Just as Shen Mo was about to step forward and ask if it was done. Squeak!
The tightly closed wooden door slowly slid inward. 2 figures walked out.
Shen Mo subconsciously turned his head to look.
The moment his gaze fell upon the scene at the doorway, Shen Mo froze on the spot, his mouth slightly agape.
All doubts vanished from his eyes, leaving only indescribable shock and amazement.
At the entrance, on the left and right, stood 2 completely different men. On the left, she wore an indigo cotton dress, loosely tied at the waist with a matching cloth belt, and a dark 6-cornered hat with the brim pulled down so low that it almost covered her clear, cold eyes, revealing only half of her face.
Upon closer inspection, one could still discern her undeniable beauty. That's already pretty impressive.
On the right is a well-fitting dark brown coarse linen outfit, with a cowhide belt around his waist, from which hangs a water pouch and a simple, unadorned short dagger. His black hair was tied into a man's bun, secured firmly with a wooden hairpin, revealing a smooth and full forehead. What a handsome young man.
Shen Mo stared blankly at the 2 of them, completely speechless. Husband.
A soft female voice rang out at that moment.
Ruyan? Shen Mo asked hesitantly. Husband. The page boy Lu Ruyan lowered his head even further and whispered nervously. Call me young master, Shen Mo said. Young master.
Another voice called out at that moment.
Yun Lu? Yes, my husband, Yun Lu replied.
Shen Mo looked at the 2 men in front of him, his heart churning with turmoil. Shocked, bewildered, incredulous. The makeup skills of the ancients were truly amazing. This is not just disguise, it's a complete transformation, a rebirth. In just 1 hour, a mere hour, 2 vibrant women have been transformed into 2 completely unrecognizable, utterly different, and utterly devoid of any feminine charm. This skill is simply divine. Shen Mo was utterly convinced. Let's go. From now on, you can call me young master, and I'll call you Ruyan, Xiaolu, and Yunlu, Xiaolu, is that alright?
Shen Mo said, turning to the 2 women.
Yes, young master, Lu Ruyan said with a slight curtsy. Alright, young master, Yunlu replied softly. Xiao Tao, 3rd sister, Ru Shuang, Ru Shui. Yunlu, Ru Yan, and I may not be back tonight.
We might stay at an inn. Don't worry, we'll definitely be back by tomorrow morning at the latest.
Shen Mo hurriedly gave these instructions in advance, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Yes, my husband, you can go in peace, Yi San Yang said with a rare serious expression. Shen Mo, accompanied by Lu Ruyan who was disguised as a man and Yun Lu, embarked on the road to the county town.
Chapter 31 Forced to Remarry.
Inside the treasure shop in Dian City, snow-white frosting was spread on a mahogany counter, its shimmering light reflecting off Manager Qian's shocked face.
Hiss, this icing.
Shopkeeper Qian stroked his beard, his fingertips trembling slightly.
Snow white in color. Absolutely no impurities. Purely sweet. 5 ounces a pound. I'll take them all. 5 taels.
Lu Ruyan's breath hitched, and she quickly exchanged a glance with Yun Lu beside her, her heart filled with surprise.
Shopkeeper. Shen Mo was overjoyed and hesitated before finishing his sentence.
Old Shen, have you found any delicious or rare treats lately? A voice called out. At this moment, a remarkably wealthy man entered, dressed in a crimson brocade robe, with a jade ring on his thumb. His left arm was around a woman in a pale yellow gauze dress with alluring eyes, while his right arm was around a woman in a peach-pink gauze dress with a seductive figure and long, slender legs. The two women's voluptuous bodies pressed close to him, bringing with them waves of sweet fragrance. Behind them followed two towering, black-clad guards.
Oh my! Young Master Long, what an honor to have you here. I am so sorry.
Manager Qian bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling.
Cui Yinger, the top courtesan of Chenshui Tower. The Queen of Flowers at Furongfang, Peony.
Someone in the crowd recognized the two women next to young Master Long and exclaimed in a low voice, causing an instant uproar. All eyes were focused on young Master Long and the two women beside him.
Young Master Long's eyes lit up as he rushed to the counter, looking at the white candy in front of him and asking, "Old Qian, is this candy? Why is it so white? Can I eat it?"
Of course, please, young Master Long, Manager Qian said confidently after tasting the food himself. Young Master, no, let me try first. At this moment, the guard spoke up.
All right, then hurry up. Let me know if it's good or not.
If it's not good, I won't try it, young Master Long instructed.
The guard took a pinch of sugar and tried it. How is it?
Young Master Long asked immediately from the side, completely disregarding everyone else present.
Young Master, I think it's pretty good.
At least I've never eaten such delicious candy in my life. The guard licked his lips after speaking, looking like he wanted more.
Good. Good candy.
Young Master Long grabbed a handful of white sugar with his fat hands and stuffed it into his mouth, humming with his eyes closed. Young Master Yu Yunlu said softly as she watched the scene.
Shen Mo quickly shook his head at her, signaling her not to say anything more.
Lu Ruyan watched from the side, keeping silent. Having grown up in an official's family, she naturally understood what was going on. Young Master, look how anxious you are. Cui Yinger, the woman in yellow next to young Master Long, immediately smiled and wiped his face with a handkerchief. The woman dressed in a light pink gauze, peony, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes about the white sugar.
Young Master Long's gaze swept over Shen Mo, then suddenly fixed on Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu, his eyes lighting up. The candy is good.
I'll take it.
But...
Young Master Long grinned, his fat finger pointing directly at the two women. Young Master, I'd rather have these two page boys and guards over here.
TSK, they're so pretty. 100 taels each. Come with me.
I'll make sure you live a life of luxury. Young Master Long's eyes darted over the two women, and then he held up two chubby, short fingers.
100 taels. Manager Qian gasped again.
100 taels to buy her, the daughter of a convicted official, is more than enough, let alone one, even 10.
My husband wouldn't do that. But given her status, I'm afraid he can't refuse. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and she became more and more panicked as she thought about it.
Her nails dug into her palms, and her body swayed slightly. Yu Yunlu's eyes instantly turned cold as he gripped the knife at his waist.
Young Master Long is too kind.
They are my family, and it is truly difficult to part with them. Shen Mo's heart tightened, but he forced a smile, stepped forward to stand in front of the two women, and bowed to young Master Long.
Family? Young Master Long's eyes widened, and he interrupted impatiently, enough nonsense. Think it's too little? I'll add more.
He held out his chubby palm, 500 taels.
500 taels each. That's enough for you to buy 10 or 8 more. 500 taels. It was like a boulder crashing down.
Lu Ruyan felt her vision go black, and the immense fear almost suffocated her. Yu Yunlu gripped the hunting knife with exceptional force using his knuckles. Cui Yinger and Hua Muden stopped laughing and looked at young Master Long with slight surprise.
500 taels for a page boy? A guard? This price seemed too outrageous to them. Young Master Long's kindness is too much for me. But they are stubborn and not a good match for me.
Shen Mo's palms were sweaty and his voice was slightly nervous. He could tell that the other party's identity must be very scary.
1,000 taels.
Young Master Long suddenly raised his voice, his eyes fixed on Shen Mo.
1,000 taels for each. 2 for 2,000 taels. Kid, 2,000 taels of silver.
Enough for you to live a carefree life for several lifetimes.
Give them to me. I'll buy the candy at the price too. How about it?
Young Master Long's face showed a smug smile, as if he could already see Shen Mo kneeling down to express his gratitude.
2,000 taels. The entire inner hall was deathly silent. Even Manager Qian forgot to breathe.
Lu Ruyan felt ice cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave.
2,000 taels, she knew she was finished. No one could refuse such an astronomical price. Tears streamed down her face.
The last trace of hesitation vanished from Yu Yunlu's eyes, leaving only a cold resolve. If Shen Mo dared to nod, she would immediately attack, even if it meant bloodshed on the spot. The two women beside young Master Long completely lost their smiles, staring at him in shock, then at Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu with envy.
2,000 taels.
Their net worth was far less than that. How could they possibly deserve it? Young Master Long, even if 10,000 taels of gold were piled up before my eyes, I would not treat my family as commodities to be bought and sold. This is not the behavior of a gentleman, much less the way of a husband. Please forgive me, young master, for not being able to comply.
Shen Mo bowed deeply again, his posture humble.
You. Young Master Long's smugness froze instantly, then turned into anger at being disobeyed. His fat trembled with rage.
2,000 taels. He was actually refused?
He slammed his hand on the counter.
Good. Good. What a gentleman unmoved by gold.
Young Master Long, enraged, laughed coldly. His eyes swept over Shen Mo and the two women behind him, then glanced at the two courtesans beside him. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face as he pointed at Cui Inger and Huang Yuden, saying, "Fine. You've got guts, kid. I'll give you another choice.
You don't want money, right? Then I'll trade you these two. How about it?"
After saying that, young Master Long forcefully shoved Cui Inger and Huang Yuden forward. Caught off guard, the two women staggered a few steps, their faces drained of color, filled with disbelief, humiliation, and terror. They were top courtesans, playthings, but to be treated like merchandise and pushed out for exchange was the greatest insult to them.
These two darlings of mine are the top courtesans of Chunchuei Pavilion and Furong Pavilion.
They're charming, sensual, and have captivating figures.
If you trade them for those two clueless blockheads behind you, you'd be hitting the jackpot. What do you say? Want to trade?
Young Master Long teased. Cui Inger and Huang Yuden stood stiffly, their faces ashen, tears of humiliation welling in their eyes. They bit their lips tightly, afraid to utter a sound. For the first time, they felt so clearly their lowly status as playthings. Young Master Long, a gentleman does not take what others cherish, and one should not abandon a wife who has shared hardship with him.
Such an exchange is absolutely out of my reach. I would never dare to do it. Shen Mo refused.
Young Master Long's playful smile froze completely, the air in the inner room instantly dropped to freezing point, and the hands of the two black-clad guards were already on the hilts of their swords. Good, a wife who has shared hardship should not be abandoned.
Good, I would never dare to.
Kid, you've got guts.
You're really something.
In all my years, besides my father, you're the only one who has dared to disobey me.
Young Master Long laughed. Now I'm giving you two choices. First, take these two women away.
I don't want them either.
Second, the three of you can stay here forever.
Young Master Long threatened, his eyes narrowing. He pointed at Cui Inger and Huang Yuden beside him, his eyes full of disdain. The two guards beside him had already placed their hands on their sword sheaths.
Chapter 32. The courtesan asks for a name. This young master is something else. I've seen people squander money on gambling and indulging in debauchery at brothels, but what's with sending women away? And two stunning courtesans at once? The government is forcing you to marry 5 women, and now this young master is forcing you to marry 2 more. 5 plus 2? If you don't agree, you'll die. Is there even a choice? Just choose one. You have everything while you're alive, but you'll have nothing if you die. Shen Mo was making plans in his mind.
Husband, say yes to him, Lu Ruyan said softly but urgently from the side. Husband, agree to his request, Yu Yunlu said at this moment. She knew she was no match for the two guards present, who were clearly experts.
Okay, I'll choose the first one, Shen Mo said. Alright, you're an interesting kid.
You should have listened to me earlier. I had to force you to make a choice.
Kid, what's your name?
Young Master Long asked with a smile.
My name is Shen Mo.
Shen Mo quickly bowed, afraid that he might upset this important man later.
Shen Mo, okay, I'll remember you. Manager Chien. Sugar. 5 taels a pound, all included, as he said. Put the money in my account.
After saying that, young Master Long suddenly flicked his sleeve, knocking down Peony beside him, without caring at all.
Here you go.
Come find me at the manor if you have any good food or fun things to do in the future.
Young Master Long smiled and pulled an object from his waist, tossing it to Shen Mo.
Without even glancing at the pale-faced, swaying Chui Inger and Hua Muten, he led his guards and slowly walked toward the entrance of Zhenbazhai. As if he had thought of something, young Master Long stopped and fumbled for something at his waist.
If you don't want it, I don't want it either. These 2 courtesans are for you, consider them my greeting gift. More than women, I love good food. Remember to bring me some delicious food to my residence.
After saying this, young Master Long handed 2 pieces of paper to Shen Mo. Then young Master Long whispered in Shen Mo's ear, they are both still virgins.
I'm leaving. After saying that, young Master Long walked out of the treasure pavilion without looking back.
Take care, Brother Long.
Shen Mo didn't know why he blurted out such a sentence.
Fortunately, people in ancient times didn't understand this technology, otherwise Shen Mo would have been wiped out in no time.
Brother Long, haha.
Young Master Long seemed to have heard something interesting, repeated the sentence, and left. Young Master, I have something important to report, a guard said to young Master Long.
Speak. I think I've heard of that Shen Mo's name before.
The golden carp that Lord Lin caught yesterday seems to have been caught by this man, the guard said from the side.
Oh. It seems this kid is no ordinary person. He just acquired a golden scale yesterday.
And today he dares to defy me.
Interesting.
Let's go, don't keep the girls waiting. Tonight, on this mid-autumn festival, the banks of the Qin Huai River will be bustling with activity. Young Master Long said and walked forward.
Shen Mo looked at the jade pendant.
It felt cold and heavy in his hand. The character was carved on the white jade, and the edges were wrapped with dragon patterns. When Manager Chien saw the jade pendant, his face was full of envy, and his eyes were filled with extreme awe as he looked at Shen Mo.
Manager Chien, do you recognize this?
Shen Mo asked, noticing Manager Chien staring at his jade pendant. I do recognize him, but I dare not say. His status is beyond words.
Young Master Shen is truly blessed. His rise to prominence is just around the corner, said Manager Chien, stroking his beard.
If you were in my past life, you'd be a total charlatan, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Young Master Shen, the total for the snow sugar is 240 taels. If there's any more, you can sell it to me.
After weighing the sugar, Manager Chien presented the silver, his tone respectful and obsequious.
The chubby young master's round figure completely disappeared behind the entrance of Zhenbazhai.
Chui Inger and Hua Muten supported each other, their faces pale and their eyes empty and numb. Shen Mo let out a long sigh of relief. His back was covered in cold sweat.
They're finally gone. This fat young master is at least a second-generation official, right? Maybe even a prince? Shen Mo thought to himself.
The dragon seal on the jade pendant made him feel that it was incredibly valuable, and he was more inclined to believe it was the latter.
Shen Mo opened the paper in his hand and glanced at it.
It contained 2 contracts for the women who had been courtesans, one for 4,000 taels and the other for 5,000 taels to redeem them. It also stated that with these contracts, one could go to the government to be released from their lowly status and enter into a respectable one, or they could be sold back to the brothel for 2,000 taels and 2,500 taels respectively. This hot potato has completely landed in my hands.
4,000 taels, 5,000 taels.
Based on future purchasing power, that's at least several million.
And they even offer a 50% buyback. A car doesn't even depreciate by 50% after it's bought.
This brothel is truly ruthless.
No wonder it's called a den of iniquity. Shen Mo thought to himself. Husband.
Lu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly as she gripped Shen Mo's arm tightly. Yu Yunlu was still tightly gripping the hilt of the knife at his waist.
Shen Mo hadn't had time to comfort them, let alone think about this sudden blessing of love. Thump! Thump!
The 2 soft thuds of knees hitting the ground were distinctly jarring.
Shen Mo looked down in astonishment.
He saw Chui Inger and Hua Muten, who had just escaped their suffering and gained their freedom, kneeling before him.
Hua Muten was tall and slender, towering over most women even when kneeling.
Her long, straight, white legs were striking. Dressed in a light pink gauze dress, her kneeling posture accentuated her proud, full, and pert breasts. This body, a true beauty, with its exquisite features, now possessed a cool and aloof demeanor, completely unlike her previous poise.
Cui Inger's figure was equally stunning, but far more voluptuous.
Her round, full hips bulged dramatically in her kneeling position, forming a breathtaking arc. Her breasts were even larger than the former's, their heavy fullness straining against her clothes as if they were about to burst forth at any moment. Her waist was relatively slender, which only accentuated the dramatic rise and fall of her curves.
Unlike Hua Muden's aloofness, Cui Inger's temperament leaned more towards a languid allure.
Her eyes, as they moved, naturally carried a hint of spring, like a ripe peach.
Long legs and a voluptuous E-cup, so voluptuous, like a plus-size version of the third sister.
Shen Mo swallowed hard, his heart tightening.
Please bestow a name upon us, master.
The two women spoke in unison, their voices not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of Shen Mo and the two ladies beside him.
A name bestowed? Shen Mo was bewildered. What was going on? Chapter 33 can't be suppressed. Get up. Get up now. What era is this? Where we're from, we don't kneel around like that. You're free. Take this indenture and go wherever you want. Shen Mo waved the two thin pieces of paper in his hand and said in a calm tone. I'm slurring my words.
I'm really not used to speaking in such a literary style. Plain language is so much better, Shen Mo sighed inwardly.
Master, you are mistaken.
As long as our contracts remain in your hands, we two servants are your private property to be disposed of at will. Bestowing a name upon us is the first step in securing our livelihood, and it is also a sign of your acceptance of us. Hua Muden raised her head, looked directly at Shen Mo, and said coldly. This servant, Peony, is at your master's mercy.
This servant Inger is the same.
I beg my master to have mercy and take in my sisters. If my master dislikes us, please sell us or even send us back to that brothel, Cui Inger said in a coquettish voice, her eyes filled with tears. This servant would rather die here.
Cui Inger said pitifully, a sight that moved Shen Mo to tears. This wicked feudal hierarchy and personal dependence. Shen Mo was speechless, choked by the two women. Shen Mo waved his hand irritably. Fine, get up and we'll talk about it later.
What should we call her?
Peony, Oriole, I think they sound nice, no need to change them.
This contract. He looked at the paper in his hand, then at the two stunning beauties on the ground. I'll go to the yamen and get your lowly status removed, making you law-abiding citizens.
You can go wherever you want. Master, you mustn't.
Peony and Inger cried out almost simultaneously, their faces drained of color, filled with even greater terror than before.
They kowtowed heavily once more, their foreheads touching the ground. Master! You mustn't! Peony said urgently.
If the indenture is to be registered for transfer of status at the yamen, a guarantor is required.
A household registration authority is required.
My sister and I are like duckweed, rootless and without foundation. If we rashly transfer our status, the government will definitely investigate.
If no evidence is found, we may be treated as vagrants or even runaway slaves. Our fate will be worse than in the brothel. Master, have mercy. Please take us in for now. Even if it's just as a maid. We are willing to serve you like cattle and horses. We only beg you not to push us out now. That would be like pushing us into a fire pit. Cui Inger pleaded with a sob in her voice.
She raised her head and looked at Shen Mo with teary eyes.
Her full breasts heaved violently with emotion, a breathtaking sight that made one's heart tremble.
Seeing the two stunningly beautiful women on the ground so humble and terrified, Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu were deeply moved by their own compassion as women. In particular, Cui Inger's words, push them into the fire pit and let them smash their heads against the ground, resonated deeply with them. They had also been incredibly desperate when choosing a wife before. Lu Ruyan gently tugged at Shen Mo's sleeve, her voice filled with reluctance and worry as she said, Husband, what they said seems to make sense.
This indenture is indeed a hot potato right now.
If we deal with it rashly and the authorities question them, they will be helpless and in grave danger. She paused, lowered her voice even further, and said with a hint of lingering fear.
Moreover, that young Master Long is capricious.
He just sent them to my husband, and then my husband sent them away right afterward. If he finds out and feels that my husband has offended him, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Sister Ruyan is right.
Husband, that fat man looks all smiles, but he must be ruthless.
We can't afford to offend him. It's just 2 more mouths to feed, right?
We can cut back on the household expenses.
Just take them in. It's better than angering that scoundrel now.
Yu Yunlu said with a frown.
Husband.
Then accept them as your wives.
We can't just watch them die, can we?
Yu Yunlu's compassion, being a woman herself, prevailed, and she said urgently.
Accept? How? Take her as a maid?
Shen Mo scratched his hair in frustration. If they are only taken in as maids, their status remains that of slaves, dependent on their master. But this slave status, husband, you are a scholar, and you receive a stipend, so you are considered to be of good status. According to the Great Zhou household marriage regulations, if a man of good status takes a concubine, the concubine can be transferred to good status along with her husband as family. However, the husband must act as guarantor, hold a marriage certificate, register with the official matchmaker, report to the county government as household registration office, cancel the lowly status, and register under the husband as household registration to complete the transfer. If they are only maids, they remain of lowly status, with a lowly position, their life and death at the mercy of their master, and they cannot independently own property, let alone marry on their own. Lu Ruyan shook her head, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, her voice filled with bitterness.
Madam, can we put this in simpler terms? I'm getting dizzy, Shen Mo said.
In other words, if my husband truly wants to help them completely shed their lowly status and gain genuine free citizenship, the only way is to take them as concubines. Moreover, this procedure needs to be completed as soon as possible. The longer it is delayed, the greater the risk of them becoming destitute, Lu Ruyan said, looking at Shen Mo with a complicated expression.
Taking concubines? Shen Mo felt utterly overwhelmed. The family's 5 children in 3 years KPI was already suffocating him, and now they wanted to add 2 more? And they were to be the most beautiful courtesans?
When Shui Inger and Hua Muden heard the words taking a concubine, they both trembled.
Ha!
2 more sisters are coming, and they both look older than her.
When will it be my turn?
Yu Yunlu was dumbfounded and felt bitter.
Shen Mo looked at the 2 stunning courtesans on the ground, trembling and with tears streaming down their faces.
Get up, Shen Mo said wearily and helplessly.
It's too late today, the yamen is already closed.
Tomorrow I will take you 2 to the county yamen's household registration office to handle the transfer of your household registration.
Shen Mo did not directly say taking a concubine, but the meaning was already very clear. Thank you for your great kindness, my husband.
Shui Inger and Hua Muden said in unison.
I bowed deeply once again.
They changed their tune so quickly.
Weren't people supposed to be reserved in ancient times?
Shen Mo felt that the women of the Zhou dynasty were fierce and bold, refreshing his understanding in every aspect.
My lord, it's getting late. Our priority is shopping and the poetry gathering.
The 2 sisters' attire and fragrance are too conspicuous here. Lu Ruyan gently tugged at Shen Mo's sleeve and whispered.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ruyan, Yulu, let's take them to the clothing shop next door and pick out 2 sets of men's clothes that fit them.
Shen Mo urged.
Don't worry, I'll make sure you 2 sisters know, 2 young masters are dressed up to be dashing and unassuming, trying not to attract attention.
Yu Yulu readily agreed, his eyes taking in Shui Inger and Hua Muden's impressive busts.
This task was no small feat. The group quickly walked toward the clothing shop next door. Lu Ruyan, being perceptive, already understood Shen Mo's concerns. Having 2 such stunningly beautiful and conspicuously dressed women by his side would be a veritable source of trouble during the upcoming shopping trip or poetry gathering. A moment later, when Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu walked out with 2 completely transformed young men, the effect was, to put it mildly, just barely acceptable. My lord, the 2 ladies are simply too big for me, I can't help it. After Yu Yunlu came out, he explained in a low voice. It's all right, Shen Mo reassured her, as expected.
Hua Muden wore a loose, bamboo green robe, which looked like a sack.
It barely concealed her overly tall figure and undulating curves, revealing only a section of her excessively long neck. Her features were exquisite, and her temperament was aloof, resembling a frail, sickly, and taciturn scholar.
Shui Inger wore a loose-fitting light blue coarse cloth guard uniform, attempting to conceal her overly prominent hips and breasts.
However, the effect was negligible. Her chest remained impressive, and her hair was tightly tied back, revealing her smooth forehead and sharp eyebrows, making her look exactly like an overdeveloped, heroic guard.
This Shui Inger is exceptionally talented, but it's all for naught. She can't even hold back her breasts, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Shen Mo looked at the 4 peculiarly styled young masters in front of him, his lips twitched, and in the end he could only helplessly give them a thumbs up. You've worked hard. Let's go on a big shopping spree.
Time waits for no one.
Chapter 34 To Bring or Not to Bring.
Amazing.
So fragrant. The Queen of Flowers, her whole body smells of flowers.
Shen Mo could smell the scent of Cui Inger and Hua Muten even as he walked down the street.
The subsequent purchases made Shen Mo deeply realize what it means to spend money like water. Shopkeeper, 10 bolts of fine cotton cloth.
All colors, please. Boss, 5 shur of polished rice. 3 shur of wheat flour. 20 jin of salt. Give me 20 jin of brown sugar. Boss, I need 2 people to help me carry my things to the inn.
The pay is 50 coins.
Shen Mo asked the grain shop owner for 2 waiters and a cart.
All right, you two take good care of young Master Shen, the grain shop owner said to the 2 men beside him. Then they went into various other shops.
Just a basic set of writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, please. Ready to wear?
5 sets of men's clothing for average build.
10 sets of women's clothing for sturdy and durable build. Sizes, roughly this tall and this fat. Shen Mo gestured wildly in the air. Young master, let me tell you about the women's clothing.
Shopkeeper, we need the length, waist, sleeve length.
All right, the shopkeeper replied. Spices. 1/2 pound each of dogwood, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon. Give me 5 sets of pots, pans, and dishes. Lu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale.
Every time Shen Mo called out, it felt like her heart was being torn apart.
Young master, this is too much.
If we spend like this, we'll run out of money very quickly, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but remind him. 8 servings of rouge, please, Shen Mo said to the waiter as they entered Zhang's rouge shop.
Young master, we can buy this later, Lu Ruyan quickly advised. Money is meant to be spent, Shen Mo said dismissively.
40 taels, please, the waiter said, bringing out 8 boxes of rouge.
How much? Shen Mo asked again. So expensive. This is highway robbery. Shen Mo thought to himself.
40 taels, please.
The waiter repeated.
Young master, perhaps we should call it quits?
Lu Ruyan advised again.
Buy it, wrap it up, Shen Mo said seriously. I'll earn it back after I spend it. There's still a bunch of stuff I haven't promoted yet.
Shen Mo thought to himself. The group entered an inn together.
Sir, how many private rooms would you like? The waiter asked.
3 rooms, we'll need a storeroom to store things.
Shen Mo pointed to a pile of things on the cart.
Our standard rooms are 100 cash a night.
Medium rooms are 400 cash a night, superior rooms are 600 cash a night, and top class rooms are 5 taels a night. Which one would you like, sir? The waiter asked with a fawning expression.
3 deluxe private rooms per night, Shen Mo said.
There was no need for anything too shabby based on the descriptions in TV dramas from his previous life, they were extremely smelly. All right, young master, please follow me.
The waiter led the way. Shen Mo entered the room and glanced inside.
It was nothing special, at most a budget guesthouse with an ancient Chinese style.
It couldn't compare to hotels in later generations.
Miss Cui, Miss Hua, you two will share a room.
Ruyan, Lu, you two will share a room, and I'll have my own room,
Shen Mo said to the 4 women. When everything was moved into the rented-in storeroom, Lu Ruyan whispered, Young master, today we spent a total of 80 taels and 8 mace of silver.
Wow, that fast? That means there are only 240 taels left. Is money going to disappear so quickly? Shen Mo was speechless.
Worth it.
Money is worthless, we can earn it back after we spend it. Let us go to the poetry gathering. Peony and Oriole, you two wait for us to come back at the inn. Shen Mo said to the 2 courtesans. Master, if I may be so bold as to ask, are you going to the mid-autumn poetry gathering at Forget Worry Tower? Hua Muten suddenly asked softly. Shen Mo was taken aback. How did you know?
Because my sister and I were invited to perform at this year's poetry gathering. Yesterday, we were redeemed by that nobleman, and we thought we had escaped our suffering and could have a better future.
But we never expected. Cui Inger paused here, a bitter look appearing on her spirited face.
We've prepared for that poetry gathering for a long time, practiced a new zither piece, studied several chess games, and done calligraphy and painting as well. But alas, our status has changed now, so there's no use mentioning these things, Cui Inger sighed.
Proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Shen Mo asked. I've struck gold. I've struck gold.
From now on, I won't need to enroll my child in any hobby classes, saving a fortune. These ancient hobby classes in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are much more expensive than modern ones.
Shen Mo thought to himself with delight. Shen Mo was dumbfounded.
He was utterly incompetent in all four areas, while these two women were practically ancient elites.
No wonder they were top courtesans.
I have only a superficial understanding and dare not claim to be an expert.
If Master goes to the poetry gathering, may I humbly request permission to accompany you?
It would fulfill a wish of mine and allow me to witness this final spectacle, Cui Inger said with a slight nod. This servant also wishes to accompany you, please grant my request, Master, Hua Muden said, bowing slightly.
What is your level in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Shen Mo asked. The four women present? Is this important?
When it comes to peony girls singing, if she says she's second, no one in Dian City would dare to say they're first, Cui Inger said.
Young master, that's not true. Don't listen to her nonsense.
Miss Inger's dance is the best in Dian City, and her zither playing is also excellent, Hua Muden quickly defended.
They're already praising each other? Drunk in broad daylight without even drinking?
They must really be talented, after all, they're the top courtesan, Shen Mo thought to himself.
I won't have to worry about the children's education in the future.
There's a female official who teaches their studies, and two other women who teach their extracurricular classes. Shen Mo looked at the two exceptionally talented and beautiful courtesans who were dressed in men's clothing and gazing at him expectantly, and then at Lu Ruyan and Yu Lu beside him who were also waiting for his decision, and fell into deep thought.
To bring or not to bring? Wouldn't this combination be too shocking to go to a brothel? Shen Mo felt a headache coming on, especially when he looked at Cui Inger's undeniably voluptuous figure. Chapter 35 Trouble erupts at the brothel. Alright, if you really can't get in, then go back to the inn on your own. Shen Mo nodded reluctantly.
Thank you for your kindness, Master, the two women said in unison.
Finally, Shen Mo led the four women toward the Forget Worry Pavilion.
Before the vermilion gate of the Forget Worry Pavilion, red lanterns hung high, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and the melodious sounds of string and wind instruments drifted faintly. Well-dressed scholars and wealthy merchants presented their invitations and were warmly welcomed in by pimps and madams. A young gentleman dressed in a royal blue silk robe and holding a gilded folding fan walked arrogantly to the door.
Oh my! Young Master Lu! You finally arrived. The girls have been waiting for you with bated breath. Please come in, please come in. A private room has been prepared for you. The finest Biluakan tea is waiting for you. The madam said, bowing and scraping. Yes, yes.
It's an honor to have young Master Lu grace us with his presence.
Miss, you were instructed that you should go directly to the Listening to the Rain Pavilion on the second floor. I'll show you the way.
The pimp also echoed with a fawning smile, personally lifting the heavy beaded curtain. I'll wait for my friend, then I'll go in, said young Master Lu smugly, tapping his palm with his folding fan and looking down at the sky.
Shen Mo composed himself, led the four women forward, and handed over the exquisite invitation. Oh? Isn't this scholar Shen? You've recovered from your injury? And you're here to cause trouble for our Miss Yuer again?
The madam, who had been all smiles just moments before, vanished instantly upon seeing Shen Mo, her tone turning disdainful and contemptuous. The sound was sharp and loud, immediately attracting the attention of young Master Lu and those around him.
Brother Lu, look! It's that toad Shen Mo.
Last time he was drunk as a log, he dared to tug at Miss Yuer's sleeve, and he was spewing vulgarities, saying things like, "What are you pretending to be so high and mighty," and "a whore trying to build a virtuous image."
He was kicked out by the guards. Have you forgotten so quickly?
A tall, thin scholar with a folding fan approached young Master Lu, pointed at Shen Mo, and said loudly with a look of disdain.
That's right. You poor wretch. I heard you took 5 wives a few days ago. You probably can't even support those few vulgar women at home, right? And you still dare to bother Miss Yuer? You should take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror.
It's already a great favor that Miss Yuer didn't have her legs broken.
A round-faced fat man chimed in with a mocking laugh. Brother Lu, you don't know this.
This boy has a long history of bad deeds and is shameless.
Does he even deserve to receive a letter? It must be fake. I don't know where he stole it or forged it. He is simply defiling this elegant place. Get out of here right now.
A scholar in a blue robe glanced contemptuously at Shen Mo and the 4 women behind him who had their heads bowed. He cupped his hands to young Master Lu and then sternly rebuked Shen Mo. Young Master Lu waved his fan, looking down at Shin Mo with a mocking sneer on his lips, as if he were looking at trash, not even bothering to utter a word.
Shin Mo frowned.
The original owner's memories of causing trouble while drunk were chaotic and blurry, consisting only of fragments of tugging at sleeves and harsh curses, with no specific details.
The invitation was personally delivered to my house by Xiao Yuer's maid, Shuier. Whether it's true or not, just ask Yuer to come out and you'll know. Shen Maxian suppressed his anger, handed the invitation forward, and said in a deep voice. Ha!
The pimp sneered, hands on his hips, and slapped away Shen Mo's hand that was handing him the invitation.
Call Miss Yuer out? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just see Miss Yuer whenever you want? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Take your fake invitation and get out of here. If you stay any longer, watch out for my fists.
The pimp finished speaking with a fierce and menacing look, completely different from his fawning demeanor just moments before.
Harsh laughter erupted. Young master, why don't we leave?
Yu Yunlu said with dissatisfaction.
Shen Mo's face was gloomy. This place really looked down on people.
Just then, another group of people escorted a tall, robust young man dressed in a brocade scholar's robe to the door. He had a square face, and his eyes and brows carried the arrogance and subtle haughtiness of a scholar. Several equally well-dressed, talented men surrounded him, showering him with praise.
Brother Nyo. You are undoubtedly the champion of today's mid-autumn poetry gathering. You are already on the list before the prefect.
Yes, yes. Brother Nyo is exceptionally talented and learned. Even the instructor praises you as having the talent of a top scholar. We are truly honored to be able to accompany Brother Nyo to this grand event.
We are so fortunate to have been invited.
Nyo Wenyuan, with a smug look on his face, waved his hand modestly and said in a loud voice, "My esteemed brothers are too kind. It was just a casual remark to enjoy the scenery.
How could I refuse Miss Yuer's invitation?"
Her gaze swept over the chaos at the doorway, and she frowned slightly as she looked at the pimp. What kind of behavior is this?
Hurry up and announce our arrival. Don't keep Miss Yuer waiting.
The pimp immediately put on a fawning smile, his change of expression faster than flipping through a book. Young Master Nyo, please calm down.
Please calm down. We'll inform you right away. Please wait a moment.
After saying that, he turned around and glared fiercely at Shin Mo. It's all because of this damned poor wretch causing trouble here.
I'll kick him out right now.
Upon hearing this, Nyo Wenyuan turned his gaze with a hint of disgust to Shin Mo, who was surrounded in the middle. However, when his gaze swept over the woman behind Shin Mo, who was wearing an indigo cotton dress and had been keeping her head down, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. Although the woman had her head down, only half of her pale profile could be seen, but why did that profile look so familiar?
A memory instantly flooded back, the gentle, well-mannered, and exceptionally talented Miss Lu Ruyan, with whom he had once been engaged.
Brother, forgive my intrusion, but have we met before? You look so familiar, Nyo asked, looking at Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan was struck dumb.
Her body stiffened abruptly, and her head drooped even lower, almost burying itself in her chest.
It's him. Nyo Wenyuan. Her former fiancé.
The talented man who immediately broke off their engagement after her family suffered misfortune and her father was imprisoned, and then quickly hooked up with the daughter of the newly appointed county magistrate.
How could he be here? He recognized me? I absolutely cannot let him recognize me. Otherwise, not only will my identity be exposed, but it could also bring Shin Mo a huge problem. Lu Ruyan thought nervously. No.
Young master, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm just a lowly country bumpkin, a guard of young Master Shin.
I'm a refugee from Jingnan Road.
How could I have ever seen such a distinguished person as you? Lu Ruyan lowered her voice and spoke in a hoarse tone with a strong country accent. The strange accent and crude self-reference made Nyo Wenyuan frown even more, a deep sense of doubt and subsequent disappointment flashing in his eyes. His voice is rough and unpleasant, while Ruyan's voice is clear and crisp. Yes, how could that be? I must have been too tired from preparing for the provincial examinations and my eyes were playing tricks on me.
Nyo Wenyuan shook his head self-deprecatingly. That's enough. Nyo Wenyuan waved his hand.
You must have seen wrong.
Brother Lu, Brother Zhang, let's go in quickly, don't keep Miss Yuer waiting.
Nyo Wenyuan stopped looking at Shin Mo and Lu Ruyan and turned to go inside.
Yes. Don't keep Miss Yuer waiting. Brother Nyo, please.
A group of talented men surrounded Niu Wenyuan and were about to enter the gate of Wanyu Tower. When the pimp saw that young Master Niu and the others were about to go in, he immediately put on a fierce expression and said to Shin Mo, "What are you looking at? Get lost. Are you waiting to get punched? Forget it, let's go. This lousy poetry gathering is better left unattended," Shin Mo said angrily after being turned away and publicly humiliated. Niu Wenyuan and the group of talented scholars stopped in their tracks, about to refute. Just as Shin Mo turned to leave. "Wait a minute." A clear, melodious, and charmingly languid female voice, distinctly overpowering all the noise, came from behind the beaded curtain inside the door. Chapter 36. The courtesan personally greets you. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. In the dim light, a beaded curtain was gently lifted, and a slender figure stepped out gracefully. She wore a fiery crimson ruchu and a type of traditional Chinese dress, over which was a thin, ethereal veil. A matching veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of clear, watery eyes that held 1,000 charms. Her figure was graceful, her aura cool yet subtly alluring. This was none other than Xiao Yuer, the most popular courtesan at the Forget Worry Pavilion. "Who has upset our young Master Shin so much that he won't even come in?" Xiao Yuer asked, her gaze sweeping over the expressions of the people at the door before finally settling on Shin Mo, whose face was gloomy. The pimp, the madam, and several sarcastic scholars were immediately like ducks with their necks being choked, their faces turning red and them at a loss for what to do. The pimp hurriedly bowed and stammered, "Miss Yuer, why have you come out?" Xiao Yuer ignored the pimp and gracefully descended the steps, her swaying charm attracting everyone's attention. She walked up to Shin Mo, very close, and a delicate fragrance mixed with expensive cosmetics wafted into Shin Mo's nostrils. Xiao Yuer extended her slender, nail-painted fingers and gently brushed them across the invitation in Shin Mo's hand. Her voice was alluring and seductive. "Young Master Shin, this invitation was personally stamped by me." "What? Do you think my Forget Worry Pavilion is too high class, or do you think I haven't been hospitable enough?" Xiao Yuer drew out the last syllable of her voice, making it all the more seductive. Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu exchanged a complicated look, still saying there's no affair? This courtesan's gaze towards her husband is practically dripping with lust. Shin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. In the original owner's fragmented memories, there did seem to be a scene of him drunkenly holding the courtesan's hand and cursing. What a terrible thing. No, no. Shin Mo quickly took a half step back to create some distance, cupped his hands and said, "Miss Yuer, you flatter me. It's just that your manager has a discerning eye and thinks that my poor appearance is not worthy of your invitation. Manager Wang, young Master Shin is a distinguished guest I specially invited. It seems you really should see a doctor about your eyes. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Shin and invite our distinguished guests in. If you neglect young Master Shin, you can prepare to get lost." Xiao Yuer covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes sweeping over the pimp who was sweating profusely. Yes. I was blind. I deserve to die." Manager Wang was so frightened that his face turned ashen, and he bowed repeatedly to Shin Mo. "Young Master Shin, please forgive me. Please come in. Please come in." The guards behind him immediately changed to respectful expressions and made way for him. The courtesan is even more ruthless than the pimp? The employee is scolding the boss? What's going on here? This Forget Worry Pavilion is really strange, quite interesting. Shin Mo looked at this scene with some surprise. "Brother Niu, look. Isn't that Yuer, the top courtesan of the Forget Worry Pavilion? She's actually coming out to greet guests herself? Is she greeting Shin Mo? That poor scholar? Impossible. Who does he think he is?" A murmur of discussion arose. Those scholars who had just mocked Shin Mo now looked extremely disgusted, as if they had swallowed flies. Niu Wenyuan also frowned. "Miss Yuer, it's been so long." "You're even more beautiful than before," Niu Wenyuan said, bowing to Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer simply returned the greeting indifferently and said nothing more. Niu Wensai's gaze swept over Shin Mo, then back to Lu Ruyan, and he glanced at the page who kept his head down, his eyes filled with even more doubt. "Scholar Shin, your page is quite handsome." After saying this, Niu Wenyuan didn't linger and led his companions through the gate. But as he turned around, the doubt in his eyes hadn't completely disappeared. Does this young Master Niu have homosexual tendencies? Shin Mo was full of questions, and his buttocks tightened. Xiao Yuer took in the whole scene, a hint of understanding and a deeper amusement flashing in her charming eyes. She chuckled and gestured to Shin Mo, young Master Shin, there are a few more, gentlemen, please follow me. Elegant seats for the poetry gathering have been prepared for you. Xiao Yuer's gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan, Yu Yunlu, Hua Muden, and Shui Inger, who were dressed as men, especially on Shui Inger and Ma Muden, clearly indicating that she had noticed something.
Interesting. This young Master Shin is quite lucky with women. But why did he still accuse me of being disrespectful to me?
Xiao Yuer's teeth itched with hatred when she thought of what Shin Mo did that night when he was drunk.
Shin Mo led his women's army into the Forget Worry Tower under Xiao Yuer's personal guidance.
Inside the building, a warm fragrance filled the air, accompanied by melodious music.
Talented men and beautiful women mingled, clinking glasses and laughing.
The central platform was elegantly and luxuriously decorated, clearly in preparation for the poetry competition to follow. Niu Wenkai and his companions had already taken their seats in a refined area with an excellent view, surrounded and flattered by a group of people. Brother Niu is exceptionally talented tonight. He will surely win the favor of Miss Yuer and enter her boudoir, creating a beautiful love story.
Of course.
Brother Niu's poetic talent is far superior to that of some good-for-nothings who only get in by relying on the courtesan's connections.
Ha ha ha. That's right. Come, let's toast Brother Niu. A harsh, mocking tone drifted over, clearly aimed at Shin Mo.
There are sycophants everywhere, both men and women. If they love flattering so much, the horse's ass must hurt from it all. A leader's decisions are like the North Star, guiding us to find our way in the fog. A leader's word is worth more than 10 days of hard work by his subordinates.
The leader's mistake? It's to teach us to be grateful.
Seeing these talented men boasting to young Master Niu, Shin Mo couldn't understand why countless golden phrases from HR Director Sun Chang's previous flattery of the female chairman popped into his mind. If I had done this in my past life, I would at least be a manager. I can't do this, Shin Mo thought to himself.
Shin Mo felt he had eaten too much for dinner and was a little bloated.
All he wanted to do was pick up a fly swatter and swat these buzzing flies. Xiao Yuer led Shin Mo and his entourage to a slightly secluded but quiet private room, and said with a smile, young Master Shin, everyone, please have a seat. I still need to make some preparations, please excuse me for a moment. As soon as Shin Mo sat down, he felt several gazes piercing his back. Young master, I'm going to the changing room for a bit, Lu Ruyan said, touching her lower abdomen with a somewhat unpleasant expression.
Changing room? Shin Mo repeated. What was this? Changing clothes? Go pee, Yu Yunlu couldn't help but say. Okay, go ahead, Shin Mo replied. About half an hour passed. Where is Ruyan?
Shin Mo asked, glancing at the three women beside him.
Sister Ruyan said she needed to use the restroom and went to find a place in the back. She's been gone for a while and hasn't come back yet. I was just about to go look for her, Yu Yunlu said in a low voice, pointing towards the direction leading to the backyard. Going to the toilet shouldn't take more than half an hour, and these days there are no cell phones to check.
Shin Mo's heart tightened. You three wait here, I'll go check it out. Shin Mo frowned, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. The backyard of the Forget Worry Pavilion was relatively secluded, with winding corridors and a few dim lanterns hanging in the air. Shin Mo followed the directions and walked towards the end of a corridor when he heard arguing coming from ahead. Young master! Please have some self-respect. Let me go. Lu Ruyan's voice rang out, filled with anger and terror. Chapter 37 Backyard Conflict. Shin Mo's heart sank, and he quickly stepped forward. Under the pillar, Niu Wenyuan was gripping Lu Ruyan's arm tightly. Lu Ruyan's hat, which she was wearing as a woman disguised as a man, fell off, revealing her slightly disheveled hair, pale face, and tears in her eyes as she struggled to break free. Ruyan! It really is you. I knew that page looked familiar. Heaven has mercy on me, I've run into you again. How could you end up with that good-for-nothing Shin Mo? What's so great about him? A penniless scholar, and a dissolute playboy who frequents brothels and gambling dens. Are you blind? Niu Wenyuan stared at Lu Ruyan's face, his voice excited and urgent. Niu Wenyuan. Shut up. What kind of person my husband is none of your business. Let me go. I am Mrs. Shin now. If you don't let go, I'll call for help. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she trembled all over and shouted loudly. Madam Shun? Ha ha ha. Niu Wenyuan laughed, tightening his grip even more. What is Shin Mo? Does he even deserve you? Ruyan, I know I was wrong back then.
When your father got into trouble, I had no choice. My father forced me to marry the daughter of the county magistrate Wang. But I've always had you in my heart. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Now it's all right. Heaven has opened its eyes. Come with me. I'm about to take the provincial examination. With my talent, I'm almost certain to pass. Then I'll take you as my concubine. It's 100 times better than being with that good-for-nothing Shen Mo. You're dreaming.
Lu Ruyan struggled with all her might. I, Lu Ruyan, was born a member of the Shin family, and I will die a member of the Shin family.
My husband is a man of unparalleled talent and noble character. How could a heartless, treacherous, and opportunistic person like you compare to him? Let me go. You bitch.
You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences.
Niu Wenyuan was completely enraged by Lu Ruyan's protection, and his face was filled with fierce anger. I think you've been bewitched by that good-for-nothing. What talent does he have? Once I pass the imperial examination, I'll crush him like an ant. Come with me now, and you might have a chance to live.
Niu Wenyuan pulled hard, and Lu Ruyan's sleeves tore with a tearing sound.
Enough! Shen Mo roared. Niu Wenyuan. Release my wife.
Shen Mo rushed forward, his face grim, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Niu Wenyuan and shouted. Niu Wenyuan was startled by Shen Mo's sudden appearance and terrifying aura, and subconsciously let go of his hand.
Lu Ruyan immediately broke free, staggered and rushed behind Shen Mo, tightly grabbing his arm.
Her body was still trembling slightly, and tears of grievance and lingering fear welled up in her eyes.
My husband. Lu Ruyan said, her voice choked with emotion. Young Master Niu, who gave you the courage to harass and humiliate my wife here?
Shen Mo shielded her behind him, his icy gaze fixed on Niu Wenyuan.
Love really takes courage, but you, young Master Niu, don't deserve it.
You're just an ancient version of a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success.
Shen Mo thought to himself. Niu Wenyuan recovered from his initial shock. Shen Mo. Who do you think you are? You dare to possess Ru Yan? You're nothing but a poor wretch who got lucky.
A good-for-nothing who frequents brothels and gambles. If Ru Yan follows you, she'll be dragged down to her death sooner or later. I, Niu Wenyuan, am a dignified county school student, one of the 4 great talents, and I'm sure to pass the provincial examination this time.
My future is bright. I can give her wealth and honor. What can you give her? Besides letting her suffer poverty and live in fear with you, what else can you give her? Niu Wenyuan pointed at Shen Mo and roared angrily. Ru Yan. Are you blind? Is this kind of man worth protecting like this? Come with me. I promise you'll live a good life.
Niu Wenyuan became more and more excited as he spoke, spitting as he spoke.
Niu Wenyuan.
You might as well change your name to Niu Shangtian, meaning Niu will surely pass the imperial examination, but...
Shen Mo laughed angrily.
You are vulgar and unworthy of being a scholar, Niu Wenyuan said angrily.
Besides relying on your wife and that empty reputation, what else can you do?
You keep saying you're a talented scholar, a government-funded student, with a bright future.
Is your future achieved by trampling on women's dignity and belittling others? Just because your name is Niu Wenyuan, does that mean you're all that powerful?
In my eyes, you're not even worthy of carrying my wife's shoes.
Shen Mo mocked.
This kind of guy shouldn't just be called a phoenix man, he should be called a gold digger. If I had been able to live off a female CEO in my past life, I wouldn't need to listen to you, you little lamb, barking like this, Shen Mo thought to himself.
How dare you?
Niu Wenyuan was so angry that he trembled all over, his finger pointing at Shen Mo shaking, after being hit where it hurt.
Shen Mo. You've gone too far. If you're so capable, let's have a match. I'll bet on her.
Niu Wenyuan pointed at Lu Ruyan, his eyes filled with madness.
If you lose, you'll give Ru Yan to me.
If I lose, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times.
Niu Wenyuan said confidently, not believing he would lose to Shen Mo. Shut up.
Shen Mo interrupted sharply.
I, Shen Mo, act with integrity and uprightness.
I would never gamble with my own wife. That would be the greatest insult to her.
And an insult to myself.
Niu Wenyuan, your shameless thought of treating women as commodities is utterly disgusting. Comparing myself to someone like you would only dirty my hands.
Shen Mo said disdainfully. You don't dare? Niu Wenyuan challenged. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I disdain it,
Shin Mo said coldly, his eyes looking at a pile of garbage.
However, since you're so reckless and insist on humiliating yourself, fine. I'll give you a chance. But not by gambling with a woman.
Later, at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Gathering, you and I will have a public poetry contest.
Let's see whose poem is better.
The loser must slap themselves 3 times in public and loudly admit to being useless.
Do you dare to accept? This bet is even more ruthless than kneeling and kowtowing. Slapping himself in the face and publicly admitting he's a piece of trash is enough to completely ruin Niu Wenyuan's reputation in the county. Niu Wenyuan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He was stunned by Shin Mo's imposing aura and the cruel bet.
But seeing Shin Mo's contemptuous gaze, and seeing Lu Ruyan nestled behind Shin Mo with eyes full of trust and dependence, a surge of anger rushed to his head.
He absolutely refused to believe that he could lose to Shin Mo in poetry. Fine. Shin Mo. You asked for this.
Niu Wenyuan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with crazed resentment.
Tonight I'm going to ruin your reputation and show Ruyan who the real trash is. Niu Wenyuan walked towards the poetry gathering moon pavilion.
Only after watching Niu Wenyuan disappear into the darkness did Shin Mo's tense nerves relax slightly.
It's all right, Ruyan. With me here, no one can bully you.
Shin Mo turned around, looking at Lu Ruyan, who was still in shock with tears in her eyes. His gaze was incredibly gentle as he gently pulled her into his arms, patted her back, and whispered.
Lu Ruyan nestled in Shin Mo's arms, feeling his firm and warm embrace.
All her grievances, fears, and lingering dread turned into tears, soaking Shin Mo's clothes.
She nodded vigorously, yes, husband, thank you.
Yu Yulu, Hua Muden, and Chui Yinger also arrived at this time. Seeing the two embracing, the fallen hat, and the torn sleeve, they immediately understood what had happened.
That beast surnamed Niu.
I should have killed him with one stroke just now,
Yu Yunlu said angrily. Hua Muden and Chui Yinger exchanged a glance, their eyes serious. After calming Lu Ruyan down, Shin Mo led everyone back to the main hall's private seating area.
Husband, the poetry competition is coming up soon, Lu Ruyan asked worriedly.
Poetry requires solid accumulation and cannot be rushed.
Although Shin Mo had recited 2 poems before, Lu Ruyan felt that it must have been something he had come up with by chance. After all, someone who can write timeless masterpieces would not fail the imperial examination.
Don't worry, I have my own plans.
Shin Mo's eyes were deep. With the knowledge he had accumulated in his previous life, plus the original owner's background as a scholar, he was full of confidence.
What else could he write about on Mid-Autumn Festival if not about the moon?
Besides, the moon was so round today.
Even if it wasn't, he wasn't afraid, having been forced by his father to memorize ancient poems since he was a child. Reunion. Father, mother, I'm afraid you can only rely on yourselves now. Your son is afraid he can never go back. Shin Mo suddenly felt a little sad when he thought of his parents. Husband, what's wrong?
Lu Ruyan asked, noticing tears welling up in Shin Mo's eyes.
No, I just got some sand in my eyes.
Let's hurry inside, the poetry recital should be starting soon, Shin Mo said, rubbing his eyes.
As soon as Shin Mo and the 4 women returned to their elegant seats, they felt a gaze upon them like a thorn in their backs.
Lu Ruyan kept her head down, trying to calm herself.
Yu Yunlu glared fiercely at Niu Wenyuan's table.
Chui Yinger quietly poured tea for everyone with elegant movements.
Hua Muden looked towards the high platform.
Just then, an elderly man who was in charge of hosting the poetry gathering walked up to the platform, cleared his throat, and said in a loud voice. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, the auspicious hour has arrived.
Tonight's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering has a theme. Compose a poem on the theme of moon.
Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the best works will be personally appraised by the county magistrate and the retired Grand Secretary Lin. The winner will receive a jar of drunken spring breeze, a treasure from the Forget Worry Pavilion, and a cup of wine personally offered by Miss Xiaoyuer.
Good. Brother Niu. It's up to you now. The audience immediately erupted in cheers and jeers. Wait.
A clear voice suddenly rang out, and the entire room fell silent.
Chapter 38 Public Challenge, When Buys Agreement.
All eyes instantly focused on the source of the sound, Shin Mo, who was sitting in the corner. As expected of Yongyue, young Master Niu, I originally thought that the private agreement was definitely not valid and there was nothing I could do if you went back on your word.
But I've caught you in the act, and this time I'll make sure to kill you.
I won't make a move unless it's a serious offense, but since we've already formed a grudge, I'll strike decisively. It's all your fault, young Master Niu, for being so unlucky.
Big oxen attract all the attention.
In a moment, we'll bring out our Master Su, the greatest poet of all time who writes the greatest poems about the moon.
That's no exaggeration.
She'll show you why the moon is so round on the 15th of the lunar month and make you understand what it means to be moved to tears, Shinemo muttered to himself. Shinemo slowly stood up, a smile on his face, his gaze fixed on the host on the platform, sweeping over Niu Yuan, and spoke clearly, word by word, his voice carrying throughout the entire venue. Young Master Niu just now in the backyard called me a good-for-nothing repeatedly. Although I am of limited talent and learning, I cannot accept such high praise. I wonder if young Master Niu dares to have a match with me, this good-for-nothing, in front of the county magistrate and all the talented scholars in the city? The loser will kneel down, kowtow, admit to being a good-for-nothing, and from now on, avoid the other party whenever possible.
Do you dare?
Shinmo's challenge was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly shattering the entire arena.
Boom! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Wenbi? You'd rather kneel down and kowtow, admitting you're trash? Has this poor wretch surnamed Shin gone mad? Daring to challenge Niu Yuan?
Young Master Niu is a county-level scholar and one of the 4 great talents.
What is this Shinemo anyway? This is going to be good. Quick! Get a seat in the front row. Countless gazes, some astonished, some disdainful, some gloating, and some simply watching the spectacle, all focused on Shinemo in the corner booth.
The host on the platform was also stunned, his hand stroking his beard hanging in mid-air. He had obviously never encountered such a situation before, where a challenge was made in public at an official poetry gathering, and the bet was so fierce.
Is he serious?
Niu Yuan thought Shinemo was just making threats in the backyard, but this time he really did it in public.
It was a fight to the death.
Niu Yuan's smug expression froze instantly, replaced by a furious rage at being publicly provoked and an incredulous sense of humiliation.
He slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and pointed at Shinmo's nose, shouting, "Shinemo! Are you looking for death? You, a piece of trash who barely passed the preliminary examination by luck, dare to compare yourself to me, Niu Yuan? You? What?" Shinemo met Niu Yuan's almost spitting fire eyes without fear, a cold, sarcastic smile curving his lips. "Young Master Niu, weren't you calling me good for nothing so loudly in the backyard just now? In front of the magistrate and everyone else, are you scared? Afraid of losing to a good-for-nothing like me and never being able to hold your head up again?
If you don't dare, then take back your foul language in front of everyone now, apologize to my page, and then get out of here with your tail between your legs. I, Shinemo, will just consider it a few barks from a dog and won't hold it against you." Hiss! A collective gasp filled the arena. This Shinemo, his words were too venomous. Every word pierced the heart, leaving no way out. This wasn't a challenge, it was clearly forcing Niu Yuan to accept the fight, or else he'd be nothing but a cowardly piece of trash. Niu Yuan trembled with rage, his face turning from red to green, then from green to purple, his finger pointing at Shinemo shaking. He, Niu Yuan, who prided himself on being a talented scholar, had never suffered such humiliation. Especially not in front of the county magistrate, the grand secretary, and all the talented men and beautiful women of the city, to be so shamefully humiliated by a piece of trash he regarded as an ant. His father-in-law had already told him the question, and Niu Yuan had already made preparations.
Fine. Fine. Fine, you Shinemo.
Niu Yuan laughed in extreme anger, his voice cold and sinister. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, you barge into the gates of hell but refuse to walk through them. Today, I, Niu Yuan, will grant your wish. I will show you the difference between heaven and earth. I will show you what it means to bring shame upon yourself. I, Niu Yuan, accept this bet. Niu Yuan suddenly turned to the high platform and bowed to the host, the county magistrate who had been sitting in the main private room and watching coldly, and the retired Grand Secretary Lin, whose white hair and beard were as deep as a pool. Your Excellency. Minister Lin. Esteemed scholars. This scoundrel is arrogant and disrespectful, publicly humiliating scholars. I implore you all to bear witness. I will crush this ignorant madman into mud before taking any further action. Niu Yuan said with grief and grievance. The curtain to the main private room was slightly lifted, and the county magistrate nodded expressionlessly. The old minister, Lin, narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering on Shinmo's face for a moment. The old scholar, having received a signal, cleared his throat and announced loudly, since both parties have volunteered for the contest, and with the county magistrate and Grand Secretary Lin as witnesses, I will preside over this contest. The rules are as just stated. The theme is moon, and the contestant must compose a poem within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The winner, needless to say, will win. The loser must fulfill the bet, kneel and kowtow, and acknowledge their worthlessness. From now on, the winner must avoid any encounter with them. Shenmo, Nyo Wan Yuan, do you have any objections? No objection. Nyo Wan Yuan answered first, staring at Shenmo with venomous eyes. No objection, Shenmo replied calmly. All right. Bring the incense. At the old scholar's command, a servant immediately inserted a thin incense stick into the incense burner in the center of the platform and lit it. Wisps of smoke rose. Inside the Forget Worries pavilion, you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were on Shenmo and Nyo Wan Yuan. Nyo Wan Yuan walked to the desk, spread out the xian paper, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Shenmo walked to his desk. He stood with his hands behind his back, tilted his head slightly, and gazed at the bright mid-autumn moon outside. He held the brush in his hand, hesitant to put it down. I knew Shenmo was no good. What talent could a scoundrel who spends all his time in casinos and brothels have? He's not writing? What is he waiting for? Chapter 39 Thunderclap Under the Moon, Women Break Down in Tears. The incense sticks burned silently, and time ticked by. Inside the Forget Worry Tower, it was so quiet that only the breathing of the crowd and the occasional soft sound of Nyo Wan Yuan's brush tip gliding across the inkstone could be heard. Nyo Wan Yuan frowned, sometimes writing furiously, sometimes pausing to ponder, his face showing a determined look. He wanted to crush Shenmo to pieces. Shenmo remained motionless, pen in hand, still gazing upwards. His silence, in the eyes of the crowd, was tantamount to surrender, drawing even more undisguised ridicule. See? I told you he brought this upon himself. Pretending. He probably can't even squeeze out a single word. Just wait until you're begging to beg and bark like a dog, you piece of trash. Ha ha. What is my husband doing? Why isn't he writing? Yu Yunlu couldn't help but ask Lu Ruyan, who was standing beside her. I don't know either, but I believe in my husband, he can definitely do it. Lu Ruyan's palms were sweaty with nervousness, filled with worry, but she still said firmly. Hua Mutin's clear eyes also showed a trace of worry, while Cui Inger pursed her lips and her body tensed slightly. In a secluded corner room, Xiao Yuera leaned against the window, looking down at the figure standing as still as a pine tree. Her charming eyes flickered with a complex light, a mixture of curiosity, amusement, and a hint of anticipation. In the private room, the magistrate remained expressionless. Grand Secretary Lin, meanwhile, stroked his beard, his gaze never leaving Shenmo, as if waiting for something. The incense sticks were already mostly burned. Ashes fell in a soft rustling sound. A triumphant smile spread across Nyo Wan Yuan's face. His poem was nearing completion, needing only the final touch. Just when everyone thought Shenmo had given up and was ready to laugh at him, Shenmo moved. Shenmo slowly lowered his head, no longer gazing at the bright moon, but instead scanning the entire scene. Wherever his gaze fell, the noisy discussions involuntarily subsided. I was daydreaming, can you believe it? Where's the incense? Shenmo was speechless. He quickly checked the incense. Thankfully, there was still half left. It's not that I can't write with a brush, but it would be too ugly. I'm afraid it would insult Master Su and lack artistic conception. Besides, by the time I finish writing, it will probably be too late, Shenmo thought to himself. Instead of writing, he planned to speak aloud. Young Master Nyo's craftsmanship and wording is truly remarkable, and Shenmo admires it. However, the bright moon, eternal and everlasting, like love, cannot be fully described by ordinary words. I am not talented, but I would like to take this opportunity of the Mid-Autumn Festival to present this poem to my wives and read it to everyone present. I would also like to ask Your Excellency, Minister Lin, and all the distinguished guests to appreciate it. After Shenmo finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ruyan, Yu Yunlu, Hua Mutin, and Cui Inger and nodded to them. These words shocked everyone present. Not writing? Just reciting. What arrogance! And what confidence! Husband. Lu Ruyan looked at Shenmo with eyes full of tenderness. Husband. Yu Yunlu's heart was also clenched at this moment. The way Hua Mutin and Cui Inger looked at Shenmo changed. What woman doesn't love romance? In ancient times, the greatest romance was poetry. Dynasties may come and go, but poetry will live on forever. The point is to sing about the moon, not to sing about women. Niu Wanyuan thought to himself and chuckled. He was about to make a sarcastic remark, but Shen Mo's next words completely shut him down. Shen Mo stepped forward, head held high, and said, word by word, "When will the moon be clear and bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens." Boom! The very first sentence struck everyone's heart like a thunderbolt from the heavens. That magnificent question about the universe, that bold invitation to drink with the heavens, instantly tore apart all the delicate melodies carefully woven by talented men and beautiful women. Inside the Forget Worries pavilion, there was a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression froze. Niu Wanyuan's sneer stopped, and the pen in his hand fell to the xian paper with a thud, leaving a large ink stain without him even noticing. The curtain of the main private room was suddenly flung open. The magistrate stood up in astonishment. Grand Secretary Lin's eyes flashed with a terrifying light as he stared intently at the figure downstairs. Xiao Yuer covered her red lips, her charming eyes filled with unbelievable shock. Shen Mo's voice continued, carrying a timeless arrogance and bewilderment, resounding throughout the entire venue. "I wonder what year it is tonight in the Celestial Palace. I long to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the jade palaces and crystal towers, where the cold is unbearable at such heights. Dancing with my shadow, how unlike the mortal world." Turning to the vermilion pavilion, lowering the embroidered window, the light shines on the sleepless. There should be no resentment, so why does the moon always seem to be full when we are apart? People experience sorrow and joy, separation and reunion. The moon waxes and wanes, and nothing in this world is ever perfect. As the last line, "May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon," though separated by 1,000 miles, lingered in the quiet hall like celestial music, it faded away. The entire Forget Worry Tower fell into an unprecedented, absolute silence. Lu Ruyan, Yu Lu, Hua Muten, and Cui Yinger, the four women, were in tears. "This young master seems quite interesting. He made me cry on the very first day," Hua Muten murmured, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Everyone gaped, as if frozen in place. Their souls seemed to be completely pierced and cleansed by the otherworldly imagery in the words and the overwhelming power of the final return to human warmth. Niu Wanyuan's face was ashen, his body swaying precariously, his eyes filled with extreme fear, bewilderment, and incomprehensible shock. His meticulously crafted, self-important verses were utterly unworthy of even carrying his shoes in front of this masterpiece that seemed to have fallen from the heavens. No, it wasn't even worthy of being called trash. Clang! Niu Wanyuan could no longer hold on. His legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, knocking over the coffee table next to him. The cups and plates were scattered everywhere, and he looked utterly disheveled. He was distraught, muttering to himself, "No. It can't be." After the deathly silence came a roar like a volcanic eruption. "Oh my God! A masterpiece! A timeless classic! Such words should only exist in heaven. How often can one hear them on earth? Shen Mo? Who is he? Is he the reincarnation of the god of literature?" Praise, amazement, fervor, and disbelief swept through the entire Forget Worry Tower like a tsunami. All eyes were fixed on Shen Mo with intense awe, worship, and fervor. In the private room, Minister Lin trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face, as if he were thinking of his deceased wife. "Excellent! May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, though separated by 1,000 miles." With this verse, no other Mid-Autumn Festival poem will ever be found. Having heard this divine melody today, I can die without regret. The magistrate was also so excited that his face turned red. He exclaimed, "A genius! A genius of our time! Quickly! Quickly invite young Master Shen to take a seat. No! To the high platform." Looking down at the man who had instantly become the absolute focus of everyone's attention, Xiao Yuer's charming eyes revealed, for the first time, genuine and undisguised shock and a hint of trembling. She murmured to herself, "Shen Mo, who exactly are you? With your talent alone, how difficult would it be to enter my boudoir? Why did you have to humiliate me while I was drunk?" Lu Ruyan was already in tears, tears of excitement and pride. Her husband was no useless man. He was a hidden dragon. Tonight, he would soar to the heavens. Yu Lu watched Shen Mo's retreating figure, his eyes filled with unprecedented admiration and pride. Even Hua Muten's usually cool eyes were stirred with immense emotion. Cui Yinger let out a long sigh, looking at Shen Mo with a complex and unfathomable expression. Shen Mo calmly looked at Niu Wanyuan, who was slumped on the ground, his face ashen, and said coldly,
Young Master Niu, the incense has burned out. It's your turn to fulfill the bet. Chapter 40. To kneel or not to kneel, young Master Niu was convinced.
All eyes shifted from Shenemo to Niu Yuan, whose face was ashen and who was trembling all over.
Kneel down, Niu Yuan. A bet's a bet. Kneel down and kowtow to admit you're trash. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you acting like a coward now?
Those who had just been praising Niu Wensai's friends were now avoiding him like the plague, with some even joining in the jeering. The coldness of human nature was on full display at that moment.
Niu Yuan's face drained of color, leaving only a deathly pale expression of despair.
He struggled to get up, but his legs felt like lead.
Kneeling and kowtowing in public, admitting he was a good-for-nothing?
This was worse than death. The reputation of his Niu family, the name of one of the 4 great talents, would be utterly humiliated.
He glared venomously at Shen Mo, wishing he could devour him alive. Shen Mo.
Don't push your luck.
Niu Yuan cried out hoarsely, making a last-ditch effort.
Your words are definitely plagiarized.
Your Honor. Minister Lin. Please investigate. This clumsy slander only drew an even louder chorus of boos.
You're something else, why don't you plagiarize one too, treating a timeless masterpiece like it's nothing special? The old scholar presiding on the platform looked troubled and glanced towards the main private room. The magistrate's face darkened. Niu Yuan did have some connections, and forcing him to kneel in public would have too much of an impact. He was about to speak up to smooth things over. Humph. A cold snort, aged yet imbued with supreme authority, suddenly rang out from the main private room, instantly silencing all the noise. The retired Grand Secretary Lin, with his white hair and beard and composed demeanor, slowly walked to the railing, supported by the county magistrate. He first glanced disdainfully at Niu Yuan, who was slumped on the ground, then looked at Shen Mo, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and amazement. It's that old man who bought my golden scales.
He's actually Grand Secretary Lin? That's equivalent to being second only to the emperor.
In this dynasty, there's no prime minister, only grand secretaries, and their positions are the same.
Shen Mo thought in shock. Niu Yuan.
Elder Lin's voice called out.
A bet is a bet, and it's only right and proper.
You made the bet yourself, in front of the county magistrate, this old man, and all the scholars in the city.
Now you're slandering others. Do you want to throw away even the last shred of a scholar's dignity?
Elder Lin shouted. Niu Yuan was so frightened that his lips trembled and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Gulao stopped looking at him and turned to Shen Mo, a gentle smile on his face. Young friend Shen, excellent.
What a fine poem. When will the moon be bright? The lofty sentiment and broad mind of this poem are unparalleled in my life. Let's raise a big toast.
He even personally raised the wine cup handed to him by the servant and raised it to Shen Mo from afar.
The entire audience erupted in uproar once again. Who was Minister Lin?
Before retiring, he was a high-ranking official in the cabinet, with students and friends all over the country. How could he treat a poor scholar with such courtesy? This Shen Mo is about to soar to great heights.
Shen Mo quickly bowed in return. Your Excellency is too kind.
I am unworthy of such praise. I have a request, but I am unsure whether I should make it.
I'm honored.
Speak your request. Grand Secretary Lin laughed heartily. This young Master Niu seems unwilling to accept defeat. I previously wrote a poem about the moon, so why don't I present it to everyone here for your appreciation, and let young Master Niu hear whether I need to plagiarize it?
Shen Mo said, bowing. Good, young friend Shen. That's a good thing.
Not to mention one, you can recite 10 of them all at once, Elder Lin said happily.
Shen Mo cleared his throat and said.
The bright moon rises over the sea, we share this moment though we are far apart. Lovers lament the long night, their longing rising with the passing of time. I extinguish the candle, pitying the remaining light I put on my robe, feeling the dew's dampness. I cannot bear to give you all this, I will return to my bed to dream of our happy reunion.
The entire hall fell silent once again. Good poem. Yuan, are you convinced? Grand Secretary Lin asked Niu Yuan.
I'm convinced, Niu Yuan said in a low voice, his head bowed.
Young friend, could you perhaps let him curse himself as a piece of trash 3 times? Kneeling and kowtowing would suffice, Elder Lin asked Shen Mo. It's entirely up to you, Your Excellency, Shen Mo hurriedly replied. All right, Yuan, you heard that too. Now, fulfill your bet. Elder Lin said, staring intently. I'm a piece of trash. I'm a piece of trash. I'm a piece of trash.
No one Yuan said 3 times, then, too ashamed to stay any longer, he quickly left.
He wouldn't see what happened next, otherwise his jaw would probably have dropped. Grand Secretary Lin then swept his gaze across the entire room and proclaimed in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen.
Do you all know that this young friend Shen Mo is not only a master of lyrics, but also possesses astonishing poetic talent?"
His words surprised even the county magistrate. The Forget Worry Pavilion fell silent.
Grand Secretary Lin stroked his beard, his eyes filled with reminiscence and admiration. "A few days ago, I happened to meet a young friend fishing by the river outside the city. He was delighted to catch a golden carp, a very auspicious sign. When faced with the extortion of a rogue, the young friend remained neither humble nor arrogant, and even recited 2 lines of poetry to me on his own." Grand Secretary Lin paused, then his voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of solemnity. "A golden carp is no ordinary fish in a pond. It will transform into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds."
Boom!
These 2 lines of poetry struck like a heavy hammer, once again deeply into everyone's hearts.
Their magnificent momentum and soaring ambition are truly awe-inspiring. I was immediately awestruck. Elder Lin exclaimed excitedly. "Then I heard another line of hers: the clouds remind me of her clothes, the flowers of her face, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade, the dew is heavy. It perfectly captures the beauty of a woman." I had thought that such a talented and brilliant person must be from a noble family or a reclusive master, but I never expected that it would be such a young friend as Shen. I never expected that I would hear such a stunning mid-autumn festival poem today. Heaven blesses the literary world of my great Joe. After saying this, Elder Lin was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Hiss. Golden scales, transforming into a dragon? Clouds yearn for her garments, flowers for her face? Heavens!
That poem that made Miss Xiaoyuer so valuable and famous throughout the prefecture was also written by him.
My God! Is Shen Mo some kind of reincarnation of the god of literature? The Forget Worry Pavilion was in an uproar.
If Prelude to Water Melody was celestial music, then golden scales transforming into dragons was the aura of a king, and clouds thinking of clothes was the beauty of an unparalleled woman. To possess 3 completely different yet all perfect styles in one person is not just genius, it's monstrous.
The magistrate's gaze toward Shen Mo completely changed, now filled with eagerness.
This was a living example of political achievement and a future patron. In the corner, Xiaoyuer's alluring eyes gleamed with a strange light as she looked at Shen Mo as if he were a vast, undiscovered treasure. It turned out that the poem she had recently composed and sang, which had brought her fame, was also written by him.
Master Lin has a discerning eye.
I admire him greatly. The county magistrate quickly bowed to Master Lin and said, "Young Master Shen is truly a prodigy of our time.
Such literary talent is wasted in the countryside.
I, the magistrate, hereby recommend you to participate in the autumn examination, provincial examination in the prefectural city next month.
I will personally oversee all the procedures.
I hope you will not refuse and will serve the country."
The magistrate then looked at Shen Mo and said in a kind tone. These words drew another wave of envy. This was practically a direct admission to the provincial examinations. Shen Mo's mind raced.
The imperial examination was a shortcut to improving one's status, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He quickly bowed and thanked them, saying, "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency.
I will certainly do my best." Excellent, excellent, excellent.
The magistrate clapped his hands and laughed. Just then, a familiar voice, filled with exaggerated surprise and keen interest, rang out from the doorway of a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor.
Hey! Isn't this the little candy vendor? TSK, TSK, TSK. So you're the author of Golden Scales and Cloud-like Clothes? And you've made such a fuss? Interesting. Very interesting. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
Chapter 41. The young lady invites you into her boudoir for a chat. There stood a chubby, richly dressed young master leaning against the door of the private room, holding a delicate pastry in his hand, his chubby face full of smiles.
It's him? Brother Long. Shen Mo recognized him. TSK, 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 Shen Mo, right?
Young Master Long walked down the stairs, stood in front of Shen Mo, and looked him up and down.
Hey, I'm telling you, those 2 concubines of yours, oh no, they should be called madams now? Dressed up like that, are you afraid I'll change my mind? Ha ha.
Don't worry, what I give away is like water spilled, I never take it back.
But
Young Master Long leaned closer, reeking of alcohol, and lowered his voice.
I'm more interested in you now than those two.
Young Master Long changed the subject, not even glancing at the women next to Shen Mo.
Brother Long, you flatter me.
I am but a humble scholar who has come up with a few poor poems by chance. I am not worthy of such praise from you, young master, Shen Mo said, cupping his hands in greeting.
Too much of a favor? No, no, no.
Young Master Long shook his fat hand.
I genuinely find you interesting.
You can make money, write poetry, and even dare to publicly challenge a talented man like Neil Wanyuan, making him call himself a good-for-nothing and admit defeat.
Ha ha. Exhilarating. You're just my type. All right. In the future, if there's anything good to eat or fun to do, especially, well, like today's excitement, remember to let me know. You'll get your share of the rewards. Okay, I have to go now.
The girls from Chin Hui River are still waiting for me.
See you next time.
Young Master Long said, then moved closer to Shen Mo. Since you call me brother, I'll remind you that the two women I gave you are both very capable, young Master Long whispered in Shen Mo's ear before leaving.
Awesome? Awesome in what way?
Explain yourself clearly, you good for nothing.
The city is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside. Shen Mo lamented inwardly. Will I get a lecture from two wives later? Or a loving one? We've been fighting for 2 days straight, do you think I'm afraid of that?
I'll meet force with force, and by now, those shrimp soldiers in crab sauce should be elite troops and crab generals.
Shen Mo thought to himself.
The county magistrate and Grand Secretary Lin exchanged a glance before walking over. Young friend, please come upstairs, the magistrate invited. Wait here for me, I'll be right back, Shen Mo said to the two current wives and the two wives who were about to be nominated.
It's all right, come on up together.
Elder Lin waved his hand.
After the three of them sat down, the four women stood behind Shen Mo.
Brew me a pot of Longjing tea and bring me the jar I brought, the magistrate said to his subordinate.
Yes, sir. Are you old acquaintances, young friend Shen and the young prince? Elder Lin asked frankly and directly.
Your Excellency, we only met recently, Shen Mo said, bowing slightly.
Oh, just call me Elder Lin. May I ask who your teacher is, young friend?
Elder Lin stroked his beard and asked. Reporting to Elder Lin, Your Excellency, my family was poor when I was young, and I never had the opportunity to study under a renowned teacher, Shen Mo said, bowing. Did you attend the county school for further studies? The county magistrate asked from the side. It was there when I was young, but it disappeared after my family fell on hard times. That young friend is truly a prodigy at such a young age, his words are timeless masterpieces, praised Elder Lin.
Elder Lin, you flatter me. My father left behind a few incomplete scrolls when he was still alive. I read them haphazardly and occasionally gained some insights.
Most of them came from my dreams, which I then memorized upon waking.
Shen Mo said, cupping his hands in greeting.
He had used the technique of divine inspiration in a dream, something the ancients believed in.
A chance encounter in a dream? Wonderful. Wonderful indeed. This is a gift from heaven. Young friend Shen, there's no need for such modesty. I observe your poems and lyrics, their grandeur is boundless, something that cannot be achieved through secluded study. You must be a person with a broad vision and a heart for the world.
Old Lin stroked his beard and smiled. I certainly don't have that kind of vision, but third sister does, and Ruyan does, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Young friend Shen, the autumn imperial examination is just around the corner.
I hope you will concentrate on your studies and achieve top honors. He stands in the court, sharing the burdens of the country.
Grand Secretary Lin said to Shen Mo. I will do my utmost. Shen Mo replied solemnly.
Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door of the private room.
A guard entered and whispered a few words in the magistrate's ear.
Your Excellency, young Master Shen, I have some matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now. The county magistrate's expression changed slightly, and he then apologized to Elder Lin and Shen Mo.
The magistrate left in a hurry.
Only old Master Lin, Shen Mo, the guards, and the four women remained in the private room. Young friend Shen is surrounded by hidden talents as well, Old Lin said with a meaningful smile, as he picked up his teacup and glanced at the four women behind Shen Mo.
I won't bother you any longer. If you have any new masterpieces, you can come to the Lin residence in the west of the city to find me.
After saying that, Elder Lin handed over a token.
Thank you, Elder Lin. I won't bother you any longer. Shen Mo bowed and took his leave, heading downstairs.
Old Lin said no more. His gaze lingered on the four women behind Shen Mo for a moment before turning to the bright moon outside the window. As Shen Mo led the four women out of the main private room upstairs, they were immediately surrounded by countless enthusiastic wealthy merchants, talented men, and maids. Brother Shen, you are truly a man of great talent.
Your poem about the moon was truly awe-inspiring. I am Li Xiuwen. Would you do me the honor of joining us for a discussion?
A man who looked like a scholar said, bowing.
Before Shen Mo could answer, another voice came from the side. Young Master Shen's talent is unparalleled tonight.
My young lady and several of her close friends admire your demeanor.
Would you be so kind as to invite us for a chat?
A maid in pink said.
Brother Shen, I am the manager of the manor in the west of the city. My daughter is 16 years old and quite pretty. She is willing to be your concubine. What do you think? Manager Zhuang is too stingy. He thinks he can get close to Brother Shen with just one daughter?
I am Master Chun from the south of the city. My family runs a cloth business and owns 100 acres of fertile land.
I have 5 daughters.
Brother Shen, you may come to my residence. If you take a liking to my daughter, you may take her as a concubine. I am willing to give you 1,000 taels of silver and some land as a dowry. A middle-aged man dressed in silk said loudly.
Looking for a son-in-law after the imperial examination results are announced?
The autumn examinations haven't even started yet, and these people are already in such a hurry. It's like a matchmaking corner in a park being surrounded by old men and women.
You flatter me, everyone. I was just lucky. I have important matters to attend to today. How about we discuss them in detail another day?
Shen Mo said with a cupped hand and a smile.
This is more tiring than dealing with clients in my previous life.
Shen Mo thought to himself, and all he wanted to do was get back to the inn as soon as possible. Hey, Brother Shen, wait a moment, a young scholar said hurriedly. According to the rules, the winner of the poetry competition is entitled to share a drink with all the talented scholars. Excellent, excellent, Brother Shen, come with us quickly, said another talented scholar beside him.
Okay.
Shen Mo thought to himself, as an outsider, it wouldn't be good to break the rules, he should be called an alien.
After Shen Mo downed the wine in his glass in one gulp.
Brother Shen, you have a good capacity for alcohol. Brother Shen, have another cup. As everyone was vying to offer him wine, a maid in a blue dress walked gracefully over and bowed to Shen Mo.
I am Chuyer, a maidservant of Miss Xiao from Langgula.
My mistress invites young Master Shen to come upstairs to her room for a chat. Thank you for gracing us with your presence at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering today.
We have prepared a small feast to congratulate you on winning first place in the poetry gathering. The group of talented men who were offering toasts stopped abruptly, their eyes all turning to Shen Mo, filled with envy. My goodness! Miss Xiao actually invited me in person. That's Xiaoyuer, the top courtesan of the Forget Worry Pavilion.
Countless wealthy merchants would spend a fortune to see her, and countless nobles would find it difficult to even get a glimpse of her.
Brother Shen, what incredible luck you've had. You just won the championship and Miss Xiao has already taken a liking to you? I'm so envious.
I think Miss Xiao is impressed by Brother Shen's talent.
Do you think young Master Shen will be persuaded to stay by Miss Xiao?
I bet Brother Shen will win the heart of his beauty tonight. Some talented men were so envious that their eyes turned red, and they murmured, Brother Shen is so lucky. You can't even dream of being as lucky as him. At this moment, Lu Ruyan leaned closer and whispered, Young Master, you are renowned for your poetry gathering today, and Miss Xiao has been kind to you.
Since you made an appointment beforehand, it would be impolite not to go. Please go. Yu Yunlu nodded in response. Yes, young master, you should go.
I've heard that Miss Yuer's flute playing is unparalleled. She is arguably the best flute player in Dian City. Chui Yinger also chimed in, urging him on.
My wife wants me to go find a prostitute? And the thing is, the prostitute's oral sex skills are really good? Is it really that smooth in ancient times? Shen Mo's scalp tingled, and he felt completely uneasy.
In that case, please lead the way, young lady, Shen Mo nodded to the maid. Please wait here for a moment, I'll be right back, Shen Mo said to the four women.
The maid Chuyer smiled and said, Young master, please follow me. Isn't Xiaoyuer very averse to my predecessor? Why would she suddenly invite me? Is she genuinely admiring me, or does she have ulterior motives? If she has ulterior motives, that's fine, but if she's after my looks, that would be even better. Shenemo took a deep breath and pondered to himself. Chapter 42 Bedroom Romance, are you up to it?
After passing through the noisy hall, the maid led Shenemo to a quiet courtyard and stopped in front of a room. Please wait a moment, young master.
I will go and inform him right away,
the maid said before pushing open the door and entering. Please come in, young master Shin. A moment later, a soft voice came from inside the door.
Shenemo pushed open the door and entered.
The room was elegantly furnished, with the air filled with the fragrance of incense.
Xiaoyuer leaned against the chaise longue.
She was loosely draped in a pink gauze nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing. Beneath the gauze, a water-red bodice accentuated her full, rounded curves, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. Her bare, snow-white feet were casually resting on the edge of the chaise longue, and she held a round fan in her hand, gently waving it. When she saw Shenemo enter, she slowly turned around. Xiaoyuer raised her eyelids slightly, her eyes filled with affection, exuding a seductive charm.
Young Master Shin has finally arrived.
I've been waiting for you for so long, Xiaoyuer said sweetly.
This vixen, third sister, is mature, this one is probably half mature?
Shenemo thought to himself, his eyes scanning Xiaoyuer.
I wonder what business Miss Xiao has with me. Shenemo asked bluntly. Can't I call you here if there's nothing wrong?
Young Master Shin, your words make Yuer very sad.
After saying that, Xiaoyuer deliberately touched her chest.
Xiaoyuer noticed that Shenemo ignored her, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She quickly regained her charming demeanor. Young Master's poem just now was truly exquisite. May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, though separated by 1,000 miles.
May this blessing be given to which confidant is this young master?
It was just a casual remark, wishing that all lovers in the world could have their wishes fulfilled, Shenemo said calmly.
Xiaoyuer walked up to Shenemo, a delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Young master is quite magnanimous. But I wonder, in your heart, am I considered a lover?
As she spoke, her gauze dress slipped down, revealing a section of her snow-white shoulder. Miss Xiao is a renowned courtesan, while I, Shin, am but a scholar, and dare not presume upon her, Shenemo said, turning slightly to the side.
What exactly does she want? Shenemo thought to himself, how could she be so direct? Young master is so unromantic. Am I really so unattractive that I cannot catch your eye? Xiaoyuer said pitifully. Shenemo took another step back. What are you doing, young master? Are you afraid I'll eat you?
Xiaoyuer said aggrievedly upon seeing this. I wouldn't dare, but men and women shouldn't touch each other, and I'm afraid it would tarnish the young lady's reputation, Shenemo said calmly.
My predecessor only touched your hand and you kicked me out. What exactly do you want? Shenemo wondered what this courtesan was up to. Have some self-respect? Xiaoyuer seemed to have heard a joke.
She suddenly sat up, and her other gauze dress slipped down, revealing her two snow-white shoulders and the water-red bodice underneath. When you were downstairs, drunk and holding my hand, why didn't you say that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Shenemo was taken aback, only then remembering that there was indeed such a passage in the original owner's memories. That was a drunken lapse in manners, and I apologize for any offense caused, young lady, Shenemo said with a dry cough. Have you forgive me? When you called me a whore pretending to be virtuous, did you ever think of forgiving me? Xiaoyuer stood up and walked step by step to him, her fragrance growing stronger.
That's just drunken talk. Shenemo was forced to take a step back, his back pressed against the door. Drunken talk?
Xiaoyuer laughed, tilting her head back.
Young master, do you know how many people have pointed fingers at me because of your drunken words?
They all say that since I've taken up this profession of prostitution, I should let people take liberties with me, and why do I have to put on such a high and mighty act for them? Xiaoyuer said with a sneer.
I'd like to ask you, young master, where have I put on a virtuous facade? Did I take money from a customer but refuse to serve him in bed, or did I deceive someone's feelings? Xiaoyuer suddenly leaned closer, her nose almost touching Shenmo's chin, and said,
What happened before was my fault, I apologize to you.
Shenemo was speechless after being asked that question. Why do I feel like I'm being interrogated? Where did I go wrong?
I guess I'll just admit my mistakes and leave her speechless.
Shenemo made up his mind, admitting his mistakes is the best approach. You're right. Is an apology all it takes?
Xiaoyuer's eyes sharpened.
Young master, put your hand on your heart and tell me, am I, Xiaoyuer, not pretty? No. Shenemo spoke the truth. This woman was indeed breathtakingly beautiful.
Of course, if he could examine her conscience, he could praise her to the skies.
Then why do you avoid me like the plague? Xiao Yuer pressed on, do you think I am of lowly status and unworthy of you, the newly crowned poetry champion? It's all because you wouldn't let me touch you.
I was kicked out as soon as I tried to touch your hand. And now you're questioning me, Shen Mo thought to himself.
That's not the case. Shen Mo took a deep breath.
The girl is stunningly beautiful, but she is only to be admired from afar and not to be touched.
Only to be admired from afar, not to be touched?
Xiao Yuer seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Suddenly, she reached out and hooked his collar, pulling him in front of her, her breath sweet as orchids.
Now that you're touching your own heartbeat, can you honestly say you have absolutely no feelings for me?
Please let go, young lady.
Shen Mo felt a pang of emotion and said in a deep voice.
Stop flirting, Miss Xiao, or I'll punish you on the spot, Shen Mo thought to himself. Xiao Yuer not only refused to let go, but smiled even more seductively. Why pretend, young master?
Just now downstairs, so many people were smitten with me, didn't you feel anything?
She traced her fingertip across Shen Mo's Adam's apple and said, or is it that you're not good enough, young master? These words struck a nerve with Shen Mo, who had ended up transmigrating because he was too capable in his previous life.
Shen Mo suddenly grabbed Xiao Yuer's wrist and said with a smile, why don't you try it and see, Miss Xiao?
Xiao Yuer leaned close to Shen Mo's ear and whispered, tonight is still long. I'll test you on whether you're up to it later, young master.
Miss Xiao, are you serious? Shen Mo asked. No way, he's really lucky with women.
Why don't you take a guess, young master? Xiao Yuer said with a charming smile.
Chapter 43 Bullied by the Courtesan. Miss, the wine is warmed up.
Just then, the voice of the maid Chuyer came from outside the door. Xiao Yuer said, come in. The maid Chuyer came in carrying a tray with a pot of wine and 2 wine cups on it.
Put it down.
You go down first. No one is allowed to come in without my permission, Xiao Yuer said.
Yes.
The maid Chuyer put down the wine pot and quietly withdrew, but she staggered as she left.
Young master, would you like to try some?
This is my treasured drunken spring breeze wine. Xiao Yuer picked up the wine pot, poured a cup for Shen Mo, and also poured a cup for herself.
I don't drink.
Shen Mo took a step back, looking at Xiao Yuer warily.
I can't tell friend from foe, how dare I drink? What if I get my kidney cut off? Shen Mo thought to himself. What? Young Master Shen doesn't dare to drink?
Xiao Yuer asked, raising her wine cup.
Are you still afraid I'll poison the wine?
Young Master Shen, let me take a sip first so you won't worry. Xiao Yuer said, taking a sip and licking her lips with her tongue. Young master, let me feed you. Xiao Yuer suddenly leaned closer, wrapped one arm around Shen Mo's neck, and whispered. Shen Mo felt like he was taking medicine, and the Xiao Jinlian in front of him was determined to achieve her goal.
Let her drink it. She's already drunk it, what am I afraid of? Shen Mo thought to himself.
He glanced at the swirling liquid in his glass, then at Xiao Yuer's half-smiling eyes, and finally tilted his head back and drank it down.
That's more like it.
Seeing that he had finished drinking, Xiao Yuer's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. She picked up her own wineglass and drank it all in one gulp, then turned around to refill it. Shen Mo then covered his lips with his sleeve and, taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Yuer turned around to refill his wine, spat out most of it. The wine seeped into his clothes through his sleeve, leaving only a small sip to swallow. As soon as the wine entered his throat, a small fire ignited in his dantian. Shen Mo knew something was wrong. The wine had indeed been adulterated. The fire within Shen Mo burned ever brighter, but his limbs began to weaken.
He went from a scholar to a high-ranking official in an instant. He looked at Xiao Yuer and asked, what did you put in the wine? Just a small sip and it's already so potent. If I drank the whole thing, I'd be incredibly powerful. What's with this little vixen drugging me? I'd still go for it even without the drug. Half-cooked is quite delicious.
In my past life, I loved half-cooked food, juicy and tender.
Shen Mo lamented inwardly. I can't stand it anymore. As long as it's a woman, it's fine. He wants women anyway.
It's all the same with the lights off. Shen Mo thought to himself, feeling a growing heat rising within him. He was about to get closer to Xiao Yuer to talk about life and ideals. Xiao Yuer suddenly exerted force with her fingertips, and Shen Mo felt a numbness in his Jianjing acupoint, causing half of his body to stiffen instantly, rendering him unable to move.
This aphrodisiac is extremely potent.
Even a tiny bit will flow through your bloodstream and intensify your desires. Young master, please bear with it, the real show is yet to come, Xiaoyuer said, pressing down on Shenmo's shoulder.
Oh, right, young master Shen.
I forgot to tell you, if you are poisoned by this aphrodisiac, you must not have sexual relations with the opposite sex for 4 hours.
If you are unlucky, you will die suddenly. If you are lucky, you will be unable to have human relations for the rest of your life.
Xiaoyuer said with a smile, as if she remembered something.
What exactly do you want? Shen Mo sensed something was wrong. What was this courtesan up to? Revenge?
The aphrodisiac took effect quickly and intensely, with heat surging from his dantian. Beads of sweat appeared on Shenmo's forehead, and Xiaoyuer in his vision gradually turned a hazy blush. Look at how blushing he is, it's much more pleasing to the eye than his usual cold face.
Xiaoyuer stroked his cheek. Isn't young master Shen the most principled? Today I'm going to make you lose your composure here and beg me for the antidote on your knees, how about that?
Xiaoyuer said with a smile.
Xiaoyuer's fingertips slid to the buttons on Shenmo's clothes, slowly unbuttoning them one by one. Her nose was almost close to Shenmo's face as she continued, Didn't young master Shen call me a bitch? Didn't you look down on us women of the night? So vengeful? It's never a good thing. Shen Mo just wants to pin her down on the bed and rub her.
Now he is like Wu Zetian after losing her husband, he has seemingly lost his mind. Li Ji.
What's the point of begging? Even if I begged, it wouldn't do me any good. Shen Mo pursed his lips, not wanting to say a word.
Xiaoyuer leaned closer, her lips brushing against Shenmo's earlobe. Say something, are you feeling terribly unwell?
Beg me, and I'll give you something sweet.
After Xiaoyuer finished speaking, she sat directly on Shenmo's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and breathed sweetly into his ear. If you are in pain, young master, just shout it out.
You don't need to pretend to be a gentleman here.
Shenmo's body was burning hot, and his rationality was on the verge of collapse. Such a small amount of medicine has such a strong effect.
Even Viagra isn't this effective. Shen Mo thought of the miraculous medicine from his previous life.
Although he had never taken it, he estimated that it couldn't compare to this one. Look how fast your heart is beating, Xiaoyuer said, touching Shenmo's chest.
This is just the beginning.
Once the medicine takes full effect, I guarantee you'll forget your own name and only know how to hug me and call me sister. Xiaoyuer continued to lean against Shenmo's body, completely ignoring the softness pressed against Shenmo's arm.
This is probably C, right?
No, it should be C++, Shen Mo guessed, feeling the sensation on his arm.
Xiaoyuer suddenly went limp, as if most of her strength had been drained away.
She staggered and fell into Shenmo's arms, unable to get up. Her lips were pressed against the culprit, yet she didn't even have the strength to move away.
Poisoned? When did you get poisoned?
Xiaoyuer's expression changed as she looked at the doors and windows, only then noticing a hole.
Shen Mo felt his vital points were being manipulated, and the warm, moist breath emanating from him was constant. He felt he possessed an indomitable spirit.
Xiaoyuer also realized the location of her lips, and she used all her strength to move them. But she couldn't muster any strength at all, and instead, she kept touching them again and again. Don't talk nonsense, Shen Mo thought to himself, his anger rising, but he was also afraid of being bitten. Then there's no point in living.
Heavens, please help me. Was it sincerity that moved heaven? Shen Mo also smelled a strange fragrance at this moment.
He guessed that this was what had made Xiaoyuer lose her strength.
But he himself seemed unaffected?
A few minutes later, Shenmo's acupoints were released, and the heat wave from the aphrodisiac instantly overwhelmed his reason.
He grabbed Xiaoyuer's wrist. You. Xiaoyuer was both shocked and angry.
She tried to shake him off, but her hands were too weak to even lift them.
Shen Mo, how dare you? Let me go.
Shen Mo chuckled softly, his breath warm on Xiaoyuer's neck, and his fingertips slowly began to untie the ties of her outer garment. Miss Xiao, weren't you quite pleased with yourself just now?
Why aren't you moving now? Chapter 44 The Wheel of Fortune Turns, Bullying the Courtesan.
Xiaoyuer wanted to push Shen Mo away, but her whole body felt as soft as cotton. She could only watch helplessly as Shen Mo's fingertips slid to her waist and gently tugged, causing her pink gauze outer garment to slip loosely to the ground, leaving only her water-red undergarment. Xiaoyuer was so angry that her eyes turned red.
Shen Mo deliberately touched Xiaoyuer's waist, causing Xiaoyu to tremble and laugh. Shen Mo, how dare you? Let me go.
Xiaoyuer laughed until tears streamed down her face, but her voice was full of coquettishness and had very limited power.
Shen Mo, do you know who I am?
If you dare touch me again, I'll tear you to pieces once I recover.
Xiao Yuer threatened, her chest heaving with anger. Magnificent. It's really something. Shen Mo thought to himself as he looked at the undulating curves.
Shen Mo didn't speak, but just looked down at Xiao Yuer. Although the aphrodisiac was very effective, it wasn't enough to completely make her lose her mind. She probably hadn't drunk enough.
Tear her to pieces?
But right now, all I want is to taste the beauty of the courtesan.
Shen Mo chuckled, his breath hot against Xiao Yuer's neck as he spoke, intending to retaliate.
Shen Mo reached out to untie Xiao Yuer's belt, deliberately moving very slowly.
Xiao Yuer was both angry and anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Shen Mo, no.
Xiao Yuer said, her voice trembling with tears.
Weren't you quite smug just now, young lady? Why are you scared now?
Shen Mo said with a smile.
Don't touch me.
You hypocrite. You were acting all gentlemanly just now, but now you're just trying to take advantage of me.
Xiao Yuer said, her voice trembling with tears. Taking advantage of someone in distress?
Shen Mo's hand slipped inside her open collar, stroking Xiao Yuer's delicate back. Compared to Miss Zhao's methods of using aphrodisiacs and acupressure, my little trick of taking advantage of someone's vulnerability is probably not enough. Shen Mo deliberately slowed down his movements, moving his hand back and forth along the curve of her shoulder blade, causing Xiao Yuer to let out a muffled groan.
The aphrodisiac was still taking effect.
Shen Mo felt the person in his arms was soft and hot, but he insisted on continuing to watch Xiao Yuer go from being arrogant to panicked, and then to begging him. The real show has only just begun.
Shen Mo, you'll regret this, Xiao Yuer threatened, her voice trembling.
Oh? Shen Mo leaned down, his lips close to Xiao Yuer's nose and then to her lips. Then I'll try it and see what regret feels like. Shen Mo said, reaching for the drawstring of his undergarment.
Miss Xiao, you weren't so formidable just now, but now you're clinging to me, aren't you? Heaven is watching what people do, and fortunes change.
Shen Mo said with a mocking smile. Xiao Yuer tried her best to turn her head away, but Shen Mo reached out and pressed the back of her neck, forcing her to look him in the eye. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were now filled with terror.
Why are you hiding?
Shen Mo's nose brushed against hers.
Shen Mo, if you really want to consummate our marriage, don't regret it.
I come from Miao territory and am the holy maiden of the Miao witch god cult. Since childhood, I have been afflicted with the heart-binding mother-child gu by the elders. We Miao women can only have one husband in our lives. If you consummate our marriage, my child gu will enter your body, and your life and death will be in my hands. Xiao Yuer finished speaking slowly.
What?
That means after you consummate your marriage with her, whatever she says goes.
That won't do. I have 6 + 2, that's 8 wives in my family. Giving up a forest for a single tree is too much of a loss. But if this vixen is deceiving me, then I'll be at a disadvantage. Even last-minute preparations can be effective. I have to try to find out. Shen Mo was incredibly conflicted, constantly calculating his options. Xiao Yuer's expression changed, and her breathing became rapid. What's going on? It's over, the aphrodisiac can't be suppressed anymore.
I was originally suppressing the aphrodisiac with my internal energy, but it has temporarily disappeared after I was poisoned. Xiao Yuer tried to circulate her internal energy, but found that her dantian was empty.
Shen Mo felt Xiao Yuer's breathing become rapid.
Looking down, he saw that Xiao Yuer's cheeks had turned red, her eyes were glazed, and she was murmuring, "It's so hot."
How are you?
Shen Mo hurriedly let go, but Xiao Yuer grabbed his arm tightly.
Don't touch me.
Xiao Yuer bit her lip and gently pushed Shen Mo's chest with all her might. Damn it, she's been drugged with the 10 fragrance softening powder, and the aphrodisiac can't be suppressed anymore, Xiao Yuer whispered. Shen Mo's heart sank, and he felt the heat within him rising stronger. If a man pushes a woman, it's like climbing a mountain. If a woman pushes a man, it's like piercing a thin veil. If this continues, she might just give in half-heartedly.
Shen Mo gritted his teeth, trying to stay awake with the pain. Xiao Yuer's breathing became more and more rapid.
Suddenly, she trembled and her eyes became glazed over.
Young Master Shen, I feel so bad.
Please help me. Shen Mo's body stiffened as she hugged him, the fragrance emanating from her body filling his nostrils, making the heat within him even more unbearable.
Let go, Shen Mo said in a hoarse voice. Since things have come to this, why not just give in to me, young master? Don't you want me? What so many men dream of, you can have right now.
Xiao Yuer had lost her mind at this moment, and she whispered while hugging Shen Mo's neck.
Do you really want me to consummate our marriage?
Shen Mo looked at Xiao Yuer's charming face and felt the soft warmth in his arms. At this moment, he was more virile than gold. Xiao Yuer seemed not to hear him and leaned in to kiss his lips.
Shen Mo gently pushed Xiao Yuer away from his arms and asked again, "Are you sure you want to?"
Xiao Yuer had regained some of her senses, but she didn't even have the strength to lift her hand.
I want. Xiao Yuer murmured.
Outside the window, a dark figure, hidden in the shadows of the trees, listened to the conversation between the two people inside, a satisfied smile flashing in his eyes. "Enjoy it," the shadowy figure murmured before disappearing into thin air.
I already asked you, Miss Xiao.
You agreed to it.
I didn't T-force you. Shen Mo finished speaking and reached in again. No. I meant the antidote. I have the antidote.
Xiao Yuer finally managed to utter these words, her voice trembling with tears.
In my arms. I can't move. Tears streamed down Xiao Yuer's face. Help me, please.
This was the first time Xiao Yuer had ever said please to him. Her cheeks were flushed an unnatural red, her eyes were unfocused, and her lips were slightly parted.
Now you know to beg me? Weren't you so impressive just now? Shen Mo suddenly chuckled. Shen Mo carried Xiao Yuer to the bedside, and Shen Mo once again reached into her open clothes. What are you going to do? Xiao Yuer asked weakly, her voice trembling with tears. Don't touch me, Shen Mo. I'll get the antidote.
Shen Mo's fingers slowly explored Xiao Yuer's chest, causing her to tremble all over and moan softly.
Shen Mo felt a hard little thing hidden in her chest. Is this it? Shen Mo asked.
No, Xiao Yuer murmured, her face flushed.
Where is the antidote? I can't find it. Shen Mo deliberately slowed down his movements, rubbing his fingertips over that spot.
Tell me, and I won't touch you.
Xiao Yuer's face flushed red, both angry and anxious, and her tears fell even more fiercely. It's on the left, hurry up and get it.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, his fingertips reaching to the left, and sure enough, he touched a small, cool porcelain bottle. He was about to take it out when he suddenly changed his mind. His fingers lingered on her chest for a few more moments, until Xiao Yuer's body trembled like a leaf and her eyes were as red as a rabbit's, before he slowly pulled the porcelain bottle out.
If only you had been this obedient earlier, wouldn't it have been better?
Shen Mo shook the porcelain bottle in his hand, looking at Xiao Yuer's angry but powerless appearance, and suddenly felt that the taste of revenge was more interesting than he had imagined. The porcelain bottle was very small, only the size of a thumb, with the tiny character Jia, meaning relief engraved on its pink surface. Shen Mo uncorked it, and a bitter medicinal smell wafted out, which, mixed with the exotic fragrance, strangely suppressed some of the heat and aphrodisiac effects.
What's wrong? Xiao Yuer noticed Shen Mo's hesitation and asked. It's nothing. Shen Mo withdrew his hand and poured the pills from the pink porcelain bottle into his palm.
I just think that the place where Miss Xiao hides her things is quite unique, Shen Mo teased with a smile.
Xiao Yuer's face instantly turned so red it looked like it could bleed. Is this medicine really the antidote? Otherwise what? Xiao Yuer said calmly. How many pills should I take? Shen Mo asked in a low voice. 1, Xiao Yuer replied. Xu Hao poured the antidote into his palm. It was a black pill. Shen Mo picked up the pill from the pink porcelain bottle and held it to Xiao Yuer's lips. Open your mouth.
Xiao Yuer obediently opened her mouth and ate it. After a few minutes, Shen Mo saw that Xiao Yuer's blush had faded, so he also took a pill and swallowed it. The bitter taste exploded on the tip of my tongue and slid down my throat. Wherever it passed, the heat of spring fever actually subsided a bit. Chuyer, the maidservant under the eaves, had her ear pressed against the pillar, her face already flushed. Just now, there was a girl's charming teasing voice, followed by young Master Shin's suppressed breathing. Then, there was a sudden silence. When the sound came back, it was the girl's angry and anxious low curses, along with some blush-inducing soft moans. The young lady had clearly instructed that no one should go up, no matter what was happening inside. But after that strange fragrance wafted by, the noises inside became odd. Xiao Chui's heart pounded. This young Master Shin looks so refined, how come he's inside with the young lady? Could it be that the young lady's plan has gone wrong, and young Master Shin has taken advantage of her instead? Xiao Yuer's blush faded somewhat, and she realized that her outer robe was still on the ground, and she was only wearing a red undergarment.
Shen Mo's clothes were also open. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment.
Just as the two were silent, a very light footstep suddenly came from the corridor, followed by the voice of the maid Shui'er. "Miss, are you all right? I think I heard some noise inside the room just now."
Chapter 45: The Appointment with the Courtesan. Xiao Yu'er and Shen Mo exchanged a glance.
Shen Mo glared at her, and Xiao Yu'er cleared her throat. "It's all right.
I was talking to young Master Shen. Shui'er, you can go down now. Don't come up without my permission."
"Miss, are you really all right?
Should I come in and check on you?"
the maid Shui'er asked softly, still waiting outside the door.
"It's nothing, it was just the cat meowing."
"You can go now, you don't need to keep watch tonight," Xiao Yu'er said calmly.
"When did Miss get a cat? I haven't heard anything about it. Could it be that little Red's cat ran into Mrs. room?"
The maid Shui'er hesitated for a moment, but finally answered yes, and the sound of her footsteps gradually faded away.
Silence returned to the room.
Shen Mo and Xiao Yu'er exchanged a glance, their emotions complicated. "Miss Xiao, I was presumptuous in what happened today.
How about I take you as my concubine?"
Shen Mo said softly.
"Do I have a warm man physique?
If this were my past life, I'd be drowned in spit.
There are 8 people in my family, and I still want to take care of one here. In feudal society, that would be wonderful."
One more person wouldn't make a difference, Shen Mo thought to himself.
"Can you afford to marry him?"
Xiao Yu'er snorted. She had really been taken advantage of today. If she didn't marry him, she would lose out. As a Miao woman, she would only love one person in her life.
Shen Mo was truly imprinted in her mind.
"I'll marry you even if I can't afford it.
As long as you say you're willing, I'll definitely marry you."
"Money isn't an issue," Shen Mo said earnestly, unconcerned.
"Oh? Young Master Shen, do you have the money for 10,000 taels to redeem yourself?"
Xiao Yu'er teased, regaining her charming demeanor.
10,000 taels is nothing.
"Give me 6 months, and I can raise it," Shen Mo said seriously.
"Ha, is Shinkaisi really this arrogant?"
10,000 taels isn't 1,000 taels, and you're talking about half a year.
"You couldn't earn that much even in 10 years, Xiao Yu'er scoffed, clearly not believing it. "Then let's make a bet.
If I earn 10,000 taels within 6 months, you'll marry me as a concubine and give up being a saintess."
"You'll be left single and become an old maid," Shen Mo said slowly.
"All right, you have to earn 10,000 taels within 6 months. I'll give you another 6 months, and within a year, I'll marry you and make you Mrs. Shen."
"What do you mean by old maid?" Xiao Yu'er replied. An old maid means someone who has never consummated their marriage."
Shen Mo explained awkwardly. "I hope Miss Xiao keeps her word.
By the way, is the goo you mentioned earlier real?"
Shen Mo quickly changed the subject and asked curiously.
"It's true."
"What?
Is young Master Shen scared? Is it too late to back out now?
Or would you rather just give up?" Xiao Yu'er said with a charming smile.
"You just wait and see, Miss Xiao."
"The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary," Shen Mo teased with a smile, looking utterly irritating. "Let's talk about it when you, young Master Shen, have earned 10,000 taels."
Xiao Yu'er had regained some strength by now.
"I should go now, Miss Xiao. If I stay any longer, my ladies will get impatient, and the young men outside will be heartbroken," Shen Mo teased Xiao Yu'er.
"Get lost," Xiao Yu'er said irritably. "Prostitutes are heartless, actors are ungrateful."
Shen Mo experienced this firsthand with Xiao Yu'er.
"I already said I wanted to marry you, and you're still so rude.
10,000 taels of silver would have been worth tens of millions in my previous life. You could have married anyone you wanted, and there would have been a long line of people waiting to marry you. In this dynasty, 10,000 taels of silver could easily get you 100 or 80 concubines."
However, Xiao Yu'er would be a stunning beauty even in modern times.
She'd probably be a celebrity, or an internet celebrity, or at the very least, an entertainer. She'd already been spotted by talent scouts or wealthy men, and it wouldn't be my turn.
Unless it's a 5-figure relationship in one night, I probably wouldn't meet someone of that quality.
At most, she'd have a futuristic body and face, which would be a bit more likely, Shen Mo thought.
"I'm leaving. Be careful."
"Think about how you got poisoned today," Shen Mo reminded him.
"Put your clothes on, so you don't catch a cold."
Shen Mo picked up the pink shirt from the ground and tossed it to Xiao Yu'er before leaving the room without looking back.
Looking at the empty bed, Xiao Yu'er suddenly felt a pang of loss.
She walked to the table, picked up the wineglass that Shen Mo had just drunk from, and ran her fingertips along the rim of the glass, where his warmth seemed to still linger. Thinking of the feeling of being held in Shinmo's arms, his whispers in her ear, the playfulness in his eyes and the occasional flashes of seriousness, her heart was in turmoil.
Shinmo, you just wait.
Xiao Yuer murmured Shinmo's name, a complicated smile suddenly appearing on her lips. Seeing Shinmo walk out disheveled, but the young lady did not come out, Xiao Yuer's maid Chuer hurriedly went upstairs to the outside, hesitating whether to go in and see, but heard the young lady's voice from inside, Chuer, come in. The maid Chuer's heart tightened, and she quickly pushed open the door to go in, only to see Xiao Yuer sitting at the table drinking tea, with a faint blush on her face, and she seemed to be fine.
Miss, are you all right? Chuer asked cautiously. It's nothing.
Xiao Yuer put down her teacup, looked at her, and her eyes held a deep meaning.
Did you hear what was going on inside just now? No. No, this servant didn't hear anything. Chuer was startled and quickly lowered her head. It's good that you didn't hear it. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight, understand? Xiao Yuer smiled and didn't expose her. Yes, I understand. Chuer nodded quickly. By the way, did you see anyone just now? Or was there anything unusual? Xiao Yuer asked, remembering something.
I don't know why I fell asleep for a while warming the wine tonight.
When I got up and walked around afterwards, I felt a little weak. Maybe I caught a cold?
Also, I vaguely heard some slight noises upstairs.
I thought it was a cat or something. Or maybe I was just hallucinating from being too tired.
Besides, Miss said not to come up unless necessary, so I didn't. The maid Chuer said slowly.
All right, it's fine now. Get the water ready for me, I want to take a bath.
Xiao Yuer felt that her whole body was dirty, and she wanted to wash the places where Shinmo had touched her.
Yes, miss, I'll go prepare right away, the maid Chuer replied. Okay, and also brew a pot of tea, Xiao Yuer added. Yes, miss. Go and get ready, Xiao Yuer waved her hand dismissively. Who is the person who secretly poisoned the body? And what is their purpose? Is it aimed at me, or at him?
Or perhaps, at both of us? Xiao Yuer lay on the chaise longue, pondering with her hand on her forehead. Xiao Yuer thought of something at that moment, pushed open the window and looked outside. The night was thick, and there was no one in sight.
He must have left.
Xiao Yuer then took out a small pink porcelain bottle from her chest, poured out another pill, and ate it.
One pill isn't enough, two are needed to completely eliminate the poison.
Young Master Shin, your wife is in for a tough time tonight. Xiao Yuer thought to herself, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips.
Chapter 46 Aphrodisiacs must be relieved through sexual intercourse. Squeak Shinmo pushed open the door, went downstairs, and stepped into the Mid-Autumn Festival venue. Countless eyes instantly turned to him. They're out. They're out. Look. Young Master Shin is out. My god, these people are all disheveled, yet the battle is so fierce? Look at that collar. It's so bright red, could it be a lipstick mark from Master Xiao?
A sharp-eyed scholar pointed at the striking bright red mark on Shinmo's chest, his eyes filled with undisguised envy.
Look at the middle of those pants, there's a lipstick stain there too, heavens. Another scholar howled.
You all think I had a good time, but you have no idea that I endured it for an hour while under the influence of aphrodisiacs. Even Lu Xiaohui would be ashamed and call me big brother if he saw me like that, Shinmo thought to himself.
Shinmo subconsciously looked down.
His clothes, even the middle of his pants, were covered in lipstick stains. Thinking of those rosy lips from earlier, and the place where the antidote was hidden, a surge of lust rose within him.
Master Xiao actually. Shinmo has been here for so long? Winning the grand prize? That's an incredibly enviable prize. Brother Shen. Brother Shen, please wait. I have long admired your talent, and I wonder if it would be possible to.
Young Master Shen, my young lady admires your talent and has specially sent this invitation. For a time, the noise of flattery, fawning, and whispers conveying affections for their young mistresses made Shinmo's head throb.
Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way.
A clear, cold voice rang out, and the crowd instinctively parted to form a gap. 4 young gentlemen pushed through the crowd and walked quickly toward Shinmo.
Young master, are you all right? Why do you look so pale? Lu Ruyan walked a few steps to Shinmo's side. It's nothing, we shouldn't stay here any longer, let's go.
Shinmo forced himself to stay put and turned to walk towards the stairwell. The 4 women shielded Shinmo in the middle, quickly rushed down the stairs, and fled out of the Forget Worry Tower gate as if escaping.
Husband, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan asked with concern when she saw Shen Mo's face turn red and his eyes were frighteningly red. That Xiao Yuer tampered with the wine, putting in a potent aphrodisiac.
I only took half of the antidote, Shen Mo said breathlessly.
That woman deserves to die. Yu Yunlu cursed under his breath. Back to the inn. Immediately. Lu Ruyan said urgently.
The four walked in silence, their breathing growing heavier and heavier.
Finally, back at the inn, Shen Mo was almost at his breaking point.
The lights were still on in the inn's lobby, and the waiter on night duty was dozing off at the counter. He was startled awake by footsteps, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he looked up. When the waiter looked up, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The young Master Shin who had checked in with 2 handsome pages in the evening had returned, and his appearance was utterly appalling. Several lipstick stains were clearly visible on her clothes and collar. Her face was flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and her steps were unsteady.
Pa! A disgrace to the gentry. Hypocritical.
He acts all respectable during the day, with his page boy by his side, but at night he runs off to brothels to laze around, coming back looking like this.
Is he going to drag this delicate page boy along for more of his illicit homosexual acts? TSK, the world is going to the dogs. Truly, the world is going to the dogs.
The waiter inwardly scorned and cursed, while maintaining a professional, fake smile.
Young master is back? Would you like me to bring some hot water up? The waiter asked with concern. No need. Yu Yunlu said coldly.
Shen Mo, with his eyes almost half closed, was helped up the stairs by Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu.
Hua Muten and Cui Yinger followed closely behind.
Upon arriving at the door of Shin Mo's superior room, Yu Yunlu took out her key and opened the door.
The group then entered the room. Yunlu, Muten, and Yinger, why don't you go and rest in the next room tonight?
I'll take care of my husband here, Lu Ruyan said, turning to the 3 of them. Yu Yunlu frowned, looking at Shin Mo's flushed face and then at Lu Ruyan's slender frame.
Could Lu Ruyan manage on her own?
Miss Lu, Cui Yinger also looked worried, and hesitated to speak.
Listen to me.
Lu Ruyan said seriously, then softened her tone. Looking at Yu Yunlu, he said, Yunlu, trust me. I'll call you if I need anything. Miss Muten, Miss Yinger, you should go back to your rooms too, it's getting late.
Yu Yunlu nodded, okay. I'm next door. Call me immediately if you need anything.
After saying that, he turned around and went into the next room, closing the door behind him. Hua Muten and Cui Yinger also returned to their rooms together.
Only Shen Mo and Lu Ruyan remained in the room.
Downstairs in the lobby, the night watchman craned his neck, listening intently to the sounds coming from upstairs. He heard that only the most handsome little page boy followed that young Master Shin into the room. TSK, just as I thought, so eager for homosexuality, even the door is bolted shut. He looks so respectable during the day, but he's so filthy behind the scenes. He won't even spare a handsome young page boy, he's worse than an animal. The waiter cursed inwardly, shaking his head, and leaned back against the counter.
Inside the door. Husband.
Lu Ruyan said, looking at Shin Mo, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with a flushed face.
Ruyan.
Shin Mo raised his head, his eyes burning, his Adam's apple bobbing, his desire, which had been suppressed all the way, completely spiraled out of control.
With a whoosh, Lu Ruyan felt an irresistible force come over her.
Before she could even cry out, Shin Mo suddenly picked her up and put her on the bed. The next moment, a kiss landed, silencing all her gasps and words. The kiss was rough and urgent, conquering and ravaging. Shin Mo held Lu Ruyan's waist tightly with his hands, tearing at the men's clothing that was in her way.
Sizzle.
The crisp sound of cloth tearing. Lu Ruyan felt a chill on her chest as the ties of her inner garment were easily ripped open, revealing a moon-white bodice and delicate skin underneath.
No. Husband. The lamp. The lamp is still on.
Lu Ruyan gently pushed Shin Mo away with both hands, her voice sweet and tender.
Lu Ruyan just wanted to disappear into the ground. This was too embarrassing. Shin Mo was overwhelmed by the drug's effects, and this time it was even more intense than before. The more you try to suppress the effects of the aphrodisiac, the stronger it becomes. It's better to guide it. Shin Mo has lost his mind and is deaf to everything. His lips and tongue travel down Lu Ruyan's neck, and his hands are frantically exploring her body without any order. Husband, please turn off the light, Lu Ruyan pleaded pitifully, her face flushed crimson. Shin Mo abruptly stopped.
A glint of clarity flashed in his eyes. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Only their disordered breathing remained.
Ruyan, give it to me.
In the darkness, Shen Mo groped and untied her last restraints.
Chapter 47. Lu Ruyan without external help. My husband. Lu Ruyan said sweetly.
That sound, like the strongest liquor, was intoxicating.
Just once, Ruyan, I'm willing to stay with you forever, Shen Mo comforted her. Mum.
Lu Ruyan felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon hearing this and responded.
For some reason, Shen Mo thought of learning to make noodles in his previous life.
He has loved eating noodles, dumplings, steamed buns, and other similar foods since he was a child. After leaving his hometown for Shanghai City, he would occasionally spend money to eat noodles.
Kneading and rolling dough. Every pastry chef has their own unique techniques.
Different strengths produce different results. Sometimes I want big, soft steamed buns, and sometimes I prefer small, firm ones. Taste is subjective. You might like this today and that tomorrow, it's not fixed, Shen Mo recalled.
Lu Ruyan's sweetness didn't last long before it was completely consumed by Shen Mo's tireless dedication. Let this end quickly. Only one thought echoed in Lu Ruyan's mind in despair. Yun Lu.
Call Yun Lu, my husband, ask her to help me.
Sister Lu, I also want to help you and share your burden. But my period just started today, and I can't do anything about it.
Yun Lu heard Lu Ruyan's call from next door, her face flushed, and she felt sorry for her.
Ruyan, it'll be soon, very soon.
Shen Mo coaxed, the medicine is working.
In the dark room, a primal melody lingered on.
After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Shen Mo felt that some of the aphrodisiac in his body had been removed.
As a result, another night battle ensued at Luiying.
No, Lu Ruyan said in despair.
What kind of potent medicine is this? Even a cow would kneel down after a bull eats it.
A person could have 1,000 chickens a day after eating it, Shen Mo thought to himself.
How many times has this happened?
It still won't stop.
How much longer?
My whole body is numb, I can't even feel my kidneys. Xiao Yuer, you vixen, you have to take full responsibility. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. What goes around comes around, Shen Mo cursed inwardly.
Like smoke. A new round of conquest began once more in the darkness. Lu Ruyan was utterly plunged into the abyss of despair, left only to be tossed about by the tides, wave after wave, into unknown territories.
Spring waters flowed by the willow pond, willows were broken, and flowers withered. Shen Mo felt that his love for Lu Ruyan tonight was endless, and he estimated that it would only stop when it overflowed. In the next room, two people who were not asleep were pressed against the wall, holding their breath.
Good heavens! Cui Yinger's pretty face was filled with shock. How many times has this happened?
Judging from the noise, it hasn't stopped since just now, has it?
Miss Lu's voice. I'm afraid it's going to be completely hoarse.
It'll be soon, don't rush, just 2 more times at most, Huang Yuden said calmly. Cui Yinger gasped, her ample bosom heaving.
2 more times? My goodness, what kind of iron kidneys do they have? Even livestock couldn't handle that. Miss Lu's physique. She shuddered, not daring to imagine Lu Ruyan's current predicament. Do you think we should go over and take a look? Go? In what capacity?
Before last night, they were courtesans waiting to be sold in the brothel, and today they become Shen Mo's nominal concubines.
Lu Ruyan is a legitimate concubine. What are these 2 newcomers doing barging into her room? Are they here to laugh at Lu Ruyan? Or to share the burden?
Huang Yuden thought to herself, then decisively abandoned the idea and shook her head. The creaking sound from the bed next door came clearly again, then fell completely silent.
No sound?
Miss Lu, she wouldn't. Cui Yinger covered her mouth in fright, her eyes wide open. Soon, the sounds of a girl's breathing and a boy's snoring came from next door. They must be exhausted.
What are you thinking? It's not that weak. Listen carefully, isn't there still a sound?
Go to sleep, I'm sleepy, Huang Yuden said coldly.
Is this the effect of the medicine, or my husband's true strength? It's terrifying.
Cui Yinger's face paled, and she felt her legs go weak.
Who will rise and fall to power tonight?
Spring breezes bring triumph, willows sway like smoke.
The next day,
Shen Mo felt like his waist was gone, as if it had been clamped shut. It took him a while to open his eyes with difficulty.
You overdid it. Should this Hawan San be called Huichun San rejuvenating powder? Nyoma wan oxen horse pill? Ting how one good pill? Wouldn't that be more appropriate? Viagra will have to call this Hawan San brother when he sees it, Shinemo said, rubbing his lower back. As dawn broke, several girls waited anxiously outside Shinmo's door. It's already noon, why haven't Sister Lu and her husband gotten up yet? Yu Yunlu asked worriedly from outside the door. I still need to go to the Yamen to handle the transfer of Chui and Hua's household registration and the concubine procedures. The oxguard won't make it back to the village in time, Yu Yunlu thought anxiously. Are the two of them fast asleep? The oxguard back to the village won't wait for anyone. Sister Lu is weak, I hope she won't get hurt. Yu Yunlu paced back and forth outside the door. Husband, you must have been too rough yesterday. I'll have to get him some tiger bone wine to help him recover. I don't want his back to really be ruined. Miss you, don't be in such a hurry. Young Master and Miss Lu are newlyweds, enjoying the blissful time together. It's only natural for them to sleep a little longer, Chui Inger said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. The battle was so fierce last night, it would be a miracle if he could even get up, Chui Inger thought to herself. It's getting late. We'll knock on the door in half an hour, just in case anything happens, Hua Muden said. Just then, with a creak, Shinemo appeared in the doorway, rubbing his back, his steps unsteady, and grimacing. Outside the door, the three women had different expressions on their faces. Good morning, Shinemo greeted. Husband, where is Sister Lu? Yu Yunlu asked when she saw that only Shinemo came out. She's getting ready, she should be done soon and will be out soon, Shinemo said. It's the same throughout history and across cultures. Girls are too embarrassed to go out without makeup and dressing up. A scholar dresses up for his confidant, and sometimes men do the same, Shinemo thought to himself. Lu Ruyan then came out. Yunlu, what time is it now? Lu Ruyan asked, without mentioning a word about Yu Yunlu not coming to help yesterday. It's noon, Sister Lu. It wasn't that I didn't want to help yesterday, it's just that I got my period. I'm sorry, Yu Yunlu apologized sheepishly. It's alright, have you all had breakfast? Lu Ruyan asked the women. The three of them shook their heads. Let's go have breakfast, Shinemo said. Sister Lu, you look so pale. Why don't you rest a bit? I'll bring you some food, Yu Yunlu said to Lu Ruyan. No need, let's go together, I'm fine, Lu Ruyan replied. Breakfast downstairs has been ordered. Husband, I've ordered you something good. Yu Yunlu said mischievously, glancing at Shinmo's waist. One big sausage and 2 boiled eggs. This is a traditional recipe from our village. We don't have cured sausages here, only regular sausages. The recipe says you are what you eat. Hurry up and get down there, don't waste it. What? Using the principle of like cures like? Chapter 48 The turmoil at the county government office, troublesome scoundrels. Chui Inger couldn't help but burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth with her sleeve, her shoulders trembling. Hua Muden turned her head and laughed. Lu Ruyan, behind Shinemo, blushed with embarrassment. What kind of monsters and demons are in this Yu Yunlu stronghold? Their awareness is so advanced? They even know about the principle of like cures like? Shinemo thought to himself, his face turning completely red. What are you laughing at? I still have tiger penis, deer penis, and bull penis wine at home. I'll have my family bring some for my husband to help him recover, Yu Yunlu said casually, without any embarrassment. Last night was even crazier than the female CEO's night in my previous life. Does she really think I have an iron waist? I really need to take a good rest and rest for a few days, Shinemo thought to himself. Eat. Eat. Let's go eat. Shinemo replied. Let's go, Ruyan. Let's eat. Yunlu's kindness is too much for us to bear. Shinemo said, then walked downstairs. Yu Yunlu gave Shinemo a disdainful look that said, You're smart to know what's good for you. The 5 of them went downstairs and sat down at a square table in the corner of the inn's lobby. The servant quickly served a steaming breakfast, congee, pickled vegetables, steamed buns, and a tonic that Yu Yunlu specially ordered for Shinemo, a shiny, thick sausage with decorative cuts, and 2 round, hard-boiled eggs, which were particularly eye-catching. Sir, your breakfast is here. The waiter placed the breakfast down with a smile on his face, but the smile looked rather strange. Young master, eat slowly, don't choke. Lu Ruyan reminded him softly, her cheeks still flushed, as she peeled an egg and put it in Shinmo's bowl. We can't delay any longer.
Let's finish eating quickly and go to the yamen to get the household registration and concubine taking documents for the two new sisters.
Then we'll catch the last ox cart back to the village.
Yu Yunlu picked up her bowl of porridge, gulped down a big mouthful, and wiped her mouth with her sleeve as she spoke.
Miss Yu is right. I feel uneasy because I don't have a sense of security, Cui Inger said with a charming smile.
Hua Muden was drinking her porridge when she heard this and looked up at Shen Mo. Young master, my identity documents and those of my sister Inger are all here, but the procedures for registering our household and taking a concubine still need the official seal of the government to be valid.
Okay, let's go after we finish eating. It'll save us from any unforeseen problems. Shen Mo nodded in agreement.
Yes, we must replenish our porridge.
We have to believe in the wisdom of our ancestors.
Mental work is hard on the brain, and physical activity is hard on the back. Shen Mo finished the porridge in his bowl in a few bites, and then took a big bite of the sausage.
After settling the bill, the group headed straight for the county government office.
Inside the county government's treasury office, a gaunt clerk in a gray official's uniform, sporting a mustache, sat behind a long desk, slowly flipping through the documents Shen Mo had handed him. His gaze lingered on Cui Inger's ample bosom and Hua Muden's delicate face, his Adam's apple bobbing occasionally.
Oh, Cui Inger from Chunchui Tower?
Hua Muden from Furongfang, the clerk said in a greasy and sarcastic tone.
TSK, Scholar Shun, what a lucky man. The clerk then took a quick look around at Shen Mo.
However, on this deregistration document, there's the official seal of the Jiafangxi Imperial Music Bureau approving it.
The clerk pointed to a blurry red seal in the corner of the document. The color looks a bit pale, doesn't it? Could it be that it's faded over time?
The clerk looked up at Shen Mo with a half smile, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, making a tapping sound, as if to say, you know what I mean.
There are greedy people everywhere. It's been like this throughout history, abusing their power for personal gain and openly soliciting bribes.
Shen Mo cursed inwardly, but on the surface he forced a knowing smile, stepped forward, and subtly slipped a piece of silver weighing about 2 taels into the clerk's hand.
Sir, you've worked hard. The document is definitely genuine.
Please do me a favor, as there's an urgent matter at home. The clerk quickly slipped his hand into his sleeve, weighed the silver in his hand, and a smile appeared on his lips, which he quickly suppressed. Well, the document and seal are all in order, but...
The gaunt clerk put down the document and glanced at Shen Mo with his triangular eyes.
Sir, I still need to catch the night shift mule cart home.
I hope you will be lenient and expedite the process. Shen Mo bowed and said. In a hurry?
The clerk rolled his eyes, his face darkening completely. He picked up a teacup beside him, slowly blew on it, and took a sip. This is a government office, with its own rules and regulations.
What's the rush? Do you think this is your own private bed where you can roll around as you please?
The clerk's sarcastic words were undisguised, and his gaze was filled with naked contempt. He swept his gaze over Shen Mo, then landed on the stunning faces of Cui Inger and Hua Muden, and sneered, a mere scholar can afford to take 2 courtesans?
Did he use some shady means to abduct them?
I think this document is hard to verify, we need to check it more carefully.
You guys, just wait here. He thinks he hasn't been paid enough. This clerk is really greedy. Shen Mo finally understood and quickly took out another 10 taels of silver and slipped it over discreetly.
Young Master Shen, taking a woman from a good family as a concubine requires, according to regulations, a middleman to vouch for her, to verify her identity, and to pay a personal purification tax.
This procedure is not easy to handle.
The clerk smiled with satisfaction, tapping his fingers on the table with a soft, rhythmic sound.
This is insatiable greed.
No wonder they say, it's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings, Shen Mo thought to himself.
My lord. The documents for removing my status are here.
My 2 sisters are now law-abiding citizens. The documents for taking concubines are complete, and the middleman vouches for them.
As a concubine, I can vouch for them.
There is no such thing as purifying one's status in the law.
Who set this rule?
Lu Ruyan stepped forward, pointing to her signature and fingerprint on the documents, staring directly at the clerk without backing down.
Humph.
The clerk was momentarily speechless at Lu Ruyan's imposing manner and questioning, then flew into a rage, glaring at the crowd with his triangular eyes and shouting, Law?
The household department has its own procedures. I say there are, and there are. This donation is specifically for verifying a woman's background and whether she has any hidden illnesses.
25 taels for 1 person, 50 taels for 2. Once you've paid the silver and verified her identity, I will affix my seal immediately.
Otherwise, you can forget about taking this person away. 50 taels?
This is clearly extortion. When taking a concubine, there is no such thing as a self-indulgence donation. Even if there were, it would never be as high as 25 taels per person. This clerk took advantage of the fact that he had two beauties with him and deliberately made things difficult for him. No wonder they say that water that is too clear has no fish, and all crows under the sky are black.
Shen Mo's anger flared up.
Yu Yunlu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his hand on the hilt of the knife tightened sharply, his knuckles making a slight click sound.
What do you want to do? This is the county government office.
You are not allowed to run wild here. The clerk was startled by the sudden murderous aura, and the hair on the back of his head stood on end. He shouted in a fierce but weak voice.
The atmosphere instantly became tense. What's all this noise about?
A calm and authoritative voice suddenly came from the doorway.
Chapter 49. Something big has happened.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged official in a blue robe, with a dignified face and a long beard, standing with his hands behind his back at the door. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his gaze swept over the tense crowd inside the room before finally settling on the clerk, exuding an air of authority without anger. It was Zhang Mingyuan, the magistrate of Diancheng County.
Your Excellency. You've come in person.
It's just a small matter, a very small matter. A few unruly people don't know the rules, and I'm just reprimanding them. The clerk trembled with fright, hurriedly jumped up from his chair, and scurried forward, bowing obsequiously.
Troublemakers? Magistrate Zhang's eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at Shen Mo and his group, but stopped when his gaze swept over Shen Mo. Shen Mo?
Magistrate Zhang's voice carried a hint of surprise.
Student Shen Mo greets Your Excellency. Shen Mo felt reassured and quickly bowed. Magistrate Zhang nodded slightly. What did you just say about self-imposed tax? When did such a tax appear in my jurisdiction? The law is inviolable. How can you clerks manipulate things, create private categories, and exploit the people?
Magistrate Zhang turned his gaze to the clerk and asked sternly.
I was so foolish. So foolish.
The clerk said hastily, cold sweat dripping down his forehead.
I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I misremembered the regulations. There is absolutely no such donation. There is absolutely no such donation. The clerk knelt down with a plop and kowtowed repeatedly.
Young Master Shen is a rising star in this county with outstanding literary talent and a promising future. Even the retired Grand Secretary Lin has taken a great liking to him. How dare you all make excuses and create difficulties for him in such a trivial matter as taking a concubine and registering her in the county?
It's outrageous. You're incredibly audacious.
Magistrate Zhang snorted coldly, not even glancing at the clerk, and turned his gaze to Shen Mo, as if he were deliberately speaking to the clerk.
Hurry up and get young Master Shen's documents done. If you dare to delay or slack off even a little, you'll regret it.
Magistrate Zhang suddenly turned to the clerk on the ground, whose head was already red from kowtowing, and shouted.
Yes. Yes. I'll take care of it right away.
The clerk scrambled to his feet, grabbed two documents from the table, dipped them in ink, stamped them, and registered them. The slap-slap sounds were deafening, and his movements were ridiculously fast. Young Master Shen, you need not worry. The documents for taking a concubine are complete, and we will proceed in accordance with the law, Magistrate Zhang said gently to Shen Mo. Now that the two young ladies have been released from their official status, they are now law-abiding citizens. From now on, they should be dutiful wives and mothers. Magistrate Zhang finished speaking, his gaze sweeping over Cui Inger and Hua Mutin, his tone gentle.
Thank you for your wise judgment, Your Excellency. Thank you for your kindness. Shen Mo and Lu Ruyan quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Your Honor. Cui Inger and Hua Mutin also bowed gracefully, expressing their gratitude. What do you mean by donating one's purity? I was just joking with you. Young Master Shen, who are you?
The woman you've taken a fancy to must be pure and innocent, with a kind and gentle heart.
Master Shen, the formalities are complete. Please keep them safe.
In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the clerk bowed and scraped, respectfully handing the stamped document to Shen Mo, his face full of flattery.
Thank you for your trouble, sir. Shen Mo took the document and said calmly, knowing that one shouldn't hit a smiling face. Thank you so much for saving me, Your Excellency. Shen Mo bowed deeply to Magistrate Zhang again, expressing his sincere gratitude. Oh, young Master Shen, you're too kind. It was nothing, no need to mention it. Magistrate Zhang said with a smile, stroking his beard. Young Master Shen is truly blessed. Both courtesans are enamored with you, even I am quite envious, Magistrate Zhang said with a smile, his gaze quickly sweeping over the two courtesans. Young Master Shen is exceptionally talented, and your teacher has high hopes for you. You should devote yourself to your studies, make the most of your youth, and serve the court as soon as possible. This is the right path. Do not let trivial matters interfere with your studies. Magistrate Zhang stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with expectation. I will remember your teachings, sir. Shen Mo replied respectfully. If you have any free time in the future, you are welcome to come to the Yamen to have tea and chat with me, Magistrate Zhang said meaningfully, patting Shen Mo on the shoulder. After finishing his sentence, Magistrate Zhang nodded, said no more, turned around and left with his hands behind his back. There's a hidden meaning in his words? This seems to be the same hint that the female CEO gave me in my previous life. It seems that once I produce something good, I'll have to pay my respects to the young prince and the county magistrate. Shen Mo thought to himself, holding the two documents and watching the county magistrate's disappearing figure. Shen Mo turned around and quickly left with the four women. Take care, young Master Shen. A clerk's obsequious farewell voice came from behind. As they walked out of the county government office, Cui Inger and Hua Muden clutched the document that symbolized freedom and new life tightly, their eyes reddening, too excited to speak. Thanks to the magistrate, Lu Ruyan said with a sigh of relief. Yu Yunlu glanced coldly in the direction of the household and uttered two words, moths. Next, we went to the carriage rental shop to rent a car, as the car that was supposed to go back to the village had already left. The supplies purchased yesterday were piled up like a small mountain: 2 large fishing nets, several large bags of coarse salt and raw materials such as lime for sugar making, several bolts of sturdy and durable coarse cloth, brand new pots and pans, various needles and threads, and several boxes of rouge and face powder for the women in the family. With 5 people added to the load, a regular ox cart simply couldn't carry it all. Shen Mo gritted his teeth and spent 30% more than usual to rent a spacious mule cart with a canopy, and also hired an honest and reliable driver. They laboriously loaded the large and small packages onto the cart, cramming it full so that people could barely squeeze in between the goods. The mule cart creaked and groaned as it started, leaving the bustling county town behind and embarking on the dirt road back to Shen's home. Shen Mo was exhausted. He had worked hard last night and had been traveling all morning. Now, as the mule cart swayed, his eyelids began to droop. The women also started to doze off. The donkey cart was all right, but the uneven road made them dizzy. The mule cart jolted violently, causing the drowsy Cui Inger to cry out ouch, and fall directly into Shen Mo's arms. She was enveloped by his warm, soft body, and a delicate, perfumed fragrance filled her nostrils. Young Master Cui Inger raised her flushed face, her watery eyes misty, with a hint of panic and helplessness, and hurriedly tried to prop herself up. Be careful. Shen Mo subconsciously grabbed her arm. He could feel the amazing elasticity and heat even through her clothes. The road is rough, hold on tight. Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly let go of her hand, coughing slightly in embarrassment. My God, this is even bigger than Third Sister's. How big is it? A, B, C, D, E, F? Could it be E or F? This is probably just the right size for 2 hands? It could suffocate your head. Shen Mo instantly woke up, feeling like he had caught a giant fish while fishing. He was very excited and estimated in his mind. Cui Inger sat up straight, her cheeks flushed, and shyly replied in a low voice, yes, thank you, young master. Peony observed everything, a slight smile playing on her lips. It wasn't until sunset that the outline of Willow Creek Village came into view. Just as the mule cart entered the village, a petite figure rushed out from the village road, running and shouting in a tearful voice. Young master! Young master! Something terrible has happened. It's Xiao Tao. Chapter 53rd Sister in Danger. Young master! Quick! Go back and see. Third sister, she's dying. A lot of people from the village have come and are surrounding her, saying they're going to drown this widow in a pig cage. Xiao Tao ran with her hair disheveled, her face pale, and breathless. She rushed to the mule cart, grabbed the shaft, and cried out. What? Shen Mo was jolted awake, his last vestiges of sleep vanishing instantly, and he abruptly sat up straight in the carriage. The deathly silence inside the carriage was broken. Drowning in a pig cage? Which bastard dares to do that?
Yu Yunlu opened his eyes, grabbed the knife from his waist, and said sternly,
Drowning pigs in a cage? What exactly is going on? Lu Ruyan asked with a serious expression. What happened, Xiao Tao? Explain yourself.
Shen Mo jumped out of the car, supported the swaying Xiao Tao, and asked urgently,
What happened to third sister? Who wants to drown her in a pig cage? It's Widow Sun. And Granny Zhan. Butcher Zhang's wife, and Granny Wang from the east end of the village. So many people.
They say that third sister is a demon reincarnated, who has killed their pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. They say that Widow Wang's flock of sheep at the foot of the mountain all died overnight.
Granny Zhan's 2 big fat pigs also died last night. Granny Wang's newly born brood of chicks all died.
Butcher Zhang's well is stinking, and his guard dog went mad last night for no reason and bit his wife. Xiao Tao cried so hard she could barely breathe, her words incoherent. They said that third sister is a fox spirit reincarnated, who specializes in sucking the essence of living things. They just rushed into the house and tied third sister up without saying a word. They even forced her to drink a bowl of exorcising water. Third sister drank it and vomited a lot of dark stuff, and her face turned blue. Xiao Tao paused and continued. Seeing that Xiao Tao was about to continue talking, Shen Mo quickly pulled her into the car. Get in the car first, we'll talk after you get in.
The vehicle continued towards Xinjia.
Ru Shuang and Ru Shui tried to stop them, but they tied them up. I happened to be delivering fish to Granny Zhang, who was in quarantine, so I escaped and ran out to find you, young master. They said they were going to put third sister in a pig cage and throw her into the river to eliminate any future trouble.
They're probably on their way to the riverbank now.
Husband, hurry and save third sister, or it will be too late. Xiao Tao finished speaking in one breath, her face pale and full of fear.
The pigs, sheep, and chickens are dead? Bitten by dogs? Drowned in pig cages? Shen Mo's heart sank to the bottom. A cursed wife? An exorcism? Drowning a pig in a cage? This is murder. You fools. You blame your own family's problems on third sister? You're blaming third sister for your messy affairs? And you're using such a stupid and cruel method. Shen Mo thought angrily, his eyes red. Driver! Hurry! Get to my house as fast as you can.
Shen Mo shouted sternly, shoving a small piece of silver into the equally terrified driver's hand. Seeing that the speed was still not fast enough, Shen Mo snatched the whip from the driver's hand and lashed it hard.
Drive!
The mule, in pain, neighed and pulled the heavy cart, charging madly toward Shen Mo's house at the end of the village.
The wheels bounced violently on the bumpy dirt road. Yi San Yan. You better hold on for me.
I just transmigrated here, and I finally managed to get my KPI of 8 wives.
I can't lose a single one. If anyone dares to touch my people, I'll fight them to the death. Shen Mo had only one crazy thought in his mind.
The mule cart sped along like a mad bull, and in the distance, a large crowd of people could be seen gathered on the riverbank. In the center of the crowd, an old pig cage woven from thick bamboo strips stood out conspicuously. Inside the pig cage, a slender figure dressed in a red single garment was tightly bound with hemp rope. It was Yi San Yang. 4 burly village women were dragging the pig cage into the river. The river water had already overflowed the bottom of the cage and was rapidly rising.
Sink! Drown this monster! It was her. She killed my pig. My sheep down the mountain. They've all disappeared overnight.
It's all because of this jinx.
Sink her.
Then the village will be at peace. Widow Wang, Madwoman Zhan, and others shouted with ferocious expressions, their faces filled with fanaticism and cruelty.
Stop! Shen Mo's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared.
Before the mule cart had even come to a complete stop, he suddenly jumped off the shaft. He landed with a thud and stumbled as he ran wildly toward the riverbank.
Husband!
Yu Yunlu jumped off the carriage right after him, and in a few leaps she overtook Shen Mo.
Let her go. Otherwise, don't blame me for my ruthless knife.
Yu Yunlu shouted sharply into the distance.
However, it was too late.
Just as Shen Mo and Yu Yunlu rushed down the riverbank, the 4 village women, amidst the cheers of the crowd, simultaneously exerted their strength.
1, 2, 3, release. Thump!
The heavy pig cage was suddenly pushed into the deep water.
It swallowed most of the cage in an instant.
The icy cold river water instantly reached Yi San Yang's chest. Ugh, gurgle. Yi San Yang struggled violently. Third sister. Shen Mo felt a suffocating pain in his heart, his mind blank. Get out of the way. Yu Yunlu roared as he pushed aside the villagers blocking his path. Shen Mo's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed towards the riverbank. Scholar! You mustn't do that. That water is dirty. It's bad luck. Some villagers tried to stop him. Yes, Scholar Shen. That widow is a demon, she deserves to die, a villager chimed in. Get out of the way. Shen Mo pushed the crowd aside and, amidst countless astonished gazes, leaped into the air without hesitation. Thump! The icy river water instantly enveloped him, and Shen Mo shivered. Ignoring everything else, he swam with all his might towards the pig cage that was about to be completely submerged. Husband. Yu Yunlu was also anxious. She was an excellent swimmer. Seeing Shen Mo jump in, she threw her hunting knife onto the bank without hesitation, jumped into the river, and swam towards the pig cage. An even bigger uproar erupted from the crowd on the shore. Good heavens! The scholar has jumped into the river. Is it worth it for a wicked widow who brings bad luck to her husbands? Look! That girl from the Yu family has gone downstairs too. That monster, sink it quickly. Hurry! Widow Sun, Granny Wang, and the others shouted shrilly. The river water was icy cold. Shen Mo, usually so nimble, struggled to swim to the pig cage. The water had already reached Yi San Yang's chin. She tilted her head back, her face filled with the despair of impending death, her alluring eyes wide open, tears streaming down her face. Third sister. Grab me. Shen Mo roared, gripping the slippery bamboo strips tightly with both hands, trying with all his might to drag the pig cage towards the shallow water. But he couldn't move it by himself. I'll do it. Yu Yunlu arrived just in time. She was an excellent swimmer and very strong. She took a deep breath, submerged herself, grabbed the bottom of the pig cage with both hands, and lifted it upwards with a mighty effort. At the same time, Shen Mo pulled desperately from above. 1, 2, 3. Push. Working together, the two finally managed to drag the heavy pig cage little by little away from the deep water and towards the shallow water on the shore. The villagers on the shore were stunned by this reckless act and momentarily forgot to stop him. Widow Sun and the others were so anxious that they wanted to rush into the water, but they were frightened back by the murderous look in Yu Yunlu's eyes when he came ashore. Finally, the pig cage was dragged to the shallow water on the bank. The river water only reached Yi San Yang's waist. Yi San Yang's eyes were tightly closed, her face was ashen, her lips were purplish black, and her chest did not rise or fall at all. Third sister. Third sister, wake up. Shen Mo frantically tried to untie the thick hemp rope binding the pig cage, while Yu Yunlu picked up a hunting knife and slashed at the rope. The ropes were finally cut and untied. Shen Mo and Yu Yunlu worked together to drag Yi San Yang out of the pig cage and lay her flat on the riverbank. Third sister. Wake up. Look at me. It's me, Shen Mo. Shen Mo knelt beside Yi San Yang, his hands trembling as he checked her breath. Utter silence. Cold. Lifeless. I checked the pulse on the side of the neck again, and it was still silent. No, impossible. Shen Mo shook Yi San Yang's shoulders frantically. Yi San Yang. Wake up. Wake up. You promised to have my child. You can't die. I won't let you die. The KPI hasn't been met yet. Shen Mo roared madly. Chapter 51. I won't let you die. The roar echoed across the empty riverbank, sounding particularly mournful. The villagers on the shore were completely silent, stunned by Shen Mo's frantic and grief-stricken appearance. Serves him right for dying. A monster like that deserves to die. Widow Sun muttered under her breath, but before she could finish, she was tugged by someone next to her. Yu Yunlu's eyes reddened. She squatted down and carefully examined Yi San Yang's mouth and nose, finding her lifeless. She's not breathing anymore. Yu Yunlu said, her voice trembling as she looked at Shen Mo. No. It can't be. Shen Mo suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Memories of his previous life's first aid training flooded his mind. Drowning first aid. Golden time. Shen Mo shoved Yu Yunlu aside.
He knelt on either side of Yi San Yang with his knees apart, his hands clasped together, and pressed precisely into the center of her chest. "What are you doing?" Yu Yunlu exclaimed. The situation on the shore was absolutely chaotic. Good heavens! What is Scholar Shen doing? He was touching that widow's breasts? This is an insult to civilization. An insult to civilization. An elderly villager exclaimed, his beard trembling with anger. In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of everyone. What kind of behavior is this? He's immoral and disgraceful. He's completely disgraced scholars. Butcher Zhang's wife shrieked in agreement. Pull him away. Don't let him desecrate the corpse. Shan Mo. You shameless beast. She's dead and you still defile her. You're all a bunch of vipers. You're all despicable bastards. Widow-san and the others found another excuse and pointed at Shan Mo, cursing him loudly. Shan Mo paid no heed. Only one thought occupied his mind. Save her. We must save her. Following the frequency he remembered, Shan Mo lowered his arms vertically and used his full body weight to rhythmically and firmly press downwards. 01, 02, 03. 28, 29, 30. Press 30 times. It's no use. Husband. He's already dead. Yu Yunlu cried out, trying to pull him away. Shut up. Shan Mo suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Clean third sister's mouth and nose. Quickly. Yu Yunlu obediently knelt down beside Yi San Yang's head and quickly used his fingers to remove the remaining mud, sand, and water plants from her mouth. Help me pinch third sister's nose. I didn't say you can't let go. Shan Mo instructed again. Yu Yunlu obediently pinched Yi San Yang's nose. Shan Mo took a deep breath, leaned down, and without hesitation pried open Yi San Yang's cold, purple lips, completely covering them with his own. He blew hard. Ah! An even louder scream and angry curses erupted from the shore. Scholar Shen kissed her. My God! He kissed a dead man? He's gone mad. Scholar Shen has gone mad. Indecent and immoral. He's against human ethics. He should be drowned in a pig cage. The old man angrily pointed at Shan Mo and cursed. Shan Mo ignored everything. Press, blow. Press again, blow again. Once, twice, 3 times. Yi San Yang remained unresponsive. Is it really too late? This woman with such a tragic fate, who just consummated her marriage with him, is dead? This damned world. These ignorant villagers. They all deserve to go to hell. Shan Mo roared inwardly. Cough, 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 vomit. Beside him, Yi San Yang's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Immediately, her body arched violently, and a large mouthful of a mixture of dark brown filth gushed from her mouth, splattering Shan Mo all over. Immediately following was a heart-wrenching, greedy gasp. Yi San Yang has come back to life. Shan Mo froze, all his movements halting. He stared intently at Yi San Yang's violently heaving chest. He's alive? My God! It's really alive? Scholar Shen, he brought a dead man back to life with his kiss? The shore erupted in chaos. A cacophony of astonishment, fear, and disbelief filled the air. Widow Sun, Granny Zhan, and the others turned deathly pale, instinctively taking a few steps back, their eyes fixed on Yi San Yang as if they had witnessed a true demon come back to life. Third sister. You're awake. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yu Yunlu burst into tears and rushed over to support Yi San Yang. Lu Ruyan, Hua Mudan, and Shui Inger exchanged a glance, their expressions a mixture of shock and delight. Yi San Yang coughed so hard it was heart-wrenching. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Shen Mo's disheveled face. Husband? Yi San Yang said hoarsely, with great confusion and uncertainty, as if she were talking in her sleep. Am I dreaming? Or are you dead too? Did we meet on the road to the underworld? Yi San Yang asked, touching something's face with a blank look in her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Shan Mo said, then took off his outer robe and wrapped it around Yi San Yang's trembling body without saying a word. We're not dead. We're all alive and well. Even if the king of hell won't take you, I won't allow him to either. After saying that, Shan Mo tightly hugged Yi San Yang's body and warmed her with his own body heat.
Shin-mo raised his head, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the villagers on the shore, finally fixing their gaze on the faces of Widow Sun, Granny Jean, and several other ringleaders of the disturbance. His eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Who was it that just now forced her to drink the talisman water? Who was it that tied her up in the pig cage? Who was it that wanted to drown her in the river? Shin-mo roared angrily.
Step forward, you bastard.
The crowd fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Several women whose gaze fell upon Shin-mo trembled in fear and desperately tried to shrink back into the crowd. What? You have the guts to kill someone, but not the guts to admit it? Shin-mo slowly stood up, holding Yi San-yang, who was still trembling and delirious. Look. Look at the good stuff you've been forced to drink. Is this supposed to be exorcising evil spirits? This is deadly poison.
Shin-mo pointed at the pool of foul-smelling talisman water residue that Yi San-yang had spat out on the ground.
Widow Sun. Your sheep died? The sheep died and you didn't go to the vet. Didn't you go to see if it ate poisonous grass? Instead, you come here to blame a woman who never leaves her house? Is your sheep made of gold? More precious than human life? Shin-mo turned to Widow Sun and angrily cursed.
My sheep died under suspicious circumstances. It was her who brought it bad luck. Widow Sun staggered from Shin-mo's shout, her face pale and her lips trembling as she spoke.
Strange?
I think it's strange because your lower body is itchy to death.
If your lower body is dead, go find a ram to mate with. Don't bring bad luck on my wife. Are you so bored at night because you don't have a man that you can't stand anyone?
Shin-mo said with a cold smile. One of the villagers couldn't help but let out a short snicker, then quickly covered his mouth.
You're spouting nonsense. You're disgusting. Widow Sun's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, filled with shame and indignation, as she pointed at Shin-mo. Vulgar? And you, Granny Jean. Did your pig kick? The pig died and you didn't even ask the butcher to check if it was swine fever. You're blaming my wife? I think you're senile. Your brain is clouded by lard. Or did your husband die young and you want to go down and join him? Shin-mo said, not giving an inch. You little beast. Granny Jean was so angry that she trembled all over. She wanted to curse back, but she was so frightened by Shin-mo's murderous gaze that she swallowed her words. And you, Jean Lu Sure. Your well stinks. The well stinks and you don't clean it or remove the silt. You blame women for bringing bad luck to their husbands? I think you're the one spewing filth and making the well water stink. Your husband slaughters pigs every day. He has got a lot of malevolent energy. How come the dogs didn't kill you? Shin-mo questioned Jean the butcher's wife. Jean the butcher's wife was so scolded that she was speechless, her face turning red and white in turns. And you, scholarly. You spout nonsense about benevolence, righteousness, and the writings of sages. Weren't you the one who just shouted that it was immoral and disgraceful? When you watched an innocent woman being poisoned and thrown into a pig cage, what happened to your sage reading? Is your sophistication just standing on the shore watching people die? If I save someone, it's disgraceful? Then you old scoundrel who watched someone die and aided and abetted evil, deserve to be torn to pieces. You disgrace to scholarship. Shin-mo finally looked at the old scholar, his voice icy cold. The surrounding villagers were stunned by Shin-mo's ability to bring the dead back to life. Their eyes were filled with awe and fear as they looked at Shin-mo, and no one dared to speak. Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? Shin-mo carried Yi San-yang toward the mule cart. Weren't you shouting so loudly just now? Calling me a monster and a drowning monster. Now you're mute? Forced to retreat by his imposing presence, Widow Sun and the others lost all their previous arrogance, replaced only by fear and panic. Husband, it's cold, so cold, and it hurts so much. Yi San-yang said, her brows furrowing in pain and her body trembling. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shin-mo hugged Yi San-yang even tighter, raised his head, and looked at the villagers in front of him again, his eyes cold. Listen. Yi San-yang is my wife, Shin-mo. She's not some kind of demon. Nor is she some kind of jinx. I don't want to say the same thing a third time. If anything happens to her, I, Shin-mo, swear here and now. Every single one of you who participated in persecuting her today will be wiped out. I will make sure your families are never at peace. I will leave no one alive. I will make you pay for your crimes in blood, Shen Mo said coldly.
As for you, pouring talisman water on them, binding them in pig cages, attempting murder, this matter is not over.
Shen Mo's gaze swept over Widow Sun and the others. He said coldly. Widow Sun shuddered, and a dark wet stain instantly appeared on her crotch. She had wet herself on the spot from fright. Chapter 52, The village head arrives, the liquidation begins. Widow Sun's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the filth with a thud. Is this over yet? Granny Jean said, her face pale. Scholar Shun. What do you want? She's not dead, is she? Are you trying to kill her? Murder?
Shen Mo held Yi San Yang in his arms, his cold gaze sweeping over Granny Jean.
You dare mention murder?
You just drowned third sister in a pig cage, that's murder. The shore was completely silent.
Third sister didn't die, it's a miracle that heaven has eyes.
It was I, Shen Mo, who risked my life to snatch her back from the brink of death.
It wasn't because you showed mercy. It wasn't because your damned talisman water was effective. It was me. Using what you call immoral methods. I literally pulled her back. Weren't you all shouting insults just now? Didn't you say I was desecrating a corpse? Now look. She's alive. I'm the one who made her alive. The god of literature has descended to earth. Amazing.
The ignorant villagers nearby began to gossip again.
As for what I want to do? I'll report it to the authorities. Let the magistrate judge this. Let's see what the punishment should be for administering poison and drowning someone in a pig cage. Shen Mo said fiercely. Report to the authorities? Yes. Report to the authorities. Yu Yunlu echoed sternly. Attempted murder. The ringleader shall be hanged. The accomplice shall be exiled.
Lu Ruyan said from the side.
Hanging?
Butcher Zhang's wife's legs went weak and she collapsed.
Widow Sun rolled her eyes and fainted completely. No. Don't report this to the authorities. Granny Jean knelt down with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly to Shen Mo. Master Shen. This old woman is confused. She deserves to die. Please have mercy on us. Spare you? Who will spare third sister? Who will spare Ru Shuang and Ru Yu? Shen Mo roared angrily. Yes. As smooth as frost and as jade. Xiao Tao exclaimed.
In the abandoned granary in the east of the village, a young village woman pointed out, her voice trembling.
Yun Lu. Ruyan. Xiao Tao. Take people to rescue them immediately. Shen Mo instructed the three women. I'll keep it.
Ruyan, Xiao Tao, you two go, Yu Yunlu said, still worried.
All right.
Ruyan, Xiao Tao, be careful and come back quickly, Shen Mo said to the two women.
After the two women left. Stop. A hoarse, authoritative voice rang out.
The crowd parted. An old man Li of Liuxi village, leaning on his cane and supported by his good friend Wang Dezhuang, arrived at the riverbank, panting heavily. He had clearly heard the gist of the story. His face was ashen. He looked at Widow Sun and the others slumped on the ground, then at Shen Mo holding Yi San Yang, and sighed heavily.
Brother Mo, Old Li said as he walked up to Shen Mo.
This has happened because the villagers are foolish. We're sorry to you, and to third sister's poor child.
They deserve to die. Throwing them in pig cages is a death sentence.
This is not how the rules passed down from our ancestors are applied.
Utterly foolish.
The old village head pointed at Widow Sun and her daughters and criticized them.
However, Brother Mo, shouldn't we reconsider reporting this to the authorities? If we do, things will escalate. Our Liuxi village's reputation will be completely ruined. Who in the surrounding villages would dare to marry into our village? How will the young men find wives?
And the old village head glared sternly at Granny Jean and the others, then looked at Shen Mo and spoke gently. If this really escalates to the authorities, even if those women are tortured, the fact that third sister was drowned in a pig cage will severely damage her reputation.
Think about it, the old village headman said in a low voice.
In this world, a woman's reputation is of paramount importance. If today's events spread, regardless of right or wrong, third sister's experience of being drowned in a pig cage will be a stain she can never wash away for the rest of her life, Shen Mo thought.
As for what Yi San Yang drank, I just asked.
In the talisman water, besides black dog blood, cinnabar, and yellow paper ash, the fairy also added some croton powder and emetic herb powder, the old village head said.
Croton powder? Emetic herb?
Lu Ruyan, who had just led people to rescue Ru Shuang and Ru Shui, was stunned upon hearing this.
Yes.
The old village head nodded affirmatively.
It's something that makes you vomit and have diarrhea, making you feel unwell for a while.
The sorceress said that this will expel the dirty things that are possessing you. The old village head, even as he spoke, found it absurd and felt a little embarrassed.
Although it's vicious and harmful, it's not really life-threatening.
Look at Yi San Yang, she's already vomited it all up. Go back and feed her some warm rice porridge or goat milk to soothe her stomach.
After a few days of rest, she should be fine.
Shen Mo's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly.
Even if it's not a deadly poison, forcing someone to drink drugs, kidnapping them, and throwing them into a pig cage, isn't that murder?
Shen Mo said coldly.
It's murder.
It's a serious crime, the old village head said firmly.
They must be severely punished.
Otherwise, what about the village rules?
What about justice?
The old villager turned to Granny Jean and the others kneeling on the ground, slamming his cane heavily on the ground.
You foolish women!
You believed those wicked words and harmed your neighbors. Your crimes are unforgivable. Village head, please spare us.
Granny Jean and the others cried and kowtowed. Spare my life? It depends on what Brother Mo thinks. Old Li was passing the buck back to Shen Mo. Brother Mo, you are a scholar, you understand things. Do you think this matter can be settled in the village?
I promise, I will give you and third sister a satisfactory explanation. Those who deserve punishment will be punished, and those who deserve compensation will be compensated. I will show no mercy. I also guarantee that if anyone dares to spread even a single word about what happened today, I will be the first to break their legs. They will be expelled from the clan. They will be expelled from Liushi village, the old village headman said sternly.
Shen Mo remained silent.
Third sister, what do you say?
Shen Mo asked Yi San Yang gently.
Husband, let it go.
I'm all right.
I'm already very happy to be alive, Yi San Yang said softly.
Third sister is still too kind.
While reporting to the authorities may be satisfying, the subsequent troubles and the secondary harm to Yi San Yang are indeed unpredictable, Shen Mo thought to himself.
After a long silence, Shen Mo raised his head and said coldly, fine.
For the sake of Uncle Village Head, this matter will not be reported to the authorities for the time being. Widow Sun, Granny Jean, and the others felt as if they had been granted a pardon and were about to kowtow to express their gratitude. However, you may be spared the death penalty, but you will not escape punishment. Everyone involved in today's events, whether they physically tied people up, forced them to drink drugs, pushed the cages, or were accomplices in the evil deeds, will be punished. Shen Mo's voice suddenly turned stern. Chapter 53 Red Brick House, Toilet, Fish Pond.
Fines?
All these people combined probably don't have as much money as I do.
And they won't learn their lesson. I must scare them. If they remember it well, then I'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Shen Mo thought to himself. Uncle Village Head, you're here too.
Perfect timing, since you're the one in charge of the village. Since Widow Sun, Granny Jean, Granny Wang, and Butcher Zhang's wife all keep saying that my wife, Yi, is a demon and evil spirit, and that only drowning her in a pig cage can get rid of her quickly.
Shen Mo paused here.
Then for the first point, I invite the four of you to go down and experience this method of exorcising evil spirits for yourselves, and see if it works.
Shen Mo said coldly. Dead silence.
Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring at Shen Mo in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard.
Shen Mo. You've gone mad. We're living, breathing people. How dare you? Widow Sun shrieked. A living person? Shen Mo scoffed. Isn't my wife a living person?
When you were shouting to kill her, to drown her in a pig cage, to burn her alive, did you ever think about her being a living person?
You say she can kill pigs and sheep with just one look?
Well then, if this method really works, the three of you go down and try it.
If you can get rid of the evil spirit, it will be a good deed, ridding the village of a scourge.
If it doesn't work, Shen Mo said, holding Yi San Yang, his eyes growing colder.
That's perfect, it proves that you are slandering and framing others, spreading rumors and disregarding human life.
Shen Mo said coldly, glancing at the crowd.
You're spouting nonsense.
Granny Jean exclaimed in terror.
Slander?
You ignorant village women have gathered a crowd to cause trouble, falsely accusing innocent people with fabricated charges, intending to use vigilante justice to harm my Shan family's lawfully wedded wife. This is utterly lawless and heinous. Since the three of you do not agree with the method of testing for evil by immersing the pig in a cage, then that's fine. We'll proceed according to the law. According to the Great Zhou Law, attempted murder is punishable by hanging for the principal offender and exile for the accomplice 3,000 li.
Shen Mo repeated what Lu Ruyan had said earlier.
Granny Zhan, Widow Sun, and the other two were struck dumb, their faces turning deathly pale.
Exile 3,000 miles away?
That was worse than death. It meant going to the bitterly cold north to do hard labor, where 9 out of 10 wouldn't return.
A life for a life?
Splash! 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 Granny Zhan, Widow Sun, and the other three could no longer stand. The immense fear completely destroyed their previous arrogance. Their knees buckled, and they collapsed to their knees one after another, tears streaming down their faces, desperately kowtowing in the direction of Shen Mo and Yi San Yang.
Mr. Shen, spare me! Spare me!
Widow Sun kowtowed until her forehead turned bruised and purple, her voice hoarse and broken.
This old woman is confused.
This old woman deserves to die. It was our sheep that died of illness on its own, it has nothing to do with Madame Yi. This old woman is talking nonsense. Please have mercy. Have mercy. Yes, yes, yes.
It's swine fever.
It's a natural disaster.
It has nothing to do with me. And nothing to do with Lady Yi.
Granny Zhen cried out, kowtowing repeatedly. It's my fault for being so foul-mouthed. It's my fault for having such a foul tongue. Mr. Shen, please hit me. Scold me. But please don't report me to the authorities. I have an elderly mother at home who's bedridden and I still have to support her.
Why?
Granny Wang was so frightened that she could barely speak. The chicken was taken by a weasel. Yes, yes, it was a weasel. It has nothing to do with Madame Yi, I was blind. I was wicked. Master Shen, spare us. Madame Yi, spare us. Please spare us. I don't want you to report me to the authorities, but then do as I say.
Shen Mo said coldly.
Do as Lord Shen just said, the old village headman hissed. Zhan, Wang, Sun, and Zhang the butcher's wife, you four, you have slandered and framed, spread rumors and misled the public, and attempted to persecute Yi. Lord Shen is merciful and will give you a chance to prove your innocence. Drag them away. Drown them in a pig cage. Do as Lord Shen says, the old village headman said sternly. No. Spare me. Village head. Lord Shen. Spare me. I won't go. I won't go. Let me go. Granny Zhan, Widow Sun, and two others let out shrill screams like pigs being slaughtered, struggling desperately. Several villagers, wanting to distance themselves from the situation, swarmed around them, pinning them down and dragging them roughly towards the riverbank, ignoring their cries and kicks. Someone had already swiftly dragged over the stinking, dilapidated pig cage.
Shen Mo, you damned devil.
You'll die a horrible death. Granny Zhan uttered her final, vicious curse. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Widow Sun cried her heart out. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Granny Wang's voice was already hoarse beyond recognition. Thump! 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 4 muffled splashes of water rang out in succession. 4 pig cages were roughly pushed into the murky river. The icy water instantly submerged their waists, chests, and necks. Gurgle. That's enough. Pull it up. Splash. The pig cage was dragged ashore and slammed heavily onto the muddy ground. The sight inside made everyone who saw it gasp and feel a wave of nausea. Granny Zhan and the others lay sprawled at the bottom of the cage like a puddle of mud, soaking wet, their eyes wide open, bulging with cloudy, bloodshot eyes, their mouths agape, stuffed with mud, sand, and murky water plants. A strong stench of excrement and urine mixed with the fishy smell of the river emanated from beneath them. Ugh! Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to the side to vomit violently. Have you all seen it clearly? This is the consequence of false accusations, framing, and resorting to vigilante justice. Today it's just water, tomorrow, if anyone still can't control their tongue, spreads rumors, and harms my family. Next time, it won't just be a simple matter of being submerged in water. I will personally escort him to see the authorities.
Exile 3,000 miles away? That's just the beginning. My God, that scared me to death.
Scholar Shin, no, Master Shin, he.
That's too cruel. That's too cruel. Second rule. Labor.
Starting tomorrow, all those fined, regardless of gender, must bring their own tools and follow my instructions. Dig soil, mix mud, and clear the homestead.
This will last for 10 days. A daily quota must be completed. Meals will be provided, and there will be daily wages.
If anyone is late, lazy, or perfunctory, you will supervise them. Anyone who violates this rule will have extra time deducted from their pay, and I will settle the final score with them later. Shin Mo said, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd.
Meals included? And wages too? Hearing this, some villagers were tempted.
Young Master Shin, we're not on the list, but we'd like to help out at your place, is that alright? Will you provide food and pay us? A dark-skinned man asked, pulling his wife along.
Yes, that's fine. Everyone is welcome to come if they have relatives or friends. As long as they can work hard, they are all welcome. Lunch and dinner are provided.
If you work at noon, lunch will be provided, and if you work in the evening, dinner will also be provided. The pay is 30 coins for half a day and 60 coins for a full day.
What? They're paying so much for a meal package?
The villagers started talking again. Shin Mo said that he already had some plans in mind. If I hear even a whisper about what happened today, especially the kidnapping and imprisonment of Third Sister, and it gets out, ruining Third Sister's reputation, then no matter who leaked it, I will assume it was you who orchestrated it. All the old and new scores will be settled together. The 5 taels of silver fine will be increased tenfold. The forced labor will be doubled. And you will be immediately handed over to the authorities.
Do you understand?
Understood.
Thank you, Master Shin, for your mercy. Thank you, Uncle Village Head. Widow Sun, Granny Zhang, and the others kowtowed repeatedly. Don't worry, Brother Mo. I'll be keeping a close eye on things.
Anyone who dares to gossip will be dealt with according to village and clan laws. The old village head also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly assured him.
Let's go home.
Shin Mo stopped looking at the villagers, looked down at Yi San Yang in his arms, and then glanced at the women. He hugged her, then turned and left.
Husband, I drank that bowl of water, will I die?
Yi San Yang said weakly, her eyes filled with fear. No, it won't happen, Shin Mo said softly. Uncle Village Head said it was croton seeds and emetic herbs, not poison. Go back and drink some warm goat milk to warm up, and you'll be fine after a good night's sleep.
Yes. Goat milk is good for the stomach.
I have freshly squeezed goat milk at home, I'll take it to miss you right away, said one of the people who had participated earlier, eager to make amends.
My wife is an expert at making porridge.
I'll make some millet porridge and send it over. Even if you dare to send it, I wouldn't dare to give it to Third Sister, Shin Mo thought to himself.
Shin Mo carried Yi San Yang, and the other women followed suit, leaving in large strides. Husband, what do you need people for? Lu Ruyan asked on the way. After they returned to the Shin family home, Xiao Tao lit the lamps.
Quick! Make the bed thicker on the Kong. Xiao Tao, go boil some water, Ru Yan, go get the blankets. Yun Lu, get me a basin of hot water and a towel, Ru Shuang and Ru Shui, bring me some dry clothes. Shin Mo carried the unconscious Yi San Yang straight into the main room and instructed the women.
Hua Muden and Chui Yinger looked at the dilapidated courtyard and the busy crowd. For a moment, they stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do.
Shin Mo carefully placed Yi San Yang on the Kong, a heated brick bed covered with a thick mattress, and Yu Lu brought over some warm water that had been diluted.
Shin Mo took a cloth and carefully wiped Yi San Yang's body, face, neck and the talisman stains left around her mouth.
Husband, let me do it, Lu Ruyan said, looking at the person standing to the side.
No need.
After wiping her down, Shin Mo took off Yi San Yang's clothes and changed into a new, dry set of clothes. Yi San Yang was actually awake at this moment, but she didn't dare to open her eyes, it was too embarrassing. Husband, I've come to check on Third Sister's condition, Yen Rushua said softly.
Question mark. What do you mean? Shin Mo was full of questions.
My lord, I learned medicine from my father since I was a child, while my younger sister, Ru Shuang, is more impulsive and learned winemaking from my mother. Once, my father made a mistake while taking a pulse at the palace, and my parents were executed and our house was confiscated. My sister and I were rescued by an old friend of my father, which is why we became refugees. After Yen Rushui finished speaking, she carefully examined Yi San Yang's complexion, eyelids and lips, and gently took her pulse, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. Third sister, the cold has invaded your body, causing you to feel fright and distress. Your pulse is weak and feeble. Although the talisman water is not highly poisonous, it has irritated your spleen and stomach, and you also choked on cold water. I'm afraid you will develop a high fever. Yen Rushui looked up at Shun Mo with concern and said, I have some calming powder here, do you think it will be of any use? Cui Yinger said from the side. Yes, that is fine. And Shen San is excellent. First, dissolve it in water and give it to the patient to calm their mind. Then I'll prescribe a formula to dispel cold and detoxify. We'll go and collect the herbs and decoct them tomorrow morning, Yen Rushui continued. All right. You have full authority over the medicine. Shen Mo nodded immediately. Yen Rushui opened the small porcelain bottle, smelled it, dissolved the medicine in water, and carefully fed it to Yi San Yang. Only then did Shen Mo feel a little relieved. Meanwhile, Yen Rushuan was also busy. She and Xiao Tao started a fire to boil water and opened the large and small packages that Shen Mo had brought back. Seeing the brand new pots and pans and bolts of coarse cloth, Zhao Yue's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed softly, so many good things. Divide it all, Shen Mo said, pointing to the things on the ground. Ruyan, Yu, Rushuan, and Rushui can cut the fabric and make new clothes for everyone. Replace the old pots and pans if possible. You guys tidy up your things. Ruyan and Xiao Tao, go get some brown sugar. Yu Lu, take Rushuang and Ruyu to check the 2 new fishing nets. Inger and Muden, you two help tidy up too. We'll go catch some more fish later, Shen Mo instructed. Yes, my husband. Lu Ruyan replied and immediately began sorting and putting things away with the twins and Xiao Tao. 3 rooms, 3 beds, 9 people, it's simply not enough, far from enough. And the comfort level is even more questionable, Shen Mo thought to himself. Ruyan, Yun Lu, this house isn't big enough. I want to build a new one next to it. A big one. A red brick and cement house. We'll start tomorrow. Shen Mo said to the women. Red bricks? Cement? The women all stopped what they were doing and stared at him in astonishment. They had never heard of these words before. That's right. We'll fire the red bricks ourselves. We'll mix the cement ourselves. The houses we build will be warm in winter and cool in summer, and impervious to water and fire. Shen Mo said, straightening his back. For bricks, just use the kind of sticky red clay from the riverbank. Make it into mud balls, then cut out rectangular blocks with a wooden mold, let them dry completely in the shade, pile them up, and fire them with firewood. Shen Mo walked to the stove, picked up a half-burnt piece of firewood, and started drawing on the mud. Cement requires limestone and clay. Limestone is found in the mountains, and clay is found on riverbanks. Mix limestone and clay in the right proportions, put them in a kiln and calcine them at high temperature. After firing, grind them into powder, and that as cement. Mix it with water, use it to bond stones and build brick walls, and when it dries, it's even harder than stone. Shen Mo became more and more excited as he spoke, completely forgetting that the women couldn't understand him. The new house will be built on that open space on the left side of the yard. We'll dig a fish pond in front to raise fish, and build a septic tank connected to a modern toilet in the back. It'll be clean and odorless. The silt from the fish pond will also fertilize the fields. It's a win-win situation. Shen Mo said excitedly, but thinking about all the things he saw every time he went to the toilet, he lost most of his appetite. The women were stunned, and even Yen Rushui, who was taking care of Yi San Yang by the Kong, forgot what she was doing. What is a toilet, my husband? Lu Ruyan asked. Chapter 54 Sauerkraut tastes better than fish. Toilets are like latrines, outhouses, and latrines. I plan to make a few new style chamber pots using cement and clay, and place them in the newly built toilets, connecting them to the fish pond or river. After use, you can just scoop up water and flush, washing away the waste, leaving everything clean and odorless. Then everyone will have convenient access to the toilets without the smell, Shen Mo said with a smile. I'll have to build a big bathtub then. I haven't had a comfortable bath since I came here, Shen Mo thought to himself. I'll build you a bathtub later, similar to a wooden tub, but made of clay, Shen Mo said to the women. Wow, it's incredible just thinking about it. Xiao Tao was the first to exclaim, her eyes shining with anticipation.
The clay is so amazing. Finally, I don't have to look at those things anymore. Yan Rushuan was also full of anticipation.
The other girls were also very curious about this.
How much will this cost? How many people will be needed for labor? Lu Ruyan asked. We have money.
We still have over 100 taels left. We'll make some more fine sugar later and sell it tomorrow. As for labor, we have plenty of ready-made laborers coming to our door first thing tomorrow morning.
Didn't T. Widow-sun and the others accept the punishment of forced labor?
Digging soil, mixing mud, making bricks, and felling trees, these are all good physical jobs.
Yun Lu, you keep an eye on them.
If anyone dares to slack off, just whip them with the end of your bow.
Don't be polite. Shen Mo said. Leave it to me. I'll make sure they give it their all. Yun Lu nodded and said.
Once the new house is built, Ruyan, you will assist third sister. The two of you will be housekeepers, managing the money, accounts, and wages. This will improve third sister's image in the village and let everyone see that third sister is not a jinx who can be bullied, but a god of wealth who holds the money box.
Shen Mo's eyes softened as he walked to the edge of the Kanya heated brick bed and whispered to Yi Danyan.
Ruyan, why don't you go buy some fresh goat milk nearby?
Shen Mo said to Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to him.
No need, my husband, your friend Wang Dezhuang just brought over a big bowl, Lu Ruyan said with a smile.
Okay.
Then I'll leave third sister in your care, Rushua.
The rest of you come with me.
We'll go catch some more fish now, we'll need them for tomorrow, Shen Mo said.
The group pulled the new net back to the riverbank. Husband, this net won't obey me. Lu Ruyan said. Plop. Cui Inger stepped barefoot into the muddy river, and the other women followed closely behind. Listen to my instructions.
Ru Shuang and Xiao Tao, go into deeper water.
Stop when the water reaches your belly. Mu Dan and Inger, stay in the shallow water and hold the net. Follow my instructions from now on. Shen Mo pulled the net and walked to the other side. Raise the net, Shen Mo shouted after reaching the deep water. After several attempts, they caught dozens of kilograms of fish in their nets.
These included crucian carp, grass carp, silver carp, snails, and river shrimp.
Wow, so many fish!
Cui Inger exclaimed excitedly, as it was her first time participating in fishing. Even peonies rarely smile.
We've had a good day, let's call it a day.
Shen Mo said with a smile.
The group returned home with their baskets overflowing with fish.
Xiao Tao, go cook some fish porridge. It's rare to have such a good catch of fresh fish, so I'll show you my new specialty.
I guarantee you'll be amazed.
Ruyan, please process the Yunlu fish for me, Shen Mo said, pointing to the fish.
A new special skill?
All the women looked at him curiously.
My husband can cook?
Cui Inger was quite surprised.
A gentleman keeps away from the kitchen, how could he actually cook? Hua Muden was very curious. Well, you'll see soon enough, Shen Mo said. Young master, you're cooking again? We're in for a treat. Xiao Tao exclaimed with delight.
I guarantee it will taste good.
Shen Mo walked towards the water tank where the fish were kept. Soon, Shen Mo selected several large grass carp and bass.
Yunlu deftly scaled, gutted, and cleaned them. In the kitchen, Lu Ruyan had already prepared scallion segments, ginger slices, garlic cloves, a small bowl of soy sauce, and a small dish of fine sugar.
Yunlu, these fish need to be sliced thinly. Like this, cut diagonally. Shen Mo personally demonstrated. Husband, this is too thin, isn't it? Won't it fall apart when cooked? Yunlu couldn't help but ask.
Don't worry, Shen Mo grinned. He scooped out several handfuls of pickled cabbage from a nearby earthenware jar, which he had specially bought in the county town yesterday. Ruyan, help me shred this pickled cabbage. Rushuang, bring us the dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns we have stored.
Shen Mo instructed.
Thanks to the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns from Zhou Dynasty, otherwise even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. The pickled fish is ready to be served.
Shen Mo thought of the pickled fish from his previous life when he was too hungry.
Lu Ruyan took the pickled cabbage as instructed and quickly began to chop it. Afterwards, she brought out a small earthenware jar containing dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns from the house.
Start a fire like frost. Get a big pot and a roaring fire. Shen Mo ordered.
Husband, let Muden and I do these, Chui Inger said hastily, having nothing else to do.
Okay, then you can come.
Inside the earthen stove, firewood crackled and burned, and the large iron pot heated up.
Shin Emo scooped in a large spoonful of lard. Sizzle!
A handful of sliced ginger and garlic cloves were tossed into the hot oil to saute until fragrant, followed by shredded pickled cabbage.
The women couldn't help but sniff and glance at each other. It smells so good. This tangy aroma is so appetizing. Yen Rushuan couldn't help but exclaim.
Shin Emo kept stirring, flipping the food a few times, then grabbed a large handful of dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns and sprinkled them in.
Oh dear! Husband, you've put in so much chili. How can we eat this?
Chui Inger exclaimed, her heart pounding.
Only when Inger ate until she cried did she know how enjoyable it was. Shin Emo laughed heartily.
Chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns released their intense aroma in boiling oil.
Add water.
Shin Emo ordered, and Yen Rushuang and Hua Muden together poured a large ladle of water into the pot. Instantly, a cloud of white steam rose up.
It's time.
Shin Emo used bamboo chopsticks to pick up fish slices from the wooden basin and put them one by one into the boiling soup.
Quick! Take them out. Shin Emo swiftly scooped out the fish fillets and laid them at the bottom of another large earthenware bowl.
Then, he poured the boiling red broth, along with the fish bones and pickled vegetables, over the snow-white fish fillets. Finally, Shin Emo grabbed a handful of dried chili pepper segments and Sichuan peppercorns and sprinkled them on the soup surface covered with fish slices.
Sizzle!
The room fell silent instantly, with only the sizzling sound of hot oil and the strong aroma remaining. There were sounds of people swallowing hard all around.
Dinner's ready.
Try this red waves overturned snow, or more commonly known as pickled fish, Shin Emo called out. The rich aroma of fish porridge wafted from outside the courtyard, mingled with the spiciness of scallions and ginger.
Oh dear! We've been so busy talking that the porridge in the pot is going to boil dry. Xiao Tao exclaimed softly, getting up and running towards the kitchen. Sister Lu, Ru Xuan, come quickly and lend me a hand. Coming, the two immediately responded and followed.
Let's prepare the bowls and chopsticks together, and set the table and chairs, Shin Emo said to Chui Inger and Hua Muden.
Okay, Chui Inger said. Peony nodded.
At this moment, Yi San Yang and Yen Ru Shui came out.
Third sister, are you feeling better? Shin Emo asked with concern.
Yes, my husband, I just drank some goat milk and slept for a while.
I feel much better now, Yi San Yang said to Shin Emo with a tender smile.
That alluring third sister is back, Shin Emo thought to himself.
Third sister, Ru Xue, please sit down quickly, don't stand.
When a bowl of milky white, fragrant fish porridge and a large bowl of bright red, tempting pickled fish, sprinkled with Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers and exuding aroma, are placed on the table,
the women of the Shin family sat around a table. Before we eat, I have something to say. Shin Emo began.
Chapter 55: A Stepping Stone for New Products.
I know everyone is very curious. Why did Miss Chui and Miss Hua come to our house? Who are they?
Today, while everyone is here, I will explain the whole story. From now on, we are all family.
Shin Emo looked at Chui Inger and Hua Muden, then turned to the women and said. It all started with that mid-autumn poetry gathering. I disguised myself and took Ruyan and Yunlu to the gathering.
By chance, we met the distinguished young Master Long at Zen Bazhai.
Shin Emo paused and continued.
Shin Emo recounted in detail how he was harassed by the young prince at Zen Bazhai, how the prince exchanged 2 courtesans for his 2 concubines, and how he was forced to accept Chui Inger and Hua Muden in order to extricate himself from the predicament. Young Master Long is domineering and his words leave no room for refusal. If I insist on not complying, not only will I be in danger, but I will also implicate Ruyan and Yunlu.
Shin Emo looked at Lu Ruyan and Yu Yunlu, and both of them nodded slightly.
Left with no other choice, I had to agree and accept the indentures of these 2 young ladies. Young Master Long then gave them to me as a meeting gift and left. The women listened with bated breath, and Xiao Tao and Ru Xuan even covered their mouths, clearly intimidated by the thrilling scene. So that's how it is, it was so dangerous. Yi San Yang patted her chest, looking at Chui Inger and Hua Muden with lingering fear. I'm sorry to have troubled my 2 younger sisters. Later, Yulu, Ruyan, and I took the 2 young ladies to buy some things and then went to the poetry gathering. After the gathering, I originally wanted to set the two young ladies free, but firstly, I was afraid that young Master Long would retaliate if he found out, and secondly, only if I took Inger and Muten as concubines and guaranteed them could they be officially registered as free women. After consulting with the two of them, I went to the county government this morning to complete the formalities, and now they are my concubines, Shin Mo introduced to the women.
Although my Shin family is not wealthy, we will always treat you as family.
You are my concubines, just like all the sisters here, Shin Mo said, looking at Chui Inger and Hua Muten.
As soon as Shin Mo finished speaking, all the women's eyes focused on Chui Inger and Hua Muten.
Chui Inger raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears. She rose and bowed gracefully to Shin Mo and the other women, her voice melodious as she said, I am Chui Inger, originally the most beautiful courtesan of Furong Pavilion.
Due to some circumstances, I have fallen into prostitution, my life adrift like duckweed. Furong Pavilion is not a place for me to linger, and young Master Long only regards me as a plaything. Only my husband treats me with sincerity and regards me as a person. I am willing to serve my husband and manage the household with all the sisters. Even as a concubine, I feel at peace.
After Chui Inger finished speaking, she bowed deeply again, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Shin Mo.
Don't bend so low. Shin Mo felt his eyes were filled with blinding white light.
I am the most beautiful courtesan of Chunshui Pavilion.
My husband treats me with sincerity.
I am willing to serve him and manage the household with all the other sisters, Hua Muten said softly as she stood up.
All right. Since that's the case, from today onwards, Inger and Muten are members of my Shin family. They are sisters with Ruyan, Sanyang, Rushuang, Rushue, Yunlu, and Xiaotao.
From now on, let's work together to make our lives better. Shin Mo said with a smile to the women.
Welcome, Inger. Welcome, Muten.
Yi San Yang said with a smile, stepping forward to warmly take Chui Inger's hand.
Welcome. Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded in greeting. Yu Yunlu nodded. Sister Inger, Sister Muten.
Xiaotao, Yan Rushuang, and Yan Rushue also happily gathered around.
All right, now that we all know each other, let's start eating, Shin Mo said to the women.
The delicious fish is here. The pickled cabbage is just as good as the fish, you guys should try it, Shin Mo said with a smile. The women, unable to contain themselves any longer, began to pick up their chopsticks. Immediately, exclamations of praise, hissing sounds, and satisfied cries filled the air. The women, unable to contain themselves any longer, began to pick up their chopsticks.
It smells delicious. This fish congee is so flavorful.
Hiss.
Ha, this pickled fish is spicy enough, so satisfying.
Third sister, you can have the fish porridge. I'll make you another serving of pickled fish next time, Shin Mo said, watching Yi San Yang reach for her chopsticks.
All right, husband, Yi San Yang said with a wronged expression on her face. It's all right, my husband.
It won't affect third sister if she eats 1 or 2 pieces, Yan Rushua said softly from the side.
Yi San Yang looked at Shin Mo with pitiful, peach blossom eyes. All right, then eat less. Shin Mo was captivated by Yi San Yang's alluring gaze and quickly looked to the side.
My husband, you're so good to me. Yi San Yang quickly picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth.
Her charming peach blossom eyes widened suddenly. A look of amazement, almost intoxicated, appeared on her face. Wow, why does she look like that expression after every time it's over?
This third sister has a naturally alluring body.
I'm really curious what it's like to be a plus version of Chui Inger. Is it wonderful? Subtle and gentle? Shin Mo started fantasizing in his mind. This taste. Husband, how can this fish and pickled cabbage blend together so perfectly?
It's so fresh, fragrant, salty, and spicy. Lu Ruyan picked up a piece of fish, savored it carefully, and then her eyes lit up with disbelief. Boiled live fish, pickled fish. Husband, your culinary skills are unmatched even by restaurant chefs, Lu Ruyan praised. After taking a bite, Yu Yulu ate one piece after another.
The most exaggerated were Chui Inger and Hua Muten. Hua Muten gently poked off a small piece of fish with the tip of her chopsticks and gracefully put it into her mouth.
When she took a bite, Hua Muten froze. She had eaten many exquisite dishes, but the seemingly ordinary pickled fish in front of her was so exquisite that it completely overturned her understanding of deliciousness.
He really can cook. And his culinary skills are amazing. It seems my husband is truly a treasure. Hua Muten's eyes filled with admiration and curiosity as she looked at Shin Mo.
Chui Inger let out a muffled groan of extreme satisfaction.
My lord, this fish is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious fish in my life. After swallowing the fish slice, Cui Inger did not forget to lick the sauce off her lips. I think you taste better. Oh my god, we already have a mature fox demon at home, and now we have an ultimate one. Shen Mo muttered to himself as he watched this scene. In this era of food shortages, pickled fish is an absolute game changer. When people are starving, who has time to study gourmet food? Wipe your mouth. If it's delicious, eat more. I'll cook delicious food for you every day from now on. Shen Mo picked up a clean cloth and handed it to Cui Inger, who hadn't licked her mouth clean. They're having an affair, Yi San Yang, Xiao Tao, and the other girls thought to themselves as they watched Shen Mo's actions. My lord, you keep your word. From now on, I'll go fishing, and you'll be in charge of cooking. Cui Inger took the cloth, wiped her mouth, and smiled charmingly. Shen Mo hummed in agreement. My lord, what exquisite craftsmanship. Only today do I truly understand what the finest taste in the world means, Hua Mutant said softly. Alright, stop praising me, or I'll get cocky, Shen Mo quickly said. Both bowls of delicious food were quickly devoured. We'll continue making fine sugar later. We'll also be making another kind today, Shen Mo said with a smile. The other one? What is it? Please tell me, my husband. Yi San Yang was extremely curious and leaned in to shake Shen Mo's hand as she asked. Master Fahai, where are you? Will you take the fox demon in or not? Shen Mo called out in his heart, feeling the touch on his arm. Chapter 56 How to Sleep at Night. Salt making, fine salt, Shen Mo said. Silence fell instantly. Yi San Yang's hand, which was holding Shen Mo's, froze. Salt making, and the most precious fine salt. Peony muttered to herself, seemingly lost in thought. My lord, it is illegal to produce and sell salt privately. If the authorities find out, the punishment will be exile for 3,000 miles at best, and death by beating at worst, Lu Ruyan said hurriedly and solemnly. Is it that serious? But I never planned to sell it anyway. I'll just eat it and not sell it, right? The salt here isn't purified. If I eat too much of it, it'll probably be dead in a few years. It's all coarse salt and contains heavy metals. Shen Mo thought to himself. I know. I just made it for myself, I didn't intend to sell it. If I wanted to sell it, I would need to get the salt permits, Shen Mo explained. That's alright, Lu Ruyan said, patting her chest in relief. The women breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. Now let's hurry up. We need to juice all this coarse brown sugar, use some to make fine sugar, boil it down to black sugar, and then figure out some really good stuff. Shen Mo clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the women. What good stuff is it, my husband? Yan Rushuang asked. Xiao Tao, Rushuang, go and wash those fine linen cloths again, make sure they're as clean as possible. Ru Yan, Yin Lu, keep an eye on the heat and cook the syrup according to the method I taught you before. Shen Mo smiled, not answering directly, but giving instructions. Inger, Mutant, please do me a favor and squeeze this pile of coarse brown sugar residue together. Save the juice separately, Shen Mo said, then turned to the two courtesans. Just give the order, young master, Cui Inger readily agreed. Hua Mutant nodded as well. Shen Mo and the two courtesans worked together to squeeze out the coarse yellow sugar residue. Young master, the residue left over from boiling sugar is usually discarded by ordinary families or fed to livestock. Why do you go to the trouble of squeezing it again? The juice is murky, and I'm afraid it won't yield much sugar. Hua Mutant asked in a low voice while squeezing the juice. This coarse brown sugar is something only very poor people eat, Hua Mutant muttered to herself. Shen Mo exerted force with his hands, and the murky liquid gushed into the wooden bucket. Miss Peony, this juice doesn't look very good, but there is something in it that might be more useful than sugar, Shen Mo said, wiping his sweat. Oh? Inger, the peony-wielding girl, asked with a hint of surprise. You'll see soon enough. Come on, give it your all. On the other side, under the skillful operation of Lu Ruyan and Yu Yin Lu, the coarse brown sugar had been boiled into a dark amber syrup, and Shen Mo quickly called for a stop. Shen Mo directed Xiao Tao and Yan Rushuang to cover a wooden frame with a clean, white linen cloth. The scalding hot syrup was carefully scooped up and poured onto the fine linen cloth. The dark syrup slowly seeped through the filter. Hua Mutant and Cui Inger watched with bated breath as a viscous, almost golden liquid gradually gathered in the ceramic basin below. The other girls were already used to it and weren't so surprised. A thick layer of dark brown impurities remained on the fine linen. "What's this?"
Lu Ruyan asked, looking at the golden syrup in the basin. This time, the method involved a few more steps than before. "It's not over yet," Shinemo said, picking up another wooden frame covered with several layers of thick linen, even finer and denser.
One more time.
The golden syrup was filtered again. This time, the liquid that flowed down was a lighter color.
"All right, let it cool and crystallize slowly, and it will be fine sugar.
It will be whiter, finer, and sweeter than what we made before."
Shinemo nodded in satisfaction. "Oh my god!" Yan Rushuan couldn't help but exclaim. "Can it become even whiter and finer?"
The sugar they had previously brewed was already snow white and crystal clear, far superior to what was sold in supermarkets. They never imagined they could go even further.
This is the prototype of modern honey separation technology.
You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, Shinemo smiled to himself.
Shinemo walked to the other side, where several buckets of murky, coarse brown sugar residue were pressed twice. "Now, it's their turn."
After saying that, Shinemo directed the pouring of several buckets of murky liquid into another clean pot, and began to boil it over a high flame.
"Stir constantly to prevent sticking." The women stood a short distance away, all wondering what Shinemo was up to. Shinemo picked up a long-handled wooden spoon and scooped a spoonful of a paste-like, dark brown substance from the pot. "Young master, what is this?" Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask. "This is called molasses.
With it, we can turn the most inconspicuous things into gold and snow."
"Conjure snow?" Xiao Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Husband, are you confused by the smoke?" Yi San Yang couldn't help but tease. "Xiao Tao, bring me those jars of things I asked you to put away." Shinemo smiled mysteriously, offered no further explanation, and gave the order. "Sister Yunlu, can you help me?" Xiao Tao said to Yu Yunlu.
Yu Yunlu responded and quickly walked into the woodshed with Xiao Tao, carrying out 2 rough pottery jars.
"Husband, are these 2 jars of bitter water?" Xiao Tao asked. "Exactly."
Shinemo lifted the mud seal on a jar, and a strong, pungent, salty smell instantly filled the air. The jar contained murky, yellowish-brown brine, which Shinemo had specially purchased from a tofu vendor to prepare.
"It smells awful."
Trui Inger instinctively covered her nose, her eyebrows furrowing slightly.
"Young master, do you intend to use this molasses to make salt?" Peony asked softly. Miss Peony is indeed intelligent.
"Indeed, it is salt-making," Shinemo said, giving her an approving look. After finishing his sentence, Shinemo stopped keeping everyone in suspense and used a wooden spoon to scoop up a large spoonful of molasses. Under the surprised and suspicious gazes of the women, he slowly poured it into the jar of murky brine. The dark brown molasses sank into the yellowish-brown brine but did not immediately blend.
"Xiao Tao, Rushuang, take a clean stick and stir vigorously." "Keep stirring," Shinemo commanded.
The 2 girls immediately picked up the prepared long wooden sticks, inserted them into the jar, and began stirring vigorously with gritted teeth. As they stirred, a miracle occurred. The originally murky brine became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the bottom of the tank, a thick layer of grayish-black flocculent sediment rapidly accumulated. The liquid on top of the jar gradually lightened in color and became more and more transparent, eventually turning into a clear, slightly yellowish color.
"Good heavens!"
Yi San Yang covered her mouth, looking at the change in disbelief.
"You should say, 'Oh my god.'" Shinemo added in his mind. "This molasses can actually turn something rotten into something magical?"
Lu Ruyan murmured, her eyes glued to the view. The impurities in this molasses can absorb the most troublesome calcium and magnesium bitter substances in the brine.
This is called selective brine removal. Shinemo almost blurted out chemical precipitation method. "Let it sit overnight." Shinemo gestured to stop stirring. "Let's see tomorrow." Night was falling. "Husband, how shall we sleep tonight?"
"According to age order, it will be the turn of the 2 most beautiful courtesans to sleep with you tonight," Lu Ruyan said with a smile.
Chapter 57 Villagers who had never eaten bran.
"It's on purpose, this girl did it on purpose. She must have bullied me too many times last night, and she's deliberately getting revenge. Just wait and see how I deal with her," Shinemo thought to himself. "Madam, I haven't fully recovered yet, but third sister is just better. I'm worried about her and she needs someone to look after her at night."
"Ruyan, you're so thoughtful." Why don't you stay with third sister and me in the main house tonight? Shen Mo smiled at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was speechless. Yunlu, Rushuang, and Rushua, the three of you will stay in the same room. Xiao Tao, you and your sisters Mutin and Inger will stay in the small room next to yours. Seeing that Lu Ruyan did not respond, Shen Mo made the arrangements directly. Yes, young master. Xiao Tao replied crisply. Call me husband, there is no young master here, Shen Mo said with a smile to Xiao Tao. Yes, my husband, Xiao Tao replied softly, her face slightly flushed. Afterwards, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Shen Mo followed Lu Ruyan, while Yi San Yang went into the main house. My lord, I cannot accompany you tonight. I will have to trouble Ruyan. Yi San Yang blinked and said sweetly. Let's not disturb third sister's rest tonight. It won't matter if we miss one day, Lu Ruyan said softly. You're the one who's been pushing me so hard, now you know you need to balance work and rest. But I'm really exhausted. I've had perfect attendance every day since I transmigrated, it's time for me to rest, Shen Mo thought to himself. Yes. Ruyan is right. Then get some rest tonight. Third sister, get well soon, and come again later. Shen Mo said with a smile. Okay, my husband. Yi San Yang said, not forgetting to tease Shen Mo. Stop fooling around, go to sleep. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Shen Mo was the first to get up and walk towards the brine that had been sitting still overnight. It's done! Shen Mo exclaimed excitedly, looking at the clear water on the upper layer. The women gathered around upon hearing the noise, and were all amazed by what they saw inside the jar. Shen Mo carefully scooped out the clear liquid from the top and poured it into a clean pot, then lit a fire to boil it again. As the moisture evaporated, white crystals began to appear at the bottom of the pot. As more and more crystals form, they grow thicker and thicker, eventually forming a fine, white salt layer. Try it, everyone, Shen Mo said to the women, carefully scraping off a little with a bamboo sliver. Lu Ruyan picked up a strand with her fingers, stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked it. Instantly, the saltiness melted in her mouth, without a trace of bitterness. This is even whiter and purer than the best salt in the official salt shops. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide open. The women all dipped their fingers in the mixture to taste it, and exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Really? There's not a hint of bitterness. Yan Rushuan jumped up in surprise. Young master is truly a divine being. Cui Inger exclaimed sincerely. Peony picked up a small pinch of snow-white salt grains, feeling the smooth texture on her fingertips, her eyes widening in shock. If this method succeeded those salt wells. Looking at the snow-white salt in the pot, Shen Mo felt reassured. If I can't earn money, I can find a powerful backer. I'll use this fine salt-making method as a stepping stone to the young prince's gold mine. Shen Mo thought to himself. After breakfast, the open space in front of Shen Mo's house became lively. Widow Sun, Granny Jean, and other villagers, along with about a dozen strong men carrying hoes and shovels, seemed to be observing. The old village head also arrived. Brother Mo, I'm in charge today. If these guys dare to slack off, don't be lenient. Punish them if they deserve it, beat them if they deserve it, Old Li said sternly. Scholar Shen's family is setting up a kiln to fire bricks and build a big house. They'll provide fish porridge for lunch, and dinner if you work until the evening, plus a few dozen coins a day. Anyone with strength, come and lend a hand. Wang Dazhuan shouted at the top of his lungs. Scholar Shen, does he really provide meals? And pay us? A dark-faced man asked. His name was Zhao Taizhu, and he was a well-known honest man in the village. Absolutely true. Shen Mo stood on the steps in front of the door and said loudly. Fish porridge is provided for lunch and dinner. If you work hard, you'll have meat with every meal. Wages will be settled at sunset, without delay. Shen Mo pointed to the makeshift stove next to him, where Xiao Tao, Lu Ruyan, and Yan Rushuang were busy. Rice porridge was boiling in a large pot, and cleaned fish pieces were in a wooden basin next to it. There really are fish, a villager muttered. There's also plain porridge. It's all being cooked. I'll do this job. Count me in. Uncle Village Head, arrange for a few strong men to dig red and yellow clay from the riverbank. And dig sand too. Find a few women to help with cooking, pay them the same. Shen Mo immediately assigned tasks. Thank you, young Master Shen, the village women said gratefully. All right, Brother Mo, I'll make the arrangements, the old village chief said, stroking his beard. Yunlu, you have good eyesight. Take 2 people to the back mountain and look for those grayish-white stones, the more the better. Mark them when you see them, and have someone go and collect them later. Shen Mo then turned to Yu Yunlu and instructed her. These were the key stones for making cement limestone. Okay. Yu Yunlu nodded, then called the 2 men and left. Dazhuang, come with me inside and carry out the fine sugar. Take it to Zhen Bazhai in the city and sell it to manager Qian. Just say you're selling it for me. Then go to the rice shop and buy 3 shur of new rice. We need a large cart to haul it back. Deduct the cost from the sugar money. Also, buy some vinegar and soy sauce, Shen Mo instructed. Okay. Wang Dazhuang picked up the ceramic jar of fine sugar and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Shen Mo called out to Wang Dazhuang in a low voice. Be careful on the road, and see if anyone is following you. Understood. Wang Dazhuang was taken aback, then nodded emphatically. Soon, people were working enthusiastically along the riverbank and on the back hill. Put the sand in this wooden frame, then shake it to sift out river sand of uniform coarseness. Do you understand? Ask now if you don't understand, Shen Mo said while demonstrating. Everyone nodded. Scholar, why are you digging this sand? Isn't building a house just a matter of using mud and straw? A middle-aged man asked, puzzled, as he dug in the sand. Brother, you'll see in a couple of days. Mix sand with other things, and the mud you make will be harder than stone when it dries. Shen Mo wiped his sweat and said with a mysterious smile. Harder than a rock? The middle-aged man and the other men laughed, clearly not believing it. Scholar, are you perhaps just joking with us because you've read too many books? Whether it's a joke or not, we'll see in a few days. Shen Mo said calmly. As noon approached, an enticing aroma filled the air. The widow's son and several other village women worked quickly and efficiently. Led by Xiao Tao, they carried the thick, fragrant fish porridge and several dishes of pickled vegetables to the long wooden planks in the open space. Dinner's ready. Xiao Tao called out to everyone. The men working immediately gathered around, holding their rough earthenware bowls, their eyes widening as they stared at the snow-white rice porridge piled high with several pieces of fish. My God, is this really for us to eat? A man asked, his voice trembling. Scholar Shen is so kind. A middle-aged man picked up the bowl, took a big gulp, and even though it was so hot he was panting for breath, he couldn't bear to spit it out. It smells good. It smells fucking good. It's been so many years since I've had such a thick porridge with so much fish and meat. The last time I had it was when my parents were still alive. Another man, as he ate, suddenly burst into tears. His crying caused several men to also have red eyes, silently lower their heads, and wolf down their food from their bowls. Wait a minute, everyone, eat slowly, the main dishes haven't been served yet. Shen Mo said hurriedly. What? Fish porridge with pickled cabbage? That's amazing. The crowd looked at each other in surprise and began to discuss among themselves. Chapter 58 The Warbler Sings. At this moment, Widow Sun and Granny Jean brought out 2 bowls of pickled cabbage and large sea bass, sprinkled with bright green scallions, and placed them on the table, leaving everyone stunned. My God! What are all these? This looks so delicious. This aroma. I've never smelled fish smell so good before. Don't be shy, folks. There's plenty of fish porridge. This is pickled fish, it's spicy, sour, fresh, and fragrant. Everyone, have a taste. Shen Mo called out. Everyone was already eager to dig in, and they all started eating. Immediately, exclamations of praise, hissing, and satisfied cries filled the air. Accompanied by Lu Ruyan, Yisan Yang carried a small cloth bag and walked to Shen Mo's side. Shen Mo nodded to her. Uncles and brothers, you've all worked hard this morning. My husband said that if everyone works diligently, he will definitely reward them handsomely. Come, let's collect our wages for this morning. Yisan Yang took a deep breath, walked up to the group, and said loudly. She opened the cloth bag, inside were gleaming gold coins. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yisan Yang counted out 30 coins, handed them to the nearest middle-aged man, and made a record of the transaction. This is really going to pay? Or will it be paid right now? The middle-aged man held the hot porridge, his hands trembling as he looked at the copper coins in his hand. I said I'd settle accounts daily, so I'll keep my word. Yisan Yang said with a gentle smile as she handed out copper coins to each person. Holding copper coins and drinking fish porridge, the men were filled with energy and gratitude. Scholar Shin, Lady Yi, don't worry. We'll risk our lives to do this job well for you. Yes. If we don't do a good job, we're not human.
If anyone dares to gossip about Madame Yi again, I'll be the first to punish them.
Count me in.
Yi San Yang is our god of wealth. Money is like murder to a murderer. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Yin Yangzi is going against me, Zhao Taizhu. Shouts, flattery, and threats rose and fell in waves.
That's exactly the effect we wanted. Money makes the world go round, and that's no exaggeration. Third sister's status has risen considerably.
This way, the villagers will naturally accept and respect her from now on.
No one will turn down money.
Shen Mo thought to himself, pleased with the scene. After distributing the money, Yi San Yan walked back to Shen Mo's side, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Her palms were sweaty.
Husband, I didn't embarrass you, did I?
Yi San Yang said gently. Well done, Shen Mo said softly, gently holding her hand. A blush rose on Yi San Yang's face, and her eyes shone with confidence. In the afternoon, Shen Mo walked towards the back mountain, worried that Yu Yunlu might not have found the right person.
Is this it?
Yu Yunlu pointed to several exposed grayish-white rock layers.
Good. That's it.
Yulu, take some men and knock all these stones down, transport them back, and pile them up next to the dug kiln.
Shen Mo knocked down a stone, looked at the cross-section, and smelled it. After finishing his sentence, Shen Mo hurried home.
The yellow and red clay dug from the riverbank has been piled up into small hills.
Shen Mo began directing the construction of the first earthen kiln.
The bottom is the firebox, it needs to be deep, the ventilation opening is over here, the top is the kiln chamber, it needs to be arched, and the chimney needs to be tall enough.
Shen Mo drew a simple diagram on the ground, explaining the structure.
Although the villagers only half understood what Shen Mo was saying, they were extra diligent after receiving the money and eating the meat, strictly following his instructions to dig pits, ram the soil, and build the structure. As the sun sets, a kiln taller than a person is beginning to take shape.
Wang Dazhuang also returned with a large truckload of new rice.
Brother Mo, as you instructed, I delivered those 20 caddies of fine sugar to Zhenbazhai. When I saw the money manager Qian gave me, my eyes widened.
I've never seen so much money before. I almost wanted to take the money and run away.
Here, the silver. Wang Dazhuang leaned over and whispered, then carefully took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and stuffed it into Shen Mo's hand. You've worked hard.
Sit down quickly and get ready for a big meal. Shen Mo took out 5 taels of silver from his bag and gave it to Wang Dazhuang.
I don't need this much, Wang Dazhuang said hastily when he saw the money Shen Mo offered. If it weren't for your frequent acts of charity towards me and Xiao Hao, I probably would have starved to death long ago.
Enough talk, just accept it, Shen Mo said seriously.
Alright, brother Mo, I'll take it this time, but don't give me so much next time, Wang Dazhuang said, taking the silver from Shen Mo.
Okay, next time I'll take 1 or 2 a day, Shen Mo said with a smile.
Good. You've worked hard. Find a seat first.
Dinner will be served in a little while.
You'll be selling candy again tomorrow, so be careful, Shen Mo said, patting Wang Dazhuang on the shoulder. No one left for dinner. It had been so long since anyone had eaten such good food, except during holidays.
Brother Amor, after eating your food, I feel like I'm eating pig swill all the time. It's hard to swallow. What should I do? Wang Dazhuang sighed after finishing his meal. It's alright, come over if you want to eat.
It's just one more pair of chopsticks, Shen Mo said with a smile.
You said it, right? I'm getting married next year too. I'll have my wife cook for me then.
Until then, I'll be coming over to your place for meals all the time, Wang Dazhuang said happily.
Come anytime. I'm leaving now. I'll come back for the candy tomorrow morning.
After dinner, the villagers worked for another 2 hours. Stop, everyone go back and rest early, come back tomorrow morning. Third sister, settle everyone's wages, no, I mean pay. Shen Mo said to the group and Yi San Yang. Zhao Taizhu, 30 coins Wang Air, 30 coins Widow Sun, 30 coins. After everyone received their money, they left. Night falls. A bonfire was lit next to the newly built earthen kiln, and several men volunteered to stay and guard the materials and the kiln fire.
It's getting cold.
Shen Mo stood alone in the courtyard, looking at the kiln entrance and feeling the chill of the evening wind, muttering to himself. My husband, the mountain wind is starting to carry some frost.
Yu Yunlu walked up to Shen Mo at some point and draped an outer garment over his shoulders.
The bricks need to be fired quickly, the cement needs to be produced quickly, and the houses need to be built quickly, Shin Mo said softly, gazing at the kiln fire. Also, the coal in the black stone gully behind the mountain should come in handy.
You want to touch those poisonous stones?
The old folks in the village said that the smoke from burning them can suffocate people. Yu Yunlu turned to look at Shin Mo and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to make it smokeless," Shin Mo said calmly.
Anthracite coal? What is so difficult about that?
We're about to make money again, Shin Mo thought to himself.
Just how many more skills does this husband have up his sleeve?
Hua Muden cast a cold gaze at Shin Mo, her fingertips tapping lightly on the windowsill. After the earthen kiln had been smoldering for 2 whole days and nights, Shin Mo resumed his life of willow leaves at eyebrow level, every leaf singing, and the fox taming story. During the day, Shin Mo stayed by the villagers' side almost constantly, directing them to take turns adding firewood and fanning the flames to control the heat. The next night, before autumn was over, spring arrived. At night, the group shared the same goal, to achieve their KPI of having 2 children in 3 years.
The day doesn't understand the darkness of the night. It's truly dark. Working day and night, can third sister have some mercy?
If this continues, the baby won't be born before the father dies, Shin Mo thought to himself. Third sister, Rushue said that you've just recovered from a serious illness and shouldn't engage in strenuous activity.
You can't come again.
Shin Mo, who had just finished working overtime, said to Yi San Yang, who was alluring and had a rosy complexion.
All right, then I won't come. I'll rest, but you can't rest, my husband. There's still Ruyan to look forward to. Right, Ruyan? This is so unexpected.
They were begging me not to do it before, but now they're okay with it, Shin Mo thought to himself.
Husband, I'll help you.
Yi San Yang started preparing for the lesson without waiting for Shin Mo's agreement.
Ruyan, you're still so shy, Yi San Yang teased.
Take it all, take it all. I would never come again, even if you killed me.
Take a rest. Before the new house is finished, can you rest for a few days, third sister? Shin Mo said to Yi third sister. All right, my husband.
Then let you rest for 2 days starting tomorrow, no more than that.
Not coming? Is it true?
I don't believe it, Yi San Yang said sweetly.
Husband, are you coming or not?
Yi San Yang asked with a sweet smile as she looked at Shin Mo's distressed appearance.
Come on.
Shin Mo felt like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious and restless. I am a man of the martial world, and my fate is not my own. I know there are tigers in the mountains, yet I still venture into the tiger's den.
I am defeated by you, Yi San Yang. Shin Mo felt both happy and exhausted.
The kiln fire outside was a vibrant red, while the night inside was alluring.
Tomorrow is the day to open the kiln. I wonder if the red bricks have been made yet. Shin Mo wondered. Chapter 59 Cement and Red Bricks.
On the morning of the 3rd day, the kiln fire gradually died down, but the temperature at the kiln opening was still scorching. A dozen or so men stood around the kiln, sweating profusely, their eyes filled with a mixture of expectation and doubt.
Scholar Shin, can this really work?
I've lived most of my life and I've only ever seen mud bricks dried and used to build walls.
Can these lumps of mud really be made solid by burning them?
Uncle Wang, the old carpenter from Liushi village, stroked his beard with a solemn expression. Several men nearby also whispered among themselves.
Yes, let's not waste this good firewood.
And that yellow mud and sand, digging that was incredibly difficult.
Shin Mo didn't say anything.
He picked up a long wooden stick with the end wet, inserted it into the small observation hole reserved on the kiln opening, and poked around for a few moments. Several dark red objects were outlined.
Sizzle!
The scorching bricks made a sound and sent up a plume of white steam as they encountered the cold air. Everyone held their breath and craned their necks to look. Those few things were square and dark red.
Shin Mo tapped one of the pieces with a wooden stick. Clang! Clang!
The sound was crisp and clear.
My God!
Old carpenter Uncle Wang's pipe fell to the ground with a thud, completely unaware of it.
Heavy. Pressing down. Hard. Cold and hard.
The old carpenter wrapped his hands in his tattered coat and carefully picked up a red brick. He looked at it over and over, his old eyes wide open, and then he scratched the brick surface hard with his fingernail, leaving only a shallow white mark.
This, stone.
This is stone, the old carpenter exclaimed excitedly.
Scholar Shun.
You have the divine ability to turn mud into stone.
Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. It's really hard. My goodness. It's really burned to a stone. Amazing. Scholar Shin is truly a genius. The old carpenter picked up a red brick and smashed it hard against a blue stone next to him. Bang! Blue stone chips flew everywhere. But only a small corner of the red brick chipped off. Ha ha ha. Hard. Damn hard. The old carpenter held up the red brick, his face flushed with excitement. Husband, it's a success. Xiao Tao whispered to Shen Mo. Tonight, I'll give my husband a good reward. Yi San Yang looked at Shen Mo with eyes that sparkled. Open the kiln. Bricks. Shen Mo said to the men beside him. One by one, hot, dark red bricks were hooked out and pried out of the kiln. Piled up in an open space. This unprecedented redstone attracted the attention of the entire village. Elderly people, women, and children gathered outside the open space, pointing and marveling at it. Could Scholar Shin be the reincarnation of Lu Ban, the legendary carpenter? I think they obtained the recipe for alchemy from Laozi. Entertainment options in ancient times were really limited. Even building a house would attract a huge crowd. That makes sense, as most people worked during the day, had babies at night, and enjoyed a warm bed with their wives and children. Those with a little money had more entertainment in the evenings, going to brothels for drinks and watching plays, but that's all gone. While the house is being built, we need to find something else to do, otherwise, Yi San Yang will always want to have a baby at night, which isn't a long-term solution. A balance between work and rest is out of the question. We're busy during the day, and even busier at night. We're fighting 2 against 1, and there are 6 more waiting. Shen Mo thought to himself as he looked at the amazed villagers beside him, and walked to another pile of materials. Crushed limestone powder and sifted river sand. Uncle Wang, Brother Zhao, Shen Mo greeted the 2 who were still studying the red bricks. Here, try this. Shen Mo mixed the 2 powders according to the ratio, added water, and stirred vigorously with a wooden stick. Soon, a thick, grayish-black mud appeared before everyone's eyes. What is this again? Uncle Wang, the carpenter, asked, looking at the grayish mud. This is called cement. Shen Mo picked up 2 red bricks, scraped a clump of mortar with a wooden shaving, spread it evenly on the surface of one brick, and then pressed the other brick down firmly to align it. You'll know once it dries. While waiting, Shen Mo directed the villagers to begin clearing the foundation. He personally drew lines, using lime powder to outline the clear contours of the house foundation on the ground, even including several special square areas. Scholar, what are these pits for? Zhao Taizhu asked, pointing to the several deep pits that had been prepared. The outhouse, Shen Mo said calmly. What? Such a big pit was dug in the outhouse? Everyone was stunned. And what are these buried ceramic pipes for? Uncle Wang, the carpenter, also pointed at the rough ceramic pipes laid in the ditch, completely bewildered. You'll see once it's built, Shen Mo said with a smile. The crowd was skeptical. Around noon, Widow Sun and several other village women arrived carrying a large bucket. As soon as the lid was lifted, a rich, spicy, and fresh aroma wafted out. A huge bucket of bright red and oily boiled fish. The fish fillets are snow white and tender, soaking in boiling red oil broth, topped with thick slices of chili and Sichuan peppercorns. The other bucket contained boiled river delicacies, with river shrimp, snails, and wild vegetables tumbling in the red broth. Dinner's ready. The men held their rough earthenware bowls, gazing longingly at the buckets bubbling with red oil, their anticipation growing stronger with each mealtime. Scholar Shin, what are these 2 dishes called today? Uncle Wang, the carpenter, asked, swallowing hard as he looked at the 2 new dishes. Boiled fish, boiled river delicacies, try them all. Shen Mo was the first to pick up a slice of fish with his chopsticks, blow on it, and put it in his mouth. The fresh, tender, numbing, and spicy flavors explode in your mouth instantly. Xiao Tao's cooking is amazing, it tastes better than mine. It's true that the younger generation surpasses the older generation, and the older generation is left behind on the beach. Shen Mo thought to himself as he picked up another slice. Hiss. Ha! That was exhilarating. Shen Mo's forehead immediately broke out in sweat. Seeing this, the men mustered their courage and started eating with their chopsticks. The next moment, a chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted from the open space. Hiss ha! Holy crap! What's that smell? My mouth's on fire. Cough cough. Water. Give me some water. Wow! It's so numbing and spicy. But it smells so good. That was awesome. That was fucking awesome. I broke out in a sweat, and all the chill is gone. After finishing his meal, Shin Mo walked alone to the 2 bricks that had been plastered with cement that morning. The mortar has turned grayish white and has begun to solidify. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Shin Mo grabbed the brick above with both hands and lifted it up forcefully. It didn't budge an inch. He exerted force again, even bracing the brick below with his foot. The 2 bricks looked as if they had grown together. Uncle Wang, would you like to give it a try? Shin Mo stepped aside. Uncle Wang, the carpenter, walked over with some skepticism, grabbed the brick on top with both hands, and pulled it out with all his might. He stumbled and almost fell. The 2 bricks are still firmly bonded together. The mortar at the joint is as hard as stone. Dead silence. Everyone stopped eating and stared blankly at the 2 bricks stuck together. Uncle Wang was panting heavily, looking at his reddened palms, and then at the 2 bricks. Divine mud. This is divine mud that can bond mountains and rocks. Uncle Wang exclaimed excitedly. Scholar Shun. I'm completely convinced. With this red stone and this divine mud, the house you're going to build will be even sturdier than a city wall. The villagers were completely stunned. When work ended in the evening, Yi San Yang distributed the wages in full. The men, carrying copper coins, walked briskly, discussing the red stone and the divine mud, and envisioning what the Shin family mansion would look like when it was built. Wang Dezhuang returned, looking rather grim. Brother Mo. Manager Chen from Zhenbazhai said that starting next month, he will only charge 2 liang per jean for fine sugar. Wang Dezhuang pulled Shin Mo to the corner and said. What? Shen Mo's pupils shrank sharply. No way, so fast? I've already implemented total quantity control, producing only 20 caddies of fine sugar a day, and they're already lowering the price to buy it? Shen Mo was speechless. Did Manager Qian say anything? Shen Mo asked hurriedly. The shopkeeper said that there aren't many wealthy people in Dian City who buy a pound or 2 at a time just to try it out, so our goods are a bit slow to sell. He plans to sell the fine sugar to the capital, where there is strong purchasing power and many high-ranking officials and nobles. He also asked if we could produce more, because the distance is far, and we'll settle at 2 ounces per pound, and he'll take as much as we have, Wang Dezhuang said hurriedly. Shin Mo's calm heart began to stir again. That's great. We'll be rolling in money soon, producing 100 or 200 caddies a day. We'll make as much as we can. These are consumables, so even if the price drops later, we'll keep making money. Once we finish them, we'll have to buy more. Once we get used to refined sugar, we won't be able to get used to coarse sugar anymore. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, Shin Mo thought to himself. Dezhuang, this is great news. Starting tomorrow, I'll sell 100 jin a day, and I'll give you 2 liang a day. Shen Mo said happily. Yes, we should have produced more a long time ago, Wang Dezhuang laughed. Things are valued for their scarcity. If I produced that much at once, the price would have collapsed long ago in a 3rd or 4th tier city like Dian City. Where would it sell? Shen Mo thought to himself. Okay, come on time tomorrow morning, and go back to rest early. After finishing his sentence, Shin Mo returned to his room. The light was still on in the room with the peony. Her slender figure was reflected in the window paper, as if she were writing something at the table. A moment later, the window opened silently a crack. A small, pure white bird silently flew out through a crack in the window, disappearing into the deep darkness of the night, and flapped its wings to fly into the distance. Chapter 60 The First Milk Tea of Autumn. In a few days, I need to visit the county magistrate and that young prince. It's the autumn imperial examination, and I need the salt permits. I must send out the salt-making method as soon as possible, climb onto the young prince's coattails, and secure my own protection. Shin Mo thought to himself. I entered the room. Third sister, have you settled all the accounts from the past few days? Shin Mo said to Yi San Yang. Husband, don't worry. If I make a mistake, you can punish me later. Yi San Yang glanced at Shin Mo with her charming peach blossom eyes and said coquettishly, making Shin Mo's heart skip a beat. Never mind, I can't handle this. We just agreed on a ceasefire for a few days. Shin Mo quickly turned to Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, third sister, please keep an eye on her for her. Yes, my husband, third sister did a very good job, Lu Ruyan said softly. How much money do we have left? Shen Mo asked Lu Ruyan.
More than 930 taels, Lu Ruyan replied.
It's all right. Still a long way from 10,000 taels. When will I ever be financially free? Shen Mo lamented inwardly.
Oh, we'll start researching new business tomorrow. Go tell Xiao Tao we need 100 gene of fine sugar, Shen Mo instructed.
A new business? Lu Ruyan asked.
Okay, you go ahead. I'll gather everyone together tomorrow night to discuss it, Shen Mo said.
My lord, I want to know as soon as possible. Could you tell me in advance?
Yi San Yang leaned closer at this moment, her scent of rouge filling the air. Tomorrow, it won't make a difference if we do it one more day.
No, I want to know now, Yi San Yang said coquettishly.
Shen Mo had no choice but to tell her in advance.
The next day, in the evening.
Husband, brother Dazhuang has brought back all the tea you requested. A full 20 large bags.
There are also several large bronze stoves and a few bags of unknown contents.
I bought a whole earthenware jar of the fresh milk you asked me to buy from 3 dairy farmers, Xiao Tao said as she walked into the yard carrying the jar.
Brother Mo, I'll leave these tea leaves here. Keep the money safe.
I'm starving, I'm going out to eat.
Wang Dazhuang said, walking towards the door.
Yes, you've worked hard, Dazhuang.
Go and eat, I had someone save some food for you, Shen Mo said with a smile.
Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Tao.
Quickly put it on the table.
Shen Mo took the bronze stove, washed it, and went to the stove to set it up.
Ruyan, is everyone here? Shen Mo asked, watching Lu Ruyan lead the women to start counting the tea leaves.
My lord, there are 15 kinds of teas: Biluokun, Longjing, Pu'er, De Hongpao, black tea, jasmine tea, oolong tea, Dianhong, just like the list you gave. However, these teas are quite expensive, especially those 2 small packets of De Hongpao. Brother Dazhuang said the shopkeeper said they were leftover materials from a tribute, and they cost 3 taels of silver. Lu Ruyan picked up a piece of hemp paper with writing on it and compared it with her husband's words. Next to it were several packages of strange beans and tapioca pearls of various colors and shapes, wrapped in oil paper.
It's worth it.
I'll show you my skills today and make something special. Shen Mo patted the dust off his hands and glanced at the women in the courtyard.
Using milk to brew tea? That smells awful.
Yi San Yang swayed over, carrying a sugar jar in her hand.
Third sister, don't underestimate this thing. If you make good with it, you can make a fortune every day. Shen Mo took the milk pottery jar and opened the lid.
Back in my past life, when I worked at a bubble tea shop in the city, this stuff could sell for the price of meat. The lines for the most popular items stretched all the way to the end of the street. There were tens of thousands of takeout orders a month, and a small shop could make hundreds of thousands a month, and a few million a year. There were even some that could circle the earth.
Shen Mo thought to himself. Xiao Tao, light the fire, just keep it warm, don't boil it. Shen Mo scooped out half a bowl of milk and poured it into the copper kettle.
Yu Yunlu also watched with great interest.
My husband always has some ingenious ideas.
Even the finest sugar and salt amaze me. This tea must be just as good, Cui Yinger said with a light laugh. Peony stood quietly behind her, her eyes full of curiosity.
Is this the milk tea you're talking about, my husband? Tea is a refined thing, but milk is so fishy and pungent. How can it be mixed in? Wouldn't that be a waste of good things?
Lu Ruyan frowned slightly.
Put. I knew this stuff wouldn't do. It's so fishy and smelly.
Wait, I'll go buy some goat milk from the neighbor, it's 100 times better than this.
Guaranteed no weird taste.
Yu Yunlu said and started to walk out.
Goat milk is even more fishy. Is there something wrong with my sense of smell and taste? Shen Mo complained helplessly. Yunlu, come back. Don't worry, don't worry.
Goat milk has its advantages, and cow milk has its wonders.
Trust me. Shen Mo said, both amused and exasperated.
I'll use my enlightenment technique to transform this foul-smelling stuff into a heavenly elixir.
This thing will be called milk tea. Shen Mo patted his chest and said. Milk tea? Husband, this milk smells so fishy, can it really be added to tea? Won't it upset my stomach? Xiao Tao asked doubtfully. No, come, sit down. Today I'll teach you to drink something new. I guarantee it'll be a taste you've never had before. Shen Mo called to the women. First step, boil the milk, watch carefully.
Shenemo used a small spoon to scoop a little sugar into the milk and stirred it gently. The fishy smell gradually dissipated, replaced by a sweet milky aroma that wafted into the nose.
Ha!
Xiao Tao was the first to come closer and sniffed hard.
The fishy smell has faded so much. And it smells so nice and milky. How could it not smell good with sugar in it? The sweetness completely masks the fishy smell. Shenemo thought to himself. Husband, what is the reason for this? How can a little sugar have such a miraculous effect? Lu Ruyan asked in surprise. All things in the world are mutually generating and mutually restraining. Next, let's brew tea. Shenemo smiled.
Without stopping, he lit another small charcoal stove, where the water in the copper kettle was already boiling. Shenemo took another earthenware jar, took a small pinch of black tea, put it into the earthenware pot, poured in boiling water, and the tea leaves tumbled, filling the air with the aroma of tea.
The second step is to brew the tea. The black tea base should be strong and the color should be bright.
Shenemo said as he slowly stirred the tea with a small wooden spoon. It has a much milder smell than goat milk, and it smells pleasant.
Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. It smells so good. Peony exclaimed softly. The tea soup was quickly filtered out, and it was clear and bright. Shenemo slowly poured the warm, cooked milk into the tea.
Then he picked up a homemade bamboo tube, a simple shaker made by cutting bamboo sections, hollowing out the middle, and leaving one end exposed. Shenemo poured the milk tea into the bamboo tube, then tightened the lid, held it with both hands, and shook it quickly and vigorously up and down and left and right. All the women's attention was drawn to Shenmo's strange actions.
What is my husband doing now? Shaking the dice?
Yu Yunlu asked, arms crossed, looking on with great curiosity. This is a perfect blend, where tea, milk, and sugar are all intertwined. Shenemo said with a smile as he shook the bottle. After several dozen strokes, Shenemo suddenly stopped and lifted the bamboo tube lid.
A richer, more complex aroma burst forth. See this? This is the real deal. Tapioca pearls.
De Zhuang went through a lot of trouble to find this. Shenemo then picked up the oil paper package containing the small white pearls and shook it mysteriously.
A pearl?
Yu Yunlu picked up a small, hard, white, round bead with his fingers and weighed it suspiciously.
Yunlu, these are called tapioca balls, they're raw. They need to be cooked.
Once it's cooked, it'll be soft, chewy, and springy, coated in sweet milk tea.
Take a sip, and wow, that taste is heavenly. Shenemo smacked his lips, looking longingly at the scene. Next, it's time for the finishing touch. Shenemo opened the bag of white tapioca pearls, grabbed a small handful, and put them into another small pot of water to boil.
Soon, the originally hard white tapioca balls slowly became transparent and expanded in boiling water, eventually turning into crystal clear, round and bouncy black pearls.
Wow! It's turned black. And it's gotten bigger. How amazing! Xiao Tao clung to the edge of the table, watching intently.
Shenemo used a slotted spoon to scoop out the cooked pearls and quickly rinsed them in cold water to make them firmer and more chewy. Then, he picked up several thick bamboo tubes that had been cleaned beforehand, newly made by the village carpenter at Wang Dazhuang's request.
Come on, line up and get your fairy drink. Shenemo scooped up spoonfuls of milk tea and poured them into the bamboo tube, then placed black pearls on top of the milk tea.
We haven't had time to make the wooden straws yet, so we have to do it the other way around. The pearls can only be eaten if they're on top, Shenemo thought to himself.
Xiao Tao, this is for you. Try it, the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Shenemo handed the first cup to the eager little girl.
Holding the warm bamboo tube in both hands, and imitating Shenemo, she brought the tube close to the edge and carefully sipped a mouthful.
Young master. It's sweet. Fragrant. Smooth. And this little bead, it's so bouncy to bite into.
Xiao Tao exclaimed, her face filled with excitement and satisfaction.
Calling me young master again, never mind. What about mine? What about mine?
Yan Rushuan eagerly reached out her hand.
Drink slowly, it's hot.
Shenemo smiled and handed her a cup of the same bubble tea.
Miss Cui, aren't those black dumplings in your milk tea a bit too big?
Yu Yunlu said, taking a small sip and suddenly pointing at the bamboo tube.
Yes, husband, you're being unfair. Third sister's dumplings are bigger than mine.
Xiao Tao protested at this point.
Cough cough, it's too big, I'm choking.
Yi Sanyang blushed, but before she could speak, Yan Rushui poofed and spat out the pearls in her mouth. Your milk tea is called pearl milk tea, while San Yang and Inger's is boba milk tea. Shinemo had no choice but to introduce it in a serious manner.
This is really an accident.
It's such a coincidence that the two of them got slightly larger pearls.
Besides, isn't this what Yu Yunlu taught us? Using the shape to compensate for the shape? Shinemo thought to himself.
Amidst the flurry of activity, Chui Inger's milk tea tilted leisurely, the tea staining her delicate chin.
Oh, we can't waste it.
Chui Inger exclaimed softly, brushed the white part with her fingertips, and put it into her mouth, rolling it with her tongue.
This, innate allure.
Shinemo felt his throat go dry and his heart skipped a beat.
Boba milk tea? Pearl milk tea? Chapter 61 Bubble Tea, Shop Buyout Turmoil. Miss Chui, aren't those black glutinous rice balls in your boba milk tea a bit too big and too many? My husband's preferential treatment is too obvious.
Lu Ruyan said, looking at the bamboo tube in Chui Inger's hand. Upon hearing this, Chui Inger looked down at the spectacle before her, then looked up to meet the meaningful gazes cast by Lu Ruyan and the others, and instantly understood. Her face flushed crimson, the color spreading all the way to her ears. Chui Inger opened her mouth, but didn't he know how to explain. Seeing this, Hua Mutin's eyes flashed with a knowing smile.
Did women in the Zhou dynasty also understand this term? Shinemo didn't answer and continued to prepare different products.
Green tea, oolong tea, aged pu'er tea, etc.
Soon after.
High Mountain Oolong, Peach Blossom Fragrance, Osmanthus Wine, Heartfelt Lotus, Spring All Year Round, 3 variations on Plum Blossom, Thousand Peaks Pu'er, and Elegant Strings have all been prepared.
Peony, try it.
This one is called Springtime All Year Round, a green tea. Hua Mutin picked up the small celadone bowl with her delicate hands, parted her cherry lips slightly, and took a small sip. My lord, this tea is both elegant and mild, sweet and mellow, and they complement each other so perfectly. I never imagined that tea and milk could be so compatible. Peony put down her bowl and praised softly.
Shinemo prepared the same light pink milk tea for the twins.
The bottom of the bowl was lined with peach pieces, and the top was garnished with a few peach petals. Like snow, like frost, this is peach blossom fragrance for you, give it a try. So sweet, with a floral scent. Yan Rushui couldn't help but squint her eyes in comfort, her smile serene as she softly praised.
It's so delicious. It's a little hot. Yan Rushuang exclaimed. Drink slowly. Third sister, this is osmanthus fermented rice wine, made with fermented rice wine, dried osmanthus flowers, and milk. It's strong and goes perfectly with you.
Yi San Yang looked at Shinemo with her captivating eyes, picked up the small white porcelain bowl, parted her red lips slightly, but did not drink immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes and took a deep sniff, a look of intoxication on her face. It smells so good. Yi San Yang then lowered her head and took a small sip. Husband, this milk tea is so delicious. Yi San Yang opened her eyes glistening with tears, and looked at Shinemo. Ruyan, you should try this High Mountain Oolong tea. It doesn't have a gamey smell, on the contrary, it's fragrant, with a tea aroma and a sweet milky fragrance, Lu Ruyan said softly, taking a small sip from the teacup.
Me too. Me too. Xiao Tao skipped over. Husband, what flavor will you make for me?
Yours, black tea with half a spoonful of caramel. It's called Little Peach Caramel, double the sugar, sweet to the core, I guarantee you'll love it.
Husband, you.
Xiao Tao's face flushed instantly, and she said shyly. But it's really delicious. If this were sold, it would be snapped up like crazy. Xiao Tao said, smacking her lips as she downed the drink.
You've hit the nail on the head. I was just planning to open a milk tea shop in the city. Shinemo said.
The courtyard fell silent as soon as he said that.
Open a shop? Husband, do you mean to turn this milk tea into a business?
Lu Ruyan was the first to react.
That's right.
Although refined sugar has a high profit margin, it's still just an auxiliary ingredient. This milk tea is made to order, so the cost is low, the profit is high, and we can also come up with new and different varieties.
I guarantee we'll earn more than selling sugar, Shinemo said while making the milk tea.
In my past life, milk tea brands were everywhere, and new talents emerged in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. This is definitely true in the milk tea industry, where new brands come and go every few years. But that doesn't stop them from making money, making huge profits.
Shinemo thought to himself.
Ruyan,
calculate how much capital is needed to open a shop? Shen Mo asked Lu Ruyan.
Renting a street front shop will cost at least 5 taels a month. Purchasing tables, chairs, copper kettles, and porcelain bowls will cost about 20 taels. Hiring 2 assistants will cost 1 tael each per month, plus the daily cost of tea and milk, so initially we need to prepare at least 50 taels of silver.
Lu Ruyan immediately began calculating. 50 taels? That's not much. What if we buy a shop? Shen Mo continued to ask.
Ordinary shops are under 50 taels, 2-story shops are around 100 taels, and shops with courtyards range from 200 to 400 taels, Lu Ruyan continued.
My goodness, that's enough to buy so many acres of land. Xiao Tao exclaimed in surprise. What asks this little bit of money?
Once the market for fine sugar opens up in Kyoto in a few days, we can earn back this investment in less than a day. We'll go into town to buy some tomorrow, and we can buy a place to stay for now, Shen Mo said. But sugar prices will probably drop again soon. If I had known it would be this cheap, I should have just moved to the city, Shen Mo thought to himself. This milk tea shop is not only going to open, but it's going to be located in the most bustling area of Dian City. I plan to sell several flavors of milk tea specifically to wealthy young men and women, Shen Mo said.
My husband has a good plan. However, Dian City is not like the village.
There are some powerful and wealthy people there, so opening a shop will probably require a lot of bribing officials, Hua Mutin said, sipping her milk tea.
This is where you come in handy. Shen Mo looked at Cui Inger and Hua Mutin.
You two have seen it all in the world of entertainment. You know better than us how to deal with different kinds of people. When the milk tea shop opens, we'll need your help to keep an eye on things. I can only play the piano and sing, Cui Inger said softly, blushing. Those rich kids buy milk tea not just for the taste, but also for the novelty. You two just stand at the shop entrance, and even without saying a word, you can attract half a street's worth of people, Shen Mo said with a smile.
Husband, are you trying to use the courtesan as a living advertisement? How could you even think of that? Lu Ruyan chuckled.
When doing business, you have to be unconventional, Shen Mo said with a smile.
The next morning, Shen Mo led the women in a rented carriage towards the county town.
Lu Ruyan held the account book, checking the various expenses of opening the shop over and over again.
My husband, this is the account I recalculated last night.
The shop is a 2-story, 4-courtyard building. Including the renovation, tables, chairs, and raw materials, it will cost about 300 taels in total. Once our milk tea shop opens, I came up with a plan yesterday. We can get those girls from brothels to help promote it and give them a commission. I guarantee it will be more effective than anything else, Hua Mutin said, leaning against the car wall.
That's a good idea.
Brothels are the best places to get information, so having them help spread the word will definitely be effective.
Shen Mo nodded approvingly. This peony is so ahead of its time. Shen Mo thought to himself.
After looking at several shops with courtyards, the group found a tea house to sit down and discuss their plans.
Husband, these 3 shops.
The one on East Street is in a good location, but it's too expensive, costing 400 taels of silver. The one on West Street is cheaper, only 200 taels, but it's too out of the way, Lu Ruyan said first. I also inquired and found a silk shop for sale on Zhongjie Street. It's located at a crossroads with high foot traffic. The price is 300 taels, and the transfer fee is 20 taels. I think that's the most suitable, Lu Ruyan added. Let's go take a look, Shen Mo said decisively. The 4 arrived at Zhongjie Street, and just as Lu Ruyan had said, the silk shop was located in a bustling area, flanked by restaurants and cosmetics shops on either side, with a constant stream of pedestrians. Are you gentlemen looking to sell this shop? My shop is in such a good location. If it weren't for my son needing money urgently, I would never sell it. The shop owner was a middle-aged man with a worried look on his face. When he saw Shen Mo and the others coming to see the shop, he quickly came to greet them.
Shen Mo looked it over inside and out.
The shop has 2 floors, and there are several rooms in the back. It's a shop in the front and a house in the back, which is perfect for living or storing goods.
It's really good.
If this were in my previous life, it would be a proper courtyard house with shops.
You shouldn't even think about it without a small fortune. Shen Mo thought to himself. Transfer fee plus shop fee, 300 taels in total. I can pay today. In one lump sum. Shen Mo bargained. 300 taels is too little. I spent 50 taels on this renovation alone.
The shopkeeper said with a troubled expression.
That's your own business. The renovation cost will be discounted. Your style may not suit us, so we need to renovate, Lu Ruyan interjected. Alright. 300 taels it is. But it has to be paid in full at once. The boss probably really needed the money urgently. His face turned bright red, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, Deal. Shin Mo readily agreed. Boss, I'll take this shop. 330 taels, paid in full at once. Just then, a voice rang out. Chapter 61 Transfer of Ownership, The Shocked Clerk. A young man in a brocade robe barged in with several servants. It's young Master Wang. You should have said so earlier, and this shop would definitely have been reserved for you. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed hurriedly upon seeing him. We've already reached an agreement. Shen Mo frowned. So what if we've reached an agreement? There's nothing I can't get if I set my sights on it. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Wang said, glancing sideways at Shen Mo. How do you intend to be impolite? Yu Yunlu said coldly. The servants behind young Master Wang immediately surrounded him. Husband, this is Boss Wang's second son. Chui Inger quietly tugged at Shen Mo's sleeve. Boss Wang? What does he do? Shen Mo asked, his eyes sharpening. I heard they do all sorts of businesses, money lending, loan sharking, brothels, brokerage firms, and even collusion with bandits. Chui Inger lowered her voice even further. So it's a shady business, Shen Mo thought to himself. Young Master Wang, things are all about first come, first served. We've already reserved this shop. If you want it, you'll have to wait for another time. Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat as he looked at young Master Wang and said calmly. Next time? Young Master Wang sneered. I want it now. Here's 10 taels of silver, now get out of here. 10 taels? Shen Mo scoffed. Once this mess is sorted out, I need to go visit the young prince and the county magistrate immediately. I'm constrained at every turn, and constantly being harassed by others, Shen Mo thought to himself. Does young Master Wang think I'm short of money, or do you think your own face is only worth 10 taels? Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Young Master Wang's face darkened. The second son of Boss Wang, huh? I heard you lost money at the gambling den. What, now you want to rob someone else's shop? Aren't you afraid your father will break your legs? Chui Inger walked up to Shen Mo and raised a flirtatious eyebrow. You bitch. How dare you curse me? Beat her up. These words struck a nerve with Wang Ershao, and he immediately flew into a rage. The servants immediately pounced on them. Anyone who dares to move will be met with a swift response. Yu Yunlu was prepared. He drew his sword, and with a flash of light, forced the leading servant to retreat. The servants were intimidated by Yu Yunlu's imposing manner and dared not approach. You have to sell this shop whether you want to or not. My father knows the county magistrate. Young Master Wang said, his words threatening but his heart filled with fear. Oh? What a coincidence, I just visited the county magistrate a few days ago. He also said that if anyone forcibly seizes property in the city, I should report it to the authorities directly. Shen Mo feigned surprise and made up a story. The first part was true, but the second part was false. Young Master Wang was taken aback. Although he was arrogant, he was also afraid of officials. After all, the county magistrate was an official appointed by the imperial court. If things really escalated to the county government, even his father couldn't protect him. You dare to lie to me? Young Master Wang looked at Shen Mo suspiciously. Whether it's a lie or not, you can find out by asking at the county government office, Shen Mo said calmly. Or, let's go to the county government office now and see if the county magistrate will help you seize people's property or help me, a law-abiding citizen. Wang Ershao was left hesitant after being talked to. Young master, let it go. It's not worth getting angry with a poor scholar. Let's just find another shop, an old steward behind him quietly advised. Fine. I don't want this shop anymore. But you just wait. After saying that, young Master Wang glared at Shen Mo and left with his servants in a huff. I'm sorry, Scholar Shenma, I had no choice. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Shenma sheepishly. It's nothing, Shen Mo waved his hand. Go and write the contract quickly. After signing the contract and paying the money, Shen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Husband, this second young Master Wang will definitely not let this go, Lu Ruyan said worriedly. We'll meet force with force and water with earth. The more trouble young Master Wang causes, the more we need to do our business well. Once our milk tea shop becomes popular, even if he wants to mess with us, he'll have to think twice, Shen Mo said, looking at the shop. A big tree not only attracts the wind, but it's also stable. Not everyone can shake it easily. You have to think twice before you act, Shen Mo thought to himself. It's still early today, shopkeeper, let's go to the county government office now to transfer the property deed, Shen Mo said to the middle-aged shopkeeper. Yes, Mr. Shen, the middle-aged shopkeeper replied. Half an hour later, Boss Shin and his group arrived at the county government office. The clerk in charge of the county government's household registration office was sitting at his desk with his head drooping, dozing off, probably because he hadn't slept well last night. A secure job is still the best, I have to sleep during the day. Shen Mo thought to himself, looking at the clerk dozing off in front of him. Cough, cough. Shen Mo coughed lightly twice. I already said we won't do it this morning, come back this afternoon, the clerk said impatiently, opening his blurry eyes. His gaze swept over the crowd below and then suddenly stopped. His face instantly lit up with a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum, and he bent over like a shrimp. Oh my! Master Shen! Your presence today is truly an honor to our humble abode. The clerk quickly stood up and walked over, his expression both enthusiastic and obsequious. This young Master Shen has some unusual connections. Luckily, I didn't offend him, the shop owner thought to himself as he watched the scene unfold. You're too kind, sir. I've come here firstly to thank Lord Zhang, and secondly, I happen to have a small matter I'd like to trouble you with, Shen Mo said, bowing respectfully. The student has rented a shop in the city and was thinking of taking advantage of the trip to the county government today to complete the property transfer procedures, so as to save himself another trip, Shen Mo said. Oh. Of course, of course. Lord Shen's matter is my top priority. The clerk patted his chest and smiled. Don't worry, Master Shen. Leave it to me. I'll handle it perfectly and efficiently. Master Shen, look at this deed tax. According to the new support regulations for encouraging merchants in Dian City, we'll give you the lowest rate of 3%. What do you think? The highest rate is 9%. The clerk's eyes darted around as he lowered his voice and said, 3%. 9%. This clerkly really knows how to handle people. Without strong connections and bribing officials, ordinary merchants wouldn't even dream of getting this lowest tax rate. Didn't he indirectly make back the 10 taels of silver he didn't get back last time? That's what you call vision. Shen Mo's heart stirred slightly. In that case, thank you for your trouble, clerkly. Shen Mo nodded slightly in thanks. Of course. Of course. Li the clerk said with a smile. Only then did he notice the women standing behind Shen Mo. When he saw them, Li Shuli's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Chapter 62 Inviting the magistrate and his wife to drink milk tea. 8 in total. Some plump, some slender, each with a different temperament, and all outstanding in appearance. Their figures, their eyes. In my decades in the county government, I've seen countless wives and concubines of wealthy families, but I've never seen anyone bring out 8 such beautiful women at once. And judging from their positions and expressions, they are clearly all the wives and concubines of this Master Shen? Li Shuli muttered to himself, feeling his mouth dry and his head buzzing. He looked at Shen Mo with disbelief, shock, and deep envy. My goodness! This young man, Mr. Shen, not only has he climbed the social ladder to become the county magistrate, but he is also incredibly talented and probably quite wealthy. He bought a shop for 300 taels of silver without a second thought. This blessing of having multiple wives is truly enviable. What incredible luck he has had with women. But even if I had them, I couldn't afford to support them. There are just too many women in this chaotic world. The clerk thought to himself, feeling both envious and amazed. Master Shen, you are truly blessed, said Li, the clerk, with envy. Lu Ruyan and the other women felt uncomfortable under the clerk's gaze and lowered their heads. Li, please expedite the transfer of ownership. We'll wait here. Shen Mo, sensing the unease of the women behind him, coughed lightly and said to Li, the clerk. Yes, yes, yes. Please have a seat, Master Shen. Have some tea. I'll go right away. I'll go right away. I promise I'll get it done in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Clerk Li replied as if waking from a dream. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Master Shin, it's 9 taels in total, said Clerkly, handing the house deed to Shin Mo. Thank you, sir. Is Lord Zhang here today?
Shin Mo asked, handing over 10 taels of silver.
Yes, I do. Should I inform them? The clerk asked quickly as he took the silver with a smile.
Please inform him, sir, that Shin Mo from Liushi village requests an audience, Shin Mo said, bowing to the clerk.
Young Master Shin, I'll take my leave now.
I wish you prosperous business, the middle-aged shopkeeper said. Thank you for your kind words, shopkeeper, please take care.
Shin Mo said with a smile.
A while later, the clerk returned.
Master Shin, this way please. Lord Zhang is in the study in the back hall. Clerkly bowed, his face full of a fawning smile, and led the way. Shin Mo and the 8 women followed behind.
Each of the 8 women possessed a unique style and striking beauty, like a beautiful walking landscape, instantly attracting the attention of all the constables in the front courtyard of the county government office. Whispers and gasps of astonishment rose and fell. After passing through the corridor of the front office, we arrived at the relatively quiet study in the back hall of the county government office. My lord, Master Shin Mo has arrived. Clerkly stopped at the door and bowed respectfully.
Oh?
Please come in, came the gentle voice of Magistrate Zhang Mingyuan from inside the study. Li, the clerk, quickly stepped aside and gestured for Shin Mo to enter.
Master Shin, then I won't go in.
If you have any questions about the shops in the back, please come to me anytime. I'll take my leave now, Li the clerk said with a smile.
Thank you for your help today, Clerkly. Shin Mo nodded slightly.
Then, he led the 8 women behind him into the study. Inside the study, Zhang Mingyuan, the magistrate of Diancheng County, sat behind his desk, holding an official document. He was about 40 years old, with a thin face and a long beard, exuding the elegance of a scholar and the authority of an official.
Young Master Shin has arrived? What brings you to the county office today? Is it about your shop?
Hearing the commotion, Zhang Mingyuan looked up, his gaze falling on Shin Mo, and he smiled gently.
The clerk had obviously already reported it.
However, when Magistrate Zhang Mingyuan's gaze swept past Shin Mo and saw the 8 women who filed in and filled almost half of the study, even though Magistrate Zhang was well informed and shrewd, the smile on his face instantly froze, and a hint of undisguised astonishment flashed in his eyes. His hand holding the official document stopped in mid-air.
Good heavens! 1, 2, 3, 8 people? Some are heroic, some gentle, some alluring, some delicate and lively. Although their clothes are not luxurious, their looks, figures, and unique charms combined create a breathtaking visual impact. Only royalty and nobility could have such a scene. Magistrate Zhang thought to himself. His eyes became extremely complex, filled with disbelief and a hint of a kind of envy that every man understands but cannot express. Shin Mo, have you brought the entire inner quarters with you? County Magistrate Zhang Mingyuan paused, then exclaimed sincerely. Only today do I understand what true happiness in having multiple wives means. Young Master Shin, you are truly blessed. Student Shin Mo greets Your Excellency. I have come here today for 2 reasons. First, to express my gratitude for Your Excellency's past guidance and instruction, and second, to ask Clerkly to handle a small matter regarding the transfer of property. As for the women in my family. Shin Mo coughed slightly awkwardly and bowed. They have long admired your reputation, sir, and I thought I would bring them out to broaden their horizons and also to buy some household items, so we came together. Please forgive me for disturbing you, sir. This humble woman greets Your Excellency. Lu Ruyan and the other women also hurriedly followed suit, their voices filled with sweet chatter. It's all right, Magistrate Zhang waved his hand. A beautiful woman is the object of a gentleman's affections, it is only natural. But my dear nephew, Magistrate Zhang said with a mischievous smile, adopting the tone of an elder looking at a younger person. The way to manage a family also requires acting according to one's ability, and even more so, treating everyone fairly. Ha ha. Magistrate Zhang stroked his beard and said earnestly. At this moment, Madame Zhou, the wife of Magistrate Zhang, also came out from the inner room upon hearing the noise. She was plump and well dressed, and initially came with some curiosity, but when her gaze fell on the 8 graceful women in the study, she stopped in her tracks and her eyes widened abruptly. As the wife of a magistrate, she thought she had seen many scenes, but the sight of 8 beauties gathered together still made her momentarily stunned. This Shin Mo has an amazing eye for women. He seems to have every type of beauty in the world. She subconsciously glanced back at the only 2 maids accompanying her, and a strange, indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Zhou felt dizzy and couldn't help but marvel. Ahem.
Magistrate Zhang saw that his wife had also come out.
Madam, this is the scholar Shin who wrote "When Will the Moon Be Bright Again" a few days ago.
And these people behind him, cough cough, are his family members, Magistrate Zhang introduced with a smile.
So it's Scholar Shin, I've heard so much about you.
Scholar Shin is truly blessed. Zhou finally came to her senses, put on a polite smile, but couldn't help but let her gaze linger on the 8 women again.
Greetings, madam. Shin Mo bowed again. I've also brought some newly made milk teas today.
I'd like to humbly request that you, sir and madam, sample them as a token of my appreciation, Shin Mo said, changing the subject.
Oh? Milk tea? Magistrate Zhang's attention was indeed drawn.
Madame Zhang's eyes lit up, and she temporarily suppressed the turmoil in her heart.
Shin Mo gestured for Yu Yunlu and Lu Ruyan to present the exquisite bamboo cups they had brought. The aroma of milk tea began to fill the study.
My lord, my lady, this is called milk tea, please have a taste.
Shin Mo handed 2 exquisite bamboo cups with thin bamboo tubes inserted into their mouths to Magistrate Zhang and Madame Zhou respectively. Chapter 63 Banditry is imminent. The bamboo tube inserted into the bamboo tube looked particularly novel. Zhou's eyes lit up, and she tried taking a puff.
Ha! Zhou couldn't help but take another sip, savoring it carefully, a delighted smile spreading across her face.
Master, please try it. This taste is truly wonderful.
It has the elegance of tea, the warmth of milk, and, well, the sweetness is just right, and it seems to have a hint of fruit flavor. Seeing his wife's high praise, Magistrate Zhang finally picked up his cup and took a sip. The moment it touched his lips, his serious brows relaxed.
It is indeed unique. Magistrate Zhang put down his cup and looked at Shin Mo. Young Master Shin, this is called milk tea? Is the milk cow's milk? And what kind of honey is this sweet? How can it be blended so harmoniously without any fishy or goaty smell?
Your Excellency is wise, it is indeed milk. This cup is called High Mountain Oolong, made with High Mountain Oolong tea as its base, capturing its aroma and sweetness from fine sugar, perfectly complementing the flavor of the oolong tea. What Madame just tasted was another one, peach blossom fragrance, made with black tea and a touch of peach pulp, paired with milk, making it even more mellow and rich.
Shin Mo bowed slightly, his attitude respectful.
High Mountain Oolong Peach Blossom Fragrance, Zhou repeated softly, finding Shin Mo more and more pleasing to the eye.
Young Master Shin is truly ingenious.
This drink makes one feel warm and comfortable, both physically and mentally.
The name is also quite elegant.
Master, this is much easier to drink than those strong teas that taste like bitter medicine, Zhou said to her husband.
Young Master Shin, what brings you here? I'm afraid it's not just to let my wife and I try this novel drink, is it?
Magistrate Zhang nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the 2 small earthenware jars held by Shin Mo's concubine behind him.
Your Excellency is extremely discerning.
Shin Mo gestured for Yu Yunlu and Xiao Tao to step forward and gently place the pottery jar on the table. I was fortunate enough to receive some fine icing sugar and salt, but I dare not keep them to myself. I have heard that Your Excellency is diligent in governing and caring for the people, and is busy with countless affairs every day. Your wife also has to manage both the inner and outer affairs. These small gifts are just to express my respect, and may add some flavor to your daily meals, Shin Mo said, bowing.
Can you win favor with just words? You need to be more practical.
I suffered a great loss in my past life. After 10 years of being a beast of burden, I'm still just a seasoned beast of burden.
Shin Mo thought to himself.
Yu Yunlu deftly lifted the lid of one jar. The frosting was snow white and crystal clear, pure, and without a trace of impurity. He then lifted the lid of another jar, revealing salt, equally fine and flawless.
Magistrate Zhang and his wife, Madame Zhou, stared wide-eyed. This icing?
Zhou exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching out her finger to pick up a little, but then realizing it would be impolite, she stopped abruptly.
I've been managing the household for many years, and I've seen the best icing sugar on the market.
It's slightly yellow in color, with coarse granules, and always has a slightly bitter taste amidst the sweetness. This jar in front of me is dazzlingly white and as delicate as powder.
Zhou thought to herself, this completely overturned her understanding.
My lord, madam, please try them.
Shin Mo bowed and handed over 2 wooden spoons. Magistrate Zhang's breathing quickened.
He was a man of the world, and though he tried to remain calm, the shock in his eyes was undeniable. He carefully dipped a wooden spoon into the salt and put it in his mouth. The pure, salty flavor instantly melted on his tongue, without any bitterness or other unpleasant taste. It was absolutely top quality official salt. No, it was even better than official salt.
Hiss. Magistrate Zhang gasped, looked up sharply, and stared at Shen Mo. Shan Mo.
Where did you obtain sugar and salt of such high quality? Zhang Mingyuan, a longtime official, was well aware of the enormous interests involved in the trade of salt and sugar. Such refined goods, once they appeared on the market, could stir up trouble in the region and even lead to death. With a solemn expression, he asked in a low voice. My lord, Shen Mo replied frankly, this was obtained by a female member of my family through repeated experiments using some ancient and incomplete recipes. The yield is extremely small, and it is only used at home and given as gifts to relatives and friends. I am well aware that this is a sensitive item and would never dare to let it enter the market, lest it bring disaster. I present it to you today, firstly to thank you for your past kindness, and secondly because I wish to focus on my studies and seek fame and fortune. I hope you will look after me in the future. This young man looks young, but he is incredibly shrewd in his words and actions. His composure and shrewdness far surpass those of ordinary scholars.
Magistrate Zhang's tense expression eased a bit. He gave Shen Mo a deep look and thought to himself. Well, since it's a family heirloom, you can use it yourself without worry.
I'm very pleased that you have such a desire to improve.
In that case, I'll accept it this time.
Magistrate Zhang stroked his beard and said thoughtfully. He waved his hand, signaling the attendant behind him to carefully accept the 2 pottery jars.
Young Master Shen is too kind. Master, since young Master Shen is interested in the imperial examinations, don't you have some excellent answer sheets and questions from past county and prefectural examinations? Why not lend them to young Master Shen for a while? It would be a great help to him.
After drinking the novel and delicious milk tea and tasting such top-quality sugar and salt, Madame Zhou looked at Shen Mo with even more kindness and smiled. What you say is true, madam, Magistrate Zhang nodded. Shen Mo, in the path of the imperial examinations, the most important thing is a solid foundation, but one must also understand the emperor's intentions and the norms of writing.
I do have some outstanding essays from recent examinations here.
Take them back and study them carefully, you may gain something from them. Magistrate Zhang turned to Shen Mo and said solemnly, then gestured for his attendant to go to the study to fetch the items.
Thank you for your generous gift, sir.
I am deeply grateful and will certainly study diligently to live up to your expectations.
Shen Mo was overjoyed and quickly bowed. This is more tangible than gold and silver, it's a true stepping stone and guiding light.
Even money couldn't buy this in the Zhou dynasty.
Look, there is no wall that can't be breached.
As long as you find the right path, every road leads to Rome, Shen Mo thought to himself as he watched the scene. The servant quickly brought over a heavy sandalwood bookbox and respectfully handed it to Shen Mo, who accepted it.
Magistrate Zhang picked up the cup of milk tea and took another sip.
As if he had thought of something, he put down the cup, but his brows furrowed again. Young Master Shen, since you are eager for fame and fortune, you should also be aware of the current situation.
Focus on your studies, but don't just memorize books.
The world is not peaceful these days, Magistrate Zhang said in a low, worried voice.
I just received an urgent report from the prefectural government the day before yesterday.
On the 15th of last month, Xingshan County, 700 miles away, was attacked and breached by a group of ruthless bandits who had appeared out of nowhere. The county government office was burned down, and the county magistrate, the registrar, the clerk, and all other officials perished. The wealthy households in the city were looted, and any women with even a little bit of beauty were abducted and taken to the mountains. Any men who resisted were slaughtered. It is said that the county town was awash in blood, a truly horrific sight. Magistrate Zhang paused, his gaze sweeping over the people below the hall, finally settling on Shen Mo's face, and said each word clearly.
Clang!
The bamboo cup in Madame Zhang's hand slipped and fell onto the table, spilling the remaining milk tea, but it remained untouched.
Master! How far is Qingshan County from our Dian city? Could those damned bandits possibly wander over here?
Zhou's face turned ashen, her lips trembled, and she suddenly grabbed her husband's arm, her voice shrill.
Qingshan County was massacred? Wealthy households were robbed, women were kidnapped, and those who resisted were killed. These are not bandits, but inhuman bandits. And Dian City is only 700 miles away.
Shen Mo felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The chaotic world has truly arrived, just as my father-in-law said.
And it's so close. I need to make money, and make money quickly. I need to figure out how to protect myself. Shinemo thought to himself.
I have ordered the strengthening of checks at the 4 gates and instructed the county constables in the surrounding areas to mobilize local militia for patrols day and night. However, Dian is a small town, and the magistrate's forces are few and far between. Magistrate Zhang sighed heavily, paused, and continued.
Fortunately, we have. Chapter 64, Judging People by Their Eyes. What is it? Shinemo couldn't help but ask. You'll find out later. Dian City is relatively safe. Magistrate Zhang remained silent. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. I won't bother Lord Zhang and his wife any longer.
I'll come to visit again in a while, Shinemo quickly said. Well then, young Master Shin, please take care. Do not let outsiders know about the banditry, lest it cause unnecessary trouble, Magistrate Zhang said solemnly.
I understand, sir. Please do not send any more. After saying this, Shinemo left the county government office with the women. They left the county government office in silence.
The image of rivers of blood described by Magistrate Zhang weighed heavily on everyone's minds.
My lord, is Qingshan County really so miserable? Lu Ruyan asked in a trembling voice. How could it be false when the magistrate himself said it?
The world has descended into chaos faster and more violently than we imagined, Shinemo said in a deep voice.
Fear is useless.
Once we get back, we'll immediately start reinforcing the courtyard walls.
You Lu, keep the Yu family village token your father gave you safe.
It's a backup plan in case anything happens. Shinemo turned around, his gaze sweeping over the panicked faces of the women behind him, and said firmly.
Our priority now is to make money and stockpile grain. We'll find an opportunity to buy guards and servants later.
700 li is quite a distance, Shinemo said to the women. Don't worry, my husband, with me here, those thieves won't be able to set foot in our house easily.
If all else fails, we'll go back to my father. Yu Yunlu nodded emphatically.
Shinemo responded, turning his gaze to the street ahead. Right now, we must seize this opportunity with the young prince. At this critical juncture of chaos, the protection of a member of the royal family carries immense weight, Shinemo thought to himself. Turning the corner, the most magnificent area of the inner city came into view. A mansion stood out from the crowd. The Vermilion Gate was over 10 feet high, and a pair of huge stone lions stood in front of it, majestic and imposing. Above the gate, a huge ebony plaque with gold lettering read Yulong Crown Prince's Residence. The area in front of the prince's mansion was unusually deserted, with only 2 rows of guards dressed in black, long swords at their waists, standing on either side, their eyes cold and sharp. As Shinemo and his group approached the bluestone pavement in front of the prince's mansion, still a dozen steps away from the gate, several cold gazes suddenly fixed upon them. Halt! A middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader of the guards stepped forward from the left and said in a cold voice.
This is a royal residence, and all unauthorized personnel are to leave immediately.
The middle-aged man's gaze swept over Shinemo and the women behind him, filled with scrutiny and contempt.
Greetings, sir. My name is Shinemo.
I have come to pay my respects at the invitation of the young prince. Please inform him of my arrival. Shinemo stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting to the head guard, and spoke in a calm tone.
Shinemo?
The guard leader frowned, his contempt deepening.
Which prominent figure in Dian City doesn't he know?
He's never even heard of this scholar.
And he's accepted an invitation from the young prince?
He's utterly ignorant of his place. The guard leader's mind raced. The young prince's status is so noble, how could someone like you, an unknown person, just see him as you please?
Invited? Do you have a visiting card? Do you have a token? If not, get out of here at once.
If you keep making noise, don't blame the swords and spears for being merciless. The guard leader sneered and mocked. The guards behind him stepped forward in unison, their hands on their sword hilts, and the atmosphere instantly became tense.
Looking down on people like that.
But this isn't an ordinary dog, it's at least a golden retriever, a purebred poodle, Shinemo cursed inwardly. Brother, please take a look.
Can this be used as a token?
Shinemo took something out of his pocket, held it in his palm, and handed it forward. Big brother? This way of addressing little brother is quite unique, the guard leader thought to himself, but his gaze was fixed on the jade pendant that Shinemo had handed over. It was a piece of mutton fat jade, about half the size of a palm. The edges were surrounded by dragon patterns, and in the center was a simple yet powerful seal script character, long. The moment the guard leader's gaze fell upon the mutton fat jade, his pupils suddenly contracted. The arrogance and mockery on his face were replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. As a guard in the prince's palace, he knew all too well the significance of this mutton fat jade. The Long Yu pendant, one of the personal tokens of Prince Long. Seeing the pendant is like seeing the prince in person. It is said that there are only two, and it is impossible for anyone but a trusted confidant or someone who has made great contributions to possess it. In the entire prince's mansion, he knows that only the old steward has this pendant. The guard leader thought to himself, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He abruptly looked up at Shin Mo again, his eyes now completely changed. This sudden turn of events left Lu Ruyan, Yu Yunlu, and the others behind Shin Mo dumbfounded. Young Master Shin, please wait a moment. This subordinate will go in and inform him immediately. The young prince will be overjoyed to know you have arrived. The head guard stood up, bowed deeply to Shin Mo, and said with a fawning smile. After saying that, he ran inside quickly. The guards kneeling on the ground maintained their respectful posture. Husband, that jade pendant is so impressive. Lu Ruyan whispered as she approached Shin Mo. Across the street from the prince's mansion, on an inconspicuous tea stall, a man in a grey robe wearing a straw hat was drinking tea, his gaze quickly sweeping over Shin Mo and the women behind him. The gate opened again quickly. The first person to emerge was not the head of the guards, but a middle-aged man with a fair complexion, no beard, wearing a dark blue silk robe, and a smile on his face. Oh my! Distinguished guest! I am so sorry for not welcoming you properly, young Master Shin. The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply to Shin Mo, and said warmly. My name is Zhom, the steward of the outer courtyard of the prince's mansion. The young prince was admiring the chrysanthemums in the garden when he heard of your visit, and was overjoyed. He specially instructed me to come and welcome you. Young master, ladies, please come in quickly. Thank you for your trouble, Steward Zhom. Shin Mo returned the greeting with a cupped hand. Led by Steward Zhom, the group passed through the heavily guarded gates of the prince's mansion. Inside, pavilions and towers, carved beams and painted rafters, exuded both imperial grandeur and the exquisite beauty of Jiangnan Gardens. Passing through several moon gates, a spacious waterside pavilion came into view. Inside, thick carpets covered the floor, and in the center stood a large round table laden with seasonal fruits and exquisite pastries. A figure sat with his back to them in a specially made, wide wooden armchair, leisurely sipping tea while gazing at the autumnal scenery. Young Master Shin has arrived, Steward Zhong said softly, bowing. The man slowly turned around. He was dressed in a dark red robe embroidered with gold pythons, exuding an air of nobility. When he saw Shin Mo, a warm smile appeared on his face, and his small eyes narrowed slightly. Ha ha ha! Brother Shen! What a rare guest! We've been waiting for you, the young prince exclaimed. He struggled to get up, and the two pretty maids beside him quickly stepped forward to help him. I dare not trouble your highness to rise. Shin Mo quickly stepped forward and bowed. This humble servant, Shin Mo, greets your highness. Oh! No need for formalities. We don't need to stand on ceremony between us. The young prince waved his hand. The young prince looked at Shin Mo and the several obedient women behind him with great interest. His smile held a hint of mischief. TSK, brother Shin, you're quite the lucky one. It's only been a few days, and you've already gained another beauty by your side? Chapter 65 A Garden Full of Color. Your highness is too kind. These are the ladies of my family, the Lu sisters, the Yu sisters, the Yi sisters, the Yen sisters, and Xiao Tao, Shin Mo said with a smile. He then pointed to Cui Inger and Hua Muden. These two are very grateful for your highness's generous gift. It's their good fortune to have followed you. Come, sit down. Don't be shy. Steward Zhong, bring the tea. The best Westlake Longjing, the young prince laughed heartily. Everyone took their seats at the round table as instructed. The maids served fragrant teacups. Your highness, I am deeply grateful for your kindness in gifting me this beautiful woman last time. I have no way to repay you, but fortunately, my family and I have come up with a little something that might catch your eye. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shin Mo took a brocade box from Lu Ruyan and presented it with both hands. Oh! The young prince became interested and gestured to the maid beside him to take the brocade box and open it. Inside were two small white jade jars. This is a little salt that the student made at home, Shin Mo explained. Salt? A hint of disdain flashed across the young prince's face. I've seen plenty of salt, I've even eaten tribute salt, what's so special about it, the young prince thought to himself, and casually picked up a jar, gesturing for the maid to open it. When the lid was lifted and the snow-white, fine-textured salt was revealed, the young prince's casual expression froze instantly. He picked up a small pinch with his fingers, brought it close to his eyes to examine it closely, and then slowly put it into his mouth. The pure, unadulterated salty and savory flavor, without a trace of bitterness or the slightest fishy taste of sea salt, is so pure that it even surpasses the tribute salt he tasted in the palace. Brother Shin, where did you get your salt-making method? The quality of this salt is unmatched, not to mention Dian City, even the tribute salt from the capital might not be able to compare. This is no trinket, it's priceless and extremely valuable. The young prince's eyes flashed with shrewdness, and he spoke solemnly. Your Highness is wise. This is an ancient recipe that I obtained by chance at home. After several trials and errors, I was fortunate enough to produce this small item. The production is extremely low, and it is only for my own use and to give to my elders. I would never dare to let it enter the market, lest it cause trouble. I am offering it to your Highness today as a token of my sincerity, and I have no other intentions. Shen Mo said hurriedly. Ha ha ha. Good. What a wonderful way to express one's feelings. The young prince clapped his hands and laughed. Brother Shen, I appreciate your kind gesture. You're very kind. Write down the ancient recipe for me later. Don't call me your Highness anymore, just call me Brother Long. The young prince gestured to the maid to carefully put away the salt jar and said, My friend, you're quite the character. You always manage to come up with something new and interesting. I found that fine sugar last time to be excellent. And this salt is even more wonderful. Brother Long, I have brought the ancient formula. Shen Mo said, handing over the written extraction method. Oh. Steward Zhong, take this and try it out. The young prince instructed the steward beside him. Brother Long, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, Shen Mo quickly said. The young prince nodded non-committally. I'm not afraid of God like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig like teammates. He's very worried that the young prince's subordinates aren't smart enough, Shen Mo thought to himself. Besides fine salt, I also brought a new concoction I recently developed, milk tea, Shen Mo said. Milk tea? What is that? The young prince asked Shen Mo with bright eyes. What a foodie! This prince would definitely be a food blogger in later generations. Shen Mo thought to himself. Is this food? I've been craving it these past few days. I'm tired of everything the cooks in the manor are making, the young prince sighed. I happen to have brought a few newly made dishes with me today. Please, your Highness and all the distinguished guests of the prince's mansion, taste them. Quickly. Bring it up. Let me have a taste. The young prince was overjoyed and rubbed his chubby hands together. Shen Mo gestured, and Yu Yunlu and Lu Ruyan immediately brought up the several specially made bamboo tubes they had brought. This amber-colored cup, with a rich tea aroma and a hint of caramel, is called Amber Gold Wave, made with black tea base and caramel pearls, Shen Mo introduced, pointing to the first cup. This milky white cup, with a rich taro aroma and a grainy texture, is called Purple Jade Smoke, made with taro milk and taro balls. This light green tea, with a delicate jasmine fragrance, is called Jade Pool Snow, made with jasmine green tea and milk. Young prince, please wait a moment, let me try the silver needles first, the guard said. No need, I trust Brother Shin. The young prince listened with great interest and couldn't wait to pick up the amber gold wave with the bamboo tube inserted and take a big gulp. The young prince sighed contentedly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Great! Great! This tastes delicious. These little black meatballs are so chewy and tasty. After saying that, he picked up the purple jade smoke again. Fragrant. Sticky. Sweet but not cloying. Absolutely wonderful. The young prince was full of praise, and his voice startled the inner quarters of the palace. Amidst the tinkling of jade pendants and the wafting fragrance, a group of beautiful women gracefully entered from the other end of the corridor. Leading them were several elegantly dressed and stunningly beautiful concubines and secondary consorts, followed by 40 or 50 maids and beauties, each with exceptional looks, a veritable riot of color, instantly filling the entire waterside pavilion to capacity. A golden house for keeping a beauty, a scene every 10 steps? Boundless spring colors, flowers everywhere? I bet even a talent show wouldn't be this exaggerated, there are too many to count, can you even remember them all? Shen Mo felt a little jealous at this moment. Your Highness, what delicious treats have you gotten this time?
The aroma is making my mouth water.
A concubine dressed in a pale yellow palace gown, with a charming face, said sweetly, her eyes fixed on the cups of milk tea. Yes, Your Highness, it's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Another concubine, dressed in a crimson brocade robe, chimed in with a smile.
Come, come. Everyone, have a taste. This is a wonderful thing that young Master Shinemo brought, called milk tea. Come and try it. The young prince was enjoying his drink when he waved his hand and called out. This is Shinemo, the scholar who invented the fine sugar in this milk tea, the young prince introduced, pointing to Shinemo.
The women's eyes instantly focused on Shinemo, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a touch of bold provocation.
Greetings, ladies. Shinemo felt immense pressure and quickly stood up to greet them. Young Master Shin is quite interesting,
said a woman who appeared to be the principal wife, while the other women covered their mouths and chuckled.
The maids quickly prepared bamboo tubes and small cups to portion out the remaining milk tea.
The scene immediately became lively, filled with sweet voices and exclamations of surprise.
Wow! This black pearl is so fun. It's so bouncy.
These purple taro balls smell so sweet.
Your Highness, I want more.
This green drink is so refreshing.
And it has a floral scent. The sweetness is just right.
It tastes much better than sugar water.
Scholar Shin is truly skillful. This young prince's harem is truly magnificent.
My 8 concubines are just a tiny fraction compared to his. Shinemo thought to himself, his lips twitching slightly as he looked at the scene that resembled a milk tea tasting event. A beautiful woman is kept in a golden house amidst the spring colors, while a cold cave dwelling endures the chill of the moonlight. Some are born in Rome, while others struggle their whole lives but never reach it. These 2 lines involuntarily floated into Shinmo's mind. He couldn't help but feel envious.
I need to urinate. I drank too much tea.
Hiss. Shinemo subconsciously squeezed his legs together, his brows furrowing slightly.
Brother Shun? What's wrong?
The young prince asked quickly when he saw Shinmo's pale face. A brother Long has a discerning eye.
May I ask where this convenient place is? Shinemo asked softly.
Chapter 66, A Different Toilet Experience, Free Medicine.
But. Giggle giggle.
The concubines and maids laughed so hard they were shaking.
Mr. Shin is so adorable.
Oh my, Mr. Shin is truly a free-spirited man. Your Highness, look, Master Shin's face is all red. For a moment, the air was filled with the sounds of birdsong. Lu Ruyan and the other girls were both embarrassed and ashamed, wishing they could disappear immediately.
Ha ha ha.
It's only natural for a person to have to relieve themselves. If you hold it in, I can't afford to compensate your beautiful ladies. Steward Zhong, the young prince laughed heartily. Your servant is here. Steward Zhong hurriedly stepped forward and replied.
Take Brother Shin to Tingtao Pavilion.
I also have something I'd like to say to him privately. I'll be there shortly, the young prince instructed.
Brother, go ahead.
I'll go relieve myself later.
Ha ha. The young prince winked at Shinemo and said.
Even the toilet has such an artistic name. I'm impressed.
Shinemo followed Steward Zhong through several corridors and arrived at a secluded and elegant waterside pavilion, Tingtao Pavilion. The interior was lavishly furnished, with thick, soft carpets and the fragrant aroma of sandalwood.
Most striking was a corner of the interior, where a huge, intricately carved screen separated a separate space.
Please wait a moment, Master Shin.
The prince will be here shortly.
Steward Zhong bowed and withdrew. Wait, where is this toilet? Where am I supposed to pee? It's so embarrassing to urinate or defecate anywhere. Shinemo was speechless and extremely anxious.
Manager Zhong had already walked away by then. Just as Shinemo breathed a sigh of relief, soft footsteps came from behind the screen. 2 pretty maids dressed in pale yellow palace gowns stepped out with their heads bowed, giving Shinemo a graceful bow. This servant will help you change your clothes and relieve yourself, young master. A maid stepped forward to untie Shinmo's belt, while another maid held a small gilded basin filled with water and a few flower petals floating in it.
No. No need. I can do it myself. I can do it myself.
Shinemo was so frightened that he took a step back and tightly protected his belt with both hands, his face turning red instantly. What a joke! Even if he were a modern soul who had transmigrated, he would absolutely not accept having to be helped to undress in order to use the toilet. This is too shameful.
He probably wouldn't be able to beat damn feudal society. Shen Mo sighed inwardly. The two maids exchanged bewildered glances.
In the prince's residence, only the most distinguished guests received such an honor.
This Master Shen had actually refused?
Just then, the young prince came in and saw Shen Mo's embarrassed look, as if he were facing a formidable enemy and desperately trying to protect his waistband.
Ha 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 ha. Brother Shen. You really are something else. I'm impressed. Scholars are too thin-skinned. All of you, leave. The young prince waved for the maids to leave.
He swaggered behind the screen, and soon the sound of dripping water could be heard. Shen Mo then rushed to the other side to resolve the issue. The two emerged from behind the screen, accompanied by two maids carrying a copper basin filled with warm flower petal water and a snow-white silk handkerchief. This servant will help you wash your hands, young master. Two other maids approached Shen Mo and the young prince respectively, and began to wash Shen Mo's hands. After washing, she even used a snow-white silk handkerchief to help dry the clothes.
I didn't even have time to react.
This treatment is beyond what I ever received in my previous life as a fisherman, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Do I still need to bring back the new toilet I brought? It's like having maids to serve me when I need to relieve myself, isn't it? Shen Mo wondered to himself.
Go and brew a pot of Longjing tea, the young prince instructed the maids.
The young prince led Shen Mo to a nearby pavilion and sat down. A maidservant soon served fragrant tea.
Brother Shen, there were too many people earlier, so I didn't have a chance to ask in detail.
Today, seeing you with 8 beautiful ladies, I'm truly envious. The young prince sipped his tea, sizing up Shen Mo with a mischievous smile. Envy my foot.
I have 8, and there were probably 40 or 50 just now, and there are still some who haven't come out yet.
You must have at least 100 or 200? Shen Mo muttered to himself. However, I've discovered something interesting.
The young prince changed the subject.
Brother Long, please speak.
Look at your 8 beauties, only 2 of them have their hair styled in a woman's bun. The others are still wearing their hair like young girls.
Brother, you're not impotent, are you?
The young prince leaned closer and whispered.
Boom.
Shen Mo's blood boiled, and his face turned red.
It's because this body I transmigrated into is weak.
I can't bring myself to tell the prince that I was whipped and the injury is just healed, or that my wife is demanding homework from me every day.
Shen Mo thought for a moment and wanted to explain.
Brother Shen, when you were 18, I had already married dozens of wives and concubines, and now we have more than 10 children, the young prince said proudly.
Any explanation is pale and powerless. It can't compare. Shen Mo sighed inwardly, his face showing worry. Don't panic.
Men, when I was young, cough cough, I also had my share of troubles. The young prince saw Shen Mo's worried look and said with a knowing I knew it expression, and with sympathy. After he finished speaking, he gestured to Steward Zhong. Steward Zhong immediately took out 2 items, a warm, white jade bottle and a small booklet wrapped in brocade. The young prince waved his hand, and Steward Zhong immediately left.
Here you go, the Dragon and Tiger Golden Pill. It was specially made for me by the imperial physicians.
It's made with century-old ginseng, deer antler, seahorse, bull penis, and Tian Shan snow lotus.
Absolutely no side effects. Half a pill at a time, and I guarantee you'll be full of vigor and energy, and able to cough, handle everything with ease.
The young prince picked up the white jade bottle and poured out a red pill the size of a longan seed. After finishing his sentence, the young prince picked up the booklet again and handed it to Shen Mo, saying, "This is an even greater treasure. It's the secret essentials of yin-yang harmony written by a highly accomplished Taoist master from the previous dynasty. The methods of guiding breathing, strengthening the foundation, and achieving the union of yin and yang are exquisite. This book has played an indispensable role in my achievements today. I'm giving it to you, my brother, so go back and study it carefully. Don't neglect your beautiful wife who's crying for milk at home."
Ha ha ha. He patted Shen Mo on the shoulder and laughed heartily.
This pill might have the same effect as that aphrodisiac powder similar to the ox and horse pill from last time. As for this erotic secret manual, it is indeed better than those of later generations. Although I have watched hundreds of Japanese adult films and been taught by teachers like Shaotsung and Okita, I consider myself to have rich theoretical knowledge, but I have never actually seen a secret manual for maintaining my health. Shen Mo's thoughts drifted back to his past life, and he missed those adult films a little. Brother Shen, whether it's fine sugar, salt, or even this novel milk tea, making money is a good thing. The young prince paused, his small eyes narrowing.
But a storm is brewing.
Brother, you should make plans soon, the young prince suddenly said seriously.
Chapter 67 Flush Toilet. I guess the prince is referring to the bandits, Shinemo couldn't help but think. Brother Long's words of wisdom are well remembered.
In addition to the fine salt and milk tea, I have brought a small token of my appreciation for your highness, which may bring some convenience to your daily life, Shinemo said. It's impossible for every wife and concubine in the entire palace to have someone serve them when they need to relieve themselves.
It has to be useful eventually, Shinemo thought.
Oh? What other interesting things does Brother Shen have? The young prince asked curiously. This item is called a flush toilet, designed specifically to solve that problem you just had.
Please take a look, Your Highness. Shinemo took out a blueprint from his pocket and presented it with both hands. The drawings were spread out on the wooden table. Brother Long, please take a look. This item is made of fine porcelain, and it is pure white and smooth. Shinemo pointed to the blueprint and continued to explain in detail.
This is the seat ring, which can be opened and closed, and is warm in winter and cool in summer. This is the water tank, which is placed high up and has a mechanism inside.
Just pull this chain. Shinemo gestured.
Clear water gushes out of the tank, and the powerful flow instantly washes away the filth, leading directly to the underground septic tank or sewer. The whole process requires no manual cleaning, is clean and odorless, and requires no one to serve you.
Shinemo explained.
I still prefer to be served by maids, but they can be used by my concubines, the young prince said with a smile. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality.
This new toilet is clean, convenient, and hassle-free. It's simply heavenly.
I could even install one for the servants, the young prince thought to himself.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This is exactly what I wanted. Brother Shin, you are truly my lucky star.
Tasteless and self-purifying, it solved one of life's greatest problems. The young prince liked the blueprints more and more as he looked at them, excitedly patting the armrest. Brother Long, I've put this toilet on the carriage I hired outside, Shinemo said. Steward Zhong, the young prince exclaimed excitedly. Your servant is here.
Quickly. Brother Shin's carriage is right outside the courtyard.
Take some men and carefully carry that flush toilet from the carriage into the palace for me.
Place it in the warm pavilion behind Tingtao Pavilion where I often rest. Find someone to build it according to the plans immediately. The sooner the better. Use the best craftsmen.
The best ceramics. Money is no problem, the young prince instructed.
Your Highness, please wait.
This item requires a special sewage pipe and septic tank, so installation is a bit complicated.
It's clearly marked on the blueprints.
Also, the height of the water tank directly affects the flushing power.
Shinemo quickly added. No problem, no problem. My manor has countless craftsmen. Just follow the blueprints.
If they can't even handle this small matter, are they all incompetent? The young prince said dismissively.
Manager Zhong, did you hear that? Follow Brother Shen's blueprints exactly. If there's even the slightest mistake, you'll be held responsible.
Yes, sir. Steward Zhong hurriedly led his men and rushed out of the prince's mansion.
Brother Shen, I am extremely satisfied with this toilet. Tell me, are you currently facing any difficulties?
I will do my best to help if I can, the young prince said in high spirits. I am deeply grateful for your highness's favor. I have rented a shop on the main street of the city to run this milk tea business.
I will also be making some novel snacks later. The opening is scheduled for 3 days from now.
I humbly request that your highness take the time to grace my humble shop with your presence.
I would be eternally grateful. Shinemo immediately bowed and said. Milk tea? A novel snack?
The young prince's eyes lit up.
Opening for business? Great. I'll definitely be there.
Not only will I go, but I'll also bring a few of my favorite concubines to support you. I guarantee your shop will be an instant success, the young prince assured, patting his chest.
Thank you, your highness. Shinemo said gratefully.
With the young prince's name on my name, at least in Dian City, no petty thief would dare to provoke my shop so easily.
Shinemo was overjoyed. After bidding farewell to the young prince, Shinemo left the palace with the women.
Driver, to Zhongjie, Shinemo said to the coachman waiting outside. The carriage headed towards the shops on Zhongjie Street.
200 cash, the driver said.
Go to Zanbazhai and tell the manager to have Wang Dezhuang come to this location on Zhongjie Street to find me. Shen Mo gave the driver 30 coins as an instruction.
All right, the driver replied with a smile. Shen Mo led the women into the shop.
At this moment, the shop was still empty, and the backyard was piled with a lot of miscellaneous items. Let's use this backyard as a residence and a sugar-making and milk tea workshop, Shen Mo thought to himself.
It's still early today, Ruyan, can you make arrangements? Some people can clean, and others can go buy bedding and other necessities. We'll probably be staying here for the next few days, Shen Mo said to Lu Ruyan.
Yes, my husband, Lu Ruyan replied softly.
Sister Yulu, Sister Rushue, you are strong, so you are responsible for clearing out the clutter in the main hall and cleaning the floors, doors, and windows. Sister Rushuan, Sister Sanyan, we are responsible for cleaning the backyard rooms and putting things away. Shout out, Inger, Newton, you go shopping. Here is the list and money. After a while, Lu Ruyan quickly distributed the tasks and gave instructions.
The list was densely packed: daily necessities bedding, pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, cleaning tools, broom, rags, buckets, decorative items, red silk, candles, festive window decorations, sugar-making raw materials, large quantities of raw sugar, charcoal, filter cloth, new earthenware jars, and most importantly beds for all 8 rooms. There are 5 rooms in the backyard and 3 rooms on the second floor of the shop.
At least we each have a room, Shen Mo thought to himself. The women accepted the order and immediately sprang into action. Some transformed into cleaning experts, sweeping, dusting, and tidying up the rooms. Others took the money and went shopping. As evening fell, the 3-person shopping team returned home laden with their purchases. Large bags and small packages filled the yard.
Xiao Tao, blushing, handed Lu Ruyan a pair of exquisite dragon and phoenix candles, a stack of large red paper-cut window decorations, and red silk.
Sister Ruyan, who are these wedding candles for? Could it be that tonight, a bride will be lighting them in our new home?
Yi Sanyang asked with a dreamy smile, her eyes sparkling.
Lu Ruyan blushed slightly, glared reproachfully at Yi Sanyang, but did not refute.
Her gaze fell on Shen Mo, who was counting the pottery jars, and then quickly swept over Cui Inger, who was tidying up the house. Cui Inger felt the gaze, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head even further, revealing a blush on her exposed neck. She seemed to understand what this wedding night meant. Just then, there was a knock on the courtyard gate. Wang Dezhuang stood at the door, looking travel-worn.
Dezhuang, come in quickly.
Shen Mo called out, handing over a glass of water.
I probably won't be going back tonight. I'll leave the village affairs to you for now.
You can oversee the general progress of the new house and pay the villagers' wages.
Your wages will remain the same.
I'll have Ruyan give you a week's wages later, Shen Mo instructed.
Brother Mo, you're not going back? Wang Dezhuang asked.
Okay, I'll leave the village houses to you to take care of, Shen Mo said, patting Wang Dezhuang on the shoulder.
Don't worry, Brother Mo. The brick kiln is firing smoothly, and there's enough cement.
A few more skilled workers from the village have come to help, and the walls are being built very quickly. According to your drawings, the framework for the 5 rooms should be completed this week, and the outhouse and culvert are almost finished.
In another 7 or 8 days, it will be ready to live in.
Wang Dezhuang said with a smile.
That's great. Dezhuang, thank you for your hard work. Here's the deal, I won't go back for the next few days. I'll stay in the city and oversee the shop's opening. Keep an eye on things in the village for me.
Pay them the highest wages and meals, don't skimp.
If anything happens, have someone come to the city to find me immediately. Leave it to me.
Wang Dezhuang patted his chest and assured him, then curiously looked around at the newly renovated shop and courtyard.
Brother Mo, your shop is really impressive. I'll definitely bring everyone from the village to support you on opening day. After seeing Wang Dezhuang off, night had fallen.
Oil lamps were lit in the new house, and all 8 rooms were properly furnished with brand new bedding. In the main hall, Lu Ruyan directed the women to hang up red silk and paste paper-cut window decorations. A pair of exquisite dragon and phoenix candles were solemnly placed on the table in the main hall.
Husband, 2 days have passed, now it's been 3.
The new house is finished, so we should light the wedding candles to add to the joy.
Inger is gentle and lovely. Why don't we have her accompany you to the room tonight to light the wedding candles?
It will warm the new house and fulfill the proper etiquette.
What do you say, Ruyan?
After dinner, Yi Sanyang put down her chopsticks, looked at Shen Mo with brimming eyes, glanced at Cui Inger, and said with a charming smile.
Chapter 68 New Home plus Wedding Night. Third sister is absolutely right.
According to age order, it should be Sister Inger's turn tonight, Lu Ruyan said gently, nodding slightly. Yu Yunlu and Hua Mudan didn't speak, but simply nodded in agreement. The Yen sisters and Xiao Tao also blushed and looked at Cui Inger curiously.
Inger, I leave it to my husband and sisters to decide.
Cui Inger's heart was pounding like a deer, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head and said softly.
It's getting late, everyone should rest early.
Don't disturb your husband and Sister Inger's wedding night, Yi San Yang said to the women, winking at Shen Mo. The other girls quickly went to their respective rooms. Husband, you and Inger go to the west wing, the room there is bigger.
Yi San Yang turned around and said to Shen Mo. Shen Mo looked at Cui Inger's pitiful face under the candlelight. Take a deep breath and calm down, Shen Mo mentally prepared himself.
Husband Cui Inger couldn't help but whisper when she saw that Shen Mo was motionless.
Ah! Shen Mo came back to his senses at this moment.
What's there to be afraid of?
We'll deal with whatever comes our way, Shen Mo told himself, trying to boost his morale. Inger, come with me. Shen Mo extended his hand and said gently.
Overwhelmed with shyness, Cui Inger placed her small hand in Shen Mo's palm, and he led her towards the west wing. As soon as the two entered, they saw the wallpaper and window paper that were specially decorated with a red theme, and a pair of red candles were lit on the table in the middle.
Deep affection is fleeting, but cunning wins hearts.
Looks like I'm already fish on the chopping block today, Shen Mo thought to himself, looking at the scene before him.
Inside the new house, red candles flickered.
The air was filled with calming incense, which intertwined with Cui Inger's natural, faint fragrance, like orchids in a secluded valley, gently wafting into her nostrils and captivating her heart.
Shen Mo closed the door.
Only their rapid breathing and heartbeats remained. Husband Cui Inger stood by the bed covered with a brand new red brocade quilt, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her head almost drooping to her chest. The candlelight outlined her stunning curves, especially her full breasts, tightly wrapped in a pale pink new dress, which rose and fell violently with her breathing, creating an incredibly powerful visual impact.
This size is definitely more than an E-cup, even bigger than San Yang's, heading towards F or even G. Truly the epitome of a baby face with huge breasts. Shen Mo thought to himself after making his assessment, swallowing hard. Inger, don't be afraid.
Shen Mo approached, his voice a little hoarse, and pulled Cui Inger to sit on the bed.
Why does this sound a bit off?
It's starting to sound like something a creepy uncle would say, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Shen Mo gently lifted Cui Inger's chin.
In the candlelight, her eyelashes trembled, her eyes were shimmering with tears, her face was shy, her skin was as white as snow, delicate and flawless, and her body was flushed with an intoxicating blush of embarrassment. Shen Mo's fingers brushed across Cui Inger's burning cheeks, then slowly slid down her swan-like neck, finally landing on the first button of her dress.
Cui Inger's body trembled violently.
She obediently tilted her head back slightly, closed her eyes, and looked as if she were ready to be taken. His chest heaved violently, and his body trembled slightly.
Which man could resist the urge to force himself on her until he's reduced to ashes? He'd rather die than be breastfed. Shen Mo couldn't take it anymore.
Inger, now that you've entered the Shen family, you're my wife.
Don't be afraid.
My lord, please have mercy on me, Cui Inger pleaded softly, like a frightened deer. Shen Mo responded, but his movements didn't stop.
1, 2, the buttons were skillfully undone.
Shen Mo felt that the snow-white and delicate texture was dazzling.
Don't look at what you shouldn't see. This scale, hazy beauty? The evil mosaic?
No way, the visual impact is far beyond imagination, hidden deep. Love is separated by mountains and seas, but mountains and seas can be leveled. A man should bravely climb the peak and flatten the mountains and seas.
Shen Mo cheered himself up in his heart.
A rare beauty plus, F grade, when the peach is ripe. Shen Mo felt himself starting to pant. Cui Inger let out a soft whimper like a kitten, and said in a sweet voice,
Husband, don't look.
After saying that, she subconsciously tried to raise her slender arms to hug and cover herself. So beautiful, Shen Mo exclaimed, gently pressing down on her arm as she tried to cover herself. What you learn from books is never enough, you must experience it firsthand to truly understand it.
You have to measure it out yourself. Actions speak louder than words. Shen Mo couldn't resist the urge to play around.
Shen Mo no longer hesitated and leaned down to kiss Cui Inger's slightly parted, delicate lips, as soft as flower petals.
Cui Inger responded awkwardly and clumsily.
Cui Inger trembled all over, letting out a delicate and melodious nasal sound.
Her tense body softened slightly as she leaned closer to Shin-mo. Top-grade mutton fat jade and snow mountain jade are white, right? Shin-mo likes to plant peach blossoms. Cui Inger was struck as if by lightning.
Her body arched upwards with a soft groan, and she gripped the soft brocade quilt beneath her tightly with both hands.
An unprecedented, intense stimulation overwhelmed her instantly, leaving her mind blank. Clothes fell like petals.
The melons ripened and fell from their vines. The mountains rose one after another, a sight to behold. Her rounded, pert hips created an extremely sexy and alluring, almost perfect hourglass curve. Her buttocks were as full as a ripe peach, with a breathtakingly full curve, exuding amazing fleshiness and elasticity. It is truly naturally sensual, with every inch exuding an irresistible allure.
Shin-mo didn't understand why he suddenly thought of the Song of the Pipa.
Having lived 2 lives, he had a new understanding of Teacher Bai's poem.
Such a poetic poem, could Lao Bai be an experienced driver? Shin-mo thought to himself. Cui Inger wrapped her arms tightly around Shin-mo's neck. My husband. I am yours now.
Inger, Shin-mo soothed softly. Drunk, I pick up my lamp to examine my sword in my dreams. I hear the bugles of the camp.
To be continued. Chapter 69 Inseparable, Quantum Entanglement. Whatever you do, you must persevere to the end. Shin-mo always believed in this and put it into practice.
The warbling of orioles and the chirping of swallows fill the valley. The warbling of orioles and the chirping of swallows create a melodious and gentle atmosphere.
Flattery and obsequiousness. That's not something Shin-mo likes, it's more like something a girl would do.
A giant rock plunges into a deep pool, creating ripples. Giant waves, like surging, leap and sway wildly, dazzling the eye.
Cui Inger's voluptuous waist swayed gently like a willow in the wind, stirring up waves that made one's blood boil.
Her voice is so sweet and gentle that it melts into your bones.
My husband. My good husband. Shin-mo felt his blood surging and his anger rising even higher.
He felt as if he were trapped in a vortex formation. A powerful yet warm pull draws you in, making it impossible to escape. Like being propelled by ocean waves, or drawn by an invisible whirlpool to explore deeper, more mysterious realms.
Like the tides, sometimes gentle, sometimes surging and powerful.
The dragon and phoenix candles burned quietly, filling the room with a beautiful spring atmosphere, vibrant and fragrant. After an unknown amount of time, Cui Inger slumped limply in Shin-mo's arms, her body drenched in fragrant sweat, her cheeks flushed and filled with deep affection. Like a well-fed kitten, she subconsciously rubbed her cheek against Shin-mo's chest. Shin-mo held the soft, smooth, and incredibly supple body in his arms, his heart filled with deep affection. This Cui Inger not only possessed a stunningly beautiful face, but also a naturally endowed, voluptuous body that could drive any man mad.
Shin-mo gently stroked her smooth, sweaty back and placed a kiss on her forehead. Inger.
Shin-mo called softly.
Husband. Cui Inger responded lazily with her eyes closed, pulling his arms even tighter. The soft flesh pressed tightly against Shin-mo's chest, the sensation was indescribable.
I searched for her 1,000 times in my dreams, only to find her right there on my pillow, on my chest.
The night was like a dream.
In the early morning, Cui Inger's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes to see Shin-mo's sleeping face so close to hers. The blush-inducing images of last night instantly flooded her mind, and her cheeks burned. She subconsciously shifted her body, letting out a soft gasp and furrowing her brow.
The slight noise startled Shin-mo awake.
He opened his eyes and met Cui Inger's shy and timid, watery eyes.
Awake? Shin-mo said softly, pulling her closer into his arms. Good morning, my husband, Cui Inger whispered, burying her face in Shin-mo's neck. Good morning, my wife. Are you still feeling unwell? Shin-mo slid his hand down to her lower back and gently massaged it.
A little, and a bit sour. Cui Inger gave a soft hum. It's my fault for being so reckless, Shin-mo said tenderly, kissing Cui Inger's forehead. When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
After watching so many TV dramas, I've even naturally picked up these ancient sayings? Shin-mo was surprised to himself.
Take a good rest today, you don't need to worry about the shop's preparations.
No need to rest.
Cui Inger quickly shook her head.
Inger can do it, the older sisters are all busy. Silly girl, no one said you were being lazy.
There are many things to do today, and you're not feeling well, so just help Rushu attend the stove in the yard, or help Shoutao prepare things for the opening. It's all helping out, so be good, Shin-mo said gently.
Some people say that personality is contagious. Spending too much time with gentle people can calm down even the most irritable ones. Is it quantum entanglement? The result of yin and yang harmony? When did I become a warm-hearted guy? Shen Mo thought to himself. Husband, Inger, get up and have breakfast.
Today it's rice porridge cooked by Rushue, with pickled cucumber and pickled bamboo shoots, and vegetarian buns that Xiao Dao just steamed. At this moment, Yi San Yang's voice came from outside the door. They're waking me up so early in the morning, disturbing my peaceful sleep, Shen Mo thought irritably. Cui Inger blushed with embarrassment and hurriedly tried to get up, but the soreness made her groan softly. Slow down, Shen Mo said with a smile as he helped her up. Shen Mo put on his robe and got up, then helped Cui Inger get her clothes. What a sight to behold! Shen Mo thought to himself as he watched Cui Inger awkwardly and shyly getting dressed. The two got ready and went out. The morning light was just right in the courtyard, and the air was filled with the faint aroma of rice porridge. On a small table in the courtyard were several small dishes, pickled cucumbers, pickled bamboo shoots, fermented bean curd, and vegetarian buns. Some of the women were washing the bamboo cups used for the opening. Lu Ruyan and Yan Rushue were sitting at a stone table in the corner of the courtyard, deep in thought, looking at several lists, seemingly calculating the opening supplies. Once things stabilize, I'll have to buy a few maids from the brokerage firm to help out at the shop, otherwise Ruyan and the others will probably be exhausted. Shen Mo thought to himself. Sister Inger, come and try this. It's so delicious. Yi San Yang was taking small bites of a vegetarian bun when she saw Cui Inger come out. She waved the bun in her hand and said, Thank you, third sister. Cui Inger said softly, her face flushed. Cui Inger ate a simple steamed bun and then got up. Inger, won't you eat some more? Shen Mo asked softly. No, my husband, I'm full. I'll go help. After saying that, Cui Inger walked over to Xiao Tao and helped wash the bamboo cups. How did it grow like this? I can only say that some people are exceptionally gifted. Shen Mo thought to himself, picking up a steamed bun and starting to eat. Jiwei, are all the opening materials ready? Shen Mo sat down next to Lu Ruyan, picked up the bowl of porridge, and blew on it to cool it down. My lord, most of it is ready. Red silk, lanterns, paper-cut window decorations, bamboo cups, tea, milk, and condiments are all prepared. However, the stock of fine sugar, I checked last night, and even with the batch that Rushue brewed this morning, is only enough to support the milk tea needs for the first 3 days of opening. According to the elegant poem collection strategy you mentioned before, the amount used will only be greater. Lu Ruyan put down the list, her brows slightly furrowed. Did you mention it? Oh, I remember now, it was the marketing strategy we talked about after we slept together a few days ago. Shen Mo vaguely recalled it. It's all right. Rushue has been working hard these past few days. How much coarse sugar do you have left? Shen Mo nodded and picked up a piece of pickled bamboo shoot from the bowl. We've stockpiled quite a bit of raw sugar, enough to make a large batch of refined sugar, Yan Rushue replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. It's just that the process is time-consuming and laborious. With Rushuang and Xiao Tao's help, we can only produce a little over 100 caddies of fine sugar a day at most. 100 caddies, that's only enough to supply Manager Qian. Shen Mo pondered. Just then, the shop's wooden door was suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. It's broad daylight, and the shops aren't even open yet. Who could it be? Is something wrong, Dazhuang? Open the door. Open the door quickly. Master Shen. Mr. Shen. Chapter 70 Honey Ice Cream Opening. Mr. Shen, open the door and let's talk business. Yu Yunlu's eyes sharpened, and she instantly reached for the short sword at her waist, stepping forward to block the doorway. The women also stopped what they were doing, their faces showing surprise and doubt. Yunlu, open the door. Shen Mo put down his bowl of porridge and said calmly. The latch was pulled open. Master Shen. You really are here. I am the manager of Sihai Trading Company. The fine sugar you make is simply nectar. Our boss said he'll take as much as you have. The price is negotiable, 2 taels and 1 mace of silver per caddy, cash settlement. The middle-aged fat man pointed to the open silver box behind him. Master Shen, Guanju Wanlu was willing to offer 2 taels and 2 mace, the thin, senior manager hurriedly interjected. Jojo Pavilion is willing to cooperate long-term, you name the price, said the triangular-eyed manager. Young Master Shen. 2 taels and 3 mace. The Four Seas Trading Company will cover it all. From now on, the Four Seas Trading Company will protect you throughout the entire Great Joe, the middle-aged fat man snorted. The thin, senior executive and the triangular-eyed manager fell silent instantly. Gentlemen, Shin Mo said, bowing, Shin Mo's new shop will be opening in a few days. This fine sugar is the foundation of the shop's drinks, and we don't even have enough for our own use, so we're afraid it will be difficult to sell. Please ask Manager Qian of Zenbozhai for help.
Master Shen. That old Chen is too greedy, charging us 10 taels a caddy. Why doesn't he just rob us? Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to you. The fat steward said anxiously.
The whole yard smells of boiling sugar, and there are jars of fine sugar.
Name your price, the fat steward said urgently.
As soon as the fine sugar entered Kyoto, it sold out, and it even sold for tens of taels per caddy on the second-hand market.
Manager Qian has betrayed me. Shen Mo thought to himself. Sugar production is very complicated.
I have to work from dawn till dusk every day to produce less than 100 caddies of fine sugar. I really don't have any extra sugar to offer you all, Shen Mo said, looking at everyone. Therefore, Shen's fine sugar is limited to a daily supply of only 100 caddies. The first priority is to ensure the needs of the shops themselves and the prince's palace. If there is any surplus, it will be sold to everyone. If there is any surplus, it will be sold to you all at a uniform price of 4 yen of silver per caddy. However, we will have to wait until my shops are busy these next few days and production has increased.
100 caddies a day? That's only 2 ounces per caddy? The crowd gasped. The same price as Manager Qian?
Young Master Shen, you're not playing us for a fool, are you? The triangular-eyed steward asked doubtfully. If you are truly interested, please register your business name and the required quantity here, and pay a 30% deposit in advance. Orders will be issued on a daily basis according to the registration order, with priority given to any remaining stock.
This offer is valid until all stock is sold out.
If you wish to register, please do so.
Lu Ruyan immediately took out the prepared notebook and pen.
Several managers stepped forward to register and pay the deposit before leaving.
After registration, close the gate. The door rang again, and Shin Mo opened it once more.
Young Master Shen, I'm truly sorry. These 3 families are simply too powerful, their influence spreading throughout the Zhou dynasty. The Four Seas Pavilion even extends to various kingdoms. It was indeed Manager Qian, the manager of Zenbozhai, who had come over.
Don't mention it.
Manager Qian probably has his reasons, which I understand.
Please come in and have a seat, Shin Mo invited.
No, I'm too busy at the shop to leave.
I'll come back to chat next time, Shen explained before turning to leave. I was going to ask about these 3 forces. Never mind, maybe next time. Shen Mo closed the door and returned to the courtyard. My lord, this method is excellent. However, we are only producing a little over 100 jin a day right now. And if the quantity increases, won't the price drop? Lu Ruyan asked in a worried whisper, holding the register and the deposit. It's all right. Everyone can learn from it. There are too many rich people in the capital.
Once they get used to refined sugar, they won't be able to stomach coarse sugar anymore. It's a consumable, so 400 caddies a day is nothing. Besides, this sugar won't just flow into the capital, other cities will definitely get it too. The Great Joe is so big 400 caddies a day is nothing at all, Shin Mo said. Just like that soy sauce flavor from my past life, how could it possibly be sold everywhere? It needs to be fully distributed, right? This fine sugar, it's profitable, but it attracts too many flies, making it hard to even drink porridge in peace. The tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not stop. The storm has probably only just begun, Shin Mo thought to himself. Everyone, if you can stop what you're doing, please stop for now. There's something important to do. The milk tea shop is opening in a couple of days, and I've come up with several names.
What do you think of them? Shin Mo said to the women. Name it, the women asked curiously. Right.
This husband truly respects his wife, Hua Mutin thought to herself, looking at Shin Machine.
Which of these brands do you think is the best, USA Kayan, Gusha Chaming, Chakiando, Baba Chaji, Mitung Bingbing, or Shicha? The women's eyes lit up when they heard this.
Yusei Chayen or Gusei Chaming seem more elegant and suitable for shops in the city. Mi Tang Bingbing and Shicha are catchy and easy to remember.
Lu Ruyan put down the ledger and said.
I think T Thousand Ways and He Cha are the most straightforward, making it immediately clear what they're selling.
Yi San Yang said with a smile. Honey ice cream sounds so sweet, it makes me really want to drink it. Chui Inger said. The 10,000 paths is beautiful and poetic, Hua Mudan said softly. Husband, I think honey ice sounds nice, Xiao Tao said at this moment. I think so too, Yan Rushuan agreed. Yes, that's definitely possible. Yan Rushua agreed with her sister's opinion. All right. The minority shall obey the majority. The shop name will be Honey Ice, and we'll make the sign tomorrow, Shin Mo decided. Peony, Oriole, you two are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and have excellent temperaments. You are perfect for serving distinguished guests in the shop. We call this the beauty economy. Shin Mo said with a smile. Tomorrow, have Dazhuang call some village women to help. They'll pay 500 coins a day to wash bamboo cups and such. You can still make the milk tea. We'll teach the maids later when we buy them. Please bear with us for now, ladies, Shin Mo said after thinking for a moment. It's not hard work, my husband, Lu Ruyan said softly. Yes, it's not hard work, the other women echoed. 3 days later, the weather cooperated, and the autumn sun shone brightly. On the main street of the city, Shin Mo's shop was brightly decorated with lanterns and red ribbons fluttering in the breeze. The brand new plaque bore the 4 large characters Honey and Ice in a flowing, elegant style. 2 long strings of red firecrackers hung down from the second floor, creating a festive atmosphere. The cleared area in front of the shop was also carefully planned. The area was divided into 3 zones using simple wooden stakes and ropes. The area closest to the shop front, paved with bluestone slabs, features a prominent wooden sign with 3 large, gilded characters, Prince's Seats. Next to it are 2 smaller spots, marked Official Seats. This is a VVIP parking area reserved for top-tier guests such as county magistrates. The central area features a wooden sign that reads VIP Seating. This is a VIP parking area reserved for wealthy merchants and accomplished scholars in the city. Under the shade of trees on the outermost side, closest to the street, a sign reads, Rest Stop. This is a temporary parking area for donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages belonging to ordinary customers. This novel parking space design immediately aroused curiosity and discussion among passers-by. Parking space? Chapter 71, the darts game sold out quickly. The shop was spotless, and the windows were decorated with paper-cut May You Have Abundance year after year decorations. Inside the lobby, the counter gleamed, and the most eye-catching feature was the beverage display on the shelf behind it. On the left, rows of identical bamboo cups are displayed. Wooden signs read Tong Lu style. The main product and price list for the day are written in beautiful regular script. Bubble tea milk tea plus tapioca pearls 100 renminbi cup. Bubble tea milk tea plus large pearls 100 renminbi cup. Peach blossom wine peach blossoms plus fermented rice plus milk 10 coins glass. High mountain oolong tea plus milk 100 renminbi cup. Autumn beauty black tea plus milk 100 renminbi cup. Boya Jueshan jasmine snow teeth tea plus milk 100 renminbi cup. Peach blossom fragrance peach plus milk tea 100 renminbi cup. Springtime all year round Longjing tea plus milk 100 renminbi cup. Golden waves black tea plus milk 100 renminbi cup. Purple jade smoked taro milk plus taro balls 100 renminbi cup. Bai Tan Piao Shui jasmine green tea plus milk 100 renminbi cup. Note, this drink must be consumed inside the store or in the designated area outside. Please return the bamboo cup after use, and the staff will clean and reuse it. Right side section, displayed are bamboo cups, each wrapped with ribbons of different colors to distinguish them. Wooden plaques indicate elegant style. Bubble tea milk tea plus tapioca pearls 500 renminbi cup. Omitted. Bai Tan Piao Shui jasmine green tea plus milk 500 renminbi cup. Note, this bamboo cup is portable and features fragments of unique poems engraved on its surface. Collect all the poems associated with the same milk tea to create a complete poem, adding a touch of elegance. Below the price tag are still eye-catching promotions. Grand opening. Second cup half price. Sweetness options, sugar-free less sugar half sugar full sugar. Group purchase group buying, 3 people together, enjoy 40% off. 5 people together, enjoy 50% off. Unlimited drinks. 8 people together, enjoy 40% off. There's a big spinning wheel next to it, you just need to hit whatever number you want to make up the number of people. The novel price tag and promotional methods immediately attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Buy one get one half price? You can even choose the sweetness level? Group betting? 3 people get 40% off? 5 people get 50% off?
Brother Zhang, I remember your archery skills are very impressive. This dart throwing contest must be a piece of cake for you.
Absolutely.
Don't worry, brotherly, I guarantee you'll get 50% off. The unique elegant bamboo cups, with their poetic gimmicks, instantly ignited the enthusiasm of scholars and wealthy young men who considered themselves refined. All eyes were fixed on those elegant bamboo cups.
An elegant style? Inscribed with poetry? Master Shin is a great poet. Have you heard his poem about the moon?
Which one? The one about sharing the same moon across 1,000 miles.
I remember now, then I must buy it and see what new works the talented Shin has. Discussion arose, filled with curiosity.
Shin Mo stood at the shop entrance, dressed in a brand new indigo blue fine cloth robe, looking radiant. Beside him, 8 beautiful wives and concubines stood on either side, like 8 delicate flowers, instantly becoming the most beautiful sight on the entire street.
My goodness! This scholar Shin is truly blessed with good fortune. TSK, 8 of them. Each one looks like a celestial being. Look at that girl in the pink dress. Wow, what a figure she has. Those twins are so beautiful. My goodness, look at that girl in the pink shirt, those breasts, that butt. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Can't you see he's a scholar? Passers-by, regardless of gender, couldn't help but turn their heads, exclaiming in amazement, expressing envy, and whispering among themselves.
Today, Lu Rian wore a new lotus-colored dress, looking dignified and elegant, and was overseeing the collection of money and bookkeeping behind the counter.
Don't miss out. Honey Ice is now open for business. Our milk tea is sweet, unique, and delicious. Buy one get one half price.
It's even more cost-effective if you join a group purchase. Yi San Yang, dressed in a peach-colored dress, stood at the door with a bright smile, attracting customers with her sweet and cheerful voice. Sisters Yan Rushuang and Yan Rushue wore matching light green dresses and worked with Yu Yunlu behind the counter to prepare milk tea. Xiao Tao, Cui Yinger, and Hua Muden were responsible for handing the prepared milk tea to the guests, their voices melodious and their smiles sweet.
When the auspicious hour arrived, Shin Mo personally lit the firecrackers.
Crackling and popping, red paper scraps filled the air, creating a lively and festive scene.
Honey ice cream, grand opening. Shin Mo announced loudly.
Customers, already attracted by the novelty and the beauty, especially the many young men and women, scholars and ladies who came in groups, immediately swarmed forward.
Give me one of those, Autumn Beauty. Less sugar. I want a bubble tea. Full sugar. I hit the winning dart.
There are exactly 3 of us, so we'll order 3 cups of purple jade smoke.
Half sugar. 5 people. 5 cups of Bai Tan Piao Shui type of sweet tea. Sugar free. Give me a glass of the elegant Autumn Beauty. Full sugar.
The 3 of us are going to share the snowflakes over the green pool elegant version.
Sugar free. And it has to be a poem. The counter was instantly surrounded by a crowd.
The Yin sisters worked efficiently and calmly, skillfully scooping tea, adding milk, and toppings according to the customers' requests, their movements fluid and graceful.
Customers also kept returning their sample bamboo cups, which were quickly collected and cleaned by the village women.
The other women moved about, handing out drinks with smiles on their faces.
Wow! These black pearls are so bouncy and chewy. The tapioca pearls in this bubble tea are huge, even bigger, and chewier. So satisfying. The taro flavor is so strong. The milk is so fragrant and smooth. Boya Jueshian is so refreshing. Sugar-free is just right. The sweetness is just right.
It tastes so much better than sugar water.
Brother Wang, look.
My elegant cup of high mountain oolong tea is engraved with "I will ascend to the summit." What a spirit.
This cup is also titled "Reaching the Summit." Could it be a sign that I will pass the imperial examination this autumn? Hey buddy. 5 more cups of the elegant high mountain oolong. I refuse to believe we can't make it. Look. My cup, the one with the Autumn Beauty design, seems to be engraved with silver candlelight shines coldly on the painted screen.
My peach blossom wine is brewed with the line "The peach blossoms and the maiden's face are reflected in each other's redness."
That's just a fragment of the poem. Interesting. Collecting all the same items will get you the whole poem?
This scholar Shin is truly refined.
A discount of up to 50% off on the elegant style cup? That means we can get a cup with an engraved poem for only 250 coins. What a bargain! Brother Lou, let's go together as a group of 5. Exclamations of praise and satisfied slurping sounds rose and fell. The business at Honey Ice Cream is booming beyond imagination. The queue stretches from the store entrance all the way to the street corner. It's done. The days of making a fortune are here. It seems that people love milk tea no matter when they come from ancient times to the present. Miss Xiaoyuer, let's see where you can run this time, Shen Mo thought to himself with delight. However, at that moment, a commotion and angry shouts suddenly came from the outer edge of the crowd. Get out of my way. All of you, get out of my way. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. 5 or 6 men dressed in shorts and with fierce faces rudely pushed aside the people in line and rudely squeezed in. The leader was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face, carrying a foul-smelling wooden bucket. The men behind him were also menacing, each holding a stick. Chapter 72, Licking the Floor Clean. Pa! What kind of bullshit milk tea is this? It's a heartless, rotten dreg. My brother just drank this garbage and he's vomiting and has diarrhea. He's still lying in bed unable to get up. You swindlers! You're selling poisonous water and harming people. Scarface walked to the shop entrance and started shouting insults. The surrounding crowd fell silent for a moment. I'll buy it later. Several people who were about to buy stopped to watch the show. It's only been half an hour since we started driving, and your brother's quick. The scammers are here, deliberately causing trouble, Shen Mo thought to himself, glancing at the scarred man. The scarred man slammed the foul-smelling wooden bucket on the ground, splashing out filthy excrement and instantly filling the air with a stench. The crowd gasped and retreated, the lively atmosphere vanishing completely. Pay up. Give me 100 taels for medicine. Otherwise. The scarred man grinned maliciously, making a move to lift the bucket of excrement and splash it on the storefront and counter. I'll show everyone what kind of shit and piss is inside your shady shop. Calling the city administrator, but Zhou Chao didn't respond. Shen Mo felt bitter. The people in line screamed and scattered in terror. The atmosphere was tense. The manure bucket was lifted high by the scarred man. You're courting death. Yu Yunlu's eyes flashed with cold light. She shouted and drew her short sword fully, ready to pounce. Stop! A majestic voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At the street corner, a magnificent and spacious 4-horse carriage had appeared out of nowhere. Beside the carriage, a dozen or so guards from the prince's palace, dressed in black, long swords at their waists, and exuding a fierce aura, stood guard, their cold eyes fixed on the hooligans causing trouble in the street. The brocade curtain of the carriage window was lifted by a chubby hand wearing a jade thumb ring, revealing the young prince's plump, frosty face. The young prince actually came in person. Scarface froze instantly, his sinister grin turning into utter horror. He was a street urchin, so he naturally recognized the prince's carriage and guards. He also recognized the young prince, whom everyone in Dian City knew and dared not offend. Your Highness, Your Highness? Scarface said in a trembling voice. The thugs behind him, wielding sticks, were terrified. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Splashing? Why did you stop? I want to see who gave you the audacity to commit violence with weapons in broad daylight, defiling the bustling city and ruining people's livelihoods. The young prince said in a cold voice, filled with murderous intent. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. Scarface knelt down with a thud, the bucket of excrement in his hand crashing to the ground at his feet. The stinking excrement splashed all over him, but he didn't care. He just kept kowtowing. Your Highness, you were blind. You deserved to die. You were just following orders. Being instructed by someone? The young prince narrowed his small eyes, a cold glint in them. Speak. Who ordered you? If you utter a single falsehood, I'll tear you to pieces. It's young Master Wang from the casual money shop. He gave his men 5 taels of silver and told them to splatter filth on the shop's opening day to ruin its reputation, saying he'd give them another 5 taels after it was done. Scarface betrayed his employer without hesitation in order to save his own life. A money-spending brothel? Wang Fuhai's son? The young prince snorted coldly. He knew these local thugs in Dian City like the back of his hand. Well done. The young master of a respectable money shop, instead of engaging in proper business practices, resorts to such despicable means. He has utterly disgraced the merchants. He turned to the head of the guards and said, Lu Meng.
Your humble servant is here.
Guard leader Lu Meng stepped forward and replied.
Look at these things, and tell them to lick themselves clean of the mess they've made, the young prince said coldly.
Yes, sir.
Lu Meng waved his hand, and several guards stepped forward and, like picking up chickens, pressed the limp Scarface and the others to the floor.
Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, you'll lose your heads.
Seeing that the rogues weren't moving, Lu Meng drew his sword, kicked a nearby tree, and shouted. Scarface's men had never seen anything like this before, and they immediately lowered their heads and began licking, quickly cleaning the filth.
All right, if there's a next time, they'll be reporting to the King of Hell.
Wang Meng, take this group of people, along with that bucket of filth, to the county yamen. Hand them over to Magistrate Zhang, and tell him that I said, according to the Great Zhou law, they are guilty of provoking trouble, damaging property, and multiple crimes, and should be punished severely, the young prince instructed.
Yes, Your Highness. I'll take care of it right away. Lu Meng replied. It's over. I'll be half dead if I don't die this time.
Scarface slumped to the ground, muttering to himself.
Your Highness, spare me. I won't do it again. Your Highness, please forgive me. Scarface kowtowed hurriedly. If they dare to do it again, take them away right now. Don't offend my eyes, Wang Meng.
The young prince waved his hand dismissively.
Yes, Your Highness. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up. Didn't you eat breakfast? Wang Meng shouted to the guards.
The onlookers were stunned, and then burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers.
Well done. Your Highness is wise. Young Prince is mighty. That spendthrift thief is a real scoundrel.
My late husband borrowed money from them and couldn't repay the exorbitant interest, so he committed suicide by drowning. That's right, my brother couldn't pay back the money he borrowed, so he even sold his wife to a brothel.
It's outrageous.
With the help of his attendants, the young prince slowly alighted from the carriage.
Fellow villagers,
I am here today to support the opening of Shinmo's honey ice cream. Shinmo is a close friend of mine, a man of integrity, and his milk tea is novel and delicious, a dishonest choice for everyone. I guarantee it with my reputation. From now on, if any such petty people dare to maliciously slander or disrupt my business, they are going against me.
If the Diancheng County government can't handle it, I will.
The young prince said loudly to the crowd with a smile.
Your Highness, Shinmo, thank you for upholding justice. Your Highness's kindness will never be forgotten. Shinmo quickly led his wives and concubines forward and bowed deeply.
Ah, brother, no need for such formalities.
The young prince laughed and helped Shinmo up.
His gaze swept over the 8 beauties behind him, who were still in shock but looked even more radiant. He lingered for a moment longer on Cui Inger, who was glowing and had her hair styled in a woman's hairpin, looking even more charming than before.
I'm here today to drink milk tea. Quickly. Bring out all your good stuff.
I want to try it, the young prince shouted. The pills I gave you worked quite well, didn't they? The young prince said in a low voice, a hint of approval and mischief that only men could understand flashing in his small eyes.
Not bad, Shinmo replied, thinking to himself, I haven't even eaten yet. Your Highness and princesses, please come in. Shinmo quickly stepped aside to greet them.
The young prince entered the shop surrounded by guards.
Shinmo personally greeted him and led him to a reserved elegant seat by the window, which was covered with brocade cushions.
Several beautifully dressed concubines curiously looked at the novel shop. Your Highness, Your Highnesses, please try our special Royal Palace exclusive selection, Shinmo said to the young prince.
Oh?
There's even an exclusive version, the young prince asked with great interest.
Chapter 73 Limited Edition Milk Tea, a citywide sensation.
Ruyan, quickly bring some milk tea for the prince, Shinmo said softly.
Yes, my husband.
Lu Ruyan responded and personally brought out a tray with several luxurious, specially made bamboo cups containing carefully prepared milk tea. The cups were engraved with relatively complete poems by famous poets, and each cup was accompanied by a small seal. The young prince picked up a cup, on which was engraved the words, "If only the host can make the guest drunk, then no place is a foreign land." Next to it was a small, special supply to the prince's palace seal.
Excellent. Excellent poem. Excellent tea. Brother Shin, you've put in a lot of effort. I'll accept this cup. This is really good. The taste is different from what I had a few days ago. Like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without artifice. I love this saying.
Her beauty surpasses that of both past and present, even the lotus blushes with shame.
My line is quite good too.
The concubines each received a special cup engraved with a different complete poem, and they cherished it dearly. With the reputation guarantee of the young prince, the long queues at the store not only returned, but became even longer than before. Many people who were originally hesitant also joined in.
Give me a cup of high mountain oolong tea, less sugar. A dart throwing contest. 3 people. 3 cups of elegant music. Quick.
Give me 5 cups of bubble tea, full sugar.
I heard even the prince loves it. I must try it.
The counter was once again surrounded by a huge crowd. At this moment, a guard from the prince's mansion quickly walked to the young prince's side, leaned down and whispered a few words in his ear.
The young prince's smile vanished, he put down his cup, and waved to Shenemo. Is something going to go wrong?
Shenmo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked over.
Your Highness? Brother Shen, do you remember what I told you a few days ago?
I just received news that a group of ruthless bandits have taken up residence in the Black Mountain Ridge area to the east.
They are less than 500 li from Dian City. Magistrate Zhang will probably receive an urgent report soon.
The young prince gestured for Shenemo to come closer, his voice extremely low, so that only the two of them could hear.
Making money is a good thing, but you should take my words to heart even more. Chaos is truly approaching. Manage your business well and make plans as soon as possible. I must return to my residence immediately.
The young prince paused, his expression grave. After saying this, the young prince said no more, stood up and gestured to the concubines, and then, surrounded by the guards of the palace, hurriedly left Honey Ice. The young prince's personal tasting and praise, especially the unique Prince's Palace exclusive bamboo cup in his hand, instantly pushed the popularity of the elegant edition to an even higher climax. Many wealthy merchants and scholars crowded in front of the counter, specifically requesting the elegant edition. The influence of internet celebrities and stars has brought a huge influx of followers to this prince's product promotion. We need to make money quickly, hire more people, and build up our strength. Tomorrow I'll go to the brokerage firm and buy some maids and guards, Shenemo thought to himself. That elegant style counter was practically bursting with people.
The price?
Faced with the allure of the prince's refined taste and the collection of poems, 500 coins a cup was no longer a barrier, but a symbol of status. It's not just about drinking milk tea, but about a symbol of status. If you can't afford the limited edition, you can drink the elegant edition. Quick! Give me a glass of the elegant golden ripples. Brother, which line did you get? Mine is heavenly fragrance drifts beyond the clouds.
Shall we switch? Or maybe we can buy another drink to make it a couple?
Hey buddy! Give me 3 more cups of the purple jade smoke elegance.
Group buy. 5 people can buy the elegant autumn red beauty set. 50% off. Only 250 coins per person.
It's even more cost-effective if you collect poems.
Someone immediately pulled others to join the group buy.
At this moment, spend money casually in Zhuang's study.
Bang! The ceramic teacup was smashed hard on the ground. What did you say? Say it again.
Young Master Wang was so angry that his face turned red as he pointed at the servant kneeling on the ground and shouted at him.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Those brothers who caused trouble at the milk tea shop were caught and forced to eat. The servant lay on the ground, trembling, and stammered as he spoke.
What do you want to eat? Tell me quickly.
Young Master Wang urged.
Eat shit, the servant whispered. Eat shit? He actually dared to make my man eat shit?
Young Master Wang's temples bulged with veins, his face contorted, his chest heaving violently, and he was so angry that his lungs felt like they were about to explode.
Useless. A bunch of useless people. So many of you, and you can't even handle a scholar, you can't even manage to throw excrement properly. Why don't you go eat shit?
Young Master Wang glared at the terrifying man kneeling on the ground in front of him and cursed. Young Master, spare us. I just saw Brother Dao pick up the bucket to pour it out. Who knew that young prince would arrive so suddenly? The servant hurriedly explained.
Young Master Wang? Which young Master Wang? Young Master Wang was clearly out of his mind. There was only one prince in the entire Dian city.
It's that guy who frequents the pleasure boats on the Qin Huai River, the servant whispered.
Outrageous.
Young Master Wang kicked over the flower stand next to him, shattering the precious flowers into pieces.
Who is Shenemo? He's just a nouveau riche. Why should the young prince humiliate my Wang family for his sake?
Young master, please calm down. The young prince said that if you dare to cause trouble for young Master Shin again, next time he will make you go to eat by yourself. The servant said with a mournful face.
Shut up.
Young master, please calm down.
Things have come to this point.
That Shin Mo has actually managed to get close to the young prince.
We can't afford to confront him head on.
The old steward, who had been standing by with his hands at his sides, quickly stepped forward and whispered his advice.
Can't we confront them head on? Are you suggesting I just swallow this insult? Where would that leave the Wang family's reputation?
Young Master Wang suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at the old butler.
This useless thing can't even handle this small matter, and it comes back covered in filth. Does it think it's bad luck for me? Men, drag it away. Give it 20 strokes of the cane. Young Master Wang pointed at the servants and the housekeepers standing by.
The butler, who was standing nearby, wanted to offer some advice, but ultimately decided not to risk offending the authorities. Two servants immediately came up and, without saying a word, dragged the limp servant out. Young master, spare me, spare me. The pleas for mercy quickly faded into the depths of the courtyard. Young master, it's time for your meal, the butler said.
Get out. Let me have some peace and quiet.
Young prince, a member of the royal family, not to mention the Wang family, even the prefect of this county would have to smile at him.
Why would he support that poor scholar from a peasant background?
Young Master Wang wondered to himself. Young prince, humph, there will come a time when he can't take care of that Shin fellow.
Shin Mo, we'll see. This isn't over.
Young Master Wang clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles cracking.
Chapter 74 Buyer's Servant. As night fell, Shin Mo's milk tea shop closed. Come again tomorrow. We're sold out today.
Sales will resume promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Shin Mo said, following the long queue of people.
Master Shin, could you come earlier?
Would Shinshire 9 a.m. be fine? Someone in the crowd asked.
Yes, it's too late at 9 a.m., another person chimed in. Let's go by 9 a.m.
The materials aren't ready by 7 a.m. yet, Shin Mo said, closing the shop door. The shop was still brightly lit, and the women were all busy with their own tasks. The table and the floor were piled high with bamboo cups of all sizes. 100-200, 300, 4360 taels, Xiao Tao excitedly raised her head.
Husband. Sister Lu. 460 taels. 460 taels of silver.
On the table, silver ingots and loose silver coins were piled up into a dazzling little mountain, while several heavy cloth bags next to it were stuffed with copper coins.
Your Highness, 460 taels.
I've been married 3 times, and the combined wealth of my 3 husbands doesn't even amount to this much. I've never seen so much cash piled up together. Yi San Yang gasped, her full breasts heaving violently. She instinctively covered her mouth, her charming peach blossom eyes filled with shock.
Husband, look. Lu Ruyan ran over, holding the account book.
We sold over 1,360 cups of milk tea today, and after deducting costs, we made a net profit of 408 taels. Lu Ruyan said happily, her cheeks flushed in the candlelight.
This is outrageous profit.
The women gasped, their eyes filled with surprise. You see, an ordinary farmer might not even save 10 taels of silver a year after a year of hard work. And this one day alone yielded a profit of over 400 taels.
Not bad, more than I expected, Shin Mo said with a smile.
It seems that the main products sold are the elegant and joyful varieties, which cost 50 coins a cup. In this era when people can't even afford to eat, there are relatively few ordinary people who are willing to spend money on milk tea, Shin Mo thought to himself as he listened to Lu Ruyan's words. The twin sisters, Yan Rushuang and Yan Rushue, had just finished washing the bamboo cups and were so tired that they slumped down on a chair.
I never imagined so many people would like to drink it. Yan Rushue's gentle face showed deep weariness as she sighed softly.
That's right, my hands are numb from shaving bamboo tubes, and my arms are almost too sore to lift from boiling pearls. Yan Rushuang, the younger sister, complained softly. That's right, we've been busy from morning till night, and our hands are calloused.
Sister Rushue's fingers have even been cut by the bamboo strips.
Yi San Yang rubbed her sore wrists and came closer, her collar slightly open to reveal her snow-white skin.
Rushue, stretch out your hand so I can see it, Shin Mo said worriedly.
It's nothing, it'll be fine in a couple of days, Yan Rushue quickly hid her fingers behind her back, her cheeks flushed as she whispered.
It's all right. It's just a little scratch.
Shen Emo pulled out Yen Rushua's hand, which was hidden behind her back, and took a look.
It's alright, you can help Ruyan settle accounts tomorrow. Don't wash the bamboo cups. Shen Emo said gently. It's alright, my husband, I can do it.
I said no, and that's final, Shen Emo said sternly.
Okay, Yen Rushua replied softly. Oh dear, all this welcoming and seeing off has exhausted me today.
Yi San Yang said coquettishly, rubbing her aching waist.
Sisters, you've worked hard.
Let's soak our feet and relax, Shui Inger said softly as she brought hot water for everyone to soak their feet.
The money is good, but what about tomorrow? What about the day after? With today's commotion, I'm afraid half the county knows about it.
Business will only get better, Yu Yunlu worried.
Husband, is there enough fine sugar?
We've also used up a lot of pearl powder and tea today. And these bamboo cups, the ones we collected and washed today, are far from enough for tomorrow. Yu Yunlu thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Shen Emo and said. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering everyone who was immersed in great joy and relaxation.
Yunlu is right.
Today is just the beginning, the real test is yet to come, Shen Emo nodded and said in a deep voice. Yulu, tomorrow morning, you and Xiao Tao will hire a car to go back to the village and find Brother Dezhuang.
Have him organize the manpower.
First, mobilize all the women and children in the village to make bamboo cups using the methods we taught us before.
The more the better.
The wages will be paid per piece, settled on the same day, and there will be no delays. Yes, my husband, Xiao Tao replied immediately.
Okay. Yunlu nodded. Is my husband trying to get the whole village involved? Hua Muden suddenly chuckled. A single tree cannot make a forest.
Besides, now that we've become wealthy, we should help the villagers to become wealthy together, Shen Emo said with a smile. Labor costs are cheap in the village.
Shen Emo thought to himself.
Inger, Muden, tomorrow you two go to the biggest general store in town and buy as much cassava flour and tea as you can. The price can be slightly higher than the market price, but the quality must be guaranteed.
Shen Emo continued to instruct Shui Inger and Hua Muden.
As for the fine sugar, we'll have to work harder tonight. We're short-handed, so we'll hire reliable and hard-working women from the village, paying them well.
Safety first, and the recipe and process must be kept secret. Shen Emo said.
Husband, I suggest we go to the brokerage to buy maids. The villagers are unreliable, they could easily sell the secret of making fine sugar, Lu Ruyan suggested.
Yes, my husband, I think Sister Lua's suggestion is quite good. Shui Inger said, handing Shen Emo a cup of hot tea. Yes, Ruyan is right. Human nature is easily defeated by money.
Then let us close early tomorrow, go to the brokerage firm to buy a few maids, and hire some guards. We're still short-handed, and it's not good for people to keep causing trouble.
Shen Emo took a sip of tea and said. Also, the young prince said the banditry in Black Mountain Ridge is less than 500 li away.
It's still quite far from here, but not safe enough. Ruyan, get 20 taels of silver first.
Shen Emo lowered his voice. 20 taels? What does my husband want to do with it? Lu Ruyan asked.
Buy some weapons, Yulu.
Does your father or Yuejia village have any connections to get some decent bows and arrows? Knives? Or even crossbows? Money is no problem. Shen Emo said seriously. Bows and hunting knives are no problem.
There are skilled craftsmen in the village who can make them just as well as the ones made by the government. Crossbows, it's a serious crime for civilians to possess them. We might be able to get a few old military crossbows, but it will cost a lot of money, and it must be kept absolutely secret.
Yu Yunlu said. Okay. Contact them as soon as possible, get as much as you can. Safety first. Money is important, but life is more important.
Without weapons, all the money in the world is just money saved up for bandits.
Shen Emo said decisively.
I'll take some to study later, and combine them with the thinking of future generations.
Let's see if we can modify them, Shen Emo thought to himself.
The women felt a chill run down their spines, sensing a sense of urgency. I also plan to take over that 3-story shop next door, the one with more than a dozen rooms. That way, the front and backyards can be connected, which will make it convenient to do business and also provide more spacious living quarters, Shen Emo said, putting down his teacup.
Husband, isn't this too fast? Lu Ruyan asked worriedly. Too fast? Can you explain this clearly?
No way, Shen Emo thought to himself. No, fine sugar also brings in 200 taels every day, Shen Mo said. Then I will do as my husband says, Lu Ruyan said softly. Husband, it seems we haven't seen any of the sisters from Furongfang today. We sisters should have come to show our support, Hua Mudan suddenly said softly. Yes, I haven't seen the sisters from Chunshui Tower today either, Truinger said, also puzzled. I heard from the guests today that these two shops were booked out by a mysterious tycoon tonight. All the beauties were summoned. It's quite a grand affair. Yi San Yang sneered. Booking 2 brothels? That's quite an astonishing amount of money. The sisters Inger and Mudan are absent because of this? Who on earth has such a grand gesture? Shen Mo's heart stirred. Fine, if they don't want to come, they don't have to. We'll just focus on doing our own business well. Shen Mo waved his hand, suppressing the doubt in his heart. It's getting late, and everyone's had a long day. Let's pack up and rest. We have a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Shen Mo said to the women. After all the women returned to their rooms, Shen Mo also went back to the largest west wing room. I was a cow or a horse in my past life, and now I'm a cow or a horse-o in this life. I have so many worries, from making money to defending myself. Shen Mo sat in his chair, poured himself a cup of tea, and pondered. Squeak. The door opened. What are you thinking about, my husband? Yi San Yang entered the room and sat directly on Shen Mo's lap, her voluptuous body pressed against his. No. Shen Mo tensed up, his words faltering. I'm feeling much better, tonight. Yi San Yang reached out and unbuttoned her clothes, her voice soft and sweet. Chapter 75 An Unexpected Encounter with Mrs. Neo. Can't you get some rest? CEO by day, ox-headed boss by night. Here we go again? Another night of groveling like an ox. Shen Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Third sister, everyone is exhausted today, so please rest well. We'll talk again after this busy period. Shen Mo chuckled as he held Yi San Yang's hand. No, I want to clear my name of this slander, I want to be the first to give birth. After saying that, Yi San Yang kissed Shen Mo directly. I who was forced into it, Shen Mo thought to himself, feeling the wetness on his lips. Meanwhile, at the Forget Worry Pavilion, the most prestigious brothel in Dian City, the courtesan Xiaoyuer, dressed only in a pure white nightgown and with her delicate feet bare, leaned quietly against a soft couch. She wore no makeup, yet remained breathtakingly beautiful. Shuier, how's business at young Master Shen's shop today? Xiaoyuer asked. Miss, it's all cleared up. Young Master Shen's milk tea shop opened today, and it was packed with guests. According to our spy's rough estimate, he sold around 1,000 cups today, and his income is estimated to be several hundred taels. The young prince himself came to support him. A maid in a bright green dress whispered to her. What? Several hundred taels a day? Xiaoyuer's calm eyes suddenly contracted when she heard this number. One day? Xiaoyuer asked. Yes, absolutely. There's a constant stream of carriages and people in front of young Master Shen's shop, with queues that never stop from morning till night. And? The maid Shuier paused. Anything else? Tell me, Xiaoyuer urged. I heard from manager Qian of Zen Bazhai that the fine sugar was also provided by young Master Shen, the maid Shuier whispered. What? That fine sugar alone costs over 100 taels a day. Add that to the milk tea shop, how much money could they make in a day? That unassuming sweet drink has such magic? The speed at which they're accumulating wealth is terrifying. At this rate, they probably won't have to wait long to gather 10,000 taels. The 10,000 taels a year to redeem her means I'll have to marry him soon, right? I was sure that Shen Mo, a poor scholar, even with some strange skills, would never be able to amass such a huge sum of money in a short time. What she wanted was his torment of unrequited love, but now, the fish in the net has grown too fat and is even showing signs of breaking free. Xiaoyuer felt an indescribable sense of irritation and loss of control. He is quite skilled, Xiaoyuer said softly, stroking a white jade hairpin at her temple with her jade-like fingers. The maid dared not reply and stood silently with her hands at her sides. 10,000 taels, Xiaoyuer murmured, her fingertips unconsciously tightening. Snap. The priceless white jade hairpin broke in response. Shuier, the maid in green, suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with horror. It seems we need to make it a bit more difficult for him, Xiaoyuer said coldly. The next morning. Third sister, I feel like your skin has become even smoother, Xiao Tao said to Yi San Yang with a smile. Really? Yi San Yang asked guiltily. Yes, your complexion is much better, your face looks so rosy, Yan Rushuang praised.
How could it not be good? It was irrigated all night.
There are no infertile fields, only lazy oxen and horses, Shen Mo muttered to himself.
Perhaps it's because I've been eating well these past few days.
Yi San Yang actually blushed.
Really?
I saw you coming out of the young master's room.
Did you consummate your marriage with your husband again last night?
Xiao Tao chuckled.
No, you little rascal, I just brought tea to my husband.
If you want to consummate the marriage, I'll talk to him and arrange it for you, Yi San Yang teased.
Am I being used as a tool? Shen Mo was speechless. Ahem. Let's have breakfast.
We'll talk about Xiao Tao in a couple of years.
After you finish eating, go to the dental clinic. Shen Mo quickly changed the subject. After having breakfast with the women. Are you all full? Now let's go to the brokerage firm and buy some people. Shen Mo said to the women.
In the east of the city, there is Wang's brokerage. The brokerage's lobby was spacious, but it was crammed with people. Or rather, it was crammed with goods. Dozens of ragged, emaciated people were tied up with straw ropes like livestock, most with their heads down, their eyes empty and numb. The vast majority of them were women, ranging from elderly women with gray hair to emaciated little girls who looked no more than 8 or 9 years old. There were a few men occasionally, either old men with gray hair and hunched backs, or disabled men missing limbs and with dull eyes.
It's all so tiring. These are all old, weak, sick, and disabled people. The good ones have probably already been chosen. It's all right, they're choosing maids, not concubines.
Looks don't matter, Shen Mo thought to himself, looking at the scene before him. Manager Joe of the brokerage firm, a short, stout middle-aged man with a mustache, was bowing and scraping beside the two men, his face full of fawning smiles.
Shen Mo recognized the two men.
One was none other than Niu Wenyuan, the scholar, dressed in a brand new silk robe and fanning himself with a folding fan. Beside him nestled a young woman adorned with gold and silver, unusually obese, her face heavily made up. She was presumably his wife, the daughter of an official.
Behind them followed two servants in blue robes and small caps. Madame Niu, she lives up to her name.
This Niu Wenyuan is quite something, he'll stop at nothing to climb the social ladder.
He can accept his wife looking like this? They're all the same with the lights off? No way, she'd probably have nightmares with the lights off. Lu Ruyan is much more fragrant. Shen Mo thought to himself as he looked at Madame Niu.
Master Niu, Madame Niu, you two have excellent taste. Steward Zhou rubbed his hands together, pointing to the 5 young maids who had been selected in front of him and introducing them with great enthusiasm.
Look at his physique and appearance.
Although he's a bit thin, he comes from a poor family and can endure hardship. Take him back and raise him well, train him a bit, and he'll definitely be a good servant. This one, 13 taels. This one, 12 taels. This one is a bit sturdier, 15 taels. You two are big customers and from a scholarly family, so I'll give you a package deal, all 5 together, a total of 65 taels of silver.
What do you think?
Manager Joe said, bowing.
Sickly and weak, what kind of work can she do?
She dares to ask for 65 taels of silver?
Do you think my money grows on trees?
50 taels.
50 taels at most. Take it or leave it. I don't want a single coin more.
Madame Niu picked up a maid's chin with her finger, looked at her, and then disdainfully shook her off. Manager Joe looked troubled.
Madam, this price is really. Niu Wenyuan's face was full of embarrassment and impatience, but he dared not stop his wife.
He could only turn his head away, pretending not to see the disdainful looks from those around him. When his gaze inadvertently swept across the lobby of the brokerage and landed on Lu Ruyan next to Shen Mo, he suddenly froze.
Niu Wenyuan stared intently at Lu Ruyan's profile. What are you looking at?
Following her husband's gaze, Madame Niu also saw Shen Mo and his group, especially the several beautiful women beside Shen Mo looking at her husband's distraught appearance. A surge of anger rose within her, and she shrieked in a sharp voice.
Niu Wenyuan. Keep your eyes to yourself.
If you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out and stomp on them.
What's so interesting about a few vixens? Hurry up and choose some for me. Remember, they have to be cheap. As long as they can work. 65 taels of silver? Don't even think about it. Madame Niu roared. Didn't you hear what Madame ordered? Cheap. Cheap. Nyo Wen Yuan's face turned red and white as he was scolded, extremely embarrassed, but he dared not refute. He could only hatefully withdraw his gaze and growl at the brokerage manager in a low voice. What? Didn't you hear what I said?
Nyo Wen Yuan snapped his folding fan shut and tapped his palm with the handle. Manager Zhou, my wife is the daughter of Huang, the county magistrate of Lanshan County next door.
Buying these few maids of yours for 50 taels is already an honor for you. Don't be ungrateful. Nyo Wen Yuan glanced at Manager Zhou and said arrogantly. Oh dear, what are you saying, Master Nyo? How could I dare? All right. 50 taels it is. Consider it my offering to Master Nyo and his wife.
If you ever need anyone at your household, please do support my business. Steward Zhou said with a smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I want something cheap. 50 taels is too expensive, said Madame Nyo. Manager Zhou of the brokerage firm dared not neglect the shrewish Madame Nyo, and quickly brought out several more girls who looked even thinner and younger. Madame Nyo critically pinched one's arm and pinched another's cheek, muttering curses and haggling incessantly. Manager Zhou then glanced at Shen Mo, who was dressed simply and followed by several women.
Where did this come from? He looks so unfamiliar.
Judging from his clothes, he doesn't seem like someone who can afford to buy so many things.
Manager Zhou's mind raced, but he couldn't recall anyone like this in Dian City.
He didn't look at the women beside Shen Mo, otherwise he probably wouldn't have thought that way.
Gentlemen, what are you looking at? Buying maids?
There are a bunch over there, pick one yourself, and ask the price if you like one, Manager Zhou asked with little interest. There are people who judge others based on their appearance no matter where you go.
Shen Mo ignored them and continued selecting items on his own.
Ladies, don't worry about the cost, one for each of you. Two are fine too, you can choose for yourselves, Shen Mo said to the women.
The entire room fell silent instantly. I misjudged him? Is he a rich young master?
Manager Zhou glanced at the women behind Shen Mo, each with a different style and stunning looks, and muttered to himself.
Chapter 76 by a Blonde Beauty.
Manager, this one, that one, take them all.
Shen Mo pointed to several huddled figures in the corner.
Most of them were thin and pale girls, not really good looking, even thinner than the girls from the official matchmakers, clearly malnourished, not being fed enough by the brokers. The youngest was no more than 15 or 16, the oldest no more than 17 or 18, their eyes filled with fear and numbness.
They were all chosen by the women. Young master has a good eye.
These girls may look thin, but several of them come from farming families.
They eat little but do a lot.
I'll give you a package deal, 100 taels of silver? Manager Zhou of the brokerage firm said with a squinting smile.
100 taels? Xiao Tao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Manager Zhou, this is way too expensive. Expensive?
If you think it's too expensive, don't come to the brokerage to act like a big shot.
If you can't afford it, don't delay everyone's business.
A disdainful voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw young Master Wang swaggering in, fanning himself with a folding fan, followed by two arrogant servants. His face was full of mockery as his gaze swept over Shen Mo and the women around him, lingering for a moment on Cui Inger and Hua Mutin, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes, clearly indicating that he recognized them.
Oh, isn't this Mr. Shin from our honey ice milk tea shop?
Young Master Wang walked up, closed his folding fan, and gave a sarcastic bow.
What? You've just made a small fortune and you can't wait to come to the brokerage to pick someone to serve you? TSK. With this air of authority, anyone who didn't know better would think you were some wealthy tycoon.
Steward Zhou, I'll take these girls. I happen to be short a few maids at home, so that some poor bastards won't dawdle here and break the rules. That golden-haired demoness in the corner is cheap, nobody wants her for a penny.
Young Master Shin, if you think she's too expensive, why don't you buy her? Young Master Wang turned his gaze to Steward Zhou and Shen Mo. Following his gaze, everyone involuntarily gasped and took a half step back.
In the shadows of the corner, a figure was huddled. She wore loose, tattered, and dirty linen clothes. Her blonde hair was disheveled and covered most of her face. Although she looked filthy, her skin was unusually fair. Her bright blue eyes were filled with terror and numbness. Most striking was her figure even huddled up, her astonishing waist-to-hip ratio and the outline of her full breasts were still visible. Rumors about her, such as golden-haired demoness, blue-eyed Rakshasa, and mute jinx, had already spread throughout the brokerage firm and even the city of Dian. She was said to be a barbarian woman brought from the far west, unable to speak, and said to have brought death to the entire crew and sailors of her ship. Because of her strange appearance, she was considered a plague goddess, and no one dared to touch her. Merchants who bought her feared it would bring bad luck, and officials were even more so. Now, the brokerage firm had abandoned her in a corner to fend for herself, preparing to send her to a brothel.
Young Master Wang is too kind, Shinemo quickly replied.
This golden-haired jinx looks so creepy. I heard it's cursed to kill a whole ship of people.
TSK, I'd rather pay him to stay away than risk his luck. No wonder I've been so unlucky lately, losing every time I gamble. Manager Zhou, what's the point of keeping this scourge around?
We should get rid of him as soon as possible. Young Master Wang said viciously, fanning himself with his folding fan. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's face also showed a hint of impatience and disgust as he looked at the blonde woman in the corner. The woman seemed to understand the meaning of get rid of, and her body trembled violently. Her azure eyes were filled with extreme fear, and she desperately shrank back.
Young Master Wang is right.
Manager Zhou spat and winked at the thugs from the brokerage firm beside him.
Humph. Young Master Wang, you are mistaken, a shrill female voice rang out.
What a waste to throw her away. This figure, TSK, if you send her to a brothel, there will always be some fearless bachelor willing to spend a few copper coins to try something new. Manager Zhou, listen to me, tie her up and send her to a brothel.
You can still make some money.
Madame Niu said, hands on her hips, her small eyes scanning the blonde woman's body. This plague has been stuck with us for half a year, eating and drinking for free and taking up space.
What bad luck. Ah, Biao. Did you hear that?
Do as Madame Niu says, drag her out.
According to the old rules, tie her up tightly and send her to the back door of Baiwala to hand her over to Mother Lu.
Manager Zhou said coldly.
All right. Boss.
The thug, Biao, grinned maliciously, picked up a leather whip and a rope, and walked towards the corner. Help! The blonde woman screamed shrilly, struggling desperately to back away, tears streaming from her azure eyes, filled with a desperate plea. Biao showed no mercy, grabbing the woman's dirty blonde hair and roughly dragging her out of the corner. The woman screamed in pain as her tattered linen clothes were torn open, revealing a patch of snow-white skin and a breathtakingly beautiful collarbone.
Behave yourself. You unlucky thing.
Biao cursed, raising his leather whip to teach her a lesson and make it easier to tie her up.
Just as the whip was about to fall. Stop. A clear shout rang out. She is a foreigner, not mute, she speaks English.
Since she asked for help, let us save her. If we left a foreign girl like this unhelpful, we'd probably be roasted alive in our past lives. But we're here because we're morally upright.
Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shinemo grabbed Biao's wrist just as he was about to strike. What are you doing? Biao said angrily. The entire brokerage fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Shinemo actually stepped in to stop the brokerage's thugs for the sake of a golden-haired jinx?
Manager Zhou, even if a deal falls through, we can still be courteous. Treating a weak woman like this is utterly despicable. No matter how unlucky she is, she's still a person, not livestock to be slaughtered.
Send her to a brothel? How could you even think of that? Master Shen. You're meddling way too much.
She's my brokerage's merchandise. I can do whatever I want with her. A mute witch who brings death to people, being able to sell her to the 100 Flowers Pavilion for a few copper coins is already her good fortune.
You don't actually want to buy her, do you? Fine.
Manager Zhou pointed at the blonde woman who was being held by Biao and trembling, his face full of sarcasm.
1 tael of silver.
Just pay 1 tael of silver and you can take this plague away immediately. So you won't dirty my place. Manager Zhou said angrily.
Ha ha ha. Shan Mo. Did you hear that?
1 tael of silver. Buy him to warm your bed, and you won't feel bad if he dies.
What a bargain.
Steward Zhou is really generous. Young Master Wang fanned the flames and mocked.
Husband Lu Ruyan worriedly tugged at Shen Mo's sleeve, while the other women also looked at him nervously. In my past life, this would cost at least 5 figures for one night? Long term, you'd easily make 7 or 8 figures, right? Do you think it's easy for me to be a good person? I have to take her.
In my past life, a single offline foreign language lesson would cost at least several hundred per hour.
Now there's a ready-made one.
It's even a year-round homestay, and the mixed-race child is so beautiful. If I don't take her, I'll be letting down this transmigration, and I'll be letting down my unborn child. My son, your father has worried himself sick over you.
Shin Mo thought to himself. All right. 1 tael of silver, right? I'll buy them.
Including the 8 girls I just picked out, that makes 9 in total.
Let's make a price for the whole package. I want to take them all away now.
Shin Mo's gaze lingered on the blonde woman for a moment before turning to the steward and speaking.
Ha!
Manager Zhou and everyone around him were stunned, even young Master Wang was taken aback.
Chapter 77 The Disorderly Couple of the Niu Family. Young Master Shin, you want to buy her?
Manager Zhou thought he had misheard and stammered.
What? She's not a dealer's item? You're not selling her? Shin Mo asked back.
Yes, Manager Zhou replied hastily. Young Master Shin, this woman is incredibly strange. She brings misfortune to her master. Whoever gets involved with her will be cursed. Look at her hair and eyes, she's not of our kind, her heart must be treacherous.
And she's mute too, she can't even speak. 1 coin?
No, if you really want her, I'll give her away for free, just take her away quickly. Just please don't say you bought her from me. Manager Zhou hurriedly said. Brother Shin, I'm not trying to be mean, but instead of spending your spare money on such unlucky things, why don't you think about how to support your house full of beautiful wives and concubines?
With Miss Lu following you, I'm afraid she can't even afford a decent winter coat, right? Miss Lu, aren't you going to try to persuade her? Niu Wen Yuan's gaze swept over Lu Ruyan, and he chimed in sarcastically. Ha ha ha.
Shin Mo, you're incredibly audacious and indiscriminate in your lust.
You even dare to want this golden-haired monster that brings death to people? Fine. I admire you. Ha ha ha. It seems your few delicate young ladies aren't enough for you? Or do you think you're so tough that you want to try the taste of this vixen?
Young Master Wan laughed wildly. The servants behind him also burst into laughter, their eyes lewdly scanning the astonishing body in the corner.
Including the ones from before, there are 9 in total. How much?
I'll take them with me, Shin Mo said calmly to Steward Zhou. No, you can take the blonde vixen with you, but the rest must be left to me, young Master Wang said coldly. Young Master, please calm down.
Young Master Shin took a liking to him first. The master is still in the inner courtyard. Should I go and ask the master for permission?
Steward Zhou, caught in the middle, was instantly sweating and could only rub his hands and smile apologetically.
So what if I take a fancy to her?
It's my own brokerage firm, I can sell as many maids as I want, or I can refuse to sell them.
Alright, I'm taking her with me.
I'll explain to my father myself, young Master Wang sneered, his smile full of malice. Young Master, the master said that anyone who takes someone away without his permission will have to pay.
Steward Zhou said hurriedly, but he didn't dare to say especially you. It's his business?
No wonder it's called Wang's brokerage. Shin Mo thought to himself, forget it, let's go to another brokerage. There are plenty of brokerages these days.
Manager Zhou, don't forget you're just an employee of our household.
If you utter another word, believe me, I'll fire you.
Young Master Wang threatened.
You bastard. Shut the hell up, came an angry middle-aged man's voice from inside the brokerage.
The noisy dental clinic fell silent instantly.
The head of the Wang family, accompanied by several servants, rushed out with a grim face and hurried steps.
Father? What brings you here? Young Master Wang's smug expression froze instantly, and he was somewhat taken aback. Smack!
A crisp, loud slap landed hard on young Master Wang's face.
Father, you hit me? You hit me for an outsider? Who does he think he is?
Young Master Wang covered his cheek, looking at his father in disbelief, his voice filled with grievance and confusion.
Shut up! You wicked creature! Open your dog eyes and look. Young Master Shin has climbed up to, cough. Do you want to kill my entire Wang family?
The Wang family head realized his slip of the tongue, forcibly swallowed his words, his voice trembling, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and looked towards Shin Mo. The head of the Wang family suddenly pushed aside his still-dazed son, strode up to Shin Mo and his group, and, to everyone's astonishment, bowed deeply to them.
Young Master.
The Wang family patriarch began to speak, but stopped abruptly when he saw a warning look.
My son is unruly and blind.
He has offended you, young master. I have failed in my duty to discipline him and deserve to die. I beg you, young master, to forgive this wretched child and spare his life. I will certainly discipline him strictly when I return home and never let him cause trouble again."
The entire dental clinic was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. "What have you climbed up to? That makes the Wang family head so afraid?"
Madame Neo gasped, her small eyes widening, and her gaze toward Shen Mo instantly changed from disdain to surprise and a hint of fear.
"You wretched child! Quickly kowtow to young Master Shin and apologize. Get home."
The Wang family head straightened up, grabbed his still dazed son by the ear, and shouted sternly, "Young master, spare my life.
I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness." Young Master Wang apologized reluctantly.
"You unfilial son, kneel down and kowtow to apologize.
Immediately. Right now."
The Wang family head broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that icy gaze.
"Father, I don't want to." Young Master Wang refused. "Kneel down? To him? Father, are you crazy?"
"Why should I kneel down to Shin Mo, that poor wretch?" Young Master Wang said, his face full of disbelief.
Smack. Another resounding slap. Even harder than before.
It made blood trickle from the corner of young Master Wang's mouth.
"Because I'm your father. Because you want the Wang family to be destroyed tomorrow. You unfilial son, how dare you utter such arrogant words?"
"I'll say it one last time, kneel down.
Kneel down and kowtow to Master Shin to apologize. Otherwise." Wang Fuhai's eyes were bloodshot. "Otherwise what? Wang Fuhai, you dare to hit my son? You've gone too far."
A plump woman dressed in fine silk and jeweled headdress stormed in with several maids, looking very aggressive.
"My son is right. What is Shin Mo? He is just a poor wretch who got lucky. Does he even deserve to make my son kneel down?
If you dare to lay a finger on Ming Yuan again today, I'll fight you to the death." Madame Lang shielded young Master Wang behind her and yelled at the head of the Wang family.
"Fine. Fine. A doting mother spoils her son. It's you.
You've spoiled him so much that he's lawless and doesn't know his own limits.
You're protecting him, aren't you? Fine.
If he doesn't kneel today, I, Wang Fuhai, will pretend I never had this son. Tomorrow, I will transfer all of the Wang family's property, estates, and shops to you and your son, and get out of the Wang family."
"Go fend for yourselves,"
Wang Fuhai said coldly.
"What?"
Madame Lang looked as if she had been choked, and all the color drained from her face instantly.
"Master, you can't,"
Madame Lang said, her voice trembling with sobs and fear.
"Do you think I can do it?" Wang Fuhai's eyes were icy. "Get out of the way. Make him kneel. Otherwise, get out of here right now. Son, listen to your father, quickly, quickly kneel down." Madame Lang looked at her son and pleaded. Young Master Wan was completely stunned. The family business was to be passed on to the second son? Get out of the Wang family?
This was worse than death.
"Master Shen. Lord Shun. Spare my life. I was blind. I deserve to die. I deserve to die.
Please, have mercy on me and spare my dog's life."
Young Master Wang cried out pitifully as he kowtowed repeatedly in Shin Mo's direction. This sudden and extremely exaggerated performance stunned everyone in the brokerage firm, including Shin Mo. Why? By what right? What kind of incredible luck did that poor wretch Shin Mo have? Why is he so afraid of father? Why won't father say anything? I refuse to accept this. I hate it. I, Wang Er, will remember this humiliation Shin Mo suffered today. One day, I will make you pay 100-fold. I will make you kneel at my feet and lick my shoes. If I can't do it openly, I'll do it secretly.
Young Master Wang kowtowed while cursing wildly in his heart.
Enough. This unfilial son is ignorant and has offended a distinguished person. Mr. Shin, I apologize on his behalf. He will be strictly disciplined when he gets back.
Steward Zhou, the young master and his wife have something to do today and need to go to the countryside. When you buy a maid, Mr. Shin, you will get a 30% discount. No, all discounts are 50% off. His gaze returned to them.
30% off, all items are 30% off. The rest is entirely up to you, Steward Zhou. After being forgiven, the head of the Wang family dared not linger any longer and said,
After speaking, she bowed deeply in the direction of Shin Mo, then, dragging her distraught son and wife, whose foreheads were red and swollen, and surrounded by servants, she walked out of the brokerage, leaving behind a scene of astonishment and deathly silence.
Chapter 78 Assigning Maids to the Ladies. Oh dear. I knew that Master Shin was extraordinary and no ordinary person.
Young Master Wang, how dare you offend such a noble person as Master Shin?
You deserve to be beaten.
You deserve to be punished. Upon seeing this, Madame Nyo's eyes darted around, and she immediately put on a fawning face, curtsying in Shin Mo's direction.
Steward Zhou. What are you standing there for? Get the man that Master Shin wants done right away. As for the price? Whatever Master Shin gives you is your good fortune. Madame Nyo turned around and shrieked at Steward Zhou.
Brother Shin, no, Mr. Shin, I misspoke just now. Congratulations to Mr. Shin on finding such a capable servant.
Nyo Wenyuan's face turned pale and then red as he forced a smile and cupped his hands to Shin Mo. Young Master Shin, do you think 20 taels for 9 people is acceptable? Steward Zhou asked, bowing and scraping. The price was immediately reduced by 20%.
Okay. Let's go with the price manager Zhou mentioned.
Ruyan, pay up. Shin Mo said to Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to him. The room erupted in uproar once again. This is utterly insane. Manager Zhou was stunned, then his face lit up with ecstasy. The plague had been sent away. What a wonderful thing. Yes. Yes.
Lord Shin is kind and generous.
Ah Biao, let go. Let go quickly.
That golden-haired, oh no, that young lady is Lord Shin's woman now.
Steward Zhou hurriedly ordered.
Ah Biao reluctantly released her grip. The blonde woman collapsed to the ground, her azure eyes filled with the bewilderment and disbelief of someone who had survived such a close call. She stared blankly at the young man, Shin Mo.
Manager Zhou quickly completed the formalities. This. Half a coin.
Just now, Master Shin offered 20 taels for 10 of them, this is worth at most half a coin.
Quick. Take advantage of the chaos to draw up a contract for me.
Madame Nyo was eager to gain some real benefits, and her ugly side was fully exposed.
Enough. Aren't you ashamed enough? Nyo Wenyuan roared, feeling utterly humiliated.
Mrs. Nyo paid 2 taels of silver, feeling like she had gotten a great deal, and pulled her crying little maid along. Brother Shin, take care.
The autumn imperial examinations are in a few days.
Miss Lu, I am sure I will pass with flying colors, Nyo Wenyuan said.
Brother Nyo, you're still worried about your fat. Mrs. Nyo, aren't you?
Shin Mo said with a smile, then led his group away, with the blonde woman and the other 8 women following behind.
Shan Mo. How dare you say my wife is fat? Nyo Wenyuan said angrily. Nyo. What? Yuan.
Madame Nyo shouted angrily, grabbing Nyo Wenyuan's ear and twisting it hard.
Ouch.
Caught off guard, Nyo Wenyuan let out a shrill scream, jumping up in pain.
You heartless ingrate. I fed you, clothed you, and made you a scholar. And what do? You're eating what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Even after everyone's gone, you're still looking. How dare you covet other vixens right in front of me? What, Miss Lu? I think you're just asking for a beating.
Madame Nyo slapped Nyo Wenyuan repeatedly on the head and face, the slaps making a loud thud.
You dare complain that I'm fat? I'll tear that lousy mouth of yours off today. Madam, spare me. It was Shin Mo who said it, I didn't say it. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding.
Nyo Wenyuan was beaten so badly that he ran away with his head in his hands, looking utterly pathetic, wailing and begging for mercy. Third sister, I'm leaving these girls in your care. Rules must be established, and they must be fed well, especially her, Shin Mo pointed to the blonde woman. Get her some hot water to wash up and find her some clean clothes. Yi San Yang looked at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed oddball, suppressed her discomfort, and nodded in agreement. Ruyan, take the silver notes and come with me to Jiawailu on the next street. I've had my eye on that place for a long time. It's a 3-story building with a courtyard and 8 or 9 rooms in the back. Now that there are too many people, it's really not enough room. I'm planning to do something else later. The price was 500 taels before, but the manager who's eager to get rid of it might be able to lower the price a bit.
Shin Mo said to Lu Ruyan.
The two headed straight for the shop next door. The once thriving Jayawailu was now deserted, with a large shop for sale sign posted at the entrance. The owner, surnamed Sun, was a middle-aged man with a worried expression, clearly suffering greatly from the business's decline.
Manager Sun, 400 taels, cash. Shinemo cut to the chase, settlement today, transfer immediately.
Mr. Shun, this is too low. This location, this building, Manager Sun said with a bitter face when he heard that it was 400 taels.
Manager Sun, your restaurant will lose money if it's empty for even a day.
400 taels of silver is enough for you to take your family to the prefecture or Jiangnan to find a stable job.
If you delay any longer, we'll look for another place. Lu Ruyan's words were brief and to the point.
Fine. 400 taels it is. Mr. Shin is straightforward, and Mrs. Shin is reasonable.
Let's draw up a contract. Manager Sun's expression changed, and finally he sighed. Shinemo and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance and both breathed a sigh of relief.
They wrote a sales contract with Manager Sun on the spot, and Lu Ruyan handed over 400 taels of silver notes to complete the transaction, and the land deed was in her hands.
Let's go. Let's go to the county government to transfer the property. Shinemo didn't stop and pulled Lu Ruyan straight to the county government.
Oh. It's Master Shin and Madam Shin.
And this is?
The clerk said warmly. Transfer the shop on Zhongjie Street, Shinemo said, handing over the white contract and name card.
Oh. Very well. I'll get it done right away.
The clerk took the contract.
Master Shin, Madam Shin, please accept this. This is the red contract, all done.
The clerk presented the red contract with both hands.
Thank you for your trouble,
Shinemo said as he accepted the red contract. After finishing their business, Shinemo and Lu Ruyan returned to their new residence through the back door, only to find the front door already packed with people. Yi San Yang, Cui Inger, Xiao Tao, the Yin twins, and the 9 newly arrived women were all gathered in the courtyard, their faces filled with confusion and curiosity. Their gazes were focused on the blonde woman who had washed up and changed into a plain dress. She washed away the grime, revealing her originally fair and delicate skin and deep, three-dimensional features. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes were azure.
Although her dress did not fit properly, it could not hide her breathtakingly beautiful curves and an innate noble air.
Husband. You're finally back. What should we do with these girls?
They don't even have names yet.
Yi San Yang asked.
What are your names?
Shinemo asked the women.
Deya, Sishi, Ernyo, Hainyo.
The newly purchased maid said.
Never mind, I'll name them.
From now on, you'll be called Chunlan, Sheju, Chuju, and Dongmei.
Hohat, Xinger, Luing, and Xinglu, Shinemo said, following the instructions of the newly purchased maid.
Husband, what about this young lady? Yi San Yang asked, pointing to the blonde woman.
Chapter 79, Taking a Golden Concubine. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, you're safe here. I know you're not mute. Shinemo walked up to her and tried to speak in English.
The blonde woman froze abruptly. She looked up in disbelief, her azure eyes fixed on Shinemo.
You can speak Amobian? My God. Am I dreaming? God must have heard my call.
The blonde woman said, her voice thick with a foreign accent and trembling with tears. The whole courtyard instantly erupted in chaos.
She spoke. She spoke. Oh my God. She's not mute. What was she saying?
Just some gibberish.
Can the demoness talk? Husband, how do you know bird language?
Yi San Yang and the other women were so shocked that they covered their mouths and backed away.
Amo bien? Shinemo was shocked. Who are you? Where are you from? What happened? Shinemo forced himself to suppress his excitement and continued to ask in English.
I am Countess Isabel Fordley, commander of His Majesty the King's First Naval Expeditionary Force. Our fleet encountered a terrible storm, the ship sank, and I am the only survivor captured by those slave traders.
Thank the gods. You saved me. Sir, I owe you my life.
The blonde woman said excitedly.
Earl. Naval Commander. White, that's really white. We've struck gold.
It's true what they say, the sooner you buy, the sooner you enjoy it.
Shinemo gasped. Isabel, welcome. I am Shinemo, a merchant from this land. After saying that, Shinemo introduced Lu Ruyan and the others beside him. Isabel nodded slightly to Lu Ruyan and the others. However, what happened next surprised everyone. Isabella opened her arms and hugged Shin Mo, then stood on tiptoe and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "You are my honey now, honey. My savior. My hero. You are my sweetheart now." "Sweetheart," Isabel said loudly with a smile. The courtyard fell silent once more. You could hear a pin drop. This is outrageous. This blonde vixen is utterly shameless. The entire audience was completely stunned. Hugging her face to face? Kissing her on the cheek? This Western girl is too fierce.
Shin Mo blushed at the sudden passionate attack, and his body and mind jumped a few times uncontrollably. "Ahem, Your Excellency, please calm down," Shin Mo said, somewhat embarrassed, as he gently pushed her away.
Shin Mo? A businessman? You speak Albion so well. Why? Isabel asked curiously. Isabel, could you tell me what you're here to do in Great Joe? How far has Albion developed? Shin Mo asked curiously. Do you have guns and cannons yet? Shin Mo asked again when Isabel didn't respond. You know about guns too?
I am the Commander-in-Chief of the First Navy, responsible for overseeing the research and development and deployment of our new weapons.
Currently, we are using flintlock muskets. What are cannons? Isabella finally spoke after a moment of silence. Flintlock musket? I thought we were still living in a chaotic world dominated by cold weapons, but the West has already entered the age of firearms? Although it may be in the early stages, this is absolutely an overwhelming generational gap. Fortunately, they don't have cannons yet. Shin Mo felt a chill in his heart. A self-propelled rifle? How advanced is it? What is its range? Shin Mo asked quickly. You know about firearms? Isabella looked at Shin Mo in surprise. Her azure eyes gleamed with admiration. The two forgot everything around them and began to discuss everything. From the proportions of gunpowder to the structure of flintlock muskets. My lord, although we have acquired the new shop, there are many complicated matters to attend to, such as decorating, recruiting staff, and relocating the fine sugar milk tea workshop. All of these will take time. More importantly, the autumn imperial examination is less than a month away. This is the foundation upon which you will establish yourself, and you must not let other matters delay it. Lu Ruyan reminded him at this moment. Autumn examination? Isabella repeated in broken Chinese. What Ruyan said is absolutely right. The autumn examination is of utmost importance. Shin Mo nodded at Lu Ruyan. Looks like the autumn imperial examinations have been postponed this year? Shin Mo thought to himself. Isabel, the imperial examinations are about to begin. This is a crucial test for scholars like myself to obtain official positions, Shin Mo said quickly in English, turning to Isabel. Understood, Isabella replied. Ruyan, give Isabel some room. The newly purchased restaurant has spacious rooms in the backyard. Clean out the cleanest room for her to stay in temporarily, Shin Mo said to Lu Ruyan. Husband, are you going to take her as a concubine? Lu Ruyan teased with a smile. Yes, Isabella is the naval commander, and she is very capable militarily. Don't tell anyone else, but she will be of great help to our self-defense later, Shin Mo said seriously. My lord, I have a request. She must consummate our marriage tonight, and not just tonight, but every 1 to 2 days thereafter. She must give birth to your child as soon as possible. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Only then will I agree. I believe the other sisters think the same way, right? Third sister, Yunlu, Lu Ruyan said to the women. Yes, Sister Ruyan is right. Xiao Tao was the first to agree. Third sister, I agree. From now on, she'll have odd-numbered nights, and I'll have even-numbered nights, Yi San Yang said, looking at Shin Mo with her peach blossom eyes. Isabel, your status is special, and I want to formally make you my concubine. This is for our safety, my wife's wishes, and we need to consummate our marriage tonight, otherwise do you agree? Shin Mo suddenly said seriously. I agree. I, Isabella, am willing to marry Shin Mo. Upon hearing this, Isabella was not offended at all. Instead, she smiled brightly and stepped forward. To everyone's renewed stunned gaze, she planted a kiss on Shin Mo's other cheek with a pop. Lu Ruyan sighed, third sister's lips twitched slightly, and the other women stared at the sky in silence once more. This blonde countess's thought process and way of doing things were simply too shocking. Ruyan named the new restaurant Zuaxian Pavilion. You will be in full charge of the decoration. I will send you the blueprints later.
The main principles are, the first floor is the flagship restaurant, the second floor is the private seating area, and the third floor is the private rooms.
The backyard rooms should be renovated as soon as possible, and the workshop should be set up first.
Third sister. You will continue to manage all household affairs and the training of the new maid.
Make sure Isabel's daily needs are taken care of. Yun Lu.
Go back to Yuejia village tomorrow and ask your father-in-law and brother Yumeng to bring some trustworthy villagers to help.
The wages will be double the market rate, and meals will be provided.
The renovation of the new building and the construction of the workshop in the backyard require reliable manpower.
While you're at it, see if you can recruit some able-bodied young men from the village. I'll have a great use for them.
Xiaotao, Ru Shuang, Ru Shui, Ing'er, Mudan.
You all keep an eye on the milk tea shop and see if you can help in any way. Shen Mo explained to the women. Bang, 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 came a series of urgent knocks on the door. It's almost noon, why isn't it open yet? Are they going to open the door or not?
I've been waiting for 2 hours.
I'm only missing one line of poetry to complete it. Master Shin, open the door quickly. Hurry up. If you don't open the door, my young lady is going to beat me to death.
She said if I don't get my milk tea today, she'll give me 30 lashes. There was a lot of noise outside. Ladies, hurry up and get ready.
Open the milk tea shop. Don't keep the people outside waiting. Shen Mo said. Chapter 80. The women set up KPIs. With a creak, Shen Mo opened the door. A huge crowd of people was gathered outside the door. It's open. It's finally open. My goodness. The sun is already high in the sky. Manager Shin, you're certainly making a lot of money doing business here, leaving the whole city waiting? Exactly.
Our Lee Silk shop welcomes customers at the beginning of the morning. Manager Shin has quite the airs.
Ahem. Fellow villagers, I am truly sorry.
My shop was delayed for a while today due to the preparation of materials, which has kept you all waiting.
I apologize for this.
To express my apologies, the first 100 customers today will receive a buy one get one free offer.
Shen Mo cupped his hands in greeting to the crowd. Buy one get one free?
Manager Shin is so kind.
It was worth waiting 2 hours.
The crowd erupted in noise again, rushing to the counter to place their orders. Just as Shin Mo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a tall and beautiful figure parted the crowd and came to him with a fragrant breeze.
Darling, your shop is doing great business.
You're amazing, said Isabella, a tall, slender woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a smile.
Before Shen Mo could react, Isabella had already wrapped her arms around his neck, and in full view of everyone, her rosy, full lips kissed Shin Mo's cheek with a pop.
In the morning it was Ha and I, and now it's darling.
What do they mean, Sister Lu? Xiaotao asked Lu Ruyan curiously.
I don't really understand either, but it feels very intimate, Lu Ruyan replied.
The blonde lady is so enthusiastic, Yan Rushuang said, watching the scene unfold.
It's fine at home, but people will talk about us outside, Lu Ruyan said softly from the side. Third sister's passion is for the boudoir, while ISA's passion is for the daytime, probably all day long.
Shen Mo's face turned red.
To be kissed in broad daylight, in front of hundreds of people, especially in ancient times, would be terrifying. Time seemed to have been paused, and the bustling street corner instantly fell into an eerie silence.
Everyone froze. Countless gazes were fixed on the two people kissing in the street, filled with shock, disdain, curiosity, and envy. My God! In broad daylight. Under the clear sky. This is outrageous. It's an insult to civility. It's an affront to public morals. TSK, this foreign woman. She's so passionate.
If my wife were this enthusiastic, I would visit brothels less often each month.
Brother Chen is right. We don't need to be so enthusiastic outside, but it always adds a lot of fun to be this warm at home. Isn't that right?
Brother Jean is absolutely right, especially when it comes to women.
A dull girl is always so boring, while this kind of girl is so warm and welcoming. Brother Chen, you understand me. Ha ha. Manager Shin is so lucky.
He has beautiful wives and concubines of all different styles, and he has also taken in a beautiful Western concubine.
Haven't you heard?
This blonde Western woman has brought death to a whole ship of people.
Look at her bright green eyes, how airy. Darling, did I do something wrong?
Isa asked, looking at the surrounding crowd, releasing Shinmo's neck and blinking her big eyes.
No, it's fine. But next time, could we be a little more mindful of the occasion? Shinmo said, wiping his face. Not here? I admire you, I like you, can't I kiss you? Isabella asked, puzzled. The way of life here is more conservative. Men and women rarely even meet privately before marriage. Many marriages are still arranged by parents and matchmakers.
It means arranged marriage, unlike where you are, Shinmo explained.
Darling, I understand. How do you know so much? You even speak our language? Isa asked.
I learned it from ancient books, Shinmo said, making it up.
I really want to see that ancient book, Isa said. It's gone. That's such a pity. Time flew by and it was evening.
The daytime hustle and bustle had subsided, and the moon was high in the sky. Dinner was plentiful, with braised pork, chicken soup, and several delicate side dishes.
Shui Inger and Huamuden brewed tea. Delicious. This was the first time Isa had eaten these, and the first time in a long time that she had eaten her fill. She enjoyed the meal immensely and praised it repeatedly.
The other maids stood behind, drooling with envy.
What are you standing there for? Come and eat with us, Shinmo called out.
Lu Ruyan wanted to say something, but after glancing at Shinmo's eyes, she remained silent.
The maids immediately beamed with joy and thanked them in unison.
During the meal, Lu Ruyan brought up Isabel's issue again. My lord, now that Miss Isa has entered the family, her status should be established as soon as possible.
According to custom, we should choose an auspicious day to hold the ceremony of taking a concubine and respectfully inform our ancestors.
Lu Ruyan's gaze swept over the women. I just checked the calendar, and today is an auspicious day. The sisters also intend to consummate their marriage today to put their minds at ease and to fulfill the proper etiquette.
Husband, please convey our message to Miss Isa, Lu Ruyan said to Shinmo. Darling, what are they saying? Isa asked Shinmo, noticing the gazes of the other women.
No, they meant they wanted us to have the baby tonight, Shinmo said after thinking for a while.
Oh, is that it?
Tonight, sure, it was Goddess guidance that led you to save me, and I want to dedicate myself to you. Upon hearing this, Isha raised her head, her clear blue eyes sparkling, and nodded generously. After finishing her sentence, she leaned closer to him again. Isa, be more reserved, Shinmo said, rubbing his forehead.
Reserved?
Isa tilted her head, puzzled.
Why? Love and passion are goddess gifts. They should be celebrated.
After saying that, Isa stood up, walked to Shinmo's side, cupped his face in her hands, and kissed him on the lips. God has chosen you for me, darling.
Tonight, I will be your wife. The women. An eerie silence fell over the surroundings.
I'll go read a book for a while. Shinmo quickly changed the subject and tried to escape. After dinner, in the West Wing, Lu Ruyan was tidying up the writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones needed for Shinmo's autumn examination, as well as a thick stack of past exam questions and model essays given to him privately by the county magistrate.
Luckily, it's close to vernacular Chinese. If it were classical Chinese, I could have given up on it.
Shinmo sat behind his desk, holding a book in his hands, his eyes wandering and glancing at Lu Ruyan from time to time.
My lord, I've arranged everything for you in chronological order. The top ones are from recent years. You can start looking from there. Don't look at them today, though there's something more important. I'll go call Miss Isa in. My lord, you must finish this. If you really can't, I'll have third sister come in to help you, Lu Ruyan said solemnly.
There's no need for help. Don't worry, madam, I guarantee I'll complete the mission, Shinmo said sheepishly, rubbing his nose.
The KPIs this week are too tight. Is there any way to force an official's daughter into this state?
Shinmo thought to himself, putting down the book in his hand, feeling irritated.
I'll go out and call Miss Isa in, Lu Ruyan said, then went out and closed the door. Darling, I'm coming. Chapter 81 The Different Kind of Rice. I've brought Miss Isa.
Husband, please rest early. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the scene before her for a moment, then blushed and said, helping to close the door.
Isa, you look so beautiful.
Shinmo exclaimed as he looked at Isabella, who was dressed in a light purple ruchu and a traditional Chinese dress, with skin as white as snow and golden hair flowing like a waterfall.
Darling, you're handsome too. After saying that, Isa kissed him on the lips. Isha was very proactive, and the two moved to the bed.
Shinmo didn't hesitate either, turning over and pinning her beneath him. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered. Outside the door, several women stood tiptoeing, listening intently.
Oh, darling. My God. Sister Ruyan, what's that sound coming from inside? Xiaodao asked curiously.
It's nothing, don't ask, you're just a kid.
Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she coughed lightly.
This Miss Isa is quite energetic, Yi Sanyang said, suppressing a laugh.
Sister Ruyan, listen, Sister Isa keeps calling out, it sounds like Facme?
Yan Rushuang asked innocently from outside the door.
Oh. I know. Is it a kind of rice? Like regular rice or millet? Is Sister Isa missing the rice from her hometown? Xiao Tao suddenly realized.
Yes, it must be a unique grain from their region, called Facme. It must taste quite special, Lu Ruyan explained earnestly.
Just then, Isha suddenly called out from inside, God. Hey! What's that sound? Crack? Has something happened?
Xiao Tao was startled.
No way. Lu Ruyan also became nervous.
It should be fine, it's probably just their dialect, Hua Muden said, both amused and exasperated.
As the group was discussing, more sounds came from inside.
This time, the sounds lasted a long time, intermittent, making the people outside blush with embarrassment.
Sister Ruyan, is this the first time you've done this? Judging from the noise, it's probably been almost an hour, hasn't it? Yi Sanyang suppressed a laugh and asked Lu Ruyan in a low voice.
Third sister, please don't tease me. My husband, it varies from person to person, I suppose, Lu Ruyan said softly, her face flushed. She recalled her own night, which, though passionate, was far less intense than this one.
Why is Sister Isa still shouting?
Yan Rushuang said, covering her ears.
Yes, Miss Isa, you're in great health, Cui Inger said softly. For example, Sister Yan is even more amazing, Yi Sanyang nodded and teased.
Third sister, what nonsense are you talking about?
Lu Ruyan glared at Yi Sanyang.
Cui Inger and Hua Muden exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock and an indescribable envy in each other's eyes. Even though they were both acquainted with the world of pleasure, they had never heard such a straightforward and unrestrained shout. Another hour passed before the sounds inside gradually subsided. The people outside finally breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging surprised glances. Finally, a long, drawn-out sound, as if the soul had left the body, rang out.
Law class, yes.
After that, the room gradually returned to calm. The women eavesdropping outside the door all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just witnessed an epic battle. Their faces were flushed and their legs were weak. Let's disperse, Lu Ruyan said calmly, though her voice sounded a little unsteady. I should have known better than to come and eavesdrop.
This husband of mine, I'm just afraid he won't keep his promise, Lu Ruyan muttered to herself.
If Shinemo inside the room knew that tonight's consummation of the marriage was being eavesdropped on by a group of people outside the window, I wonder what he would think. The women scattered like birds and beasts, each returning to their rooms, but tonight, many were destined to toss and turn, unable to sleep.
Inside the room, Shinemo was holding Isabella, panting.
Isabella nestled against his chest, her face flushed with satisfaction.
Darling, you're amazing. Isa kissed Shinmo's lips. You're very capable too. Shinemo smiled. Are you kidding me? After 10 years of being a male masculine, why would I be afraid of this foreign woman? I finally managed to win her over, otherwise, where would I put my face? I must bring glory to Asian men. Shinemo thought to himself. Darling, one more time? Isabella giggled and hugged Shinemo, kissing him again. Persistence is victory, we must be satisfied, and never give up. Shinemo is that stubborn, which is why he has been a high-level ox or horse for 10 years. Okay. As night deepened, the temperature inside the room seemed to rise again. The next morning, Shinemo struggled to open his eyes. Before him lay golden hair. Isa was curled up beside him, fast asleep, her long, curled eyelashes looking like false ones, her cheeks flushed. Her smooth arm was across Shinmo's chest, and one leg was wrapped around his waist. This sleeping posture, we're the demure type, but this foreign beauty is definitely the bold type. This girl's stamina is amazing, she's practically gifted. Shinemo sighed silently, feeling a lingering fear, and carefully moved Isabella's hands and feet away. Shinemo quietly put on his clothes, got out of bed, and pushed open the door.
Shinemo, supporting his lower back, walked unsteadily out of the room, his complexion even worse than yesterday, looking as if a demon had drained his young energy.
Shinemo arrived in the courtyard.
His wives were sitting around the large stone table, all of them except for the newlywed Isa. They all had dark circles under their eyes and looked haggard, like a group of wilted cabbages.
Are you having trouble getting used to sleeping in the new bed? Shen Mo's lips twitched. No one answered after a brief silence. Young master. What exactly is Facme? We've searched the whole kitchen but haven't seen it. Is it tribute rice from a foreign land? Is it tastier than our white rice? Xiao Tao yawned widely and asked earnestly, her little face full of curiosity.
Her eyes were covered in dark circles, a problem that had clearly bothered her all night.
The women reacted differently upon hearing this.
Lu Ruyan's usually aloof and composed face instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. She abruptly lowered her head, clutching the hem of her dress tightly with both hands, wishing she could shrink into a crack in the ground. Yu Lu, who had been standing with her arms crossed, looking unapproachable, couldn't hold back any longer. She turned her face away, afraid she would burst out laughing. Yi San Yang burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, but her shoulders couldn't help trembling. Her charming peach blossom eyes were full of mischievous laughter as she glanced at Shen Mo with a captivating allure. Shui Yinger and Hua Muden exchanged a glance, both seeing a smile in each other's eyes.
They imitated Lu Ruyan, keeping their eyes down and pretending not to exist. But cough, cough. Shen Mo almost choked on his own saliva, his old face flushed.
I thought you guys were just having trouble sleeping in a different bed, but it turns out you're a bunch of lewd women who were eavesdropping last night.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Women in the Zhou dynasty are as fierce as tigers, but he's the only idiot.
Shen Mo lamented inwardly.
Isabella walked over then, radiant and full of life, like a rose that had soaked up dew, humming an unknown tune, bursting with energy.
Darling, what are you talking about? Isa asked Shen Mo curiously. No. Shen Mo refused to answer. I'm full, I'm going to do my homework.
After saying this to the girls, Shen Mo, feeling like crying, went back into the study, picked up the book, and looked at the dense Confucius said and poetry said on it, feeling even more overwhelmed. The imperial examinations, the wedding night. By day I'm immersed in the ocean of books, by night I'm a juicer. This life is truly a reversal of day and night, a living hell. Shen Mo sighed. In order to protect himself, he had to pass the exam. Shen Mo concentrated his mind and forced himself to immerse himself in the classics. My husband. I'm coming in. Chapter 82 Hot Pot on a Cold Day. Fortunately, the test only covers poetry and current affairs. As long as the poetry isn't obscure, it shouldn't be a big problem. The current affairs section is similar to the essay section for civil service exams. I'm familiar with that too. Answering with the history of the next 5,000 years means standing on the shoulders of giants, so it shouldn't be too difficult either. Shen Mo looked at the exam paper from 2 years ago. Lu Ruyan carried a cup of hot tea and gently pushed open the door to enter. She placed the teacup on a corner of the desk and took out a thin book and a bag of silver from her sleeve.
My lord, these are the accounts from yesterday's milk tea shop and fine salt business.
The milk tea business made a net profit of 327 taels, and the fine salt business made a profit of 215 taels.
All right. You've worked hard, madam.
After saying that, Shen Mo thought of something, took out a blank sheet of paper, picked up a homemade charcoal pencil, and started drawing.
By the way, it's getting colder. I was thinking of making something warm tonight. Shen Mo pushed the finished drawing towards Lu Ruyan.
Look, this is called hot pot. We need a large pot, one divided into 9 compartments, and another divided in the middle, called a mandarin duck pot. Iron or thick copper will do, the pot walls need to be thick. Make 3 of each. Also, find a blacksmith to make a few low stoves with charcoal underneath.
As for the ingredients,
slice the beef and lamb thinly, and prepare various fresh vegetables, tofu, mushrooms, and this tripe, etc. And some fish slices as well. The dipping sauce should include minced garlic, chopped green onions, cilantro, and soy sauce, and plenty of milk tea to help with the spiciness.
Shen Mo then handed Lu Ruyan another list.
Yes, I will arrange it right away. Lu Ruyan took the blueprints and list, looked at the strangely shaped pots and pans and the names of the ingredients, frowned slightly, and replied calmly.
Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and withdrew.
In the newly built sugar mill in the backyard, several newly bought maids were clumsily learning how to boil coarse brown sugar, and the steps of filtering and crystallizing seemed a bit chaotic.
No. The heat must be steady. It can't be too high, or the sugar will burn. Yi San Yang said, hands on her hips, pointing at a little girl tending the fire. This filter cloth needs to be taut. Look, the residue is leaking through. Cui Yinger was also correcting another one. The maids were so nervous that sweat beaded on their foreheads. Let me try. Isa watched for a while, then rolled up her sleeves and walked to a large pot. She adjusted the heat with exceptional skill, stirring the syrup with a long-handled wooden spoon, even more smoothly than Yi San Yang. All the women were stunned. Wow, this Sister Isa is quite the hidden talent. Yu Yunlu said with his arms crossed. It seems that sugar making is a common skill in Sister Isa's hometown? Yi San Yang covered her mouth and chuckled. Sugar. Sweet. My home, big farm. Many. Isa gestured, raising her chin proudly, her face full of pride. Shenmo had just finished reading for a while and came out for a stroll. Is Isha's hometown already in the Industrial Revolution? Sugar making and purification are child's play, Shenmo thought to himself as he watched the scene unfold. Ah, great. We've gained another key technical member. Isha, please take good care of us in guiding the sugar mill from now on. Shenmo blurted out in Chinese. What is a technical backbone, my husband? Cui Yinger asked, puzzled. It means someone who is very skilled in a certain craft. For example, someone who is very skilled in sugar making, Shenmo explained. Oh. Shenmo looked at the nervous and somewhat timid maids and cleared his throat. Ahem, listen up. The maids immediately stopped what they were doing and stood respectfully with their hands at their sides. From now on, you'll get paid for working for our family. We'll tentatively set it at 300 coins per month. There will be bonuses if you do a good job. Also, you can rest for 2 days after every 5 days of work. You can discuss and arrange your shifts yourselves. You'll still get paid on your days off. Shenmo said. Shenmo still couldn't get used to the servant relationship. He couldn't bring himself to just order the ox around without feeding it. Upon hearing this, the sugar shop instantly fell silent enough that you could hear a pin drop. The maids were completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, wondering if they had misheard. Wages? Rest? They got paid for rest? This was utterly unbelievable. They had signed contracts of servitude, weren't they the master's property? Working animals didn't receive wages or rest. Young master, a slightly bolder maid asked, her voice trembling. Are you telling the truth? We get paid? And we get to rest? Of course it's true. Shenmo affirmed. Let's share the money we earn. You've worked hard, so it's only right that you get paid. You'll be able to do even better if you're well rested. In the future, you can send money home to help your parents, Shenmo promised. Send money home, another maid murmured, her eyes instantly reddening. My parents are still starving in the countryside. The maids could no longer hold back their tears, which streamed down their faces. They knelt down and kowtowed, saying, Thank you, young master. Thank you for your great kindness. You are a living bodhisattva. Lu Ruyan happened to be there with the hot pot recipe and purchase order, seeking advice from Shenmo about things she couldn't understand, when she witnessed this scene. Her face was filled with astonishment and disapproval. Husband. This is absolutely unacceptable. The maids are the family's private property. Giving them a monthly allowance is already a favor. How can we talk about wages? And rest days? 2 days off every 5 days? If this rule is established, where will the hierarchy be? Where will the rules be? If this gets out, it will cause gossip and people will say that our Shin family has no manners. Even worse, if they save money and want to get married in the future, won't that be troublesome? Lu Ruyan walked quickly to Shenmo's side, lowered her voice, and said urgently. Looking at Lu Ruyan's serious face, Shenmo knew that this conflict of ideas could not be resolved in a short time. Ruyan, it's not that serious. Let us just live our lives behind closed doors, and as long as we're happy with ourselves, that is fine. Consider their wages as a little extra to their monthly allowance, and their days off as time for them to do some side jobs, like embroidery, to supplement the family income. As for getting married, Shenmo waved his hand and lowered his voice, then paused. We'll talk about it later. Let's settle on this for now. You need to arrange the hot pot. Shenmo quickly changed the subject. Lu Ruyan sighed, didn't insist any further, and left with the blueprints in her heart. In the afternoon, Shen Mo was escorted back to his study by Lu Ruyan to continue his studies. He was only allowed to go out for a breather at the end of the day. Shen Mo strolled to the front yard to see how the milk tea shop was closing up shop. The shop had already closed, but a few people were still gathered at the entrance, seemingly arguing about something. Wang Air. It's a deal. I've been queuing for 3 hours, these last 3 cups of boba milk tea are mine. Li Si. Did you pay? I'll pay 2 taels of silver per cup. Sell it to me. I'll offer 2.5 ounces. Everyone, disperse. We're closing. Please come back early tomorrow.
Yan Rushuang shouted as she and the other maids began to close the shop.
Sold out so quickly? Shen Mo was quite surprised to see this. Chapter 83 The Ancient Yellow Ox was caught. A cup of milk tea can be fried to 2.5 ounces? Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement.
5 times this, the skill of reselling is comparable to that of scalpers in later generations.
It really shows that where there is demand, there is a market. Shen Mo shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless.
Husband, there are so many people who lined up before dawn today, and they buy it and then resell it at a higher price, making it impossible for those who really want to drink it to buy any.
Yan Rushuang complained angrily. There is nothing we can do about it. We'll just earn what we can.
We should always share some of the profits with others, Shen Mo said, patting Yan Rushuang's head. At this moment, several blacksmith shop assistants carried several heavy objects wrapped in thick cloth into the courtyard.
Boss Shen. The big iron pot you ordered. 3 9-compartment pots, 3 double-compartment pots. 6 low stoves. Everything's ready.
Would you like to check the goods? The leader shouted loudly. As the heavy iron pot was unloaded, the women gathered around at the sound. The 9-compartment iron pot and the double-compartment pot are both huge, with partitions in the middle dividing the pot into 9 sections in 2 sections.
Such a huge lump of iron? Third sister exclaimed in surprise. How much meat could it hold? It's thick enough.
Yu Lu stepped forward and tapped the side of the pot, producing a dull echo.
Big iron pot. Isa touched it curiously.
Husband, the required ingredients have been prepared according to the order.
Lu Ruyan looked at the enormous pot that was beyond imagination and said to Shen Mo. All right.
Carry it in, it's cold, perfect for hot pot.
Set up the stove. Light the fire. Let's get started. Shen Mo instructed the waiter.
In the backyard courtyard, charcoal fires burned fiercely.
2 enormous iron pots were placed on a low stove.
One pot had a 9-compartment broth, with red oil bubbling violently in each of the 9 compartments, densely packed with Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers. The other pot had 2 separate compartments, one with a tomato broth and the other with a white broth, bubbling with red dates, goji berries, and mushrooms. On the long table, a small mountain of ingredients was piled up: slices of beef and mutton, fish slices, vegetables, tofu, tripe, and various wild mushrooms. Dipping sauces were lined up in a row: minced garlic, chopped green onions and cilantro, soy sauce, vinegar, and chili powder. The crowd sat around, looking at the 2 iron pots and smelling the rich, spicy aroma.
Their faces showed both shock and anticipation. Let's get started. Cook whatever you like. Shen Mo said.
What I miss isn't being able to talk about anything, but rather the hot pot.
Shen Mo picked up a piece of tripe and started eating hot pot in zhouchao.
The women picked up their chopsticks and reached for their respective targets, many of which were already cooked.
Hiss ha! That's intense.
Yu Lu picked up a slice of cooked beef from the 9-square grid, stuffed it into his mouth, and instantly gasped for breath from the spiciness, but his face was full of pleasure. He then picked up a second slice. Yu Lu, eat slowly and drink some milk tea to relieve the spiciness.
Shen Mo said, handing the milk tea to Yu Lu.
The mushrooms in this white soup are so delicious. Yan Rushue squinted her eyes in satisfaction.
Miss Isa. Be careful, it's hot.
Yi San Yang exclaimed. Isa picked up a slice of mutton covered in chili oil and stuffed it into her mouth, only to have her eyes instantly well up with tears from the heat. She let out a loud ouch, and opened her mouth wide, frantically fanning herself with her little hands.
Hot. Hot. But, it's amazing.
Isha mumbled as she gulped down the milk tea San Yang handed her, giving a thumbs up as she did so. Lu Ruyan only picked some vegetables to blanch in the clear broth, tasting them in small bites, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Tao, Ru Shuang, Cui Yinger, and Hua Muden were busy taking care of several young maids who were hesitant to touch the red broth, teaching them how to cook tofu and vegetables in the white broth. The entire courtyard was filled with laughter and joy for a moment. The late autumn night was bitterly cold. The hot pot party ended, and the backyard returned to its tranquility.
My lord, tonight Lu Ruyan spoke just then.
Madam, I understand. Please allow me to rest for the night, and we can discuss it again tomorrow, Shin Mo interrupted.
All right then, my husband, get some rest. You can't slack off again tomorrow night.
Lu Ruyan said and gracefully returned to her room. The women all returned to their rooms to rest.
Not paying grain is considered negligence. These days, having no offspring is the greatest problem, everything else is trivial.
Shin Mo was speechless. It was rare for him to be free from the pressure of paying grain to the state. He lay alone on the spacious bed in the main room and stretched comfortably.
Phew! I can finally get a good night's sleep,
Shin Mo said, closing his eyes just as he finished speaking.
Bang! Crash!
The window paper suddenly ripped open. Several shadowy figures, as swift as ghosts, rushed in instantly. Their movements were lightning fast and silent. Before Shin Mo could even cry out, a sack was already placed over his head. The world was plunged into darkness and a suffocating feeling.
Damn it, I just finished eating and I got beaten up. I'm tied up?
Shin Mo was about to struggle when he was hit hard on the back of the neck. The pain was accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness, and his consciousness quickly blurred. The sounds of close combat could be heard outside, but were quickly drowned out by the wind.
Shin Mo was lifted up and carried out of the window like a sack of goods, disappearing into the night. Almost the instant Shin Mo was swept out of the Shin residence. Outside the Shin residence, a black-clad figure's pupils suddenly contracted.
Oh no! The young master has been kidnapped.
The black-clad figure was horrified.
We've got him. You guys stay here and don't let him cause any trouble.
The rest of you, retreat with me.
A group of men in black quickly left.
We must hurry back and report to the Holy Maiden.
The black figure had no intention of continuing the fight. Without hesitation, it transformed into a blurry wisp of black smoke and rushed straight towards the nearest contact point, the Forget Worry Pavilion. On the top floor of the Forget Worry Pavilion, outside the boudoir of the courtesan Xiao Yuer, Ziyuan's figure appeared like a ghost, her knuckles pounding on the door.
Holy Maiden, your subordinate Ziyuan has urgent business to discuss with you.
Shuer, go open the door for the Purple Saint Envoy, Xiao Yuer said.
The maid Shuer opened the door.
Holy Maiden, I deserve to die. I failed to protect young Master Shin. Ziyuan knelt on one knee and said with her head bowed. You deserve to die. Xiao Yuer felt her breath catch in her throat, her body stiffened as she sat on the chaise longue, and a surge of energy spread wildly outwards, causing the entire table to shake violently.
You bastard, you just died like that? Didn't you promise to marry me for 10,000 taels? I was still waiting for you.
Xiao Yuer was devastated, and her eyes were red.
Where is his body?
Xiao Yuer asked in a trembling voice.
Young Master Xiao is not dead.
He was kidnapped by top-notch assassins and is heading towards an old house in the north of the city.
There are many of them. I'm heading there as soon as I finish tracking them, Ziyuan said hurriedly.
Xiao Yuer stepped down from the couch, her eyes icy cold, as if burning with flames.
Top-tier assassins? The old house in the north of the city?
Good. Very good. You dare to touch my people,
Xiao Yuer said angrily.
Xiao Yuer didn't even have time to put on her outer robe before she made a sweeping gesture in the air with her bare hand. Purple Iris, heed my command.
Your subordinate is here. Immediately issue the order Shadow Kill. Seal off all exits of that old house in the north of the city.
Anyone who resists, kill without mercy,
Xiao Yuer commanded.
As your majesty commands. Ziyuan knelt on one knee, her figure blurring and disappearing in an instant. Xiao Yuer then changed into a night outfit and in a flash, pushed open the window and sped off towards the north of the city.
Shuer!
Stay here! Shuer stared at the spot where the Holy Maiden had disappeared, her whole body turning cold. She knew the Holy Maiden was truly enraged. Inside the luxurious room, candlelight flickered. Shin Mo, his hands and feet bound, lay unconscious on the floor.
Wake him up!
The cold voice behind the screen carried a hint of impatience.
Chapter 84: A Night of Horror. One person took a basin of cold water and poured it down. Shenemo woke up on the cold floor, his neck still throbbing with pain. The burlap sack over his head had been ripped off, and the glaring light made him squint. He looked around and found himself in an extremely luxurious room. Thick exotic carpets covered the floor, the rosewood furniture gleamed with a warm luster, incense burners in the corner emitted wisps of smoke, and a huge Suzhou-embroidered screen blocked his way, behind which he could vaguely see a seated figure.
Awake? A cold voice came from behind the screen, its age impossible to discern, yet carrying an air of condescending indifference. Shenemo struggled to sit up, his hands and feet bound. He looked at the blurry figure.
"Who are you? Why did you kidnap me?" Shenemo asked. Since he was still alive, he must still have some value. "Who I am is not important, Mr. Shen. I'm giving you two choices now."
The voice behind the screen continued, the first rule, death.
Secondly, the voice paused, hand over the complete recipe and process for the fine sugar and milk tea.
This includes all the sources of raw materials, temperature control, and tool drawings, without omitting a single detail. The room was deathly silent, with only the wisps of smoke rising from the incense burner.
"Do you think I'm stupid? I'll be wiped out the moment I finish writing this." He, Shenemo chuckled after a few moments of silence. "What are you laughing at?"
The figure behind the screen seemed to move slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure in the voice.
"I'm laughing. Isn't it a dead end no matter which path I choose? If I hand over the formula, how can I survive? I'll know things I shouldn't know, and meet people I shouldn't meet." Shenemo stopped laughing, raised his head, and had a playful look on his face. "Sir, will you leave any survivors?" Silence fell behind the screen. "How about we consider a third option?"
Shenemo said with a smile.
"Speak."
The voice behind the screen was devoid of emotion. "Thirdly, the recipe.
I can write it down for you right now. The milk tea recipe, the fine sugar recipe, word for word."
"And that's not all," Shenemo continued. "Starting next month, every 3 months I'll give you an extra, absolutely lucrative opportunity."
"Perfume? Anthracite? Or something even more profitable?" "I guarantee they'll all be unique and incredibly profitable." "Let me go. A living person who keeps providing you with brilliant ideas is much more valuable than a corpse with a dead formula, right?
What do you say, sir?" Shenemo paused, staring at the screen as he spoke. The person behind the screen fell silent. Shenemo felt a gaze upon him, as if assessing and weighing their options. Just then, there was a very soft knock on the door.
"What is it?"
"Didn't I give orders that you must not disturb me unless it is extremely urgent?" the voice behind the screen snapped angrily.
"My lord, please forgive us. Our manor is surrounded. The Holy Maiden requests an audience. She says it is urgent and cannot be delayed."
A respectful yet hurried voice came from outside the door. The figure behind the screen paused, then said in a deep voice, "Tell her to wait a moment. Your third path is interesting.
Wait here, and let me consider it for a moment."
The man behind the screen said indifferently to Shenemo. After speaking, the figure behind the screen stood up, walked towards the side door, and disappeared.
Inside a secluded study next door.
A woman dressed in black nightclothes, her face covered by a light veil, with a holy aura and a touch of mysterious and enchanting grace, stood quietly among them. She was none other than Xiaoyuer, the courtesan of the Forget Worry Pavilion.
"What brings the Holy Maiden here so late at night?"
The man behind the screen walked in and asked with a smile, making no mention of the siege.
"Let him go."
Xiaoyuer's gaze, hidden beneath the light veil, was cold as she spoke calmly.
"Who is the Holy Maiden referring to?"
"Don't play dumb," Xiaoyuer said coldly.
"Could it be young Master Shen?"
The man paused, looking at Xiaoyuer with great interest.
"The reason? Did he ruin your plans?"
"Or do you know him?" the man behind the screen asked tentatively. "He is my man," Xiaoyuer said calmly.
"Your people?"
The man behind the screen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and a playful smile appeared on his lips.
"Ha! Interesting. I never expected that a dignified saintess would have a suitor? And a shrewd little scholar at that?"
The man behind the screen chuckled.
"Let him go.
He's more valuable to you than you are alive. Killing him will only cause the formula to rot or leak out." Xiaoyuer gave the man a meaningful look, clearly guessing why he had captured Shenemo.
A living person who has access to milk tea, fine sugar, and perhaps even more brilliant ideas is indeed more useful than a corpse.
Moreover, the Holy Maiden has personally come forward to ask for him, so he can't refuse that favor. The cooperation between the two sides has just begun, and it would be a loss to tear off the mask of friendship over a mere scholar and jeopardize the grand plan. The man behind the screen paced back and forth a few times, weighing the pros and cons in his mind.
Okay.
The man stopped and looked at Xiao Yuer. For the sake of the Holy Maiden, I can release him.
Thank you. Xiao Yuer nodded slightly.
However, the man changed the subject. The milk tea recipe, the method for making the fine sugar, not a single detail can be omitted.
I need it now. Make him write it down clearly.
Okay, Xiao Yuer replied.
Shen Mo was invited back to the study.
Paper and brush were already prepared, and the ink was freshly ground. The voice behind the screen said, "Someone pleaded for you.
Your life is spared for now.
Now, write down the milk tea recipe and the method for making fine sugar clearly.
Also, write down the new route you're going to provide next month. If even one word is false."
The voice suddenly turned cold. "You know the consequences."
"Who saved me?"
"Never mind, now is not the time to think about it," Shen Mo wondered to himself.
Shen Mo suppressed his turbulent thoughts, took a deep breath, and picked up his pen.
He already knew the milk tea recipe and the method for making fine sugar by heart, and wrote with effortless fluency. As for the new approach next month, after a moment's thought, he wrote down the detailed steps and sources of the necessary materials for the saltpeter ice making method. This method wasn't technically demanding, but in this era, it was absolutely revolutionary and incredibly profitable, enough to feed this benefactor for a while.
Shen Mo finished writing and put down his brush.
Someone stepped forward and respectfully presented the still wet paper behind the screen.
"You're smart enough to get out of here. Remember, your life is temporarily in your possession."
There was a moment of silence behind the screen, as if someone was carefully examining the situation. After a long pause, the cold voice rang out again. "This feeling of being at someone else's mercy is really unpleasant.
What's the difference between this and being a beast of burden in my past life?
I must grow bigger and stronger," Shen Mo thought to himself.
"Thank you, Your Excellency," Shen Mo said in a low voice. Shen Mo had just stood up when a familiar, sharp pain shot through the back of his head again. Everything went black, and he completely lost consciousness.
"Holy Maiden, I'm giving you face today, so you can take the person with you.
Shouldn't you also withdraw your men outside?"
the man behind the screen said to Xiao Yuer. "Don't touch him again, or we might have to find someone else to carry out your grand plan," Xiao Yuer said coldly. After speaking, she blew a whistle, picked up Shen Mo with one hand, and disappeared in a flash. "Young master, everyone outside has left.
This Holy Maiden is too arrogant. Who does she think she is, daring to speak to you like that?" A guard captain beside him said with dissatisfaction.
Slap. The man slapped the guard captain. Too talkative. Once the grand plan is complete, then the Holy Maiden, the man thought to himself.
"Holy Maiden, what should we do with this young Master Shun?" Zi Yuan asked, looking at Shen Mo on her back. Chapter 85. He's mine.
Take him back to the bedroom of the Shin family residence.
Be careful not to disturb anyone else. Xiao Yuer nodded slightly, her cool gaze falling on Shen Mo.
Yes, sir.
Zi Yuan replied, hoisting Shen Mo onto her shoulder.
With a flash, she disappeared into the night. Xiao Yuer turned around, and her figure disappeared behind the rooftops in a few leaps, her lightness skill astonishing.
The master bedroom of the Shen residence was completely silent. The window slid open silently a crack. Zi Yuan carried Shen Mo lightly inside, landing without a sound.
She carefully placed Shen Mo back on the bed, covered him with the brocade quilt, and then pried open Shen Mo's mouth and fed him a brown pill. After doing all this, Zi Yuan quietly retreated and closed the window.
Soon after, Zi Yuan appeared in Xiao Yuer's room at Wanyu Tower.
Holy Maiden, young Master Shen has been properly settled. I have already fed him the 9-turn purifying spirit pill, Zi Yuan reported in a low voice. That pill was an antidote given to the Holy Maiden by the Holy Venerable. It makes her immune to all poisons and can also increase her inner strength.
The Holy Maiden is really good to young Master Shen. Could it be that she wants to? Zi Yuan couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. Well done.
Ordered Blood Lotus Altar to send a group of dark fragrance servants and helpers to infiltrate the Shen residence and surrounding shops to provide close protection. Also, dispatch a group of iron guards to remain hidden in the shadows. If anyone suspicious approaches, especially those who acted that way tonight, execute them first and report later. You are in charge of coordinating this.
If anything goes wrong again, you will be held responsible.
Xiao Yuer said coldly.
Understood.
Zi Yuan bowed and accepted the order, then her figure flickered and disappeared again. With your constitution that attracts trouble and disaster, you can't avoid the bloodshed of the martial world.
It seems that only I can resolve your calamity. Who told the prophecy that you are my calamity? This time, you owe me a life.
Xiao Yuer sat on the couch, rubbing her forehead for a long time, and muttered to herself. The next morning, Shinemo suddenly sat up in bed, panting heavily, his inner shirt soaked with cold sweat.
Did I have a nightmare?
It was such a vivid nightmare.
Shinemo patted his chest, still shaken.
The murderous intent and details behind the screen were blurred, but the deep-seated fear was incredibly real.
No. Money alone isn't enough. Without power, you're just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Shinemo clenched his fists, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Shinemo hurriedly got up to wash up. When he picked up the water to wash his face, he froze. He saw the ink stains on his hands. He pulled up his sleeve and saw that although the rope marks had faded, they were still clearly visible. Holy crap, last night wasn't a dream, it was all real. I was really kidnapped? Luckily the kidnappers didn't kill me, or I'd be done for. No, a man should stand up for himself. I have to go find Yunlu and ask her. Headed straight to the backyard. Yunlu. Shinemo called out. Husband, is something the matter? Yunlu asked, stopping what she was doing.
I want to learn martial arts.
Is it too late to start now? Shinemo asked with hopeful eyes. It's too late. Husband, with your physique you only started training at 18, do you think you can become a master? It's as difficult as climbing to heaven.
Yunlu looked him up and down, her brows furrowed slightly, and shook her head directly.
So, how far can you train? Will you be able to protect yourself? Shinemo asked unwillingly.
To put it simply, martial artists in the world can be roughly divided into 6 ranks. The lowest rank are like street thugs, relying on brute force. The 4th rank have practiced martial arts for a few years and can handle 3 or 5 ordinary people. The 3rd rank have some skill and can handle 10 or so. The 2nd rank are strong and have refined techniques, capable of fighting dozens. The 1st rank can shatter stone tablets and move with incredible speed. Defeating 100 is not difficult.
The highest rank, that's a legend. 1,000? Perhaps they can move freely amidst 1,000 troops, but that's only a possibility, and extremely rare. Yunlu thought for a moment and said seriously.
Yunlu looked at Shinmo and continued, as for self-preservation, if you only want to deal with 1 or 2 ordinary thieves, and are willing to put in 3 to 5 years of hard work, you might be able to reach the edge of the 4th rate level.
But Yunlu paused.
Faced with true masters, or organized military formations and cavalry charges, let alone first-rate ones, even top-tier grandmasters would face certain death if they tried to fight head-on. They could only rely on their agility, the terrain, or coordinated battle formations to maneuver and escape.
Then, madam, which category do you belong to now? Shinmo's heart sank. Me?
I'm at best a 3rd-rate fighter, good enough to take down a few hooligans. My brother, Shermang, is more talented and a proper 3rd-rate expert. My father was a top-tier 2nd-rate fighter when he was young, but he's gotten older and has declined.
Yunlu said frankly.
I thought the Transmigrator's halo would at least allow me to quickly become a martial arts master, but I didn't expect reality to be so harsh. It seems that technology and strength are the real foundation for survival.
Shinemo was utterly speechless. Alright, then I'll practice to improve my physical fitness, okay?
In case something happens, it'll be better to be able to run faster, Shinemo said with a wry smile.
That is fine.
Let us start with horse stance and strengthening our muscles and bones.
But are you sure you can endure this hardship, my husband?
Yunlu nodded, his eyes teasing.
Is there any shortcut? Like a master passing on their skills, or a dual cultivation method? Or some miraculous pills to increase internal strength? Shinemo asked, unwilling to give up. Husband, you have everything you've mentioned, but where are we supposed to find it? Yunlu said irritably after thinking for a moment. Forget it, let's make money first.
If we can't do it ourselves, we'll rely on external help.
Shinemo made up his mind.
Just as Shin Mo, the husband, was feeling a bit deflated after being slapped down by Yu Yunlu, a timid voice rang out from the side. Turning around, I saw Yen Rushuang, the younger of the twins. She was twisting the hem of her clothes, her face slightly flushed, and she seemed hesitant to speak.
Rushuang, what's wrong? Shin Mo asked.
Yen Rushuang mustered her courage, raised her head, and her big eyes were full of hope.
Go ahead and speak, it's nothing, Shin Mo continued to ask.
I want to revive my mother's craft.
I can brew wine. Brewing wine? This is like a godsend. Shin Mo immediately agreed, great. Excellent. We must support it. Fully support it. What do you need? Location? Tools? Manpower? Just tell us. Thank you, my husband. You're so kind. Yen Rushuang was surprised that Shin Mo agreed so readily and was so excited. Her face lit up with a smile.
In her excitement, she rushed over and hugged Shin Mo's arm. Then she realized she had lost her composure and quickly let go, blushing.
No need to thank me. If anyone should be thanking someone, it's me thanking you. Come on, let's study it together. I know a little about wine too, Shin Mo said with a hearty laugh. Chapter 86 Delivering wine to the prince's mansion, accidentally entering his boudoir.
In the days that followed, both the old and new shops were busily undergoing renovations.
The newly purchased 3-story shop with a large courtyard was completely renovated.
Shin Mo made the decision, the old house would be left to the sugar workshop and the maids to live in. With wages and rest provided, the maids were highly motivated, and the sugar workshop and milk tea shop operated smoothly. The new shop's first floor will have a regular lobby, where they plan to mainly serve boiled fish and boiled seafood. They will begin recruiting female chefs, with Yi San Yang and Xiao Tao in charge of training them.
The second floor of the new store features private rooms with a tranquil environment. The new store has 3 floors, VIP private rooms, with excellent views overlooking the Qinhuai River. The new store is still under preparation.
Yen Rushuang set up her winery in a corner of the backyard of the new shop.
Following the recipe left by her mother, she began to try brewing wine.
The first batch of wine was acceptable, with a fruity aroma, but not mellow enough.
Not strong enough, not fragrant enough. Shin Mo took a bite and shook his head.
Young master, this is better than many wines on the market.
Yen Rushuang said, somewhat aggrieved. No, it can be even better. Shin Mo's eyes lit up, and he called to Isa, come here. Let's adjust it together.
Under Shin Mo's theoretical guidance and Isa's meticulous control over the fermentation and distillation process, they repeatedly experimented and adjusted the grain ratio, fermentation time, and distillation temperature. Yen Rushuang's face flushed red as she nervously watched Shin Mo and Isa busily working beside the enormous still. The first batch of truly exquisite nectar was finally ready to be produced. In the secluded winery in the backyard of the new store, steam rises and the aroma of wine is rich.
Control the heat. Isa, keep it low and slow. The wine is almost ready. Shin Mo stared intently at the slender copper tube. Yes, darling, low flame, steady. Isha's eyes were focused intently as she carefully adjusted the flame. Husband, is this really going to work?
Yen Rushuang watched as the clear, spring-like wine, exuding a domineering aroma, dripped into the wine jar, filled with both anticipation and trepidation.
Rushuang. Remember this fragrance. Shin Mo took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is called strong aroma.
It's made primarily of sorghum, mixed with other ingredients for fermentation. It emphasizes 1,000-year-old cellars and 10,000-year-old lees, requiring sufficient fermentation time and a steady distillation temperature. The essence is extracted from the middle section by removing the head and tail.
Try it. Shin Mo picked up a small glass of freshly poured wine and handed it to Yen Rushuang. Strong aroma? So strong. So fragrant. 100 times better than my mother's brew.
Yen Rushuang took a small sip and was instantly choked by the strong and mellow aroma and taste, coughing a few times.
You can't say that. The wine you made was delicious to begin with. We just distilled and fermented it multiple times, Shin Mo said. Husband, please stop teasing me. What about the other one? Yen Rushuang asked. What you're talking about?
That's the base liquor 4 sauce-flavored liquor. It's made with high-temperature koji, fermented at high temperatures, and distilled at high temperatures.
It's still fermenting now and needs to be stored for at least half a month to begin to take shape. The longer it's stored, the more fragrant it becomes. That's real liquid gold. Shinemo laughed heartily, pointing to several earthenware jars sealed with yellow mud next to him. After the first batch of strong aroma baijiu was bottled, Shinemo did not release it immediately. He carefully selected 10 of the best quality jars and personally delivered them to the young prince's villa. Finally, 2 completely different new wines were born. One type of liquor is clear, with a rich and exuberant aroma, a smooth and sweet taste, and a long finish, the strong aroma type. The other type is slightly yellow in color, with a prominent soy sauce aroma, elegant and delicate, and a long-lasting fragrance, the soy sauce aroma type. The prince's villa is bathed in the glow of lanterns as dusk settles. Inside the elegant warm pavilion, Shinemo and the young prince sat facing each other on a couch. On the table were several exquisite dishes and 10 jars of fragrant nectar that Shinemo had brought. "Come on, Brother Long, try the wine I brought you. I guarantee you'll never be able to drink any other wine again," Shinemo said, opening the wine seal. "Brother Shun, you're exaggerating a bit. I've drunk dozens, if not hundreds, of kinds of wine. I've drunk the imperial wine in the spring intoxication from the western regions right next to it." The young prince didn't believe it. The true test lies in the wine. "Come, Your Highness, I'll drink first as a sign of respect." After pouring a jade cup for each of them, Shinemo raised his cup and drank it down first. "All right, Brother Shin, you're a straightforward guy." The young prince also downed his drink in one gulp. Hiss. Fine wine. Fine wine indeed. After downing a cup, the young prince's face flushed instantly, and he slapped the table in admiration. "This potency. This aroma. It's so much better than those weak imperial wines in the palace. This is the kind of wine a man should drink," the young prince excitedly said, pulling Shinemo along. "Come on. Fill it up. We won't leave until we're drunk. I'm so happy." Shinemo originally intended to discuss serious matters, but he couldn't resist the young prince's enthusiasm, and also wanted to test the power of the wine, so he drank freely. The two clinked glasses and chatted about all sorts of things. The young prince seemed to have a good tolerance for alcohol, but he couldn't withstand the strong aftereffects of the strong liquor. Shinemo overestimated his own endurance. After a few drinks, he felt dizzy and his tongue felt swollen. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, "All of you, get out. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. I want to speak with Brother Shen," the young prince waved to his maids and guards. The servants bowed and withdrew, leaving only 2 drunken men in the warm pavilion. "Good brother. I'll buy this wine. Sell it all over the capital. Let's make a fortune together. You get 7 and I'll get 3, come on, let's have another drink." The young prince, already drunk, put his arm around Shinmo's shoulder and addressed him as a brother. "Let's call it 50-50, Brother Long. You're taking me under your wing to make money, that's a great honor," Shinemo quickly offered a toast. "Brother Shin, you're a true friend. Come on, bottoms up," the young prince continued, urging him to drink. After forcing himself to drink a few more cups, Shinemo felt his lower abdomen swell and his urge to urinate surge. "Brother Long, please excuse me for a moment. Where is the changing room? Is that convenient?" Shinemo said, then staggered to his feet. "This palace is so big, I really can't remember which way is which without someone to point me in the right direction," Shinemo recalled vividly. "Turn left after you go out, then right, then left again, and the end on the left is." The young prince mumbled as he lay on the table, half asleep and half awake. Shinemo felt dizzy and lightheaded, and groped his way out, supporting himself against the wall. The corridors of the prince's mansion were winding and dimly lit. He vaguely remembered turning left, then right again. He walked on, stumbling along, feeling that this end was endless. Finally, he saw a slightly ajar, exquisitely carved wooden door. Similar to last time, without thinking, he assumed he had arrived and pushed the door open, rushing inside. A delicate, elegant fragrance wafted towards him from a woman's boudoir. Shinemo was startled, his eyes blurry with drunkenness as he looked inside. The room was filled with mist. In the enormous bathtub, a woman was bathing with her back to him. Her long, black hair was wet and draped over her snow-white shoulders and back, flower petals floated on the water, and only a small part of her smooth, jade-like back was visible. "Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you to call me when I'm ready before you come in?" The woman turned around after saying that. Chapter 87: The Entanglement of Fate.
The woman slowly turned around, her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was dazzlingly white in the flickering candlelight, her full breasts rose and fell gently with her breath, her waist was slender and delicate, and below her were curves that disappeared into the water. Shin Mo's pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body seemed to freeze instantly. Just as he turned halfway around, a strong gust of wind rushed in and blew out the candle with a whoosh. Then, another gust of wind slammed the door shut. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness, with only the hazy moonlight outside the window outlining the woman's delicate figure.
Xiao Yu?
A woman's languid voice came from the darkness.
What are you all standing there for? Quickly light the candles. What if I trip over something in the dark? Your Highness? Light a lamp? How would I know where the tinderbox is? Shen Mo froze, terrified, and sobered up considerably. He'd messed up. This was the princess's bathroom. Shen Mo's first instinct was to run. He frantically searched for the exit in the darkness, knocking over something with a loud bang. Clumsy, the princess frowned.
Never mind if you can't find a tinderbox, come and scrub my back first. I've been soaking in this rose bath for too long today, and my bones are all loose. The princess thought it was her personal maid and casually splashed the water.
Still standing there? Come here now.
The princess turned to the side impatiently, her smooth back gleaming white.
Hurry up, the water will get cold soon. Shen Mo made up his mind and groped his way forward.
Here you gourd sponge, the princess said, handing it over.
Shen Mo grabbed the loofah and decided to pretend to be a maid to get by first.
He reached out and groped his way forward, and when his fingers touched the princess's skin, his fingertips trembled with fright.
Why is it so rough? The princess frowned.
We need to change the loofah sponge tomorrow. Shen Mo clumsily rubbed her back, the skin smooth and warm to the touch. He felt flustered, his touch uneven and forceful.
Be gentle. Why are you being so clumsy today? The princess gasped.
Shen Mo hurriedly withdrew his strength, barely managing to finish rubbing his back before quickly stopping and trying to slip away.
Why did you stop? The princess persisted. What's wrong with you today? You're so slow. You haven't even started rubbing yet, hurry up. The front? How do I rub it?
Shen Mo's mind went blank, and his blood rushed to his head. He froze on the spot, not knowing where to put his hands. Hurry up, the princess urged when she saw that he didn't move. She turned around slightly, the water rippled, and her full breasts were faintly visible in the moonlight.
What are you standing there for? Have you forgotten all the rules I taught you? And why do you smell like alcohol? Did you secretly drink? Humph, I'll punish you later. Either way, I'm going to die. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to grit my teeth and pretend to be the best I can. Shen Mo closed his eyes and steeled his resolve. Shen Mo reached out his hand with trembling hands. The moment the loofah touched her waist, the princess flinched. What's wrong with you today? Be gentle.
No need there, the princess said softly. Her skin was delicate, and the slightest touch left a faint red mark.
Shen Mo hurriedly slowed his movements, the sensation from the edge of his palm making him tremble uncontrollably. It's good that you don't need it, why didn't you say so earlier?
Shen Mo thought to himself, unsure whether to sigh or feel relieved, his feelings were complicated.
Princess, may I come in and help you change your clothes?
Just then, the voice of the maid Xiao Yu came from outside the door. The princess was about to respond when she suddenly froze.
Her maid, Xiao Yu, was clearly inside, so how could she be outside?
She whirled around, splashing water everywhere. In the moonlight, Shen Mo, his hair disheveled, stared at her with a terrified expression. Though she couldn't see his entire face, the outline clearly indicated he was a man.
You.
Before the princess could finish speaking, Shen Mo quickly covered her mouth.
Don't shout.
Shen Mo said in a low voice, his breath reeking of alcohol. If you scream out, we're both finished. The princess was both shocked and furious. She struggled desperately, her fingernails scratching several bloody marks on Shen Mo's arm.
Princess? Are you all right? Xiao Yu, the maid outside the door, asked again when she heard the commotion.
Shen Mo tightly covered her mouth, his fierce eyes signaling her to shut up.
The princess, thinking of her current state, finally let reason prevail over anger. If this got out, her reputation as an unmarried princess would be completely ruined. The princess glared angrily at Shen Mo and slowly nodded. Shen Mo then let go. It's all right, Xiaoyu, you may leave. Don't come in without my permission. I need to rest. The princess took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, and called out towards the door. Yes. The maid Xiaoyu outside the door responded and withdrew.
The room fell silent again, with only the sound of their rapid breathing.
Princess, I apologize for disturbing you. I've taken the wrong path. I'll be leaving now. Shinemo said tentatively in a soft voice. Stop. Who told you to leave? Who are you? The princess tightened the petals around her neck and glared at Shinemo. Should I tell the truth or not? Shinemo was extremely conflicted. Didn't I tell a white lie in my past life? I can hide for as long as I can, since I can't see the truth anyway. Forget it, I'll just tell the truth to avoid being accused of deception again. Shinemo made up his mind. I'm Shinemo.
A friend of the young prince, Shinemo said in a low voice, at which point he vaguely felt that the princess's figure looked very familiar.
What Shinemo? Your name is so strange. The princess's pupils shrank suddenly. Why does this name sound so familiar?
Close your eyes, or I'll gouge them out, the princess roared.
It's pitch black, I can't see anything at all.
Shinemo was speechless, but still closed his eyes as instructed. How dare you barge in, the princess suddenly said coldly.
Princess, spare me. I really didn't mean to. I was drunk and went to the wrong place.
Please, have mercy on me this time.
Shinemo pleaded hurriedly.
If you dare to divulge even a single word of what happened today, I, the princess, will exterminate your entire clan. The princess's face flushed red as she heard Shinemo plead for mercy, and recalling their intimate touch just moments before, she roared angrily.
I wouldn't dare. I swear.
And another thing, the princess took a deep breath, forcing down her shame.
You owe me a debt. If you ever need my help in the future, you must not refuse. Otherwise.
A ruthless glint flashed in the princess's eyes.
Yes. I will obey. Shinemo dared not disobey and hurriedly replied. Get out. Disappear from my sight. Before I change my mind.
The princess closed her eyes, not wanting to see Shinmo's face that filled her with shame and indignation any longer. Without the slightest hesitation, Shinemo pushed open the door and fled frantically, disregarding the direction.
Huff, huff. Shinemo leaned against the artificial hill, panting heavily.
A night breeze blew, making his soaked back feel chilly.
He was completely sober now, and a wave of fear washed over him. Damn it, what a bad year. Drinking has led to this mess. I've already touched her like that. Is the princess going to execute my entire family? No way, I've already touched what I shouldn't have.
If she wanted to kill me, she would have done it already.
If this gets out, where will she put the royal family's reputation?
She knows what's important.
Does she want me to marry a prince? Wouldn't that mean I'd have to divorce everyone? Prince consort? Whoever wants to be one can be one. I wouldn't even take it if it were given to me.
Shinmo's heart pounded with anxiety as he thought about it. He cursed under his breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Could this princess be the one who beat the original owner to death? Shinemo suddenly thought to himself. Chapter 88 Opening Warm-Up. Shinemo dared not linger any longer and was about to get up. Young Master Shin?
A voice suddenly rang out beside him.
Shinemo felt a chill run down his spine and abruptly turned his head.
He saw a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a prince standing silently in the shadow of the artificial hill. It was none other than Steward Zhong, the steward of the prince's mansion.
Manager Zhong? Shinemo asked.
Young Master Shin has been looking for me for a long time. The young prince saw that you hadn't returned after changing your clothes, so he sent me to find you. Steward Zhong paused after saying this. Young Master Shin, next time you change your clothes, please have a maid take you. The inner garden of the prince's mansion is large, and it's easy to get lost late at night. It would be troublesome if you accidentally went to the wrong place. Steward Zhong reminded him.
Yes, Steward Zhong is right.
I was too drunk and lost my way, which was really impolite. Next time, I would appreciate it if Steward Zhong could send someone to guide me. This prince's mansion is like a maze, and it is really easy to get lost, Shinemo said, bowing.
He, you flatter me, young master.
Steward Zhong stepped aside to make way and gestured for him to proceed.
His Highness is still waiting for you over there. Young Master Shen, please come with me quickly. Don't keep the young prince waiting. Brother Shen, I thought you'd fallen into the outhouse.
You've been squatting there for so long, you're still a bit weak.
The booklet I gave you needs more practice.
The young prince chuckled.
Brother Long, please don't make fun of me.
Shenmo's face was flushed red, and he was even a little out of breath when he spoke, clearly because he had walked in a hurry.
I have something to attend to, so I'll be going now.
What's the rush?
Have another drink.
The young prince said, pouring another cup.
That's the last cup, Brother Long.
My restaurant will be opening in a few days, and I hope you can come and support me when you have time, Shenmo said, raising his wine glass.
Of course, come on, drink it.
The young prince finished speaking and downed the drink in one gulp. Steward Zhong escort Brother Shen back to his residence. The young prince instructed Steward Zhong.
Brother Long, I can go back by myself, so don't worry about me. Shenmo quickly said. That won't do, Steward Zhong.
Arrange for someone to escort Brother Shen back to his residence.
Make sure he gets home safely. I won't see you off, brother.
Someone, take me to Consort Ni's residence.
I'm going there tonight, the young prince called out to the maids outside. Before long, 3 or 4 maids helped her walk towards Consort Ni. Young Master Shen, I will escort you back to your residence.
Steward Zhong cupped his hands in greeting.
Then I'll have to trouble Steward Zhong. Shenmo returned the greeting. A little while later.
Steward Zhong, please wait a moment.
Thank you for your help tonight,
Shenmo said as he arrived at the mansion.
Young Master Shen, farewell.
Steward Zhong said, then handed the coachman his farewell.
Return to the residence. I knocked on the door. Is this princess a cat? She's scratching me so hard.
Shenmo felt the scratches on his arm burning with pain.
Squeak, the door opened. Young master. You're finally back.
Xiao Tao looked out from inside the door and, seeing Shenmo come in, immediately rushed forward to help him up.
Husband, have you drunk a lot of wine? Okay, let's go back to the room, Shenmo said.
Xiao Tao supported Shenmo's arm and escorted him to his room.
After entering the room, Shenmo drank half a pot of cold tea before he could recover. Xiao Tao, go and call Ru Yan over for me. Shenmo was still panicking and wanted to get some advice. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Tao walked in. Xiao Tao, you can go now.
Yes, my husband, Xiao Tao replied, closing the door before leaving.
Shenmo recounted the absurd events that had occurred at the prince's residence in detail.
Of course, he omitted the overly erotic details, only saying that he had wandered into the wrong room and bumped into the princess.
Princess?
Lu Ruyan's teacup clattered to the ground, her face turning pale with shock.
Is it Princess Xiao Yu Huang?
She said we shouldn't talk about it, but I'm afraid she'll hold it against us later. Ruyan, it's best if you and I know about tonight's events, and we shouldn't tell the other ladies.
What do you think about this? Shenmo said with a sigh. The princess is of noble status.
Since she didn't react on the spot, she must be concerned about her reputation. As long as we keep our mouths shut, we might be able to get away with it, Lu Ruyan said after thinking for a moment. But she made her husband owe her a life. This is clearly planting the seeds of future trouble, Lu Ruyan said worriedly. Now that things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. During this time, please take care of the restaurant's opening.
I won't show my face in public. Shenmo sighed. Yes, my husband, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room, Lu Ruyan said, getting up to leave. You're usually the one who's always chasing after me, but you've changed your tune tonight? Oh well, I guess I'll take the initiative.
I feel all hot and bothered after drinking, Shenmo muttered to himself. Ruyan, stay with me tonight and don't go back, Shenmo said to Lu Ruyan.
Husband, aren't you going to rest tonight? Are you sure you can manage? Lu Ruyan asked Shenmo softly. What do you mean? Shenmo felt insulted by the words. Absolutely.
Shenmo decided to let Lu Ruyan review her lessons tonight, offering her free education in love.
At the crucial moment in midfield, Shenmo pressed the pause button. My lady, is it all right for me? Shenmo teased Lu Ruyan on purpose. Okay, husband, you're the best. Lu Ruyan was completely overwhelmed and hurriedly said. Madam, I feel like you're just giving me the runaround. You're not being sincere enough. Shenmo had no intention of letting Lu Ruyan off so easily. Husband, hurry. You're the best, really. Lu Ruyan was extremely anxious and spoke incoherently.
If you say no again next time, you'll be punished according to family rules.
After saying that, Shen Mo continued to discuss his studies with Lu Ruyan.
A woman who is outwardly dignified and elegant, yet uninhibited in bed, is truly delightful, Shen Mo thought to himself. He then threw himself back into working towards his KPIs.
Hard work pays off. After all, Lu Ruyan was always emphasizing etiquette and propriety.
In the following days, Shen Mo stayed home and even left the milk tea shop to Lu Ruyan to manage. Shen Mo always felt like he had a stone hanging in his heart, and he was often awakened by nightmares at night. Princess Xiao Yuhuan would chase him all over the mountain with a whip, shouting, "Drown in a pig cage." "I'm so afraid of being slapped, my whole body and mind are on a conditioned reflex."
Shen Mo was speechless. There are 5 days left until the new restaurant opens.
Zui Xiangu set up several tables and invited relatives, friends, and neighbors from the village and Yuejia village who had come to help, as well as the restaurant manager, to taste the dishes and wines. Shen Mo specifically instructed the kitchen to bring out their best dishes, boiled fish and braised pork, and also brought out several jars of newly brewed strong-flavored wine. "Master Shen, congratulations.
I've come early to share in the joy." The first to arrive was Manager Qian from Zhenbazhai, carrying 2 boxes of pastries.
"Shopkeeper Qian, you're too kind. Please come in and have a seat," Shen Mo greeted him with a smile. The two had just sat down when a group of people burst in, making a ruckus. The leader was a portly manager, the owner of Jufulu across the street. "Master Shen, is your rule of offering free wine tastings deliberately going against Jufulu?" he shouted as soon as he entered. "Manager Chen is joking. I run my restaurant, and you run your business.
How is that wrong?" Shen Mo retorted.
"Why doesn't it count?" Manager Chen slammed his hand on the table.
"You're offering free wine tastings and doing group buying? Isn't that just blatantly stealing our business?"
"Let me tell you, don't think you're something special just because you've hired a few courtesans.
Without real talent, you'll still go out of business." "Manager Chen, calm down.
We're all in the same business, let's keep things peaceful," Manager Chen said, trying to smooth things over.
"Peace is paramount?" Manager Chen stared wide-eyed.
"I heard your wine is called Immortal's Intoxication. That's too much of an exaggeration."
"Show it to me, I don't believe it."
"Since Manager Chen wants to see it, that's perfect."
"Xiao Tao, bring a jar of wine," Shen Mo said, raising an eyebrow.
There are many ways to make these gourmands speechless, but the most effective way is to present something that will shock them and leave them speechless. Xiao Tao quickly brought over the wine jar, and Shen Mo personally opened it, instantly filling the air with a strong aroma of wine.
"What's the use of incense?"
Manager Chen sniffed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he remained defiant.
"Manager Chen, you'll know once you try it." Shen Mo didn't explain, picked up the wine glass, poured a full glass, and handed it over. "Why is this wine so strong?" Manager Chen took the wine and sipped it.
As soon as the wine went down his throat, his face turned red, and he coughed several times before he recovered.
"Only strong is truly potent." Shen Mo poured himself a glass as well. "What does Manager Chen think of this wine?"
Manager Chen didn't speak, but the disdain in his eyes had turned into surprise. Several other managers also stepped forward to taste the wine, praising it highly.
"This liquor is potent. Stronger than any liquor I've ever tasted.
The flavor is rich and smooth, with a slightly sweet aftertaste. It's amazing."
"Brother Shen, how do you brew this wine? Could you teach me?"
Shen Mo smiled without saying a word, but he knew in his heart that this strong aroma wine was unique in this era and could naturally hold its own. Good wine is nothing if the food isn't good, nobody will come. Manager Chen's face turned pale and then red as he watched the crowd fawning over him, and finally he snorted.
"That's perfect, try some of my dishes." Shen Mo gestured to the waiter to serve the food.
The boiled fish had just been served when the bright red chilies and the enticing aroma made everyone's mouths water. Manager Chen picked up a piece with his chopsticks, and the spiciness made him gasp for breath as soon as it entered his mouth, but he couldn't help but pick up another piece. "This fish, how is this fish prepared? It tastes so good. And this braised pork, it's fatty but not greasy, melts in your mouth, much better than what my cook makes."
For a moment, the men and women of Yuejia village were full of praise.
"Oof."
Manager Chen turned and left.
"Old Chen is all bark and no bite, he's already convinced." "Mr. Shen, your restaurant is sure to be a hit," Manager Qian said with a smile.
That afternoon.
"Xiao Tao, have the maids distribute these flyers."
Shinemo pointed to a thick stack of yellow paper on his desk. The paper was covered with writing in ink, and the edges were printed with fish and wine jar patterns. These were flyers and coupons that Shinemo had put together with Lu Ruyan's help. Yes, my husband, Xiao Tao replied. Drunken Immortal Pavilion will open in 5 days, a maid shouted, shoving a flyer into the arms of a passing scholar. On your first day at the store, we've prepared 10 jars of top-quality wine for you to try for free. Whether you can drink or not, you can have a glass. 3 people eating fish together get 1 person free? 5 people forming a group get 20% off? And you have to match the couplets to get into the private room on the 3rd floor? What's the logic behind this? The scholar was startled, unfolded the flyer, squinted to examine it closely, and asked in confusion. Your Highness, it's confirmed. The most likely culprit that day was Shinemo, the owner of Honey Ice Cream, Xiaoyu reported. What Shinemo? I understand, you may leave. Princess Xiao Yuhuang waved her hand and said. There's one more thing I need to report, Xiaoyu said hurriedly. Explain. Chapter 89 4 days on, 3 days off. I heard that young Master Shin's new shop, Zuexiangu, is opening in 5 days, and it's quite a big deal. High-ranking officials and nobles can go directly to the private rooms on the 3rd floor, while others have to come up with a couplet. Those who come up with a couplet will get free drinks that day. Many talented people are eager to try. In addition, the young prince said he would go and show his support, said the maid Xiao Yu. Oh. I understand. You may leave now, Xiao Yu Huang waved her hand. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. I'll go with my brother to take a look then, Xiao Yu Huang thought to herself. In the days that followed, Shin Mo's life was divided into 2 parts. By day, he was a poor, studious scholar who studied diligently, even resorting to extreme measures like hanging his head from the rafters or pricking his thigh with an awl. By night, he was a humble ox, working tirelessly for the women. Inside Shin Mo's house in the backyard. The classical Chinese phrases ji hu zhe yi are so archaic and absurd. Shinemo was holding a book and reading. What is all this stuff? It's harder than memorizing the periodic table of elements in my past life. My head is about to explode from all this classical Chinese. I'm not afraid of exams on current affairs and classical poetry, I'll just write in vernacular Chinese. If I wasn't worried about not understanding the questions, I wouldn't even look at them, Shinemo thought to himself. Husband, have some ginseng tea to refresh yourself. Xiao Tao came in carrying a teacup. Sister Lu said that memorizing should be done step by step, and you can't be impatient, Xiao Tao said with heartache, seeing Shinmo's frantic state. Step by step? There are less than 7 days left until the autumn examination. I feel like my head is about to explode from reading so much. Shinemo took the ginseng tea, tilted his head back and took a big gulp, and said with a bitter face. My lord, you are mistaken. The autumn examinations place great emphasis on the classics, and the foundation lies in memorization and understanding. My lord is naturally intelligent, and I have already marked the key chapters and sentences. My lord only needs to read them 10 times today. Lu Ruyan walked in and placed a booklet in front of Shinemo. 10 times? Madam, are you trying to murder your husband? Shinemo looked at the dense annotations and his vision went black. A soft chuckle came from the doorway. Yi San Yang entered at that moment, her water-red gauze dress outlining her breathtaking F-curve. Her eyes were alluring, and her voice was sweet. Husband, you must be tired from studying. Would you like me to help you stretch your muscles? I guarantee it will refresh you 100-fold. Before Shinemo could respond, a tall, voluptuous blonde woman with blue eyes squeezed in. It was Isa, wearing a long, fitted dress that Shinemo had specially made for her, which accentuated her curves, making her figure even more striking. She took Shinmo's arm and said, Darling. Ahem. Lu Ruyan coughed lightly, her pretty face slightly darkening as she glanced at Yi San Yang and Isa. My husband is working hard and should not be disturbed. Third sister, Isa, if there is nothing urgent, please return to your room. Husband, call me in any time you need to relax. Yi San Yang gave Shinemo a charming look, then swayed her hips as she left. Darling, what do you mean, sister? Isa asked curiously. She said not to interfere with my studies, Shinemo explained. Oh. I'm just a little bored. Okay, I'll come back tonight to have a baby with my darling. Isha winked and turned to leave. The quiet room finally returned to peace. Looking at Lu Ruyan's beautiful yet serious face, Shen Emo sighed resignedly, picked up the booklet, and began to read aloud. The great learning teaches us to manifest our bright virtue, to love the people, and to abide in the highest good. Lu Ruyan nodded in satisfaction, quietly watching Shen Emo like a tutor. In my past life, even when I was a beast of burden, at least I had one day off a week despite working 996. Now, it's worse. During the day, it's like being in an ancient college entrance exam cram school with strict KPI assessments. And at night, it's an even more terrifying KPI hell. Shen Emo lamented inwardly. At night, the battlefield shifted, and Lu Ruyan, Yi Sanyang, Cui Yinger, and Isa gathered in Shen Mo's room. In the spacious and comfortable master bedroom, candlelight flickered, creating a somewhat subtle atmosphere. Shen Emo unfolded a self-made duty schedule with grids drawn on it, and marked the names of Lu Ruyan, Yi Sanyang, Cui Yinger, and Isha. He didn't want to hold this meeting unless absolutely necessary. For the past few weeks, he'd either worked 6 days on and 1 day off or 5 days on and 2 days off. Even the best medicines didn't work. Ladies, for the sake of family harmony, and for the sake of my husband, sustainable development, after careful consideration and scientific demonstration, I have decided to implement a new boudoir management system of 4-day workweek followed by a 3-day rest rotation system. Shen Emo said with a serious expression, and then repeated it to Isa in English. 4 pairs of beautiful eyes turned to him simultaneously, each with a different expression. My lord, 4 days on, 3 days off? What does this mean? I've only ever heard of the court having a 10-day break and people taking turns on duty, but I've never heard of it in the boudoir. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, a hint of confusion on her usually cool face. Oh my good husband, are you tired? You even have to take turns resting? Yi Sanyang covered her mouth, laughing so hard she was shaking, teasingly. Husband, I've only ever heard of being on duty, not taking turns off. Hee, could it be that you want to slack off? Cui Yinger twirled a strand of hair by her temple and giggled as she heard this. Honey, I understand. Your request is very reasonable. Isa supports it. Isa said. Ahem, this so-called 4 days on, 3 days off means that out of 7 days a week, your husband, will work for 4 days and then rest for 3 days. These 4 days will be rotated among the 4 of you. Everyone gets their share, it's fair and just. For the remaining 3 days, I need to be alone to recuperate and recover my energy so that I can better serve the family. Shen Emo explained, forcing a smile. My motto is I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Put. Ha ha ha. Yi Sanyang and Cui Yinger could no longer hold back their laughter and laughed so hard they almost cried. Lu Ruyan's lips twitched slightly as she suppressed a laugh and pretended to be serious as she lowered her head to straighten her sleeves. What are you laughing at? Be serious. This is a major plan concerning family harmony and sustainable development. Do you agree or not? Give me a straight answer. Shen Emo blushed and said solemnly. Isn't it because you guys forced me to this? Yi Sanyang finally managed to stop laughing, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and swayed her hips as she walked to Shen Mo's side. She pressed her voluptuous body against Shen Mo's arm, her breath sweet as orchids. Agreed, of course I agree, whatever my husband says goes. However, she pointed lightly to her name on the schedule. On my turn that night, my husband can't be like last time, complaining of lumbar muscle strain halfway through, okay? I'll be checking the quality of your homework. Looking at the 4 beauties before him, each with a distinct style yet all eagle-eyed at him, Shen Emo felt that the price he had paid for this human rights was not small. With a bitter face, he nodded solemnly, deal. Thus, Shen Mo's nightlife began a bittersweet homework handling career under this absurd rotation system. Lu Ruyan on night duty, a cool and elegant lady. How could my husband allow me to do this? This is the only time, there will be no next time. Keep trying next time. Yi Sanyang on night duty, the ultimate seductive charm. High energy throughout, with endless tricks up her sleeve, striving to squeeze every last drop of energy out of you. My lord, are you satisfied with today? You must work even harder tomorrow. Satisfied, I can't add anymore, I really can't add anymore. Shen Emo was exhausted, his eyes unfocused. Cui Yinger on night duty, her charm was captivating. Her allure was natural, her rhythm perfectly controlled, allowing Shen Emo to unknowingly exceed expectations in his pursuit of ultimate pleasure. She truly lived up to her reputation as a courtesan. My husband is so amazing, I can't take it anymore. Not at all, just average, just average. Shen Emo felt elated, thinking he could fight another 300 rounds. The next day, he leaned against the wall and left. Isabella on night duty, wild and proactive.
Passionate and unrestrained, full of speed and passion.
Honey. Good job. Does this foreign girl have unlimited stamina? Shin-mo thought to himself, feeling utterly exhausted.
Shin Mo-sui was enthusiastically attending the Imperial Examination Preparation class. Just as she was caught in the bedroom KPI hell, good news came from Liushi village. The red brick house was finished.
Come on, I'll take you to the village for a vacation, Shin-mo said to the women. Chapter 90, Returning to the village for a vacation, opening imminent. Wow! What a beautiful house! Yan Rushuang exclaimed. Is this really made of bricks fired from mud? It's even harder than the rocks in the mountains.
Yu Yunlu tapped the wall, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Husband, this is much more impressive than those wooden houses in the city. It looks so bright and spacious. Yi San Yang said. My husband is so clever. This house has a square layout and excellent lighting and ventilation.
It is truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship, Hua Muten said softly as she carefully examined the structure and doors and windows of the house.
Honey. This house. It's as beautiful as the houses back home. I love it. Isa exclaimed from the side. Let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. Upon entering, the spacious and bright living room once again drew gasps of amazement.
The smooth cement floor, the whitewashed walls, and the simple sofa that Shin-mo had De Zhuang have the carpenter make, covered with thick cushions, along with the coffee table, all filled the women with a sense of wonder. The real trump card is in the bathroom and toilet. When Shin-mo pushed open the bathroom door, revealing the rectangular bathtub inside, made of cement red bricks with smooth ceramic tiles on the inner wall and as tall as half a person, and the strangely shaped ceramic toilet next to it, everyone froze.
What is this? Lu Ruyan pointed at the bathtub, a bewildered expression on her usually cool face. It's for bathing. It's called a bathtub. Similar to a wooden tub. Shin-mo proudly patted the bathtub. You can pour hot water directly in. Take a bath. Understand? Shin-mo pointed to the toilet again. This is called a flush toilet. After you've taken care of yourself, just pull this cord, Shin-mo demonstrated. Splash. The water washes it away. Clean and hygienic. Goodbye to the stench of dry toilets. Take a bath? Flush toilet? The women looked at each other in bewilderment. Honey. This craftsmanship. This design. Only the most skilled court artisans could make something like this. How do you know all this? Isa rushed over, wrapped her arms around Shin-mo's neck, and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Honey. You're amazing. Isa loves you so much. I want to be the first to use that bathtub tonight. I want to take a bath. The other girls looked at the pristine white toilet and bathtub with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes.
That evening, the red brick house was brightly lit and filled with laughter and cheerful conversation.
Isa had her way with the bathroom and spent almost an hour there.
When she was wrapped in a towel, her face flushed and radiant, she exclaimed in amazement and praise at the toilet. The other girls also took turns experiencing the magic of the flush toilet. Although they were all blushing with embarrassment at first, when the whoosh of clean water washed away all the filth, all they could see was amazement and admiration.
Clean. So clean. This is simply heavenly.
When it was time to take a bath, it elicited a few small gasps and laughter. The comfort of the ceramic tub was something that a wooden tub simply couldn't match. Shin-mo lay on his specially made master bedroom bed, which was covered with thick cotton mattresses, listening to the sounds of water and laughter coming from the bathroom next door.
Red bricks and cement, flush toilets, bathtubs, this is life, Shin-mo thought to himself.
The blonde beauty, Isabella, wrapped in a bath towel, slipped into the master bedroom, bringing with her the alluring scent of soap and her unique body fragrance, and snuggled into Shin-mo's arms. Honey, it's my turn tonight. Isa lowered her head and pressed her warm lips against Shin-mo's.
A night of spring scenery.
The boudoir of the courtesan of the Forget Worry Pavilion.
Miss, the holy envoy Ziyuan requests an audience, said the maid Xiaocui. Let her in.
Xiaocui, go and make me a pot of tea, Xiaoyuer said to the maid beside her.
Yes, Mississippi. She then left.
Your subordinate Ziyuan greets the holy maiden, Ziyuan said, bowing.
Speak, what is it? Holy maiden, those people have left. Young Master Shen's new shop, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, will open in a couple of days. Zi Yuan said, handing over a flyer. He's gone? That's good. Keep an eye on him and protect him. Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Shen Mo's? Boiled live fish? Boiled seafood? Divine intoxication? Third floor only?
Xiao Yuer held the flyer, a smile playing on her lips.
Besides him, who else would dare to say that after drinking the Immortal's drunkenness wine, all other wines are tasteless?
He's bold, but not very bright. Xiao Yuer threw the flyer on the table.
Free wine tasting? Group buying fish? Matching couplets on the third floor?
The courtesans of Chunshui Tower and Furong Garden, along with others, will all be there.
This is clearly aimed at those scholars. These people love to show off their refined tastes. As long as they can show off in front of the courtesans, they are willing to spend any amount of money.
Xiao Yuer found it more and more amusing.
Purple Saint Envoy, you may leave.
I'll go see what kind of couplet you came up with that day, Xiao Yuer thought to herself.
Shen Mo spent 2 days of his short holiday in the village.
On the opening day of Zuaxian Pavilion, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air and guests filled the hall. The area in front of the gate is far more than just lively.
The entire street was already boiling over.
A huge crowd stretched from the main gate all the way to the alley entrance, and people were still pouring in. Their eyes were fixed eagerly on the newly hung, gilded signboard of Drunken Immortal Pavilion draped in red silk.
Really? Free wine? That exquisite brew? Or is it just watered down? Pa! You know nothing. Young Master Shen is a guest of honor of the prince. Would he do such a thing? See that? A 3-story building. Goodness, how much silver must that have cost?
Young Master Shen has really struck it rich.
I heard that you have to be absolutely certain to get to the 3rd floor? What kind of genius would that be? Who cares? I'm only after that free drink. And the boiled fish, 3 people eat, 1 gets it free. What a bargain! Young lady! When are you starting to deliver the wine? Noon. It's almost the end of Chenshur 7, 9 a.m. now. Is the boiled fish good? Is it spicy? My wife can't handle spicy food. Miss. When will young Master Shen be out? Give me a definite answer. Everyone, don't rush. Don't rush. It will start promptly at noon. All you can drink. Affordable food. The couplet matching game is on the 3rd floor. Now, please be patient and take a number in line, okay?
Xiao Tao was so confused by the questions that her face turned bright red. Xiao Tao, accompanied by her 8 newly purchased clever maids, dressed in matching black and white aprons, greeted guests at the door.
Everyone, once you get a number from me, you don't need to queue anymore.
Just go in according to your number when the doors open.
Now find a chair and sit down.
There are free peanuts and free lemon water, so please feel free to eat and drink, several maids greeted.
Free? And no long lines?
I'll go next door for a milk tea. I heard the boiled fish on the 1st floor is really spicy.
Brother, you don't know this, do you?
You can order from this shop and have it delivered.
Both shops belong to Boss Shen. I know that, but look at all these people.
By the time I get to the front of the line, I'll probably have to wait for my bubble tea too.
I'll go ahead first. Do you guys want to come along? That's true.
Then bring me a cup of high mountain oolong, half sugar.
Shen Mo was facing the bronze mirror, and Lu Ruyan was helping him put on his brocade robe. Husband, come out quickly. There are so many people queuing outside.
Sister Xiao Tao is too busy to keep up. Yen Rushuang said breathlessly, her chest heaving.
Darling, there are so many people. ISA appeared at this moment. Let's go, open the door and welcome our guests. Chapter 91 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Shen Mo followed the women to the shop entrance. The auspicious time has arrived, let's open for business. Shen Mo said, and firecrackers went off and drums resounded.
In an instant, the crowd surged in, filling the 1st and 2nd floors completely, with many more people continuing to queue outside. Many scholars and talented individuals who wanted to go up to the 3rd floor were stopped.
Please provide a couplet, the 2 maids said.
Please come in, young lady. I would like to ask what the difference is between the 3rd floor and the 1st and 2nd floors, asked a scholar wearing a turban. The private rooms on the 3rd floor are designed for high-ranking officials and dignitaries.
Of course, you need to be a true scholar. If you have real talent and can match the couplets, the manager said that all food and drinks on the third floor are free that day. Not only can you see the night view of the Qin Hui River from the third floor, but there are also song and dance performances by girls from Chun Shui Lu and Fu Rong Fong, the maid said vividly. A song and dance performance? Then I must go up there. Smoke shrouds the willows by the pond. First line of a couplet. The sea ebbs and flows, day after day. First line. The sound of wind, the sound of rain, the sound of reading, all sounds enter the ear. First line of a couplet. One person is great, two people are like heaven, heaven's favor is greater than human kindness, and human kindness is greater than heaven. Second line. Looking at the river from Wangjian Tower, gazing at the river's flow, looking at the river from Wangjian Tower. First line of a couplet. Through wind and rain, year after year, dawn and dusk. Second line. 6 in total. Brother Chen, have you come up with any ideas? No, it's too difficult. Let's find a place to eat something and have some drinks first. Maybe we'll get some inspiration. I heard that this shop offers a free drink for everyone, called Immortal's Intoxication. Let's give it a try. Waiter, bring each of us a cup of wine. All right, young master. The entrance to the shop downstairs. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't you have eyes? A domineering voice rang out. The crowd was roughly pushed aside by a brute force, and several burly men dressed as servants menacingly cleared the way. A young gentleman dressed in a royal blue silk robe and waving a gold-flecked folding fan swaggered over. This was none other than Niu Xiucai. Beside him stood an unusually plump woman with thick makeup. This was Niu Xiucai's wife, Wang. Excuse me, all seats are full. Please take a number, a young woman said, stopping the Niu couple. My husband is a great scholar, we must go up to the third floor, Madame Niu said arrogantly. Only those who can match the couplet, not high-ranking officials or nobles, can go up. The surrounding crowd began to murmur among themselves. You want us to compose couplets on the third floor? Isn't that just deliberately making things difficult for people? Difficulty makes things precious. If I can win, wouldn't I be able to show off in front of the whole city? What's so special about showing your face? Miss Cui Yinger from Chunshui Pavilion and Miss Hua Muden from Furong Pavilion will both be on stage tonight. What? The crowd immediately erupted in uproar. Miss Cui? Is that the courtesan from Chunshui Tower who can sing and dance so beautifully? She's really coming? Not only the two of them, their sisters will also be coming. I am the daughter of the county magistrate, Madame Niu then revealed her identity. The county magistrate is fine, but you are not. Shen Mo walked over at this moment. Just as Madame Niu was about to question him, Niu Wenyuan tugged at her sleeve. The young prince has arrived. The princess has arrived. Boom! Everyone, regardless of age or gender, bowed down in unison. Niu Wenyuan and his wife dared not speak again. It's expected that the young prince will come to show his support, but why is the princess here too? Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition instantly struck him. Shen Mo suddenly looked up. At the end of the long street, several guards from the royal palace, dressed in black and with long swords at their waists, solemnly cleared the way. Their powerful aura silently pushed aside the crowd, creating a wide passage. The two sedan chairs stopped. The one who stepped out from the left was none other than Prince Xiao Yulong, while the one who stepped out from the right was an old acquaintance. Brother Shen. I've come to support you. The young prince waved to Shen Mo from afar, accompanied by a woman in palace attire, with a graceful figure and noble demeanor. Shen Mo's heart suddenly raced. It was her princess Xiao Yuhuang. Today, she wore an elaborate hairstyle adorned with gold and kingfisher feather hairpins, and her pomegranate red palace dress made her skin appear even whiter than snow. However, her eyes remained as cold and icy as ever. Sister, this is Shen Mo, the young prince introduced enthusiastically. Brother Shen, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Princess Yu Wang. Your Highness, greetings. Shen Mo bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. The young prince is already 20, so the princess must be over 20. In the Zhou dynasty, that is considered late marriage, Shen Mo thought to himself as he looked at the princess. It's him? Yes, it's him? The blurry figure from that day began to overlap in Xiao Yuhuang's mind. I've heard so much about you, young Master Shen. Just call me Yu Huang, Xiao Yuhuang said with a light laugh.
Just then, the hairpin at Xiao Yuhuang's temple suddenly loosened, the beads scattered with a whoosh, and a pearl rolled to Shen Mo's feet. "Oh dear!" Xiao Yuhuang exclaimed softly. Shen Mo subconsciously bent down to pick it up, and their hands accidentally touched.
Their eyes met.
Xiao Yuhuang was so frightened that her hand trembled, her cheeks burned, and the pearl fell to the ground with a plop.
"What's wrong?" The young prince looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. "It's all right." Shen Mo picked up the pearl and handed it to the princess.
"Thank you," Xiao Yuhuang said calmly. The mocking smile in his eyes sent a shiver down Shen Mo's spine. "Sister, this is Shen Mo, whom I told you about. He owns the milk tea shop and the restaurant.
He also wrote the poem When Will the Moon Be Bright?
He's very talented, isn't he?" the young prince said with a smile. Xiao Yuhuang remained noncommittal.
"Please, gentlemen." Shen Mo gestured for them to go up to the third floor.
When I went up to the third floor, I saw a lot of talented people around me, all pondering the couplets. "TSK, this smoke locks the pond and willows has all 5 elements, and its radicals subtly contain the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth."
"It's simply amazing," said a scholar dressed in a lake blue silk robe, holding a folding fan. "Who says otherwise? And this the seawater ebbs and flows, it's so hard to even pronounce, how can it be right? Isn't this just deliberately making things difficult for people?"
Another scholar pointed to the long couplet hanging in the middle and said with a worried look. "Looking at the river from Wangjiang Tower, looking at the river flowing from Wangjiang Tower. Alas, I've been looking at the Qinhuai River for half a day, and my mind is still a complete mess." The scholar beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Through wind and rain, year after year, dawn and dusk." This second line has a clue, but to match it perfectly and cleverly is difficult.
I think the third floor is just a gimmick. They don't really want anyone to go up there. Indeed.
This place is probably only accessible to princes and high-ranking officials. The claim of absolute access is merely a way to silence our discontent.
Master Shen, please give us an explanation. If you can't answer, isn't this promise of free entry to the tower, all expenses paid on the same day, just a joke to us?
The crowd stirred.
Gentlemen, please calm down. The master said there is definitely a solution. We are just waiting for a talented and fortunate person to help us.
The maid in charge of guiding them was sweating and bowed repeatedly as she explained.
There's a solution? Then show us how you solve it. The scholar in blue robes persisted. He was Li Mubai, the little poet immortal who was quite famous in the prefectural city.
Feeling that his face had been hurt, he spoke aggressively.
What are they doing? The young prince asked curiously, stopping in his tracks.
Only high-ranking officials and nobles can go up to the third floor. Unless you can match the couplet I gave you, you can go up there and the drinks will be free that day, Shen Mo explained.
Really? Do I count? The young prince teased with a smile. Yes, everyone counts, Shen Mo said with a smile.
Just when everyone was at a loss, a commotion suddenly broke out downstairs.
Please, Your Excellency. Please, County Magistrate.
The waiter's slightly nervous yet respectful voice came through clearly.
Chapter 92. The two women meet.
The scholars gathered at the stairwell instinctively turned to look, and saw an elderly man in a dark blue robe, with white hair and beard, slowly ascending the stairs, accompanied by a middle-aged man in an official robe.
Everyone bowed in respect. The old man was none other than the retired and highly respected Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince Grand Secretary Lin.
And beside him was Magistrate Zhang, the local official.
This student greets Minister Lin. Greetings to Your Excellency, County Magistrate. A chorus of respectful greetings immediately rang out from the second floor.
Grand Secretary Lin nodded slightly, his gaze immediately drawn to the 6 first lines of the couplet. He lingered most on "smoke locks the willows by the pond and the sea ebbs and flows every morning." "Interesting," Elder Lin said softly, stroking his long, snow-white beard.
"The person who set the question is quite ingenious and cunning.
Such an absolute question tests not only your talent and learning, but also your quick wit and profound knowledge.
It is only natural that you cannot answer it immediately. Your Excellency is absolutely right.
Such absolutes can only be produced by a great talent, and only a great talent can respond to them. It is truly a great honor for us students to have Your Excellency personally offer his critique today."
Magistrate Zhang quickly echoed, while gesturing to the waiter to bring over a chair. Shen Mo, Prince Xiao Yulong, Princess Xiao Yuhuang, and their entourage stood to the side. "Oh." Grand Secretary Lin and Magistrate Zhang have also come to support Brother Shun? What a coincidence! The young prince said as he saw Grand Secretary Lin and Magistrate Zhang.
This humble official greets your highness and your highness the princess. This old minister greets your highness and your highness the princess.
Xiao Yu Wang nodded slightly in return, her cool gaze returning to the couplets. Student Shen Mo greets the Grand Secretary and the County Magistrate. I was unaware of your presence and apologize for not welcoming you properly. Shen Mo hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. This is definitely your work, isn't it? Elder Lin asked Shen Mo with admiration in his eyes.
Your Excellency, it was a chance encounter of mine. I dared to post it, and I am afraid it will make me a laughingstock, Shen Mo said respectfully.
To produce such an absolute masterpiece is already extraordinary. There's no need to be so modest. Grand Secretary Lin chuckled, clearly not believing in any talk of serendipitous discovery.
His gaze then turned to the couplets, and he became quite interested.
Brother Shin, you've set the bar high enough.
Even if I could get up here, I still wouldn't be able to match these nonsense couplets.
The young prince looked at the 6 couplets and clicked his tongue in amazement. Shun Mo chuckled awkwardly. These people are blocking the way? No, they're not coming out? Don't they just want more trouble? Standing here is tiring. That's quite interesting, it really tests one's skills.
Grand Secretary Lin stroked his beard, paused for a moment on the smoke-shrouded pond and willows scene, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly.
Young Master Shin has refined tastes, indeed.
It's just that these students are suffering, Magistrate Zhang said with a forced smile.
Gentlemen, why don't you go upstairs and sit down first, and we can eat and think about it? Shen Mo was about to speak. Husband, can you answer this?
Madame Niu asked Niu Xiucai, who was standing beside her. Let me think about it, Niu Yuan said thoughtfully. These couplets are really too difficult, a bit too challenging.
It's hard to come up with them in a short time. At that moment, a slight commotion arose below. The crowd spontaneously parted to make way.
A graceful woman, accompanied by a maid, walked slowly towards them. Her long purple gauze dress trailed on the ground, the hem embroidered with large white magnolias. A thin veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water. She was none other than Xiao Yuer of the Forget Worry Pavilion, the most popular courtesan in Dian City at the moment. It's Miss Xiao, someone exclaimed, probably recognizing her from the maid beside them.
Miss Xiao is here too? Could it be that she is also interested in this couplet?
Countless gazes instantly focused on her, some admiring, some curious. Xiao Yuer moved gracefully, walking straight to the couplet that read, looking at the river from Wangjiang Tower, looking at the river's flow, looking at the river from Wangjiang Tower. She paused and gazed at it for a moment, her eyes, visible through her veil, slightly narrowing. I can match this couplet, Xiao Yuer said softly.
What?
Li Mubai, the little poet immortal, almost thought he had misheard. This couplet has a hazy, dreamlike quality. I wonder if the words the moon reflecting well, the moon's shadow reflected in the moon reflecting well are worthy of your attention?
Xiao Yuer continued in her cool voice. The moon reflecting well, the moon's reflection and the moon reflecting well? The artistic conception is superb.
Gazing at the river and facing the moon's reflection, one strong and one gentle, wonderful.
Absolutely wonderful. After a brief silence, a burst of discussion and exclamations erupted.
The faces of Li Mubai, Niu Xiucai, and the other scholars instantly turned from red to white, then from white to green, and they couldn't utter a single word.
My God! It matches perfectly. It's so neat and exquisite. As expected of Miss Xiao.
She is both beautiful and talented. This shift in atmosphere is simply a stroke of genius. The talented scholars, who were just at a loss, now looked at Xiao Yuer with eyes full of admiration and love.
This woman is extraordinary.
Even in modern times, few people could come up with such a fitting answer so quickly.
I've heard she's very skilled at playing the flute. I wonder if that's true?
A hint of surprise flashed in Shen Mo's eyes as he pondered.
Young Master Shen, how did Yuer do? May I come upstairs?
Xiao Yuer turned her head slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Shen Mo through the thin veil. Her eyes were so captivating that Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat.
Miss Moon is right, of course.
Xiao Yuer didn't say much, and only nodded slightly in response to everyone's praise before getting up to go upstairs.
Good.
The young prince clapped his hands and laughed. Miss Xiao truly lives up to her reputation. Brother Shen, your doorstep is likely to be worn down by visitors today.
Sister, you're the most talented girl in our family, why don't you give it a try? The young prince asked with a smile. Shen Mo, come here for a moment.
At this moment, the princess's cold voice rang out.
The princess beckoned Shen Mo to come to the side. Give me an answer, and I'll match the couplet too. Otherwise,
the princess threatened in a low voice. You're a princess, you're so powerful.
I owe you, I really do. A woman's pride, could it be that Xiao Wakuei offended her and made her feel embarrassed?
Shen Mo thought to himself, but he quickly tried to think of a way to respond to her.
I've got it. It's the same one.
The second line of that couplet can be I want pavilion, I want affection, I want pavilion and I want affection.
Shen Mo thought of something and said.
Who is Wan Qing? The princess asked.
Twilight love, the love of the elderly.
It doesn't refer to anyone in particular, Shen Mo quickly explained.
Alright, I understand.
But you're not allowed to say you told me. If I find out, you're dead, the princess warned. The two came out again, and Xiao Yuer spoke up, saying, looking at the river from Wangjiang Tower, looking at the river from Wangjiang Tower, I, your highness, also have a second line for this couplet. Xiao Yuer, the grand pavilion, the county magistrate, and the scholars finally looked over.
Can the same couplet have different second lines? That can't be, right? This princess is too amazing.
My answer is I want pavilion, I want affection, I want pavilion and I want affection. Xiao Yuhuan walked up to the long couplet and said loudly. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent.
Great. Sister. Amazing. This couplet is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
The young prince was the first to shout his praises.
2 pairs in one line?
And they're so neatly arranged. Your Highness is truly talented, the Grand Secretary praised. Your Highness is indeed a woman of great talent.
The county magistrate did not forget to flatter her. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. A courtesan performance will follow shortly. We will also have custom-made dishes and special wines.
Shen Mo greeted the prince, the princess, the Grand Secretary, the county magistrate, Xiao Yuer, and others.
A courtesan performance? What are customized dishes? What's this special supply wine? The free Immortals intoxication I just had was already incredibly delicious. Is there something even better? Chapter 93, A familiar taste. Alright. Let's go upstairs.
The young prince took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. Princess Xiao Yuhuan gave Shen Mo a deep look, and with the help of her maid, she climbed the steps.
Courtesan Xiao Yuer also nodded slightly in Shen Mo's direction and followed with Chuyer.
The private rooms on the third floor were already furnished, offering excellent views overlooking most of the Qinhuai River. The largest, Yujing Garden, was naturally reserved for the young prince and princess, the Grand Secretary, and the county magistrate. The adjacent Engyue Terrace was reserved for the courtesan Xiao Yuer.
The slightly smaller Guanlan residence was reserved for other distinguished guests who might arrive, and its interior was elegantly furnished.
After everyone was seated and exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Mo clapped his hands.
Well-trained maids filed in, each carrying an exquisite wooden tray with a matching Celadon wine bottle on it.
The bottles were simple and elegant, each adorned with a red paper inscribed with the words Immortals Intoxication.
Distinguished guests, Shen Momo said loudly as he stood up. This is our shop's secret recipe new brew, Immortals Intoxication, named for the idea that even immortals get drunk from it.
We're offering 100 bottles today for our grand opening, each priced at 20 taels of silver. First come, first served, while supplies last.
20 taels?
Magistrate Zhang paused, stroking his beard, and clicked his tongue in surprise.
Master Shen, this price isn't much cheaper than tribute wine.
It's worth the price. Lord Zhang will know once he tastes it.
Shen Mo smiled confidently and gestured for the maids to open the bottle.
With a few soft pops, the cork was pulled out. Instantly, an indescribably rich aroma of wine wafted out.
The fragrance was mellow and lingering. It smells so good. This aroma is powerful. It's really strong.
It smells much better than that rubbish from the palace. This was the second time Xiao Wang had smelled this wine, and he was still shocked. Princess Xiao Yuhuan, with her aloof expression, twitched her nostrils slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Xiao Yuer, hidden behind her veil, also showed a flicker of astonishment.
The commotion downstairs suddenly rose a notch.
Come and try it, this free wine smells amazing.
Immortal's intoxication, it's so delicious.
I've never tasted such good wine before.
Quick! Waiter, give me 1 bottle. No. 2 bottles. Don't push. 20 taels a bottle? Save me 3. The sales area was instantly overwhelmed by a surging crowd.
100 bottles of divine intoxication were quickly snapped up. Those who missed out were filled with regret and kept asking when more would be available.
It's all gone. Really gone.
It'll be back at the same time tomorrow, only 100 bottles available. First come, first served. Xiao Tao exclaimed excitedly. Inside the private room on the 3rd floor, the waitresses had already poured wine for the distinguished guests. The wine was crystal clear, shimmering in the celadon cups.
Everyone, please. Shen Mo raised his glass in invitation.
The young prince, already impatient, picked up the cup, took a deep sniff, and with a look of utter delight, tilted his head back and downed the wine in one gulp.
Spicy. Rich. Refreshing. Excellent. Excellent wine. Strong. Fragrant. Delicious. Refreshing. Worth 20 taels. Absolutely worth it. Magistrate Zhang and Grand Secretary Lin then picked up their cups, smelled the aroma, and took small sips. It's smooth on the palate, fragrant, and has a long finish. It's truly a fine wine. A rare find. Magistrate Zhang nodded. This wine is powerful yet delicate, with a unique aroma. I have tasted many fine wines from all over the world, including the amber light that was once a secret treasure in the palace, the cold pool fragrance that was a relic of the previous dynasty, and even the grape wines that were tributes from the western regions. Although they all have their unique features, young Frenshin, this wine is far superior. It is truly remarkable, Elder Lin said slowly. Princess Xiao Yuhuan gracefully raised her wine cup, parted her lips slightly, and took a small sip. The spiciness made her delicate brows furrow almost imperceptibly. Your Excellency, Brother Shin has another Xiaoyadu that's even more amazing. It tastes even better than this one, the young prince said with a smile. This immortal's intoxication is already top grade. Could there be an even better celestial brew than celestial wine? Elder Lin asked incredulously. It really might not work. Xiao Yuer murmured as she drank immortal's intoxication in the next private room. Shen Mo smiled slightly and clapped his hands again. This time, the maid who entered carried a small, exquisite white jade jar. The mouth of the jar was sealed tightly with yellow mud. Your Excellency has keen insight. Shen Mo personally took the jade jar, gently tapped off the mud seal, and a rich and exquisite fragrance wafted out, carrying layers of aromas, burnt, cellar, flowers and fruits. Let Miss Xiao come along, the young prince said. Okay, I'll go and invite them right away, Shen Mo replied. Miss Xiao, sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. His Highness invites you. Shen Mo said as he walked to the next private room. Just call me Yuer, young Master Shen. It's been a few days. Why have you become so distant? Have you forgotten our agreement? Xiao Yuer's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, making Shen Mo feel sorry for her. I haven't forgotten, Miss Yuer. Please. Shen Mo invited. Okay. Xiao Yuer entered the private room. Greetings, esteemed lords. Xiao Yuer curtsied and took her seat. This wine is called Xiaoyao Lu, Shen Mo continued. It is produced using a unique secret technique, aged and nurtured in a specially made ceramic jar. Its fragrance is elegant, its taste is mellow, and the aroma lingers even in an empty cup. The production is extremely rare. Today, with distinguished guests present, I have opened this jar to express my gratitude. After speaking, Shen Mo personally took the pot and poured a small cup for each of the young prince, the princess, Grand Secretary Lin, Magistrate Zhang, and Xiao Yuer. Please, everyone, first smell its fragrance, then take small sips and savor it slowly, holding it on your tongue to fully appreciate its aroma, Shen Mo instructed. Everyone did as instructed. Just smelling it was enough to intoxicate them with its deep and complex fragrance. Damn, this is real wine, the young prince exclaimed after finishing a cup. A divine elixir. This is the divine elixir. I have no regrets in this life. Elder Lin took a sip, squinted his eyes, and felt extremely shocked and satisfied. Incredible skill. Young Frenshin, truly incredible skill. This fine wine is worth more than 20 taels, even 200 taels. Magistrate Zhang exclaimed, shaking his head in admiration. This smell is so familiar. Have I smelled it somewhere before?
After taking a small sip of Xiaoyaodu, Princess Xiao Yuwang's jade-like cheeks flushed red, and her frosty phoenix eyes were somewhat dazed.
Sister?
What do you mean by that familiar smell? The young prince asked, turning his head.
This aroma is so familiar, like the scent of that person when I took a bath that night. The princess was clearly drunk when she spoke. But, boom! Like a bolt from the blue, it struck the very top of everyone's head in the private room.
Lin, the old minister, froze in mid-air as he stroked his beard, his satisfied expression instantly turning to horror. His old face turned deathly pale. Magistrate Zhang was engrossed in his drink when his jade cup crashed onto the table with a loud bang, splashing wine everywhere. The young prince suddenly turned his head to look at his older sister.
Interesting.
Xiao Yuer picked up her wineglass, took an elegant sip through the light gauze, and thought to herself.
Absolute silence. The princess's bathroom, that man sent?
Chapter 94. The courtesan raises her price on the spot. This was enough to instantly conjure up in everyone's minds a grand drama of palace intrigue, confiscation of property, and extermination of the entire clan. Ahem, I suddenly feel a tightness in my chest, perhaps a relapse of an old ailment. Please forgive my rudeness, I must take my leave now. Elder Lin bowed repeatedly to the still dazed princess and prince.
Then, without looking back, he left the private room. I have urgent official business at my office. Your Highness, Princess, I apologize. Farewell.
Magistrate Zhang hurriedly stood up, cupped his hands in greeting, and left. In the blink of an eye, only the young prince, the princess who was still slightly drunk and dazed, the courtesan Xiaoyuer, and Shen-mo, whose face was ashen and whose back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, remained in the private room.
Sister, sister.
The young prince walked to the princess's side, grabbed her arm and shook it.
What did you just say? What bathroom? The alcohol smells like that person's smell? Who? Who is it?
Xiao Yuhuang seemed to sober up a bit after being shaken by her younger brother. She then realized that she had probably said too much while drunk. The words she had unconsciously whispered just now instantly flooded her mind. The bathroom smelled of alcohol, just like the smell on that person.
Xiao Yuan's jade-like cheeks and slender neck instantly turned red. Shut up. Yulong, what nonsense are you spouting? I didn't say anything.
You must have misheard.
Get out of my way.
Xiao Yuhuang stood up in a panic, her skirt knocking over a chair.
Sister. Don't go.
Explain yourself.
The young prince was still relentlessly pressing the issue. Get out.
Xiao Yuhuang turned around abruptly, her phoenix eyes bloodshot. She shoved her younger brother, who was blocking her way, and rushed out of the private room with the help of a panicked maid.
Sis, wait for me. Brother Shen, I'll come to you about the wine next time.
The young prince turned around and said to someone, then hurriedly followed. Inside the private room, only suffocating awkwardness and deathly silence remained. Xiao Yuer gently put down her wine cup and let out a soft laugh.
Chuyer, you can go out first. Xiao Yuer then removed her veil, revealing her stunning beauty. She looked at Shen-mo with her willow leaf eyebrows and asked, Young Master Shen, the couplet Iwanking is quite clever. I wonder if it refers to the scenery of Iwan Pavilion, or the love of watching beauties bathe. How could this vixen possibly guess everything? Shen-mo felt a chill run down his spine.
Young Master Shen is so kind to the princess, he even composed a couplet for her.
Did the princess look beautiful while bathing? I didn't see it. Shen-mo didn't believe in the idea of leniency for those who confess. Oh? Is that so?
Xiao Yuer chuckled softly, slowly standing up, her dress outlining her graceful curves. She walked gracefully towards Shen-mo, her steps swaying with charm. Shen-mo instinctively wanted to back away, but his feet remained rooted to the spot.
Xiao Yuer lightly traced Shen-mo's chin with her jade-like fingers. Shen-mo shuddered violently. His Adam's apple bobbed. Young Master Shen, you're still as dishonest as ever. Don't worry, only I know your secret. You haven't come to see Yuer since that day, have you forgotten me? Did you start something and then abandon me?
Xiao Yuer whispered in his ear.
I didn't, Shen-mo said.
These wines bring in 1,000 taels a day, and I could earn 10,000 taels in less than a month.
But I can't even feed 10 or so people at home.
If I bring in another one, I'll probably have to work a monthly schedule. Shen-mo was willing but unable, and he could only drag things out as long as possible. Scared? Don't pretend in front of me, young master.
Your secret is mine now. I think 10,000 taels is too little for that 1-year agreement. Let's change it to 20,000 taels. What do you think, young master?
Xiao Yuer chuckled as she finished speaking, her fingertips tracing an extremely suggestive path across Shenmo's cheek.
Okay, Shenmo agreed without hesitation. Yuer is waiting for you, young master.
As soon as Xiao Yuer finished speaking, she turned around, opened the door to the private room, and disappeared.
Is it because she loves money? Does she want to get married or not? Shenmo was completely bewildered. The following day, Shenmo visited the young prince again. Let's get straight to the point. Brother Shen, look, your shop is good, but how much can you sell in Dian City? I have connections in Jinling, Yangzhou, and even the capital. Why don't we go into business together?
I'll be in charge of distribution and sell this fine wine all over the country, even into the imperial palace.
As for the profit, we can discuss it.
I will never let you suffer a loss. The young prince patted his chest and said,
Your Highness's kindness moves me to tears. To have your Highness's favor is the greatest blessing I could ever receive. How could I dare refuse your Highness's offer of assistance? Ha ha. That's great. Brother Shen is indeed a straightforward person. The young prince was overjoyed.
This humble citizen is willing to offer 30% of the net profit from all future sales of Immortal's Intoxication and Carefree Dew as a share of the profits, as a tribute to your Highness. I only ask that your Highness grant me your name, so that my small shop can enjoy some peace and convenience when trading in Dian and even in Jiangnan.
A 30% stake? Just a nominal one? Prince Xiao Yulong was stunned. Good. 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 Brother Shen. That's so kind of you. You're really too kind of you.
The young prince affectionately put his arm around Shenmo's shoulder. From this day forward, you are my brother, Xiao Yulong.
In Dian City and even the entire Jiangnan region, anyone who dares to lay a finger on you is going against me. Going against my father.
Don't worry, with me protecting you, I guarantee your business will run smoothly and you'll make a fortune every day.
Ha ha ha. Finally, it's settled. With the prince's name on the table, business is secure. Shenmo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I won't bother you any longer. Tomorrow is the autumn imperial examination, and I need to go back and prepare, Shenmo said quickly. Go ahead.
With Brother Shen's talent, passing the imperial examination will be a piece of cake, the young prince said with a smile.
That day, Shenmo truly entered college entrance exam sprint mode.
The doors and windows of his study were tightly closed, and the desk was piled high with exam questions, excellent answer sheets, and commentaries on the 4 books and 5 classics. He abandoned all distractions and buried himself in his studies.
The women didn't make any extra arrangements that night. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the autumn imperial examinations will be held the next day. A large crowd gathered in front of the examination hall.
Hundreds of students and scholars from the entire county and even neighboring counties had come together, some pacing nervously, some resting with their eyes closed, and others discussing in hushed tones in small groups.
The atmosphere was solemn and heavy.
Shenmo, dressed in a clean blue scholar's robe and carrying an examination basket containing writing brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, dry food, and water, waited in line with the crowd for inspection and entry under the worried gazes of Lu Ruyan, Yisan Yang, and the other women.
Hey! Isn't this Master Shen?
Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out from the side.
Shenmo turned his head and saw Niu Wanyuan and his wife. Shenmo ignored it and closed his eyes to rest.
The inspection procedure was cumbersome and rigorous, involving a body search, verification of identity, and confirmation of the guarantee.
Shenmo? Where is your guarantee?
5 students must mutually guarantee each other, with the guaranteeing students signing and affixing their seal.
None of them can be missing.
When it was Shinmo's turn, the clerk in charge of verification looked through the roster and guarantee, and suddenly frowned as he spoke.
Cleaning? The imperial examinations require cleaning services? Chapter 95 Money makes the world go round. What is Baojie? Shinmo's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked for clarification.
According to the regulations of the imperial examination, at least 5 candidates must vouch for each other to ensure that there is no fraudulent registration, and a student with the qualification of a subsidized student must sign as a guarantor, the clerk explained impatiently.
I don't recognize any of them. Shenmo looked around. You don't even understand this?
Niu Wenyuan sneered repeatedly, looking like he was watching a good show. No entry is permitted without a valid guarantee, the clerk said expressionlessly.
Lu Ruyan and the others watched anxiously from the sidelines. Mutual guarantee? More than 5 candidates? Where are we going to find that now?
Just throw money at it, it's just forming a team. Shin Mo's gaze swept over a few poorly dressed candidates at the back of the crowd.
I need at least 4 students to act as guarantors. 10 taels of silver for each. Payment in cash. Shin Mo shouted directly.
Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 10 taels. Enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live on for several months.
The eyes of those poor students lit up instantly.
Mutual guarantee may have its risks, but the temptation of 10 taels of silver was too great.
Moreover, Shin Mo was said to be the owner of the milk tea shop and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. No one in the crowd stepped forward. Are the ancients really that principled? I'll add another 10 taels and I won't believe it. Shin Mo made up his mind. 20 taels, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, cash on delivery.
The crowd erupted in an uproar, and the previously hesitant, impoverished scholars could no longer remain seated.
Me. Brother Shen. Count me in.
A tall, thin man immediately squeezed through the crowd.
Me too. Brother Shen, you are so righteous.
Another short, stout man rushed over as well.
I am willing to vouch for Brother Shen. Count me in. And me too.
7 or 8 candidates rushed forward. They quickly signed their names and pressed their fingerprints on the blank mutual guarantee form that Shin Mo handed over.
That's enough people, thank you all.
After saying that, Shin Mo handed 8 silver ingots to the 4 students who were mutually guaranteeing each other's education in front of everyone.
Thank you, Brother Shen. Brother Shen is so magnanimous.
Wishing you success in your studies, Brother Shen. The 4 men, holding the silver, beamed with joy.
Why didn't you go earlier? 20 taels of silver is a huge sum for them. It's just a matter of signing a document.
The other students who didn't have time sighed with their heads down.
Humph. Reeking of money.
A disgrace to scholarship. Nyo Shiotsai spat angrily, his face grim. The clerk was taken aback by this money power, but rules are rules. He pointed to the mutual guarantee form, verify.
The names match. Where's the guarantee? I'll sign his guarantee.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Magistrate Zhang accompanying an elderly man in plain clothes, who was none other than Grand Secretary Lin. Grand Secretary Lin walked up to the clerk, glanced at Shin Mo, and said to the clerk, Shin Mo, the scholar, is well known for his talent and character.
I am willing to vouch for him for this autumn examination. This young man's talent will certainly not disappoint the court.
With that, he picked up his pen and signed his name on Shin Mo's voucher.
Grand Secretary Lin?
The clerk and those around him were stunned.
A retired Grand Secretary was personally vouching for a young scholar. What a high regard and honor this was. Nyo Wan Yuan's mocking smile froze instantly, turning into disbelief, horror, and deep jealousy. Student Shin Mo thanks Your Excellency for your guidance. Shin Mo bowed deeply to Minister Lin, expressing his gratitude. No need for formalities. I await good news. Please come in.
Elder Lin stroked his beard and smiled.
With the Grand Secretary's prestigious reputation, the clerk dared not be negligent and quickly completed the formalities. Shin Mo, carrying the examination basket, strode into the gate of the examination hall.
Inside the county school examination hall, rows of low-ceilinged examination cells filled the air with the pungent smell of urine.
How can it smell so bad?
Shin Mo found cell number 7 in the Jia series. The cell was small and cramped, with a small desk, a low wooden stool, and on the desk were the uniformly issued writing brush, ink, paper, inkstone, and draft paper. The officer read out the rules, emphasizing the following. Anyone found to have smuggled a single piece of paper or note into the examination hall will be publicly shamed and stripped of their academic honors, no matter where it is hidden.
Do not harbor any illusions and ruin your future. The examination begins.
The exam papers were distributed.
Shin Mo unfolded them. Part 1, Poem title, Autumn, Genre, 7-character quatrain. Part 2, Essay question, on the relationship between the way of merchants and the state. Part 3, Commentary on classical texts. Shin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Merchants? This topic was exactly what he wanted.
The image of Lu Yushi's bold autumn poem flashed through his mind.
He picked up his brush and wrote the title Autumn Poem on the draft paper, then began to write.
Since ancient times, autumn has been associated with sorrow and desolation, but I say that autumn days surpass even spring mornings. A crane soars into the clear sky, its flight inspiring poetic thoughts that reach the heavens. Immediately afterward, he conceived a policy proposal.
The way of commerce? National resources?
This was precisely the field in which he dominated the era. Milk tea, fine sugar, alcohol, modern business concepts. Shen Mo picked up his pen and wrote the title of his policy proposal, Promoting Commerce and Benefiting Industry, Enriching the Country and the People. Shen Mo's thoughts flowed freely, and his writing was swift and powerful. His core argument was 1. The argument for equal emphasis on agriculture and commerce, refuting the emphasis on agriculture and suppression of commerce approach. Agriculture is the foundation, and commerce is the lifeblood. Without commerce, products will be confined to the countryside, the people will not benefit, and the country will not be able to collect taxes. Examples include local mountain products and fish catches. 2. The theory of merchants benefiting the nation. Merchants facilitate trade and stabilize prices. Caravan trade can regulate prices and balance wealth, such as the transport of grain from the south to the north, thus stabilizing people's livelihoods. They accumulate wealth and increase national revenue. Market taxes and customs duties are important sources of national treasury revenue, far exceeding the potential of land taxes, as exemplified by the profits from maritime trade in previous dynasties. They promote various industries and skills. Demand stimulates the development of handicrafts. For example, milk tea shops boosted the production of bamboo ware, sugar crafts, and dairy products. 3. The theory of merchants benefiting the people, facilitating life. Northerners can enjoy southern flavors, and mountain dwellers can wear silk from the sea, thus improving the quality of life. Livelihood. Itinerant merchants and stationary traders employ assistants, craftsmen, and laborers, providing a large number of jobs. 4. Standardized management theory. Establish maritime trade markets to regulate imports and exports and levy reasonable tariffs. Unify weights and measures nationwide to eliminate unscrupulous merchants and fraud. Punish powerful and wealthy individuals and protect travelers by severely cracking down on market bullying, banditry, and maritime raids to ensure the safety of legitimate merchants and travelers. In conclusion, when agriculture and commerce are given equal importance, all industries will flourish, the treasury will be full, the army will be strong and powerful, the people will be rich and the country will be strong, so why worry about foreign tribes surrounding us or internal troubles arising frequently? Fortunately, Ruyan did a good job organizing it. I understand more than half of these commentaries, the rest I just guessed and made assumptions. Shen Mo felt a surge of relief after reading the commentary scroll. In the days following the county examination, milk tea shops and Zui Xianju restaurant were booming. He patrols during the day, and occasionally he has to hand in assignments in the morning, during his lunch break, and at night. Inside the county government's signing room, the lights were on. County Magistrate Zhang, Grand Secretary Lin, Instructor Wang, and Master Wu, among others, were reviewing the documents. This scroll contains the classic texts and their meanings, with few errors or omissions. It is submitted for approval, said Master Wu. The poem is titled Autumn Lyrics. Instructor Wang read aloud. Since ancient times, autumn has been associated with sorrow and desolation, but I say that autumn days surpass even spring mornings. A crane soars into the clear sky, its flight inspiring poetic thoughts that reach the heavens. Its lofty ideals break away from the stale and melancholic atmosphere. Its heroic spirit bursts forth. Its imagery is extraordinary. It deserves first-class honors. Grand Secretary Lin closed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly. The problem lies in the policy essay. Master Wu picked up the policy essay scroll, his brows furrowed, and pointed at the essay. Chapter 96. On the day the results were announced, the woman with the hair bun questioned him. The first half's talk of equal emphasis on agriculture and commerce is already heretical. And to go so far as to claim that merchants can enrich the country and benefit the people is simply absurd. Among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, commerce is the lowest of the low. Prioritizing profit over righteousness corrupts people's hearts. In my opinion, this kind of article should be classified as a C below in policy essays. Overall, it should be classified as a C in middle. Old Wu's statement is completely wrong. Instructor Wang immediately retorted. This article is truly thought-provoking. Its statement that merchants benefit the country and its people hits the nail on the head every time. It is a fact that the proportion of commercial taxes in our Great Zhou's tax revenue is increasing every day. Its proposed policies of standardized management and light taxes all have good laws from previous dynasties to follow.
This article is exceptionally insightful and should be ranked first. How can the petty ways of commerce be compared with the fundamental principles of agriculture and sericulture? Such a subversive and malicious argument is absolutely unacceptable. Master Wu sneered sarcastically. Old Wu. Is commerce truly a lowly profession? Without commerce, how could Suzhou and Hangzhou silks reach the north? Without commerce, how could Lingnan lychees be offered to the emperor? Without commerce, how could the border troops' provisions be delivered quickly? I wholeheartedly agree with what is said in the article. Grand Secretary Lin said solemnly. Having spent my entire life in officialdom, I am acutely aware of the deep-seated problems. This article, like a sharp blade, has ripped open a festering sore. It points directly to the heart of our dynasty's troubles. If even such incisive words and remedies for saving the nation cannot be tolerated, what is the point of the imperial examinations? Grand Secretary Lin's gaze was sharp as he stared directly at Master Wu, his finger striking the essay heavily. This scroll is rated as Grade B in calligraphy and painting, Grade A in poetry, and Grade A in policy essays. Overall Grade A. It should be the best in the collection. Your Excellency! Master Wu exclaimed in disbelief. If Elder Wu has any objections, he may submit a written report to the Education Commissioner and impeach me. I will be waiting in the prefectural city. Elder Lin said coldly. Master Wu's face turned pale, and he slumped down. Magistrate Zhang and Instructor Wang immediately seconded the motion. On the day the results were announced, the area in front of the county school's screen wall was packed with people, creating a deafening roar. Shen Mo and the women also stood on the periphery of the crowd. The county clerk, carrying a large red list, walked up to the high platform, cleared his throat, and began to call out the names. Number 103, Jingshui Town, Zhang Dao. 97th place, Lulin Township, Lichengda. As the names are read out one by one, the list moves forward from the back. They've already read out names beyond the 50th rank, and my name still isn't on it. Shen Mo's heart sank little by little. 8th place, from the east of the city, Niu Wen Yuan. The clerk's voice rang out. I passed. I passed. Ha ha ha. Madam, I passed the imperial examination. I finally passed. Niu Wen Yuan was so excited that he danced with joy, and his wife beside him was crying tears of joy, as if he had become the top scholar. If I didn't know better, I would have thought he was impotent. Shen Mo thought to himself with disdain. Niu Wen Yuan was carried away with his pride, his gaze sweeping over Shen Mo and his group, whose expressions were becoming increasingly solemn, and lingering on Lu Ruyan for a long time. Oh. Isn't this our Mr. Shen? What? The list is almost finished, and we still haven't heard your esteemed name? TSK, it seems that to achieve fame and fortune, it's useless to just climb the social ladder. You still have to study hard like me and acquire real knowledge. Exactly. Look at that golden-haired vixen of his. She's a jinx. How can he expect to pass the imperial examination? Young Master Niu is a government-subsidized student, with genuine scholarship. Some people have finally shown their true colors. Madame Niu's servants chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Don't be impatient, Shen Mo said in a low voice. If that policy essay isn't appreciated, then so be it. Being a wealthy merchant isn't bad either, Shen Mo thought, glancing at the list in the clerk's hand. Continue calling out names. 20th place. 15th place. 10th place. 5th place. Zhao Dozhu from Wangjiaji. After announcing the names, the clerk glanced at the crowd and then closed the list. It's gone? What about the top 5? And the number 1? That's right. Who is Jie Yuan Gong? Why did he stop singing? The crowd erupted in chaos. Silence. In this autumn imperial examination, the students of our county performed, well, reasonably well. The list of those who passed is above, and will be posted for 3 days starting today. I hope all students will continue their efforts. The clerk finished speaking and turned to leave. My name isn't on the list. I really failed? Shen Mo couldn't believe it. Although time was tight, he knew he had put a lot of thought into his answers, especially the essay question. Ha 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 ha. Niu Wen Yuan laughed hysterically. Shen Mo. See that? No name on the list. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Miss Lu, your judgment is really terrible. Niu Wenyuan couldn't resist mocking him. Ha ha ha.
What a disgrace. Madame Niu laughed with her hands on her hips, completely unconcerned that her husband was thinking about another woman.
Is this over? No, there are still top 5. Lu Ruyan asked at this moment. Please be patient, everyone.
The magistrate is almost here, the clerk hurriedly explained. At this moment, Magistrate Zhang slowly walked over from a distance. Magistrate Zhang took the large red list from the clerk, walked to the front of the stage, and continued to announce the list.
The top 5 candidates in this county's autumn imperial examinations are: 5th place, Wang Jiaji, Zhao Dizhu. 4th place, Qingshi Town, Shen Shueli. 3rd place, from the south of the city, Sun Simiao. 2nd place, Bagwan, Zhou Wenbin.
1st place,
the top scholar, Shen Mo from Liuxi village. Everyone was stunned.
Niu Wenyuan's face changed drastically, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a duck egg.
Impossible. There's been a mistake. There must be a mistake. Niu Wenyuan screamed, pointing at Magistrate Zhang. How could he possibly have passed the provincial examination with top honors? Insolence!
Magistrate Zhang shouted sternly, his gaze sweeping over Niu Wenyuan. Shouting in public, questioning the examination hall, and insulting the top scholar. I will let this go for now, considering it's your first offense and you still hold an official title. But if you dare cause trouble again, you will be severely punished.
Get out!
Magistrate Zhang said with disgust. Niu Wenyuan was struck dumb, his face ashen. Amidst countless scornful, mocking, and gloating gazes, he was dragged away by Madame Niu.
Congratulations, Scholar Shen.
Magistrate Zhang offered his congratulations with clasped hands.
Congratulations, Scholar Shen.
The surrounding crowd also offered their congratulations.
The top scholar.
It really is the top scholar.
Xiao Tao cried tears of joy. My husband has won.
1st place. Yi San Yang was radiant.
I knew it. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Darling, amazing. Isa said.
The news of Shen Mo's passing the imperial examination with top honors spread throughout the entire county in an instant. The former gambler and poor scholar had suddenly become the highly sought-after Shen Jiayuan. Carriages and horses streamed in front of his door, and congratulatory guests filled the house. He declined all invitations to banquets, and only held a family feast in the backyard of his house.
In addition to all his wives, concubines and maids, there were also men and women from Yuejia village.
Besides hot pot and barbecue, there are also boiled live fish and boiled seafood. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Several women dressed in coarse cloth short jackets and with blue-printed cloth headscarves were busy at work. They were strong, with healthy wheat-colored skin, and quick hands and feet.
They were the cousins that Yu Yunlu had invited from Yuejia village to help. Yu Yunlu was among them.
She was still dressed in her neat and smart outfit, and was directing her 2 sisters to carefully lower a heavy pottery jar.
Arya, put it here.
Yes, put it gently. Okay, Sister Yunlu, the round-faced girl called Arya replied, carefully putting the jar down and wiping the sweat from her forehead.
Goodness. Sister Yunlu, your man is really amazing.
I heard that a bottle of Immortal's Intoxication sells for 20 taels of silver. If he sells 100 bottles a day, that's 2,000 taels of silver.
Absolutely.
Our Yunlu girl has struck gold. Young Master Shen is both capable and kind.
Look at this shop, how impressive it is.
Those ugly ducklings in our village aren't even worthy to carry his shoes.
TSK, look at our Yunlu girl, how long has she been married?
She still has the hairstyle of an unmarried girl in our village.
What's wrong? Haven't you and Master Shen consummated your marriage yet?
Said another tall girl named Yu Hongying, who was Yu Yunlu's cousin. She reached out and touched Yu Yunlu's hair.
Chapter 97 4 Joyful Events.
Upon hearing this, several girls from Yuejia village nearby burst into laughter, their eyes lingering on Yu Yunlu with suggestive glances.
Sister Hongying. What nonsense are you talking about?
Yu Yunlu's cheeks instantly turned red, all the way to her ears. She slapped Yu Hongying's hand away, feeling both ashamed and angry, and subconsciously touched her long hair.
I'm used to it.
Putting my hair up in a bun is too much trouble.
Trouble? I think the son-in-law is too busy with you yet, right? Let me tell you, Yunlu, you need to hurry up and get a man.
Look at that Lu family girl, that widow Yi family, that courtesan Shui, and even that blonde foreigner, they've all got their hair up in a bun. If you don't hurry up and make it a done deal, get your hair up in a bun, and have a baby soon, be careful the son-in-law gets lured away by some other vixen. Then you'll have nowhere to cry. That's right. Arya chimed in, whispering, Sister Yunlu, my mom said that's just how men are. You have to take the initiative. Look at me, I've only been married for 3 months and I'm already pregnant. My husband adores me now. Your son-in-law is so nice, you should hurry up. Yu Yunlu was, after all, a young woman who had never experienced such things. Being talked about in public about consummating her marriage and having children made her so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. If you keep talking nonsense, you can all go back to the mountain stronghold. Oh dear. The bride is shy. Yu Hongying laughed heartily. Yunlu, come and eat. Shen Mo said as he walked over. Son-in-law. Yu Hongying and Arya from the mountain village quickly bowed. Is everything ready? Come and eat, everyone. There's no limit to the amount of alcohol per table, so bring a few bottles. Everyone can eat and drink as much as they want today, Shen Mo said to the group. The son-in-law is so good. The girls from the mountain village were overjoyed. In the courtyard, 5 huge long tables and benches were crowded with people. In addition to the dozen or so strong men and women who came to help from Yuezha village, there was Wang Dezhuang, several honest and simple helpers from the village, as well as all the maids, servants, wives and concubines of the Shen family. The tables were now laden with sumptuous dishes, boiled live fish, spicy seafood, braised pork, steamed river fish, and seasonal vegetables. Each table also had a bottle of Immortal's Intoxication and a bottle of Carefree Dew. Shen Mo's wives were all sitting around the table, their faces flushed with excitement, chattering about the incense test. My husband is here. We can finally start the meal. Yi San Yang leaned back lazily in her chair, giving Shen Mo a flirtatious look. Everyone has worked hard lately. Let me toast you all. Drink as much as you like today. There's plenty of food and drink. Shen Mo raised his glass. Congratulations to our boss on achieving the top score in the imperial examination. Everyone raised their glasses in congratulations. The son-in-law is truly capable. A man from Yuezha village took a big gulp of wine, wiped his mouth, and his dark face was full of admiration. Opening a shop makes a fortune, and now taking the imperial examinations, he'll be the top scholar on his first try. This is the kind of IR chieftain has when choosing a son-in-law. He gave a thumbs up. Absolutely, said an aunt from Yuezha village, smiling as she looked at Yu Yunlu sitting at the main table. Little dear, you've fallen into a paradise. Look at your son-in-law, his shop is making a fortune every day, he's top of his class in the imperial examinations, he excels in everything. Yeah, why is her hair still tied up like a girl from the village who hasn't left home yet? Is the son-in-law too busy? I'll have to remind her again later. Tell her to hurry up. Several women from Yuezha village nearby echoed this sentiment. Yu Yunlu was wearing a brand new light blue short jacket. Her eyes were a little evasive, and her cheeks were flushed. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch the back of her head where her long, smooth black braid was still tied with the red wolf tooth hair tie. She then quickly glanced at Shen Mo, who was sitting in the main seat, and felt her face getting even hotter. Husband, if you don't take the initiative, do you expect me, a woman, to take the initiative? Yu Yunlu was annoyed by the villagers' gossip. She picked up the wine bowl in front of her, took a big gulp, and choked, coughing repeatedly. Brother Mo, I'm not trying to be mean, but you need to get things done quickly. Look at me, I'll be able to hold a big, healthy baby boy next year. Wang Dezhuang shouted. He had drunk quite a bit today, and his face was red and his neck was thick. This childhood friend hasn't even officially started choosing a wife yet, but he's already had quite a few girls throwing themselves at him, and he's married 3 already. Shen Mo smiled and raised his glass in return, his gaze sweeping over Yu Yunlu's profile, understanding dawning on him. Today, I, Shen, have been fortunate enough to pass the imperial examination, all thanks to the help of my relatives and friends. This little bit of wine is nothing but a token of my appreciation. Everyone, eat and drink well, and make sure you enjoy yourselves. Cheers. Shen Mo raised his wine glass again and said loudly. Cheers. The crowd responded enthusiastically, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. The atmosphere at the gathering was lively, with everyone discussing the recent boom in business, the money earned from handicrafts, and their hopes for the future. Shen Mo picked up a large piece of fish slice from the spicy seafood dish, then scooped up a spoonful of bean sprouts and wood ear mushrooms, eating with gusto until he was sweating profusely.
Sister Ruyan, you should try this spicy seafood dish, it's so delicious.
Don't always eat your steamed dishes, they're so bland. Yi San Yang said, picking up a piece of fish slice and eating it as she urged. Lu Ruyan picked up a small piece of tofu dipped in chili oil and tried it.
Good. Spicy. Delicious.
Isha immediately imitated Shen Mo, scooping up a large spoonful of red oil soup, pouring it over the rice, mixing it, and eating it with gusto.
Hua Mutin and Chui Inger sipped the tea.
After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, Shen Mo put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach contentedly.
Suddenly, ugh!
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yi San Yang, sitting to Shen Mo's left, covering her mouth tightly with a handkerchief. Her face was pale, her brows were furrowed, and her chest was heaving violently as she tried to suppress the urge to vomit.
Third sister? What's wrong? Xiao Tao asked with concern. It's nothing.
Yi San Yang waved her hand, but as soon as she finished speaking, the churning feeling in her stomach grew stronger and stronger. She suddenly stood up, covered her mouth, and staggered towards the bushes on the side.
Ugh, ugh! Came the sound of violent vomiting. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ruyan's expression changed drastically.
She abruptly covered her mouth, her beautiful face instantly draining of color, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead.
She also couldn't help but gag. Sister Ruyan! Yan Rushuang exclaimed.
Almost simultaneously, Chui Inger, sitting on the other side, also suddenly clutched her chest, her brows furrowed, her face pale, and a suppressed sob escaped her throat.
Inger?
Peony quickly helped her up.
The courtyard fell silent instantly, save for the muffled sounds of vomiting. What happened? Food poisoning? No way. Shen Mo quickly walked to Yi San Yang's side and supported her swaying body.
Yi San Yang was vomiting and felt weak all over. She leaned against him, her face pale.
Husband, don't worry, let me take a look.
Yan Rushua said, quickly walked to Yi San Yang's side, carefully examined Yi San Yang's complexion and tongue coating, and then extended her fingers to take Yi San Yang's pulse. Yan Rushuan focused intently on taking the pulse, her delicate brows furrowing slightly at times and relaxing at others. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and walked over to Lu Ruyan, who was also pale and leaning against a chair, and placed her hand on Lu's wrist. Finally, she came to Chui Inger and carefully took her pulse as well. Finally, Yan Rushua finished examining the pulses of the three people.
Husband, third sister, Sister Ruyan, and Sister Inger, they are not poisoned, they are pregnant. Yan Rushua turned around and said with a smile. Really? Shen Mo looked at Yan Rushua in disbelief.
Absolutely true, the pulse is smooth and flowing, like pearls rolling on a plate, it is undoubtedly a slippery pulse.
Yan Rushua nodded vigorously. What? Shen Mo froze on the spot. My mind went completely blank. A happy pulse? Pregnant? 3 wives pregnant all at once? 3 home runs? Chapter 98. It's little dear's turn. Pregnancy?
Yi San Yang looked at Shen Mo with her charming peach blossom eyes and grabbed Shen Mo's arm tightly.
Husband. Is it true? I'm pregnant?
I'm not a virgin anymore, I'm finally carrying your child. Yi San Yang said, her eyes welling up with tears.
Third sister, this is a joyous occasion. Don't cry, or you'll upset the baby, Shen Mo comforted her, embracing Yi San Yang tightly. No, my husband, I'm just happy. A happy pulse. A happy pulse. I'm pregnant. My husband's child.
Lu Ruyan gently stroked her flat belly, her eyes filled with unbelievable joy. The courtyard was deathly silent for a moment, then burst into cheers.
Oh my God. This is great.
Third sister.
Sister Ruyan. Sister Inger. Congratulations.
We have a young master and a young lady.
3 happy events. Xiao Tao exclaimed happily. Good. Good. That's wonderful. I, Shen Mo, have an heir.
Shen Mo opened his arms and embraced the 3 women at the same time, his voice choked with emotion.
Lu Ruyan, Yi San Yang, and Chui Inger were also moved to tears at this moment.
As Isha looked at the group embracing before her, a fleeting, indescribable sense of loss and envy flashed across her deep blue eyes. She subconsciously touched her lower abdomen, then broke into a bright smile and loudly congratulated them in English. Congratulations.
Husband. Congratulations, sisters. Having lived 2 lives and having a child for the first time, so this is what it feels like. I almost forgot about Isa. Could she be pregnant too? Ru Shuang, take Isaac's pulse as well, Shen Mo hurriedly said to Yan Ru Shuang. Yan Ru Shuang walked to Isaac's side, took her pulse, and shook her head afterward. Shen Mo wanted to say keep it up, but quickly stopped himself. Just thinking about the blonde woman's fighting prowess made his legs tremble. Others might have 18 kinds of martial arts, but Isa had at least 36 transformations. There was nothing she couldn't do, only things she wouldn't do. Everyone then left one by one, not wanting to disturb the joyful atmosphere. After the initial overwhelming joy subsided, Shen Mo carefully helped the 3 pregnant women sit down, his face full of tenderness and concern. Sit down quickly, sit down quickly. You are the most precious people right now. They just vomited blood, is that serious? Don't worry, my husband, morning sickness is a normal reaction. Some people experience it earlier, some later. It's mainly triggered by the smell of greasy or pungent odors. The sisters have different constitutions, so their reactions vary. Sister Ruyan and Sister Sanyang just ate spicy food, and Sister Inger probably felt unwell after smelling alcohol and seeing others vomit. It's nothing serious. Just make sure to eat a light diet, avoid overexertion, and rest peacefully. I'll prescribe some mild anti-nausea and calming medicine for the 3 of you later, Yan Rushua said quickly. Yes. Yes. Rest. You must rest. From today onwards, none of you are to do anything. Let the kitchen make whatever you want to eat. If you want to rest, go back to your rooms and lie down. Leave the shop's affairs to Xiao Tao and the others. Also, Ru Shuang, Ru Shui, and Mu Dan, you 2 take good care of them. Shen Mo instructed incoherently. My lord, please don't be too nervous. I'm fine, Lu Ruyan said softly, a blush rising on her face as she gently took Shen Mo's hand. That's right, my husband, I'm perfectly fine. I was just a little bit bothered by the spiciness. Our baby is strong and healthy. Yi San Yang said sweetly, gently stroking her still flat belly. Shen Mo looked around at everyone in the courtyard. He raised his wineglass and said, Today, 3 joyous occasions have arrived. Shen Mo toasts you all. May you have peace and happiness. Cheers. Cheers, everyone responded in unison. After several rounds of drinks, everyone left, and the maids cleared away the tables and chairs, leaving only Shen Mo and the women. Shen Mo was delighted and drank a few more cups, his face slightly flushed. His gaze swept over the beauties around him, landing on Lu Ruyan's quiet and gentle face. A thought struck him, and he leaned close to her ear, his breath reeking of alcohol and a hint of mischief in his voice. Madam, now that you are pregnant, can we temporarily waive the homework? Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she glared at Shen Mo reproachfully. These next few months, my husband and my 3 elder sisters will probably not be able to share a room. You must be careful to ensure a safe pregnancy. Yan Rushue glanced at her 3 elder sisters, then at Shen Mo, her face slightly flushed, and couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Upon hearing this, both Lu Ruyan and Shui Inger blushed. My lord? For the sake of our child, you'll have to be patient these next few months. Yi San Yang gave Shen Mo a coquettish glare and whispered in his ear. Husband, don't be afraid, I can help you in other ways. I'm just afraid you'll help me, third aunt, Shen Mo thought to himself, fearing this most. On the surface, however, he nodded repeatedly, endure. We must endure. For the sake of the child, we can endure anything. Don't worry, my lord, I understand, Lu Ruyan said softly, her face flushed as she gently stroked her lower abdomen. Shui Inger nodded shyly. Lu Ruyan's gaze suddenly shifted to Yu Yunlu, who was sitting a little distance away with a smile of blessing on her face. A mischievous glint flashed in her clear eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. My lord, my sister San Yang, my sister Inger, and I are all pregnant and unable to serve you. My sisters Xiao Tao and Ru Shuang are still too young. The recent booming business is a joyous occasion. Your success in the imperial examination is a joyous occasion, and now, my sister San Yang, my sister Inger, and I are all pregnant at the same time, which is an even greater joyous occasion. She paused, a smile playing on her lips, her gaze falling on Yu Yunlu. On such a joyous day with 3 auspicious events, how could there not be double the joy? As Lu Ruyan spoke, all the women's eyes turned to Yu Yunlu. Caught off guard, Yu Yunlu was stunned by everyone's stares. 2 red clouds instantly rose on his handsome face, and his eyes darted away in a flustered manner. Sister Ruyan, what do you mean? Sister Yunlu has been married into the Shin family for quite some time now.
According to custom, she should have consummated her marriage with her husband long ago and put her hair up in a bun. However, her husband was recovering from his injury a few days ago and has been busy with many matters. In addition, you had your period last time, and if I remember correctly, it's been almost half a month since your last period. Today, with 3 happy events, it's truly a perfect day made in heaven.
Lu Ruyan smiled slightly, her eyes mischievous. My lord, Sister Yunlu is straightforward and doesn't take the initiative like we do. Today is a double celebration, so why don't I take the initiative to arrange things for you and Sister Yunlu?
It would fulfill her wish and prevent the sisters from the village from worrying that we neglected her.
How about Sister Yunlu serving you tonight? Lu Ruyan said to Shin Mo and Yu Yunlu. Yu Yunlu's eyes darted away. Sister Yunlu, what do you think? Lu Ruyan asked with a smile.
Yu Yunlu's cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes tightly, and whispered.
It's entirely up to my husband and sister to arrange. Chapter 99 Untying the Chest Binding. My lord, tonight is your special night. You must cherish our Yunlu sister.
This is her first time. Yunlu sister, if you need any help, just call me anytime. It was with my help that Ruyan's sister consummated her marriage. Yi San Yang said coquettishly, glancing at Shin Mo with alluring eyes. I third sister, you have the potential to be an old poet. Shin Mo sighed, rubbing his forehead.
Xiao Tao, Ru Shuang, you and the others go to my husband's west wing room, light some calming incense, and change the bedding to red. Peony and Inger are not feeling well, help them back to their rooms to rest.
Ru Shui, please help look after the maids at the front to tidy up.
Husband, Yunlu, please sit for a moment, and go over after everything is settled. Lu Ruyan nodded with a smile and gave the instructions. The maids quickly cleared the table of food.
In the blink of an eye, only Shin Mo and Yu Yunlu remained in the large courtyard.
Hurry up, put your hair up, make it a done deal.
Yu Yunlu felt her cheeks burning. The teasing of the sisters in the village during the day echoed in her mind like a demonic voice.
Yunlu. Husband.
Yu Yunlu trembled all over, raising her head abruptly like a startled fawn, her face turning even redder, her eyes darting around in a panic. Usually so dashing, but now she is so shy and flustered. This Yunlu feels a bit like some people fierce and eloquent on screen, but quiet and timid as a rabbit in person. Take the initiative, it'll make tonight's story more interesting.
Shin Mo's heart softened, filled with tenderness.
He stood up, walked to Yu Yunlu's side, and gently took her hand.
Don't be afraid. I'll teach you. Shin Mo didn't understand why he said that. Was he some kind of experienced driver?
Yu Yunlu kept her head down, not daring to look at Shin Mo. She nodded and let Shin Mo hold her cold hand. Husband, Sister Yunlu, the house is all tidied up, you should go and rest now, Xiaodao said playfully.
Shin Mo responded and led Yu Yunlu into the specially renovated west wing.
A faint fragrance filled the room. A brand new red brocade was laid on the large, carved bed, and light gauze curtains hung above. A pair of red candles with dragon and phoenix designs flickered on the table.
Husband, Sister Yunlu, please rest early.
Xiaodao smiled and put down 2 cups of warm red date and longan tea, then left, carefully closing the door behind her.
You're already trying to supplement things before it even starts? Isn't that like wishing for a baby soon?
KIP hasn't succeeded yet, comrade, we still need to work harder. There are still several wives we haven't consummated our marriages with.
Shin Mo understood immediately. My lord,
Yu Yunlu's voice trembled, like a frightened fawn.
Yunlu, if you're nervous, shall we sit down and talk? Or have some tea?
Shin Mo pointed to the round stool next to him, picked up the red date and longan tea, and handed it to Yu Yunlu. Yu Yunlu sat down next to Shin Mo, took the teacup with both hands, held it in her palms, and sipped it slowly.
Shin Mo accompanied Yu Yunlu as they slowly sipped tea.
The two chatted idly, discussing topics such as the help the sisters of Yueja village had given them that day, and the bustling activity at the shop.
The tea is gone. Shin Mo put down his empty teacup and looked at Yu Yunlu gently. We've had a heart-to-heart talk for a while now, isn't that enough? Shin Mo felt that the time was about right. It's late, my wife, shall we rest? Yu Yunlu nodded. Shin Mo led her to the bedside.
He gently removed her plain-colored outer garment. When the outer garment was removed, revealing the close-fitting, slightly oversized light green shorts underneath, Shin Mo paused slightly. Yu Yunlu is tall with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long, straight legs.
Why is this top so tight? Isn't it supposed to be neat?
Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat, as if he understood something. He gently helped her unbutton the top, one button at a time. When the last button was undone, and Shen Mo carefully removed the top from her shirt, the scene before him made his breath catch in his throat. Yu Yunlu was only wearing a slightly faded, close-fitting undergarment resembling a bodice.
It wasn't an ordinary belly band.
It was a chest binder made of tough deerskin, lined with soft cloth, and tightly bound at the back with strong, crisscrossing tendon straps. The straps were pulled so tight that they bound and flattened her proud, full breasts. Even so, the forcibly bound contours still revealed an astonishing fullness beneath the tightly bound deerskin. One could imagine what a breathtaking sight it would be once the restraints were removed.
Shen Mo instantly understood.
No wonder she always appeared to have an unusually flat chest, despite her upright posture. She had been hiding it in this way all along.
Peeling an onion?
I had to peel away your heart layer by layer before I discovered. Little dear, you really are something special. The moment Shen Mo's gaze fell on the corset strap on Yu Yunlu's chest, her body tensed up, and her cheeks turned so red they almost bled. She suddenly raised her hand to protect her chest, but Shen Mo gently grasped her wrist.
Don't move. Isn't it uncomfortable to be constricted like this? Shen Mo asked softly, looking at Yu Yunlu's embarrassed and ashamed eyes.
Yu Yunlu's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look Shen Mo in the eye, and said softly, yes. I've been used to it since I was little. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to run fast, and it would be a hindrance to draw the bow. Yu Yunlu paused for a moment, then continued, the aunties in the village all say that it's too big, it's a burden, and it'll make people laugh at us. In the mountain village, a young woman like her leading a group of boys hunting in the mountains was bound to attract gossip and trouble if her figure were too conspicuous. Over time, binding her chest became a habit, and she almost forgot that she wasn't actually flat-chested. Shen Mo felt as if something had clenched his heart. He stopped speaking, but moved even more gently, carefully untying the layers of cotton ribbons that were already soaked with sweat.
Round and round.
With the release of the restraints, the fullness that had been suppressed for so long, like a jade rabbit that had been bound for a long time, finally broke free of its cage and displayed a breathtaking curve under the candlelight. Even in the cage, one can return to nature. Like a perfectly ripe peach.
This isn't a fawn. It's a giant deer. Shen Mo thought to himself.
The slender yet powerful waist and the firm, flat, tan abdomen created a striking and arousing contrast. The snow-white skin even showed clear marks from the bindings on the edges due to the long-term binding. This sudden and visually stunning spectacle left even Shen Mo, who was used to EF style, momentarily stunned. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, and his breathing suddenly became heavy.
Chapter 99 Taming the Country Deer.
Under Shen Mo's gaze, Yu Yunlu trembled with shame.
Madam, you are so beautiful.
Shen Mo stared at her for a moment, his breath catching in his throat.
Ah!
Yu Yunlu's eyes were filled with a panicked sense of shame and indignation.
Husband! You're bullying me!
Yu Yunlu cried softly.
Shen Mo gently pulled her hand away. Madam, how can this be called bullying? Shen Mo bent down.
This is called discovering a treasure, Shen Mo whispered, then kissed Yu Yunlu's tightly pursed lips. Yu Yunlu hugged Shen Mo's back tightly. Husband, let me do it, Yu Yunlu said, looking at Shen Mo, who was panting and sweating profusely. As expected of a child who grew up in the forest, and as expected of a fourth-rate expert, you're already this strong on your first try.
Push-ups and screwing in screws are tiring. Shen Mo obediently lay down. The outcome is obvious.
Shen Mo's foundation is not solid, unlike Yu Yunlu, who has a good foundation from childhood training.
Yunlu and Shen Mo were originally from the same family in their past lives.
Shen Mo lay down on his side next to her, his arm around her slender waist, and looked down at the woman in his arms with a face that was different from her usual charming appearance.
Are you tired? Shen Mo asked in a low voice.
Yu Yunlu buried her face in Shen Mo's chest and shook her head. I'm not that tired, but my whole body feels like it's falling apart.
Madam, I'm exhausted. You're so capable. Husband, you're just talking nonsense. It was clearly you.
Yu Yunlu said softly, her face flushed.
Ha ha ha. Shen Mo hugged Yu Yunlu and whispered with a laugh in her ear, Good, 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 is your husband satisfied with serving you, my lady? Husband, you.
Yu Yunlu was both ashamed and annoyed, raising her head to glare at him. Her eyes, filled with both anger and resentment, were alluring in the candlelight, completely devoid of her usual seriousness. Shin Mo's heart fluttered again at the sight. Just as their gazes were locked, Yu Yunlu's eyes inadvertently swept over the hair ribbon, carefully woven from wolf teeth and red rope, which was placed on the low stool at the foot of the bed. That hairband accompanied her for more than 10 years and was her symbol as an unmarried girl from Yuejia village.
From tonight onwards, I am my husband's wife. Yu Yunlu's eyes suddenly became somewhat complicated. Shin Mo followed her gaze and saw the wolf tooth hairband. He understood, gently stroking Yu Yunlu's long hair, and whispered, "Shall I help you style your hair?" Yu Yunlu remained silent for a moment, then buried her face deeper into Shin Mo's arms and mumbled a soft hum. The moonlight outside the window quietly cast a soft glow. Inside the room, red candles flickered, and a warm fragrance wafted through the air, leaving only the sound of their breathing. The next morning, as dawn broke, the door to the main room and the backyard creaked open. Shin Mo strode out feeling refreshed. He had just stretched when he met several pairs of eyes in the courtyard, each with a different meaning. Lu Ruyan was directing 2 maids to clean the courtyard when she saw Shin Mo come out. A faint blush appeared on her dignified and beautiful face, and she coughed lightly. "Good morning, my husband. This is the ox penis soup I made for you." Yi San Yang glanced over with seductive eyes and came over with a bowl of soup. "You can't tolerate strong tonics, don't you understand?" Shin Mo thought to himself, but still took a few sips. Isabella looked Shin Mo up and down. "Honey, aren't you tired? It's my turn tonight." Shin Mo, who was drinking soup, was so startled that he spat it out. "You're being a little too diligent, aren't you?" Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound rang out on the door. Xiao Tao went over and opened the door. "Young Master Shin, my master requests your presence." A man dressed as a yamen runner approached and clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute to Shin Mo. "The county magistrate wants to see me? What's the matter?" Shin Mo asked, startled. "I don't know, sir. He only said that you need to come over." The constable shook his head. "I wonder what business the county magistrate has with me." Shin Mo frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Husband, what happened?" Lu Ruyan asked worriedly. "It's all right, I'll be right back," Shin Mo said with a smile, and then followed the yamen runner toward the county government office. Upon arriving at the county government office, Shin Mo was taken to the study. "Young Master Shin, please have a seat." The county magistrate was sitting in a chair drinking tea when he saw Shin Mo enter and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir." Shin Mo sat down. "Young Master Shin, the milk tea shop and restaurant have been doing quite well lately," Magistrate Zhang said, putting down his teacup and looking at Shin Mo. "Thanks to the adults, things are still all right." "Hee, young Master Shin, you're too kind." "I've summoned you here because there's something I'd like to discuss with you," Magistrate Zhang suddenly said seriously. "Please speak, sir." "I will do my best as long as it is within my power," Shin Mo said hastily, his heart skipping a beat. "It's like this," Magistrate Zhang said, nodding. "Recently, things have been a bit unsettled around the city. I've heard that bandits have been active in the vicinity. I'm worried that they might harass the villages near Dian City. I've heard that you're from Liushi village, so I'd like you to form a village guard team to protect the village's safety." "The guard?" Shin Mo was taken aback. "Yes," Magistrate Zhang continued. "Young Master Shin is now a celebrity in the city and the village, and he also has wealth. This manor would like you to take the lead in forming this guard team." "What do you think?" "It's like a pillow being delivered to someone who's sleepy. It perfectly aligns with my thoughts." Although Shin Mo desperately wanted to agree immediately, he still pretended to be hesitant. "My lord, forming a guard team is no small matter, I'm afraid." Shin Mo said hesitantly. "Young Master Shin, rest assured, this prefecture will not let you work for nothing. As long as you can form a guard team, this prefecture can grant you some privileges, such as tax reductions, and can also issue you a token to make things easier for you in the city and villages." Magistrate Zhang smiled. "Since you trust me, sir, I will accept your offer without hesitation," Shin Mo immediately replied. "Excellent. Young Master Shin is indeed straightforward. Then I'll leave this matter to you. If you need any manpower or supplies, just let me know, and I will do my best to support you," Zhang said happily. "Thank you, sir. Young Master Shin, you should go back and prepare. We await your good news." "Yes, sir." Shin Mo stood up to take his leave. Shen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction as he left the county government office.
We must expedite the development of gunpowder and firearms. At the very least, we must develop them for military use.
When he got home, Shen Mo told his wives about it.
Lu Ruiyan frowned. Husband, forming a guard team is not an easy task, and it is also very dangerous.
Yes, my husband, those bandits are very fierce.
We should avoid provoking them, Yi San Yang said. I don't want to provoke them either, but they will provoke us. When the whole nest is turned upside down, no one will be safe.
This is the county magistrate's order, and we cannot disobey it.
Besides, forming a guard team is not a bad thing. At least it can protect our own safety and the safety of the village, Shen Mo said.
My husband is right. The world is not peaceful now.
Having a guard team can at least protect us.
Yu Yunlu nodded. Honey, I support you. Don't forget I'm the commander-in-chief of the Navy. I can help you, Isa said with a smile.
Husband, what should we do first?
Lu Ruiyan asked. Chapter 100 Undercurrents. Recruit people first, then train them, and simultaneously research new weapons, Shen Mo said after thinking for a moment. A new type of weapon? Lu Ruiyan asked curiously.
Yes, Isha and I are researching firearms and explosives. We'll definitely give you a big surprise when the time comes, Shen Mo said with a smile.
A musket? Explosives? Lu Ruiyan was filled with confusion.
Husband, how many people do you need? I'll go to the village and ask for some more, Yu Yunlu asked.
Yuejia village was her maternal home.
The village was mostly inhabited by hunters, skilled in archery and horsemanship, making them the most reliable source of men for her guards. However, there weren't many of them. Most had been conscripted into the army because they couldn't afford it. Try to get as many as possible, Yunlu, but you also need to keep some people in your village for your own protection, Shen Mo instructed.
Yes, my husband, I'll set off right away.
Yu Yunlu was decisive and efficient, and immediately headed out to Yu family village.
Yunlu, wait. Let's finish talking before we go. Shen Mo quickly called out to her. They've already gotten this close?
Just a few days ago they said it was raging in a neighboring county. How long has it been? The court is so corrupt that even the safety of the county towns and villages right under its nose has to rely on the self-organized guards of the people? Lu Ruiyan frowned, her heart filled with worry.
Isa.
You'll assist me in developing explosives and muskets, Shen Mo said, looking at Isa.
Okay, darling, where's the gunpowder? Isa asked excitedly. Well, let's just buy it from a fireworks shop. Shen Mo didn't know where to find them either. Husband, are you talking about the black powder used to make fireworks? Yu Yunlu asked at this moment.
Yes, that's right. We have these black stones in our village, and I heard they're used to make this, Yu Yunlu said after thinking for a moment.
Oh?
Then have someone from the village bring some back for me to see, Shen Mo instructed.
Yunlu, you must set off back to Yuejia village immediately. This matter is of utmost urgency.
Please ask your father-in-law to help you gather the able-bodied men in the village, starting with 50. Tell them that I, Shen Mo, will provide food and lodging, and each person will receive 2 taels of silver per month. If there are any casualties, the compensation will start at 50 taels. I will not treat them unfairly. Shen Mo's gaze swept over the crowd as he began to make arrangements.
50 taels? Yu Yunlu was taken aback by the amount of compensation.
These days, 50 taels is enough for an ordinary farming family to live comfortably for several years.
Yu Yunlu gave Shen Mo a deep look and nodded emphatically.
2 taels of silver a month is already a generous salary, and 50 taels of silver in compensation is enough to make the men in the village risk their lives, Yu Yunlu thought to himself.
Yes, my husband, father and my elder brother will do their best, Yu Yunlu said.
Isha, your matter is the most important, and also the most difficult, Shen Mo said, looking at Isha. Firearms are our trump card and our greatest asset. You are in full charge. Tell me what materials you need, and ask me directly for manpower.
Understood. Darling, don't worry.
Give me time, and I'll let those bandits taste the power of firearms.
Isa nodded excitedly. Ruiyan, you will be in charge of logistics and internal affairs.
You will be responsible for the resettlement and food of Yunlu and her men after their return, the monthly wages and pensions of the guards, as well as the money, supplies, and craftsmen needed by Isa. Also, immediately send people to the city to purchase large quantities of grain and cloth.
The more the better. If you need more money, just tell me and I'll find a way to earn it, Don't worry, my lord, I understand. The treasury is still quite full.
I'll draft a plan later, Lu Ruyan said, nodding as she quickly calculated the deposits. Rushuan, Mudan, you will assist Rushua in purchasing medicinal herbs, especially hemostatic wound medicine and medicine for treating external injuries.
The Japanese defense team may need them.
In addition, you will also need to take good care of the elderly, weak, women and children in the village.
Rest assured, my lord, it is our duty to make medicine.
As for the matter of comforting others, I will do my best, Yen Rushua replied gently.
Third sister, Inger, you two are not feeling well, so please take good care of yourselves.
Xiao Tao, please take good care of them, and please help with all the household chores. Shenemo said gently to Cui Inger and Yi San Yang, who were leaning against the soft couch. Yi San Yang stroked her lower abdomen and said coquettishly, I know, I will definitely not cause trouble for my husband. Building this guard will cost a fortune. Our Zuixinla restaurant, milk tea shop, and winery's income may not be able to withstand such spending, Hua Muden said worriedly.
Probably not.
Right now, the Immortals Intoxication wine alone sells for 2,000 taels a day, and Carefree Dew hasn't even been released yet.
Shenemo calculated in his mind. The restaurant's revenue is enough, but if the number of people increases, the magistrate said that up to 1,000 people is fine. If there are too many people, we will indeed be stretched thin.
Therefore, we still need to do 3 things, Shenemo said in a deep voice, looking around at the women.
All the women's eyes were focused on Shenemo. First, buy land. Wasteland, hillsides, buy it all. Buy as much as you can. As long as it's land, the cheaper the better. Buy land?
Lu Ruyan was puzzled. What they needed most right now was money and food.
Why buy those barren lands with low yields? Yes, buy land. Plant chili peppers. Plant tea trees.
Chili peppers are the soul of our Zue Sian Ji's boiled fish and boiled seafood, and tea trees are an essential ingredient for milk tea.
Ru Yen, handle this matter.
Find the village head and transfer the land deeds as soon as possible. Yes, I will take care of it tomorrow, Lu Ruyan replied immediately. Secondly, besides firearms, we also need to mass-produce honeycomb briquettes as soon as possible. City dwellers need to burn charcoal to get through the winter, but it's expensive and produces a lot of smoke. I plan to make 2 types of charcoal, one cheap and long-lasting, and one expensive one, specifically for wealthy people. I'll think about the details later.
Let's build another kiln specifically for firing honeycomb briquettes.
Peony, you're in charge of this. As for how many people you need, have Ruyan allocate them for you. This business, whether cheap or expensive, will require a large quantity. Thirdly, crossbows.
Yunlu, among the uncles and brothers of Yueja village, besides being skilled in archery and horsemanship, is there anyone who is good at making crossbows? Or who understands the intricacies of them? Shenemo asked. Yes. My third great-uncle was a skilled crossbow maker in the army when he was young.
He returned to the village after injuring his leg. Several of my cousins in the village also learned some basic skills from him, Yu Yunlu replied after a moment's thought. That's wonderful. When third uncle arrives, we'll ask him to oversee the construction of a workshop right next to our house in the village, specifically for making crossbows and their bolts. We'll use the best materials and pay the workers well. The crossbows we make will be prioritized for our guards. Everyone, let's follow this plan and pack up to go back to the village, Shinemo said to the women. 100 miles away from Dian City, a carriage, accompanied by several well-dressed knights on sturdy horses, with long swords at their waists and stern expressions, was traveling along the official road towards Dian City. Inside the carriage, the light was dim. A middle-aged man with a pale, beardless face, dressed in a dark blue eunuch's robe, had a delicate, feminine appearance and was resting with his eyes closed.
Little Deng, how much longer until we reach Dian City?
The middle-aged man opened his eyes, carefully wiped his fingers with a silk handkerchief, and then pulled back the curtain to speak to the outside. Reporting to father-in-law, we should arrive in Dian City around tomorrow afternoon, a voice replied.
We're back.
We've been thinking about this day and night, he said, then lowered the curtain.
Chapter 101 Homework due in the evening.
The mountain road leading to Yueja village was rugged and difficult to travel, and Shinemo sat on the bumpy donkey cart. Beside him sat Yu Yunlu, dressed in a short blue outfit.
Madam, does your father-in-law's word carry weight in the village? How many men can he rally around?
Father is the village elder, his word carries weight. Including my brother, there are about 40 able-bodied men in the village who can draw a bow. If it really comes down to a fight, as long as they are fed and given enough money to settle down, even if half of them die, they won't disperse. They are all my cousins. Yu Yunlu turned to look at Shin Mo and said. A full meal money for settling down money is easy to come by.
He suddenly didn't want to borrow people from Yuejia village anymore.
These are all Yu Yunlu's relatives. Shin Mo's heart trembled slightly. Let's hurry up and develop weapons. Ideally, they should be able to kill enemies from 100 meters away, and avoid hand-to-hand combat if possible, Shin Mo thought to himself. More than an hour later, the donkey cart finally arrived at Yuejia village, which was located halfway up the mountain. The village walls were built with large round logs and mountain stones. Upon hearing that his son-in-law and daughter had arrived, the chieftain Yu Taizhan led his son Yumeng out to greet them.
My dear son-in-law, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Come on, let's go inside.
Yu Taizhan exchanged a few pleasantries and pulled Shin Mo into the stone house in the center of the village. The environment is rather simple, please don't mind, son-in-law, Yu Taizhan said with a smile.
Shin Mo didn't beat around the bush and explained in detail the magistrate's entrustment and the threat from the Black Mountain bandits. That's the situation. Liushi village and Yujiazhai are interdependent. If bandits come, no one can escape.
The magistrate wants us to build our own defense force, but relying solely on the men in my village who only know how to farm won't suffice. I've come here to ask for your help, father-in-law, to build a capable militia, with the hunters of Yujiazhai as the backbone. I'll find a way to provide money, food, and equipment. Wages and rations will not be shortchanged for the brothers in the village. If there are any casualties, the compensation will be 100 taels per person.
Shin Mo looked at Yu Taizhan and Yumeng and said. 100 taels?
Yumeng gasped, his eyes widening in shock. In those days, a strong laborer working himself to the bone for a year and saving 10 taels of silver was considered a good year. 100 taels of compensation was enough to turn a poor family's life around instantly. My dear son-in-law, is this really true? 100 taels of silver as compensation is no small sum. Do you know that if a fight really breaks out, the casualties will be far more than just 1 or 2 people? Yu Tieshan's facial muscles twitched a few times as he stared at Shin Mo and asked. Didn't you say it was 50 taels, my husband? How did it suddenly increase to 100 taels? Yu Yunlu asked at this moment. We're all family, so give us more, Shin Mo said. He wouldn't have asked his in-laws for help if he hadn't been so desperate to find someone suitable. Sure enough, once a daughter gets married, she'll side with the outsider. Yu Taizhan couldn't help but shake his head as he watched his daughter trying to save money for her son-in-law. Absolutely. I, Shin Mo, am a man of my word. I will keep my promise regarding this money. Shin Mo said solemnly. Yu Taizhan remained silent for a moment, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the stone table, making a soft sound. After a long pause, Yu Taizhan slammed his fist on the table. Good. Let's do it. Damn it, these bandits want to harm us? They'll have to ask the axe in my hand if they agree. My son-in-law, your family village will take this job. 40 men who can draw a bow and draw blood, I'll deliver them to Liushi village within 3 days. Shin Mo's anxiety finally subsided. He stood up and bowed deeply to Yu Taizhan. Thank you, father-in-law. Once the matter was settled, Yu Taizhan immediately summoned the village elders and able-bodied men to announce it. When they heard the news that each person would receive 30 copper coins a day, be provided with a full meal, and receive 100 taels of silver as a death penalty, the entire Yu family village was in an uproar. 100 taels. That was an astronomical sum that could ensure a family's livelihood for 10 years. The men, who had previously hesitated to go down the mountain, instantly became eager, shouting as they signed up, wishing the bandits would arrive the very next day. In chaotic times, life really isn't that important. Shin Mo sighed inwardly as he looked at the mountain stronghold's men, who were now brimming with energy. Where's my mother-in-law? Never mind, she's probably out. See you next time. Shin Mo didn't linger in Shurjia village. He handed over the recruitment details to Yu Taizhan and his son, then rushed back to Liushi village with Yu Yunlu. Time was of the essence. The honeycomb briquette workshop had to be set up immediately. As soon as he entered the house, Shin Mo went straight into Isa's room. Darling, didn't we agree on 10 p.m.? Why are you here now? Isabella smiled and asked Shin Mo curiously. Am I that kind of person? What's wrong with this foreign girl's thought process? Shin Mo was speechless. Isa, it's not that, it's something else.
Shinemo picked up the papers on the table and spread them out. Isabel looked at Shinemo with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Why the rush? Make coal. Press coal into blocks. Like bricks. Shinemo explained as he quickly sketched a simple honeycomb briquette mold on paper. It needs to be fast. Lots and lots of it. Use lus, coal dust, and water. About 7 parts coal dust, 2 parts lus, and 1 part water? Let's try it first. It needs to have lots of holes, like a honeycomb. Isa leaned closer to look. Although she didn't know what honeycomb briquettes were, she understood words like coal, briquettes, and combustion. Ah! I get it. Like fuel cakes on a ship. Do you need to add something to aid combustion? Saltpeter? Just a little bit? Isa said, remembering something. Yes. Yes. That's the idea. Combustion accelerant, saltpeter powder? Shinmo's eyes lit up. Sure enough, you have to find professionals for professional matters. Mold. It has to be made of iron, or hardwood will do. We need it quickly. We need to see a sample by tomorrow. Find the best carpenter and blacksmith in the village, double the wages. No problem. Blacksmith shop. I know it. Isa picked up the blueprints and was about to go out to find Lu Ruyan. I'll explain this to Xiao Tao. Shinemo thought for a moment and decided to say it himself, as the language barrier was a major obstacle. Xiao Tao, go find the carpenter and the blacksmith and ask them to come to our house. Shinemo and Isa went to find Xiao Tao together. Yes, my husband, I'll go now. Xiao Tao replied and walked towards the village. After quickly explaining everything, he returned to his room. Darling, I want to have a baby. Just then, a warm scent carrying an exotic fragrance approached from behind. A pair of slender arms wrapped around Shinmo's waist from behind, and then, a voluptuous body full of amazing elasticity and heat pressed tightly against Shinmo's back. It was Isha. Honey, look at me. Isa's voice rang in Shinmo's ear. Shinmo's body stiffened slightly. Isha, stop fooling around. A formidable enemy is at hand. I know. Isa interrupted him, tightening her arms around him, her full breasts pressing against Shinmo's back, their amazing elasticity transmitted through the thin clothes. I know those bandits will come. But we don't know whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. So. Tonight. Now. Honey, give me a baby. Shinemo was taken aback and finally turned his head. In the moonlight, Isa's deep-set, exotic face was close at hand. Her azure eyes were fiery and full of charm. Her golden hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze, a few strands clinging to her rosy lips, adding to her allure. Baby? Chapter 102. Something's wrong. Shinemo didn't react for a moment. Yes. Baby. Isa nodded, her eyes gleaming. Our baby. My bloodline, Isa's blood. Honey. You are the strongest man. Your seed must be the strongest too. I want it. Now. I want it to take root and sprout in my body. Shinemo had never heard such straightforward words in either of his 2 lives, and for a moment his mind went blank. Isabella tiptoed and pressed her fiery red lips to Shinmo's lips. I was forced by a foreign beauty. Shinemo took the initiative, pulling her waist with his arm and pressing her even closer to him. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Isabella wrapped her arms around Shinmo's neck, responding passionately. Honey, carry me inside, I want every seed tonight. After an unknown amount of time, when both of them were panting heavily, Isa whispered breathlessly. Shinemo bent down and picked Isa up horizontally. Isa gasped in surprise, then giggled. The women in the main room downstairs seemed to have heard the commotion upstairs. Lu Ruyan looked up with concern, while Yi San Yang's expression was complicated. Cui Yinger pouted and muttered under her breath, that golden-haired fox spirit has such good stamina. Sister Yunlu, you'd better keep up, or you can't be slower than Isa. Yuyun blushed instantly upon seeing his face. Shinemo had no idea how poor the soundproofing was in ancient times. Shinemo held Shabai and placed Isa on the large bed. With a swift movement, Isabella flipped Shinemo over and pinned him beneath her. The moonlight outlined her breathtaking curves, her full breasts heaving violently, her blue eyes looking down at Shinemo as she began to untie his clothes. Isa. Shoo, don't speak, honey.
Isa leaned down, her red lips falling again to silence Shinmo. Clothes were scattered. Under the moonlight, the two were entwined tightly together.
This isn't a naval commander, is it? He seems more like a cavalry commander. He's such a good rider.
The bed groaned under the strain. The battle for survival was fierce and protracted. After an unknown amount of time, Isabella collapsed onto Shinmo's sweat-drenched chest, breathing heavily, her golden hair covering Shinmo's shoulders and neck.
Shinmo held her tightly, just as she wished. Oh, God. Honey, you're a tireless bull. I am a bull, then what are you? A siren who can drain a bull dry. Shinmo reached out and stroked Isabella's smooth, sweat-dampened back.
2 days later, a somber atmosphere filled the newly cleared threshing ground next to Shinmo's house in Liushi village. More than 40 hunters from Ueja village stood in 4 rows, each one wielding a sharp and capable man, carrying their own hunting bows on their backs, and with hunting knives or short-handled hunting forks at their waists. They stood in this relatively orderly formation. Beside them were more than 30 young men selected from Liushi village, their expressions tense, clutching a variety of weapons: hoes, sharpened wooden sticks, machetes, making their formation even more crooked and unsteady.
Yu Taizhan and Yu Meng stood at the front of the group, while Yu Yunlu, dressed in black shorts, stood beside Shinmo.
Fellow villagers.
Brothers of Ueja village. The bandits are only a few dozen miles away from us. You know better than I what kind of people the bandits of Black Mountain village are. They burn, kill, and loot, leaving no survivors. The government's forces are insufficient, and they are already struggling to defend the city, let alone help our remote mountain village. Our lives, our families, and our loved ones can only be protected by ourselves. Shinmo continued, looking at everyone present. Be afraid? It's useless. Hide? You can only hide for so long. If you want to live, if you want to protect your family, you have to go all out and train. Train yourself to be skilled. Let those bandit bastards know that we are not fat sheep to be slaughtered. Father-in-law, Shinmo looked at Yu Taizhan, the brothers of Yu family village are skilled in archery and horsemanship. I entrust the training of their marching formations and unified commands to you. Yu Taizhan clasped his hands in a fist and said, Don't worry, son-in-law. I've got it covered. He turned around and roared at the men of Ueja village, Did you all hear that? If you want to protect your wives and children, then train with the same spirit you had when you were fighting bears in the mountains. Listen to my command. Stand up straight. Yes, the men of Ueja village responded in unison, startling the able-bodied men of Liushi village nearby. Brothers of Willow Creek village. Shinmo looked at the 30-odd people again. You are not lacking in strength, but what you lack is courage and the ability to kill. Brother Yu Meng. Here. Yu Meng stepped forward. You take them and train their courage. Train their strength. Train them in the simplest stabbing. Use the wooden sticks and machetes you have. Forget about hoes, they're too heavy. Train them until you can't lift your arms anymore. Remember, in battle, it's either you stab him to death or he hacks you to death. Show mercy? You and your whole family will die. Yu Meng grinned, understood. He turned around and roared at the 30 pale-faced villagers, You all better get your act together. Raise your pitchforks. Thrust. Pull back. Thrust again. Haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. Imagine bandits storming into your houses. Stealing your wives, thrust. In an instant, shouts, commands, heavy footsteps, and crashes filled the threshing ground. Isa rolled up her sleeves and personally directed the work at the blacksmith's forge. In front of her were several freshly cast, still steaming, honeycomb briquette molds, and next to her were piles of crushed coal powder and sifted yellow soil. Under the guidance of Yu Yunlu's third uncle, Yu Yenin, several carpenters from the village carefully crafted the hardwood crossbow arms. Water. Madam Shin said the ratio of water to coal powder and lust must be accurate, shouted a villager in charge of mixing, sweating profusely. The trigger on this crossbow needs to be precisely aligned with this groove. Master Yu, do you think this will work? An old carpenter asked, holding a freshly carved part. Uncle Li, just smooth this part out a little more, otherwise it might get stuck. Yu Yenin looked at the part and nodded. All right. The old carpenter breathed a sigh of relief. Husband, should we also start training the archery skills of our Yu family village? Using the 3-stage strike method you mentioned? Of course. And as soon as possible. Madam, you will personally oversee this. Select the 20 best archers in the village to train them exclusively. The commands and rotation rhythm are crucial. Shen Mo instructed.
The musketeer squads and the military brigades behind them reduced casualties in this way, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Yes. Yu Yunlu nodded.
Training proceeded with great intensity. On the first day, the able-bodied men of Liushi village collapsed on the ground, too exhausted to even lift a hoe. On the second day, their bodies ached, but they gritted their teeth and continued training. On the third day, their formation began to take shape, and their thrusting movements gained a fierce edge.
The hunters of Yuejia village adapted even faster, and their marching formations were already keeping pace with the gong.
Yu Yunlu's training of the archers in the three-stage firing technique was also showing initial results.
Although they were not yet perfectly synchronized, they at least understood the principle of taking turns firing arrows on command. On the afternoon of the fourth day, the sun was setting in the west. The shouts of battle still echoed across the training ground.
Yu Yunlu led her 20 archers to practice volley shooting at a straw target temporarily erected 100 paces away at the edge of the threshing ground.
First team. Ready, fire.
Yu Yunlu's crisp command rang out.
Whoosh. 7 arrows flew from the bow, most of them hitting the target, but 2 missed. Second team. Charge. Ready, fire. 7 more arrows flew out. The third team. Just then, a voice came. Oh no, oh no. Chapter 103, they've got ashore. Brother M.O. Something terrible has happened.
I just returned from the county government with the business license for Shinji coal mine when I heard from the clerk in the registrar's office that the imperial court has issued an edict. Because of the uprisings of rebels and rampant banditry in various places, this year's provincial and palace examinations have been cancelled. Vacancies in various places will be temporarily filled by local officials who will select virtuous and talented individuals from among all the newly appointed candidates in their respective areas.
Wang Dazhuang said with a grim expression. Now it'll come down to connections. Shen Mo frowned. Clatter, clatter. The sound of horses' hooves approached. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. This is the Imperial Envoy's carriage. Anyone who rams it will die. Hiss. Who are you? Asked the maid of the Shin family. Summon Shen Mo out, shouted one of the guards with a sword.
4 guards dressed in black armor and with long swords at their waists stood in 2 rows. A fishy, foul smell mixed with the scent of cosmetics wafted over. A figure slowly walked in, supported by 2 hunched eunuchs who were also dressed in low-grade python robes.
He wore a bright red robe embroidered with gold. He wore a tall hat, and the face beneath the brim was fair and flawless, yet it had a sickly look. His chin was smooth, and his eyes were filled with a cold aura. He slightly raised his chin and glanced disdainfully at everyone in the hall from the corner of his eye. Shen Mo and his concubines came out. It's him. Zhao Lizi. He's actually back. Shen Mo's heart sank to the bottom. That lecherous eunuch actually managed to climb the social ladder? He became an imperial eunuch?
Shen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted.
Shen Mo. If I want you dead, I'll send all your women to brothels. Zhao Lizi roared inwardly.
Seeing Shen Mo's radiant face, and thinking of his own crippled body, his heart twisted in agony. Now, Zhao Diquan is a close minister of the emperor, acting as his representative to tour the realm.
Shen Mo, receive the imperial decree.
Zhao Lizi said, opening the imperial decree and reading it aloud. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Shen Mo, the top scholar, is of exceptional talent and learning, and commendable in loyalty and courage. In these turbulent times, with bandits rampant, the county clerk Li Zhong tragically died in the line of duty while visiting his hometown. To maintain peace and security in the region, Shen Mo is hereby recommended to temporarily assume the position of clerk of Dian City, in charge of arrests, criminal justice, and the city's defense and local militia. It is hoped that you will diligently perform your duties and live up to the trust placed in you by the court and the high expectations of the people.
So be it. Student Shen Mo accepts the decree and expresses his gratitude. Shen Mo straightened up and held up the imperial decree with both hands. A guard beside him presented the official seal, waist token, and official robes, representing the authority of the clerk.
In that case, I won't bother you any longer, Clerk Shen.
We'll meet again sometime. With that, eunuch Zhao turned and left without looking back. That scholar Niu, his father-in-law, is the registrar of the neighboring county. I heard he's going to be temporarily appointed as the registrar.
Wang Dazhuang said in a low voice.
Scholar Niu? Registrar? Shin Mo's eyes turned cold.
Being a clerk is a tough job, always on the front lines, with little reward and high risk. The registrar, on the other hand, is much more prestigious, in charge of documents and household registers, wielding considerable real power. This arrangement is clearly because he has little connections, while that scholar Niu got the position purely through connections.
Humph, clerk it is. This position suits me perfectly. Shen Mo sneered inwardly.
The women clearly didn't recognize Zhao Lizi, he had changed so much.
Their eyes shone as they looked at Shen Mo. Husband, you're the top scholar now.
Wah?
I knew you were the best. Your master and mistress would be so happy in heaven. Xiaotao threw herself into Shen Mo's arms, crying tears of joy.
Shen Mo felt a warmth in his heart, raised his hand to rub Xiaotao's head, and another figure approached with a fragrant breeze.
My good husband, I knew it. My husband is a literary star descended to earth. Now that you are an official, can I also be considered half an official as wife?
Yi Sanyang said, looking at Shen Mo with eyes full of affection. Congratulations, my husband, on achieving the highest honor in the imperial examination and being appointed as an official.
I am overjoyed for you, Lu Ruyan said happily. All right, he's just a nobody, why are you all so happy? Shen Mo said dismissively.
But since we're all officials now, I'll go and get some good fabric these next few days to get some official-less wife outfits for all the sisters.
Lu Ruyan said after thinking for a moment. Zhao Lizi. He's become an imperial eunuch. He's back. They don't seem to recognize him. Should I tell them? Forget it, I can't.
They're all pregnant, I shouldn't let them live in fear. But there's naked killing intent in Zhao Lizi's eyes.
I need to be careful from now on. Shen Mo thought to himself. Zhao Lizi. Whatever tricks you want to play, bring it on.
If you want to touch my home or my women, you'll have to step over my dead body first.
Dian City, the flower hall behind the county government office. Eunuch Xiao, you must be tired from your journey. Please have some tea. This is the finest pre-rain Longjing tea.
Registrar Niu said with a smile, bending down to pour the tea.
Registration Officer Niu, I've been ordered to inspect the region and heard that a remarkable figure has emerged in Dian City. What's his name? Shen Mo? The newly appointed top scholar, and he's even started some kind of drunken immortal wine and milk tea shop? He's quite the big shot.
Eunuch Zhao picked up his teacup, gently skimming the foam with the lid, without even lifting his eyelids, and said.
Niu Zhubu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sensed the dissatisfaction with Shen Mo and Zhao Gongong's tone.
In reply to your question, Your Excellency, that Shen Mo was nothing but a pedantic scholar who got lucky. Relying on his skills and tricks, he climbed up to the young prince's high branch and became arrogant and domineering. This time, the county magistrate has already been too kind of him to let him temporarily take over the position of clerk, but who knew that he even had some complaints, as if he thought the position was too low.
Niu Zhupu rolled his eyes and took a step closer to whisper. Oh? You think your official rank is too low? Young man, you don't know your place. I've heard that you and he have some old grudges? Eunuch Zhao's lips curled into a smile as he looked up at Registrar Niu and said coldly. Your Honor, please see the truth. That Shen Mo is bullying people by abusing his power. At the mid-autumn poetry gathering, he forcibly took away my former fiancée, Lu. He even publicly humiliated me. This is an irreconcilable feud. Registrar Niu's heart trembled, and his face was full of indignation. Forcibly taking another man's wife? TSK, what audacity! We hate those who bully the weak and disregard human ethics the most. Registrar Niu, you are now an official of the court, are you just going to let this scoundrel go unpunished? Eunuch Zhao put down his teacup and looked at Registrar Niu. Student, I also wish I could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin.
But Shen Mo is now highly regarded by the county magistrate, and has the backing of the young prince.
I am of low rank and have little influence, so I really... Niu, the registrar, was overjoyed and quickly bowed. A person of low rank has little influence? Eunuch Zhao scoffed, interrupting him. As long as there is reason and evidence, what does it matter if one is of low rank? I've heard that there are quite a few destitute and miserable people in the refugee camp south of the city.
Registrar Niu, you are in charge of household registration documents, go and find a clever mother and daughter for me. Tell them that I have a good job for them that will ensure they have enough to eat and wear for the rest of their lives.
Understood. I will take care of it immediately. I will make sure to satisfy you, Your Excellency. Niu Zhubu's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood Zhao Gonggang's intention, a knowing sly smile appearing on his face. The next morning, Shen Mo had just changed into a brand new blue robe. Husband, more officials have arrived. Xiao Tao ran in and said nervously. Shen Mo hurriedly walked out of the courtyard. Two constables approached with stern faces. One was Constable Zhang, and the other was Head Constable Jin. Xin Dianli, Zhang, the head constable, clasped his hands in greeting. By order of the magistrate, you are to come with us to the county office immediately. Someone has beaten the drum to appeal for justice and has come to you with a complaint. Sue me? Shen Mo frowned. Who is it? What is it?
This Constable Zhang looked troubled.
Chapter 104 Blood Test for Kinship. I cannot go into the details of the case.
I only know that the person making the complaint is a woman with a child, who claims to be your wife and daughter whom you abandoned after having an affair with her.
The officials are already waiting in the courtroom. Please come back with us immediately. Started with passion and then abandoned? Wife and daughter.
Shen Mo's mind went blank.
Fragments of the original owner's chaotic and romantic memories surged up instantly. Could it be the seeds of trouble left over from those times?
Yu Lu's face turned cold, while Xiao Tao's face turned pale, her eyes filled with worry.
My husband. Husband. The women said worriedly. Shen Mo said to Constable Zhang, all right. I'll go back with you. He turned around and said to the women, it's all right. I'll be right back. Shen Mo followed two constables towards Dian City. Sister Ruyan, what should we do? Xiao Tao asked, at a loss.
Let's all go take a look together. Let's call a carriage, Lu Ruyan said at this moment.
Okay.
Xiao Tao wiped away her tears, nodded, and hurriedly went to call for a carriage.
In the courtroom of Dianchang County Government,
Magistrate Zhang frowned, looking at the ragged, emaciated mother and daughter kneeling below the court. The woman was about 20 years old, pale and thin, with shifty eyes. She tightly hugged a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, who also looked pale and sickly. The child was timid and dared not look up.
Silence. The defendant has arrived. Lu, what grievances do you have? Speak them out quickly. Magistrate Zhang slammed his wooden clapper down.
I, Lu, am suing Shen Mo, the acting clerk of this county. 3 years ago, he came to my hometown, used sweet words to lure me into his body, and then disappeared without a trace. He left me and my child, a widow, to suffer endless scorn and bullying.
Now I have finally found out that he has become an official here. I beg you, Your Honor, to do justice for my daughter and me. Why?
Lu burst into tears, pinching the child in her arms hard, which also cried loudly in fright.
The crowd watching outside the courtroom erupted in uproar and discussion. Shen, the clerk? Really? He seems quite upright. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Scholars have many tricks up their sleeves. TSK, they even have kids now, that's too much. Absurd. Pure slander. My lord, I don't know this woman at all. Let alone any seduction to have a child. Please investigate, my lord.
Shen Mo's face was filled with astonishment and anger. Refusing to admit it, who knows who he slept with while drunk, or even if he slept with her at all? There are far more mistresses than just the number, more than 30. Shen Mo's original owner had far too many hangover experiences.
Lu. You say you're an old friend of mine? Fine. Then let me ask you, where did we meet 3 years ago? Where were you making a living? When was your child born? If you're lying, may you be struck by lightning. Shen Mo stared intently at Lu and said.
3 years ago. Right there in the neighboring county, at the 8th Sui Tower.
I was Tsueyun, a courtesan there. That night you came with several young men.
You got drunk, grabbed my hand, and said you would redeem me. Later, I discovered I was pregnant.
The madam forced me to have an abortion.
I used all my savings to redeem myself and secretly gave birth to the child. Over the years, I've been searching everywhere with the child, and that's how I learned your name is Shen Mo, and you live in Dian City. The child was born on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month 2 years ago.
Don't you have a black mole the size of a soybean on your right buttock? Lu cried out. This detail caused an uproar both inside and outside the courtroom. Itsue Tower. I know it.
It's a notorious den of iniquity in the neighboring county.
You even know the location of the mole? Could this really be true?
Xiaotao's face turned even paler. She knew that the young master used to frequent such places.
Lu Ruyan and the other women also looked extremely unpleasant. Itsue Tower?
In the original owner's fragmented memories, there seems to have been such a vague drunken experience.
But the specific details are completely unclear. The mole on the buttock, this woman actually knows? Could it really be a romantic debt left by the original owner? Am I really going to have to take the blame for this? Shenmo's heart sank. Shenmo, the witnesses are all here. You can even mention such private marks. What else do you have to say?
Seeing this, Clerk Niu asked smugly.
Magistrate Zhang's face was grim.
He certainly didn't believe Shenmo would do such a thing, but with the aggrieved party crying and pleading in court, and with everyone watching, he couldn't directly refute him.
Lu, you keep saying that Shenmo is your husband and the father of this child, but do you have any proof?
Making baseless accusations and falsely accusing an official of the court is a serious crime.
Magistrate Zhang asked Lu in a deep voice. Yes. I have proof.
Lu pulled out an old, coarse cloth handkerchief from her bosom and held it high.
My lord, please look.
This is the handkerchief that the heartless man Shenmo left in my house back then.
It even has the character Mo embroidered on it.
This is irrefutable evidence.
How can you make a judgment based on just a handkerchief? Magistrate Zhang shook his head, clearly not believing it either. My lord.
I believe this matter concerns the reputation of the court officials and the lives of this unfortunate mother and daughter, and must be handled with utmost care.
Since both sides have conflicting accounts, why not conduct a blood test to determine paternity? If the child's blood matches that of Clerk Shen, then the father's identity will be self-evident.
If not, it will at least clear Clerk Shen's name and severely punish this treacherous woman who made the false accusation.
What do you think, my lord? Registrar Niu stepped out from the side and bowed to Magistrate Zhang.
Blood test for kinship?
Magistrate Zhang pondered for a moment.
Blood test for kinship?
Shenmo sneered inwardly. Sure enough, here it comes.
This pseudoscience. He was about to refute the absurdity of this method when a commotion arose outside the hall.
Make way. Let us in. Young master. Young master. Then Lu Ruyan and the other women arrived.
They pushed through the crowd and rushed to the courtroom, their faces filled with anxiety.
Husband. What's going on? My lord.
Shen Dianli's wives, concubines and family members are all here, and they can be witnesses.
Please, my lord, immediately perform a blood test to verify the kinship and set the record straight. Niu Zhupu suggested again at this moment. All right, do as you say. Someone, bring in a basin of water and a needle, Magistrate Zhang instructed the bailiff beside him.
Soon, a bowl of clear water and 2 silver needles were served. The constable stepped forward and pricked the little girl's fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood that fell into the bowl. The little girl cried loudly in pain. Lu held her tightly, her eyes fixed on Shenmo. The constable approached Shenmo again. He inserted a silver needle, and a drop of blood fell into the bowl. All eyes were focused on that bowl of clear water. 2 drops of crimson blood slowly sank closer to each other in the clear water, and then, under the gaze of countless eyes, as if drawn by an invisible hand, they slowly merged together.
It's settled. It's settled. Oh my God. It really melted.
It really is his child.
Shen Dianli, I didn't realize that. The courtroom and its surroundings erupted in chaos. Exclamations, whispers, and scornful remarks surged forth like a tidal wave. No. Impossible.
Xiaotao screamed, her face turning deathly pale. Lu Ruyan staggered a step and was supported by Yan Ruxue, her face extremely pale. Pain and disappointment flashed in Yi San Nyang's eyes.
Yu Yunlu clenched her fists, staring coldly at Shenmo.
Isabella's blue eyes were filled with shock and confusion.
Cui Inger and Hua Mutin looked on with disdain. Your Honor. Facts speak louder than words.
Shenmo has abandoned his wife and daughter after seducing her, and the evidence is irrefutable.
Please, Your Honor, do justice for the unfortunate Lu mother and daughter.
Severely punish this beast in human clothing.
Registrar Niu smiled and bowed to Magistrate Zhang. Fine. What a fine blood test for kinship. Shen Mo laughed angrily. Since Clerk Nyo is so convinced of this method, why don't you also drip a drop? Let everyone see if this bowl of water is really that effective. Chapter 105. What positions do you like? What? The smile on Clerk Nyo's face froze instantly. What? Clerk Nyo doesn't dare? Or are you afraid that this water is too potent and will reveal something that shouldn't be detected? Like, that this little girl is actually of your Nyo family bloodline? That she is your father's long-lost child? Shen Mo, how dare you? You're spouting nonsense.
Registrar Nyo was so angry that he trembled all over, his face turning a deep purplish red.
Whether it's slander or not, we'll find out soon enough.
Shen Mo turned to Magistrate Zhang and clasped his hands in a fist salute.
My lord!
I implore you, sir, to allow Registrar Nyo to also test this method with his own blood. I have a way to prove that this method is utterly absurd and unreliable.
If I cannot prove it, I am willing to accept punishment.
These words caused another uproar.
All eyes instantly turned to Clerk Nyo, filled with curiosity. Yunyo Zhibu pointed at Shen Mo, his finger trembling, too angry to speak.
Magistrate Zhang said with a stern face, Registrar Nyo, since Shen Mo has signed a pledge, to prove that this law is fair, you should also take a drop.
My lord! This is utter nonsense. It's an insult to scholarship. Clerk Nyo exclaimed anxiously. What? Doesn't Clerk Nyo even have the courage? Shen Mo sneered.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Magistrate Zhang also spoke, leaving Registrar Nyo in a difficult position. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and tremble as he extended his finger. The bailiff's silver needle pierced the skin, and a drop of blood fell into the bowl.
Everyone craned their necks. 3 drops of blood floated in the clear water. The blood droplet from the clerk approached the 2 fused blood clumps belonging to the little girl and Shen Mo, and then, under the watchful eyes of countless people, it slowly, very slowly, melted into them. The entire courtroom was deathly silent.
Even the child's crying stopped.
It's fused? It's really fused? Could this bastard really be my father's child? Shen Mo, is he my long-lost brother? This is impossible. Registrar Nyo stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It's melted, son. Call me dad now. Shen Mo looked at Nyo Zhupu with a mocking expression.
Nyo Zhupu stared intently at the 3 drops of blood in the bowl that had completely mingled together, his mind blank.
Put. I don't know who couldn't help but laugh out loud first.
Immediately, like a powder keg being lit, a burst of laughter erupted.
Ha ha ha. It's melted. It's all melted. My God. Clerk Nyo and Clerk Shen are brothers? Wait a minute, Clerk Nyo, shouldn't you be calling young Master Shen father? Ha ha ha. This water god. Anyone can be his father. Laughter filled the courtroom and its surroundings.
The Lu mother and daughter were dumbfounded and at a loss.
Silence. Silence. What kind of behavior is this?
Magistrate Zhang watched the farce unfolding in the courtroom, his lips twitching involuntarily. He suppressed a laugh and slammed his gavel down.
Shen Mo.
This method is absurd and cannot be relied upon.
But what about your past affair with this woman? What do you intend to say? Magistrate Zhang asked Shen Mo. My lord. I did indeed act foolishly in my youth and frequented the Itsue pavilion.
But I swear on my life that I have never made a promise to redeem any woman. There must be a misunderstanding.
Or someone is impersonating me.
I have a method that may immediately verify the truth and expose the mastermind.
Please grant me permission, my lord. Shen Mo thought of a method. What method? Magistrate Zhang was taken aback. My lord, may I speak to you alone? Shen Mo said hastily. Can. Shen Mo stepped forward and whispered a few words quickly into Magistrate Zhang's ear. Magistrate Zhang's expression instantly became extremely strange. His eyes swept back and forth between Shen Mo and the women below the hall.
His lips twitched, as if he wanted to laugh but was holding it in.
Finally, he nodded, granted.
Soon, the bailiffs gave each of Shen Mo, Lu Ruyan, Yu Sanyang, Chui Yinger, Yu Yilu, and Lu Shi, who was kneeling below the hall, a piece of white paper and a charcoal pencil.
When I ask you questions, write your answers on paper. Do not whisper to each other or peek at others. Magistrate Zhang's face was stern, and his voice carried a hint of something strange that was barely perceptible. I ask you, what position does Shinemo prefer when he has sex with you? Puff. My goodness. What kind of question is that? Your Excellency, what are you trying to do? The onlookers outside the hall stared wide-eyed, their laughter and chatter filling the air. This was ancient times. Unmarried men and women holding hands in the street would be met with spitting on them. This was too much.
Lu Ruyan, Yi Sanyan, Chui Inger, and Yu Yunlu blushed instantly, their hands trembling as they held the charcoal pencils.
Lu looked bewildered and terrified.
Shenmo's face also flushed slightly. He picked up the charcoal pencil and wrote 2 large characters on the paper without hesitation.
The women, suppressing their embarrassment, also wrote down their answers on the paper.
Only Lu, holding the pen, was at a loss, completely unsure of what to write.
Soon, the bailiffs collected the written note and presented it to Magistrate Zhang.
Magistrate Zhang unfolded the slips of paper and read them one by one. When he saw the same 2 large characters on the slips of paper belonging to Shinemo and his 4 concubines, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his shoulders trembled. But when he saw Lu's blank slip of paper, he slammed his gavel down.
You audacious and shrewish woman, Lu, how dare you try to deny it? Magistrate Zhang shouted sternly. Shinemo and his wives and concubines wrote the same thing. Only you stammered and didn't write a single word.
You are clearly being instructed to make a false accusation.
Speak. Who instructed you to frame an official of the imperial court?
Confess the truth, or you will face severe torture.
Ha! Lu was completely stunned. How could she know about such private matters? She certainly didn't expect the magistrate to ask such a question. Sir, I can't write. Lu hurriedly argued. Then answer me, what position does young Master Shin prefer for consummating his marriage? Magistrate Zhang slammed his gavel again.
Young Master Shin prefers to be on top, Lu hurriedly said casually.
You're lying. Guards, come here.
Magistrate Zhang hadn't finished speaking. No, I remember now, young Master Shin likes to lie down, Madame Lu hurriedly added.
Neither the top nor the bottom is right. What position does Clerk Shin actually prefer?
Young Master Lu, you frequent places of pleasure, could you tell me about them? A man asked the elegantly dressed man beside him. That goes without saying.
Up, down, front, back, it's just these few things, understand? Brother Lu is indeed a master of flower arranging, I admire you. Not at all. You'll understand once you go more. Guards! Take the shrew away and give her 20 heavy lashes. Magistrate Zhang shouted, then threw out a wooden token. Majestic.
At this moment, 2 Yamen runners stepped forward. Under the threat of the bailiff's wooden sticks, Lu's mental defenses completely collapsed. She collapsed to the ground, crying and sobbing uncontrollably, "My lord, spare me!
My lord, spare me! Someone instructed me. I don't know Clerk Shin at all.
Last night, a man dressed in black and with his face covered gave me 10 taels of silver, saying he would give me 90 taels after the matter was settled, and told me to bring my child to file a complaint.
I was bewitched. My lord, spare me! The truth has come out." An uproar erupted outside the hall. I knew Clerk Shin was innocent. So she was bribed. How outrageous! They almost wronged an innocent person. Who is that man in black? Niu Zhubu's face turned deathly pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Humph.
Framing an official of the imperial court and disrupting the court is an unforgivable crime. Considering that you were instructed by someone and this is your first offense, you shall be given 20 strokes of the cane as a warning to others.
Court adjourned. Magistrate Zhang snorted coldly.
The farce has come to an end.
Chapter 106. The attack is imminent. The back hall of the county government office, the study. Useless. All of you are useless. Eunuch Zhao's face was gloomy. He slammed the teacup on the ground, smashing it to pieces. The scalding tea splashed all over Clerk Niu, who was standing by with his hands hanging down. However, he didn't dare to move at all, his face ashen. Please calm down, father-in-law.
It is my incompetence. I never expected that Shinemo to be so cunning, resorting to such despicable methods.
Registrar Niu knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Despicable?
Any method that can win is a good method.
But you, trying to prove your kinship through blood? Humph. Making yourself a father, what a disgrace. Eunuch Zhao's cold gaze swept over Clerk Niu. Reporting. Your Honor. The county magistrate requests your presence to discuss an urgent matter.
Hurried footsteps came from outside the study, followed by a flustered voice from a yamen runner.
Father-in-law, Master Niu, please have a seat, Magistrate Zhang said as the two entered. What is it?
Why is the magistrate in such a hurry? Asked Eunuch Zhao.
Urgent report.
The neighboring county has been breached by the Black Mountain bandits.
The county government office has been burned down. Registrar Liu has died defending the city.
Magistrate Zhang said bluntly.
What?
Registrar Niu was struck dumb, his head snapping up, all color draining from his face.
His father-in-law was dead? The county town had been massacred? Is the news true?
Eunuch Zhao suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically.
It's absolutely true.
The courier who escaped is right outside. He said the city is ablaze with flames, and corpses are strewn everywhere. It's a horrific sight.
Magistrate Zhang lamented.
But a flash of wild joy suddenly appeared in Eunuch Zhao's eyes.
Magistrate Zhang.
The banditry has run rampant to this extent, resulting in the massacre of the city and the destruction of the county.
This is a heinous crime that shakes the very foundation of the nation.
The imperial court has been raising troops for 1,000 days, only to use them for one.
Shen Mo, the acting clerk of Dian City, I've heard you have an organized guard?
I'm here on imperial orders to inspect the area and to govern the people on behalf of heaven.
Now, as an imperial envoy, I order you to immediately convey this order to Shen Mo.
Order him to immediately muster all the local militia and launch a full-scale attack on Black Mountain Stronghold within 3 days without fail. If they dare to delay the battle or hesitate to advance, I, with my imperial sword, will execute them without mercy. Before he could finish speaking, another soldier, covered in blood, stumbled into the study.
He was the scout sent by Dian City. My lord. Something terrible has happened.
The scout fell to the ground, his voice hoarse.
Black Wind Stronghold. They've come out in full force. They're heading straight for Dian City. They're less than 20 miles away.
Upon hearing this, Eunuch Zhao grinned maliciously and slammed his hand on the table.
Good. Just in time. Magistrate Zhang, immediately issue the order. Have Clerk Shen send guards to cover for us. Father-in-law, this is not appropriate.
The village militia of Liuxi village number less than 100, while this bandit group may number in the hundreds or even thousands.
How can we possibly resist them? Magistrate Zhang questioned. Is Lord Zhang questioning me? Or is he questioning His Majesty?
Eunuch Zhao said coldly. This humble official dares not. But having so needlessly sent the villagers to their deaths, this humble official has no choice but to petition His Majesty.
Magistrate Zhang threatened. You, fine then.
Lord Zhang will be in charge of this anti-bandit campaign.
If anything goes wrong, you will be held responsible. Eunuch Zhao shouted.
Yes, sir.
Your subordinate obeys. Humph. We'll see. After saying that, Eunuch Zhao left the main hall.
Old Jean, I'm sorry to trouble you to make a trip to Liuxi village and tell Clerk Shen to make sure he organizes the local militia. It would be troublesome if the bandits didn't come to Dian City but went to these villages instead, Magistrate Zhang instructed Chief Jean.
Yes, sir, I'll take care of it right away. Jean, the squad leader, replied and hurried off towards Liuxi village. Husband, an official is looking for you. He's already in the front hall. Yan Rushuan rushed in. Please come in quickly. Shen Mo said hurriedly. You may come with me.
Shen Mo straightened his robes and strode towards the front hall. Then they saw Jean Bantu standing there with his brows furrowed.
Golden Squad Leader.
Shin Dianli, I just received an urgent report from the scouts. The Black Mountain Stronghold bandits have broken through the blockade of the government troops in the neighboring county and have fled to Wild Wolf Valley, dozens of miles outside my Dian City. They have been burning, killing, and looting along the way, and several villages have been massacred. Lord Zhang asked me to inform you to organize the local militia, pay attention to the night patrols of the guards, and be on guard against bandits.
Jean Bantu said to Shen Mo. What? Wild Wolf Valley.
He knows that place.
It's a steep mountain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's only half a day's journey from Willow Creek Village.
Once the bandits have established a foothold, their next step will inevitably be to sweep through the surrounding villages, with Willow Creek Village bearing the brunt.
Shen Mo's heart sank.
The 3 shifts of Yamen runners in the prefectural and county government offices, plus the militia temporarily conscripted, total less than 300. They are barely able to defend the city, let alone protect the safety of the villages outside the city. Clerk Shen, the safety of Liushi village and several surrounding villages depends on you to unite with the nearby villages to protect yourselves.
Chief Jean continued.
I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now.
Take care, Clerk Shen,
Jean said hurriedly before leaving.
Husband? Lu Ruyan said softly. It's all right. Intensify training and patrols.
Come on, let's go outside and take a look, Shinemo said to the women, and the group went to the threshing ground. At that moment, a faint reflection flashed by through the gaps in the branches and leaves.
Someone's there. Yu Yulu drew an arrow with his backhand, knocked it, and shot it into the bushes with a whoosh. Everyone's eyes instinctively followed the direction in which Yu Yun's arrow had been shot. Grab your weapons. Be on guard.
Yu Meng immediately drew his sword and shouted. From the bushes, a figure in a gray short-sleeved jacket suddenly darted out and ran wildly into the depths of the forest.
A spy! Yu Meng shouted angrily. Almost as soon as he finished speaking. Bang! Yu Yunlu fired another arrow. Put!
The running figure collapsed to the ground and remained motionless. Everyone stared in disbelief at the corpse 100 paces away, then looked at Yu Yunlu, who was still in the drawing the bow position.
Madame Shen's archery skills are amazing. A true archer. He can hit a willow leaf from 100 paces.
He really can hit a willow leaf from 100 pace.
Brothers from Yuejia village, you're awesome. The bandits from Black Mountain village are less than 30 miles away from us. Everyone, cheer up and keep training. Shinemo said to the group. Is it coming? The scout's body was dragged back.
A black wooden plaque, about half the size of a palm, was found inside the belt.
Black Mountain token.
It's the mark of Black Mountain stronghold.
This brat is a scout. With his death, the enemy will soon know that banditry is not far off. Yu Taishan said with a gloomy face, holding the wooden token. Father-in-law, do you mean they'll arrive even sooner? Most likely. These bastards are vindictive and won't let this go after losing a scout. They'll probably make a move within a day or two. Yu Taishan threw the wooden sign hard on the ground.
Brother, take your men and immediately dig pits and set up tripwires at the village entrance and around the threshing ground.
They don't need to be deep or complicated, just enough to slow down their horses. Yunlu, your archer team, be on standby 24/7.
Expand the patrol area to 3 miles outside the village.
Shenemo hurriedly gave the orders.
The men of Liushi village took turns digging trenches and horse traps. We need to hurry and see how far the gunpowder and military supplies have progressed.
Shenemo walked towards where Isha was and where the military supplies were being manufactured.
Master Shen, after modifying it according to your method, and trying it a few times, it worked.
Please take a look.
The craftsman said hurriedly when he saw Shenemo come in.
Shenemo immediately stepped forward and took the crossbow. He carefully inspected the mechanism. The process went smoothly. Load the bowstring. Test fire. Shenemo said in a deep voice. Husband, let me do it.
Yu Yunlu picked up the crossbow, rested the butt against his shoulder, squinted one eye, and aimed at a thick grass target erected 100 paces away from the shed.
Thud. The short arrow pierced the center of the target. That was a really good shot.
Shenemo walked over to inspect the straw target. The short arrow had penetrated nearly half an inch into the wood.
This power was enough to pose a fatal threat to an unarmored or lightly armored enemy. Good.
Masters, you've worked hard. This wooden crossbow is finished. Immediately, work at full speed to produce as many as you can.
Double the wages.
Shenemo said with a smile.
Thank you, Master Shen, the carpenters replied. It's done. It's finally finished. Master Shen, come here quickly. At this moment, a craftsman ran over. Chapter 107 Night Raid, War begins. In the makeshift shed next to the Shen family courtyard in Liushi village. It's done. Mr. Shen. Mrs. Isa. Look.
Zhao Wu, the old craftsman in charge of boiling the saltpeter, scooped up a spoonful of white crystals with a wooden spoon.
Honey, the purity of this nitrate is quite good. Isa picked up a few crystals, rubbed them between her fingertips, smelled them, and her eyes lit up. Quick.
Mix and stir according to the previously agreed proportions. Under no circumstances should it come into contact with an open flame.
Shin Mo acted as the translator.
It was done very quickly. Isa picked up a fist-sized, thick earthenware jar, filled it with the mixed gunpowder, packed it down, leaving only a small hole for inserting the fuse, and then placed the jar on an open ground outside the work shed.
"I'll do it." Everyone stepped back.
Shin Mo said, lighting a long incense stick and carefully bringing it close to the fuse.
The fuse was lit. Boom! A deafening explosion. Like a thunderclap. Smoke and dust billowed up, leaving a shallow crater in its wake. My goodness! That was terrifying. This is heavenly lightning. Could it be that Master Shin is a god descended to earth?
The onlookers, including craftsmen and local militia, turned pale with fright, their legs trembling, and their eyes were filled with awe and fear as they looked at Shin Mo and Isa.
It's done!
In this era dominated by cold weapons, this destructive power is enough to make it a leader.
Shin Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
Immediately organize manpower and begin secret production. Prioritize making clay pot mines
for setting traps.
Also, find a blacksmith and, according to the drawings I made before, test make large explosive casings.
Remember, all gunpowder workshops must be isolated.
No smoking or open flames are allowed within 100 paces. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to military law.
Shin Mo instructed. Understood, honey. Isa replied. Honey, look. Isa excitedly pulled Shin Mo aside. There were piles of honeycomb briquettes there. These are shaping very well. Let them air dry for a day, and we can try firing them tomorrow. Isa, we can make these honeycomb briquettes first, and then we'll deal with the bandits later. No problem.
The first batch of 30 wooden crossbows, which were rushed out the following afternoon, were all handed over to Yu Yunlu's archery team.
Lu, take your crossbowmen and get them familiar with the new equipment immediately. Focus on practicing reloading speed and volley fire. Shin Mo instructed Yu Yunlu. Don't worry, my husband. With this, I guarantee those bandits won't return. Just then, Wang Dezhuang came running over, panting. Brother Mo.
Brother Xuanzi, who was sent to keep watch at the northern mountain pass, has returned.
He said he found footprints at the edge of the woods. They're not the cloth shoes of us farmers, they look like boots. He whispered in Shin Mo's ear. How many footprints were there? Which direction did they go? Xuanzi said it looked quite messy, with at least 5 or 6 different pairs of boot prints.
They circled around in the muddy area at the edge of the woods a few times, and then headed towards the back of our village.
Wang Dezhuang said. Understood.
Have the brothers increase patrols.
Shin Mo ordered. Woo! The sound of a cow horn rang out in the middle of the night. Bandits! Bandits are coming! Quick! Grab your weapons! Honey! Take the baby and hide in the cellar. A completely dark mass. Brother Mo, get up quickly, the bandits are coming. A commotion erupted outside. Shin Mo threw back the covers and got out of bed.
Yu Yunlu, who was sleeping next to him, also got up.
How many people? Which direction?
Shin Mo asked in a deep voice as he quickly put on his coat.
Brother Mo. To the west. There are probably over 100.
Wang Dezhuang shouted from outside.
Over 100. So not all of them have been deployed yet? The advance team? Shin Mo thought to himself. He hurriedly went outside. As planned. Team A, go up the west slope. Team B, guard the village entrance. Shin Mo instructed. Okay.
Wang Dezhuang said and hurried off to relay the message.
The two rushed out of the room.
In the courtyard, all the women had already gathered together.
You all just stay here. Shin Mo said to the women. Yes, my husband, leave the household to us. Please be careful. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and said. Husband, please be careful.
Xiao Tao said in a trembling voice, her eyes reddening.
Yes.
We will take good care of our sisters.
Yan Rushue said. Isha and Yunlu, come with me. Lock the doors tightly and don't open them. Shin Mo's gaze swept quickly over the women. I'll go too.
Bai Muden said at this moment.
All right. Shen Mo immediately agreed.
The three men turned and rushed toward the newly built earthen and stone wall on the west side of the village. On the top of the wall, the guards were very nervous, wearing simple but thick leather armor and holding spears, machetes, and axes tightly in their hands.
Crossbowmen! Crossbowmen, get the hell your aim down there. Don't flinch. Think of your parents, wives, and kids behind you. Get closer before you shoot. Listen to your wife's commands.
Wang Dazhuan shouted at the top of his lungs.
Big Zhuang, I'm not afraid. Let's fucking get him. Aren't you afraid?
Why are your legs shaking? Someone laughed from the side. Shen Mo climbed the earthen wall, a cold wind whipping at his face, and the sound of horses' hooves echoed in the distance. To the west, scattered torches coalesced into a moving sea of fire, surging towards Willow Creek Village. A cursory glance suggested there were definitely over 100 people.
Damn it, they really think highly of us. Wang Dazhuang spat. Look at that Chui flag, the leader is their third leader, over the mountain wind Chui Biao. He's a second-rate expert. Yu Taizhan said with a solemn expression. A second-rate expert, so powerful. Chu Hao was shocked. Brothers! Grab your weapons. Look at our homes behind us. What do these bandits want? To steal our grain. To burn down our houses. To rape our women. Do you agree to this? Shen Mo shouted at this moment. I've become a sales mentor? Shen Mo said with a self-deprecating laugh. No way, many people on the wall roared. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Haven't you eaten? Shen Mo shouted sternly. No way.
This time, the roar was deafening.
All right. Remember. Crossbowmen, listen to my wife's command. 150 paces. The rest of you, spearmen, hold the line. Axemen, prepare for melee. The sound of bandits' horses' hooves grew closer. 300 paces. 200 steps, 150 steps. Now. Crossbowmen. Fire. Yu Yunlu shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
More than 20 crossbows fired simultaneously.
Arrows were fired into the charging band of bandits. Put. Ah! My leg! My horse! Shields! Raise your shields! Screams erupted. The bandits at the forefront fell instantly. Good shot! Well done! Those in the back, get in. Those in the front, back up, load quickly. Yu Yunlu instructed. Quickly! Second wave! Shen Mo roared. There was some confusion on the bandit side. Useless trash. A few broken crossbows and you're scared out of your wits? Chui Biao, the third leader, riding on horseback, roared. Charge! Charge forward and chop these peasants to pieces. The women and money inside are all yours. A generous reward always brings forth brave men. The bandits' eyes turned red, and they charged forward again, howling with even greater ferocity. 100 paces. Free fire. Aim and fire. Yu Yunlu ordered again. This time the distance was closer, the accuracy higher, and the lethality greater. More than a dozen bandits fell with screams. Chapter 108 Heavenly Thunder Descends, Hidden Master. There's a barricade. Everyone be careful. Ah! There are more traps, watch out. In the blink of an eye, dozens more bandits died, either from being run over by horses or falling to their deaths. Boom! Just as the bandits entered within 50 paces, a sudden explosion rang out. Ah! What is this? My hand. My feet, my ears. Damn it! What kind of sorcery is this? This is a modified clay pot mine.
The first few dozen riders and their horses were instantly blown to pieces. The bandits behind them were terrified, and their charging formation completely collapsed. Men and horses fell, and cries of agony filled the air.
It's done. Well done, honey. ISA praised. It's not over yet.
Yu Taizhan pointed at the scarred leader wielding a large, ghost-headed dagger in the chaotic crowd.
That's Chui Biao, he's charging over.
The scarred leader lunged towards the earthen wall, his target Shen Mo, who was standing on it directing the operation. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. You little brat, prepare to die. The scarred leader grinned maliciously.
Soon it was only a dozen steps away. We can't let him get close. Protect the son-in-law. Yu Taizhan jumped down to intercept him. Father! Be careful! Yu Yunlu said worriedly. Father-in-law, no! Shenemo exclaimed anxiously. The scarred man was too fast. Yu Taizhan drew his bow in a flash, and 3 arrows shot toward the scarred leader's face, throat, and heart. At the same time, he raised his axe and charged forward. Clang! Clang! The scarred leader, ghost head knife, deflected 2 arrows, but a 3rd arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody gash. You old bastard, you're asking for it. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Yu Taizhan was old after all. After a few rounds, he gradually lost ground. At this moment, he felt a tremendous force surge in him. His tiger's mouth split open, and he almost dropped the axe. He was shaken and staggered back several steps, his blood surging. Father! Yu Yunlu cried out anxiously, tears streaming down her face. Son-in-law, think of something quickly. Wang Dezhuang stamped his feet anxiously. Honey, make him back off. This is my musket, a Mobian's musket. I kept it before. Isabella raised her gun and aimed, but the two figures moved too fast for her to find a safe moment to fire. Chui Biao seized an opportunity, using the momentum to sway his body, and thrust the water-splitting thorn straight at Shen Mo. It's over. Shen Mo felt a chill run through him. A full-force attack from a second-rate expert was simply beyond his ability to withstand. Lower your head. At the critical moment, Isa pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang. The scarred leader, true to his reputation as a second-rate fighter, sensed the deadly threat the moment the gun went off. Driven by instinct, he forcefully twisted his body, attempting to avoid a fatal blow. Puff! The bullet didn't hit his head, but struck his left shoulder. The immense impact sent him flying backward to the ground. Ah! The scarred leader screamed in agony as the excruciating pain caused him to drop his water-splitting dagger. He stared in horror at the earthen wall, where the strange fire poker held by the blonde, blue-eyed woman was still emitting wisps of smoke. A demonic weapon. An overwhelming sense of terror surged through the scarred leader's heart. This thing was far too strange and too powerful. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would already be a corpse. The pair of deadly water-splitting daggers also made 2 clanging sounds and flew far away after being released from my hand. A moment of deathly silence fell over the entire battlefield. The bandits who were frantically attacking below the wall were stunned by the deafening roar that sounded like divine punishment and by the tragic state of Chui Biao. What was that? A lightning strike? Sorcery? Isa quickly put down the flintlock pistol that was still emitting blue smoke and began to reload the gunpowder and lead bullets. Third boss. The bandits below the wall looked in horror at Chui Biao, who was convulsing in pain and whose left shoulder was almost smashed. Their morale plummeted. Sorcery! They have sorcery. Run! The third leader is dead. With their commander severely wounded, and the unknown, terrifying sound, the already disorganized bandits were utterly terrified. Some turned tail and ran, and the offensive momentum completely collapsed. Lady Isa is mighty. Wang Dezhuang shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs. Thor! It's Thor appearing. Lord Shin is protected by the gods. The morale of the guards soared to its peak. Seeing the fleeing bandits, they were like chickens on steroids, unleashing a barrage of crossbow bolts, stones, and rolling logs. Counterattack! Attack! Don't let a single one escape. Shen Mo ordered. Kill! Yu Taizhan roared and joined the pursuit. Dozens of men armed with swords, spears, and archers charged out, hacking and slashing at the terrified fleeing soldiers. Shen Mo didn't go down. He was panting heavily. Husband! Are you all right? Yu Yunlu rushed to his side. It's nothing. Shen Mo shook his head and looked at the figure still writhing in pain on the ground. Chui Biao, the third leader of Black Mountain Stronghold. Drag him up here. Alive! Several guards immediately jumped down and hurriedly dragged the seriously injured Chui Biao onto the earthen wall, throwing him in front of Shen Mo like a dead dog. Speak! Where are your leader and second in command? How many people have come? What's your plan? Shen Mo asked in an icy voice. Pa, pretty boy, I won't tell. If you have the guts, kill me, and the boss will slaughter you all, leaving no one alive. Chui Biao spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. You've got some backbone, haven't you? Someone, come and give them a piece of your mind. Shen Mo said coldly. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. On the edge of the battlefield, amidst the scattered bandits, 3 dark figures suddenly lunged at the earthen wall. Their target was none other than Shen Mo. These 3 possessed refined auras, clearly indicating they were all trained fighters, at least third-rate experts. They were Cui Biao's trusted henchmen, risking their lives to rescue their commander after his defeat and capture. Protect Master Shen, the guards cried out, lunging forward with their spears to intercept them. But the 3 men were agile and ruthless with their swords, instantly felling 2 guards and about to reach Shen Mo. Yu Yulu let out a sharp cry, and a heavy arrow shot towards the person charging at the front. The person swung his sword to block, and with a clang, the arrow was deflected, but his body also paused for a moment. The other 2 were already within arm's reach. They swung their blades straight at Shen Mo's vitals. This is really bad. How can there be so many experts in this world? Shen Mo thought to himself, realizing he had been careless. The blade was about to strike. Bang! Isha fired another shot at just the right moment. One of them was hit. Another one is already in front of him. Court death. A red figure instantly passed over Shen Mo's head, her delicate hand rising lightly. Ding! Whoosh! A crisp metallic sound and a muffled thud rang out. The steel blade that was slashing at Shen Mo was struck by something, causing the man's hand to split open and the blade to slip from his grasp. The other man was sent flying backward and fell to the ground. He was motionless. Chapter 109 An Invitation at Night. A figure in red landed, blocking Shen Mo's path. Dressed in a light red veil, her demeanor was cold and elegant. It was none other than Hua Muden, who had come with Shen Mo. Miss Peony? Shen Mo and Yu Yunlu were both stunned. I always thought Hua Muden was just a courtesan who was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Who would have thought she would have such amazing skills? Her lightness, skill, and martial arts are extraordinary. What is this girl's identity? Shen Mo looked at the red figure in front of him with great curiosity. Hua Muden's figure moved again. Like a ghost, she instantly approached one of them. The bandit assassin only saw a flash of red before his eyes, and then a sharp pain shot through his throat. He clutched his neck in terror and collapsed limply. The other person was terrified and turned to run away. Hua Muden snorted coldly, flicked her jade finger, and the person groaned, fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then remained still. In the blink of an eye, the 3 third-rate bandits were all dead. Everyone on and around the earthen wall stared in disbelief at the beautiful figure in red. This is definitely a top-tier expert. Even stronger. Yu Yunlu's hand holding the bow trembled slightly. My courtesan wife is actually a hidden master? Shen Mo was extremely shocked. Husband, are you all right? Hua Muden asked Shen Mo, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. No, Peony, you. Shen Mo didn't know what to say for a moment. Hua Muden extended her jade-like finger and gently pressed it against Shen Mo's lips, making a shushing gesture. Husband, there are some things that I will explain to you slowly when we return to our room later, okay? Okay. Shen Mo felt like he was being teased, and his heart was pounding. There seems to be one survivor? Perhaps we can get some useful information out of him? Hua Muden looked at the third leader of the bandits. Shen Mo nodded. At this moment, Cui Biao's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were fixed on a jade pendant hanging from Hua Muden's waist. His gaze was filled with fear and disbelief. It's heaven. Cui Biao seemed to recognize something, but before he could finish speaking, his head lolled to the side and he breathed his last. He died. Heavens, what? Husband, that thief is dead. It seems we won't get anything out of him, Hua Muden sighed. Well, if they're dead, they're dead. Shen Mo nodded and turned to the battlefield. The pursuit by the guards was nearing its end. Most of the bandits were either dead or had escaped, leaving only a few kneeling and begging for mercy who were tied up. Brother Mo. We won. A resounding victory. Wang Dazhuang ran over excitedly. We killed dozens. We captured over a dozen alive. We only wounded over a dozen brothers, 3 seriously wounded and 1 dead. Good. Dazhuang, you've done a great job. Immediately organize manpower to treat the wounded, give a proper burial to the fallen brothers, and double their compensation. Keep the prisoners in solitary confinement and under strict guard. Cultivate the bodies in a centralized location to prevent disease. Go now. Shen Mo instructed. Yes. Wang Dazhuang accepted the order and left.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan, Yi Sanyang, and others, along with the twin sisters and Xiao Tao, hurriedly arrived at the earthen wall.
Seeing that Shen Mo was unharmed, the women breathed a sigh of relief. Husband.
Lu Ruyan rushed forward and carefully checked Shen Mo for any injuries, her eyes filled with lingering fear.
I'm fine, just a minor scratch, Shen Mo said, holding her hand. Why did you come here?
You asked Ru Shuang to help treat the wounded.
Okay.
Ru Shuang, you're in charge of treating the seriously wounded.
Xiao Tao, Ru Shui, and Ing Er, you take some people to boil water. Third sister, you take Isa and prepare clean strips of cloth and medicine. Lu Ruyan instructed. Yu Yunlu helped her father, Yu Taizhan, over. Yu Taizhan looked at Isa, who was putting away her musket, and the mysterious woman in red beside Shen Mo, his eyes filled with awe. My dear son-in-law, that was too dangerous. I shouldn't have chased after the enemy. If it weren't for your wife's help, alas. Father-in-law, this is not your fault. No one could have imagined it.
Yunlu, help your father-in-law down to rest and let Rushue check his injuries.
Shen Mo quickly helped Yu Taizhan up and looked at Yu Yunlu. Madam, please go back and rest. Thank you for tonight. Shen Mo paused, then couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
Madam, your martial arts skills are truly impressive.
My lord, you want to know?
Then come to my room tonight, and I will tell you slowly.
Hua Muden smiled and whispered in Shen Mo's ear. This vixen. She's usually so aloof. How can she be so bold when she speaks like this?
Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat, his ears burned slightly, and he took a half step back.
We can discuss this matter later. Madam, please go and rest.
Peony chuckled, turned around, and walked down the earthen wall toward the house.
Hua Muden, a top-tier expert, what is she after by approaching me? Is it merely because of the young prince's gift? Absolutely impossible. Shen Mo frowned as he watched Hua Muden's retreating figure. Where did the remaining bandits go? Why didn't they appear tonight? Is there an even bigger conspiracy?
Husband, I've heard about what happened earlier. We have two things to take care of right now, Lu Ruyan said softly as she walked to his side.
You say.
Firstly, the commotion tonight was too great. The sound of Sister Isa's firearms and Sister Peony's achievement of killing 2 bandits will probably shake the entire Dian city by dawn.
If the magistrate inquires, how should we deal with it? Lu Ruyan immediately thought of the trouble that would follow. That's a problem. We can accept the credit, but we must stick to the same story about the muskets and peony. We'll say it's the secret hunting equipment from Yu Family Village and the assistance of the chivalrous heroes we invited. We'll discuss the specifics with my father-in-law, Peony, and me after dawn. Shen Mo nodded and left. Secondly, the matter of Sister Peony cannot be delayed any longer.
They're urging us to get on the train. The tickets were already bought.
Shen Mo was taken aback, then realized what they meant. Brother Mo.
After finding this on Shui Biao, Wang Dazhuang handed over a hard object.
Okay, you go back and rest first.
Dazhuang, tell everyone to be on their best for the night shift.
Shen Mo instructed. Yes. Shen Mo took it and saw that it was a black iron token about half the size of his palm.
The front was engraved with a snake-like head, and the back had the character command.
Was this a token of the Black Mountain stronghold?
The third leader of Black Mountain stronghold has been killed here, and so many men have been lost. Given the bandits' vengeful nature, they will never let this go.
The next retaliation will probably be even more fierce.
We must extract useful information from the prisoners as soon as possible, and at the same time strengthen our defenses.
Shen Mo was planning his next move. Husband, what did you take from that bandit leader just now?
Lu Ruyan stared at the token in Shen Mo's hand with her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with shock and a hint of fear.
A bandit's token, what's wrong with it? Do you recognize it? Shen Mo handed over the token and asked. Lu Ruyan didn't answer. Her breathing became rapid, and her body trembled. This mark is... Chapter 110 The Mastermind.
It's the unique mark of the Flying Guillotine, a lackey of Prince Su of the royal family, Shaoli.
How could it appear on a bandit leader? Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Prince Su, Shaoli?
Shen Mo's mind went blank. He had heard Lu Ruyan mention this name before. The emperor's younger brother, wielding immense power and commanding a large army, he was also one of the masterminds behind framing Lu Ruyan's father, leading to the execution of his entire family.
Lu Ruyan's greatest enemy.
The third leader of Black Mountain Stronghold is actually connected with Prince Su?
Madam, are you sure? Shen Mo asked Lu Ruyan.
I'd recognize him even if he were ashes. It was the person who brought this token into my house back then, my father, my mother, and Lu Ruyan couldn't continue, tears streaming down her face as she choked out.
Shen Mo quickly helped Lu Ruyan up.
He could feel her trembling violently even through her clothes. It's all in the past, like smoke. Now is not the time for grief.
Tell me, how much do you know about Prince Su's blood droplets?
Perhaps revenge is still possible.
Shen Mo helped her sit down beside him.
The blood droplets are an absolutely loyal and extremely elite force cultivated by Prince Su, Shaoli. Their numbers are unknown, and they specialize in clandestine activities such as confiscating property, spying, and silencing witnesses.
Lu Ruyan paused.
Cui Biao is only the third leader of Black Mountain Stronghold, yet he carries the token of the Flying Guillotine. There are only two possibilities.
Which two?
First, Cui Biao himself is a member of the Flying Guillotine and is lurking in Black Mountain Village. Second, Black Mountain Village is simply a pawn secretly supported and even directly controlled by Prince Su.
Lu Ruyan said through gritted teeth.
Whichever it is, it shows that the Black Mountain Village's attack on us was far more than just a simple bandit raid.
My premonition was right. There is indeed a deeper conspiracy behind these Black Mountain bandits. It has even involved the power struggle at the very top of the imperial court? Prince Su, is he going to rebel?
Shen Mo's heart sank. Why attack Willow Creek Village instead of Dian City? This attack may have had another purpose.
Grain? Money? Or what I have in my hands, sugar, milk tea recipes?
Immortals' intoxication and carefree do are enough to arouse the covetousness of any power. Especially for a prince with ambitions for hegemony who needs enormous financial and military support.
The more Shen Mo thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Just then, Wang Dezhuang, who was in charge of interrogating the prisoners, strode over. Brother Mo, we have an important confession.
Wang Dezhuang said in a deep voice.
Explain. We got a word out of one of the leaders, Wang Dezhuang said.
He said that besides the usual grabbing mission, they had another special task coming down the mountain this time. It was personally assigned to Cui Biao by the second in command, Ghost Fear.
What mission? Find a woman with a flower-shaped jade pendant. I need to see her alive or dead.
There's also a blurry portrait in her arms, look. Wang Dezhuang said, handing over a piece of paper.
Shen Mo took the portrait and unfolded it. The portrait vaguely resembled the outline of a woman.
Most strikingly, at the woman's waist, was a jade flower pendant.
A jade pendant shaped like a flower. Shen Mo thought of the peony, the one on her waist. Peony. The second in command of Black Mountain Stronghold, Ghost Fear, personally ordered a search for her? What's going on? Who is she? What does this jade pendant represent? Is she related to Prince Su and the blood droplets? Or is she one of Prince Su's targets? I have to go find her and ask her tonight.
Shen Mo's mind was in complete turmoil. The most urgent task is to extract more information about Ghost's Bane and this mission from the prisoners.
Shen Mo thought for a moment. Bring that leader over here. Also, separate the other prisoners and keep them under strict guard. They are not allowed to communicate with each other. Shen Mo ordered. Soon, the bandit leader was dragged over and thrown in front of Shen Mo. My lord, spare me. Spare me. I've told you everything I know. I've really told you everything, the underling cowed out frantically. Tell me about your second in command, Ghost Fear. What does he look like? What's his background? How good is his martial arts? Also, why is he so determined to find that woman with the flower-shaped jade pendant? Tell me now, or I'll make sure you can't be a man anymore.
Shen Mo squatted down, playing with a dagger in his hand, and placed it under the bandit's crotch. Whether it's dying a worthy death or a just cause of death, he still doesn't want to die a mutilated one. The squad leader, seeing the dagger near his crotch, was terrified and quickly confessed. The second in command, nobody knows his real name, everyone calls him Ghost Fear. He always wears a blue-faced, fanged ghost mask and never shows his true face. His voice is hoarse, and his movements are incredibly fast.
He wields a soft sword, and his swordsmanship is superb. I once heard the third in command mention it when he was drunk, saying that the second in command used to be a government official, but he committed a major crime and became an outlaw. His martial arts are unfathomable. Even the first in command treats him with great respect. Someone from the imperial court? Committed a major crime? Shen Mo and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance, their eyes grave. As for finding that woman, the second in command said that she stole something extremely important from the prince's mansion. That jade pendant is a key token. We must capture her. If she's alive, great. If she's dead, we must bring the jade pendant back. Otherwise, everyone in our Black Mountain stronghold will die. The little leader swallowed hard and said fearfully. A prince's residence? Something extremely important? A token? Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, which prince's residence? Prince Su's residence? I don't know, sir, the foreman cried, his face contorted with despair. The second in command didn't say, only that it was a death order from above. That's all I know. Please, sir, spare my life. Shen Mo knew he wouldn't get anything out of him by asking any more questions. He waved his hand, ordering Dejuan to drag the underling away and keep him under strict guard. Did Peony steal something? Or was that thing originally hers? Shen Mo stood up. It seems that Miss Peony is in quite a bit of trouble. My husband, I have only one request, you must consummate your marriage with Sister Peony tonight, Lu Ruyan said solemnly. They can't stop talking about consummating the marriage. It must be consummated. Tonight, let's consummate the marriage. With a top-notch master by my side, my life is safe. Okay. Shen Mo replied. Should I tell Peony? No need, I can do it myself, Shen Mo quickly replied. We can't have to get approval and notification in advance every time we consummate our marriage, that would be too tragic. The two returned to the Shen residence. All the women had gone to sleep. Go quickly, my husband. Don't keep Miss Peony waiting. You must keep your word tonight and not lie to me, Lu Ruyan said to Shen Mo with a smile. I know, but don't eavesdrop outside tonight. Shen Mo quickly warned. All right, my husband, go quickly. After a quick shower and changing his clothes, Shen Mo knocked on Hua Mutin's door. The door's open. Husband? Come in. A clear voice came from inside. Chapter 111 Adults Don't Make Choices. Shen Mo pushed open the door and went inside, where the candlelight flickered. A faint fragrance filled the room. Peony leaned against the bed, wearing only a white silk nightgown, as thin as a cicada's wing, the lining barely visible beneath. Her long hair cascaded down, the ends still damp from her bath. Her long, fair, and straight legs were crossed, and the hem of her nightgown only covered the middle of her thighs, revealing a section of smooth, fair, and delicate calves below. Husband, I thought you weren't coming. Peony's cool eyes looked over. Such a long-legged, aloof pose, it's making me hot-tempered. Shen Mo walked to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. I just arranged the guard team. Shen Mo put down his teacup and sat down on the chair opposite the bed. It's so late, I thought you were resting. I've been waiting for you. What's wrong, my husband? Why are you so reserved? Come sit on the bed, Hua Mutin invited with a smile. Shen Mo sat on the bed as instructed. My husband must be very curious about my identity, right? I'll tell you now. At this moment, Hua Mutin moved her body slightly and got closer to Shen Mo. My husband, do you know that in the eyes of some people, this world is nothing more than a game of chess? Chess? Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Madam, are you referring to the monarchs of various dynasties? Those are just the most conspicuous pieces on the chessboard, Hua Mutin chuckled. The real players are often hidden deeper in the game. They manipulate the winds and clouds, influence rise and fall, and even determine who can survive a moment longer on the chessboard. What exactly are you talking about? Something like a conglomerate? Or a powerful family? Or? Shen Mo looked at Hua Mutin with a puzzled expression. You mean? Celestial Palace, said Peony. An organization that has existed for hundreds of years, or even longer. It is not visible to the public, but it is everywhere. In the imperial court, in the martial arts world, and even in foreign countries.
the Great Zhou, the Northern D, the Southern Man, and even more distant foreign lands, the queens, empresses, and even empresses of all dynasties have all come from the heavenly immortal palace, or were themselves part of the heavenly immortal palace.
Such a power actually exists in this world? Shen Mo was extremely shocked. Are you from the celestial palace? Shen Mo gasped. That's right.
I am from the heavenly palace, one of the 28 constellations, codenamed Feng Ri 2.
The 28 mansions? The room Sun Rabbit?
Yes, Cui Yinger is one of them too. She was once one of the 28 constellations, codenamed Heart Moon Fox. She nearly lost her life in a battle, but I saved her. After that, she grew tired of the fighting and became my personal maid, Hua Mudan continued. There is also competition among the 28 constellations. My purpose in infiltrating Dian City disguised as a courtesan was to investigate the dragon vein and fortune of the Great Zhou dynasty, to choose a potential dragon to invest in order to compete for the position of the next palace master. The first choice was Prince Xiao Yulong.
Shen Mo's pupils contracted slightly. The little prince? That fat guy who only seemed to know how to eat, drink, and have fun? Hua Mudan actually wanted to support him? Indeed. Hua Mudan seemed to see through Shen Mo's thoughts.
The young prince may seem absurd, but he is actually quite cunning. His father, the old prince, is deeply entrenched in the court and the army, and also has connections with a certain elder of the heavenly immortal palace.
The young prince was originally an excellent candidate.
However, due to a twist of fate, I was casually given to you as a plaything by that absurd prince and became your wife. At that time, I truly hated. Hua Mudan raised her face, her nose brushing against Shen Mo's chin, her eyes looking at Shen Mo.
You wish you could kill me? Shen Mo replied, a chill running down his spine. Hua Mudan nodded and then shook her head.
Yes. But later, I saw you start from scratch, making fine sugar, brewing fine wine, creating milk tea and other extraordinary skills, and your ability to amass wealth was astonishing. I also saw that you, as a scholar, were not afraid of powerful figures and protected your wives and concubines, which made me look at you with new respect. You manufactured crossbows, and you have a deep understanding of things and a vision that is not comparable to that of ordinary merchants. I then realized that it might be fate that the prince gave me to you. Hua Mudan sat up slightly, the neckline of her nightgown opening a crack as she moved, revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of snow-white skin. You are the one with ravines, I am not, Shen Mo thought to himself.
Little white rabbit, Shen Mo was a little dizzy. Others are afraid of needles or blood, so why am I afraid of white rabbits?
My lord, this chaotic world is like a game of chess, and all living beings are pieces.
Do you want to be a piece that drifts with the tide, or do you want to be the one who wields the pieces? Hua Mudan's fingertips traced down Shen Mo's chest, stopping at his violently beating heart.
My lord, the fate of the Great Zhou dynasty is sealed, and chaos is imminent. Heroes are rising up to vie for the central plains. I am willing to stake my star constellation identity and future to help you with all my might. If you can rise to prominence in this chaotic world, carve out your own territory, or even conquer the world. Hua Mudan leaned forward slightly, revealing her allure, and continued to bewitch him. I am the strongest contender for the next palace master of the heavenly immortal palace. And you will receive a massive influx of resources from the heavenly immortal palace. It is even possible that you will be able to bring the other 26 constellations of the heavenly immortal palace under your control.
A chaotic world vying for supremacy.
The resources of the celestial palace. The temptation is too great. As for the other 26 beautiful star constellations, let's think about it, they're too much work.
We can't afford them.
Shen Mo's heart pounded wildly.
Madam, what's the price? The celestial palace wouldn't do something that doesn't benefit you, would it? By supporting me, what do you ultimately want? Control? Or do you want some other reward? Shen Mo looked into Hua Mudan's beautiful eyes and asked frankly.
My lord is indeed wise. What the celestial palace seeks is not to directly control a particular monarch that's too low level and easily backfires.
What we seek is influence, is inheritance. Women can also wield power and stabilize the nation.
Through the monarch we support, we can more deeply integrate into this world. At the same time, it's also about finding powerful and stable secular allies for the celestial palace, perpetuating our transcendent status. Peony smiled, her allure overflowing.
My lord, this is a high-stakes gamble.
A gamble on your abilities, on my judgment, and on our mutual trust. Hua Mudan reached out and gently touched Shen Mo's heart with her fingertips.
Madam, aren't you afraid that if you tell me all this, I'll turn around and sell you off? Or that I'll just use you without keeping my promises? Shin Mo teased, holding down Hua Muden's wrist.
Hua Muden let Shin Mo hold her, looked at him, and chuckled, "My lord, since I dare to speak, I am naturally confident. Firstly, I am a first-rate expert, and currently no one by your side can subdue me.
Secondly, I trust my judgment you are no ordinary person, much less an ungrateful wretch. Thirdly," Hua Muden leaned forward, whispering in Shin Mo's ear, "My husband, do you know that once a woman of the heavenly immortal palace chooses her mate and truly marries him, her fate becomes inextricably linked? She shares his glory and disgrace, his life and death. By inviting you here tonight and revealing my identity, I am giving you the power of choice. After we consummate our marriage, there will be no going back. If we do, everyone in the heavenly immortal palace will hunt us down to the ends of the earth. My husband, have you considered this carefully? Beauty or the country? You love the country more than the beauty? Adults don't make choices, they want both. Besides, you've said so much, you know so much, how can you refuse and still live?"
Shin Mo's throat was dry, and he pulled Hua Muden into his arms with a sudden force.
"Consider it my foot. If we were still considering it now, we'd probably be reduced to ashes by now."
Shui Inger and I have already consummated our marriage, we're practically in the same boat now, Shin Mo thought to himself.
Consider? From the moment you took that knife from me tonight, or rather, from the moment you decided to tell me all this, did I have any other choice? Madam, I agree to your request.
Hua Muden stood up, the ties of her nightgown slightly loosened, revealing a glimpse of her skin. She extended her slender fingers and gently lifted Shin Mo's chin. "Husband, everything that needed to be said has been said.
Now it's time to consummate our marriage.
I am a first-rate expert, far superior to the other ladies.
Are you ready?" Hua Muden provocatively asked. Chapter 112 Death Under the Peony Blossom. Shin Mo reached out and embraced Hua Muden's slender waist, pressing her down onto the bright red brocade quilt on the bed. "Try it and you'll see. To die beneath the peony blossoms, even as a ghost, is to be romantic." Shin Mo couldn't resist any longer, and he lowered his head to kiss the peony's red lips. "I'm betting on you tonight, don't let me lose."
Before Hua Muden could finish speaking, she was silenced. Hua Muden let out a soft cry, a sly glint in her eyes. Instead of using her internal energy to resist, she fell into Shin Mo's arms, letting him do as he pleased. Shin Mo's hand slid down her back, finally landing on those long legs. The skin he touched was delicate, firm, and elastic. The perfect lines and astonishing length made him unable to put his hand down. Shin Mo picked her up in one swift motion, and those long legs naturally wrapped around his waist.
"Legs for years, those who know, know." Hua Muden gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Shin Mo's neck.
In the candlelight, her cheeks flushed, and her usually cool eyes held a hint of embarrassment and annoyance.
"Don't do that. Madam, your legs are so long." "Mum." Sweat soaked both of them.
Relying on his theoretical experience from his previous life and his diligent study over the past month, Shin Mo managed to hold his own against Hua Muden.
"Husband, you look so tired." "It's still early, I should." Hua Muden invited.
Looking at the enchanting woman in his arms, feeling her delicate body, Shin Mo's suppressed desire reignited. Forget about the holy maiden star constellation, he'd worry about that later.
"As you wish." Shin Mo rolled over and pressed down on him again.
The physical prowess of a top-tier expert was on full display at this moment. Hua Muden wrapped her arms around Shin Mo's neck, instantly turning the tables on him. Hua Muden truly deserves to be called a top-notch expert. Her physical strength, flexibility, and endurance are far beyond what ordinary people can match. An absolute master, very good at controlling the pace of the game, Shin Mo conceded defeat after several rounds.
The bed creaked under the strain.
Only the sound of two people breathing could be heard inside the brocade tent.
"I'm exhausted."
A top-tier expert is truly something else.
"I almost gave up because of her legs." Shin Mo's chest heaved violently.
"My lord, now that you bear the mark of the heavenly immortal palace, it's too late for regrets.
From this day forward, you are the one I, Hua Muden, have chosen." Hua Muden said, lying on Shin Mo's arm.
The two prepared to go to sleep.
Outside the window, all was silent. Inside, the red candle had burned out.
Shin Mo held the sleeping peony in his arms, but his heart was filled with no romantic feelings, only a clarity and heaviness after the passion. The Celestial Palace, vying for supremacy. This feeling is 100 times more thrilling than being driven to the brink by the female CEO in my past life. In my past life, I sold my body for a position, and I could still extricate myself. But this time, it's like dealing with a tiger for its skin. One wrong step and I'll be shattered to pieces, beyond redemption. But just as high risk, high reward. The reward is the power to truly control my own destiny, and even the destiny of others. Shin Mo looked down at Hua Mutin's sleeping face, her red lips slightly pursed, making her appear somewhat pitiful. A top-tier expert, a star spirit from the Celestial Palace. If she hadn't intervened in time today, I would probably be dead by that bandit leader's blade. Consider this life a bonus. Shin Mo's fingers traced her smooth back. Husband, can't you sleep? The peony in my arms opened her eyes. Did I wake you up? I was thinking about something, Shin Mo said in a low voice. Thinking of the Celestial Palace? Peony said with a smile. No, I was just wondering why you, a Star Lord, shouldn't be staying in the heavens, but instead became the wife of a mortal like me. Shin Mo joked, reaching out to gently brush aside a stray lock of Mutin's hair. My husband is no ordinary man. You are the husband I have chosen. Hua Mutin chuckled softly, her gaze towards Shin Mo tender and affectionate. My lord need not worry too much. Within the Celestial Palace, the 36 constellations each have their own ambitions and their own masters. I have chosen you, and I will do everything in my power to help you. Your strength is my strength, your glory is my glory. You and I are now one. If my lord has no intention of conquering the world, then I will support you in being a wealthy and leisurely man. Hua Mutin raised her head slightly and looked at Shin Mo as she spoke. Just as Shin Mo was about to respond, a very faint click sound came from outside the window. Who? Hua Mutin's eyes flashed sharply. She lightly tapped Shin Mo's waist with her finger, pushing him to the inside of the bed, grabbed an outer robe to wrap around her body, and flew out of the door like a ghost. Peony only caught a glimpse of a blurry black shadow and didn't give chase, fearing it might be a diversionary tactic. Are you gone? Shin Mo walked up to Hua Mutin and asked. Extremely skilled in movement and first-rate in stealth, definitely not an ordinary thief. Either they're after me, or they're after you, my husband. Hua Mutin nodded, her brows slightly furrowed. Attack me? Shin Mo asked doubtfully. My lord, don't forget, you're riding high right now. Fine sugar, milk tea, fine wine, which of these isn't coveted? You've repelled the bandits, your fame has soared. There will be no shortage of people eyeing you. And... Hua Mutin paused for a moment, then continued, the Heavenly Immortal Palace is not a monolithic entity. Since I chose you, naturally some people will be uneasy. Although you are not strong now, eliminating you will reduce a potential threat and eliminate a competitor. The bigger the tree, the more the wind will blow. I should keep a low profile and develop my strength stealthily, Shin Mo thought to himself. An hour later, at the Forget Worry Tower. Your subordinate, Ziyuan, has important business to discuss with me. Come in, Holy Envoy Z, Xiaoyuer said. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, the true identity of young Master Shin's concubine, Hua Mutin, is questionable. She was the one who killed the bandit leader last night. I was incompetent and unable to get close enough to find out more. I was almost chased down myself. The aura she exuded was far stronger than I expected. She is suspected to be a first-rate expert. Holy Maiden, should we adjust our protection strategy? Should we focus on monitoring this woman? Ziyuan's face was a little pale, and there was still shock in her eyes. A top-tier expert, hiding so well, Xiaoyuer murmured to herself. At the time, I only thought that the peony had an extraordinary temperament, but I never expected that she would have such terrifying strength. A first-class master is willing to hide in a brothel. This is definitely not a simple matter. Xiaoyuer recalled the night of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Monitoring a top-tier expert? Easier said than done. A slight misstep could alert them and even lead to our annihilation. Xiaoyuer pondered for a while. Issue the order. Withdraw all sentries near the Shin family residence and maintain long-range observation. No one is allowed to actively probe Hua Mutin. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Furthermore, utilize our intelligence network and spare no expense to find out Hua Mutin's true identity. I need to know who she really is. Understood. Ziyuan replied, her figure flickering as she disappeared into the shadows once more. Shin Mo, with your speed of getting married, one blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman with firearms and cannons wasn't enough, and now you've got a top-notch expert hiding his true abilities.
When will you come looking for me? Xiao Yuer sighed inwardly as she looked at the night. Chapter 113 Dual Cultivation Technique. Daylight.
Shen Mo had just woken up and felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. Last night was arguably the most dangerous battle he had faced since his transmigration. Hua Mutan's top-notch stamina and ever-changing kung fu almost defeated even this self-proclaimed battle-hardened veteran. If it weren't for his strong willpower and the rich theoretical knowledge from his previous life, plus the fact that Hua Mutan seemed to have had her fill and intentionally restrained herself, he probably would have truly died a heroic death on the bed. Shen Mo's arm was almost numb, so he rested his head on Peony's head and moved his arm.
Husband, I really want to sleep for a while.
The delicate body in her arms stirred.
Shen Mo looked down, and Hua Mutan opened her eyes.
She was lying on her side in his arms, her black hair spread out on the pillow, and the brocade quilt only covered her waist. Under the quilt, her slender legs were still draped over his legs.
Shen Mo couldn't help but gently rub her leg. Husband, why are you being so restless so early in the morning? Hua Mutan looked up at Shen Mo and smiled.
It's only natural to hug and cuddle with my own wife. Shen Mo said matter-of-factly, his fingers drawing circles on her waist. Shen Mo leaned close to her ear and asked, Madam, let me ask you something important.
Last night you said you were one of the 28 constellations of the Celestial Palace?
The peony hummed in agreement.
Does the Heavenly Immortal Palace have any powerful cultivation techniques? The kind that can make people stronger quickly? Preferably not too strenuous, an easy way to learn martial arts? Like dual cultivation?
Shen Mo's hand slid from her waist down to her flat and firm abdomen. The peony blossoms trembled and chuckled softly. She straightened up, barely concealing her ample bosom, her watery eyes glancing sideways at the dark figure, exuding a seductive charm and an air of knowing understanding.
What? Did you witness my meager skills last night and are now itching to try them yourself? Are you thinking of scaling walls and taking enemy heads from among thousands of soldiers? Hua Mutan laughed. No, that's not it.
You've seen the state of the world. It's too dangerous without some skills to protect yourself.
We can't always rely on you, Isa, Yunlu, or my father-in-law to save our lives, can we? With my current physical condition, it's probably too late for me to learn external martial arts from scratch. That's why I want to learn quickly.
Since you are so sincere in asking and so eager to learn, I, Peony, will naturally answer all your questions. The palace has countless martial arts manuals and all kinds of martial arts from around the world.
Of course, there are easy methods like this. Which kind would you like to hear about? Madam, tell me, what are the tricks of the trade?
Hua Mutan parted her red lips slightly and said.
Firstly, there's the method of absorbing yin to replenish yang.
This requires finding a woman whose primordial yin energy is intact or whose internal strength is pure, to act as a vessel for this purpose. Through secret techniques, one can extract her primordial yin essence for one's own use, nourishing oneself and achieving rapid progress.
However, this method is domineering and vicious.
At best, it will destroy the vessel's foundation and cause its appearance to wither. At worst, it will deplete its essence and blood, leading to immediate death. It harms others for personal gain and is a heretical and evil practice, Hua Mutan said disdainfully.
Plucking yin to replenish yang, harming others for personal gain? No way. Too immoral. Next. Shen Mo shook his head. Hua Mutan continued, the second method is to absorb yang energy to replenish yin, harming men and benefiting women. The principle is similar, only the target is a man.
As for this method, my husband, your yang energy is quite abundant, making you a top-notch furnace.
Hua Mutan deliberately tapped Shen Mo's dantian with her fingertip and said with a wicked smile. Shen Mo slapped her fingers away. Stop it. You're insulting me? That won't do.
I still need to keep my body useful to meet my KPI of having 10 kids in 3 years.
Peony burst out laughing, her branches trembling wildly.
The sight of Xiaobai under the thin blanket made Shen Mo dizzy again. I knew my husband was a gentleman, unwilling to hurt others or himself, Hua Mutan whispered in Shen Mo's ear. Therefore, the most suitable method for my husband is this third method of dual cultivation, which harmonizes yin and yang, and helps and benefits each other. When we make love, my husband is happy, I am comfortable, and both my husband and I can improve our inner strength.
This is it. Isn't this a KPI training method tailor-made for him?
He can improve his combat power while doing it, a happy cultivation experience.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up. What are the requirements? How difficult is it to learn? What are the results? As for the conditions, first, you need a suitable Taoist partner. The higher their cultivation level, the greater their help to their husband. For example, a first-rate expert like myself? Hua Muden chuckled and puffed out her proud figure. Madam, you are naturally the first choice. Secondly, it depends on the husband's understanding and diligence, Hua Muden continued with a smile. The key to the smooth operation of the cultivation technique lies in the harmony of mind and body, and the more compatible they are, the better the effect will be. As for the speed of cultivation, if you practice diligently, you will soon reach the level of a third-rate master. With a little effort, it will not be difficult to reach the threshold of the second-rate lower level. If you have a special opportunity, reaching the first-rate level is not out of the question. If you cultivate more diligently, you might as well say you'll have a baby with me more often. Third-rate, second-rate. My father-in-law, Utaizhan, is a second-rate master who can hold his own against bandit leaders, and Muden is a first-rate master. If I can reach the lower second-rate level, combined with firearms and crossbows, my self-defense capabilities will be greatly enhanced, Shinemo thought to himself. Okay. We'll learn this. What about the technique? Can you teach it now? Husband, don't be impatient. Although the method of dual cultivation is good, it must be done step by step to build a solid foundation. Especially since you just had sex with me yesterday, your body still needs to rest, and your foundation is weak. Hua Muden said coquettishly when she saw his impatient look. After Hua Muden finished speaking, she placed her hand on Shinmo's lower abdomen, specifically his dantian area. Ha! Hua Muden's expression changed, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? Husband, when did you develop internal energy? Although it's weak, it's definitely there. And it's quite peculiar, it doesn't seem like it was obtained through self-cultivation, but rather like it was infused by external force? Hua Muden frowned slightly as she sensed it and said, Internal energy? Me? I have internal energy? Why don't I feel it myself? Shinemo was completely dumbfounded. Husband, have you recently taken any strange pills? Or come into contact with any treasures containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Hua Muden withdrew her hand and asked. No. Pills? Shinemo shook his head. That's strange then, my husband, I'd like to take another look. Could it be that we consummated our marriage yesterday? Aren't you a top-tier expert? Did you transfer some energy to me during that time? Dual cultivation, you're in me and I'm in you, so it makes sense that our inner energies would flow together, right? Shinemo thought about it and it seemed more and more likely. He looked at Hua Muden and said with a smile. Peony blushed slightly and spat, What are you thinking, my husband? The method of dual cultivation involves both parties in a state of bliss, causing the yin and yang energies to naturally merge and flow. It is union rather than transfer. How could I casually transfer my own internal energy into my husband's body? Wouldn't that be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, doing more harm than good? She paused, then analyzed seriously. This internal force is more like a gentle yet powerful external force, subtly strengthening your meridians. The most likely explanation is a medicinal pill. Husband, think about it carefully again. Chapter 114 Morning Dual Cultivation. The yin-yang harmony powder that Xiao Yuer took that night? Or the rejuvenation pill given by the little prince? Or the ox and horse pill? Shinemo thought for a moment and thought it probably wasn't it. I really can't remember. Oh well, something is better than nothing. Will this affect my practice of dual cultivation techniques? Shinemo asked. There will certainly be an impact, and it's a good one. Although this internal energy is weak, it's like a seed that has already taken root in your dantian. Cultivating the dual cultivation method is like watering and fertilizing this seed, which can greatly shorten the growth time. Your starting point is much higher than that of ordinary people. Very good. It's like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy. Then what are we waiting for? Hand over the cultivation technique. Let's strike while the iron is hot and start practicing now. My lord, I will teach you the incantation, the mental cultivation method, and the circulation route of the technique in detail. However, my lord, this technique must be tested personally to be effective. Shall we begin now, or wait until tonight? Hua Muden looked at Shinemo, her eyes full of charm.
Looking at the aloof yet alluring long-legged beauty before him, and recalling the tempting promise of rapid mastery of cultivation, Shin Mo could no longer resist. He grabbed Hua Muden's smooth waist, flipped her over, and pressed down on her, saying urgently, "Now. Your husband wants to learn the dual cultivation technique."
"Oh. Husband, slow down. Hua Muden teaches and answers questions while also doing things herself."
The gauze curtain swayed in the breeze as the sun rose high in the sky. Unlike his previous backaches, Shin Mo felt refreshed and invigorated this time, with a warm sensation throughout his body and a gentle flow of warmth in his dantian.
"Is this internal energy?" Shin Mo tried to guide the warm current.
There was no response. It wasn't as Hua Muden had described. When the mind follows the will, the energy arises naturally. He cleared his mind of distractions and tried to concentrate several more times.
"It's done." Shin Mo was overjoyed.
The dual cultivation technique truly lives up to its reputation.
Shin Mo couldn't help but smile happily. "What makes you so happy, my husband?"
Peony asked, her eyes half closed.
"I can feel the chi. I just tried to guide the soft current in my dantian to circulate once." "Madam, your technique is amazing." Shin Mo lowered his head and kissed Hua Muden on the forehead. "It was activated so quickly?" "My husband's comprehension is truly remarkable," Hua Muden said in surprise.
She placed her hand on Shin Mo's dantian again, sensing it carefully for a moment, and nodded, although it's weak, the internal energy is much stronger."
"It seems that the dual cultivation this morning was quite effective."
"A good teacher produces outstanding students."
"Madam, you said that the effective dual cultivation is related to the essence and cultivation level of the Taoist partner?"
"Then I will ask you for more advice in the future, or I should hurry up and consummate my marriage with Xiao Tao and the others."
Shin Mo looked at Hua Muden and said with a smile,
"Your foundation is not yet stable, and you are prone to chi deviation. Husband, you should cultivate with me for a while before going to find Little Peach or Frost and Snow."
Hua Muden pinched him, both amused and annoyed.
Understood. Step by step. I was just asking.
Shin Mo quickly replied, recalling the tragic state of chi deviation in martial arts novels.
In order to improve our strength and protect everyone, it seems that this dual cultivation KP needs to be planned properly. Xiao Tao and Yan Rushuang and Rushue also need to speed things up."
Shin Mo thought to himself. "What mischief are you plotting now?"
Hua Muden asked, noticing Shin Mo's shifty gaze.
"No. Absolutely not." Shin Mo denied it outright. "By the way, what's the name of this technique?" "This is a secret of my heavenly immortal palace, known as the Yin-Yang Eternal Spring Technique." "The Everlasting Spring Technique?" That name sounds so sophisticated. "All right. Let me put my hair up first." Hua Muden got up and sat down in front of the dressing table. "All right. By the way, madam, you're already a top-tier expert, so wouldn't your palace master be a super-great expert?" "And Inger is also an expert?" Shin Mo asked curiously. "Husband, could you be eyeing the palace master?"
The palace master is nearly 40 years old this year. Her cultivation is indeed of the highest grade, but due to the injury caused by that vile person, her lifespan is coming to an end. There are undercurrents within the heavenly immortal palace. Some support the crown princes of various countries, some are optimistic about the princes of various countries, and some elders even want to support vassal kings or establish their own factions. As for Inger, she's a second-rate expert. If my husband were to ascend to the throne one day, the heavenly immortal palace would have to become the state religion. The position of palace master would be passed down through either Feng Ri Tu or Xinu whose lineage. I would like to be the imperial tutor, the princess consort, and if I could become the empress, the mother of the nation, that would be even better." Hua Muden said, looking at Shin Mo. "The state religion. The imperial tutor. The empress." This peony's appetite is far greater than he imagined. Shin Mo was shocked. As the two were talking, there was a soft knock on the door. "Husband, Sister Peony, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. The ladies are all waiting." Coming. Shin Mo responded and quickly got up and dressed with Hua Muden. Shin Mo stepped forward and opened the door. "Come in, Xiao Tao." Outside the door, Xiao Tao was carrying a basin of hot water. "Good morning, my husband," Xiao Tao said softly when she saw Shin Mo. Xiao Tao carried the basin of water into the room of the peony. "Husband, sister."
Wash your face first, Xiao Tao said, putting down the basin. Okay. Little Peach, we'll wash up and then head over, Peony said with a smile to Little Peach. Sister, you look even more beautiful today. Yeah? Okay. Husband, sister. Come out when you're done. I'm going out now. Xiao Tao said and walked out of the room. After they finished, the two went into the dining room. All the women were looking at Shen Mo and Hua Muten.
Shen Mo pulled Hua Muten down to sit and said, "Eat up, everyone."
Why are you looking at us? Do I have flowers on my face?
Sister Peony, you worked hard last night, serving your husband until so late. You should eat more to nourish yourself, Lu Ruyan said gently to Peony.
Thank you for your concern, Sister Ruyan.
Serving my husband is my duty, Hua Muten said with a smile. Aside from Hua Muten eating her breakfast as usual, the other women all turned their attention to her. Hearing about her astonishing performance last night, they had completely overturned their perception of this aloof courtesan. Shen Mo put down his chopsticks after eating for a while, glanced at the women's gazes, understood something, and said, "Everyone knows about what happened last night."
Peony does indeed have some background. Sisters, there's no need to panic. I am Hua Muten, no ordinary courtesan.
I am from the Celestial Courtyard, one of the 28 constellations, known as Feng Ri Tuesday. Hua Muten raised her head, smiled slightly at the women, and said,
Celestial Palace? The 28 mansions? Feng Ri 2.
None of the women understood, except for Lu Ruyan, who seemed to be deep in thought.
Celestial Palace?
Is that the mysterious organization that Sister Peony is talking about, the one that supposedly holds countless secrets, has influence throughout the world, and can even affect the rise and fall of dynasties?
Lu Ruyan asked in surprise. Chapter 115 Devastating news arrives.
I've heard that the 28 constellations in her palace are all celestial beauties, not only outstanding in appearance, but also highly skilled in martial arts and exceptionally intelligent.
How could such a person become my sister as the most beautiful courtesan? Lu Ruyan was shocked. I know this is sudden.
Peony had her reasons for hiding her identity. She wouldn't have been exposed last night if the situation hadn't been so critical. But please believe me, she meant us no harm.
If she hadn't intervened last night, I'm afraid, Shen Mo said, looking at the women. My husband is right.
I had no choice but to keep it a secret before, not because I intended to deceive you sisters.
Although the heavenly immortal palace is powerful, it also has many constraints and unavoidable circumstances.
Now that I have married into the Shin family, I am a member of the Shin family.
I will take my husband as my heaven and protect this family as my responsibility. Please understand, sisters. Hua Muten stood up and bowed gracefully to the women.
Inger was once one of the 28 constellations of the Celestial Palace, nicknamed Heartmoon Fox, but I have withdrawn from the core of the palace. Now my identity in the palace is that of Sister Peony maid. Chui Inger also stood up and bowed. The women had already enjoyed one piece of gossip, and now another one had emerged.
They were stunned. Was this a fairyland?
Lu Ruyan, being the daughter of an official, was the first to regain her composure. Looking at Hua Muten and Chui Inger, she said, "Muten and Inger, it's truly unbelievable that you two, of such noble birth, would condescend to marry into such a family. I, Ruyan, thank you on behalf of my husband and all my sisters for saving our lives last night.
However, the heavenly immortal palace is renowned. Will your presence there have any negative consequences?"
Peony said softly, "Sisters, don't worry. Now that I've married into the Shin family, I consummated my marriage with my husband last night. As long as my husband doesn't openly oppose the heavenly immortal palace, the palace generally won't interfere with the secular lives of its disciples. I'll handle everything else properly and definitely won't cause any trouble for the family. Inger's current status is just that of a maid, and there is no control over me in the palace, so sisters, there's no need to worry," Chui Inger explained at this moment.
Who cares about celestial palaces or underground palaces?
Sister Peony saved my husband last night, so she's our great benefactor. As long as she's truly good to my husband and willing to live with us, she's a good sister.
Isn't that right, husband?
Yi San Yang smiled and then winked at Shen Mo.
Yan Rushuang and Yan Rushue nodded timidly. Sister Peony is so amazing. With her around, my husband will definitely be protected. Xiao Tao said happily. Alright, we're all family now. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Sisters, from today onwards, you will begin to learn the dual cultivation method with me. Later, you will practice dual cultivation with your husbands and cultivate your inner strength as soon as possible, so that you can also become martial artists.
My husband is exceptionally talented and has excellent comprehension in the path of martial arts.
He has already begun to grasp the basics, which is truly a pleasant surprise, Hua Muden said to the women.
Dual cultivation method? Martial arts?
These words instantly attracted the attention of all the women.
Their eyes all turned to Shin Mo.
Yes, Peony taught me a dual cultivation method from the Heavenly Immortal Palace, which can cultivate internal energy.
You can probably do the same with me later, Shin Mo said. Lu Ruyan nodded. Sister Peony, please take good care of my husband and our cultivation.
Don't worry, sister, I understand, Peony replied with a smile.
Honey, I know a little martial arts, but it's different from what you do here. I'm going to learn it tonight, Isha said immediately after Shin Mo finished translating for her. Shin Mo glanced at Hua Muden, who nodded.
Okay, Shu Hao replied.
Brother Mo, are you up? Something terrible has happened.
Wang Dazhuang said urgently, knocking on the door from outside.
Shulan, go open the door for Dazhuang, Shin Mo said to the maid outside as he opened the door. Yes, young master. Brother Mo, Dian City almost fell yesterday.
Lord Zhang died in battle last night.
Wang Dazhuang said as soon as he entered the door. What exactly happened? Tell me what you heard.
Shin Mo was startled and hurriedly asked, but then he thought of the river in the village when they first met, the various scenes of delivering milk tea to his house at the Forget Worry Pavilion. Everything should be done early, except for death. According to the villagers who left the city today, hundreds or even thousands of bandits attacked the city last night. They had chains and ladders. Magistrate Zhan was on the city gate tower directing the attack, fighting alongside the county soldiers and temporarily conscripted militia.
Then what?
The disparity in strength was enormous. The bandits surged onto the city walls, and the defending troops retreated in disarray, their corpses piling up on the walls. One by one, the personal guards around Magistrate Zhang fell. I heard that his guards told him to retreat first, but Magistrate Zhang said that he was the official in charge of the people of Dian City. As long as the city stands, he will live. If the city falls, he will die. In the end, he gloriously sacrificed himself, Wang Dazhuang sighed. With Lord Zhang's death, morale plummeted, and without a leader, the defenses collapsed instantly. The remaining soldiers and laborers were either slaughtered or fled in all directions. The city gates were opened from the inside by the enemy who had already entered. Countless bandits poured into the city. Arson, murder, looting, rape. At the critical moment, the cavalry from the young prince's mansion appeared and forcefully pushed back the bandits who had broken into the city. After a night of fierce street fighting, they finally drove the bandits out of the city. I heard that most of the soldiers defending the city were killed or wounded, with only 1 in 10 surviving. Countless civilians inside the city were killed or wounded, many shops were looted, and countless families were broken. Is the difference really that big? Luckily, only a small group came to Liuxi village yesterday. Shen Mo felt a wave of fear wash over him. Upon hearing this, the women's faces turned extremely ugly.
So how is things in the city now? Shen Mo asked.
Right now, in Dian City, the newly appointed magistrate, Niuzhipu, is the acting magistrate, thanks to the imperial envoy eunuch Zhao. Many people are fleeing towards the capital, fearing another bandit attack, Wang Dazhuang continued.
That would only make things worse. Let's just ignore it. As long as they don't bother us, Shen Mo thought to himself. Dazhuang, won't the business of milk tea shops and restaurants in the city plummet? What about wine and fine salt? Shen Mo hurriedly asked.
Yes, some of the wealthy people in the city are still observing, while others have already planned to move to the city center. Business at milk tea shops and restaurants has been much worse this morning. My 2 wives told me that, Wang Dazhuang said with a worried look. That's pretty much what Xiuju and Dongmei said when they came back this morning.
Shen Mo nodded, then asked, what about the wine and sugar?
The wine is protected by the young prince's personal guards, and they're still selling 100 bottles of each every day.
Business is booming.
The price of the fine sugar has recently dropped, and other shops in the capital are also selling it.
Wang Dazhuang said. Good. Brother Mo, if there's nothing else, I'll go take care of something else. Go ahead. Be careful, Shen Mo instructed.
After Wang Dazhuang finished speaking, he left.
Please inform him that I have business with the clerk.
A voice came from outside the door again.
Young master, someone outside requests an audience, Xunlan said as she came out. Did you say who it was? Shen Mo asked. He said he was.
Chapter 113 Expansion of the Guard Team. The village head was accompanied by several elderly men. Let them in, Shen Mo said to his maid, Chunlan. Soon, old man Zhang from Liuxi village led 3 elderly men in. Uncle village head, what brings you here so early?
Shen Mo asked directly, getting straight to the point.
Xindianli, the surrounding villages were all ravaged by bandits yesterday, and they are living in fear that the bandits will strike again. They heard about our victory against the bandits yesterday and they are all counting on our Liuxi village. Several village heads came to us before dawn, saying that they are willing to submit their entire villages and obey your orders, Brother Mo. I have temporarily settled them in the open space in the east and west of the village and in a few households. There are probably over 1,000 people. There is not enough space, and it is very crowded. Food and drink are also a big problem. The village head said with a worried face.
Shen Mo frowned. The 3 of them knelt down with a thud. Master Shen. Clerk Shen. Help.
Please, Master Shen, take in our fellow villagers.
Bandits are roaming around here, our village could be next.
Please, give us a way out.
My lord, accept them.
We are short-handed, Hua Muden whispered in Shen Mo's ear. Please rise, esteemed village leaders. It is our duty to help each other out, fellow villagers.
Please sit down and let's talk. Shen Mo then stepped forward to help them up.
Chunlan, serve tea, Shen Mo said to Chunlan, the maid beside him.
Yes, young master, Chunlan replied.
I am aware of the difficulties faced by you fellow villagers.
Taking you in is no problem.
But how to settle you down and how to jointly fight against bandits are issues that need to be addressed, Shen Mo said bluntly after everyone was seated.
Accept them?
Lu Ruyan stroked her lower abdomen, somewhat worried. With so many people suddenly appearing in the village, there will be problems with housing and food, and people's hearts are hard to predict. My lord, Lu Ruyan said, I believe the most urgent task is to count the number of residents in each village, including the number of able-bodied men, the elderly, women, and children. At the same time, each village needs to elect a trustworthy person to assist in management.
Madam Shen is right.
A village head surnamed Li quickly said, Our Li family village originally had 73 households, and now there are about 120 able-bodied men, and the elderly, women and children, there are probably more than 300 people. Our Wangjia village is about the same, with a little over 100 able-bodied men and more than 300 women and children.
Our Zhao family village.
In total, there are nearly 400 able-bodied men and over 1,000 women and children.
How can the small Liuxi village support all of this?
Good. Old village head. Please organize people immediately to build temporary shacks in the 2 open areas to the east and west of the village. Use wood and thatch as materials first. As for the other people, they will follow my wife's orders. Ruyan, you will organize some people to build red brick houses. I will give you the blueprints later. Li, Wang, and Zhao, please go back and appease the villagers. Organize the able-bodied men and take whatever food and tools you can carry. Before noon today, move into the designated area in batches and in an orderly manner.
Remember, you must obey unified command and dispatch.
Anyone who causes trouble, steals chickens, or engages in petty theft will be severely punished.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Clerk Shen.
The 3 village heads were moved to tears and repeatedly agreed.
Resettlement is only the first step.
Shen Mo's gaze swept over the crowd, and he continued, the second step is arming. All able-bodied men who have moved in, regardless of their original village, will immediately be incorporated into the Willow Creek Village Protection Team.
My father-in-law will be the head instructor, and my wife Yu Lu will assist with the training.
There are other tasks as well, and we'll arrange the details later. If they don't cooperate, they'll be sent back to where they came from. Tell them that those who perform well will become official members of the guard team. They'll not only be provided with meals and wages, but also receive a high amount of compensation.
Shen Mo said seriously. Yes, Clerk Shen, we'll go and inform the villagers right away.
Take the 3 of you and make the arrangements, said the old village head of Liuxi village. The 4 of them left quickly. Ru Shuang, have De Zhuang go to the city to buy some more rice. Yilu, Mu Dan, you 2 are in charge of training these young men.
Shen Mo instructed the women.
We obey, the women replied in unison. Ru Shui, you assemble a medical team, stock up on wound medicine and common medicinal materials, and be responsible for treating brothers who are injured during training or possible battles.
Yes, my husband, Yan Rushua replied softly. I need to go to the Academy of Physics right now. Isha, Xiao Tao, come with me.
Shen Mo led the two women quickly toward the area behind the courtyard, where he secretly researched firearms, the Gowu Academy. Xiao Tao, take some men to the warehouse and bring over the batch of fine iron pipes, flintlock mechanism parts, and iron bullets that we ordered from the blacksmith in the city last time.
Be quick. Shen Mo instructed. Yes, my husband.
Xiao Tao immediately called the maid and workers to move it.
ISA, bring out your flintlock musket. Okay, honey. ISA handed Shen Mo a flintlock musket. ISA, we must replicate this musket as soon as possible. Think carefully about how it is made and what the key is. Shen Mo took the musket and examined it. Husband, look. Here. ISA took her musket and said to Shen Mo.
The technical jargon was so advanced that Shen Mo could only vaguely understand the gist of it. Solving the problems of barrel casting and inner wall polishing is difficult, but the gunpowder itself is not a problem, Shen Mo thought to himself. Just then, Xiao Tao and several others came carrying several wooden crates.
Husband, the things have been brought. Fine iron pipes and those iron lumps. Isha, get to work immediately and try assembling it. The musket must be made as soon as possible. Shen Mo ordered, looking at the brand new parts.
These were made according to the design drawings last time.
Okay, honey.
Inside the work shed, the sound of hammering metal filled the air as people began to work. Outside Liushi village, makeshift camp shacks were being rapidly erected, and another group of people were building cement houses.
Aim here. Hammer it in hard. We must ensure that the sparks fall accurately into the powder tank upon firing. ISA, look at the inside of this gun barrel. It doesn't seem smooth enough.
In the end, with so many materials, only 10 usable flintlock muskets were assembled.
Give it a try. Shen Mo handed it to ISA and prepared to give it a go. No, honey.
This is dangerous.
ISA shook her head.
Shen Mo had no choice but to hand it to the worker and try it out.
Bang!
4 out of 10 guns exploded, leaving only 6 usable. 2 people suffered cuts to their hands and faces from the metal shards.
My God, that's dangerous. Shen Mo was startled when he saw this. It's better than nothing.
Later, Shen Mo checked on the house's progress and gave the gun to Yu Yunlu's cousins in Yuejia village, selecting 6 trustworthy ones.
They then spent the afternoon training. After dinner, a rapid gong sound suddenly came from the direction of the village entrance. Clang, clang, clang. Enemy attack. The bandits are here again. So many. Even more than yesterday. Quick, grab your weapons. Chapter 114 Choice, Cannon Fodder. They're here. So fast. Isha, grab your gun. Yulu, take these 6 new guns and all the usable crossbows. Quick. To the village entrance.
Shen Mo grabbed a crossbow and headed towards the earthen fortress at the village entrance.
At the village entrance, several kilometers away, a dark mass could be vaguely seen. The number of bandits far exceeded that of last night, estimated to be no less than several hundred.
It seemed that they had come out in full force.
Husband, look.
Yu Yunlu pointed to the approaching crowd outside the village entrance.
Shen Mo's heart sank, and he looked in the direction Yu Yunlu pointed.
Dozens of ragged, emaciated women and children were being driven along, staggering at the front. Though they could not see clearly, the sounds of weeping and sobbing could be faintly heard. The women and children dared not stop, with bandits wielding spears and whips behind them.
Those who retreat will die. All of you, move forward. Hurry up.
A bandit brandished his whip and lashed it hard across the back of an old woman who was walking slowly. Her skin was torn open and her screams were heart-wrenching.
Beasts. These beasts.
Yu Taizhan, the father-in-law, was so angry that his hair and beard stood on end, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Husband Lu Ruyan had never seen such a situation before, and her face turned deathly pale. They're trying to use these poor people to fall into our trap.
It's not just a trap.
They know we have crossbows, which have a much longer range than bows and arrows.
By sending women and children in front, our crossbows and muskets will be hesitant to fire. Then, after the landmines explode, their troops can close enough to launch a charge, Hua Mudan analyzed. Brother Mo, what should we do? Wang Dazhuang asked anxiously. How are we supposed to fight like this? Shoot arrows at those women and children?
Don't shoot, a guard shouted, his eyes red. Those are people from all around here. I can't bring myself to do it. But if we don't fight, and the bandits rush in, all the men and children in our village, as well as these newly arrived villagers from neighboring villages, will die.
The women will suffer even worse.
Yu Meng said through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse.
Yes. Kill them when they should. Being too soft-hearted will only kill everyone.
Hua Muden said at this moment.
My lord, give the order. I will shoot the first arrow. If anyone wants to curse me, Yu Yunlu.
Yu Yunlu raised his military halberd.
No.
Chen Mo practically roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he stared intently at the human shield closing in on him.
There must be a way. There must be another way. Husband. Time is of the essence. They're about to enter the minefield. Lu Ruyan said urgently. Moreover, even if we ruthlessly shoot some of the women and children, the bandits might still charge over despite the casualties and the chaos.
Their second in command is very clever, too cunning, Hua Muden analyzed. Just then, Shin Mo's gaze swept over the few makeshift catapults erected to the side, which the Yuezhi village people originally used to throw stones. Next to them were some thunder bombs, which were gunpowder packets with fuses.
I've got it, Dajwan. Get your men and adjust the angle of the catapults. Aim them at the rear of the bandit group. The farther the better. Ignore the shields in front.
ISA, have your men stretch the fuse of the thunderbolt twice as long.
Make sure it burns for a while after landing before exploding. Quickly.
Yunlu, take all the archers and prepare fire arrows.
Fire only on my command. The target is behind the bandit group.
Peony, keep a close eye on that second in command.
If he dares to charge at us, make your move. Understood.
Dajwan, Yu Meng, and the others each led their men to take action.
My lord, it's so far away, the catapults will have a hard time hitting the main force of the bandits. Lu Ruyan said worriedly. I know.
Shen Mo stared ahead, watching as the weeping women and children finally stepped onto the edge of the minefield, several bandits grinning behind them as they used spears to urge them forward.
It's all right if I didn't hit them, what I wanted was the frightened horse. A startled horse? Everyone was taken aback. Yes. Startled horses.
The bandits' cavalry is their main force and their greatest asset.
But what are horses most afraid of?
They are most afraid of huge, continuous, and unpredictable loud noises.
Our thunderclap bomb is loud enough.
If we throw it near them, even if it doesn't kill a few people, it will definitely drive the horses crazy.
Shen Mo said.
The woman at the front of the group suddenly felt a jolt under her feet.
Boom!
The planted mine has been triggered. The woman was instantly blown away, and several women and children nearby were also knocked to the ground. The bandits behind were also thrown about by the shockwave of the explosion and forced to retreat.
Now! Catapults! Fire! Shen Mo roared.
The Yu family villagers, who were already prepared, suddenly released their grip. The catapult launched more than a dozen thunderbolts into the area behind the bandit group.
Prepare the soldiers and muskets. Yu Yunlu ordered. What the hell is that? Watch out from the sky. Scatter. Boom. A few thunderbolts explode in the air, while others explode after the fuse burns out upon landing. The explosion was deafening. Hiss. Ah.
Some of the arrows landed right in the bandit group, instantly blasting the bandits away.
Others landed nearby, and a few were missed.
The warhorses were so frightened they completely lost control, charging and crashing about wildly. The bandits on their backs were caught off guard and were thrown from their horses. Before the fallen bandits could even get up, they were trampled by the frightened horses charging from behind.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Don't panic, the bandit's second in command roared hoarsely, trying to control the situation.
The bandits behind were trampled by the frightened horse.
The women and children were so frightened that they lay on the ground, too afraid to move.
A good opportunity. Yunlu, release the arrow and fire. Loose the arrows. Fire. Yu Yunlu commanded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Retreat. Retreat quickly.
The bandit's second in command, his eyes bloodshot, knew that the situation was hopeless. He led a few trusted elites and, in a disheveled state, turned his horse around and fled for his life. With their commander fleeing, the already demoralized bandits completely lost their will to resist, throwing down their weapons and scattering in all directions in despair. They completely ignored the dozens of women and children who were lying limp on the ground, crying in confusion.
We won? We won again? Wang Dazhuang murmured. My husband is amazing.
Yu Yunlu looked at Shen Mo, her eyes filled with admiration. The twin sisters looked at the devastation outside the village, and tears silently streamed down their faces. Send people over to clear the battlefield and bring in all the surviving villagers. Be careful, there might be traps or bandits pretending to be dead.
Yes. The group accepted the order and began to act. Soon, dozens of surviving women and children were settled in a makeshift shelter in Liushi village by the guards. Most of them looked dazed and were trembling all over. The adults rescued a total of 37 people. Most of them were women and children, and a few teenagers.
They were all terrified, and we couldn't get any useful information out of them, a guard in charge of the count said in a low voice as he approached Shen Mo.
Just then, a commotion arose in the corner.
A young girl, dressed in tattered clothes and revealing her wheat-colored skin, fainted.
Roar! Roar, what's wrong with you?
Wake up, a woman beside her cried out in alarm.
Chapter 115 My lord, how is my daughter?
The guards rushed over to check on her. The girl was carefully helped up. The firelight illuminated a face covered in mud, yet her exquisite beauty was undeniable. Her eyebrows were delicate and arched, her nose was straight and elegant, and her lips were beautifully shaped. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Beneath her tattered, coarse cloth clothes, her figure was slender and graceful.
Brother Mo, this girl is exceptionally beautiful, so lovely it makes one's heart ache. Don't you think so? Wang Dazhuang asked Shen Mo subconsciously. Whoever wants it can have it. I can't afford it anyway. Shen Mo frowned, his first reaction was to refuse.
My lord, this woman is all alone and has suffered such a calamity, she is truly pitiful. Now that she has been rescued, it would be good if she were willing to stay in the manor as a maid. Lu Ruyan glanced at the unconscious woman, then looked at Shen Mo, and said softly.
TSK, what a beauty. Look at that face, that figure. If she's not married, husband might as well take her as a concubine.
Yi San Yang glanced at the girl with her beautiful eyes and teased.
Hua Muden walked over and knelt down, checking the girl's eyelids and pulse.
Then she stood up and whispered to Shen Mo, she's just been frightened and exhausted, but she's fine.
She just needs some rest.
She paused, then continued in a voice only the two of them could hear, this girl might know martial arts, husband, be careful. Shen Moshin's heart tightened suddenly, and his gaze toward the unconscious girl instantly became cautious.
Settle them in properly first.
Get them some hot porridge and clean water, and find them some spare clothes. Assign 2 reliable people to guard them and keep a close eye on them, especially the girl who fainted. If she wakes up, tell me immediately. Shen Mo's gaze fell on the unconscious woman as he instructed the guards in charge. Yes, sir, the guard replied quickly. At this moment, the unconscious girl opened her eyes.
Mother, where am I?
Are we dead? The woman who had just woken up asked the middle-aged woman.
It's all right, Roar, we've been rescued.
It was Lord Shen who saved us. He's our great benefactor, the middle-aged woman said to Roar.
Thank you for saving my life, sir. I have no way to repay you.
Roar bowed in Shen Mo's direction.
Shen Mo nodded politely. Roar, what do you think of Lord Shen? Why don't we marry him as a concubine?
Then my daughter and I won't have to be homeless and wander around anymore, the middle-aged mother asked in a low voice, but everyone around could hear her.
It's entirely up to mother.
Ruyan, bring some water and food to the mother and daughter later.
Yes, my husband.
Father-in-law, have someone clean up the corpses outside, burn them, and bury them in a deep pit to prevent a plague, Shen Mo instructed Yu Taizhan.
All right. Yu Taizhan responded and immediately led his men away. Ladies, let's go home.
We're exhausted after a long night, Shen Mo said to the ladies.
My lord, I'm going to change my clothes.
I'll be right back, Hua Muden said, turning and leaving.
Lord Shen, please wait. Shen Mo looked at the middle-aged woman. Lord Shen, what do you think of my daughter's gentleness? The middle-aged woman asked.
Graceful girl is beautiful.
Shen Mo said truthfully. How about I marry you as your concubine? The middle-aged woman looked intently at Shen Mo.
I already have enough wives, and I really don't want to disappoint you, young lady, Shen Mo said with a troubled expression. I'm just too busy, I want to live a few more years. These were Shin Mo's true thoughts. My lord, do you look down on my plain looks? The girl named Rower asked pitifully.
Miss Rower, you misunderstand. I really didn't want to delay you, Shin Mo quickly explained. I'm too busy to handle everything, you know? Shin Mo lamented inwardly.
No, Rower is willing, Rower said softly.
My lord, it won't take long. How about letting my daughter be your slave?
The middle-aged woman walked over at this moment.
Shin Mo was thinking about how to explain.
A sudden change has occurred. From the crowd, a gaunt old man rushed over quickly, a flash of cold light in his hand, and a dagger was thrust straight at Shin Mo's back.
Watch out!
Yu Yunlu shouted sharply, drawing his sword and charging forward. The guards exclaimed in surprise. The timing of the assassination was perfect. It happened just as Hua Muden was leaving.
With his internal energy now available, Shin Mo dodged in a flash. Thud!
The blow struck the middle-aged woman instead. The middle-aged woman fell to the ground with a thud. The gaunt old man, having failed in his first strike, pulled out his weapon and stabbed Shin Mo again.
Put!
A figure blocked Shin Mo's path.
It was that girl named Rower.
The old man's attack failed again. When he drew his dagger to stab Shin Mo again, he was stopped by Yu Yunlu.
In the blink of an eye.
Husband, came a clear shout.
Shui Yinger, who was not far away, approached at this moment.
He killed the old man with a single blow.
Mother!
At this moment, the girl named Rower completely disregarded her bleeding wounds and hugged the middle-aged woman, wailing loudly. Rower, I can no longer take care of you.
From now on, you will have to walk on your own. The middle-aged woman whispered weakly. No!
Quick, call a doctor.
Save my mother!
Rower shouted to the surroundings. At this moment, Yan Rushue walked over, felt her pulse, and shook her head.
Rower, mother doesn't want to die. Mother is really worried about you. Mother! Rower cried. My lord, I beg you for one thing.
It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't bear to leave my daughter without anyone to care for her.
I only beg you to take her in.
I don't ask to be her wife or concubine, just a slave or maid will do.
Please.
The middle-aged woman passed away before she could finish speaking.
Mother! For a moment, only the sound of Rower crying could be heard.
Yan Rushue then bandaged up Rower's ribs, which were injured, but not deeply. Husband, please accept this girl, Yi San Yang pleaded, unable to bear it any longer.
Yes, my husband.
This girl Rower is so pitiful. Her mother is dead, and she is all alone.
Xiao Tao also chimed in to comfort her.
Put it away, my husband, Lu Ruyan also chimed in, trying to persuade him. Just now, Peony said that this girl might know martial arts. Shen Mo was stumped at this moment, hesitating.
All right, one more is one more. Let her be a maid for now, Shen Mo said after thinking it over. No need. Rower is not pleasing to your eyes, sir.
Of all those present, I will marry whoever is willing to help me bury my mother, Rower said coldly when she saw that Shen Mo remained unmoved. For a moment, no one responded, no one wanted to get involved in Shin Mo's affairs.
At this moment, Peony came over after changing her clothes. Sister Peony, please persuade your husband to accept this Rower girl.
At this moment, Shui Yinger recounted the assassination attempt, including the death of Rower's mother and how Rower saved the male protagonist. My lord, I also suggest that you take Rower as your wife, Hua Muden said at this moment.
Didn't you say she knows martial arts? Why are you also advising me to take her in? Shin Mo wondered. Miss Rower. Grown-ups. Madam, let me find someone to bury you. My lord, does this mean you've agreed to take me as your concubine? Rower looked at Shin Mo with hopeful eyes.
Chapter 116 Identity Exposed. What's wrong with this girl's thought process?
I just wanted to take you in. Shin Mo was about to reply no.
Yes, that's what my husband means.
Lu Ruyan said directly.
This is hard to explain. Wasn't it required to observe 3 years of mourning in ancient times?
Shin Mo said helplessly.
It was very late when the old woman was buried. The group returned to the Shin family home. Shinger, take Rower to the room on the west side to rest, prepare a new set of clothes for her, and prepare some bath water for her.
Shin Mo instructed the maid.
Yes, young master, Shinger replied. Ru Shui, go with her to check Rower's wound.
After Rushue and Shinger left with Rower, Shen Mo asked Hua Muden, "Madam, what are your thoughts?"
Hua Muden smiled. "I only approached her because I felt sorry for her. She lost her mother at such a young age and knows martial arts.
My husband, it's best not to get too close to her for now.
You can consummate the marriage after I've investigated her thoroughly."
What inappropriate and offensive language. Okay, I got it. Alright, everyone's tired today, let's all get some rest. Peony, you come with me, Shen Mo said to the women.
After entering the room, the two changed their clothes and lay down on the bed to rest.
Shen Mo has already started causing trouble. Husband, it's too late today, how about tomorrow? Peony said with a sleepy yawn. That one tea do. How can you become a master if you only work sporadically? Shen Mo refused. Husband, haven't you heard the saying, too much of a good thing? Peony gave him a reproachful look. Madam, is it really possible? Shen Mo asked worriedly.
No, this technique is reciprocal. The more you practice, the faster you improve.
Hua Muden explained. What a great technique. It's all about getting stronger and stronger.
You can push yourself to the limit even if you don't die from exhaustion, and your internal energy will increase rapidly.
Shen Mo thought to himself with delight. Madam, come here. Shen Mo pulled Hua Muden over. Once the dual cultivation begins, it won't stop until you're exhausted. After a few rounds, Shen Mo asked Hua Muden in his arms, Madam, why do you think this rower knows martial arts?
Rest assured, my lord, I have already sent out the message. The Celestial Palace has its own methods of investigation, and this woman's background will soon be known. Until her identity is revealed, I will keep an eye on her, Hua Muden said calmly. Inside the West Wing, Rower lay quietly on the simple wooden bed, covered with a thin blanket. Beside the bed, on the floor, lay a basin of water and a cloth stained with blood. Yen Rushue had already treated her external injuries.
As the night deepened, those tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Rower sat up gently.
She listened for a moment and confirmed that the maid guarding the door seemed to have fallen asleep against the doorframe. Then, she gently pushed open the half-closed window and climbed out. They quickly headed to Shen Mo's study in the backyard.
The study was pitch black.
Rower slipped inside and closed the door behind her. By the faint moonlight streaming through the window, I scanned the room. In the center was a large wooden table, upon which lay numerous blueprints and papers covered with strange symbols. Rower tiptoed to the table and began carefully flipping through the blueprints. What she was looking for was the formula for that black powder that could unleash a thunderous rage and send bandits flying. 1 sheet, 2 sheets. She searched through them, when suddenly her hand stopped on a sheet of paper with intricate lines and labels such as ratio and liter line.
Found it!
She was overjoyed and was about to pull out the blueprint and hide it in her bosom. Girl, if your claws stretch too far, they might get chopped off. A voice rang out, its tone mocking.
Shui Inger had entered the room at some point.
Rower reached for her waist with her right hand and pulled out a short dagger. Shui Inger crossed her arms and looked at Rower with a playful gaze. How did you get here?
This is my home. I can be wherever I want.
But you, Rower, instead of resting properly in the middle of the night, you're running around this study rummaging through drawers and cabinets. What are you looking for?
Shui Inger teased. Forget it, you won't tell me even if I ask. Shui Inger said and immediately attacked. You're courting death.
With a low, sharp cry, Rower's figure pierced straight for Shui Inger's throat.
This kick was as swift as the wind and as powerful as a thunderbolt.
The two exchanged blows several times.
Bang!
Rower hastily blocked with her arm, but the pain in her arm was excruciating. She staggered back several steps and crashed into the wall behind her.
Cough, cough.
Rower clutched her chest, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. She considered herself quite skilled, capable of holding her own against even second-rate experts, but she never expected to be so utterly helpless against this woman.
Is that all you've got? You dare to steal like that? Shui Inger stared coldly at the disheveled Rower and mocked her. Who exactly are you? Rower asked breathlessly, her eyes fixed on Shui Inger.
Besides Hua Muden, a first-rate expert, the Shen family actually has another expert who is close to first-rate. She herself is only a low-level second-rate fighter, but she is always at a disadvantage in front of this woman.
This is definitely not a skill that an ordinary force can possess. Me? I am my husband's woman. But you, Rower, who are you?
Cui Inger asked, but the other party did not answer. Cui Inger struck again, her attacks ruthless. In just a few rounds, blood was seeping from the injured ribs of her opponent, who was then captured and her pressure points were pressed. You will be dealt with by your husband and sister Hua. Cui Inger then summoned the guards and woke up Shen Mo and Hua Muden. Shen Mo, who had only slept for a few hours, was soon woken up. He followed Hua Muden to the study. There, he saw blueprints scattered all over the floor and a broken porcelain vase. Inger, what happened? Shen Mo asked Cui Inger. My lord, when I was changing clothes and returning to my room last night, I saw a figure sneaking into the study. When I went inside, I found it was Miss Rower. She was rummaging through your desk looking for something. So I subdued her. Cui Inger explained to Shen Mo solemnly. I think I know her identity. Cui Inger said at this moment. Your breathing, your way of exerting force, and the technique of that dagger strike just now tsk, you might fool others, but you can't fool me. I recognize the hidden assassination style of the heavenly immortal palace. Tell me, which of the 28 constellations are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating my husband's side? Cui Inger asked sharply. I don't know what you're talking about. Rower denied, but a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Something flew over from outside. Hua Muden removed the small scroll of paper tied to the pigeon's leg. She unfolded it and glanced at it. Should I call you Ghost Slayer or Female Bat? Peony asked with a smile as she looked at Rower. Ghost's Bane was her nickname in the bandit's den. Almost everyone who had seen her true face was dead. And the identity of the Celestial Palace star constellation was top secret. How could she know? Rower's pupils shrank sharply. What will become of me? Torture? Or execution? Rower's expression shifted constantly, her eyes flashing with struggle, ruthlessness, and despair. Having her identity completely exposed, she knew she was no match for the two women before her. Chapter 117 Life or Death. That's right, I am one of the 28 constellations of the Celestial Palace, the female Earth Bat. I infiltrated your side on the orders of the Palace Master to investigate your unpredictable tricks and gimmicks. Especially the formulas for gunpowder and the Immortal S intoxication. Now you know. Kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. Do as you please. After saying this, Rower closed her eyes. Palace Master? Ha! She has already gone into seclusion, and besides, she would never give Xingqiu such an order. Want to die? That would be too easy for you, Hua Muden said coldly, looking Rower up and down. The appearances and identities of the 28 constellations of the Celestial Palace were unknown to each other. It was only through Hua Muden's connections within the palace that she learned the identity of this female Earth Bat from the elders. Miss Rower, if you believe you can live, no one wants to die, right? To be honest, Cui Inger and I are both constellations of the Celestial Palace. I am Fong Ri Tu and Inger is Xin Hu. Why don't you join hands with us and help your husband achieve great things? Hua Muden invited. What? 2-star spirits sharing one husband. Unheard of. Rower's heart trembled. Okay. Rower agreed. At this moment, Hua Muden took out a porcelain jar, poured out a black pill, and pried open Rower's mouth. Seeing that Rower hadn't swallowed it, Hua Muden gently pressed her palm against Rower's chest. Rower swallowed the pill. What did you give me to eat? Rower asked in horror. Ah! Rower screamed, clutching her throat tightly with both hands, her eyes bulging out in pain, her body jerking violently on the floor. Peony watched coldly until Rower's struggles gradually subsided and she was panting heavily on the other side, before she finally spoke. Sister Rower, don't blame your older sister. It's just that you're new here, and your reputation as the wise strategist and devil is frightening. What I just gave you was the 3-corpse brain god pill. If you don't take the antidote within a year, the insect shell will dissolve, and the goo worm will crawl towards your brain, eventually causing you to lose your humanity. Even a god couldn't save you. I'm sure you've heard of this name before, sister, Hua Muden said with a smile. You demon. Rower was about to curse, but she held back when she thought of the pain she had just experienced. If you behave well this year, my sister, and give birth to a son for your husband as soon as possible, then when we will give you the antidote will depend on your performance. After saying that, Hua Muden took out 2 porcelain bottles, each labeled with the words mother and child. What are these things again? They can't be anything good. Shen Mo felt uneasy looking at the 2 black porcelain bottles. Husband, there is a way to make Rower devoted to you, and she won't be able to bear to hurt you. It can also make your inner strength increase rapidly.
Would you like to use it? Hua Mudan looked at Shen Mo with a smile. Shen Mo didn't know why Hua Mudan's smile seemed sinister, but thinking about how it could quickly improve his cultivation, he nodded.
Watching Hua Mudan pull out a bright red pill, inside which something like a worm was wriggling,
Shen Mo felt completely unwell. Madam, perhaps we should just forget about it. My lord, this is the mother-child heart goo.
Once the offspring is placed on it, it will naturally feel close to the mother worm, and its command cannot be disobeyed.
In addition, during dual cultivation, the mother worm can accelerate the absorption of the offspring worm's internal energy. Hua Mudan explained. It's disgusting, having a bug inside your body. Shen Mo instinctively resisted, but still asked the question. If we put this bug in, will we be able to get it out? Shen Mo asked.
Yes, that is fine, said Peony.
How much can the cultivation speed be increased? Shen Mo asked.
More than double.
Are there any side effects? Shen Mo was still very worried.
No, the mother insect doesn't have it. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and it can even increase internal strength, my husband.
All right. Shen Mo agreed. Which spot does my husband prefer?
Shen Mo pointed to a certain spot. The mother worm was implanted. The smile vanished from Hua Mudan's face, replaced by an icy chill.
She gripped Roar's chin, forcing her mouth open.
A crimson pill was shoved into her mouth. The mother-child bond goo consists of the offspring worm in your heart and the mother worm in your husband's body. If the mother worm dies, the offspring worm will explode, and you will also be reduced to ashes. Conversely, the offspring worm will only make you deeply in love with the mother worm's host, willing to follow her to the death, with no second thoughts, Hua Mudan explained with a smile. After saying that, he brushed his fingertips across Roar's forehead and said, "Congratulations, Roar. From this moment on, you are truly one of your husband's own. Cherish this bond, it will bring you great joy. You vixen, you despicable and shameless." Roar began her 3-character curse. A while later. My lord, my real name is Su Chingru, a female earth bat from the Heavenly Immortal Academy. I have always admired your talent and wisdom. Tonight, let's consummate our marriage. Roar said to Shen Mo with a charming look in her eyes. The effects of this mother-child heart goo are too domineering and too evil. A cold-blooded ghost, Jincho, instantly turned into a lovelorn woman? This is even more terrifying than the strongest aphrodisiac. Shen Mo felt a chill run down his spine when he looked at Roar's appearance. Peony, are you sure you took the right medicine? How did Roar become like this? Shen Mo asked, his jaw dropping as he looked at the scene. My lord, this mother-child bond goo will stay by my side through life and death, and I will obey your every whim. Isn't this goo effective? Do you like it? Her health is really not good right now. Shen Mo quickly said to Hua Mudan. I checked it today. The wound isn't deep. For someone who practices martial arts, minor cuts and bruises are nothing to worry about as long as they don't involve internal energy or strain the bones. But I hope you, my husband, won't be bullied. Hua Mudan glanced at Roar's bandaged chest and chuckled. Shen Mo was choked and couldn't speak. Inger, let's go out and leave the study for my husband and Chingru. Hua Mudan said, pulling Cui Inger's arm. Little sister, won't this cause any trouble? Cui Inger asked with some concern. No, it won't happen. After saying that, Hua Mudan pulled Cui Inger and walked out. Before leaving, she released Roar's acupoints, and the door closed abruptly. Husband, Roar is really ready. Please hurry. Roar's eyes were watery and fervent as she stared intently at Shen Mo. Shen Mo was so startled by her enthusiasm that he took a half step back, feeling a chill run down his spine. Miss Roar, you mustn't. You're injured and need to rest now. There's plenty of time before you consummate your marriage. No. Husband. This little injury is nothing, Roar can bear it. Sister Inger is right, now that Roar is yours, I should do my duty. Besides, Roar's heart is full of you now, husband, feel it if you don't believe me. Roar blushed, her eyes were hazy, and she pulled Shen Mo's hand to her heart. Shen Mo tried to break free, but he wasn't as strong as her. So soft. Chapter 118 Change Positions. You've already taken such a proactive step. If you still refuse, would you even be a man? Be careful not to touch her wounds, Shin Mo said after thinking for a moment.
Alright, then take care of your wound. Husband, do you like it?
She gently pressed her body against him.
Shin Mo was unknowingly led to the bed in the study. That's a foul. Where's the referee? Someone's carrying the ball. Shin Mo was helpless.
Women are emotional, men are rational, but when it comes to men and women, the word rationality takes a back seat. She gently wrapped her arms tightly around Shin Mo's neck, pressing her cheek against the crook of his neck. Husband.
Shin Mo shuddered at the coquettish voice. The effects of this poison are truly immediate, more effective than any vow of eternal love.
A virtuous woman becomes a gentle lady, and a gentle lady turns into a madwoman in the blink of an eye.
Roar, wait. I have a dual cultivation technique here.
You learn it first before we begin.
Shin Mo tried to pull his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, but Su Qingru held it down tightly. Yes, yes. Roar understands. Su Qingru nodded. Shin Mo finished recounting the story. My lord, I understand. Let's begin. I will certainly serve my husband well.
Su Qingru said with a smile.
Do you know how that dual cultivation method works? How about we? Shin Mo still felt it was a bit exaggerated that he could learn it so easily. My lord, I know how to do it now. Let me help you undress first, and I will guide you.
Su Qingru smiled sweetly.
Wait. Are you all right?
This girl is way too forward. She just had her ribs stabbed with a dagger.
This little injury is nothing. I am a second-rate expert, and besides.
She leaned close to Shin Mo's ear and whispered, I just want my husband to know how good I am. I will use the secret techniques of the heavenly immortal palace. Before she finished speaking, her lips were already pressed against Shin Mo's neck.
Shin Mo froze, a tingling sensation instantly shooting up his head.
The power of this mother-child heartgoo is terrifying. He felt as if he had been completely captivated by a passionate female pirate.
Hiss. Shin Mo gasped.
The strength of a level 2 martial artist left him utterly powerless to resist. Shin Mo concentrated his mind and circulated his internal energy according to the methods of the peony flower sect. A stream of energy flowed along his meridians.
My husband is so amazing. You've mastered the basics so quickly. Let me transfer some of my vital energy to you to strengthen your foundation.
Su Qingru said softly.
I almost went mad from practicing qi cultivation.
Shin Mo's hand trembled. Shin Mo pressed down on Su Qingru's hand, looking at the faint red mark showing through the white cloth wrapped around her ribs, and said in a deep voice, Don't move, let me do it, don't move around. The curtains swayed gently, shadows intertwined, and sighs mingled together.
Under the influence of the goo-worms, Su Qingru became very proactive.
After an unknown amount of time, the wind stopped and the rain ceased.
How can you be so obedient?
You fulfill all my requests.
You always grant my every wish.
Shin Mo looked at Su Qingru, who was curled up in his arms with her cheeks flushed.
Ha! Why is it so quiet? Cui Yinger said to Hua Mutin from outside the door.
My husband and I were intimate several times last night. The fact that we were able to do this must be thanks to our dual cultivation technique.
Hua Mutin said with a smile. Husband, where are you going? Su Qingru asked as she saw Shin Mo get up. I'm going to pee, I'll be right back.
There was no place to urinate in the study, so Shin Mo opened the door and walked out.
What are you all doing standing here?
Shin Mo saw Cui Yinger and Hua Mutin standing at the door as soon as he stepped out.
Ahem, we're worried about our husband's safety.
Hua Mutin said in a serious tone. Shin Mo stared at the two women, his mind blank, with only one thought remaining, destroy them.
Hurry up. I'd be a fool to believe you. Our separation was just me eavesdropping. Yinger. Mutin. You two vixens, just you wait. It's all right, everyone can go home now. Shin Mo said. Husband, are you talking to the sisters? If so, come in quickly. I've just remembered another position. Su Qingru's seductive voice rang out. Put. Cui Yinger laughed. Go inside quickly, my husband. Cultivate well.
Hua Mutin said with a smile, covering her mouth. The palace's secret manual records the spirit serpent entering the abyss posture, which can enhance the husband's cultivation and improve his health.
Posture? Strengthening the body? Change positions, let's do it again. Shin Mo felt that he was not far from becoming a fourth-rate master. It was still dark in the early morning. Husband, get up quickly. Xiao Tao shouted loudly from outside. What's going on? Shin Mo quickly got up, put on some clothes, and opened the door. In the city. Take your time, what's going on in the city? Shin Mo asked. It's broken. Dian City has fallen. So many people have died. Fires are everywhere. Eunuch Zhao didn't call for reinforcements from the prince's palace in time. Half of the city gate has collapsed. Many soldiers and militiamen are gone.
The city has also suffered a great calamity, with blood everywhere. I heard that this time, the prince's palace was besieged, and he lost many of his soldiers before he managed to repel the enemy. Xiao Tao paused and continued. Clatter, clatter. The sound of horses' hooves grew louder as they approached. A large, jet-black banner with the character Long written on it.
Wang Qi. It's Wang Qi. Young prince. The young prince is here. Brother Mo, the prince is here. Wang Dazhuan ran into the Shin family and said to Shin Mo.
Shin Mo and the women exchanged a glance and quickly walked towards the village entrance to greet them. A well-organized cavalry unit, all clad in black armor and helmets, numbering no more than 100 riders. At the very center of the procession, atop a tall, imposing horse, sat a young man clad in a black robe embroidered with gold pythons. It was none other than Prince Xiao Yulong. Your Highness. Please see the truth. I am utterly incompetent. I failed to protect Dian City, allowing those damned bandits to take advantage of the situation.
I deserve to die. I am guilty beyond redemption. But it cannot all be blamed on me.
It is all because of Magistrate Niu's cowardice and incompetence.
And that clerkshin from Liushi village, if he hadn't refused to help and only cared about himself, how could Dian City have suffered such a calamity?
I risked my life to protect Magistrate Niu and fight my way out of the encirclement to bring you the news, Your Highness. Your Highness, you must do justice for me.
Eunuch Zhao cried and wailed, twisting the truth. Magistrate Niu's eyes turned cold at this moment. This eunuch was starting to shirk responsibility.
Xiao Yulong said to the guard beside him, Someone come here. Slap Eunuch Zhao's mouth, lest he spout nonsense.
You dare? I am an imperial envoy. Eunuch Zhao stood up straight and said.
Slap him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, the young prince roared angrily.
And him too, beat him as well.
I'll only stop when I tell you to listen, the young prince shouted angrily, pointing at Magistrate Niu.
Chapter 119. The refugees arrive.
When Shin Mo walked over, Eunuch Zhao and Magistrate Niu had already been slapped so hard their heads turned into pig heads.
Brother Shin, what brings you out here? I was just about to go in to look for you.
I heard the sound of horses' hooves and came out immediately, Your Highness.
It's been a long time. All right, Brother Shin, let's catch up later. Shin Mo, heed the imperial decree. Eunuch Zhao and Magistrate Niu looked this way.
The magistrate of Diancheng County has died in battle, and the acting magistrate, Niu Wanyuan, has proven incompetent.
He is relieved of his post but will remain under investigation.
Imperial Envoy Zhao Dequan has failed in his supervisory duties. He is removed from his post but will continue to supervise, his merits used to atone for his mistakes.
Clerk Shin Mo is loyal, brave, and decisive. He cleverly repelled a powerful enemy and brought peace to the people. Effective immediately, he will temporarily assume the post of magistrate of Diancheng County. He will oversee all county affairs and quell the banditry. It is hoped that you will devote yourself wholeheartedly to fulfilling the imperial command. This is the imperial decree.
After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Eunuch Zhao collapsed to the ground, his face ashen and his eyes glazed over.
It's all over. It's all over. Someone's actually helping him.
Looks like Zhao Lizi has some powerful connections.
The county magistrate?
Clerk Shin has become the county magistrate, the villagers whispered among themselves.
County magistrate? He's suddenly become the magistrate of Dian City?
This unexpected promotion is far beyond his expectations. Your humble servant Shin Mo accepts the imperial decree and expresses his gratitude.
Long live the emperor. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations. Come on, Brother Shen. Good things are happening today. You have to get your brother something good to eat. Xiao Yulong patted Shen-mo on the shoulder. Oh, right, my elder sister is here too. Xiao Yulong pointed to the carriage behind them. The princess is here too? Shen-mo felt a little guilty for some reason.
They soon arrived at the Shen family mansion. At this moment, a woman with a slender figure and a face covered by a light veil stepped out of the carriage.
She exuded a cool and noble aura. It was none other than Princess Xiao Yulong. Greetings, Princess. Shen-mo quickly bowed. Magistrate Shen, please accept my greetings.
Xiao Yulong responded softly.
All right, come on in. Bring out all the good food you have. Brother Shen, you should be called Magistrate Shen now. Congratulations. I wrote a lot of good things about you in my memorial to the throne.
The heavy responsibility of suppressing the bandits is now in your hands.
Prince Xiao Yulong laughed heartily. Thank you for your promotion, Your Highness. However, I am afraid that I am not capable enough in the task of suppressing the bandits. I'd be grateful if the bandits didn't bother me. Why would I actively go and fight them? Do you think you have a death wish? Shen-mo thought bitterly. This wasn't happiness, it was worry. Hey! Brother Shen, don't you have some ingenious gadgets? I heard they can kill people from 100 meters away. And that thunderbolt. When can you demonstrate them to me? Prince Xiao Yulong asked. Your Highness, let's eat something first. We can look at this after we eat. Your Highness, please. Yes. Brother Shen, congratulations on your promotion. Why don't you hurry up and prepare some good food to treat me? Your hot pot and that xiaoyaodu must be even more delicious here. I'm really craving it. My elder sister also wants to try it.
The young prince pointed to Xiao Yuhuang beside him and shouted. Xiao Yuhuang nodded slightly and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Magistrate Shen."
This guy has so many wives and concubines, and they seem to get along quite well?
Xiao Yuhuang's gaze swept over Shen-mo and the group of beautiful women behind him, each with their own unique style, as well as foreign women, her emotions complicated. Your Highness, Princess, please come inside and sit down.
Ruyan, Yunlu, quickly prepare hot pot and wine.
Xiaodao, quickly tell Chunlan and Xiokui to wash, cut, and plate the freshly made meatballs and vegetables.
Third sister, go to the cellar and fetch 2 more jars of Carefree Dew and Immortal's Intoxication.
Rushuang, have the maids boil water and make tea, Shen-mo said hurriedly. The wives and concubines responded in unison.
Well done, Brother Shen, isn't it a blessing to have so many wives?
They're all so beautiful and so obedient and capable.
I'm even a little envious. How's your health? Did you take the tonic I gave you last time? How was it? Are your wives pregnant yet?
The young prince nudged Shen-mo with his elbow and chuckled in a low voice as he watched the scene.
Thank you for your concern, Your Highness.
My wife already has several children pregnant, Shen-mo said awkwardly.
Great, Brother Shen. Not bad at all. Come find me when you run out of medicine. I have some left.
The young prince laughed heartily. The hot pot inside was quickly set up, the broth boiling and filling the air with its aroma. Various fresh slices of meat, fish balls, and wild vegetables were laid out on the table.
The freshly distilled Xiaoyao Lu liquor was rich and mellow, its fragrance irresistible when poured into a glass. Everyone took their seats.
The young prince, a glutton, ate with gusto, sweating profusely, praising it endlessly, delicious.
So satisfying. This hot pot is truly irresistible. Paired with this fine wine, it's simply divine.
Royal sister, you must try this tripe dip at 7 or 8 times, and it's so tender and crisp. Xiao Yuhuang picked up a piece of mutton, dipped it in the clear broth, dipped it in the special sauce, chewed it slowly, and nodded slightly. It really has a unique flavor. After a few rounds of drinks, the young prince, his face slightly flushed, said, Brother Shen, the soldiers in the city are mostly unusable. To suppress the bandits, we mainly need to rely on the people in your own village. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll help as much as I can. But the court is also short of troops, money, and provisions right now.
I understand. Thank you for your care, Your Highness. It is my duty to protect the land and its people. However, my troops are really weak.
I did think of some weapons for self-defense, such as crossbows and thunderclaps, but we are short of soldiers, armor and horses. Shen-mo had expected this and cupped his hands in thanks. Horses and armor are controlled, and I have a shortage.
I can get you some iron, though.
As for horses, you'll get plenty if you succeed in suppressing the bandits this time.
By the way, that thunderclap thunder of yours is really powerful. I could hear it even in the inner city. Could you get me a few to play with? Your Highness, this thing is dangerous. With your esteemed body, you should probably give up on it. Shen Mo shook his head. I know, I'll just take a look, the young prince chuckled. Magistrate Shen, I just heard from Brother Wang that you have quite a bit of knowledge about the study of things. Not only can you make sugar and wine, but you can also create such powerful military weapons? May I ask who your teacher is? Xiao Yu Wang suddenly asked from the side. Your Highness, I merely enjoy reading miscellaneous books in my spare time and ponder them on my own. I have occasionally gained some insights, but I cannot be considered a master or a sharp weapon. They are just some country tricks for self-defense, Shen Mo said modestly. Magistrate Shen is too modest, Xiao Yu Wang said calmly. Just then, a loud shout came from outside the courtyard. Brother Mo. Something terrible has happened. A huge number of refugees have arrived at the village entrance. A dark mass of them, they say they fled from several neighboring counties. The village head can't stop them. Wang Dazhuang ran in, panting, his face full of panic. What? Refugees? Refugees? They've flooded here so quickly? The young prince put down his chopsticks and frowned. Your Highness, Princess, please excuse me for a moment to attend to this matter. Shen Mo immediately stood up and bowed to Xiao Yulong and Xiao Yu Wang. Lu Ruyan immediately stood up and said, Husband, please go quickly. I will take care of things at home. I'll go with you. Yu Yunlu stood up and said. We'll go too. Peony, Isabella, and Su Qingru stood up at the same time. Shen Mo nodded, come with me. Ruyan, Inger, take good care of the house. Father-in-law, please take some men to guard the courtyard and the surrounding area to ensure the safety of the prince and the princess. After making the arrangements, Shen Mo led the three women quickly towards the village entrance. The young prince, curious, pulled Xiao Yu Wang along to see what was happening. Outside the wooden fence at the village entrance, a dense crowd of people, numbering perhaps several hundred, had gathered. They were all emaciated, raggedly dressed, and accompanied by their families. The village head and several able-bodied men, armed with sticks, shouted orders, attempting to maintain order. Please, please, have mercy and let us into the village. Chapter 120 Opening Eyes, saying goodbye. Give the child something to eat, he's starving. We've heard that Liushi village is the most resilient against bandits. Please take us in. Our family is gone. The scene was extremely chaotic. When Shen Mo arrived and saw the scene, his heart tightened. Magistrate Shen. You finally arrived. What are we going to do? The village head exclaimed upon seeing Shen Mo. It's Lord Shen. Please save us. Shen Mo walked up to a low earthen platform and shouted, Folks. Quiet down. Listen to me. Everyone looked at him. I am Shen Mo, the newly appointed magistrate of Diancheng County. I know you have suffered a lot and it was not easy for you to escape all this way. I will not stand by and watch you die. But the village is too small to accommodate so many people. And who can guarantee that there aren't any bandit spies among you? As soon as Shen Mo said this, the crowd quieted down considerably. Many people looked at each other, their faces showing fear and suspicion. If we let spies in, they could coordinate an attack from the inside and the bandits could come, and we would all die. Do you want to find a way to live, or do you want to seek your own death? Shen Mo questioned sharply. The refugees fell silent. Magistrate Shen. We are all honest people. There are no spies among us. An old man shouted. That's right. We can't turn us all away just because there might be spies. I didn't say we wouldn't rescue them. But there needs to be a plan. All able-bodied men will remain outside the village for now. The elderly, women, and children can come in batches. We will set up soup kitchens and distribute some food. But everyone who comes in must be checked and monitored. If anything suspicious is found, we will not tolerate it. Shen Mo said solemnly. However, this decision immediately drew criticism from some people. Why can't we come in? Are you leaving us outside to be killed by bandits? You're just letting someone die. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. All refugees, regardless of age or gender, must undergo inspection and registration.
The elderly, women and children will be placed in open spaces in the village in batches as originally planned, and temporary shelters will be set up and soup kitchens will be provided. The able-bodied men will be concentrated in designated areas outside the village, where our people will look after them and provide them with the same porridge. Young men who are willing to join us in resisting the bandits, after being vetted, can enter the village or go to Dian City to receive training and fight the enemy together. After the war, if they are willing to stay, I, Shinmo, on behalf of the county government, can allocate land to them to help them settle down. If they are unwilling, they can leave on their own. But if anyone is found to have ill intentions or to incite trouble, hell will be their fate. Upon hearing this, the commotion among the refugees gradually subsided. For them, who were in despair, having a way to survive and hope of settling down was an immense blessing. Most of them quieted down and followed instructions. After dealing with the refugees, Shinmo returned wearily to the young prince and the others. Brother Shin, you're quite something. You remain calm in the face of danger and have some skills. This is how you deal with these refugees. The young prince exclaimed in amazement. What Magistrate Shin just said about distributing land after the war? This matter needs to be reported to the prefecture and the registers need to be verified. It's not something that a magistrate can decide on his own. Do you know the consequences of distributing land without authorization? Xiao Yuhuang suddenly asked. Your Highness is wise. I will buy the land and then rent it to the displaced people in other ways, Shinmo explained simply. Xiao Yuhuang gave him a deep look and said nothing more. Oh, Your Highness, don't take it so seriously. Let's go back and continue eating. We didn't get to eat our fill earlier, the young prince said, trying to smooth things over. Everyone returned to the courtyard, and the hot pot was reheated, but after what had just happened, the atmosphere was noticeably more somber. Lu Ruyan served him a bowl of hot soup. Brother Shin, do you still have that thunderclap bomb? Let me take a look. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and I won't touch it. The young prince took a few bites, then suddenly said, as if he had just thought of something. Helpless, Shinmo gestured to Isa to fetch a thunderbolt. It was a ceramic jar with an external fuse, and looked quite unremarkable. This thing? It made such a commotion? The young prince asked curiously, taking it in his hand and weighing it. Xiao Yuan's gaze was also drawn over. This thing is dangerous. It needs to be lit with fire and thrown. The gunpowder inside will explode, shattering the ceramic jar. The fragments can injure the enemy, Shinmo explained. The young prince was eager to try it. Why don't we order one and give it a go? Your Highness, you mustn't. This place is cramped, you'll get hurt. You've got a really big heart. Shinmo was startled. Upon arriving at a large open space, they found a large rock, and Shinmo had someone light the fuse. Your Highness, Princess, please step back a little further. Shinmo said to the two of them. It's already far enough, why are you retreating? The young prince looked at Shinmo with a puzzled expression. If we retreat any further, we risk injuring the noble bodies of the prince and princess, a responsibility I cannot bear, Shinmo quickly replied. Hiss, boom. The large rock exploded into fragments, leaving a huge crater in the ground. Many pieces of rock flew everywhere, the closest of which were only a dozen meters away from the young prince and princess. My goodness, Brother Shin, that's terrifying. Your thunderclap is too powerful. If this were used against an enemy, both men and horses would probably be scared to death. The young prince patted his chest and said. At first, the young prince thought Shinmo was a bit conservative, but now he realizes that Shinmo is truly capable. The young prince realized he had been a bit too arrogant for not covering his ears earlier. My ears are ringing and hurting. Princess Xiao Yuhuang was startled. Brother Shun, I've also heard that you have something that can kill someone from 100 meters away. How does it compare to the divine arm crossbow? Could you show it to me? The young prince asked, remembering something. Yes, Your Highness, Shinmo said, turning to Isa. Isa, lend me your musket. Okay, darling. Isa handed the musket to Shinmo. Shinmo thought about it and decided against it, realizing that his marksmanship was inaccurate. Isha, you go ahead and hit that one up there. Shinmo pointed to a dead tree trunk in front of them. Your Highness, Princess. Let's all move aside a little. Shinmo said, leading the two of them to the side. Isa, you can begin. Shinmo called out. Bang! The bullet pierced through the dead tree trunk, creating a hole. When everyone got closer and took a look, they were all speechless with astonishment. It can hit from this far away, and it's so powerful, the young prince exclaimed in surprise. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Yuwang's beautiful eyes. It actually has such power?
Magistrate Shen, what is this? Princess Xiao Yuwang asked.
Even though she was born into a royal family and was well informed, she had never seen this thing before. Princess, this is called a musket.
Its range and penetrating power far exceed those of bows and crossbows.
More importantly, it takes several years to train a qualified crossbowman, while training a musketman may only take 1 or 2 days.
Shen Mo explained.
Brother Shen, can you mass produce this? The young prince asked, voicing his most pressing question.
Not yet. The manufacturing process for these muskets is complex.
It takes a long time to make just one, Shen Mo said.
Alright, I've certainly broadened my horizons today.
My sister and I won't disturb you any longer. Brother Shen, please visit the prince's residence more often.
If you need any help in suppressing the bandits, just let us know. The court has given us a month to quell the banditry, or we'll be held accountable. You'd better hurry. I'm leaving for the capital in the next few days.
You'll have to rely on yourself, the young prince said.
Yes, Your Highness, please take care. After the young prince and princess left, Shen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of panic.
If this wave of bandits came to Dian City again, there would be no one to help him. At this moment, Shen Mo glanced at the birds in the sky and said, I've got it. On the ground, we'll have to fight head-on.
There's no match for them in the sky. Chapter 121 Snow-like Cultivation.
Inside a stone house, in the council hall of the bandits of Black Mountain Village. Still no news about the second in command, a burly man asked his subordinate.
Your Majesty, no, the subordinate replied. Go down and keep inquiring. Until we hear anything, we'll go to other villages for a feast. Don't provoke Dian City and Liushi Village.
Too many brothers have died or been injured in these last 2 incidents, the burly man sighed.
Yes, Your Majesty, I will go and instruct the brothers immediately.
The subordinate finished speaking and was about to leave when he stopped and turned back, saying, Your Majesty, I heard that the young prince will be returning to the capital in a few days, and some of the guards will be transferred.
Should we? Go away, don't you think we've had enough dead already?
This month we'll go to a few neighboring villages to replenish our manpower, and also treat the brothers to some meat. Let them have a taste of something new, the leader said.
Yes, Your Majesty is wise. I'll bring the good news to the brothers right away. Staying up on the mountain every day is so boring. The henchman finished speaking and left the hall.
Didn't the second in command succeed? The burly man muttered. He was originally just a small fry, but he gradually became the chief of the stronghold after meeting the man wearing the ghost mask. It's better without him, the burly man thought. He was the boss on the surface, but in reality, all his orders were controlled by the second in command, and he was getting more and more uncomfortable with it.
Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye.
In the study, Shen Mo was designing a hot air balloon sketch on the table when Hua Mutin, followed by Cui Yinger and Su Qingru, walked in. For the past 2 weeks, besides pondering the matter of suppressing bandits, Shen Mo has been diligently cultivating at night. Now he can clearly feel his internal energy gathering into a warm current in his dantian, and it is circulating several times faster than before.
My lord, I haven't done today's homework yet. Cui Yinger looked at Shen Mo with a smile. Yes, my husband, you've had a whole day of rest. You absolutely can't slack off today. My husband, I wish so too. Su Qingru walked over. Can I catch my breath? Shen Mo rubbed his waist, a wry smile on his face.
If I keep training like this, I'm afraid I won't become a fourth-rate master, but will die from exhaustion.
Su Qingru stepped forward.
Ever since she was poisoned by the mother-child Heartgu, she had been completely obedient to Shen Mo. Yet, her inherent charm and martial prowess remained unchanged. Husband, you're joking. The day before yesterday, you praised me for my good posture and said you liked it very much.
That was a compliment on your learning ability, not on you, Shen Mo replied.
My husband, your internal strength has indeed improved rapidly. If this continues, you will be able to reach the 4th level in less than 3 months.
Yes, my husband, this cultivation method emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Stop. Shen Mo quickly called for her to stop.
If she continued, it might turn into something explicit.
That evening, Shen Mo went to Yan Rushue's room.
Pushing open the door, he saw the girl sitting on the edge of the bed, twisting the hem of her clothes with her hands, her cheeks flushed.
Ru Shui. Shen Mo walked over.
Yan Rushue looked up, her eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. Husband. Don't be nervous. Shen Mo sat down beside her and took her hand.
The girl nodded gently. Madam, have you learned the incantation for the exercise I taught you a few days ago? Shen Mo asked, starting the conversation. Husband, are you talking about that dual cultivation technique? Yan Rushue asked shyly.
In the candlelight, she was wearing a brand new scarlet coat, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of the garment.
Shen Mo sat down next to her and nodded. That's right, Ru Shui.
Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, and the human body has its own universe. This technique emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, and the balance of water and fire. Come, follow your husband's rhythm.
It seems a bit hot.
After saying that, Yan Rushue took off her scarlet outer garment, revealing a red undergarment underneath.
Yes. That's the feeling. Hold on. Concentrate. Imagine it traveling through your 8 extraordinary meridians. Shen Mo placed his hand on her shoulder. My lord, this technique is truly miraculous. I feel so warm all over. What should I do next to circulate it through my body?
Looking into Yan Rushue's pure and earnest eyes, Shen Mo felt like a big bad wolf who had kidnapped a little white rabbit. A sense of guilt welled up inside him, but the arrow was already on the bowstring and he had no choice but to release it. The next step requires the interaction of yin and yang, and the mutual exchange of energy. Yan Rushue softly hummed in agreement, leaned closer to Shen Mo, closed her eyes, and appeared to be accepting her husband's guidance in cultivation.
Shen Mo.
Looking at her shy appearance, Shen Mo slowly pulled her into his arms, feeling the person in his arms tremble slightly.
Don't be afraid. Tell me any time if you feel unwell.
Yan Rushue buried her face in his chest and hummed in response.
Shen Mo kissed her cheek.
Unlike other women, Yan Rushue had a slender and supple body, and her skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade.
Shen Mo whispered in her ear while gently guiding her to relax. Husband.
I learned a massage technique from my mother. She said it could make a woman feel more comfortable. Yan Rushue suddenly raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and said softly. Oh? Then I'd like to see for myself. Shen Mo paused for a moment, then replied. Yan Rushue blushed and cautiously reached out her hand. It started raining outside sometime during the day, the autumn colors whispering secrets, the autumn rain pattering softly, nourishing all things silently.
The next day, Shen Mo was granted a day off. That night, Shen Mo returned to his bedroom from the study.
Exhausted, he lay down without turning on the light, and as soon as he lay down, he felt someone next to him.
How is it, my husband? Is today's rest enough? Chapter 122 Soaring Kite. Xingru, didn't we agree to rest today? Shen Mo sighed helplessly.
My lord, I only told you to rest during the day, tonight it's my turn.
Su Xingru had already clung to him. After their lovemaking, Shen Mo asked, Xingru, can you still contact Black Mountain Stronghold? Do the people up there still listen to you?
Husband, there is no way out. Although I have some confidants at the top, the big boss has been waiting for an opportunity to seize power for the past few years.
This time we made a bet. If I succeed in the mission, he will give up control. If I fail, he will give up control. At this moment, the power of Black Mountain Stronghold is basically controlled by the big boss. Su Xingru sighed. It's nothing, I was just asking.
The chief doesn't know my whereabouts right now, so he certainly won't dare to make any rash moves in the short term.
Husband, you should hurry up and get that musket team and the thunderclap bomb. Su Xingru said. Madam.
It's still early, perhaps.
Yes, my husband. The next morning, Shen Mo and the women were having breakfast in the courtyard.
Sir, it's a success. The hot air balloon test flight was a success, shouted the family youth in charge of the hot air balloon project from the back mountain behind the courtyard.
Let's go take a look. Shen Mo sat up. My husband, I want to go too. I want one too. Alright, everyone who wants to go can go and see.
Shen Mo led the women to a secluded clearing on the back of the mountain, where they saw a huge hot air balloon, specially made of silk and oilcloth, floating steadily in mid-air, held up by a thick rope tied to a rock below.
Brother-in-law, this is amazing. I feel like I'm flying through the clouds.
Yu Meng said excitedly as soon as he saw Shen Mo.
Okay, brother, you have someone control it, I want to go up and take a look. Who's coming up with me? Shen Mo said happily.
I'll do it, said Peony. Yu Meng had someone control the hot air balloon to slowly ascend. When it reached a height of 100 meters, it stopped.
With this thing, we can keep a close eye on everything that's happening in Black Mountain Village.
Next, we'll improve it a bit more, aiming to make it fly higher and more stably. Then, we can drop a few dozen bombs and wipe out the bandits in no time.
Young master, someone from the city has arrived at the manor. It's Eunuch Xiao.
He sent a young eunuch saying he has urgent business with you. At this moment, Xunlan ran over, panting. Zhao Lizi sending someone at this time can't be good news.
Shen Mo's smile faded. Let's go take a look. Shen Mo and the women hurriedly walked back to the house. As soon as they arrived, they saw a eunuch. Lord Shen, I'm here on Eunuch Zhao's orders to ask how the preparations for suppressing the bandits are going.
The court has issued an ultimatum: if there's no progress within 10 days, don't blame my master for being ruthless.
Sure enough, the little eunuch said in a shrill voice.
Please convey to Eunuch Zhao that everything is ready and I will be setting out with troops soon, Shen Mo said calmly.
How many days is soon? The little eunuch persisted.
The master said we can't wait any longer.
As long as those bandits aren't eliminated, Dian City will never have peace.
Why are you dragging your feet like this, spending your days tinkering with strange and ingenious gadgets instead of going to suppress the bandits?
Are you afraid of those mountain bandits? Or are you actually one of them? Who are you calling a liar? Yu Meng retorted angrily, not one to tolerate such behavior.
I will personally lead the army out in 5 days. Shen Mo was too lazy to waste words with him.
Don't let it turn out to be all bark and no bite, the little eunuch said arrogantly as he walked away. This eunuch is disgusting. Yu Yunlu said angrily. Your sister is unhappy, so why didn't you scold that eunuch? And you, what kind of father are you? How can you be angry when your daughter is pregnant? Look at the state of you two.
A woman stood with her hands on her hips and scolded angrily. Mother, your daughter is all right, Yu Yunlu quickly reassured her.
This mother-in-law is really fierce. After seeing this scene, Shen Mo finally understood why his father and son were so unruly. Don't bother with him.
It's good that we let them see how powerful we are, Shen Mo said to Yu Yunlu.
Yu Meng pulled Shen Mo aside and whispered, Brother-in-law, isn't 5 days a bit too rushed? Those bandits have the advantage of terrain and there are quite a few of them.
Don't worry, brother, I'm confident. Over the next few days, the blacksmiths produced another 20 muskets. Although their range and accuracy still needed improvement, they were already overwhelmingly powerful for this era. In addition, Shen Mo had the bombs improved, making them twice as powerful as those tested last time.
The young men of Yuejia village are already skilled in using muskets and crossbows.
The villagers' guards have also learned to use military weapons.
The afternoon before the battle, Shen Mo convened a meeting with everyone.
On the drill ground, several hundred newly recruited militiamen stood in fairly neat rows, curiously watching the huge object covered with thick tarpaulin in the center of the field. Beside it were piles of large wicker baskets and some strange leather bags.
Brother Mo, what is this thing? It's so big. Wang Dezhuang circled the oilcloth, his face full of curiosity.
I'll tell you later, let me make the arrangements first.
Tomorrow night, we will split into 3 groups. Shen Mo pointed to the map on the wall.
The first group will be led by Yu Taizhan, launching a feint attack from the front to attract the bandits' attention. The second group will be led by ISA, with 30 musketeers and 50 guards, launching a surprise attack from the flank. The third group will be led by me personally, riding the Divine Fire Flying Kite to command from the air and drop bombs when the opportunity arises.
Divine Fire Flying Kite? What's that?
Wang Dezhuang asked, puzzled.
Brothers.
This is one of our key weapons for crushing Black Mountain Stronghold tomorrow. It's called Divine Fire Flying Kite. Today, I'll give you all a heads up.
Shen Mo smiled slightly and said loudly.
Previously, these experiments were conducted secretly, but this time they are being conducted publicly. At his command, the craftsman quickly lifted the tarpaulin. A huge sphere made of tough bamboo strips and a special waterproof cloth appeared before everyone's eyes, connected to a sturdy rattan basket below.
Ignition. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Hot air rushed into the sphere, and the huge sack began to inflate and bulge.
It moved. It moved.
It swelled up, the militiamen exclaimed, their eyes wide with surprise. The balloon inflated further and further, and the enormous buoyancy began to pull on the ropes fixed to the ground.
An anchor. Stabilize the control cable. Take off.
As the last restraint was released, under the gaze of hundreds of horrified eyes, the enormous sphere, carrying the vine basket below, slowly and steadily lifted off the ground, propelled by the flames.
It's flying. My God. A miracle. This is a miracle. The magistrate is truly a divine being.
Many militiamen knelt down and kowtowed to the divine fire-flying kite that was slowly rising into the sky.
Chapter 123 Nighttime Air Raid.
Inside the wicker basket, 2 daring hunters, chosen as flying kite warriors, carefully controlled the fire, and the divine fire kite rose higher and higher, hovering steadily in the air at a height of tens of feet.
Darling, you're a genius. Your flying kite looks amazing. Isa walked up to him, her azure eyes sparkling with admiration.
We'll throw down some thunderbolts from above to wake them up, Shinemo said, turning to Isa. My lord, after our reconnaissance, we found that Lao Ravine, 5 miles southwest of Black Mountain Village, is very secluded, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and leads directly to our back mountain. Yu Yunlu walked quickly over and whispered in Shinmo's ear.
Lao Yajian? That's great. Let the militia captains come over to discuss it. Let's set off tonight, not wait until tomorrow.
We're also worried about spies sneaking in among the refugees, Shinemo said to Yu Yunlu. Soon, in the main hall of the Shin family compound, Shinemo, his family, the people of Uejia village, and the militia captains discussed the matter. I plan to launch a thunderbolt attack on Black Mountain Village tonight from the location of Old Crow Ravine using the flying kite.
Shinemo told everyone his plan.
Old Crow Ravine is rugged and difficult to traverse, but it is indeed the closest route to Black Mountain Village. I know this road well, I'll lead the way, Yu Meng said solemnly. Captains, there's only one requirement for tonight, ensure that none of your soldiers desert, and keep tonight's news strictly confidential, Shinemo said solemnly. Sir, when is it our turn to fight? One of the militia captains asked. For the past 2 weeks, he had been well fed and respected in Liushi village, something he had never experienced before. He felt he would be letting down the villagers' hospitality if he did nothing. You can't move, otherwise you'll alert the bandits and let the Black Mountain Stronghold's leader know we've acted ahead of schedule. Send a few scouts to the vicinity of Black Mountain Stronghold. When I give the signal, have the scouts immediately tell you to attack. Also, send some men to Dian City to provide support, Shinemo said. Thinking of Dian City, Shinemo felt speechless. He was a commander without any troops. The Dian City government had been attacked by bandits twice, and almost everyone was dead. Fortunately, the young prince had left him over 100 Xuanjia guards. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to defend Dian City. Yunlu, lead a small squad of soldiers and a small squad of musketeers to ambush below Black Mountain Village and wait for our signal. Isha, lead a musketeer squad to Lao Yajian, guard the entrance, prevent enemy attacks, and hold out for several hours. Once the divine fire-flying kite takes to the sky, it will be the end of Black Mountain Village. Peony, come with me. Inger, I'm entrusting the protection of the family to you. Yes, sir. Yes, my husband. More than 2 hours later, it was night. 10 enormous divine fire-flying kites took off and silently floated over the main peak of Black Mountain Stronghold. Below, the bandits' lair was sparsely lit. Most of the bandits were still asleep, only the gate tower in a few places had torches lit, and the sentries were all dozing off. Inside the wicker basket, 2 flying kite warriors were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Stabilize, descend, prepare the tinderbox, a kite pilot's voice trembled. I see the torches. Now. Light them, fire. Another kite pilot spotted the largest light source below and yanked the rope. Thunderclap was forcefully pushed out of the wicker basket and fell towards the core area of the bandits' den, where the lights were most concentrated. The first one. The second one. The fifth one. Boom. A deafening roar, like an earthquake, ripped through the silent night sky. A massive fireball exploded violently on the main peak of Black Mountain Village. The flames instantly engulfed the hall, a wooden house collapsed, wood and stones flew everywhere, and screams filled the air. Heavenly punishment. The surviving bandits in the mountain stronghold were terrified, crying out for their parents and creating chaos. It's done. Your Excellency has succeeded. Blow them up. Immediately afterwards, countless thunderbolts rained down. Boom. 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 Although the explosions were slightly off-center due to the darkness and wind, there were many of them. One of them hit the bandits' barracks, and another landed near the stables. Chaos and casualties spread instantly. A raging fire broke out, illuminating half of the hilltop. After the divine fire flying kite completed dropping over 100 thunderbolts, it launched return and success signals.
Good. Well done, brothers. You bastard. Enemy attack.
Archers.
Quick, the squad leader shouted frantically.
The power of the bow and arrow was simply too great to reach. The poor leader was buried in the pile of rubble, a dignified second-rate master. The leaderless mountain stronghold was in complete chaos. A raging fire burned fiercely at the entrance to the wooden fortress. With the signal transmitted, the main forces from Dian City and Liushi village began to march towards Heishan village, including half of the Xian Tai guards. Shen Mo and the others also began to take a shortcut towards Black Mountain village.
Shen Mo and his group arrived at Black Mountain stronghold first.
The gate had been blown down, and the inside was filled with flames and wailing, like a living hell. The archers and musketeers slowly approached, each explosion accompanied by the fall of countless bandits.
Hundreds of militiamen and village guards surged toward the main gate of Black Mountain village under the cover of night.
The sentries and checkpoints along the way were easily cleared away under the command of Su Qingru, the second in command.
Kill.
Raze Black Mountain stronghold to the ground.
Yu Meng roared, taking the lead.
The bandit suppression campaign was a relentless, crushing victory. Under the bombardment of nearly 100 thunderbolts, wounded and maimed were everywhere, with only a few lucky survivors.
Well-trained crossbowmen and musket squads fired alternately, advancing step by step.
Be careful, sir. A guard shoved Shen Mo aside, but was struck in the shoulder by a thrown axe and fell to the ground with a scream.
Push forward. Shen Mo commanded.
Half an hour later, after several rounds of gunfire, the resistance in the main stronghold area was basically wiped out. The remaining bandits either knelt down and surrendered or fled into the dense forest behind the mountain.
Big brother, have you found the bandit leader?
Shen Mo asked Yu Meng, who was cleaning up the battlefield, panting heavily. Half of the hall collapsed, and several charred corpses were dragged out, including what appears to be the one-eyed leader of the gang. Yu Meng wiped the blood from his face.
Take me to see.
Su Qingru, the former second in command, said at this moment. Yes, it's him, the leader of Black Mountain stronghold.
Su Qingru pointed out. Just then, a commotion arose from the direction of the back mountain.
Yu Yunlu and Yu Meng were seen leading a group of dejected prisoners over. No one recognized Su Qingru, the former second in command. No one knew that the second in command was actually a beautiful woman. They all thought she was a ruthless and unsavory character.
Brother-in-law. Except for the dead ones, almost all the bandits are here. This is the leader.
Yu Meng kicked the expert in the back of the knee, making him kneel on the ground.
Shen Mo nodded, but his gaze passed over the prisoners and looked behind Yu Yunlu, whose face was unusually pale.
The scene before them was breathtaking.
Chapter 124 Black Mountain destroyed, storms rise again.
Dozens of women, barely clothed, with vacant, numb eyes, resembled walking corpses.
Their bodies were covered in various wounds, some even missing limbs, and an indescribable stench filled the air.
They huddled together in terror, filled with fear of those around them.
This is a living hell. The scene before me looks exactly like something out of Resident Evil.
Shen Mo looked at the scene before him, his anger rising to his head.
These beasts.
Sir, what should we do with these women? A militia captain asked, his eyes filled with pity.
Separate all the surrendered bandits and keep them under guard. Let the women identify them.
Anyone who has spilled the blood of innocent people, committed rape or plunder, shall be killed without mercy. Those who report on each other and whose reports are true may be spared.
Shen Mo took a deep breath and said in an icy voice. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Shen Mo felt no pity for these inhuman scumbags.
Yes,
the militiamen roared in unison.
The prisoners immediately turned ashen-faced, and their cries for mercy filled the air. Just then, from the direction of a relatively intact stone house deep in the mountain stronghold, came the sound of weapons clashing and a woman shouting angrily. It's Madame Chui's voice, a guard exclaimed. Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he charged forward with his sword drawn. At the entrance of the stone house, Chui Yinger, wielding a soft sword, was locked in combat with a man in black. The man in black appeared to be injured, his movements somewhat sluggish, yet every strike was deadly.
Who is this? Chui Yinger is a second-rate expert. Shen Mo was surprised. Who is this? Su Qingru joined the battle. Husband, be careful. This man wants to take you hostage.
Su Qingru saw the man in black heading towards Shen Mo. Seeing that things were hopeless, a glint of madness flashed in the man in black's eyes.
He took a hit from Cui Yinger's sword and suddenly threw a handful of purple powder at Shen Mo. Poison powder! Cui Yinger exclaimed, raising her sleeve to block. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Mo instinctively held his breath and stepped back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the man in black retreated rapidly like a ghost, smashing through the window in an attempt to escape. Trying to leave? Yu Yunlu's soldiers shot out. Put! An arrow pierced the black-clad man's calf. Ah! The man in black let out a shrill scream, struggling to pull out the arrow. Cui Yinger and Su Qingru had rushed forward, and Zhang Jian was held to the neck of the man in black. Su Qingru lifted the black veil covering her face, revealing a pale yet undeniably beautiful face, filled with pain and resentment. How could it be you? Su Qingru was full of surprise when she saw the man in black. Madam! Who is she? She is the boss's wife, Tang Ruji. She often bullies the women who are brought up the mountain. The boss listens to her every word. But how come she is only a second-rate fighter? This guy is hiding something too well. There must be something wrong with him. Su Qingru was full of doubt. Search her. Su Qingru pressed her acupoints and found a token inside, with a white lotus flower drawn on it and the character Ji written on the back. I should have guessed it sooner. Tang Ruji, a traitor to the White Lotus sect, your evil deeds are numerous, and today is your death day. Shen Mo, you ruined my foundation and thwarted my grand plans. I will haunt you even as a ghost. The young master will not let you go. Tang Ji suddenly gave a sinister smile, black blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her head lolled to the side, and she breathed her last. She had actually bitten and crushed the poison pill hidden in her mouth. Her eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. A former member of the White Lotus sect? Qingru, do you know her? Shen Mo frowned and asked Su Qingru. Yes, Tang Ji was expelled from the White Lotus sect for using the blood of a fellow disciple's virginity to cultivate evil arts. She was spared death because she saved my supreme elder years ago. I never expected her to be here. I heard she's already in her 50s, Su Qingru explained. What? That woman is over 50? She looks only in her 30s. What an old hag. Evil magic. That's terrifying. I almost considered taking her as a concubine. Shen Mo felt a chill run down his spine after hearing this. When Shen Mo returned to the stone house, he saw a tall woman, dressed in tattered clothes but with an exquisite figure, leaning against the wall and barely standing, looking at Shen Mo and the others. Yu Meng followed in at that moment, and the moment he saw the woman, he was stunned. A blush appeared on his dark face, and he stared at her blankly. The woman felt Yu Meng's burning gaze, her brows furrowed slightly, and she straightened her back. Brother, could it be that you've fallen for her? Shen Mo glanced at Yu Meng, who was staring intently at him, and seemed to be deep in thought. By the time the main forces from Liuxi village and Dian City arrived, the battle was over. We won! We won! Black Mountain Village has been razed to the ground. Long live the magistrate! Long live Lord Shen! A deafening cheer resounded throughout the mountain village. Brothers! This great victory is all thanks to your bravery in fighting the enemy and your fearlessness in the face of sacrifice. The families of the fallen brothers will be compensated with 100 taels of silver. The wounded brothers can rest assured and recover, and will receive their medicine and rewards in full. All participants will be generously rewarded. From this day forward, Black Mountain Stronghold will cease to exist. Shen Mo said to the crowd. Thank you, Your Excellency. A cheer erupted. Next, the spoils of war were tallied, including gold, silver, grain, weapons, and livestock. The wounded were treated, the bodies of the fallen were collected, and prisoners were dealt with. Following Shen Mo's orders, all the surrendered bandits were separated and held in guard. The rescued women, comforted by Yu Yunlu and several older female soldiers, finally mustered the courage to begin identifying the devils. Ultimately, more than 2/3 of the bandits were identified and beheaded on the spot. The bloody heads piled up into a small mountain, cruel but necessary, to serve as a warning to others and to comfort the souls of the dead. The remaining small number, mostly those who had been coerced recently, whose crimes were less serious, or who had reported the bandits, were punished with hard labor, mining iron or in the mountains. The woman Yu Meng was staring at was named Shi Hong. During the identification process, she had personally stoned to death a leader who had previously humiliated her, drawing everyone's attention. Yu Meng stayed by her side the entire time, his eyes never leaving her. Madam, has your brother fallen for that girl? Shun Mo asked Yu Yunlu. Maybe, Yu Yunlu said. Miss Chi Hong did not reject Yu Meng's enthusiasm. By the time all this was finished, it was already dawn. Eunuch Zhao and Scholar Niu arrived belatedly, escorted by a group of royal guards. Seeing the bandits' den reduced to ruins, the mountain of bandit corpses, and the rescued woman, Eunuch Zhao's face turned ashen, while Scholar Niu trembled with fear. Magistrate Shin, you certainly have some impressive skills, Eunuch Zhao said with an awkward smile. Thanks to my father-in-law's great blessings, the banditry has been quelled. I hope Your Excellency will report this truthfully to the court. By the way, a copy of the list of the seized items will be made later for Your Excellency to review and supervise. Shen Mo cupped his hands in greeting. You just wait, we'll find something on you sooner or later. Eunuch Zhao's lips twitched, and he nodded obsequiously. The top floor of the Forget Worry Tower. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, young Master Shin has wiped out the bandits of Black Mountain Stronghold. I heard that there were fewer than 10 casualties. In addition, young Master Shin has more and more experts by his side, with no fewer than 2 second-rate experts and 1 first-rate expert, Holy Envoy Zi Yuan reported. Okay, I understand. You don't need to be too deliberate. You continue to monitor. Just don't let anyone find out. 2 weeks later, a team of brightly armored messengers, carrying command flags aloft, sped to the county government office in Diancheng. Imperial decree has arrived. Magistrate Shen Mo of Diancheng County received the decree. Chapter 125 Promotion, The Smoke of War Rises. Everyone knelt down. The imperial eunuch unfolded the decree and read it aloud in a shrill voice. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Shen Mo, the magistrate of Diancheng County, is commendable for his loyalty and bravery, and possesses extraordinary wisdom and strategy. He led the righteous people in a valiant campaign against bandits, wiping out the formidable Black Mountain Stronghold bandits within 10 days, protecting the territory and its people, and achieving outstanding merit. Shen Mo is hereby promoted to the rank of 6th-ranked Defense Commissioner of Yanmen County, concurrently serving as the magistrate of Diancheng County, in charge of the military and political affairs of Jiuyuanqing, Libasheng, and other counties. He is granted 1,000 taels of silver and 100 bolts of silk. It is hoped that you will continue your efforts and live up to the emperor's expectations. This is the imperial decree. Defense Commissioner of Yanmen Commandery? In charge of both military and political affairs? The kneeling eunuch Zhao and Scholar Niu were struck dumb, their faces turning deathly pale. Shen Mo had suddenly become the true local tyrant of Dian City. No, he should be the local tyrant of the entire Yanmen prefecture, encompassing more than 10 cities. Your subject Shen Mo accepts the imperial decree and expresses his gratitude. Long live the emperor! Shen Mo kowtowed to express his gratitude, accepted the imperial edict and rewards, and saw off the eunuch who delivered the edict. Young Master, Shui'er, the most beautiful courtesan and maid of the Forget Worry Pavilion, requests an audience, reported the maid Shou Kuei. Let her in. My lord, my young lady invites you tonight. The maid Shui'er handed over a wax pill and then left. When the news of Shen Mo's promotion spread, the people cheered, their eyes filled with gratitude and respect. Thank you so much, sir, for ridding us of those damned Black Mountain bandits. Many of the rescued women knelt by the roadside, weeping and kowtowing in gratitude. After dinner, Shen Mo went to his study alone. He crushed a wax pill. Inside was a plain note with only 1 line of small writing. At 3/4 past high hour, in room number Bing of the Tianzi section of the Wanyu Tower. To go or not to go? It's probably worth 20,000 taels of silver. Shen Mo pondered for a moment, then decided to go. Shen Mo summoned Hua Muden, showed her the note, and whispered, Madam, please change into men's clothing and come with me. Yes, Hua Muden nodded. At 3:45 p.m., at the Forget Worry Pavilion. Inside room number C of the Heaven section, Xiao Yuer, dressed in a plain white dress, stood with her back to the door, gazing at the Qin White River outside. Miss, young Master Shen has arrived, said the maid Shui'er. Bring him in, Xiao Yuer said. Yes. The door opened, and the maid Shui'er led Shen Mo and Hua Muden, who was dressed as a man, into the room. Miss Yuer, it's been a long time. May I ask what brings you here? Shen Mo asked, getting straight to the point. Xiao Yuer turned around, her eyes falling on Shen Mo, then sweeping over the elegant Hua Muden beside him, and said softly, Young Master is indeed forgetful. 20,000 taels should have been enough by now, right? I wonder when you will redeem Yuer from her servitude. Young Master even takes his wife with him when he goes out. Yuer is truly envious of this sister.
My name is Hua Muden, from your inner chambers, sir. I have long heard of the unparalleled beauty of the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus sect, and seeing her today, I can confirm that her reputation is well deserved, Hua Muden said casually.
White Lotus sect? Holy Maiden? Shen Mo asked in surprise.
Sister Peony, my apologies. Compared to you, with your status as one of the 28 constellations of the Celestial Palace, my status is insignificant. Lord Shen is truly blessed.
Xiao Yuer chuckled.
Young master, there is no need to be nervous.
Today's invitation is to discuss the matter of Tangruji from Black Mountain Village.
You have done a good job of cleaning up our sect's mess and saved us a lot of trouble.
It was nothing, Miss Yuer, you're too kind. This is the Holy Maiden's token of our sect.
With this token, one can obtain intelligence or assistance from the White Lotus agents in various prefectures and cities within the Great Zhou territory.
Xiao Yuer placed a small black token on the table and pushed it toward Shen Mo. Intelligence? Aid? This is a good thing. Shen Mo didn't immediately take the token. He didn't know what Xiao Yuer was planning.
Young master, there is no need to worry. Yuer gave you the token only to express her gratitude for your kindness in cleaning up our sect, not to ask you to join our sect. Our sect operates according to its own rules and regulations, and we do not interfere with each other's affairs, as long as you do not stand in our way. Xiao Yuer explained when she saw that Shen Mo did not take the token. Young master, behind Zhao Lizi is Chao Jixian, the Grand Eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial.
Tang Ruji is Chao Jixian's adopted daughter and a traitor to our sect.
By killing Tang Ruji, you have cut off Chao Jixian's source of income and informants in the region. He will certainly not let this go.
Furthermore, Xiao Yuer paused for a moment, then continued, the Great Zhou is about to descend into chaos.
The southern barbarians, the northern Di, and the Mongol kingdom are all stirring up trouble.
Young master, you should make plans as soon as possible. Chao Jixian,
the Grand Eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial.
A powerful eunuch who holds immense influence in the court. This must be the backer behind Eunuch Zhao. Shen Mo guessed. How could she be so certain about the general trend of the world? Shen Mo decided to go back and ask Hua Muden about her understanding of the White Lotus sect. Does the Holy Maiden's statement represent your esteemed religion? Shen Mo asked in a deep voice. This represents myself. Young master is a smart and interesting person. This chaotic world may be different because of you. Keep the token safe. It's getting late. Farewell.
A complex look flashed in Xiao Yuer's eyes. After speaking, she got up and went back to her room without saying anything more.
Wait. Shen Mo called out.
Xiao Yuer paused, turning around to look at her. I have enough for the 1-year agreement with you, miss, and the 20,000 taels of silver for your redemption.
But as the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus sect, you shouldn't be short of that, right? Shen Mo brought up the old matter again.
A hint of a smile seemed to flash in Xiao Yuer's eyes.
Lord Shen is now the defense commissioner of Yanmen County. Do you still need those 20,000 taels?
As for the agreement, it's not too late to talk about it when you can truly gain a foothold in this chaotic world and become a regional warlord. After Xiao Yuer finished speaking, she drifted away and disappeared into the night, leaving only a faint fragrance.
Shen Mo picked up the black token on the table.
Hua Muden looked in the direction where Xiao Yuer had disappeared, her brows furrowing slightly. This woman is cunning and her martial arts are unfathomable. Husband, we cannot completely believe her words, nor can we completely disbelieve them.
The White Lotus sect's ambitions are far from small. Madam, how much do you know about the White Lotus sect? Shen Mo asked.
My lord, the White Lotus sect mainly exerts its influence through sections. It has sect gathering places in the Zhou dynasty, the northern Di, and the Mongol kingdom, and its influence is wide-ranging.
There are many sects, and its influence is slightly weaker than that of the Heavenly Immortal Palace.
At present, no country is under its control, but its strength should not be underestimated. Most countries are still under the control of our Heavenly Immortal Palace, Hua Muden introduced.
Understood, madam, let's go back. After saying that, Shen Mo followed Hua Muden back to the mansion in the city.
Now that he had become the prefect, he had a lot of things to do. For the next few days, Shen Mo was busy with official duties and training militia during the day, and at night he was assigned dual cultivation tasks by the ladies. As for the process, the joy was self-evident. The three of them are now top talents in technical theory, which allowed him to experience the ultimate in bliss. The effect was significant. He could indeed feel the warm current in his lower abdomen becoming more and more pronounced. It was said that after another month or so of practice, he would be able to reach the threshold of fourth-rate skill. In the words of Hua Muten, my husband's foundation is too weak. If it weren't for the miraculous nature of this technique and the help of us sisters, he would hardly have any sense of qi even if he practiced for 10 years.
One morning, Shen Mo had just gotten up.
The sound of horses' hooves approached, and a courier galloped in, holding a document. High, urgent dispatch. Border report. The northern barbarians have breached the pass and captured 3 cities in succession. The beacon fires have reached 100 miles away. All prefectures and counties must immediately declare martial law and conscript provisions and laborers to support the border army.
Chapter 125. The northern barbarians invade. The northern barbarians have broken through the pass? This news came like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned and speechless.
In recent years, the Great Zhou dynasty has been beset by internal and external troubles. Internally, bandits are rampant, while externally, the powerful northern D, southern Man, and Mongol kingdoms are eyeing it covetously. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the northern D have actually breached the pass and marched south. And their advance is overwhelming. They have captured 3 cities in quick succession, and the flames of war are almost reaching Yanmen County.
What does this mean?
It means that the court's main focus will be drawn to the northern barbarians, and it will be unable to attend to the bandits in the inland prefectures and counties in the short term. It means that there may be more defeated soldiers and refugees coming. It means that the situation is 10 times worse, 100 times worse.
Shen Mo began to feel uneasy. Is this true? Eunuch Zhao's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he asked in a shrill voice.
Absolutely true. The military situation is urgent. Please make a decision as soon as possible.
The courier dismounted and handed Shen Mo the urgent report document stamped with the Ministry of War's sealing wax.
The northern D army is pressing in.
The forces of Dian City are barely enough to deal with bandits, let alone the northern D cavalry. It's like adding insult to injury. Shen Moshin's heart sank to the bottom. Eunuch Zhao.
The military situation is urgent. The northern barbarians are approaching. The most pressing task is to concentrate all our forces to protect the borders and the people, raise military funds, and support the border troops. If anyone engages in internal strife and obstructs military operations for personal gain, do not blame me for acting according to military law and executing them first and reporting later.
Shen Mo looked at Eunuch Zhao and Scholar Niu, who should be called Master Niu, now reinstated, and said sternly.
The 2 men trembled with fright, breaking out in a cold sweat, and repeatedly said, "We dare not." Shen Mo is now a 6th rank official, while they are an 8th rank and a 9th rank official, like heaven and earth.
Prefect Shen is absolutely right.
Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Military affairs must take precedence.
Eunuch Zhao was stunned by Shen Mo's sudden aura.
His lips trembled twice before he finally spoke. He can still distinguish between national righteousness and personal grudges. Besides, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Right now, he only wants to save his own life. He has no time to worry about tripping up Shen Mo.
Lord Niu, what do you think? Shen Mo asked Niu Zhupu.
You're right, sir, Niu Zhupu quickly replied. Anyone who causes trouble or disrupts order again will be severely punished.
Shen Mo said.
Thank you for your hard work.
Please report back immediately. Governor Shen Mo of Yanmen County has received military orders and will do his utmost to procure provisions, prepare defenses, and support the border troops.
Shen Mo said to the courier. Xiao Shang, please return to the county office immediately, gather all the clerks who are still able to handle matters, and take inventory of the grain, silver, and military equipment in the treasury, and register them. At the same time, post notices to reassure the people and stabilize public sentiment, Shen Mo said to the clerk who had previously helped his wife get out of prison, now his secretary. I'll take care of it right away, said the clerk, Xiao Zhang, as he walked out. After arranging matters in the city, Shen Mo rode back to the village at full speed.
The news of the Northern D invasion needed to be disseminated immediately so that preparations could be made. Prince's mansion. Why is the Northern D attacking at this time?
Princess, it's all over, a maid exclaimed in panic. Xiao Hua, don't panic so much, Xiao Yu Wang said calmly. She said in a deep voice, my father and brother should be back soon.
Princess, how can you not be worried at all?
Those are the northern barbarians. They've already breached 3 cities. The maid said with a mournful face.
Xiao Yuhuang continued feeding the fish in the pond. As soon as Shen Mo returned to the village, he immediately gathered a large group of people. His father-in-law, the village heads, Wang Dezhuan, and all his wives and concubines held a meeting in the main hall. Everyone knows the situation. Beset by internal and external troubles, the imperial court cannot spare any troops. We have no way out and no reinforcements. We can only rely on ourselves, Shen Mo said solemnly. Isa, you come from the west. Do you know how strong the northern barbarians are? What are their common tactics? Shen Mo asked Isa. The northern barbarian cavalry are formidable. They wield bows and swords. They are fast and love to plunder. They are relatively weak in sieges, but if they have enough troops, they will use prisoners to drive the enemy forward and weaken the defenders. However, they are no match for our Amobian army. Our musketeer and artillery companies can easily take them down, Isa laughed. I don't know about technological superiority, but the main point is that there are no cannons here. Shen Mo was speechless. Shen Mo could only turn to Hua Muden. Madam, the heavenly immortal palace is well informed. Do you know approximately how many Northern D troops there are? And who is their commander? According to sources, the force heading south this time is likely the Northern D Left-wise King's army, with an advanced cavalry of about 5,000, followed by no less than 20,000 infantry. The main force is heading towards the capital, but our area is very likely to become the target of their rear troops plundering our supplies, Hua Muden said after a moment of contemplation. 5,000 cavalry. 20,000 infantry. Everyone gasped. The original garrisons of all the cities in Yanmen Commandery, plus all the forces Shen Mo could muster, probably numbered less than 5,000 capable of fighting. With such a large manpower shortage, how can we defend this? Yu Meng asked. We have to hold on, even if we can't. We'll risk our old lives if necessary. Yu Taizhan said through gritted teeth. We can't fight head-on. We must strengthen our forces as quickly as possible. We need to speed up the preparations we've made. Shen Mo said to the group. Yun Lu, you will lead the team. Starting tomorrow, increase the hunting efforts and stockpile as much meat and fur as possible. Ruyan, you are in charge of registering and allocating all the supplies. Spend all the money to buy grain, cloth, and other supplies, distribute the rations in a unified manner, and implement a rationing system. Third sister, take a few clever women with you to take care of the wounded and comfort the elderly and weak. Ru Shui, Ru Shuang, you sisters, lead the people to quickly gather medicinal herbs and prepare wound medicine and anti-epidemic medicine. Inger, Muden, you two are highly skilled in martial arts. You will be responsible for training an elite squad to learn how to use crossbows and the new equipment I'm going to get next. Isa, you and I, let's focus all our efforts on attacking the cannons. Great, darling, I like this, Isa said with a smile. Father-in-law, village head, Wang Dezhuan, you are responsible for organizing all able-bodied men, including reliable ones among the refugees, to intensify training and strengthen the defensive fortifications of the villages and county town. Dig trenches and set traps. Xing grew. You will stay by Ruyan's side for now and help her get familiar with the situation. She nodded gently and obediently. Yes, my husband. Peony, there's one more thing I need you to keep an eye on. Send some scouts to gather information about the Northern D, and also use the resources of the Celestial Palace to keep an eye on their movements, Shen Mo solemnly instructed Peony. Another half-month passed. During this time, small groups of Northern D troops frequently raided Yanmen County, but fortunately, every city now had a musket company, so there were not too many casualties. My lord, according to reports from our palace spies, several hundred Northern D cavalry are heading towards Dian City. Chapter 126 The Great Zhou changes hands. Hua Muden had just finished speaking. Report. A scout covered in blood rushed into the Shen family prefectural government office, kneeling on one knee. My lord. The elite cavalry of the northern barbarians are less than 30 miles from my Dian City. All the villages along the way are wiped out. How many enemy soldiers are there? What is their marching speed? Tell me in detail. Shen Mo asked hurriedly. There were about a few hundred men, all light cavalry. One man on 2 horses. They were incredibly fast. The enemy centurion, Batel, was leading the charge. Of our entire squad, only I managed to crawl back. Sir, the border has probably really fallen. These D-dogs have stormed in from the border, acting with impunity all the way. The scout gasped for breath, his eyes filled with fear. The border has fallen? Everyone's hearts sank further. This meant that the main force of the northern barbarians might have already advanced deep into the territory. 500 light cavalry dare to kick down the gates of my Dian city? Husband, give me 100 crossbowmen, and I'll go out of the city and chop these barbarian dogs to pieces. Husband, I heard that Grand Secretary Lin personally led the troops. How could the border have been breached? Hua Mutant asked suspiciously. But the fact that the Northern D light cavalry had entered meant that the border had indeed been breached, or at least the city gates had been breached. Sister, you mustn't. Lu Ruyan urgently stopped her. How could our militia be a match for us in open battle? Defending the city is the best strategy. Sister is absolutely right. But the court these days, alas.
Shui Yinger hesitated, clearly aware of the chaotic news coming from the capital from within the palace. The emperor was incompetent, the princes were restless, and reinforcements were probably out of the question. There's still time to prepare some feed for the 30-mile journey. Cloud deer. Exist. Have Brother Meng lay thunderbolts on the official road, especially the narrow section in the Black Pine Forest, and go there quickly. Okay. Yu Yunlu immediately went to find her brother. ISA, musketeers, moved to the North Gate Tower. On command. The sound of horns blared, and the hoofbeats of the northern barbarians grew ever closer.
Shenemo and the women, clad in armor, ascended the building. The musketeers were already in position.
The northern D cavalry roared in, their ranks already somewhat scattered, many killed by the deafening thunderbolts. They still appeared to have around 300 riders remaining.
Batel, the chieftain of the northern barbarians, was enraged and led his troops to attack the city. Crossbowmen and musketeers, get ready. Wait for them to enter the trap zone. Shen Mo shouted. Crossbows fired in unison.
In the first probing attack, the D people left behind more than 20 corpses and retreated in disarray. The northern barbarian commander coldly observed the situation, then immediately dispatched his troops to right and shoot along the city walls, suppressing the defending soldiers so much that they could not raise their heads.
That won't do, Peony, gentle, you two throw out a few thunderclap bombs. Boom! The enemy's ears rang, and their war horses bolted.
Many were killed or wounded in the explosion.
Isha! Quickly, let them fire! Shen Mo ordered.
The muskets roared, and several D soldiers fell from their horses. The power of the muskets momentarily stunned the northern D cavalry. However, the northern barbarian commander's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared intently at the musketeers. Batel, the commander of the northern barbarian cavalry, pointed his scimitar directly at the musketeers. The remaining 300 or so cavalrymen launched a fierce attack on the north gate.
Protect the musketeers! Shen Mo shouted. The battle instantly intensified, with arrows, rolling logs and boulders, and thunderclaps mingling with blood. Husband! The city gates are about to collapse. Lu Ruyan reported urgently. Ignite it! Throw the thunderbolts down quickly. Boom! Boom! The booming sounds continued. The earth shook violently. The preset gunpowder charges exploded beneath the city.
The northern D cavalry were instantly engulfed, their formation collapsed, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Batel was thrown off by the frightened horse. Gazing at the hellish scene, he cried out in shock, "Divine punishment?" This was the second time he had seen this sight. Taking advantage of the situation, Shen Mo led his troops out of the city to attack, and the northern D were defeated. Batel fled in panic. As the troops retreated back to the city, the smoke of battle had not yet cleared when a fast horseman galloped in from the south with an urgent report. "My lord! Something terrible has happened. The main force of the northern barbarians has breached the border. They are heading straight for the capital. Grand Secretary Lin has been killed in battle, and tens of thousands have been slaughtered on the border." No sooner had he finished speaking than another courier horse galloped up, drenched in sweat. The courier said, "Sir, a great upheaval has occurred in the capital. Prince Suqing, in league with the White Lotus sect, has murdered the emperor." "Emperor Wen has died. Prince Suqing has declared himself emperor. Prince Yu is raising an army to punish the rebels." The news stunned everyone. The emperor was dead? A prince had rebelled? The White Lotus sect was involved? The heavens of the Great Zhou dynasty collapsed in an instant. King Suqing, White Lotus sect, Prince Yu. Lu Ruyan murmured to herself, her face as pale as paper. King Suching has actually declared himself king. Refugees are about to flood in from the border. As planned, send a small team out of the city to scout and guide the refugees.
Brother, you lead the team.
Yes.
Yu Meng replied.
Dazhuang, have someone rush to repair the city gates tonight, and bring all the villagers into the city.
Liuxi village is not safe now either, Shen Mo instructed Wang Dazhuang. Alright, Brother Mo.
For the next 2 weeks, Shen Mo had people build houses in the city while speeding up the purchase of supplies. Business was really bad now. There were hardly any customers at the milk tea shop, and the alcohol was also not selling well. Shen Mo's army reached a size of tens of thousands, with the musketeer team alone numbering as many as 500. One day, a massive influx of refugees arrived.
Shen Mo rushed to the south gate. Upon reaching the city wall, one could see a dense, dark mass of refugees surging forth like a tidal wave.
Further away, northern D cavalrymen roamed, hunting down any who were left behind.
Open the city gates. Set up soup kitchens. Rescue the refugees. Isha, Yinlu, you will each lead the musketeer team and the crossbow team to drive away the D cavalry. Shen Mo ordered.
The roar of muskets startled the D soldiers once again, allowing the refugees to pour in.
Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from below the city.
A man dressed in eunuch's robes, with an arrogant expression, walked up, surrounded by a group of palace guards, with Eunuch Zhao following behind him.
Lord Shen, why don't you pay your respects to Eunuch Ma?
He's currently a favorite of the new emperor, said Eunuch Zhao from the side.
This humble official greets Eunuch Ma. Greetings, Lord Shen. The imperial edict has arrived. Shen Mo, prefect of Yanmen County, received the decree immediately. Eunuch Ma said with a polite greeting.
Your subject, Shen Mo, receives the imperial decree, Shen Mo said, bowing. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have heard that Shen Mo, the prefect of Yanmen Commandery, defeated the northern D vanguard with a small force, thus displaying the might of our army.
I am greatly pleased.
Therefore, I hereby bestow upon him a certain amount of gold, silver, and silk to reward the 3 armies. Eunuch Ma paused, then continued. I have heard that Prefect Shen is skilled in craftsmanship, producing sharp firearms and fine wines that are truly national treasures and a blessing to the country.
I am greatly pleased.
I hereby decree that Shen Mo immediately submit the secret methods for making firearms and fine wines to the Ministry of Works for record keeping, without any errors. I hereby appoint Shen Mo as the director of the Qingli division of the Ministry of Works, a 5th rank official, in charge of the Ministry of Works. Upon receiving this decree, Shen Mo is to immediately resign and hand over his post, and proceed to the capital to assume his new responsibilities without delay.
This is my decree. Eunuch Ma unfolded the imperial edict and read it aloud in a shrill voice. Lord Shen, no, Physician Shen, congratulations on your promotion.
It's a great honor from His Majesty. This is a prestigious official position in the capital that many people would kill for.
The guards I brought will escort you on your immediate journey. As for your family, they can move to the capital later.
Eunuch Ma said with a smile.
Your Majesty, I thank you for your great kindness. However, there are many refugees at the moment. May I settle them first, and then?
Shen Mo said in a deep voice after receiving the imperial edict.
Lord Shen. Eunuch Ma interrupted sharply, stepping forward. Do you intend to defy the imperial decree? His Majesty's decree is immediately. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've made some minor contributions.
If you say another word, it will be considered disobeying the imperial decree, and these guards behind me can execute you on the spot as ordered.
Fighting head-on is a dead end. We must stall. What to do, what to do?
This Prince Suching is clearly up to no good.
I've got it. Shen Mo thought of a plan. Your Excellency. I would never dare to disobey His Majesty's decree. But there are so many refugees.
If I leave now, the refugees will be thrown into chaos.
If His Majesty blames us, who can bear the responsibility?
It is not that I am afraid of losing my life, but that I am thinking of the country.
I beg Your Excellency to grant me one more night. Just one night.
After these refugees are settled, I will immediately set off for the capital with Your Excellency tomorrow morning, without any hesitation.
Shen Mo said sincerely.
Lord Shen's words make sense. If I were to force people away and cause a rebellion among the refugees, given the prince's tyrannical nature, I would definitely suffer the consequences.
Besides, it's only for one night, so let it go. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Ma's eyes shifted uncertainly.
Thinking of this, Eunuch Ma snorted coldly, humph.
Eloquent tongue. Very well, I'll give you one night.
If you're not ready to depart by Chinchur 9 a.m. tomorrow, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Treat it as disobeying an imperial decree, and execute me without mercy. Let's go.
After dismissing the eunuch, Shen Mo's face instantly darkened.
Husband, this is clearly Lu Ruyan said anxiously.
I know, Shen Mo interrupted her, it's just playing along.
Peony, what do you think we should do next?
If I go, I'll be squeezed dry and then I'll be done for. Now that I think about it, the one who kidnapped me that day was probably the son of this Suqing king.
Shen Mo frantically calculated in his mind. Just then, a pigeon flew in. Peony took the small note from the pigeon's leg, opened it, and her face lit up with joy. Madam, what's the matter? You seem so happy.
Husband, you don't need to go to the capital.
Chapter 127 From Princess to Princess. My lord. Breaking news.
His Highness Prince Yu, in alliance with the White Lotus sect army, has decisively defeated Prince Suqing within the capital.
Prince Suqing has been executed.
Prince Yu has announced to the world that he will soon ascend the throne and change the era name to Dingendot.
The news is getting more and more shocking. The Prince of Suqing has been defeated so quickly? Prince Yu has succeeded? And he's even going to declare himself emperor? The princess has become a princess? The young prince has become the crown prince? Why is the White Lotus sect sometimes aligned with Prince Suqing and sometimes with Prince Yu?
Shen Mo asked. My lord, I suspect that the White Lotus sect used Prince Suqing from the beginning, but actually supported Prince Yu, Huang Yuden said, expressing her guess. The northern barbarians are the ones who should be having a major headache right now. The next day at noon, at the prefectural governor's residence.
Lord Shen, shall we depart now? I have given you ample time. Do you intend to disobey the imperial decree? Eunuch Ma asked sternly.
Father-in-law, almost there. I'll finish settling the refugees in an hour at most, Shen Mo said hurriedly, though he was thinking to himself, why isn't he here yet? Speak of the devil and he appears. Just then, the sound of hooves came from outside the door, and a man dismounted and shouted, My lord!
Shocking news!
A major upheaval has occurred in the capital. Prince Yu, in alliance with the White Lotus sect army, breached the imperial city last night.
Prince Suqing has been killed.
Prince Yu has announced to the world that he will soon ascend the throne and change the era name to Dingendot.
What? His Majesty has passed away? Prince Yu. Eunuch Ma was horrified, his face turning deathly pale. Eunuch, it seems we can't return to the capital for the time being. Why don't we rest at the manor for a few days? Shen Mo glanced at Eunuch Ma and said calmly. How could Eunuch Ma dare to object? He repeatedly agreed and was led away. He's already planned to run away tonight. He doesn't even know how to spell death if he goes back to Beijing. A few days later.
Husband, those two fathers-in-law, surnamed Ma and Zhao, tried to escape, but they were caught by our guards, Yu Yuli told Shen Mo.
Send more people. Deal with these two after the new court issues its decree.
Another half-month passed. My lord, news from the capital. The Northern D army has indeed retreated, and the siege of the capital has been lifted.
Huang Yuden handed Shen Mo a newly received official report. Oh? It said that His Majesty personally led the expedition, and together with the White Lotus sect, they fought a bloody battle for half a month and repelled a powerful enemy?
Shen Mo quickly glanced at the text, raising an eyebrow slightly. My lord, Huang Yuden continued, according to reports from our spies in the Northern D region, the situation may be more complicated. The main reason for the retreat of the Northern D's main force may not be the strength of the capital's garrison. Rather, it is because the Mongol Empire launched a large-scale southward invasion, attacking the Northern D's rear and plundering a large number of cattle, sheep, and people. I have also heard that an army of unknown origin and strangely equipped has landed from the sea. It is not large in number, but its combat power is extremely strong.
Its tactics are unpredictable.
It specifically targets the Northern D's supply and logistics convoys, burning, killing, and looting them before retreating. This leaves the Northern D attacked from both sides and exhausted.
It's understandable that Mongolia is taking advantage of the chaos. But where does this maritime force come from? Japan? Korea? Or somewhere even further away? By the way, what do they look like? Shen Mo pondered, a guess forming in his mind. I heard they are blonde and blue-eyed.
Their appearance completely caught the Northern D off guard and disrupted their plans. The Northern D royal court was worried about losing their stronghold, so they had no choice but to order their main force to return to reinforce it, said Hua Muten.
I think I have a guess. ISA, is it possible that you are from your Amobian side? Shen Mo asked ISA. Darling, I don't know either. In many countries next to our Amobian, everyone is blonde and blue-eyed, ISA said.
Peony, have someone follow up on this matter again, Shen Mo instructed Peony.
Yes, my husband, there is one more thing. The White Lotus sect has been officially designated as the state religion.
Also, I heard that the Princess Xiao Yu Wang, will be setting off back to the capital soon, Hua Muten said. The next day, a group of people arrived at the Shen residence. The man who arrived was middle-aged, dressed in a dark blue brocade official robe, with a gold-embroidered leather belt around his waist, and a silver fish-shaped pouch and a jade pendant with dragon patterns bestowed by the emperor. Upon seeing Shen Mo, he bowed and said, "Prefect Shen, it's been a long time. I have come on His Majesty's orders to deliver a decree."
Manager Zhong, oh no, Lord Zhong, you've worked hard. Please take a seat. Shen Mo returned the greeting.
A new emperor brings a new court. Who would have thought that the former steward of the young prince's mansion would now be a high-ranking official? Lord Zhong unfolded the silk scroll and proclaimed in a loud voice, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Prefect Shen, outnumbered but outgunned, decisively defeated the vanguard of the northern barbarians, displaying the might of our army.
We are greatly pleased.
The northern barbarians are rampant, and the border still needs to be secured. Therefore, Shen Mo is hereby appointed as the director of the Arsenal Department of the Ministry of War, a fifth-rank official, holding a nominal position in the capital, while retaining the actual title of Prefect of Yanmen, overseeing all border defenses and the people's livelihood, and training troops to resist the barbarians.
The remnants of the former dynasty's eunuchs are to be executed immediately. This is the imperial decree.
Your subject, Shen Mo, thanks your majesty for your great favor. I will do my utmost to defend our land and resist the D, in order to repay your majesty's kindness."
Shen Mo solemnly accepted the imperial decree. To appreciate the same thing twice. That's something else entirely.
Lord Zhong smiled and nodded, then leaned close to Shen Mo's ear and whispered, "His Highness the Crown Prince asked me to convey this message. Brother Shen, I'm much busier than before, exhausted, and so bored.
Give me 20 muskets and 20 thunderclaps as well.
I will stay in Dian City for another 3 days, Lord Shen."
Is 3 days enough for the Crown Prince's instructions?
Lord Zhong asked.
That's enough. I will come back to collect it in 3 days.
The princess will also return to the capital in 3 days.
I will not disturb you any longer. Farewell, Lord Shen.
After saying this, Lord Zhong left the Shen residence.
Eunuch Xiao, Eunuch Ma, say goodbye to them. Shen Mo instructed Yu Meng before walking to the backyard.
ISA was pregnant, Yu Yunlu was pregnant, and Hua Muten was pregnant. Now, the only ones who weren't pregnant were Yan Rushui and Su Qingru, as well as Xiao Tao and Yan Rushuang, who hadn't consummated their marriage. 3 days later, in the morning, at the prince's residence, now known as the Crown Prince's residence. "Your Highness, the new emperor has ascended the throne, and you, as the eldest princess, are of noble status.
You will be returning to the capital in a few days.
I have heard that the palace is magnificent and extremely luxurious. Why have you been so cheerful these past few days?" The maid Xiuhua inserted a golden phoenix hairpin into Xiao Youwang's hair and looked at her mistress in the mirror, whose face was stunning but whose brows were full of sorrow, and asked softly,
"Noble?
It's just a bigger, more luxurious cage.
I don't really like the confinement there."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuwang brushed her fingertips across the golden hairpin and sighed softly.
"This journey will be long and arduous. My father has just ascended the throne, and there are many complicated matters to attend to.
As the eldest princess, I will likely have to stay in the Deep Palace. It will be difficult to return to this state."
Xiao Yuhuang paused, looked out the window, and thought of that person from that night. Is your Highness reluctant to leave the scenery of Dian City? Or is it reluctant to leave someone?
Xiuhua, a trusted confidant and personal maid, who was to accompany the princess on her marriage, understood her mistress's thoughts and probed. Xiao Yuwang blushed slightly, but did not deny it, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. "So what if I can't bear to part with him?
He's surrounded by beautiful women now."
"How could your Highness possibly lower yourself to compete with those women for his favor and become one of his concubines, who knows how many? The dignity of the royal family and the decorum of the court cannot tolerate such absurdity. Even if he were to become the imperial son-in-law and divorce his wives and concubines, he certainly wouldn't agree.
Xiao He, do you think there are any other solutions? She smiled self-deprecatingly. Your Highness. Xiao He was about to speak.
Just then, another maid respectfully announced from outside the door, "Your Highness, the carriage is ready and we can depart for the capital at any time.
Lord Shinemo is waiting outside the mansion to see you off."
Xiao Yuewang's heart skipped a beat, a mixture of bitterness and anticipation welling up inside her.
She calmly replied, "I understand.
Please wait a moment, Lord Shin.
I will be there immediately."
Your Highness, I know a way to solve what you just mentioned, Xiaohe said quickly. Tell me quickly, what method? Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and she grabbed the arm of the maid Xiaohe and asked.
Your Highness, please be gentle, you're hurting me. The solution is. Chapter 128 The Princess's Farewell Gift.
If Lord Shin can reach the position of a duke of a different surname, then His Majesty can naturally agree to betroth Your Highness to him.
Do you know how difficult this is? How easy is it for a duke to talk about it?
Xiao Yuhuang shook her head and sighed when she heard this.
Your Highness, things can be accomplished by human effort. It's better than you being so secretly sad and hopeless right now.
Besides, I think that Lord Shin may not be entirely indifferent to Your Highness.
Your Highness, I think there is a chance.
A few months ago, Lord Shin was just a scholar without a rank, but now he is a 5th rank official.
Your Highness, think about it.
If Lord Shin can achieve great things and be ennobled as an earl, a marquis, or even a duke, his status will be completely different. Although there are precedents in our dynasty, there are exceptions. If someone has outstanding achievements, it is not impossible for His Majesty to grant a duke permission to marry a princess and allow him to keep his original wives and concubines. Xiao He continued. Yes, if he were no longer that insignificant 5th rank official, if he could really reach that level, wouldn't the two of them have a chance? Xiao Yuhuang was completely stunned, her heart pounding wildly.
I understand, Xiaohe.
Tell Xiaoqing to come in and help me change, Xiao Yuhuang said, snapping out of her daze.
Yes, Your Highness.
Xiao Yuhuang stood before the bronze mirror, while her two maids, Xiaohe and Xiaoqing, tied a crimson gold brocade ribbon around her neck. The ribbon crossed in front of her chest and tied into a knot at her back, securing her long dress high above her bust line, making her appear tall and slender. Over her was a double-layered, wide-sleeved, crimson robe embroidered with large, intertwined peonies in dark gold thread, which extended from her shoulders to the hem of her skirt. Her dress was vermilion red, covered with gold thread embroidery depicting 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Your Highness, today we will surely ensure that Lord Shin remembers the princess's brilliance, the maid Xiaohe whispered in praise. Let's go, Xiaohe, Xiaoqing, let's go out and not keep Lord Shin waiting. Xiao Yuhuang nodded slightly and walked outside. Please inform His Highness the Crown Prince, Lord Zhong, that in addition to the 20 muskets I have prepared, I will add 10 more.
60 thunderbolts. 500 lead bullets. Please keep them safe, my lord. Shinemo had just finished his official business.
At this moment, Xiao Yuhuang came out, and Shinemo was captivated by her beauty. She wasn't wearing a veil, and was dressed in her finest attire. Shinemo, dressed in the official robes of a prefect, stood beside the carriage, followed by attendants carrying several brocade boxes. Shinemo stepped forward and bowed, saying, Your subject, Shinemo, respectfully sees off Her Highness the Princess.
May Your Highness enjoy good health and a safe journey. Rise, Minister Shen. I am grateful for your care during my stay.
Xiao Yuhuang subconsciously straightened her back, her heart inexplicably racing.
This is my duty, Your Highness, you flatter me. Shinemo stood up and gestured for his attendants to present the brocade box.
Your Highness's journey back to the capital is long, so I have prepared some small gifts to express my gratitude.
I hope Your Highness will not refuse. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over the brocade box. Oh? What is this?
Your Highness is about to return to the capital, and these are some trinkets that I have gathered.
Shinemo opened the first box, which contains several exquisite glass bottles filled with liquids of different colors. This item is called perfume. I obtained it by chance.
Take its essence and apply a little to your body, and you will smell fragrant all day long. Shinemo opened the second box, which contains several items wrapped in oil paper. This is scented soap, used for cleansing the face and body.
It is more delicate and gentle than soapberry and also has a pleasant fragrance.
Xiao Yuhuang felt a warmth in her heart and nodded gently. Lord Shin is too kind.
I will accept it.
Your Highness, please wait, I have another courtesy to offer, Shinemo said hastily. After Xiao Yu Wang finished speaking, she boarded the carriage and lifted the curtain, saying, "Oh, young Master Shen, please bring it here."
"Princess, may I come closer to speak?" Shen Mo asked softly.
I didn't want to either, but the lady said this thing is really good.
They insisted that I send it. "Lord Shen, come here." Xiao Yu Wang beckoned.
The carriage curtain fell, and the carriage slowly started moving. Xiao Minghuan leaned against the carriage wall, gently clutching a dragon and phoenix jade pendant she had prepared long ago but ultimately failed to give away, and let out a barely audible sigh. A newly developed set of intimate apparel, perhaps more comfortable than what's in the palace, is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope the princess won't find it offensive, Shen Mo said softly as he approached Xiao Yu Wang.
Upon hearing the words underwear, Xiao Yu Wang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger.
Through the curtain, she spat out, You lecherous scoundrel. Always getting your hands on these shameful things. Xiao He, accept Lord Shen's gift and go downstairs.
Lord Shen, come up here for a moment.
I have some things to ask you privately, Xiao Yu Wang said to Shen Mo. Shen Mo got into the car as instructed, and Xiao He immediately got out, leaving only the two of them in the car. Lord Shen, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince now relies heavily on you. The matter of firearms is of great importance. If you can achieve new merits, it will greatly benefit both the country and yourself.
The court will certainly not treat you unfairly. We do not know when we will meet again. If you have time, you can write a letter to the capital.
In short, you must prioritize your safety and not fail the Emperor's grace.
You may leave now. After speaking with her head down, Xiao Yu Wang was about to send the person away. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness.
I will certainly be careful.
If there's nothing else, I will. Shen Mo was about to take his leave. Boom!
A loud crash came from afar, startling the horses pulling the cart, which reared up and charged forward.
Ah!
Xiao Yu Wang exclaimed in surprise, her body losing control and lurching forward. Shen Mo, who had just stood up, was also knocked down by the enormous inertia. A warm and soft touch suddenly came to my lips. The two froze instantly, their pupils dilating as they stared incredulously at each other, who were so close together.
Time seemed to stand still. Caught off guard, Shen Mo could feel Xiao Yu Wang's breathing. From childhood to adulthood, has anyone ever dared to desecrate her like this?
Only Shen Molai, plus last time, but both of these times were accidents.
Xiao Yu Wang's mind went blank.
The unfamiliar male scent on her lips made her weak in the knees, and she momentarily forgot to push him away.
Shen Mo was also stunned.
The girl's almond-shaped eyes, so close to his, were wide open, filled with panic and confusion, which was rather endearing. He subconsciously pursed his lips.
Wah!
Xiao Yu Wang snapped out of her daze, shoved Shen Mo aside, and slumped back onto the cushion. Her pretty face, along with her earlobes and snow-white neck, turned pink.
How dare you!
Xiao Yu Wang hurriedly wiped her lips with her sleeve, blushing and angry.
Shen Mo stumbled from the push.
Seeing the princess's ashamed and indignant expression, her eyes brimming with tears, he quickly bowed and explained, Princess, please forgive me.
I had no intention.
It was just the carriage bumping, it was purely an accident. Xiao Yu Huang grew angrier the more she listened. Just then, the commotion outside the carriage subsided.
The coachman and guards finally managed to control the frightened horse. Your Highness! Are you all right?
The horse was startled just now, are you hurt? Xiaoyi's anxious voice rang out from outside the carriage.
Chapter 129 New Type of Bra. No, I'm fine. Xiao Yu Wang said, glaring at Shen Mo. What are you standing there for? Get down here now. Shen Mo quickly replied, Yes, I will go down now.
Princess, you have been frightened, please rest well.
You lecherous scoundrel, you bastard, Xiao Yu Wang muttered under her breath.
But Xiaoyi's words flashed through her mind, if he could be granted a title, or even a dukehood, perhaps His Majesty would grant him special permission. Lord Shen, are you all right? The head guard asked with concern as he stepped forward.
It's all right.
Increase security and ensure the safety of the princess's carriage. Send someone to the testing ground immediately and tell them that next time they test a new vehicle, they must clear the area and give prior notice. If they frighten the VIP's horse again, I'll deduct his wages.
Shen Mo instructed Wang Dezhuang. Yes.
The team regrouped and set off again.
Xiao Yu Wang looked at the maid Xiaoha beside her. After a long silence, she finally asked in a low voice, Xiaoha, do you think he can really reach that level? A duke? How much merit would that require? Although the world is not at peace now, this is still too. Xiaohe quickly whispered, Your Highness, anything is possible with human effort.
Lord Shen's ability to create such a divine object as the thunderclap is already a remarkable achievement. I've heard that the muskets and the flying kites were also made by Lord Shen. Your Highness, with the northern barbarians and bandits still at large, there will always be opportunities for him to make a name for himself.
Yes, that man seems to have a knack for turning lead into gold and the rotten into the miraculous.
Perhaps there really is hope? Xiao Yuan's eyes flickered. A few days later, in Shen Mo's study one night.
Husband, why don't you go to Ru Shuang's room today? Lu Ruyan said as she poured tea for Shen Mo and tidied his desk. Her lower abdomen was already slightly protruding. Sister Ruyan, your pulse is fine. Just make sure you get plenty of rest, Yan Rushue said after taking your pulse. Dual cultivation is beneficial for conditioning a weak body.
My husband and I cultivate together once every 2 days, but for some reason, among the sisters, I am the only one who has not yet become pregnant.
Yan Rushue's eyes were filled with a hint of disappointment and envy.
Ruyan, your health is the most important thing.
Let's call it a day and get some rest.
After saying that, Shen Mo walked towards Yan Rushuang's room. I thought that with the change of dynasties, the 3-year KPI would stop, but it's still the same. They even changed it to officials being treated the same as ordinary people, with the same tasks. So recently, besides handling official business, I've spent most of my energy on dual cultivation with the women, and the results are remarkable.
Shen Mo was speechless when he thought about this. Ru Shui, you should get some rest too. Yes, I'll listen to my husband. Yan Rushue nodded obediently. Shen Mo gently pushed open Yan Rushuang's door.
The young girl was putting on her makeup in front of the mirror, clearly having waited for a long time. Upon seeing Shen Mo enter, she immediately lowered her head shyly, her ears turning red.
Husband.
Yan Rushuang, who was usually lively, was extremely nervous now that it was finally her turn.
Don't be afraid.
Shen Mo walked over, took the wooden comb from her hand, and helped her comb her cascading black hair. The red candles flickered, and the young girl, newly blessed, cried sweetly, her voice filled with a blissful shyness that was not for outsiders to know.
After their lovemaking had just ended, Yan Rushuang nestled in Shen Mo's arms and whispered, Husband, will this give us children?
Shen Mo gently stroked Yan Rushuang's hair. It's difficult to do it all at once, there's no rush.
No, my husband, I want to do it a few more times. Shen Mo. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger.
A few days later, when it was Xiao Tao's turn, the girl was even more nervous. She had served Shen Mo since she was a child and had the deepest feelings for him, but she had never thought that one day she could really become his woman.
Young master, I. Xiao Tao could barely speak. Still calling me young master? Shen Mo chuckled and pinched her cheek.
Husband, Xiao Tao whispered, burying her face in Shen Mo's arms.
After everything fell into place, Xiao Tao hugged Shen Mo's arm, smiling and murmuring, Am I dreaming?
Xiao Tao has really become my husband's woman.
Yes, madam, it's not a dream.
Shen Mo hugged her tightly, his heart filled with tenderness. The first person he met, and the last person he consummated his marriage with, was Xiao Tao, the first person he saw in this strange world. A few days later, Shen Mo and the women were doing accounts in the study when Isa walked in carrying a plate of freshly baked pastries. She was wearing a long dress.
Honey, try my new invention.
The women's eyes were instantly drawn to her, especially to the outline of her bulging, close-fitting clothes, which were faintly visible under the light.
Sister Isa, your figure is becoming more and more eye-catching. Is it possible that what you're wearing underneath is too small? Lu Ruyan said with a silly smile. Isa didn't understand. Shen Mo translated it for her.
Isa puffed out her chest smugly, I can't fit into this bra anymore, it hurts.
Husband, what did my sister say? Yan Rushuang asked. Shen Mo and the female translators. After hearing Shen's translation, the women blushed. How could I forget this? It's all here.
Shen Mo remembered that he had given some to the princess last time, and had recently made some new designs.
What did you remember, my husband? Cui Inger asked curiously. Think of the good things that make you more comfortable and more beautiful. Ruyan, have the designs I gave you last time, and the things I asked you to have made, been finished? Shen Mo asked Lu Ruyan. Husband, are you referring to those special styles of undergarments? Lu Ruyan asked. Yes, it's all done.
Then take it out, Shen Mo instructed. Soon, Lu Ruyan was followed by several maids who carried in several boxes.
Come and try out the new stuff. Shen Mo called to the women with a smile. What new and interesting gadgets has my husband gotten up to this time? Xiao Tao asked curiously.
Shen Mo opened the box. Inside were exquisite, soft, and boldly styled lingerie. Unlike the practical corsets he had seen before, these styles used less material, mostly thin lace and delicate straps, exuding allure.
Oh!
The women exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this, their faces turning bright red. Isa picked up a black lace bra, her blue eyes gleaming. Oh my god!
Honey, this is so sexy. Husband, is it okay to wear this out?
Yan Ruxue asked softly, her face flushed.
Sister, you've misunderstood, husband. You want us to wear this in the room, don't you?
Su Qingru said with a smile. I think wearing this will enhance the pleasure of our intimate moments.
In a few days, I plan to open a clothing store.
I've already thought of a name for it, Jinsho Pavilion. The first floor will sell the relatively conservative lingerie I gave you before, and the second floor will have private rooms selling these specially customized pieces, exclusively for wealthy ladies. As for the prices, they will naturally be top tier as well.
Husband! This is too embarrassing. How can we sell it?
Lu Ruyan blushed and spat. Things are valued for their rarity. The more secretive and novel something is, the more people will flock to it. Don't worry, it will only circulate within the most elite circles. Ruyan, please take good care of this matter, Shen Mo said with a smile.
How do you tie this strap? It looks like it could fall off easily. Chapter 130 Room Allocation and the Opening of the Lingerie Store.
Yan Rushuan picked up an item with curiosity and examined it, asking innocently. This caused the women to burst into laughter and scolding.
Honey, do you like it? Do you want to come to my place tonight?
It's been 3 months, we can consummate our marriage now.
I'll show you tonight. Isha leaned closer to Shen Mo and said. How can I refuse this enchantress? Shen Mo gave an okay sign.
By the way, Shen Mo said, picking up his homemade charcoal pencil and sketching several corsets and simple cheongsams on rice paper. Ruyan, find someone to make these in the next few days, and we can sell them together later.
Yes, my husband.
The refugees in the city have been mostly resettled, and the foundation for the outer city wall has been laid. The plan to integrate Liuxi village into the outer city is progressing smoothly.
Yunlu, how's the construction of the red brick houses going? Shen Mo asked at this moment.
Husband, the first batch of red brick houses in the village are completely dry and ready to be moved into. Everyone is waiting for you to preside over the allocation of houses. Yu Yunlu said with a smile.
Okay, let's set it for tomorrow then.
It's getting late, everyone should go back to their rooms and rest.
Shen Mo waved his hand. After tidying up the study, Shen Mo walked toward Isa's room as previously agreed.
Thinking of the passionate and stunningly beautiful exotic woman with an irresistible figure, he couldn't help but feel a little hot inside. Shen Mo pushed open the door to Isabella's bedroom, and the scene before him made him freeze in place. Isa was wearing the same black lace lingerie slip dress that Yan Rushuan had been holding earlier that day. Thin straps hung on her shoulders, and the low-cut design accentuated her impressive bust, with sheer lace peeking through. The skirt was extremely short, barely covering her shapely hips and revealing a pair of straight, long, and fair legs. This futuristic outfit and her incredibly hot figure are even more alluring than supermodels in bikinis from later generations. There's a difference between seeing it on TV and seeing it in person. The visual impact is off the charts.
Honey! You're finally here!
Seeing Shen Mo's stunned expression, Isa stepped forward, hooked her arm around Shen Mo's neck, and pressed her body against his. The amazing elasticity of the fabric sent a rush of blood to Shen Mo's head. Madam, Shen Mo felt his tongue get tied, and the unique milky scent of Isabella lingered around his nose.
Honey, don't you like it? Isa thinks this dress is beautiful and very sexy. Isa blinked her big eyes, deliberately swayed her waist, and rubbed against Shen Mo. I like it, but this is too unfair. Shen Mo was interrupted before he could finish the last 3 words. No buts. Isa interrupted him, kissing him passionately. Honey, it's been months. Tonight Isabel looked at Shen Mo and said softly. Shen Mo could no longer restrain himself.
He scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the large bed.
Isha let out a soft cry and clung tightly to Shen Mo's neck.
The candlelight flickered red, and her silk robe was gently loosened.
Is it a timely rain after a long drought, or is it just that extraordinary people are bold?
Shen Mo felt that Isa's enthusiasm tonight had refreshed his understanding, and she had even unlocked some new tricks that left Shen Mo speechless. An ancient road, a west wind, a foreign horse, the setting sun, a heartbroken traveler at the ends of the earth. Isa's stamina was astonishing. Life goes on, the fight continues. Honey, Isa loves you. Shen Mo gave a wry smile and said, me too, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. The following day, the old site of Liuxi village was incorporated into the outer city planning area of the expanded Dianchang. Rows of neat red brick and gray tile houses replaced the previous thatched and mud brick houses, which looked particularly grand. At the village entrance, a large crowd gathered in the open space, their faces beaming with excitement and anticipation. I heard that this red brick house is bright and clean, and the floor is paved with blue bricks, so we no longer have to worry about muddy roads on rainy days. And that Kong-heated brick bed, when heated in winter, makes the whole house warm and cozy. It's much better than our old mud brick house. I also heard that each room has a changing room, so you can use the restroom without leaving the room. It's very clean and convenient. I've also heard that showers are made of clay. The villagers were talking about it. Shen Mo walked to a platform set up in the middle, coughed lightly twice, and the entire place fell silent instantly. Fellow villagers. These red brick houses are not afraid of wind and rain, keep warm in winter and insulate against the heat in summer. The first batch of 100 sets will be distributed to the earliest members of the guard team, those who made meritorious contributions, and the villagers who contributed the most to this expansion. Shen Mo paused after saying this. Some people were happy, while many others were frustrated. In the future, there will be a second batch, a third batch. There are also 300 more units, which will be used for everyone to live in first. Each unit can accommodate 4 people, so please make do. As long as everyone is diligent and hardworking, I, Shen Mo, hereby guarantee that all the people of our Dian city can live in such good houses. Everyone, come in and have a look. This set belongs to the old village head. Shen Mo led the villagers inside for a tour. Gray walls and red tiles, bright and clean windows, and each household also has a small courtyard. Oldly held Shen Mo's hand, tears streaming down his face, and said, Lord Shen, I've lived most of my life and never imagined I could live in such a nice house. It's all thanks to you. Shen Mo helped the old man up and said loudly, everyone, get up. This is what you deserve. As long as you work hard and are loyal, I, Shen Mo, guarantee that your lives will get better and better. You will not only live in brick houses, but also have enough to eat and wear, and your children will have access to education. Thank you, Master Shen. Now, those whose names are called, come to me to get your keys, Shen Mo said. The villagers whose names were called rushed forward excitedly, took the keys tied with red cloth from Shen Mo, and awkwardly touched the sturdy brick wall, their eyes reddening. The villagers around them who hadn't received any keys were filled with envy, secretly resolving to try again next time. My lord! Thank you for your grace. Everyone knelt down, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Brother Mo, oh no, Lord Shen. This house is really nice. My wives say they no longer have to worry about drafts at night. And the toilet is so convenient. Wang Dazhuang was all smiles after getting a house facing the street. Because Dazhuang followed Shen Mo, he has now married 8 wives and concubines, which makes the old lady extremely happy. Dazhuang, you must follow Lord Shen closely, do you hear me? Old Madame Wang said to her son with a serious expression. Yes, mother. Husband, now everyone is even more devoted and their hearts are more at ease, Yu Lu said to Shen Mo in a low voice as she watched the scene. Only with a stable home can one work happily. Madam. From now on, the guards will receive better treatment, and the compensation for those killed or wounded will be generous and equitable, all coming from the profits of our businesses, Shen Mo nodded. A few days later, the Jinxiu Pavilion opened on the most bustling street in Dian City. Without much advertising, the exquisite clay models displayed in the elegant glass windows, draped in novel clothing, attract the attention of all passers-by. On the opening day, the place was packed with carriages and horses, and the air was filled with the fragrance of incense. Inside the shop, Lu Ruyan was entertaining several wives of officials, and selected a few of her 8 maids to be in charge of the displays. At this moment, Xinger was wearing a deep purple cheongsam, her figure was graceful and she was full of charm, she was the perfect advertisement. Xinger, you look so beautiful in that. Lu Ruyan exclaimed. Give me one of these, the one she's wearing, said an official's wife. I want one too, another official's wife said. This aroused envy and jealousy among the ladies, who placed orders without hesitation.